as a noble descendant of Huaxia. In the world of cultivation, how can one afford to be timid and hesitant? The full version system is sincerely at your service. As a host traveler, if you still have to cultivate on your own, that would be the system's fault. Therefore, the host can freely increase their level. What constitutes a true system? Those who instruct the protagonist to work hard on missions. At best, it's just an auxiliary tool. Since you want to, why not be a little bolder? Li Wenyan. Trembling with fear, I opened the system's mall panel. The dazzling array of goods immediately overwhelmed the senses. Yet among these myriad props, you only recognize the marrow cleansing pill. Just a fleeting thought. A pill appeared in his hand. That warm and moist sensation brimming with energy. Let you know this is not a dream. You should know that even if we emptied the entire city lord's manor, we still couldn't get this thing. Not necessarily able to get it. Therefore, you couldn't help but think of your somewhat talented daughter. These 18 years traversing the cultivation realm were not spent in vain. It took a series of hardships before I finally became the city lord. And she had a 16-year-old daughter. At this thought, you carefully place the elixir into the storage pouch. However, in the system's eyes, this move was seen as a sign of inexperience. So I couldn't help but speak up to remind them. Please raise your sights a bit higher. Let other systems think I can't afford it. Just this one. Who will it be enough to feed? 100 more. One heart for all across the city. Hearing this, you were overjoyed. Just about to indulge in lavish spending. Yet a girl came skipping in. Interrupted you. At this moment, she was holding a delicate wooden box in her hand. Happy birthday, Dad. This is a gift prepared for you by your daughter. Hearing this, you took the wooden box and burst into laughter. My daughter has really grown up. Then, without a word, you quietly put away the wooden box. You take out a marrow cleansing pill. Come on, Xiaoxue, open your mouth, eat this first. Hearing this, the girl didn't hesitate for a moment. He swallowed the pill without even looking at it. Instantly, the immense medicinal power. Instantly flooding every limb and fiber of the body. Feeling something abnormal inside the body. The girl was greatly startled. Daddy, what is this you're feeding me? Oh, it's nothing. It's just a marrow cleansing pill. Upon hearing this, Xiaoxue's eyes widened in surprise. Yet there was no time to make a sound. A foul smell wafted over. Some black sludge gradually seeped out from the body's surface. This is under the effect of the marrow cleansing pill. Cleared impurities. The little girl had never witnessed such a scene before. Covering her face at once, she dashed toward the bathroom. Looking at my flustered daughter. You shook your head with a smile. Immediately opened the system panel. System, let's upgrade first. Alright, host, how many levels would you like to upgrade? Hearing this, you fell into deep thought. It's not because you don't want to level up quickly. But in this remote place. Lack of cultivation resources. You haven't even surpassed your own cultivation. What other realms remain unknown? What's more? If one truly ascends to a realm beyond comprehension. If you're not careful. Destroying your own city would do more harm than good. As if aware of your worries. The system's voice timely sounded. As part of the complete system edition. It takes into account all aspects of the host's situation. Upgrading is more than just a single enhancement of cultivation. It also imparts corresponding knowledge and skills. Together we rise. After all, only those who fully control their own power are the strong. Hearing this, you completely dismissed your concerns. I wanted to level up straight to max level in one go. But thinking about it, it seems unrealistic. After all, the path of cultivation knows no bounds. So just speak directly to the system. I don't really have any idea about the later realms. Since you're so thoughtful, then just take care of it the way you see fit. But the next moment you regret it. As the system prompt sound ended, everything plunged into darkness. Immediately after, an unimaginably vast stream of knowledge, frantically cramming into your mind, even under the protection of the system. Grinning in pain. When I opened my eyes, you were astonished to find that the world before you was utterly different from before. As far as the eye could see, the space is filled with faintly discernible Tao principles. Every wisp of heaven and earth's spiritual energy. Everything appears visibly before your eyes. Just a slight tingling sensation. Beyond the city walls, the entire great wilderness is visible at a glance. All beings seem as insignificant as ants in your eyes. Be even bolder. You expand your consciousness further. Instantly, the entire world lies within your grasp of exploration. A terrifying sensation welled up inside. As long as you wish, destroying even this Tianqian realm would be effortless. And your divine sense. I also sense some places beyond the Tianqian realm. The current realm is known as the Realm of Destiny. This has already surpassed the entire cultivation system of the Tianqian realm. At that very moment, you sense your daughter frowning as she runs toward you. Quickly suppressed his aura. With a loving smile. Seeing you, the little girl froze for a moment. Because in her perception, you've become a little different. But couldn't quite put my finger on it. Thinking of the purpose for coming. Her face immediately turned stern. Dad, you'd better come clean. Where did this bone-cleansing pill come from? Did you sell the city lord's mansion? She knew that with her family's capabilities, can't afford the marrow-cleansing pill at all. This is a truly top-tier power. Only core disciples are eligible to enjoy. It's no exaggeration to say. A single pill can alter a person's destiny. The more she dwelled on it, the more active her thoughts became. Logically speaking, selling one's own home shouldn't have made it affordable either. After all, in this dump of a city, who'd want it? Could it be that Dad sold himself? Impossible. How could father possibly sell himself? Seeing my daughter in such a state, you let out a light cough with a smile. Daughter, actually your father is pretty wealthy too. Upon hearing this, Xiaoxue sighed. From childhood to adulthood, the two depended on each other for survival. She knew her father loved her most. To obtain this elixir, she couldn't imagine how much her father had sacrificed. Now that things have come to this, since you've already taken the marrow cleansing pill, I certainly couldn't let my father's expectations down. Become strong as soon as possible. Protect father. Dad, if you don't want to talk about it, just drop it. There's something else I want to tell you. This morning, a senior colleague said I have considerable talent. Want me to apprentice myself to him? Practicing cultivation with him. No. Before the daughter could finish speaking, was interrupted by you. She was her only precious daughter. How can I feel at ease letting her leave my side? In an instant, Lu Daosheng's divine sense locked onto a spirit condensation realm expert within the wasteland city. The cultivation realms were divided into Qi cultivation, innate, spirit master, breaker of void, spirit condensation, split soul, divine mansion, life union, and sage. This spirit coalescing realm expert was the strongest individual to emerge from the wasteland city thus far, excluding Lu Daosheng himself. While his strength was indeed quite respectable for the current wasteland city, Lu Daosheng was clearly far from satisfied. Lu Daosheng distinctly sensed the yang energy of this spirit coalescing cultivator was somewhat hollow and insubstantial. It was obvious he'd been indulging in excess, and what's more, he was a decrepit old man. If his daughter were to end up with such a fellow, he'd likely die of anger on the spot. Ah, I recognize you, Liang Yu Ice Parlor. No, absolutely not. Chapter 3, The Powerhouse Above the Abyss of the Evil God. Seeing Lu Daosheng's intense reaction, Lu Shui immediately lowered her head, looking utterly aggrieved. Father, I just wanted to try. I can't stay in this desolate city forever, and besides, I'm not saying I won't come back. By the end, Lu Shui's voice had grown faint and barely audible. Yet Lu Daosheng remained unyielding. I said no. Why? Suddenly, sobs escaped Lu Shui's lips. Hearing his daughter's sobs, Lu Daosheng's heart softened. He gently stroked Lu Shui's small head and sighed helplessly. Shuer, the cultivation world is full of unpredictable people. Stay close to your father from now on. I'll protect you. Hearing this, Lu Shui wiped her tears and said, But father, I also want to become strong. I want to protect you in the future. Seeing this, Lu Daosheng sighed. It seemed his daughter was dead set on finding a master to train under. After all, this remote location offered scarce spiritual energy. Whether one could become powerful hinged on finding a formidable master who could provide the necessary resources. Lu Daosheng had considered teaching her himself, but ultimately abandoned the idea. The gap between his current level and Lu Shui's was simply too vast. She likely wouldn't even understand what he taught her. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Daosheng spoke slowly. Xiao Shui, since you wish to find a master, then father will go find one for you. What's so hard about finding a master? With his current abilities, he could certainly find a good one. Even if he had to drag one back by force, he would. Hearing her father's words, Lu Shui hesitated. Dad, can you really find someone reliable? Seeing her doubt, Lu Daosheng gave a carefree smile. Just wait and see. Lu Shui sighed and said no more. Anyway, when the time came, she could just compare the person father found with the one she'd chosen herself. Then father should have nothing more to say. With that, Lu Shui departed. At the same spot, Lu Daosheng hesitated not a moment. He unleashed his divine sense, which instantly enveloped the entire Tianqian world. All the major forbidden lands and uncharted territories that made all living beings tremble were laid bare before Lu Daosheng's eyes. Feeling the essence of the Tianqian world's creatures, Lu Daosheng shook his head and sighed. These beings, once towering beyond his reach, now seemed no more than a swarm of ants. Soon, Lu Daosheng's focus settled upon a place known as the Abyss of the Evil God. Legend held that this place imprisoned the mythical evil god, making it the most terrifying forbidden zone. No living being had ever emerged alive. For once one stepped inside, the abyss's terrifying devouring force would engulf everything. Not even a sage could escape its grasp. In the next instant, Lu Daosheng materialized above the abyss of the evil god. Simultaneously, the boundless devouring force surged toward him, yet it failed to touch him in the slightest. Glancing around, Lu Daosheng fixed his gaze upon a distant void. There, a middle-aged man with long hair cascading over his shoulders sat cross-legged in the void. An aura of command radiated from his brow, commanding respect without a word. This man was the very purpose of Lu Daosheng's journey. After all, he couldn't very well be seeking some demon god to serve as his daughter's master. At that moment, the middle-aged man in the distance slowly opened his eyes and looked toward Lu Daosheng. His eyes held an endless depth of world weariness, as if he had been here for an untold age. Who are you? After sizing up Lu Daosheng, the middle-aged man furrowed his brow in puzzlement. He found himself utterly unable to discern the man before him. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng smiled faintly and replied, I am Lu Daosheng, Lord of the Wasteland City. I have come seeking your assistance. After a moment of silence, the middle-aged man spoke slowly, My name is Gu Chun. The world calls me the Mortal Emperor. The Mortal Emperor. Lu Daosheng was astonished inwardly. The man before him was none other than the legendary Fan Di. Having lived in the Xintian world for over a decade, Lu Daosheng had naturally heard the legends of the Mortal Emperor figure from 1,000,000 years ago. The world believes you are dead. Lu Daosheng spoke up at this moment. At these words, the Fan Emperor fell silent. 1,000,000 years ago, during the Dark Turmoil, the Mortal Emperor single-handedly suppressed the chaos, repelling the darkness at the cost of his own life. Such was the legend of the Fan Emperor that circulated among the world. Clearly, legends were just that, not entirely true. After a long pause, Gu Chen spoke slowly, You may leave. Whatever trouble you're in, I cannot help you. With Gu Chen's discernment, he could clearly see that Lu Daosheng was no ordinary man, and that Lu Daosheng harbored no ill will whatsoever. Thus, Gu Chen remained courteous toward Lu Daosheng. In the distance, Lu Daosheng did not depart. Gazing down into the abyss below, he asked, You already possess the strength to leave the Tianqian world. Why remain here? Beneath the abyss lay the endless demonic forces, creatures that thrived on destruction and slaughter. Gu Chen's presence here served to suppress these malevolent entities. Should Gu Chen depart, the Tianqian world would face imminent peril. Outside, it seems no one knows of your sacrifices. Lu Daosheng continued. Sigh. A heavy sigh echoed. Gu Chen lifted his gaze toward the starry sky, his eyes filled with yearning. Back then, I too considered walking away. But if I didn't step forward, who else would? With great power comes great responsibility. I couldn't stand by and watch the Tianqian world crumble to ruins. Clap. 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 Hearing these words, Lu Daosheng couldn't help but begin clapping. Truly worthy of being called the most promising emperor to be. Had it not been for the dark turmoil back then, Gu Chen's current achievements would undoubtedly surpass this. At this moment, Lu Daosheng found himself admiring Gu Chen more and more. This was precisely the kind of teacher his daughter deserved. You're the one. How about we make a deal? Lu Daosheng proposed. Hearing this, Gu Chen looked over. Lu Daosheng continued, I'll help you deal with these demons. You come with me. How about it? Hearing this, Gu Chen froze. Dealing with these fiends. If these fiends could be eliminated, he would have done so long ago. But these fiends were indestructible. Slay them, and they would soon rise again. Ultimately, he had no choice but to personally seal them within this abyss. And it wasn't just the demons that were sealed away, he was sealed away too. After a moment of silence, Gu Chen said indifferently, If you can truly eliminate these fiends, then why not? I'll go with you. Agreed. It's settled. Seeing Gu Chen's consent, Lu Daosheng immediately agreed. At that moment, a shrill, sinister cackle echoed up from the depths of the abyss below. Ha ha ha, what childish fool dares speak so boldly? Dealing with us? You must be delusional. Fanti, had I not been wounded back then, allowing you to take advantage of the situation, I would never have been sealed away by you. Ignoring the taunts, Gu Chen merely turned his gaze toward Lu Daosheng. As if to say, come on, show me what you've got. The next moment, Lu Daosheng moved. Lu Daosheng merely beckoned with his hand. A terrifying gravitational pull surged forth. Ah! What is this? Buzz. A monstrous, pitch-black, hideous, and utterly sinister creature was drawn into Lu Daosheng's palm. Palm world! Die! As Lu Daosheng's voice fell. A piercing, agonized scream erupted from the demon's mouth. Ah! You can't kill me! No, impossible! What kind of power is this? Spare me, master! Spare me, I beg you! The cries gradually faded until they ceased entirely. The demonic entity instantly dissipated completely into the void, leaving only a pure essence lingering within Lu Daosheng's palm. Chapter 4, The Millennium Pact. Beside them, Gu Chen watched the scene unfold, his eyes wide with disbelief. For a moment, Gu Chen, who had been invincible for half his life, was utterly speechless. Such a technique was beyond anything he had ever heard of. Yet one thing became clear to him. The mysterious man before him, Lu Daosheng, was stronger than himself, far stronger. Instantly, a hint of respect flickered in Gu Chen's eyes as he looked at Lu Daosheng. A true powerhouse deserved respect. Moreover, Lu Daosheng had destroyed this demonic deity, an act of immense merit. At that moment, Lu Daosheng slowly raised his right hand and an indescribable power gathered in his palm. This time, he would eradicate every demonic entity within the abyss. Sensing the demon god's demise, the entire abyss began to tremble. Fear. A thick, suffocating dread spilled forth from the depths. Witnessing this scene, Gu Chen's expression turned shocked. So these creatures were capable of fear after all. But then again, faced with overwhelming power, these demonic beings had no recourse. Lu Daosheng extended a hand, and instantly, the entire abyss was enveloped beneath his palm. In the next instant, countless black specks swarmed densely toward Lu Daosheng's hand. If magnified 100 or 1,000 times, one would discover these specks were all individual fiends. To spare himself the piercing screams, Lu Daosheng sealed off all sound. Moments later, the abyss fell utterly silent. Only the pure energy in Lu Daosheng's hand remained. "Are you the lord of the wasteland city?" Gu Chen asked from the side. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng nodded. "You know about Wasteland City?" Wasteland City seemed to have been established not long ago. How could Gu Chen, a figure from 1,000,000 years ago, know of it? Gu Chen shook his head. "Never heard of it, but I'm quite curious to see what the Wasteland City looks like now. I'll go with you." At this moment, Gu Chen was utterly awed by Lu Daosheng's prowess. Reaching such heights of power, he had no idea how many years of cultivation it would take him to achieve that level. However, Gu Chen might be disappointed by the appearance of the Wasteland City. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng scratched his nose. The Wasteland City remained unchanged. He hadn't yet set out to alter it. But he was certain that the Wasteland City of the future would be incomparably greater than it was now. "This is for you." Lu Daosheng extended the pure energy fragment remnants of the demonic force he had eradicated toward Gu Chen. Taking the essence, discarding the dross. What remained in Lu Daosheng's grasp was the very essence of those demons. Seeing this, Gu Chen hesitated for a moment before accepting it. This was an exceedingly precious item. Lu Daosheng might not value it, but Gu Chen desperately needed it now. The stronger the powerhouse, the more terrifying the resources they required. "Where is the Wasteland City?" Gu Chen inquired at this moment. "It lies in the Wasteland province of the Tianqian world." Hearing this, Gu Chen immediately began to ponder. But no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't recall any major power or city in the Wasteland province of the Tianqian world. As for the Wasteland City, Gu Chen had never even heard of it. "Just follow me." Seeing Gu Chen's puzzled expression, Lu Daosheng smiled faintly. He then made a slight gesture toward the space before him, and a spatial tunnel appeared in front of him. "Let's go." Gu Chen glanced at Lu Daosheng before stepping into the tunnel. Wasteland City. Inside and in. "Your father still hasn't agreed?" An old man reeking of alcohol frowned as he asked Lu Shui before him. Lu Shui shook her head. "Elder, please, don't be impatient. My father will agree soon." "It's just that." "Just what?" The old man's expression grew increasingly displeased. How could it be this difficult for a mighty spirit condensation realm expert like himself to find a disciple in this wretched city? If it weren't for this girl's promising talent and her fresh, lively appearance, he wouldn't even bother waiting. At that moment, Lu Shui lowered her head and said, "My father said he'd find me a master." Hearing this, the old man let out a cold laugh. In this godforsaken backwater, what kind of powerhouse could that so-called city lord possibly find? A sky-piercing realm expert would be the absolute limit. "Very well. This old man will accompany you to see what sort of master your father has found for you." Lu Shui nodded in response. But immediately, the old man added, "However, I'll make it clear now, if the person your father found is no match for me, I'll take you away immediately." Instantly, Lu Shui hesitated again. "Senior, might you be rushing things?" The thought of truly leaving her father made her waver. For her entire life, she had never truly been apart from Lu Daosheng. Seeing Lu Shui's reaction, the old man sneered inwardly before saying indifferently, "In that case, I shan't trouble myself further. Find someone else of higher standing. Farewell." Without another word, the old man turned and walked away. Seeing the powerful figure she'd finally encountered about to leave, Lu Shui panicked. "Elder, wait. I'll agree to your terms, I promise." Hearing this, the old man sneered inwardly, "Do you really think I can't handle a naive little girl like you?" He then offered Lu Shui a way out before heading toward the city lord's mansion. Meanwhile, inside the city lord's mansion, Gu Chen surveyed his surroundings, his brow furrowed. "This is your wasteland city?" It truly was desolate, a wild and untamed land. Lu Daosheng gave an awkward smile before adopting a serious tone. "A mountain need not be lofty to be sacred if it harbors immortals. A water need not be deep to be sacred if it harbors dragons. This humble abode, though modest, is perfumed by my virtue." Gu Chen heard this and offered no rebuttal. Given Lu Daosheng's abilities, the saying truly held true. But with Lu Daosheng possessing such formidable strength, this place shouldn't be so ordinary. Just as Gu Chen was puzzled, Lu Daosheng cleared his throat. Do you remember what I said? Hearing this, Gu Chen stopped pondering and immediately asked, what favor do you need me to do? Lu Daosheng had saved him from the demonic threat, so if Lu Daosheng had any troubles within his capabilities, he was more than willing to lend a hand. Lu Daosheng smiled. Nothing too difficult. I'm about to reorganize this desolate city, which will keep me busy. I have a daughter who happens to need a teacher, so... You want me to watch your daughter? Gu Chen blurted out. He never imagined such a powerful figure would go to such lengths to seek him out for something as simple as babysitting. He had already steeled himself for the ultimate sacrifice. Instead, it turned out to be child's play. Seeing Gu Chen's utterly speechless expression, Lu Daosheng cleared his throat lightly and said, my daughter is quite lovely. Before departing, he had briefly assessed Lu Shue's physical condition. His daughter seemed to possess remarkable talent. Hearing this, Gu Chen shook his head and sighed. Fine. But let's be clear, I won't keep watching your daughter forever. After 1,000 years, I'll be gone. He had intended to say 100 years, but recalling Lu Daosheng's actions, Gu Chen amended it to 1,000. Though he felt somewhat indebted to Lu Daosheng, he truly didn't have that much time to spare. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng readily agreed. Not just 100 years, even 10 would suffice. Soon, the wasteland city would undergo earth-shattering changes, and Gu Chen would likely forget this promise before long. Lu Daosheng then smiled and said, come, I'll take you to meet my daughter. She admires strong individuals and should take quite a liking to you. At that moment, Lu Daosheng suddenly appraised Gu Chen with a glance. With a wave of his hand, Gu Chen's overwhelming aura of pressure instantly retracted inward. Don't scare my girl. Gu Chen. Father. Before long, Lu Daosheng spotted Lu Shue approaching from afar, accompanied by an elderly man. Chapter 5, Lu Shue's Constitution and Bloodline. Upon seeing the old man, Lu Daosheng's brow immediately furrowed. He couldn't stand the old man. Shue, come here. Lu Daosheng forced a smile and beckoned to Lu Shue. Lu Shue promptly approached obediently, her eyes darting sideways toward Gu Chen. Could this be the master father found for me? Lu Shue inwardly shook her head. In such a short time, what kind of person could father possibly have found for her? Her confidence in this Gu Chen immediately waned. Meanwhile, Gu Chen was also observing Lu Shue. So this was Lu Daosheng's daughter. Outwardly, she appeared merely fresh-faced and ordinary. Yet with his abilities, he could clearly sense that Lu Shue was no ordinary girl. Lu Shue possessed a unique constitution, and her bloodline seemed far from ordinary. But to determine exactly what that was, he would need to observe her more closely. Meanwhile, the old man Yuqing standing before the three of them was also sizing up Lu Daosheng and Gu Chen. Though he detected nothing remarkable, Yuqing still dismissed them both. One was the lord of this rundown city, the other a master he'd hired. How formidable could they be? At that moment, Lu Daosheng spoke up. Come, Shue, this is Senior Gu Chen. He will guide your cultivation from now on. Quick, call him master. Hearing this, Lu Shue hesitated. Seeing this, Lu Daosheng felt a bit awkward. Beside him, Gu Chen's face darkened. Ever since he ascended to emperorhood, countless individuals had fought tooth and nail to become his disciples. Yet now, a mere chi cultivation stage girl was actually hesitating. Times really had changed. At that moment, Yuqing, standing before the three of them, sneered coldly and spoke up. You must be Lu Shue's father? This little girl possesses a unique physique, a rare Xian ice constitution. It allows her to cultivate ice attribute techniques and martial arts with twice the result for half the effort. She's quite a talent, after all. Not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can teach her. Clearly, this remark was directed at Gu Chen. Hearing this, Gu Chen immediately turned to look at Lu Daosheng. Lu Daosheng immediately understood. Come, Shue. These two need to speak privately. We should step aside for now. Lu Shue froze upon hearing this. Before she could speak, Lu Daosheng took her by the hand and led her away. Left behind, Gu Chen watched Lu Daosheng and his daughter depart. His gaze toward Yuqing instantly turned icy cold. Having lived countless ages, how could he fail to see through this fellow's intentions? Instantly, a terrifying aura crushed down upon Yuqing before him. You! At the last moment, Yuqing's eyes filled with boundless terror. Moments later, within Lu Daosheng's chambers at the city lord's mansion, Gu Chen pushed open the door and entered. Don? Lu Daosheng smiled upon seeing Gu Chen. Gu Chen nodded, saying nothing more, and turned his gaze toward Lu Shue. This time, Lu Shue hesitated no longer. She stepped forward and performed the ritual bow to become his disciple. Disciple Lu Shue pays respects to her master. She might be a bit slow, but she wasn't stupid. She had already grasped the gap between the man before her and Yuqing. At the very least, he was stronger than Yuqing. Besides, she never particularly liked Yuqing anyway. Now that a better option had presented itself, one her own father had arranged, what was there left to hesitate about? Rise. For the time to come, I shall guide your cultivation. Gu Chen looked at Lu Shui before him and nodded. Beside them, Lu Daosheng observed the scene with a look of satisfaction in his eyes. Simultaneously, Lu Daosheng began examining Lu Shui's constitution and bloodline. A hazy, indistinct eye suddenly appeared on Lu Daosheng's forehead. Instantly, a mysterious gaze shot directly toward Lu Shui. The Eye of Heavenly Mandate. A supreme divine power of the heavens mandate realm. When cultivated to its peak, it could even pierce through the destiny of living beings. Feeling that gaze, Lu Shui and Gu Chen instantly felt as if they had no secrets left. Gu Chen remained composed, but Lu Shui's cheeks flushed slightly. Moments later, Lu Daosheng withdrew his gaze. "Father, what were you doing just now?" Lu Shui asked, her cheeks still slightly flushed. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng smiled. "Nothing much. Just a little trick. I'm concerned about your health." Hearing this, Lu Shui merely nodded without further comment. "Alright, you may go now. Your master Gu Chen and I need to speak." "Alright, I'll leave now. Goodbye, father." "Goodbye, master." After Lu Shui departed, Gu Chen stepped forward and asked, "City Lord, did you discern her constitution and bloodline?" Gu Chen addressed Lu Daosheng as Lord Mayor. Lu Shui's constitution was far from the simple Xian Ice constitution Yu Qing had described. In Yu Qing's eyes, the Xian Ice constitution might be formidable, but to a powerhouse like him, it held no significance whatsoever. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng fell silent. He recognized that Lu Shui's constitution and bloodline were extraordinary, yet he couldn't name what they were. Though he possessed strength, his knowledge remained sorely lacking. He should make time to read more books in the future. Still, even if he didn't know, he had his all-powerful system. Analyze my daughter's constitution and bloodline. Understood, analyzing now. Analysis complete. Name, Lu Shui. Constitution, Supreme Ice Spirit Constitution, the pinnacle of Ice-type constitutions, extremely rare. Awakening is exceedingly difficult, requiring vast amounts of Ice elemental energy and innate Ice elemental artifacts. Due to its immense difficulty, only one renowned powerhouse has ever awakened it throughout the ages. This individual once froze an entire star system with a single gesture. Bloodline, Nine Heavens Ice Phoenix bloodline legendarily descended from a branch of the Phoenix clan dwelling in the Nine Heavens, the bloodline of the Ice Phoenix lineage. Upon seeing the system's analysis, Lu Daosheng froze in place. The physique was understandable, quite impressive. The extreme ice spirit physique sounded incredibly powerful. But what about this bloodline? The bloodline of the Ice Phoenix clan? Where did his daughter get Ice Phoenix blood? He understood that bloodlines were inherited, but from whom? Her mother? That didn't add up either. Lu Daosheng clearly remembered that Lu Shui's mother was human. How could she possibly be of the Phoenix clan? And certainly not an Ice Phoenix. It seemed he'd need to investigate this thoroughly in the future. Meanwhile, observing Lu Daosheng's silence, Gu Chen assumed he hadn't noticed anything either and shook his head. Finally, Lu Daosheng spoke. Extreme Ice Spirit Body, Nine Heavens Ice Phoenix Bloodline. Hearing this, Gu Chen's expression turned stunned. Though he'd never heard of it either, it certainly sounded formidable. Alright, from here on out, leave Xiao Shui's physical awakening and bloodline activation to me. Your job is to focus on teaching her properly. Gu Chen nodded, but hesitated, adding, "No one seems to know your true strength, not even your daughter." Lu Daosheng chuckled. "I tend to keep a low profile." Away. The next moment, Away pushed open the door and entered. Lu Daosheng smiled. "Arrange accommodations for brother Gu Chen." "Yes, City Lord." Without another word, Gu Chen followed Away out. Left behind, Lu Daosheng sighed. His wife seemed quite mysterious, but he didn't mind. As long as they truly loved each other, that was enough. He would never forget those happy times. Yet after all these years, she had left him and their daughter to fend for themselves. A lingering resentment still stirred within Lu Daosheng. Shaking his head, Lu Daosheng pushed thoughts of women aside and began preparing the items needed to awaken his daughter's bloodline. Now, his daughter was his entire world. As for these items, he naturally sourced them from the system store. He opened the system store. Instantly, a dazzling array of goods appeared before Lu Daosheng's eyes. Wow, wow, wow. So many amazing things. Where on earth did you get all this, system? Lu Daosheng muttered to himself before beginning to browse. A massive chunk of primordial ice Xian jade, hundreds of bottles of creation nectar, and ice essence. But that wasn't all. The next moment, Lu Daosheng soared into the void, extending his hand as if summoning something. Instantly, the boundless ice laws permeating the heavens and earth began to condense in his hands. Such a defiant act against the heavens was truly unprecedented. In moments, a necklace materialized in his hand, formed from the very essence of the ice laws. Finally, Lu Daosheng adorned the necklace with the essence of ice, making slight refinements until it transformed into a magnificent work of art. After examining it for a moment, Lu Daosheng smiled with satisfaction. Xiao Shui should like it, right? Meanwhile, due to the massive depletion of the ice law, the Xian Tian world began experiencing glacial melt and rising sea levels. And the very culprit behind all this chaos was still at home trying to win his daughter's affection. Realms, Chi cultivation, innate, spirit master, sky piercing, spirit coalescing, soul splitting, spirit palace, life union, sage, holy king, near emperor, great emperor, heavenly emperor, Dao realm, ancient realm, unknown realm. Chapter 6, Never Fear the Cold Again. After an unknown period, Lu Daosheng returned to the city lord's mansion of the wasteland city. This should be enough for Xiao Shui to awaken her physique and bloodline. Lu Daosheng nodded, then began his preparations. First, he would craft the primordial mystic ice jade obtained from the system store. A massive block of primordial mystic ice jade materialized before him, towering larger than Lu Daosheng himself. Primordial mystic ice jade was an extremely precious raw material for ice attribute magical artifacts. In certain ice attribute artifacts, adding even a piece the size of a thumbnail could cause the ice power to surge exponentially. Thus, when crafting ice element artifacts, primordial mystic ice jade primarily served as a supplementary material. Its rarity meant it was seldom used as the main ingredient. Yet now, Lu Daosheng possessed a piece larger than a person. And this was merely one piece purchased from the system store. Had he bought more, it likely could have been used to forge an entire city. At this moment, Lu Daosheng began his work. While others forged artifacts or weapons using smithing furnaces, Lu Daosheng worked solely with his bare hands, not even requiring a hammer. As Lu Daosheng gradually applied force, the enormous slab of primordial mystic ice jade began to transform. Humming. Moments later, a large vat materialized before Lu Daosheng. Indeed, Lu Daosheng had forged a large barrel from this piece of primordial mystic ice jade. Not bad. But it seems to be missing something. With a light wave of his hand, a spark of sentience was born from within the ice jade barrel. Spirit activation with bare hands. Boom! Instantly, a bone-chilling aura surged forth from within the barrel. Simultaneously, the temperature across the entire wasteland city inexplicably dropped several degrees. Seeing this, Lu Daosheng hastily waved his hand to block the aura. Running his fingers over the barrel crafted from primordial mystical ice jade, Lu Daosheng nodded with satisfaction. Xiao Shui should find this quite pleasant for bathing. Immediately after, Lu Daosheng retrieved the several hundred bottles of divine nectar and poured them all into the barrel at once. Soon, the large tub was filled to the brim with the elixir of creation. Meanwhile, in a room filled with a young girl's aura within the city lord's mansion, Lu Shui sat cross-legged on the floor, deep in meditation. Suddenly, Lu Daosheng's voice echoed in her mind. Xiao Shui, come here. Father? Startled, Lu Shui opened her eyes and looked around. After a moment of silence, Lu Shui made her way toward Lu Daosheng's chamber. Inside Lu Daosheng's chambers. Squeak. Father, you were looking for me? As Lu Shui pushed open the door, she was instantly struck by a bone-chilling cold. Staring at the ice-cold, jade-like bathtub before her, Lu Shui froze in place. Father, where did you find such a strange bathtub? Beside her, Lu Daosheng smiled faintly and said, Shui, this is what father prepared for you. Quickly take off your clothes and get in. Hearing this, Lu Shui looked puzzled. Father, did you call me here just to take a bath? Lu Daosheng nodded. Xiao Shui, your innate talent is remarkable. This will activate the potential within you, greatly accelerating your cultivation progress. Her eyes lit up at his words. Really? That's wonderful. But then Lu Shui lowered her head again. Seeing this, Lu Daosheng paused. Xiao Shui, what's wrong? Lu Shui spoke slowly. Father, are you hiding something from me? Lately, Lu Daosheng had changed significantly. As his daughter, how could she not notice? Something must have happened to her father. But now, he was keeping it from her, and that made her deeply uneasy. Upon hearing Lu Shui's words, Lu Daosheng paused, then spoke after a moment of silence. Xiao Shui, there are some things your father truly hasn't told you. Here's what we'll do. You go take your bath first. Once you've soaked and activated your innate talent, I'll tell you everything. Lu Shui nodded. All right, father. You promised, so don't try to trick me. Of course not. When have I ever lied to you? After giving her a few instructions not to leave the mystical ice jade tub, Lu Daosheng stepped outside to wait. He intended to stay by Lu Shui's side, but his daughter was grown now. He couldn't very well watch her bathe. Yet for a powerhouse like him, the presence or absence of a door made no difference. Moments later, Lu Shui plunged into the mystical ice jade tub with a splash. Simultaneously, Lu Daosheng outside began to activate the mystic ice jade tub. Responding to his command, the bucket instantly radiated an eerie chill. At that moment, Lu Shui, who had just entered the bucket, paled visibly. The elixir of creation began relentlessly pounding every part of her body. Through her skin, unimaginably potent energy surged directly into her system. The elixir of creation, a single drop could alter a person's destiny. Once consumed, it would vastly enhance the user's physical constitution and innate talents. And now, Lu Shui was bathing in the elixir of creation. If any powerful cultivator outside learned of this, they would likely be so enraged they'd spit blood. Feeling the unusual changes within her body, Lu Shui hurriedly sat cross-legged on the ground, frantically suppressing the violent upheaval within her. Yet despite her efforts, her cultivation began to surge wildly. 6th tier of Qi cultivation. 7th layer of Qi cultivation. 8th layer of Qi cultivation. Even after effortlessly breaking through to the innate realm, Lu Shui's cultivation continued to grow unabated. Finally, Lu Shui's cultivation reached the peak of the Spirit Master realm. Before she could even process it, Lu Shui sensed something amiss. Cold. Very cold. Extremely cold. Normally, cultivators weren't susceptible to cold, especially someone at her current Spirit Master realm. Yet now, she was shivering uncontrollably. Dad! As the temperature continued to plummet, Lu Shui could no longer hold back and cried out for her father. Outside the door, witnessing his daughter's anguished expression, Lu Daosheng's heart ached deeply. Still, he urged, Xiao Shui, endure it. If you persevere now, you'll never fear the cold again. Hearing her father's words, Lu Shui nodded, though her face remained contorted with agony as her body continued to shiver uncontrollably. The bone-chilling cold relentlessly assaulted every part of her body. I can't do this anymore, father. I really can't. Wispy breath escaped her lips, and tears streaming down her cheeks froze instantly into ice crystals as her body shook violently. Seeing his daughter like this, Lu Daosheng's heart nearly broke. He, who had always doted on his daughter, couldn't bear to watch. He immediately pushed open the door, intending to pick her up. But at that moment, a figure appeared before him, blocking his path. Lord Mayor. Guchen stood before Lu Daosheng, his gaze fixed on the man as he spoke. Lord City Master, Lu Shui will be fine. She's in this state because her physique has reached a critical moment of awakening. If we abandon her now, she'll never awaken. Do you intend to protect her for the rest of her life? Hearing this, Lu Daosheng instantly calmed down. He understood all this, but seeing his daughter in such agony, how could he bear it as her father? If it came to it, he would protect her for the rest of her life. Wasn't he capable of that now? Just then, Lu Shui's voice echoed from within the room once more. Father, I'll endure it. I can do it. She had heard Gu Chen's words. What her father had prepared for her would surely be no easy feat. She couldn't disappoint his expectations. So what if it was cold? At worst, she'd freeze to death. Seeing Lu Shui's understanding demeanor, Lu Daosheng's eyes reddened slightly. He murmured to himself, truly the daughter of Lu Daosheng. He steeled his resolve, turning his head away without another glance. As if remembering something, Lu Daosheng abruptly pulled Gu Chen close beside him. Chapter 7, Perfect Awakening. After an unknown period, a piercing scream of agony erupted from within the room. The next moment, a chill colder than the mystical ice jade tub surged violently from within. In an instant, the entire city lord's mansion was transformed into an ice sculpture. Simultaneously, the frigid air continued to spread, advancing toward the city itself. Witnessing this, Lu Daosheng waved his hand. All the frigid air instantly dissipated, and the scene fell silent once more. Is it snowing? Within the city, many shivered at the sudden drop in temperature, looking up at the sky in confusion. It seems to have originated from the city lord's residence. An elderly man of considerable cultivation, gazing toward the city lord's residence, spoke up. No way, is that real? Is the city lord okay? Let's go check it out. The city lord mustn't come to harm. Clearly, Lu Daosheng was highly popular within the wasteland city. After all, his position as city lord had been recommended by the citizens themselves. Inside the city lord's residence at that moment, several guards rushed into Lu Daosheng's courtyard. Lord Mayor! You're unharmed. Away led several guards into the courtyard, immediately spotting Lu Daosheng and Gu Chen standing guard outside the gate. Seeing Away and the others, Lu Daosheng waved his hand and said, I'm fine here. Everyone, go now. Tell the citizens that the city lord's mansion is secure. From within the governor's residence, Lu Daosheng could sense the citizens' presence, and a wave of satisfaction washed over him. Their desolate city truly stood united as one. Upon hearing Lu Daosheng's orders, Away nodded. Yes, Lord City Master. With that, Away led the others away. Left behind, Lu Daosheng and Gu Chen exchanged a glance, a faint smile touching their lips. Success! Yet no sooner had the words left his lips than a phoenix cry erupted from within the house, reverberating across the heavens and earth. In the next instant, an ethereal, illusory image of an ice phoenix gradually materialized above the city lord's residence. Simultaneously, the entire world began to tremble violently as boundless spiritual energy surged toward the wasteland city from every corner of the Tianqian realm. A bone-chilling cold surged forth from the ice phoenix. As it spread its wings, the entire wasteland province plunged into an instant glacial age, save for the city of Huancheng. Countless cultivators were instantly thrown into panic. Especially those from the wasteland province, staring in bewildered panic at everything around them frozen solid like ice sculptures. Of course, the creatures that felt it most acutely were the countless beasts of the Tianqian world. For they sensed a terror stemming from their very bloodlines. bloodline suppression. Yet this frigid aura showed no sign of abating. Instead, it continued to spread, as if intent on encasing the entire Xiantian world in ice. Finally, this extraordinary phenomenon caught the attention of several powerful cultivators. Only when the true masters intervened did the chill finally subside. What the hell kind of monster is this? Holy, I'm freezing to death. Shush, don't touch my neck, it's freezing. Wasteland state. A demonic fiend has emerged in Wasteland state. In an instant, countless cultivators across the Tianxian world buzzed with discussion. This wild and untamed land, long overlooked by cultivators, now thrust itself back into the spotlight. In an instant, countless powerful cultivators rushed toward the direction of the Wasteland state. Upon an ice mountain stood a colossal edifice. The Hall of Extreme Cold. The pinnacle power of the Tianxian world. A mere stamp of its foot could send tremors rippling through the entire Tianxian world. Within the hall, a peerless beauty, cold to the bone, gazed toward the direction of the Wasteland state and commanded in a frigid tone, "Investigate for me. Whoever she is, she shall be my disciple." "Yes, Palace Master." In another place, within a frigid abyss, a pair of enormous pupils slowly opened, their gaze riveting. "Bloodline of the Ice Phoenix, has my master descended?" A hoarse voice echoed faintly. In the next instant, it rose slowly, soaring skyward with a mighty dragon's roar, piercing the heavens. Its form stretched for 10,000 miles, obscuring the entire sky and earth. Terrifying dragon auras poured forth from its body. It was a true dragon. 3 million years ago, he had committed a grave error and was punished by the great powers of his clan, banished to Dragon Sealing Valley within the Xiantian world. When one bearing the bloodline of the Ice Phoenix appears, return with them to the Dragon Clan. These were the words left for him back then. And that bearer of the Ice Phoenix bloodline would be his savior. He had sworn an oath, once the one bearing the Ice Phoenix bloodline appeared in the world, no matter who they were, he would acknowledge them as his master. 3 million years had passed. Now, at last, he could return. Instantly, Ao Qing's gaze pierced through the boundless void, fixing directly upon the direction of the Wasteland state before soaring off in that direction. Within the city lord's mansion of Huangcheng, Lu Daosheng observed the strange phenomenon before him and shook his head. This disturbance was quite significant, and it was merely the phenomenon of the Ice Phoenix bloodline awakening. He suppressed the awakening phenomenon of the extreme ice spirit body. Had he not intervened, the awakening of the extreme ice spirit body could have frozen the entire Tianxian world. What surprised him, however, was that the Ice Phoenix bloodline had been triggered by the awakening of the extreme ice spirit body. The two complemented each other. A perfect awakening. Impressive. Finally, Lu Daosheng slowly praised. The pained expression from moments ago had vanished without a trace. At this moment, Lu Shue's constitution and bloodline had both achieved perfect awakening, and her path of light had truly begun. Moments later, the door opened. Lu Shue, dressed and composed, emerged from the room. "Father, Master." Spotting Lu Daosheng and the other person outside the door, Lu Shue offered a faint smile. Her aura had undergone a profound transformation. Merely approaching her, one could feel the bone-chilling cold emanating from her. Ordinary people would likely find it impossible to even remain in her presence. Lu Daosheng and the other nodded. Lu Daosheng then asked, "Xiao Shui, how do you feel?" "Father, I'm truly not cold anymore." Just moments ago, she had been suffering terribly from the cold. Now, that freezing sensation had vanished without a trace, replaced by a profound sense of comfort. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng smiled. "Glad you're warm now." Lu Shui looked at Lu Daosheng hesitantly. "Father, I have many questions now." Hearing this, Lu Daosheng gave a helpless smile before his expression turned serious. "Xiao Shui, you're 16 now. I won't hide anything from you. Truth be told, your father here is an unparalleled powerhouse. A peerless warrior? So, father, have you been deliberately pretending to be weak all this time?" Lu Shui was speechless. She'd never forgotten how, when she was chased by a demon beast as a child, Lu Daosheng had suffered severe injuries saving her. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng gave an awkward smile and nodded. "That's right. Now that you've grown up, your father will no longer hide it." Beside them, Gu Chen remained silent for a moment before nodding slightly. "I've learned something today. So that's why children should be raised in poverty." He had seen many children of powerful figures from major factions, and they were nothing short of arrogant and overbearing. Now look at Lu Daosheng's daughter. Not only was she well-behaved and sensible, but she could endure hardship and possessed such remarkable talent. The benefits of raising children in poverty were truly numerous. "Looks like I'll have to play it cool when I have kids someday." Hearing Lu Daosheng's words, Lu Shui felt both delighted and speechless. After all, who wouldn't want an awesome dad? Just wait until others see me now. "Then Dad, why didn't you teach me cultivation yourself? Why did you have to find me a master?" Lu Shui pondered this, then glanced at Gu Chen beside her, her expression turning puzzled. After a moment of silence, Lu Daosheng replied, "Shui, your father has been quite busy lately and hasn't had much time to guide you. When things settle down, I'll teach you properly, okay?" Lu Shui nodded silently, accepting his explanation. Alright, Shui, you should go practice diligently now. I have some matters to attend to. Okay, father. Goodbye, father. Goodbye, master. Lu Shui obediently left immediately. After she departed, Guchen lifted his head to gaze at the distant void and remarked, things might get lively around this desolate city soon. Lu Daosheng looked up and shook his head slightly. Now is not the time. His desolate city hadn't changed yet. Once those powerful outsiders arrived, would this small, desolate city even remain intact? With that, Lu Daosheng raised his hand and pressed downward. Instantly, an invisible force coalesced into a sphere, enveloping the entire desolate city. Simultaneously, Lu Daosheng's voice echoed throughout the entire desolate city. All citizens within the Wasteland City, I am Lu Daosheng, Lord of the Wasteland City. From this moment onward, entry and exit from the city are strictly prohibited. In the next instant, several figures vanished from within the city. Without exception, these individuals were all outsiders. Only a handful, however. What Lu Daosheng intended to do next was to completely transform the Wasteland City. He would make it the strongest power in the Tianqian world, and indeed, the entire world. Chapter 8, Rebuilding the Wasteland City. The Wasteland Province was already a remote and impoverished region, regarded as a wild frontier. Thus, its population was sparse. Villages and towns were often scattered far and wide. Moreover, due to the scarcity of spiritual energy, cultivators' cultivation levels were generally low, with the vast majority stuck at the qi refining and innate stages. When powerful demonic beasts appeared, there was no one to stand against them. This scarcity fostered an extraordinary sense of unity among the inhabitants. The same held true within the Wasteland City. Through his own efforts and strength, Lu Daosheng earned the trust of its citizens. After the old city lord passed away, he became the new ruler of the Wasteland City. Now that he had prospered, he could not forget these citizens. Thus, Lu Daosheng resolved to build his influence, and the place he chose to develop was his own Wasteland City. Though the city was currently dirt poor, Lu Daosheng would soon bring earth-shattering changes to this place. With that, Lu Daosheng slowly closed his eyes. In the next instant, the entire desolate city fell into a state of stillness, as if God had pressed pause. On the city streets, every person froze in place. Even Gu Chen, standing beside Lu Daosheng, was no exception. Boom! Boom! In an instant, every structure within the desolate city shattered into nothingness. Then, Lu Daosheng opened his eyes and retrieved countless resources and treasures from the system store. Next, he would rebuild the entire desolate city. Standing above the void, Lu Daosheng gathered every living being within the desolate city into his palm-sized world. He then grabbed a handful of primordial divine metal and various artifact forging materials, beginning the construction of the new desolate city. Primordial divine metal was the hardest material Lu Daosheng could currently control. Harder materials undoubtedly existed in the system store, but Lu Daosheng was unable to refine them. Boom! While forging the Wasteland City, Lu Daosheng summoned a baptism of heavenly thunder. After an unknown span of time, a brand new Wasteland City materialized in Lu Daosheng's hands. Yet it was not complete. With another gesture, countless worldly laws rolled forth from the void, pouring endlessly into the desolate city. Instantly, the entire desolate city burst into golden radiance, containing a universe within. Now, this new desolate city was not only incredibly sturdy but also contained the laws of the world. Though it appeared to be only the size of a city, its interior could hold an entire world. The entire desolate city radiated grandeur and an overwhelming aura of dominance. Looking at the new desolate city, Lu Daosheng nodded with satisfaction. But as if suddenly struck by a thought, he bit his finger, drew out a forbidden ancient tablet, and began to write with his finger as a brush, inscribing two large characters. Wasteland City. Instantly, the ancient taboo tablet surged with overwhelming energy. Terrifying waves of pressure radiated from it, causing the entire sky and earth to tremble violently. Simultaneously, countless living beings felt a tremor in their hearts as the majestic image of the new Wasteland City emerged within their minds. Named with the blood of heaven's mandate, all creatures bow in homage. Then, Lu Daosheng pressed his hand upon the Wasteland City once more. This time, he infused it with his own power of rules. Only those of heaven's mandate realm could break through. All who enter the Wasteland City must abide by his rules. Now, this desolate city is truly worthy of shaking the heavens, isn't it? Lu Daosheng smiled faintly. Throughout all of history, past, present, and future, there was likely no other being capable of constructing such a colossal city with such grand scale. Boom! Where the Wasteland City once stood, a new city emerged and it bore the same name, Wasteland City. Now that we have the city, we can't skimp on what's inside. Lu Daosheng murmured to himself before beginning to raid the system store. Before long, towering trees and soaring towers began to appear within the city lord's mansion at the heart of Huangchang. The Tree of Life, the Chaos Ancient Tree, the Soul-Binding Divine Tree. The Tower of Heaven, the Demon God Tower, the Space-Time Divine Tower. Then came a host of strange and wondrous objects. These were almost all legendary treasures from ancient tales. And now, they all appeared in the same place. Wasteland City. Yet even after all this, it was not over. Lu Daosheng then dug a river channel that ran through the entire wasteland city. A winding river materialized within the desolate city. A river formed from the nectar of creation. Its source flowed from within the city lord's mansion, extending all the way to the chaos void. Clapping his hands, Lu Daosheng exhaled slowly. Now, this desolate city was finally complete. Next, it was time for its citizens to focus on their cultivation. Immediately, Lu Daosheng returned everyone to the new desolate city. Snap! Lu Daosheng snapped his fingers, and instantly, everyone came to their senses. Why do I feel kinda weird? Whoa, suddenly feeling refreshed and invigorated. Holy crap! How did the city lord's mansion suddenly get so many trees? Not just trees, there are towers everywhere too. The recovered inhabitants of the desolate city exclaimed in unison. Gazing at the city before them, familiar yet strangely unfamiliar, they were all filled with astonishment and doubt. Yet in the next instant, waves of energy surged forth from their bodies. They had broken through. Indeed, in this environment, even without deliberate cultivation, everyone's cultivation levels began to soar rapidly. The tree of life, the primordial chaos tree within any great world, the mere presence of either would trigger earth-shattering changes, making cultivation twice as effective for all living beings. And now, within the wasteland city alone, there were several such trees. They could break through even while lying down asleep. Feeling their cultivation breakthrough, everyone immediately halted their tasks and crossed their legs to sit on the ground. Within the city lord's mansion. Beside Lu Daosheng, Gu Chen stared in stunned disbelief at the unfolding scene. With his keen eyesight, he could clearly see that this was no longer the desolate city of before. The newly appeared ancient trees and pagodas before him dazzled his eyes. Lord City Master, what have you done? Gu Chen stammered. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng chuckled and said, nothing much. Just rebuilt the desolate city and added a few things. You call that nothing? That tree, if he wasn't mistaken, was the damn tree of life. Wasn't that the legendary treasure of heaven and earth? Its true location remains unknown to this day. Back then, he'd only managed to get his hands on a single branch of the tree of life by sheer luck. Holy! That's the ancient tree of enlightenment. Spotting the ancient tree radiating the aura of the great Tao in another direction, Gu Chen blurted out a curse. What he was witnessing now was completely overturning his understanding. Gu Chen immediately pinched his thigh hard. Ouch, I'm not dreaming. Lord City Master, are you the creator god? Gu Chen stared at Lu Daosheng, his voice trembling with disbelief. All these legendary entities appeared in one place besides the creator god. He couldn't imagine anyone else capable of such a feat. Seeing Gu Chen's wide-eyed, unworldly expression, Lu Daosheng scratched his nose and chuckled. I'm not the creator god. I'm just an ordinary person with a bit more background than most. This is an ordinary person? Gu Chen took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to punch Lu Daosheng. He bowed his head and said, Lord Mayor, I, Gu Chen, have never bowed to anyone in my life. But now, Lord Mayor, I bow to you. At that moment, a sharp crack echoed from within Gu Chen's body. After stagnating at the great Emperor realm for nearly a million years, Gu Chen finally took another step forward. He ascended to the heavenly Emperor realm. Chapter 9, The Era of Universal Cultivation. Instantly, Gu Chen's aura surged violently. Waves of heavenly Emperor-level pressure poured forth from his body like a tidal wave. Within moments, the expressions of everyone within the entire wasteland city changed drastically. Where he stood, Gu Chen paused in surprise before bursting into hearty laughter. He glanced up at the sky, then turned to say, City Lord, thank you for your trouble. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng smiled and waved his hand. Instantly, a gaping hole appeared in the sky above the wasteland city. Go! Thank you, City Lord. In the next instant, Gu Chen shot skyward, soaring into the void. Simultaneously, the entire Tianxian world began to hum with a profound resonance. Countless ancient beings, dormant in seclusion, were startled awake by this extraordinary phenomenon. As they witnessed the essence of the great Tao within the void of the Tianxian world converging relentlessly toward a single point, their expressions turned utterly horrified. Someone was about to attain the heavenly Emperor realm? How could this be possible? How many eons had it been since the Tianxian world last produced a heavenly emperor? After the initial shock, tears welled up in the eyes of those ancient beings. It turned out the Tianxian world hadn't fallen into ruin after all. Their world could still cultivate a heavenly emperor. With just a fleeting sense, they pinpointed the location of the mysterious powerhouse attaining the heavenly emperor realm. It lay in the direction of the wasteland state. Without hesitation, the venerable elders gathered their families and precious treasures, setting off toward the wilderness. Meanwhile, the multitude of other cultivators, witnessing yet another extraordinary phenomenon emerging from the wasteland state, were instantly struck with awe. Not long ago, a vision of a colossal city radiating supreme energy had suddenly appeared in their minds. They could faintly discern an ancient plaque above the city gates inscribed with the words Wasteland City. Now, such an extraordinary phenomenon had appeared again in the direction of the wasteland state. including the earlier illusory ice phoenix, all had originated from there. Without a doubt, a tremendous upheaval was unfolding in the Wasteland province. Those cultivators who had initially remained inactive immediately began racing toward the direction of the Wasteland state without pause. Those who had already set out accelerated their pace even further. This was an opportunity. It must be an opportunity for their Tianxian world. Above the desolate city at this moment. After an unknown span of time, the aura of the Great Dao finally began to slowly dissipate, while Gu Chen's own aura reached its highest peak in history. Within the desolate city under such circumstances, attaining the status of Heavenly Emperor was indeed remarkably straightforward. Of course, this was also due to Gu Chen's profound foundations. Over 1,000,000 years atop the abyss of evil gods was no simple matter of slumber. Add to that the essence of the demonic forces left behind, which Lu Daosheng had bestowed entirely upon Gu Chen even without the present-day Wasteland City. It was only a matter of time before Gu Chen attained the status of Celestial Emperor. Above the void, Gu Chen slowly opened his eyes. With a slight exertion of force, countless cracks instantly appeared across the entire expanse of space. Feeling his current power, Gu Chen let out a smile he hadn't shown in ages. Then, as if remembering something, his form trembled and instantly returned to the Wasteland City. City Lord. Seeing Lu Daosheng again, Gu Chen's heart trembled once more. He had now reached the Heavenly Emperor realm, his strength immeasurably greater than before, yet he still couldn't discern the slightest trace of Lu Daosheng's power. Back in the abyss of the evil god, he had assumed Lu Daosheng was merely a Heavenly Emperor realm powerhouse at most, someone slightly above that realm. But now, Gu Chen knew his own limitations. Without delay, Gu Chen bowed deeply before Lu Daosheng. Lord City Master, from this day forward, I, Gu Chen, pledge my eternal loyalty to you and shall serve the Wasteland City. Such a figure was more than worthy of his allegiance. Without Lu Daosheng, his fate would have been to sit in meditation until death at the bottom of the demon god abyss. Besides, with such a pleasant place to be, what reason did he have to leave? Hearing this, Lu Daosheng smiled faintly and said, very well. Just make sure you teach my daughter well, don't corrupt her. Gu Chen nodded solemnly. Rest assured, City Lord. From this day forward, I shall treat Shui as my own daughter. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Lu Shui's voice rang out from afar. My dearest father. Lu Shui came running over in a panic, throwing herself into Lu Daosheng's arms. Seeing Lu Shui, Lu Daosheng's face immediately softened into a loving smile. He ruffled her hair and asked, Xiao Shui, what's the matter? Lu Shui lifted her head, her eyes brimming with hurt. Dad, you've kept this from me for so long. Is this mess in the Wasteland City you're doing? Hearing this, Lu Daosheng nodded, though he didn't quite understand her meaning. Yes, it was your father who did it. Hearing this, Lu Shui snorted softly. This isn't just about being an unparalleled powerhouse, father. You? What? Father, you wouldn't happen to be one of those legendary saints, would you? A sage that was a legendary existence, the mightiest being she could conceive of. Beside them, Gu Chen chuckled at her words. Xueqing, stop teasing your father. Teasing? What's wrong with that? Lu Shui immediately restrained herself upon seeing Gu Chen, though her face still wore a pout of grievance. Seeing Lu Shui like this, both Lu Daosheng and Gu Chen burst into hearty laughter. Xiao Shui, your father is far stronger than any so-called sage. But by how much? That he couldn't say. Even before he attained the status of Heavenly Emperor, he could have easily outmatched any saint. Not to mention Lu Daosheng, who was countless times stronger than himself. Above the sage stood the Sage King, above the Sage King was the Quasi-Emperor, and only above the Quasi-Emperor was the Great Emperor. Hearing this, Lu Shui's little mouth gaped wide, her face brimming with utter disbelief. Her father was actually stronger than a saint. At that moment, Lu Daosheng spoke. Shuer, from now on, you must diligently cultivate under your master, Gu Chen. Your father will be away for a while. Ha? Father, where are you going? Seeing Lu Shui's reaction, Lu Daosheng smiled helplessly. I'm just going out for a while. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Oh, alright then. But hurry back, okay? Alright, don't worry. You're my only precious daughter, how could I ever abandon you? Hearing this, Lu Shui instantly broke into a sweet smile. Beside them, Gu Chen hesitated. Lord City Master, you. Lu Daosheng waved his hand dismissively. You two just focus on your cultivation. Huancheng won't be disturbed now. Understood, City Lord. I will guide Shui's cultivation diligently. Xiao Shui, you two listen to your master Gu Chen. Mei Chem, got it, Dad. With that, Gu Chen vanished from the spot, carrying Lu Shui with him. At the spot, Lu Daosheng shook his head. The next moment, Lu Daosheng's figure appeared above the desolate city, magnified countless times over. Upon seeing Lu Daosheng, the people of the Wasteland City erupted in cries of astonishment. The City Lord! It's the City Lord! Lord City Master, what on earth is happening? Lord Mayor! Quick, tell us this is all you're doing. Hearing the cheers of the crowd, Lu Daosheng smiled faintly. Everyone, calm down. Yes, I did all of this. At these words, the people of the wasteland city erupted in cheers. The city lord is awesome. At that moment, Lu Daosheng raised his hand, and the crowd fell silent. Moving forward, everyone must dedicate themselves to cultivation. With the resources we now possess, I believe our wasteland city can stand toe-to-toe with any power outside these walls. Rest assured, Lord City Master. With these resources, this oldly will break through to the spirit condensation realm sooner or later. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng's expression turned slightly awkward. That ambition was a bit too lofty. He recalled that this was Oldly, the butcher in town. His wild boar meat was the most fragrant in the entire city. After all, he was the only butcher in the entire wasteland city. Lu Daosheng had been a frequent customer. Chapter 10, Lu Daosheng's Departure. Hearing Old Li's words, a young man with slightly broader horizon sneered, "Uncle Li, merely cultivating to the spirit condensation realm won't suffice. Given the current environment, I reckon even breaking through to the divine palace realm wouldn't be cause for concern." This man was Zhang Chang, son of Old Zhang from the noodle shop. Old Zhang had once spent a fortune sending him out for training, hoping to broaden his horizons. Thus, Zhang Chang knew things most wasteland city residents were unaware of, including the existence of the divine palace realm, far more powerful than the spirit condensation realm. Hearing this, Old Li's face fell. "You little brat, you've really grown a pair." Instantly, everyone burst into laughter. "Alright, everyone, just do your best from here on out. Don't waste these resources." At that moment, Lu Daosheng spoke slowly. Hearing Lu Daosheng's words, the crowd immediately stopped. "Rest assured, Lord Mayor. We've worked hard for this opportunity, we wouldn't dare waste it." "That's right, Lord Mayor. We absolutely won't let you down." The group responded in unison. Hearing these assurances, Lu Daosheng nodded with satisfaction and departed. Back at the city lord's residence. In an instant, every person within the residence materialized before Lu Daosheng. They paused in surprise, then bowed in unison upon seeing Lu Daosheng. "City Lord." Lu Daosheng hummed in acknowledgement, his gaze turning to Awei. Ever since Lu Daosheng became city lord, Awei had remained by his side, utterly loyal. Now, having reached the terrifying realm of heaven's mandate, he could see through people's hearts. He had expected there might be one or two troublemakers within his city lord's residence. Yet at a glance, he found nothing but unwavering loyalty. It seemed he had been judging others by his own petty standards. "How many years have you all served in the city lord's residence?" Lu Daosheng inquired. Hearing this, everyone answered honestly. 16 years. 13 years. 9 years. 30 years. Lu Daosheng looked at the old man who had answered 30 years. His name was Jiang Yuan, the only person who had remained in the desolate city's lord's residence after the old lord's passing. Lu Daosheng respected him, so he appointed him as the steward of the city lord's residence. Over the years, he had served the residents with utmost dedication, which also allowed him to live a carefree life. Originally, the old man's lifespan was nearly exhausted. Yet now, in these circumstances, this veteran of the wasteland city lord's residence seemed to have found a second spring. Merely lingering beneath the tree of life for a brief moment caused his lifespan to steadily increase. "Old Jiang, you've worked tirelessly all these years." Lu Daosheng looked at Jiang Yuan and smiled faintly. Hearing this, old Jiang was flattered and taken aback, hastily replying, "Lord City Master, this old servant dares not accept such praise." Lu Daosheng merely smiled at this and said nothing more. Next, Lu Daosheng turned his gaze back to Awei. This man was his right-hand man, the most trustworthy person outside his own family. Now, he intended to personally cultivate every member of his city lord's mansion. "Next, I will take you to a place where countless opportunities await. How much you gain depends entirely on your own efforts." Hearing this, everyone nodded in unison. "Thank you, Lord City Master, for granting us this opportunity." They knew the current city lord was no longer the same as before. Though they didn't know exactly what had happened, it didn't matter. What mattered was that their desolate city was about to prosper. In the next instant, the group vanished from their original spot. Lu Daosheng gazed at the figures within his palm-sized world and smiled with satisfaction. A man of his caliber could effortlessly create a world with his bare hands. Therefore, Lu Daosheng had no intention of wasting this world. Within his own world, everything was under his control. Thus, Lu Daosheng had also arranged numerous legendary treasures from the system store within his palm world. They were in no way inferior to those found within the wasteland city. After all, this was prepared for his trusted confidants, it couldn't be too casual. After preparing these arrangements, Lu Daosheng cast one final glance at the current wasteland city. Satisfied that nothing had been overlooked, he promptly turned and departed. He intended to forge the wasteland city into the mightiest power, a colossal city that would stand the test of time. That person was indispensable. Previously, the entire wasteland city and the city lord's mansion combined didn't even have 100 people. For a supreme power to lack personnel would be utterly disgraceful. Even if he was exceptionally powerful, he couldn't possibly handle everything personally. Thus, Lu Daosheng resolved to venture beyond the city walls to seek out promising talents for cultivation. This was the purpose behind Lu Daosheng's temporary departure from Wasteland City. Meanwhile, outside the Wasteland City, countless cultivators with formidable auras had now completely surrounded the Wasteland City. Yet no matter how fiercely they attacked, none of their methods could breach the protective membrane shielding the city. All they could do was peer through the protective barrier at the vague outline of a massive city within. A faint, brilliant golden light shone from within. Who can tell this old man what the hell is going on? A sudden shout erupted from within the crowd, emanating from an old man. Hearing this, someone was about to retort when they instantly sensed the old man's aura, that of the Divine Palace Realm. Divine Palace Realm. That was the pinnacle of power in the Tianqian world. No way, no way. Elder, we are all newcomers here. We know little about this mysterious city. At that moment, a young man dressed in luxurious attire spoke politely. Hearing this, the old man snorted coldly. Who is in charge here? How could no one know about such a colossal city appearing out of nowhere? Indeed, surely the person in charge here must know. The group instantly realized this and began searching. As the saying goes, many hands make light work. Before long, a timid-looking middle-aged man was pushed forward before the crowd. Seeing the man, the old man frowned slightly. You're the person in charge of this area. In other words, the strongest individual in this area. After all, even if the Wasteland City was barren, it wasn't lawless territory. Yet this man possessed only peak void-breaking realm cultivation, drawing a wave of contempt from the crowd. Truly a wild and untamed land. The middle-aged man gave a wry smile. Senior, I'm afraid I don't know much either. There was indeed a city here once, called the Wasteland City. But it was small and dilapidated, nothing like this mysterious colossal city before us. Beyond that, I'm truly in the dark. All present were cultivators from major regions, and those with higher cultivation than him were everywhere. The man who had been arrogant and domineering in the Wasteland province trembled in fear. As for this suddenly appearing mysterious colossal city before them, he had absolutely no clue what was going on. Just then, someone suddenly exclaimed, I remember now. This mysterious giant city, it seems to be called Wasteland City. Hearing this, the crowd instantly recalled. A wave of shock swept through them. The image of that mysterious colossal city flashed through their minds, a sight known to all. With just a moment's recollection, the two characters above the city gate echoed in their minds. Desolate city. And now this fellow claimed that a city named Wasteland had once stood here. It was hard not to wonder if the two cities were connected. Could this be that city? But didn't that guy say the original Wasteland City was small and dilapidated? Hey, do you remember who the original lord of that Wasteland City was? Hearing this, the middle-aged man paused, then replied, I remember. I remember. Oh? Then tell us quickly. Everyone turned their gaze toward the middle-aged man. If they knew who the lord was, perhaps it would provide some clue. The middle-aged man paused to think, about to speak, but the next moment, he froze. Who was the lord of the Wasteland City again? Damn it, why can't I remember all of a sudden? He was genuinely startled. There were only a handful of cities in his territory, and he knew every city lord by name. Even though he only visited Wasteland City every few years, he would never forget its ruler's name. Yet now, no matter how hard he tried to recall, every bit of information about the Wasteland City lord had vanished from his mind. As for the ruler's appearance, he knew absolutely nothing. Seeing the middle-aged man frozen in place, some of the others immediately frowned. You said you remembered? Trying to pull a fast one on us, huh? Hearing this, the middle-aged man nearly collapsed to his knees, his face turning as grim as if he'd swallowed something foul. Honored elders, aye. Enough. At that moment, a beautiful woman suddenly spoke up. The crowd turned to see her face and gasped in unison. The island mistress of Tian'in Island. She's here too. Tian'in Island, an island near Huangzhou. Though geographically close to Huangzhou, the island's resources and wealth stood in stark contrast to the mainland. Tian'in Island stands as one of the foremost powers in the Tianqian world. Its ruler, Mu Tian'in, possessed the cultivation level of the Life Union realm, standing at the pinnacle of cultivators in the Tianqian world and towering above all others. She is also the only openly acknowledged Life Union realm powerhouse present at this gathering. After all, who could guarantee that other Life Union realm powerhouses weren't observing from the shadows? Upon seeing Mu Tian'in, the island's ruler, the crowd bowed in unison. We have met the lord of Tian'in Island. Senior Tian'in, this lad claimed to remember just moments ago, yet now he remains silent. Is he not blatantly mocking us? At that moment, someone spoke up. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement, clearly annoyed. After all, they had journeyed all the way to the Wasteland province, only to find themselves barred from even entering the gates upon arrival. A thread of anger now ran through each of their hearts. Realms, Shi cultivation, innate, spirit master, breaker of void, spirit condensation, split soul, divine palace, life union, sage, holy king, near emperor, great emperor, heavenly emperor, Dao realm, ancient realm, unknown realm. Chapter 11, The Ji family arrives. Just then, a foul stench suddenly filled the air. They looked over to see the middle-aged man had actually wet himself in fear. Seeing this, Mu Tiannin's brows furrowed slightly. With a wave of her hand, the middle-aged man vanished from his spot. He'd been tossed out. He wasn't trying to trick you, he genuinely couldn't remember. Mu Tiannin explained slowly. Hearing this, the crowd withdrew their looks of contempt and disdain, their expressions now filled with confusion. Senior Tiannin, what do you mean? Is this fellow's memory that poor? As cultivators, their memory shouldn't be too poor. Could he really have forgotten even his own name? Mu Tiannin continued, her voice steady. This isn't his fault. It's the master of this city. The ruler of this city has likely reached unimaginable heights. Without his permission, everything about him and others' memories can even be erased. Hearing this, the crowd froze in place. Could it be that terrifying? In an instant, some began to entertain thoughts of retreat. If they went in, they might not even know how they died. In that case, Senior Tiannin, are you suggesting the ruler of that previous city is the same as this one? A quick-witted individual asked in astonishment. But Mu Tiannin only stared intently at the colossal city before them, saying nothing more. Instantly, the others sensed the mood and fell silent. But just sit here like this? They had come all this way, they couldn't just slink away like this. Just then, a hearty laugh echoed through the air. Ha 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 ha. Since this mysterious giant city has appeared here, it surely isn't meant for us to merely gaze at it. I suspect now is simply not the right time for its gates to open. Therefore, this young master intends to expand the structures around the city's perimeter, awaiting the day its gates shall open. The crowd turned to see a dapper young nobleman dressed in luxurious robes, a feather fan in hand. It's young Master Ji. Young Master Ji? Which young Master Ji? Are you stupid? There's only one young Master Ji in the entire Tianqian world. Ji Shengkai, the only son of the Ji family patriarch. The Ji family, moreover, was the wealthiest clan in the entire Tianqian world, with their business interests spanning every corner of the realm. His exact strength remains unknown, but it's common knowledge that he's incredibly wealthy, extremely wealthy. As the future heir of the Ji family, Ji Shengkai possessed exceptional business acumen. Shortly after arriving here, he sensed a tremendous business opportunity. Now, members of his family were streaming in here in droves. Upon hearing young Master Ji's words, the crowd paused in surprise before silently nodding in agreement. Had it been anyone else, they would have dismissed it outright. This godforsaken place? No matter how well you build it, we won't live here. But the Ji family was different. Everyone knew the Ji family's power. They could transform this barren, spirit energy-deprived wasteland into a cultivation paradise. If the Ji family wanted it, they could make it happen. Young Master Ji, need any help? I'm in. A man stepped forward cheerfully. Hearing this, Ji Shengkai gave a light flick of his feather fan, raising an eyebrow slightly. Oh? Wanna work for me? Just so you know, I'm not exactly rolling in cash these days, so pay will be pretty meager. Hearing this, the man remained cheerful. No problem, young Master Ji. I don't need wages. Just give me a flat when it's built. Cough. Ji Shengkai was instantly speechless. Looking at the smiling man before him, he felt utterly powerless for the first time. Why the hell don't you just go rob someone? Forcing back his frustration, Ji Shengkai snorted coldly, turned his head away, and said, "We'll discuss this matter another time." He dared not reveal his plans prematurely now, lest he end up with less money in the end. Yet the man seemed utterly fearless, persistently stepping closer until he stood directly before Ji Shengkai. Young Master Ji, you really ought to give this serious thought. It's just one apartment, I don't see it as such a big deal. Hearing this, Ji Shengkai's brow furrowed. Did he really think he was easygoing? I couldn't care less about debating with you. Guards! Take him away. In the next instant, two powerful figures with profound auras appeared beside Ji Shengkai. Divine Palace Realm. Having two Divine Palace Realm experts guarding him clearly showed Ji Shengkai's status. Holy crap, is that guy genuinely stupid or just pretending? He's so bold. Probably just blinded by greed. Overwhelmed? Who's overwhelmed? However, the scene of him being thrown out remained unseen. Instead, the scene before them left everyone utterly speechless. The two Divine Realm experts beside Ji Shengkai now stared fixedly ahead, their faces drained of color, bodies tense, sweat pouring down like rain. You. Ji Shengkai's face now betrayed a hint of fear as his body steadily retreated backward. How could this unassuming fellow possess such terrifying aura? In the next instant, the figure before Ji Shengkai shifted, instantly transforming into a slightly comical old man. Youngster of the Ji family, I advise you to seriously consider that earlier proposal. Otherwise. Seeing the old man's true face, Ji Shengkai's expression turned horrified. He was. Who was he again? For a moment, the sheer tension overwhelmed Ji Shengkai, leaving him unable to recall the identity of the man before him. Below, however, Mu Tiannin's expression changed drastically upon seeing the old man's face. You're Chen Ghost? At Mu Tiannin's startled cry, Everyone froze, then instantly began retreating backward, their faces etched with horrified expressions. Chen Ghost, a figure from 100,000 years ago. A petty villain who held no sense of justice, yet he had ascended to the Fate Union realm, becoming one of the pinnacle figures in the Tianxian world. Later, he vanished from the world's sight. Everyone assumed he was dead. Unexpectedly, he was still alive. At the mention of Chen Ghost's name, Ji Xingcai's face paled. He knew Chen Ghost all too well. Though his own clan had nothing to fear, he wasn't within his clan's protection now. Moreover, who could say whether such a figure might involve the forces behind him? Senior Chen Ghost, this junior has failed to recognize a mountain when standing before it. Ji Shenkai hurriedly bowed, tears welling up in his eyes. For someone like this, forget one apartment, he'd gladly give away an entire building. Senior, once this junior has completed the apartment, I will arrange it for you immediately. Huh, is that so? But I've changed my mind, I want 10 units now. Chen Gui coldly remarked, observing Ji Shenkai trembling slightly before him. At those words, Ji Shenksai's face turned ashen. Sure enough, this old man wasn't one to stay quiet. Well. Just as Ji Shenkai was about to give in, a cold voice suddenly rang out from the void. Ghost Chen, my Ji family isn't so easily bullied. Boom! Instantly, a terrifying aura swept down from the heavens. The next moment, beneath the horrified gazes of the crowd, space itself cracked open. A phantom-like figure of a middle-aged man slowly stepped out from within. Life-merging realm. Father, you finally arrived. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, Ji Shenkai immediately cried out in lament. This middle-aged man was Ji Xingcai's father, the head of the Ji family. Ji Wuhui. One of the top masters in the Tianxian world. Seeing Ji Wuhui himself arrive in person, a hint of apprehension flashed deep in Chen Ghost's eyes. Heh, you sure are protective of your own. Above the void, Ji Wuhui stared coldly at Chen Ghost, saying nothing. After a long silence, Chen Ghost sneered coldly and turned to Ji Shenkai. Kid, don't forget about that apartment of mine. With that, Chen Ghost vanished from the spot. Seeing Chen Ghost depart, the others breathed a sigh of relief. If these two life-merging realm experts started fighting here, they'd have no choice but to run. Fortunately, Chen Ghost had backed down. After all, Chen Ghost was just one man, while Ji Wuhui represented an entire faction. Starting a conflict now would bring Chen Ghost absolutely no benefit. Father. Seeing Ji Wuhui approaching him, Ji Shenkai offered a bitter smile. It's fine. It's just one apartment. Compared to your safety, what's 10 apartments worth? Hearing this, Ji Xingcai's eyes instantly reddened. His father was truly the best. The onlookers watched this heartwarming scene unfold, grinding their teeth in frustration. Why wasn't this their own father? This young Master Ji really knew how to choose his birth. Ji Shenkai was Ji Wuhui's late-in-life son, and his only child at that. He was the apple of everyone's eye. Everyone knew this well. Chapter 12, City Expansion Plans. Elder Ji, regarding the expansion your son mentioned earlier? Someone addressed Ji Wuhui, who sat above. Hearing this, Ji Wuhui turned to glance at his son before replying in a calm tone, what Shenkai says is what I say. Hearing this, the crowd's breathing grew noticeably ragged. They could envision that in the coming period, this place would undergo earth-shattering changes. After all, this was the Ji family. If it had only been young Master Ji before, the true powerhouses among them wouldn't have taken it too seriously. After all, despite his exalted status within the Ji clan, Ji Shenkai was not the true decision-maker. But now, Ji Wuhui had spoken. That changed everything. Head of the Ji clan, regarding the city expansion, though your clan is vast and powerful, I imagine you'll encounter some difficulties. Tianyin Island is willing to join the alliance. As thoughts swirled through the crowd, Mu Tianyin suddenly spoke up. Instantly, all eyes turned to Mu Tianyin. She stood there, smiling, her gaze fixed upon Ji Wuhui in the sky above. What is Senior Mu Tianyin up to? No matter how powerful Tianyin Island is, could it possibly be on par with the Ji family? Though Mu Tianyin and Ji Wuhui both stood at the Fate Union realm, the Ji family's influence nearly spanned the entire Tianxian world. Tianyin Island, however, was merely renowned within a specific region. To join the alliance, one would need to be a powerhouse at least on par with the Ji family. Everyone expected Mu Tianyin to be turned away, but to their surprise, Ji Wuhui nodded in agreement. Agreed. You may discuss the matter directly with my son. Hearing this, Mu Tianyin's smile broadened. Then I'm deeply grateful to the Ji family head. He agreed just like that? What's going on? Beside Ji Wuhui, Ji Shenkai also stared blankly at his father. Father, why? The Ji family was one of the top powers in the entire Tianxian world. No matter how strong Tianyin Island was, it was still just a slightly stronger local faction. How could it possibly be worthy of partnering with their family? Who didn't know how lucrative this deal was? Haven't you seen how Chen Ghost was willing to risk offending the Ji family just to secure a property? Yet now, this lucrative opportunity was being handed over to Tianyin Island so easily. For profit. That girl's background isn't simple. Just remember, don't provoke her too much, but don't go out of your way to appease her either. If possible, you could try to win her over. Ha! Ji Xingsai's face turned pale with shock at his father's words. The feather fan in his hand dropped to the floor. He never imagined that Mu Tianin, the island master of Tianin Island, possessed such a heart-stopping background. Even his own father had to give her face. And crucially, his father was actually instructing him to win over Mu Tianin. Ji Shenkai turned his head to look at Mu Tianin in the distance. After a moment of scrutiny, Ji Shenkai fell silent. Her looks were undeniably stunning, though she seemed a bit older than him. But the older she was, the better she tasted, right? Wait, what was he thinking? Why would he need to pursue her? Just then, as if sensing Ji Xingsai's gaze, Mu Tianin abruptly turned her head. Their eyes locked, and sparks seemed to fly. Ahem! Ji Shenkai cleared his throat twice, quickly turning his head away to hide his embarrassment, though his handsome face still flushed slightly. Shenkai, what do you think? Seeing Ji Xingsai's reaction, Ji Wuhui raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement in his voice. Hearing this, Ji Shenkai composed himself and quickly replied, Father, I still wish to prioritize my career. Let's not speak of this matter. At this, Ji Wuhui flashed a meaningful smile, patted Ji Xingsai's shoulder, and said no more. Far away, Mu Tianin frowned slightly. Was that brat from the Ji family just staring at me? Could he possibly still hold a grudge? It's just some real estate, is that really worth it? If this lady wanted to, she could easily have the entire Huangzhou region in her pocket. After a brief lull, several bold and wealthy individuals stepped forward to inquire. Young Master Ji, may I reserve some of the properties here for advance purchase once they're completed? Young Master Ji, I'd like to pre-purchase as well. Me too, Mr. Ji. And me. Instantly, several people rushed forward, as if afraid they might miss out. Seeing this, the others grew anxious. At that moment, they all regretted not bringing enough money. After a moment's hesitation, those with funds rushed forward, while those without hurried home to fetch cash. Everyone, this property is indeed available for pre-purchase. However, the pre-sale price may be a bit higher. Seeing their eagerness, Ji Shenkai was overjoyed and quickly interjected. Mr. Ji, you're being too formal. We can certainly afford the price of a property. Exactly. Mr. Ji, don't keep us in suspense. Very well. Since that's the case, I'll be straightforward. The price is 1 million spirit stones per unit. Put. Suddenly, everyone was completely dumbfounded. This. Mr. Ji, isn't this a bit too high? At 1 million per set, they had originally planned to start with 10 sets. But at 1 million per set, each of them could only afford 2 at most. Yet Ji Shenkai merely smiled faintly at the crowd before him. Not expensive at all. Not a bit. You must understand, the properties in the city we Ji family build are absolutely worth every penny. We deal fairly with everyone, young and old alike. At this, the crowd fell silent. Still, someone spoke up, 1 million per unit is simply too expensive. Young Master Ji, if you won't lower the price even slightly, I'll have to pass. A strategic retreat. This man was clever, but alas, he still underestimated the future heir of the Ji family. Lowering the price is out of the question. If you don't want to buy, I can only express my regret. If you won't buy it, there are plenty of others who will. I don't need you. You. The man was momentarily speechless, at a loss for words. Young Master Ji, reserve 2 sets for me first. Immediately, a storage ring was handed to Ji Shenkai. Ji Shenkai glanced at it and immediately broke into a satisfied smile. Some recognized him as a prominent figure from Qingzhou, whose family assets rivaled those of major factions. With one person placing a pre-order, the others could no longer hold back and rushed forward. No need to rush. We're just getting started, there's enough for everyone. Watching from afar, the man who had previously adopted a strategy of feigned retreat now wore a grim expression. After a moment's hesitation, he gathered his belongings and stepped forward to make his pre-purchase. Thus, the Ji family secured the contract for the expansion of the mysterious giant city. Soon, the Ji family commenced construction. Countless cultivators carved mountains to build the city, while top-grade spirit veins were transported from other provinces. Within mere days, the spiritual energy near this desolate city grew thick and potent. This clearly demonstrated the Ji family's extraordinary strength. Ji family, our celestial immortal sect wishes to join the city expansion project. My moon god sect wishes to participate as well. And my war sect shall join as well. As the scale of the city expansion grew ever larger, several major factions swiftly came forward to join the effort. Without question, these factions were all on par with the Ji family, powerful entities that held significant influence throughout the entire Tianxian world. After deliberation, the Ji clan agreed to their participation. Refusal would likely provoke a united front against them. After all, the Ji clan had never intended to undertake the entire city expansion alone. With these factions joining forces, the expansion would become considerably easier. Chapter 13, The Gate of Rebirth, The New World? Meanwhile, in an unfamiliar starry sky, a man with an eerie figure walked slowly, carrying a massive stone tablet on his back. In bold characters, it bore the words, "Seeking Defeat." The next moment, the man halted and slowly raised his head to look ahead. Before him, another figure had appeared out of nowhere. It was none other than our protagonist, Lu Daosheng. This place was now incredibly distant from the Tianxian world. Even for a great emperor-level powerhouse, reaching here would likely take 10,000 years. Lu Daosheng patiently studied the man before him. As for strength, there was no question. He was undoubtedly the strongest opponent Lu Daosheng had encountered on his journey thus far. An unknown realm powerhouse. Seeking defeat? What is your name? Lu Daosheng spoke. Boom! The colossal stone tablet crashed to the ground. In an instant, the entire starry sky began to shatter inch by inch. It was unimaginable how heavy this monument truly was. You're dead. You have no right to know my name. Whoosh! A flash of sword light erupted as an incredibly sharp blade materialized from nowhere, piercing straight toward Lu Daosheng's chest. As the blade neared piercing Lu Daosheng's chest, the eerie man's eyes remained utterly unruffled, as if he had just performed the most trivial of tasks. Yet the next moment, he froze. Clang! Two fingers effortlessly clamped down on the blade, holding it fast. No matter how hard the man strained, he couldn't budge it an inch. Witnessing this, the man's expression shifted to one of shock, tinged with a hint of excitement. Now, do I have the privilege of knowing your name? Lu Daosheng asked with a faint smile. After a moment of silence, the man replied, I have no name. Perhaps I once did, but I have long forgotten it. Hearing this, it was Lu Daosheng's turn to be astonished. It seemed this fellow before him truly had some background. Interested in coming with me? The nameless man lifted his head to look at Lu Daosheng. Why should I? The words had barely left his mouth when the long sword shot toward the nameless man's forehead at an indescribable speed. Interested now? Lu Daosheng said with a smile. He always won people over with virtue. You asked to be defeated? Now I'll grant your wish. This time, the nameless man's expression shifted. The sword slowly settled into his hand. After a moment of silence, the nameless man sheathed it, then turned and smashed the stone tablet to smithereens with a single punch. From this day forward, he would no longer seek defeat, nor would he ever need it. What the hell was the point of seeking defeat? I'll follow you. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng smiled with satisfaction, then extended his right hand. The world within his palm materialized. Upon seeing the world within Lu Daosheng's palm, the nameless man's expression turned horrified. A world of such caliber, could it be that the man before him had already taken that step? Filled with doubt, the nameless man stepped directly into the world within the palm. This fellow will remain to guard the city gates. In terms of strength, he was more than sufficient for the task. Lu Daosheng looked up toward the distance, then vanished from his spot. After an unknown span of time, a mysterious heavenly gate suddenly appeared in the distance. Before it, Lu Daosheng halted once more. Gazing at the gate, crafted from an unknown material, Lu Daosheng walked toward it slowly, a hint of regret in his expression. Halt! Just as Lu Daosheng was about to reach the gate, a furious shout erupted. Boom! In the next instant, a terrifying aura surged forth from the gate. In an instant, the entire starry sky began to rumble. Before the heavenly gate, Lu Daosheng's expression remained utterly unchanged as he extended a hand. A middle-aged man clad in tattered battle armor was snatched out of the void by Lu Daosheng. You! 100,000 horses galloped through the middle-aged man's mind at that moment. What the hell kind of powerhouse is this? He couldn't even put up a fight. Gazing at the trembling man in armor before him, Lu Daosheng inquired, What gate is this? Elder, this is the reincarnation gate. It's said to lead to another world. The armored man answered obediently. Gate of rebirth? Lu Daosheng stared at the heavenly gate before him, murmuring to himself. Another world? Why not go take a look? Lu Daosheng then slowly made his way toward the heavenly gate. As for whether it was dangerous, he couldn't care less. Invincible, right? Seeing Lu Daosheng about to open the heavenly gate, the man in battle armor grew frantic. Elder! Don't! Once the heavenly gate is opened, unimaginable consequences will follow. Lu Daosheng merely frowned, yet his stride remained unbroken. Rest assured, I'll bear the consequences alone. But the man in battle armor was at a loss for words. At that moment, several more auras suddenly raced toward this location. If you wish to open the gate of rebirth, you must first get past this old man. You nameless vermin dare to covet the gate of rebirth? Die! Instantly, countless ancient auras swept in from the void. Feeling these auras, the man in battle armor's face lit up with joy. Yet the next moment, he was stunned once more. Lu Daosheng turned, gently pressing his palm downward. Instantly, the several mysterious powerhouses materialized beside the armored man, their aura completely sealed within. 4 figures stood in perfect formation. Creak! All 4 were utterly dumbfounded. Though they wouldn't claim to be the strongest in this entire universe, they were undoubtedly among the most formidable, otherwise, they wouldn't have been assigned to guard the reincarnation gate. Yet now, this man before them could effortlessly suppress them all with a single hand. Could this being be beyond the unknown realm? Such a powerhouse shouldn't be wandering around aimlessly. At that moment, the four of them were utterly disoriented. Yet Lu Daosheng merely glanced back at them indifferently before continuing toward the heavenly gate. There was nothing to be done. Lu Daosheng was simply that curious. Wait, senior. The world beyond the reincarnation gate is perilous beyond measure. That's precisely why our ancestors sealed it away with the gate. You must think this through, senior. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng halted in his tracks. Is it really that hard for me to just go in and take a look? How much do you know about that world? Lu Daosheng asked, turning back. At his question, the four fell silent. How much do they know? They know nothing at all. Those are nothing but legends. Seeing their silence, Lu Daosheng sighed inwardly before continuing on his way. Seeing it with his own eyes would be more reliable. Just then, an elderly man spoke up. Elder, if you go in, there's a strong chance you won't return. Is there no one in this universe you care about? Hearing the old man's words, the three beside him shook their heads. How could such a powerful being have anyone they cared about? Even those like them were already alone in the world. How much more so for someone capable of suppressing them with a single hand? Yet, upon hearing these words, Lu Daosheng halted. No way back? That was unacceptable. His wasteland city was just beginning to flourish. If he left, what would become of it? What about his daughter? Lu Daosheng cast one last, lingering glance at the gate of rebirth before him, then turned away with a sigh of resignation. Left behind, the four stood dumbfounded. The elder had actually left. Who would have thought a powerhouse of his caliber could still have someone he cared about? Truly, life is full of surprises. Just as the four pondered this, four bursts of energy suddenly surged into their bodies. Instantly, shock washed over their faces as powerful surges of energy and vitality began overflowing from their bodies. Simultaneously, they bowed deeply in the direction Lu Daosheng had departed. Thank you, senior. Chapter 14, The Eternal Galaxy, The Eternal Temple. Walking through the unfamiliar star system, Lu Daosheng was still pondering that gate of rebirth. System, is there truly another world beyond that gate of rebirth? Yes. What kind of world is it? A higher level world. There, stronger beings exist. System, my wife is there too, right? This time, the system remained silent. Lu Daosheng fell silent. Having now reached the heavenswell realm, there was no corner of the universe he couldn't reach. Yet now, he couldn't sense even the slightest trace of his wife's presence. There was only one possibility: his wife had left this universe. Host, don't worry. You'll find your wife eventually. This system will assist you. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng shook his head and smiled. Finding his wife or not, it didn't really matter to him. As long as she was still alive. Right now, he still wanted to make his mark. Pushing the matter aside, Lu Daosheng looked up and immediately spotted a new star system. That one seemed to possess considerable strength. At the edge of the eternal galaxy, a massive rift slowly emerged, appearing as though it had been forcibly torn open. In the next instant, Lu Daosheng stepped out from within it. How dare you? Who dares trespass into our eternal galaxy? A furious shout erupted from the battlefield, a wave of hostile energy surging toward Lu Daosheng. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng's brow furrowed slightly. Why are people outside so impolite? Rip. Space split open, revealing an ancient-looking elder in a Taoist robe, emerging slowly. Who gave you the audacity to trespass into my eternal star system? The robed elder spoke coldly. Simultaneously, waves of terrifying pressure poured forth from the old man's body. Witnessing this, Lu Daosheng remained expressionless. Moments later, the old man trailed behind Lu Daosheng, his aura weakened and his face twisted into an awkward grin. Senior, I'm just a gatekeeper in the eternal star system. Please don't mind me. Lu Daosheng nodded. Which faction do you belong to here? I'm with the Eternal Temple, senior. Surely you've heard of us? Never heard of it. The Eternal Temple, the most powerful faction in the Eternal Galaxy, ruling over nearly half the galaxy. All beings tremble at its name. Yet this unfamiliar elder before him had never heard of it. This left him utterly astonished and perplexed. Earlier, he had claimed to be merely a gatekeeper, but that didn't mean he was truly weak, only that he was weak in Lu Daosheng's presence. Placed within the entire Eternal Temple, he would still rank among its top masters. Yet this elder before him had merely waved his hand and pinned him down completely. One could only imagine how powerful Lu Daosheng truly was. Yet such a formidable being knew nothing of their Eternal Temple, had likely never even heard of it. Standing in place, Lu Daosheng released his divine sense. Moments later, it had spread to cover the entire Eternal Star System. It must be said, this place was far more prosperous than the star system belonging to his own Tianxian world. The powerhouses here would likely be able to strike with overwhelming ease if they were to go there. Lu Daosheng looked up toward the distant horizon. There lay the headquarters of the Eternal Temple. At the same moment, deep within the Eternal Temple, a woman in a crimson gown abruptly opened her eyes and looked up. In the next instant, the woman vanished from the hall. At the edge of the Eternal Galaxy, Lu Daosheng suddenly asked, "Is the head of your Eternal Temple a woman?" Hearing this, the elder paused in surprise before chuckling. "Esteemed senior, it seems you are familiar with our Eternal Temple." He even knew the head was female yet claimed to be unfamiliar. It seemed he had overthought things. "I knew it. Who in this world hasn't heard of the Eternal Temple?" Yet Lu Daosheng spoke up, "She seems to be coming this way." "What?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than a woman in a crimson dress abruptly materialized in the arena. "You are not of my eternal star system." The red-robed woman glared at Lu Daosheng coldly. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng smiled politely and replied, "Miss, I come from the Tianxian world. I'm merely passing through this place." Seeing Lu Daosheng's polite demeanor, the red-skirted woman froze, momentarily at a loss for words. She should have been wary and hostile toward Lu Daosheng before her. For between powerful star systems, a peculiar rule exists, preventing communication between them. This is the origin of the star system barrier. Those capable of breaching such barriers were invariably beings of immense power. Who could know the purpose of such a powerful being arriving in her galaxy? Lu Daosheng appraised the red-skirted woman before him. Like the nameless man, she too was of the unknown realm. Such powerhouses were rulers of entire star systems. No wonder the nameless man had sought defeat for so many years. Such beings were not commonplace. Unfortunately, this woman already led her own faction, making it impossible to recruit her into the wasteland city. A small token of appreciation, consider it a welcome gift. Lu Daosheng casually produced a cosmic crystal and presented it to the woman in red. Instantly, the woman in red froze in place. After holding the cosmic crystal in her hand for a moment, she waved her hand, and the robed elder vanished from the spot. "My name is Ouyang Yanqing, Grand Mistress of the Eternal Temple. They all call me the Eternal Goddess." Ouyang Yanqing tucked away the cosmic crystal and offered a slight bow. Her attitude had undergone a complete 180-degree turnaround. She had no choice. This was the most generous person she'd ever encountered. Who hands out cosmic crystals upon first meeting? She had once possessed a fragment the size of her little finger, which she had used during her breakthrough into the unknown realm. Yet now, this stranger had gifted her an entire stone as large as the palm of her hand. She couldn't possibly refuse. Seeing the woman's change in attitude, Lu Daosheng smiled faintly. Money really does work wonders. Years of experience had taught him to be kind and approachable, making friends wherever he went and avoiding enemies. This approach had allowed him to live peacefully for so many years. Even now, when he stood unrivaled across the entire universe, this habit remained unchanged. "My name is Lu Daosheng. I am the Lord of Huangcheng, hailing from the Tianxian world." Hearing this, Ouyang Yanqing's expression grew pensive. Lu Daosheng, Wasteland City, Tianxian world. She hadn't heard of any of them. But from this day forward, she would forever etch these three names into her memory. Noticing Ouyang Yanqing's puzzled look, Lu Daosheng smiled. "It's perfectly understandable that you wouldn't know. My place is very, very far from here. If you're interested, you're welcome to visit me sometime." "Sounds good." "Ha?" Lu Daosheng froze in surprise. "I said yes." Ouyang Yanqing replied with a smile. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng was a bit taken aback. "I was just being polite, but you're actually taking it seriously?" Seeing Lu Daosheng's dazed expression, Ouyang Yanqing chuckled. "What? You weren't just stringing me along, were you?" Hearing this, Lu Daosheng laughed heartily. "A gentleman's word is his bond. Since you want to go, why not let me take you?" But what?" Lu Daosheng smiled faintly. "You must go alone." Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yanqing hesitated only briefly before nodding her agreement. After all, there was nothing pressing at the Eternal Temple now. Going out on a trip wouldn't cause any trouble. Chapter 15, Time flows onward. 300 years have passed. "How do we reach your Tianxian world?" Ouyang Yanqing inquired. Don't you need to prepare?" "No need." Alright then. Hold on a moment." Lu Daosheng spoke, then immediately began remotely activating the spacetime tower within the wasteland city. Instantly, an ethereal spacetime tunnel materialized before Lu Daosheng. "All set." Lu Daosheng smiled. This was one of the spacetime tower's fundamental functions. No matter the distance, as long as they remained within the same plane, he could open a spacetime tunnel across the void. This was precisely why Lu Daosheng could leave the wasteland city without a care. With the spacetime tower in his possession, no one could rob his home. Gazing at the temporal tunnel before them, Ouyang Yanqing asked doubtfully, "Entering this leads to the Xintian world you mentioned?" Opening a spacetime tunnel with her bare hands was something she could do too. It was merely a matter of distance. Though Lu Daosheng was formidable, his abilities shouldn't differ greatly from hers. Therefore, the destination of this spacetime tunnel likely couldn't extend beyond the Eternal Star System. Was Lu Daosheng from the Eternal Star System? Definitely not. Seeing Ouyang Yanqing's puzzled expression, Lu Daosheng sighed helplessly. Rest assured, there's no danger inside. He assumed Ouyang Yanqing feared he was deceiving her. Hearing this, Ouyang Yanqing snorted lightly. Who's afraid? I'll go in if I want to. With that, Ouyang Yanqing stepped straight inside. Seeing this, Lu Daosheng shook his head and smiled, then followed her inside. Meanwhile, in the wasteland city of the Tianxian world. Space split open, and two figures burst forth from the space-time tunnel. Instantly, an indescribable sensation washed over them. In an instant, Ouyang Yanqing froze in place, utterly dumbfounded. Is this heaven? Ouyang Yanqing murmured to herself, gazing at the scene before her. Beside her, Lu Daosheng stood frozen in place. Holy, we're done for. Suddenly, Lu Daosheng whipped his head toward the towering space-time god tower beside him. He saw that the space-time god tower was now constantly emitting an eerie aura. This aura was steadily altering the flow of time within the wasteland city. He had only been gone for about a month, yet nearly 300 years had passed within the wasteland city. System, what's going on? Host, this truly has nothing to do with this system. You authorized all treasures within the wasteland city to activate freely, and the space-time tower is naturally included. Now, it's only natural that the space-time tower would alter the flow of time across the entire city. Hearing the system's response, Lu Daosheng fell silent. For some reason, he now felt a sense of dread. Beside them, Ouyang Yanqing, after a moment of shock, finally managed to regain her composure and turned to look at Lu Daosheng. For a moment, Ouyang Yanqing froze. What's wrong with you? She actually sensed a faint trace of fear emanating from this man. This was something she hadn't anticipated. Wait a moment, this place held so many indescribable treasures of heaven and earth, and she had been brought here by Lu Daosheng. Yet now, Lu Daosheng was displaying signs of fear. Putting all these thoughts together, Ouyang Yanqing's expression shifted slightly. Could she really have been deceived? This place was actually the domain of a terrifying entity. Lu Daosheng had either brought her here to lead her to her death or to frame her. Why else would he show such fear? The thought filled Ouyang Yanqing with fury as she glared at Lu Daosheng. I never imagined you could be so despicable. What? Startled by Ouyang Yanqing's outburst, Lu Daosheng snapped back to reality, looking utterly bewildered. What was this girl talking about? Just as Ouyang Yanqing was about to expose Lu Daosheng's ulterior motives, or rather, her own thoughts, a choked voice suddenly rang out from the side. Father. Hearing that utterly familiar voice, Lu Daosheng's entire body trembled. He then painstakingly turned his head to look. There she stood within the city lord's residence, a woman of breathtaking beauty, clad in a blue dress, her long hair cascading to her waist, her skin as fair as jade. Tears glistened in her eyes as she gazed at him. Visibly, a bone-chilling cold emanated from her surroundings. Fear had indeed manifested. In that instant, Lu Daosheng's heart ached unbearably. This woman was none other than his own daughter, Lu Shui. Shui, father is so sorry for you. This time. Father, don't say any more. I understand. Before Lu Daosheng could finish, Lu Shui wiped away her tears, her tone tinged with coldness. Gazing at the woman in the red dress beside Lu Daosheng, for reasons she couldn't fathom, Lu Shui felt an overwhelming ache in her heart. Father was no longer the father she once knew. She cast a lingering glance at Ouyang Yanqing before turning and walking away. Shui. Lu Daosheng called out urgently, but Lu Shui had already walked away without looking back. Lu Daosheng stood frozen in place. What on earth was going on? Just then, a small hand suddenly poked him in the back. Hey, is that your daughter? Lu Daosheng turned around, his face etched with profound sorrow. Yes. Ouyang Yanqing glanced around before continuing. You said you're the lord of Huangchang. Is this city Huangchang? Yes. Lu Daosheng replied, sounding utterly devoid of hope. Yet Ouyang Yanqing's expression turned horrified. It seemed she had misjudged him and vastly underestimated the man before her. No wonder he'd been so generous. Before these treasures of heaven and earth, a single cosmic crystal was truly insignificant. Lord City Master. At that moment, a figure suddenly materialized before Lu Daosheng. Recognizing the figure, Lu Daosheng gave a wry smile. Gu Chen, it's been a long time. Gu Chen nodded. It has indeed been a long time. Gu Chen's strength had surged dramatically. In such a terrifying environment, it was nearly impossible for him not to progress. Moreover, Gu Chen was no ordinary individual to begin with. Now, he had reached the Dao realm. The Dao realm, a realm utterly unfamiliar to the Tianxian world. For in the Tianxian world, it was impossible for a powerhouse of the Dao realm level to exist. The Dao realm stood above even the heavenly Emperor realm. Lord City Master, who is this? Gu Chen glanced at Ouyang Yanqing beside him and asked calmly. This is merely a friend I recently met outside. A friend? Truly befitting a city lord, Gu Chen could now distinctly sense a chilling, heart-stopping sense of danger emanating from this woman. Her strength far surpassed his own. Instantly, Gu Chen's state of mind shifted dramatically. The inexplicable confidence he'd felt after breaking through to the Dao realm vanished in an instant. Noticing Gu Chen's change, Ouyang Yanqing's expression shifted slightly before she smiled and said, "You're quite impressive." Hearing this, Gu Chen nodded. "Thank you for your praise, senior." This woman was clearly no ordinary person. Addressing her as senior was undoubtedly the right choice. Seeing Gu Chen's unassuming demeanor, Ouyang Yanqing nodded and said nothing more. Meanwhile, Lu Daosheng remained in a state of utter despondency. The thought of having been gone for 300 years made him dread facing Lu Shui. He had told his daughter he'd return in a short while. Ah, what a terrible mistake. Realms, Qi cultivation, innate, spirit master, breaker of void, spirit condensation, soul division, divine palace, life union, sage, holy king, near emperor, great emperor, heavenly emperor, Dao realm, ancient realm, unknown realm. Chapter 16, Task Assignment. Lord City Master, Xiao Shui is likely just upset for the moment. After all, you. At that moment, Gu Chen recalled the incident and spoke up. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng nodded and sighed deeply. This was the first time he had left Lu Shui, and that departure had lasted 300 years. He dared not imagine how his daughter had endured those 3 centuries without him. "Lord Lu, your daughter may have misunderstood." Ouyang Yanqing suddenly interjected with a smile. "HM? What misunderstanding?" Lu Daosheng asked in confusion. "Your daughter must have misjudged me. Tell me, have you ever brought another woman back here?" Recalling the look Lu Daosheng's daughter had given her, Ouyang Yanqing smiled faintly. As a woman, she understood such things well. Upon hearing Ouyang Yanqing's words, Lu Daosheng froze for a moment before suddenly understanding. Smack! Lu Daosheng slapped his forehead. How could he have been so slow to react? No wonder his daughter had treated him this way. It had all been a misunderstanding. Still, after 300 years of absence, it was understandable that his daughter harbored some resentment toward him. After all, even I harbored some resentment deep down when my wife hadn't returned for over a decade and I'm her father. Standing there, Lu Daosheng shook his head. He'd wait until Xiao Shui calmed down before explaining. Beside him, Gu Chen said, "Lord City Master, leave Xiao Shui to me." Hearing this, Lu Daosheng finally let out his first smile since returning. "You've worked hard all these years." Lu Daosheng then handed Gu Chen a cosmic crystal. "This will greatly aid your breakthrough to the next realm." Seeing the cosmic crystal, Gu Chen paused, then immediately replied earnestly, "City Lord, you flatter me. Xiao Shui is my disciple. This is simply my duty." Lu Daosheng nodded in acknowledgement. After exchanging a few more polite words, Gu Chen departed. Standing nearby, Ouyang Yanqing remarked with a hint of envy, "He's only at the Dao realm, and you gave him a cosmic crystal? Isn't that a bit extravagant?" Lu Daosheng didn't respond, but smiled instead. "You were the first guest I ever brought back to Wasteland City. If you like it here, you're welcome to stay longer. Whenever you miss home, just come find me." Understanding the implication, Ouyang Yanqing realized Lu Daosheng had business to attend to. Ouyang Yanqing quickly replied, all right. Go ahead. I'll just explore on my own." Her tone carried a hint of impatience. This environment, she even wanted to stay here forever. Now that the city lord had spoken, she wouldn't hesitate to take advantage of the situation. Seeing this, Lu Daosheng said no more. "Then be careful." With that, Lu Daosheng vanished from the spot. Watching Lu Daosheng depart, Ouyang Yanqing cautiously scanned her surroundings. Satisfied that no terrifying presence lingered, she slowly let a smile spread across her face. "If only this were my eternal temple. So many, which one should I try first?" After a moment's thought, Ouyang Yanqing skipped and hopped her way to the ancient enlightenment tree. It was hard to believe that the Eternal Lord, whose name struck fear into the hearts of all across the eternal star system, had been reduced to this state here. Somewhere in the void above the wasteland city. Lu Daosheng opened a small space with his bare hands. In the next instant, with a wave of his hand, dozens of figures materialized before him. Among them were Awei, guards from the city lord's residence, laborers, the nameless man, and others Lu Daosheng had taken in during his travels. "We greet the city lord." Awei and the others from the city lord's residence bowed respectfully the moment they saw Lu Daosheng. Seeing Awei and the others, Lu Daosheng wore a satisfied smile. "You've all worked hard these past days." Within the world in hand, time flowed differently from the outside world, a deliberate design meant to accelerate their power growth. And now, the results were clearly excellent. At this moment, Awei and the others had all reached the level of at least a saint. Reaching this realm required not only accumulated resources but also ample time. For within the palm world, Awei and the others had already spent 10,000 years. This was the terrifying power of the Heavens Wool realm. Throughout these 10,000 years, Lu Daosheng had periodically offered them guidance. And now, the time had finally come to reap the rewards. Hearing Lu Daosheng's words, Awei and the others felt a slight flush of emotion in their eyes. Every bit of their current achievement was bestowed upon them by their city lord, Lu Daosheng. They understood this truth all too well. Their relentless cultivation was driven by the hope that one day, they could shoulder the city lord's burdens. Surveying the unfamiliar crowd around them, they understood their lord was about to undertake something monumental. Lord City Master, Away spoke first. From this day forward, we will spare no effort in serving you. Away was the first to speak. Behind him, the members of the City Lord's household quickly echoed, City Lord, we too. Seeing Away, who had already reached the quasi-emperor realm, Lu Daosheng felt deeply gratified. In the next instant, a long sword radiating aggressive energy materialized in Lu Daosheng's hand. Instantly, everyone present felt a surge of frenzied energy. Lu Daosheng gently stroked the blade, and it instantly settled into calmness. This blade is called Heaven's Severer. From this day forward, it is yours. Lu Daosheng handed the blade to Away as he spoke. Taking the blade, Away bowed deeply to Lu Daosheng. Thank you, Lord Mayor, for bestowing this blade upon me. Lu Daosheng nodded, then issued a few instructions. From now on, the people of the City Lord's mansion would be responsible for all matters of law and order within the Wasteland City. Anyone who violated their own rules could be executed on the spot. Away was also granted certain privileges, such as recruiting individuals with extraordinary abilities to expand the City Lord's mansion's personnel, all of whom would fall under his direct management. With a wave of his hand, Away and his men departed. Only the powerful geniuses he had recruited from outside remained. Nameless. After a long moment of stunned silence, the nameless man realized he was being addressed. Lord City Master. During his time in the Palm, he had received Lu Daosheng's assistance, enhancing his strength, and he had also learned of Lu Daosheng's identity. The Lord of the Wasteland City, though he still didn't know what the city looked like, was clearly no ordinary place, even to the most casual observer. That palm-sized world alone was beyond his wildest imagination. Studying the nameless man, Lu Daosheng pondered briefly before saying, from now on, why not call yourself Wasteland Keeper? Huang Shou? What does that mean? I want you to become the guardian of my Wasteland City. From this day forward, you shall be its foremost line of defense. After hearing this, the nameless man fell silent for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well. I accept. The nameless man said no more, ultimately accepting the role. After being defeated by Lu Daosheng initially, he had resolved to train relentlessly to overcome him. In truth, that single defeat had dramatically enhanced his strength, extending his path even further. But when he witnessed the world within Lu Daosheng's palm, he finally understood the vast chasm between them. It was too vast, almost impossible to bridge. He couldn't afford to be foolish. He would remain as city guardian. At that moment, another long sword suddenly materialized in Lu Daosheng's hand. Instantly, a torrent of frenzied sword intent surged forth from the blade. This sword possessed a remarkable sentience. This time, Lu Daosheng did not calm the sword but handed it directly to Huang Shou. As he took the sword, Huang Shou's expression changed drastically. Boom! An aura of peak unknown realm power erupted from Huang Shou's body. Feeling Huang Shou's aura, everyone nearby trembled violently, struggling to breathe. Lu Daosheng pressed his hand downward, and only then did the crowd begin to feel somewhat better. Within the city lord's mansion of Huangcheng, Ouyang Yanqing suddenly lifted her head to gaze into the void, her brows slightly furrowed. She had just sensed a heart-stopping presence. This wasteland city truly harbors hidden talents. What a defiant sword. After an unknown period, the wasteland lord finally gained preliminary control over the long sword. Having trained with swords his entire life, he had never encountered such a blade before. The city lord was truly no ordinary man. This sword shall be yours from this day forward. I hope that one day, you will master it completely. Lu Daosheng declared. Hearing this, Huang Shou bowed respectfully. Thank you, Lord City Master, for bestowing this sword upon me. Unless I fall in battle, not a single enemy shall enter the city. Lu Daosheng nodded in acknowledgement. In the next instant, Lu Daosheng waved his hand. The Wasteland Guardian instantly materialized atop the city gates of Wasteland City. Turning to survey the entire desolate city, the Wasteland Guardian froze in shock. This is Huangcheng? Holy crap, I've hit the jackpot. He looked down at the city wall beneath his feet and swung his sword at it. Bang! The Wasteland Guardian was sent reeling backward, his entire arm numb. As for the wall? Barely a faint scratch marred its surface. Staring blankly for a long moment, Huang Shou murmured, does this city really need me to guard it? Chapter 17, Each to their own duty. Before Lu Daosheng, the remaining individuals were all inferior in strength to Urugu. In truth, each of them had been in a state of utter despair when they first encountered Lu Daosheng. There were elderly men nearing the end of their lives, beggars who had nearly starved to death on the streets, and even soldiers about to fall in battle. Without exception, Lu Daosheng had granted them a new lease on life. Thus, their loyalty to Lu Daosheng was unwavering. I intend to forge my own army. Lu Daosheng looked at the crowd before him and stated his intentions directly. To transform the desolate city into an unrivaled powerhouse, possessing formidable strength was essential. Possessing a formidable army was a crucial prerequisite. Hearing this, a man with the bearing of a general stepped forward. His aura radiated the formidable presence of the ancient realm, though having just endured the terrifying pressure of the unknown realm emanating from Huang Shou, the others barely registered it. Above the heavenly emperor realm lay the Dao realm, above the Dao realm lay the ancient realm, and above the ancient realm lay the unknown. Lord City Master, building an army this subordinate can shoulder that burden for you. Lu Daosheng smiled with satisfaction. This was precisely the response he had been waiting for, otherwise, what purpose would there be in sheltering them? He recalled encountering this general-like man in a desolate star system. Back then, that star system lay utterly ruined, its void thick with corpses scattered everywhere. The general-like man stood on the ruins, barely clinging to life, his eyes vacant as they stared into the sky. His nation had fallen, his home destroyed, everyone dead, he alone had survived. Severely wounded and on the brink of death, he had been saved by Lu Daosheng, who granted him a new lease on life. From that day forward, the general pledged his absolute loyalty to Lu Daosheng. Then I shall trouble you. Lu Daosheng smiled faintly, producing a storage ring. Within it lay vast resources enough to forge an invincible army. Taking the storage ring, the man glanced at it and his eyelids twitched violently. This is definitely meant to build an army, not a star fleet? Taking a deep breath, the man knelt on one knee and declared loudly, "Rest assured, City Lord. Your subordinate will not disappoint your expectations." With that, he turned and departed. Watching the man's retreating figure, Lu Daosheng vaguely recalled his name, Yun Qi. Countless years later, this name would become one that struck terror into the hearts of all who heard it, earning him the moniker God of Death. Wherever he went, not a blade of grass remained. Lord City Master, what of us? A man at the quasi-emperor realm level looked at Lu Daosheng with an expectant gaze and spoke up. Everyone else had received their positions, he couldn't just stand by and watch. Who among them didn't want to serve Lu Daosheng now? Hadn't they seen the opportunities offered: divine blades, divine swords, and vast resources? It made their hearts ache with longing. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng turned his gaze toward the quasi-emperor level man. After a moment's thought, he recalled the man's identity. A wanderer drifting through the void realm, unburdened by ties. Yet fate had brought him to Lu Daosheng, whose formidable power had recognized the man's latent potential. Possessing the legendary void body, he could freely traverse the void realm. Once his physique reached perfection, he could even carve out a void realm with his bare hands. Within that realm, one with the void body would be invincible. Of course, unless one possessed power comparable to Lu Daosheng's, capable of shattering an entire void realm with bare hands, defeating him was virtually impossible. Thus, Lu Daosheng brought him back. The condition Lu Daosheng offered was to awaken the void body within him. "And Xing, are you willing to live in darkness?" Lu Daosheng gazed at Xing as he spoke slowly. Hearing this, Xing paused for a moment before nodding resolutely. For the city lord, what does this sacrifice matter? After all, he had spent years wandering the voidlands, already accustomed to living in darkness. Hearing this, those around him all raised their thumbs in admiration. A true role model for us all. Lu Daosheng nodded with satisfaction. The next moment, a strange, pitch-black object flew into Xing's hand. Consume this, and your void body will awaken. By the time you reach the heavenly emperor realm, your void body will be perfected. Gazing at the dark object in his hand, Xing's expression lit up with delight. "Thank you, Lord City Master. Thank you, Lord City Master." Lu Daosheng smiled. "Very well. Next, I wish for you to establish a covert faction within the wasteland city, capable of eliminating all threats before they can take root." Lu Daosheng then handed Xing a storage ring, one that contained unimaginable resources. Taking the storage ring, Xing gasped in astonishment, his gaze toward Lu Daosheng growing even more reverent. "Lord City Master, what name should we give this faction?" After a moment's thought, Lu Daosheng replied slowly, "Call it Root." "Roots? Ahem, roots. Oh, yes, understood, Lord City Master. I shall proceed to establish it immediately." With that, Xing vanished into a dark shadow, leaving no trace behind. From that day forward, the name Xing became a closely guarded secret within the wasteland city. Only those at the highest levels knew its true meaning. To the common folk, Root Leader was a figure emerging from the void, a dragon glimpsed only in passing, its true form forever hidden. And should you utter a single word of slander against the Root Leader, your head would roll to the ground in the next instant. After an unknown span of time, Lu Daosheng slowly emerged from the void. All the recruits had been assigned to positions suited to their abilities, ensuring every talent was utilized to its fullest potential. Looking down upon the desolate city below, it appeared unchanged from a month prior. Yet, 300 years had already passed. The population had actually increased. It seemed the city's inhabitants hadn't been cultivating all this time. In the next instant, Lu Daosheng's figure materialized before the eyes of everyone in the desolate city. Upon seeing Lu Daosheng, everyone within the desolate city halted their tasks and bowed respectfully toward Lu Daosheng. "Lord City Master, you finally returned." Below, a slightly younger-looking elder hurriedly exclaimed with excitement. Lu Daosheng raised an eyebrow at the sight of the old man. "Oldly, you finally fulfilled your lifelong aspiration and broken through to the spirit condensation realm." Hearing this, Old Li's weathered face flushed crimson. In truth, he had long since surpassed the spirit condensation realm, having already reached the saint realm. Lu Daosheng's words merely referred to events from 300 years ago. Back then, Old Li had vowed he would definitely break through to the spirit condensation realm. Hearing Lu Daosheng's words, everyone burst into laughter. Lord City Master, we're just simple folk who don't know how to put it, but if Wasteland City ever faces trouble, we'll be the first to stand up. That's right. Old Zhang's spot on, will be the first to stand up. Once upon a time, saints were beings of legend. Even the life-merging realm was a realm they dared not dream of. Yet now, the lowest among them had already reached the saintly realm. All this was bestowed upon them by their great city lord, Lu Daosheng. Watching the dozens below pledge their loyalty, Lu Daosheng smiled with satisfaction. Once, in the small, desolate city, they had huddled together, united against every hardship. Now, the wasteland city had grown, yet their unity remained as strong as ever. This was the wasteland city, his wasteland city. In that case, I, Lu Daosheng, offer my thanks to you all in advance. Lu Daosheng said with a smile. By the way, I'm about to open the barrier protecting this desolate city. When that happens, many people will enter. Be mindful, no matter what price someone offers, do not sell your homes. Focus on doing more business instead. Hearing this, the crowd responded in unison, we will remember. Lu Daosheng nodded at their response before vanishing from sight. Chapter 18, The City Opens, Entering the City. Outside the wasteland city. Within a month, towering buildings had sprung up from the ground, their pavilions standing densely packed. People bustled within them, creating a truly spectacular sight. Yet just 1 month prior, this had been a barren wasteland. All of this had been sparked by the hazy, colossal city at the heart of the new settlement. Within a single month, with the combined efforts of the G-clan of the Tianqian world, including the Celestial Immortal sect, the Moon God sect, and the War sect, the expansion project was flawlessly completed. Now, all that remained was to await the moment when this mysterious colossal city would open its gates. As for how long, that remains unknown. Within the tallest structure, several powerful figures with profound auras sat in a circle, seemingly engaged in discussion. This colossal city has already caught their attention. A middle-aged man spoke slowly. Indeed. Such a commotion wouldn't go unnoticed by others. Let's be clear, my G family has no interest in the resources within this colossal city. Profiting from what lies outside is more than enough for us. Hearing this, a woman sneered coldly, not interested? I'd say you're too afraid to compete with those entities. These individuals represented the 4 major factions jointly spearheading the city's expansion. Ji Wuhui remained silent. Though these major factions appeared formidable in the Tianqian world, including this city expansion project, which no other power dared interfere with, they knew full well it was because stronger entities deemed such gains insignificant. What truly captured their attention was the mysterious colossal city itself. Once the day of the colossal city's opening arrived, those formidable beings would undoubtedly reveal their true strength. By then, there would be no share left for them. Just then, a deep rumbling sound suddenly echoed through the air. Instantly, the expressions of several individuals changed drastically. The next moment, they appeared within the void. At the heart of the new city, the mysterious colossal city trembled faintly. Witnessing this, they exchanged glances. The city is opening. A thunderous roar echoed. In the next instant, the hazy colossal city gradually became clearer. The barrier slowly dissipated, revealing a colossal city radiating an overwhelming aura. Merely gazing upon it, the group felt a wave of dizziness wash over them. The city's open. Open. Everyone, charge. Someone shouted, and in the next instant, countless people surged toward the colossal city. At that moment, no one dared to stand in their way. To do so would invite the wrath of the masses. Anyone who dared to stand in the way would likely face a mob attack. In the void, Ji Wuhui and the others exchanged nods before joining the stampede. Though they just claimed they didn't want it, when the moment truly arrived, their bodies were honest. Why pass up a free opportunity? Several powerful cultivators charged at the forefront, aiming to fly directly into the colossal city. Instead, they crashed to the ground with a thunderous boom. An invisible force enveloped the colossal city. Flight was impossible. Seeing this, the crowd had no choice but to run toward the city gates. Yet this colossal city had only one entrance open. The group halted before the gate. At the massive gate stood 2 plainly dressed youths, smiling warmly at the crowd. These were the 2 children of the Zhang family from within the city. Now, they had both grown into adults. Who are you? A voice from the crowd asked in confusion. At that moment, everyone stared at the 2 with suspicion, none daring to make a move. They must proceed with caution toward this mysterious colossal city. Yet faced with such a colossal city, they had no choice but to enter. The temptation was simply too great. Ahem, we're here to collect the city toll on behalf of the great Lord Mayor of Wasteland City. If you wish to enter, payment must be made first. Pay a fee? The crowd's expressions turned stunned. Humph. I'm not paying. You dare stop me? At the mention of fees, a burly middle-aged man with a powerful aura stepped forward, glaring angrily at the two. He was actually a Divine Palace realm powerhouse. Seeing this, the crowd grew wildly excited. They couldn't be happier that someone had stepped forward. Now they'd see if these two youngsters had the strength to back up their demands. Just as the crowd prepared to watch the spectacle unfold, one of the men at the city gate sneered coldly, "Seems you still don't understand the situation here." The next moment, under the horrified stares of the crowd, the burly middle-aged man was sent flying with a single slap. It wasn't a fatal blow, yet blood still gushed forth, filling the crowd with dread. That was a Divine Palace realm expert. Could this young man be a Life Union realm powerhouse? Far away in the void, Ji Wuhui and the others witnessed this scene, their eyelids twitching violently. This colossal city was indeed no ordinary place. Even its gatekeeper possessed such formidable power. They could tell at a glance that the young man's strength was far beyond mere fate-merging realm. Could he already be a half-step saint? Just then, an overwhelmingly powerful aura suddenly swept in from the distance. Startled, the group instinctively parted to make way. An elderly man clad in a Taoist robe approached slowly from afar. Behind him, a middle-aged man walked with his head slightly bowed, following respectfully. Seeing this elder, the crowd's eyes flickered with confusion. Who the hell is this powerful figure? In the void, Ji Wuhui and the others watched the old man with intense apprehension. These fellows had indeed appeared. The Nangong clan, a reclusive family of the Tianxian world. A formidable clan whose depth of power and heritage far surpassed anything the Ji family could hope to match. For this clan had endured through countless ages. It had even produced an emperor. By now, the old man had reached the city gates. Glancing at the two figures at the gate, the old man frowned deeply. The next moment, he lifted his head to gaze upon the plaque above the gate, which bore the two characters, Wasteland City. Instantly, the old man felt as though he had been plunged into an endless abyss. The overwhelming pressure emanating from those two characters crushed him, leaving him gasping for breath. Waves of primal fear surged from the depths of his soul, relentlessly battering his consciousness. With just one glance, the old man collapsed to the ground, his eyes vacant, cold sweat pouring from his entire body. "Grandfather! What's wrong with you?" The middle-aged man cried out in alarm upon seeing the old man's state. Those around them, witnessing this scene, began to snicker quietly. "I thought some big shot had arrived. Ha! Man, is this old guy here to make a fool of himself?" Hearing the surrounding crowd's remarks, a fierce, murderous aura surged from the middle-aged man's body. "Are you all looking to die?" Boom! The aura of a near saint surged from the middle-aged man's body. In an instant, everyone nearby was paralyzed by the terrifying pressure, collapsing to the ground. "Ayu!" The old man regained his composure and spoke. Hearing the old man's call, the middle-aged man quickly retracted his aura and looked at the old man with concern. "Grandfather, are you all right?" The old man wiped the blood tears streaming from his eyes and said cautiously, "This city is extraordinary." Hearing this, the middle-aged man fell silent. Seeing his grandfather's state, he already understood. For his grandfather was a true sage. A living legend. And yet, such a mighty being faced a colossal city not even having entered it and ended up like this. One could only imagine what lay within its walls. "Young friend, how much is the entrance fee to enter the city?" Feeling the city's terror, the old man turned to the two guards and inquired. Hearing this, one of them chuckled, "Not much at all, just 1,000,000 spirit stones to enter." 1,000,000 spirit stones. Hearing this, the faces of the crowd behind him twisted with shock and fury. Why not just go rob someone? Just entering the city costs 1,000,000 spirit stones. This move could weed out nearly 90% of the crowd. Those who can actually afford it are either rich or powerful. "Fine, I'll pay." The old man merely nodded indifferently upon hearing this. Truth be told, he even felt 1,000,000 spirit stones was a bit too low. Forget 1,000,000 spirit stones, he'd gladly empty the entire Nangong clan's coffers. For he sensed clearly that within lay the opportunity to ascend to emperorhood. Such value was beyond measure. Ayu! The next moment, the middle-aged man beside the elder handed over a storage ring. Inside were 2,000,000 spirit stones. Go on in. The gatekeeper nodded after stowing the storage ring. The two members of the Nangong family then entered directly. And so, the first group to enter the wasteland city was born. Behind them, the crowd exchanged bewildered glances. 1,000,000, most of them couldn't possibly afford it. Truly, a penny can stump a man. Chapter 19, The True River of Time and Space. Was such a tremendous opportunity truly to end here? Just as despair settled over the group, another rumbling sound suddenly echoed. Boom! With a deafening roar, the countless cultivators gathered outside the colossal city were instantly thrown into chaos. An unimaginably dense surge of spiritual energy erupted from within the colossal city. In an instant, the surroundings outside the city transformed into a scene reminiscent of a legendary sacred land. Feeling the transformed surroundings and witnessing the city still gushing spiritual energy, everyone was so astonished their mouths hung open. A miracle! A miracle! Instantly, the crowd erupted into cheers. Witnessing this scene, Ji Wuhui and the others in the void were overcome with ecstatic joy. They never would have imagined this place transforming so dramatically because of this mysterious giant city. It was an unexpected windfall. They knew the outer city districts they had expanded would soon skyrocket in value. Without hesitation, the group hurried off to make preparations. As for entering the city, that would have to wait for another day. After all, the city wasn't going anywhere. Meanwhile, the dramatic changes here instantly captured the attention of nearly everyone in the entire Tianxian world. The spiritual energy was so dense and continued to spread, fundamentally altering the cultivation environment across the entire Tianxian world. And it was still ongoing. I want to go into the city too. Me too, me too. Here's 1,000,000 spirit stones, let me in first. At that moment, some cultivators who could afford 1,000,000 spirit stones snapped out of their daze and rushed forward excitedly. If this was the scene just outside the great city, what must it be like inside? Even a fool could tell it was nothing short of extraordinary. One by one, the crowd stepped forward to pay their fees. Seeing this, the Zhang brothers guarding the city exchanged a knowing smile and said calmly, "No rush, no rush. Line up first, okay?" Moments later, the crowd obediently formed an orderly line. Haven't you seen what happened to that divine realm cultivator earlier? If you're thinking of causing trouble here, you might want to reconsider. Just follow the rules properly. Handing over the storage ring containing 1,000,000 spirit stones, the Zhang brothers glanced at it and nodded. Go ahead. Hearing this, the man's face lit up with delight before he dashed straight inside. This city toll collection duty was indeed provided by Lu Daosheng. Its original intent was to provide some wealth for the city's residents. Little did he expect that no one in the desolate city would take it seriously, leaving only the Zhang brothers to volunteer. Meanwhile, inside the city, Nan Gongyu supported his grandfather as they gazed upon the scene before them, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. The city resembled a fairyland, filled with towering pavilions radiating supreme energy, streams pulsing with vibrant life, and towering trees reaching toward the heavens, along with countless soaring spires all seemingly distant yet strangely close. Was this really the wasteland city? Grandfather, is this a dream? Nan Gongyu stared in disbelief at the scene before him. Hearing his grandson's words, Nan Gongfang turned back, his expression grave. You, return immediately and notify the clan. Gather all those with exceptional talents here. Nan Gongyu nodded in understanding. But grandfather, what about you? Nan Gongfang gazed toward the towering trees in the distance, his expression solemn. I'm going to pay my respects to the master of this supreme city. Hearing this, Nan Gongyu's pupils contracted sharply. Indeed, this city was not ownerless. The gatekeeper had just stated that their city lord commanded their actions. Thus, this colossal city known as the Wasteland City did indeed have an owner. But what manner of being could possibly be the master of such an indescribably supreme city? Grandfather, you must be careful. Rest assured, I know what I'm doing. Such a figure likely far exceeds anything we could ever imagine. Nan Gongfang nodded and was about to depart. Just then, a message flooded into his mind. To be precise, all who entered the Wasteland City received this message. Those who enter the Wasteland City must abide by its rules and order. No armed conflict. No loud noises. No high-altitude flight. Violators will be expelled and permanently barred from re-entering the Wasteland City. Serious offenses will be punished by immediate execution. Instantly, dozens of rules entered everyone's minds. Especially the last one, execution on the spot. No one dared to take it lightly. Given the environment here, this was no place for jokes. Grandfather, take care. After hearing these rules, Nan Gongyu addressed his grandfather before turning to leave. Watching his grandson's retreating figure, Nan Gongfang turned his gaze toward the city center. His eyes hardened with resolve as he strode purposefully toward the city lord's mansion. Inside the city lord's mansion at that moment, in a slightly chilly boudoir, Lu Shui sat on the bedside, her face utterly drenched in tears. She never imagined her father could become such a person. 300 years without returning, and now he had a new woman by his side. How could she possibly accept this? Then, with a creak, the door opened. Lu Daosheng pushed the door open and walked out. Get out! Seeing Lu Daosheng, Lu Shui wiped her tears and snapped fiercely. Seeing his daughter's attitude toward him, Lu Daosheng felt an excruciating pain in his heart. This was the first time Lu Shui had ever spoken to him like this. Behind Lu Daosheng, Gu Chen suddenly appeared. Lord City Master, my apologies. When I arrived earlier, Shui was in seclusion, so I hadn't yet explained the situation to you. Gu Chen spoke with a hint of apology in his voice. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng shook his head. I'll explain it myself. Explain? What is there to explain? 300 years. Do you have any idea how I've lived these past 300 years? Hearing Lu Daosheng's words, Lu Shui's eyes filled with tears, her voice brimming with resentment and grievance. Ah, little Snow, your father never imagined it would turn out this way. It's like this. Lu Daosheng promptly explained to Lu Shui how the activation of the spacetime tower had occurred. The activation of the spacetime tower had altered the flow of time relative to the outside world, causing 300 years to pass within the wasteland city. In reality, only a month had passed outside. As for Ouyang Yanqing's identity, that was even easier to explain. She was simply a new acquaintance visiting the wasteland city. Upon hearing Lu Daosheng's explanation, Lu Shui instantly stopped crying. "Father, you weren't lying to me?" Hearing this, Lu Daosheng replied earnestly, "Father never lies. I can let you experience the flow of time and space." With that, Lu Daosheng extended his hand and drew a stroke through the void. Instantly, a vast, illusory river of time and space was grasped by Lu Daosheng. Endless spacetime laws flowed ceaselessly upon it, its aura of the Great Tao stretching for 10,000 miles. As the river of time and space magnified, the segment containing the wasteland city appeared visibly longer than usual. Beside him, Gu Chen was utterly dumbfounded. The city lord is truly a godly being. Lu Shui didn't understand any of this, but her little mouth was wide open in awe as well. "Well, Shui, do you believe in your father now?" Hearing this, Lu Shui nodded blankly. Just then, a furious shout filled with boundless pressure suddenly rang out. "Who dares to tamper with the flow of the river of time and space? Do you wish to die?" In the next instant, a surge of energy imbued with the power of time and space raced down the banks of the river, its target none other than Lu Daosheng. Witnessing this scene, Gu Chen's face twisted in utter horror. "Lord City Master, is this the genuine river of time and space?" Lu Daosheng merely smiled in response, offering no answer. At this, Gu Chen fell silent. His city lord was simply too incredible, he had no words to describe it. Rumors claimed that some powerfully formidable beings could harness the might of the river of time and space to battle foes or cultivate their arts. Yet even those mighty figures merely utilized the river's illusory form. After all, its true form was no ordinary thing. That was the very river of time and space. The slightest anomaly in it would ripple through the very fabric of the world's spacetime. And now, just to explain things to his daughter, the city lord had actually dragged the very essence of the river of time and space over here. Beside him, Lu Shui's face paled as she watched the force of time and space bearing down on Lu Daosheng. There was nothing she could do, the gap in power was simply too vast. The opponent was absolutely beyond what the current Lu Shui could contend with. Of course, with Lu Daosheng present, Lu Shui would be safe, she wouldn't even feel a thing. And all of this, naturally, was entirely Lu Daosheng's doing. Sure enough, the frightened Lu Shui immediately threw herself into Lu Daosheng's arms. Lu Daosheng chuckled triumphantly at his successful scheme, then waved his hand. The surge of spacetime energy instantly dissipated. A questioning voice echoed from the river of time and space. The next moment, a phantom figure slowly materialized from the upstream of the river of time and space. Upon seeing Lu Daosheng's appearance, the phantom was filled with utter bewilderment. Across the entire primordial universe, he should recognize every being capable of opposing him. Why was this one before him so unfamiliar? "You." The phantom began to speak, but Lu Daosheng instantly released a thread of his own aura. Naturally, this aura was shielded from Gu Chen and Lu Shui, as they might not be able to withstand it. Feeling Lu Daosheng's aura, the phantom was seized by panic and immediately knelt before him. "Great Lord of Heaven's mandate. I've been blind to your true stature. I'll leave immediately, right now." In an instant, the phantom vanished from the room as if fleeing. Inside the room, Lu Daosheng shook his head and smiled, then waved his hand. The river of time and space vanished instantly. Chapter 20, The Arrival at the Hall of Extreme Cold. Somewhere upstream along the river of time and space, the shadowy figure, having run an unknown distance, finally halted, still gasping for breath. Heaven's Mandate. A Heaven's Mandate realm powerhouse actually appeared there? That scared the hell out of me. The shadowy figure was still shaken. That aura, he would never forget it for the rest of his life. Equally, he never wished to feel it again. To him, a being of that caliber was nothing but an object of awe utterly beyond his reach. If such a being took notice of him, or worse, took offense, well, then all he could do was pray for a shred of mercy, hoping for a second chance at life. Finally glancing back cautiously one last time, the shadowy figure breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he knelt once more. "I thank the heavenly mandate for sparing my life." To others, he was the invincible guardian of the river of time and space, a figure whose favor all powerful beings who relied on the river had to seek. Yet before such a terrifying power, not only was he powerless. Even the very essence of the river of time and space itself was nothing more than a plaything to this being. Inside Lu Shui's room in the wasteland city. "Xiao Shui, with daddy here, everything will be alright." Lu Daosheng beamed with joy as he looked at Lu Shui, who clung tightly to him. Hearing this, Lu Shui slowly lifted her head, her eyes still red. "Father, please don't ever leave me again." She was afraid that one day her father would abandon her. Having lost her mother at a young age, she was utterly dependent on her father. Sensing Lu Shui's emotions, Lu Daosheng knew his daughter held no resentment toward him. "Father promises you, I will never leave you." Hearing this, Lu Shui finally let a smile touch her lips. "Pinky swear." Deal. And so, witnessed by the third party, Gu Chen, Lu Daosheng, and Lu Shui sealed their father-daughter vow with a pinky swear. Gu Chen, 6. Oh, Shui, your father has prepared a gift for you. Ha? What is it? Lu Daosheng then produced an exquisitely crafted necklace, radiating a potent aura of the ice law. This had been prepared earlier for Lu Shui's physical awakening, but it was later discovered that she was not yet ready to handle it, so it was never given to her. Now, having reached the quasi-emperor realm, the necklace was perfectly suited for her. Wow, it's so beautiful. Thank you, father. Lu Shui took the necklace and put it on with a delighted expression. Dad, does it look good? My daughter looks good in anything. Lu Daosheng chuckled. Lu Shui then turned her gaze to Gu Chen standing by the doorway. Master, does it look good? It looks good. Gu Chen gave a slight smile and nodded. Over these past 300 years, with Lu Daosheng absent, he had taken on the role of Lu Shui's elder. Now, he truly cherished this obedient and adorable disciple. He couldn't even bring himself to scold her, no, couldn't bear to reprimand her on ordinary days. Thus, Lu Daosheng had perfectly resolved Lu Shui's matter. Lu Daosheng's mood instantly lifted. Moments later, he emerged from Lu Shui's room, thoroughly satisfied. The next instant, he shot skyward, then swept his arm wide. Instantly, everyone within the wasteland city and even those in the outer city walls felt an inexplicable force. Immediately afterward, a faint golden aura began to manifest within each person, gradually growing denser and more pronounced. The crowd was baffled, wondering what was going on. Yet a few discerning top-tier experts were visibly shocked. This is the great fortune technique, using supreme power to amplify one's own destiny. What an opportunity! Amidst the crowd, an unassuming old man gazed at the faint silhouette in the distant void, his eyes brimming with reverence. Hearing this, the surrounding crowd was instantly struck with awe. Who is that person? They're practically our benefactor. Overwhelmed with both shock and joy, the crowd began speculating about the identity of this benefactor. At that moment, a young man turned to the elder and inquired. Elder, do you know who that benefactor is? Since this unfamiliar elder could identify the spell, he must surely know the identity of its caster. The crowd immediately turned their gaze toward the old man. His expression grew solemn as he spoke slowly. To enhance the fortune of a single individual, one need only surpass the heavenly Tao of this realm. But to elevate the fortunes of so many? Such a feat is unprecedented in ancient times. I venture to guess this is likely the work of the master of this supreme city, the Lord of Huang City. Hearing the elder's analysis, the crowd was filled with astonishment and doubt. The master of this supreme city. At that moment, everyone snapped to attention. Indeed, they had been marveling at how formidable this colossal city was, but then, wouldn't its master be even more formidable? We thank the Lord of the Wasteland City. Suddenly, one man roared to the heavens. The next instant, the golden aura of fortune surrounding him began to surge. Seeing this, the onlookers' eyes widened in astonishment. Is that even possible? Lord of the Wasteland City is awesome. Fortune rising. Lord of the Wasteland City is the coolest. Buzz. Fortune increases. Zhang San, inner door disciple of Hucking sect, publicly thanks Lord of the Wasteland City. You rock. Boom. Instantly, the young man named Zhang San experienced a massive surge in his fortune, which surged like a dragon. Crowd, Wang Defu. Beside them, the old man observed everything with impassive calm, taking no action. He merely turned his gaze toward the city center in the distance, his expression growing solemn. It seems I've come to the right place after all. The old man murmured to himself, then took a step toward the city center and vanished from his original spot. Meanwhile, in the void, Lu Daosheng, having completed his actions, basked in the crowd's praise before offering a faint smile. People were still far too enthusiastic. Just then, an icy chill suddenly surged from the outskirts of the Wasteland City. Currently, the Wasteland City was divided by Lu Daosheng into three distinct sections: the outer city accessible to outsiders, the inner city inhabited by the city's original residents and certain special individuals, and finally, the city lord's mansion where Lu Daosheng and his trusted confidants resided. The hierarchy was starkly defined, and no one was permitted to cross these boundaries without Lu Daosheng's explicit permission. Outer city. The crowd felt the chill and immediately trembled. What kind of being was approaching now? A woman of breathtaking beauty, radiating an icy aura, slowly approached from the distance. Accompanying her were several formidable figures whose auras were terrifying. Upon seeing their attire, some hearts skipped a beat. The Cold Extreme Hall. What? You mean they're from the Cold Extreme Hall of Mount Tian? Who else could it be? Whoa! Instantly, the crowd sucked in their breath. This faction wasn't just powerful, it was shrouded in mystery. They remained secluded atop the Tianshan Mountains year-round, indifferent to the outside world unless the entire Tianshan realm faced destruction. Truly a transcendent force. And now, these individuals had actually arrived in the Wasteland City. The woman surveyed her surroundings, her expression filled with utter shock. She could scarcely believe how utterly defiant of the heavens this Wasteland City truly was. Gazing at the distant, hazy sky-piercing trees and towering structures, Yi Hanchuan's breathing quickened. Chamber Master, here? A powerful figure from the cold extreme hall beside her asked, his voice trembling. It wasn't just Yi Hanchuan. Every single person who had just entered the desolate city was in the same state, without exception. Hearing this, Yi Hanchuan snapped back to her senses. This place is extremely complex, she said solemnly. We mustn't stir up trouble. Don't forget our purpose. Her mission this time was to find that prodigy bearing the bloodline of the Ice Phoenix, a talent that could only belong to someone from their cold extreme hall. A month prior, she had arrived here, but the wasteland city remained sealed. Her fruitless search outside forced her to wait for the gates to open. Now that the gates were open, she had entered to search. Suddenly, a stream of information flooded her mind. It was none other than the rules of the wasteland city. Upon seeing these rules, Yi Hanchuan's expression grew solemn. The wasteland city lord. Should we pay our respects first? It would also be an opportunity to inquire about the whereabouts of that prodigy of the Ice Phoenix bloodline. She was certain he must be within the wasteland city. Just as this thought formed in her mind, someone suddenly murmured in confusion, "This wasteland city seems a bit deserted, doesn't it? Quiet. Look at all these people. No, I mean besides us outsiders, are there no locals in this desolate city? Realms, She Cultivation, Innate, Spirit Master, Breaker of Void, Spirit Condensation, Split Soul, Divine Palace, Life Union, Sage, Holy King, Near Emperor, Great Emperor, Heavenly Emperor, Tao Realm, Ancient Realm, Unknown Realm." Chapter 21, House for Rent, The Broken Sword Elder. Hearing this, everyone suddenly realized. Upon entering the city, they'd been too busy marveling at its grandeur. Now, they suddenly realized the city seemed eerily empty. The mansions and houses were all uninhabited. Damn it, there are restrictions on these houses. We can't get in. One person tried to enter a house to investigate but immediately found it impossible. Hearing this, the others tried one after another, only to find it was indeed impossible to enter. What's going on here? The group was filled with confusion. Just then, from deep within the city, a figure slowly approached. With a single step, the figure appeared before them. Seeing this, Yi Hanchuan's expression grew solemn. Shrinking the earth to an inch. A Saint Realm powerhouse. And this person was none other than Zhang Chang, the son of old Zhang, a native of the wasteland city. The very young man who had mocked old Li 300 years ago. Now, 3 centuries later, he had matured beyond measure. The aura of the sacred realm radiated from him, exuding the presence of a formidable powerhouse. Upon seeing Zhang Chang, no one dared step forward to speak. "Everyone, I am a native of Wasteland City, a true blue local. If you have any questions, I can provide answers." At that moment, Zhang Chang offered a faint smile and spoke up. Hearing this, the crowd was startled yet relieved, lowering their guard. "Brother, why are these houses empty? And why are they sealed off with restrictions, preventing entry?" As soon as Zhang Chang finished speaking, a cultivator stepped forward with a puzzled expression. This question echoed the thoughts of most present. They'd paid to enter the city, they couldn't possibly sleep on the streets. Could this place be some kind of tourist attraction? But even tourist attractions had lodging options, after all. Hearing this, Zhang Chang smiled and said, "Let me explain it to everyone." Zhang Chang spoke in a calm tone, yet his voice carried clearly to every ear present, loud and resonant. Unconsciously, the people entering the city began to gather here in ever-increasing numbers. Moments later, nearly all the new arrivals had gathered around Zhang Chang. Meanwhile, the flow of new arrivals continued to swell. The wasteland city is divided into 3 sections. The area we stand in now is the outer city. Beyond that lies the inner city, and beyond that still is the city lord's mansion. The outer city is the only area accessible to those of you who paid the entrance fee. Hearing this, the man continued, "So you're saying we're confined to the outer city?" Zhang Chang nodded. "Exactly. The inner city offers better conditions than the outer city, but access requires endorsement from the city lord's mansion, such as having made significant contributions to the wasteland city." All this information came from Lu Daosheng. Can we pay our way in?" Most of them who paid to enter the city were well-off individuals. If money could solve it, that would be ideal. Unfortunately, it was clearly not an option. Zhang Chang shook his head. "Paying definitely won't work, so we'd better just buckle down and work hard to become true citizens of the wasteland city. As for these houses, they're all available for rent. In due time, someone will come to handle the details. Oh, and show them respect, they're from the city lord's mansion and possess the authority to execute on the spot. As for the rented houses, you can live in them or use them for business." Hearing this, some of the more commercially minded individuals immediately began to stir with excitement. Take Ji Shenkai, for instance, standing among the crowd. At that moment, Yi Hanchuan spoke up. "May I ask how one might arrange an audience with the Lord of Huancheng?" Zhang Cheng paused, then shook his head. "The Lord has countless duties to attend to. He doesn't meet just anyone. If he wishes to see you, he will arrange it. Hearing this, Yi Hanchuan's brows furrowed slightly, but she dared not say anything more. She knew this was a place she couldn't afford to provoke. Though she hated to admit it, the reality before her eyes confirmed it. But if she couldn't see the Lord, she'd find him herself. Besides, the environment here was so favorable that her long stagnant cultivation had begun to stir once more. She'd rent a place first. Sure enough, moments later, a group of uniformed guards wielding swords arrived at the outer city gates. Each of these men radiated a terrifying aura, their faint yet palpable oppressive presence making it hard for onlookers to breathe. Were these the city lord's men? Truly terrifying. At their head stood none other than Ah Wei. There was no other choice. The wasteland city was still in its infancy, and they were short-handed, so he had to handle matters personally. Those seeking to rent, come forward and line up, Ah Wei said in a calm voice. A moment of silence fell over the crowd before someone stepped forward. Senior, I'd like to rent that building. Ji Shengkai was the first to step forward, pointing to the tall building in the distance. Ah Wei replied, 10 million spirit stones per month. How long do you want to rent it for? Ji Shengkai's eyelid twitched at the words. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, I'll rent it for half a year first. Oh, and can I renew the lease? Yes, but you must pay half the deposit up front. What is your purpose for renting this? Purpose? Ji Shengkai froze, taken aback by the question. His face flushed slightly with embarrassment. He leaned close and whispered the reason into Ah Wei's ear. After listening, Ah Wei shot Ji Shengkai a meaningful look. You little rascal. Ji Shengkai returned a knowing look. After paying the deposit, Ah Wei produced a sheet of paper made from a special golden material. Let's sign the contract. Ji Shengkai stared at the paper before him, his expression puzzled. The others around him also cast questioning glances. Noticing the unworldly looks, Ah Wei sneered dismissively before stating, this is called a contract. There are 2 copies, one for each party. The contents must be strictly adhered to by the lessee. Any breach will incur astronomical penalties. And naturally, my wasteland city will guarantee your safety throughout the rental period. Of course, this was all information Lu Daosheng had provided him. Hearing Ah Wei's explanation, the others nodded in understanding. Who knew this desolate city was so advanced even coming up with something like this? Previously, everything had been verbal agreements. Strict places would require oaths, unlike here, where they simply presented a contract. Ji Shengkai nodded, his worries immediately easing. With the protection of the Wasteland City Lord's mansion, conducting business would undoubtedly be much safer. Ji Shengkai promptly signed the contract. Taking the contract, Ah Wei glanced it over, confirmed everything was in order, and handed Ji Shengkai a copy along with the keys to the building. Thus, within 6 months, the building would belong to Ji Shengkai. Thank you, brother. Ji Shengkai expressed his gratitude before summoning his men to head straight for the building. Soon after, others began lining up to rent rooms. Meanwhile, deep within the desolate city, Lu Shui, inside the city lord's mansion, suddenly shuddered. The ice phoenix bloodline within her body began to stir restlessly. Lu Shui lifted her head, gazing into the distance. Her gaze pierced through the boundless void, quickly locating her target. Seeing this, Lu Shui immediately stepped outside. Shui. Just as Lu Shui was about to investigate, Gu Chen appeared beside her. Seeing Gu Chen, Lu Shui bowed respectfully. Master. Gu Chen nodded and said, hold your ground for now. We cannot yet determine whether they are friend or foe. Hearing this, Lu Shui looked at Gu Chen with pleading eyes. Master, couldn't you just come with me? Then everything would be fine. After a moment's hesitation, Gu Chen nodded. Very well. Thank you, Master. With that, Gu Chen and Lu Shui vanished from their spot. Meanwhile, outside the city walls. Just as everyone was going about their business in an orderly fashion, a thunderous dragon's roar suddenly echoed across the heavens and earth. In the next instant, a palpable aura of dragon might surged violently into the city from beyond its walls. Boom! Within the city, gazing upon the seemingly impregnable walls of the desolate city, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, their eyes quickly filled with solemnity. In the Tianqian world, dragons truly existed. Such creatures had been absent for an unimaginably long time. Outside the city, an ice dragon so massive it obscured the sky now coiled over the new city. Though its terrifying dragon aura failed to permeate the wasteland city, it utterly terrified the people of the new city beyond its walls. Esteemed divine dragon, please withdraw your divine might. We truly cannot endure it. Daosheng ignored the pleading cries, instead gazing at the desolate city before him with a hint of apprehension. A month ago, when he first arrived here, the city had stood in this very spot, yet he had been utterly unable to see through it. Now, with the city gates open, he still couldn't discern its true nature. Very well. He would enter and search for himself. Once he found his master, he could return to the Dragon Clan and reclaim his supreme status. With that, Daosheng twisted his massive form, preparing to force his way through the city walls. The crowd watched, eyes fixed on him. They knew it was forbidden to enter. Yet every rule has its exceptions. True power transcends such limitations. Perhaps this ice dragon could truly break that rule. Boom! The sky echoed with continuous thunderous roars. Aching's power was so immense that even his raw physical strength alone caused the void to crack and rumble incessantly. Just then, an old man stepped forward abruptly, charging directly before Daosheng. How dare you! This is no place for you to run wild. Seeing the old man, the crowd looked on in confusion. Why do terrifyingly powerful beings they've never encountered keep appearing? This old man was none other than a powerhouse beyond the Saint Realm. The Broken Sword Elder. A figure from hundreds of thousands of years ago. It was only natural that the crowd didn't recognize him. His one-handed sword was nearly unmatched in its day. Afterward, he remained stuck at the Saint King realm for tens of thousands of years. Unable to find a path to emperorhood, he reluctantly withdrew from the world. Now, sensing the aura of the celestial emperor, he had come here filled with reverence. Yet he witnessed this colossal dragon running rampant here. Without hesitation, he stepped forward. The heavenly emperor's majesty must not be dishonored. The old man murmured, and in the next instant, a broken sword materialized in his hand. Whoosh! Instantly, countless fissures tore open in the void. Chapter 22, Gathering of Saint King Realm Powerhouses. In the next instant, boundless sword intent erupted from the old man's body. It was unimaginable just moments ago, the old man had seemed like a frail, decrepit figure, yet now he had transformed into a legendary sword god. Upon seeing that broken sword, several people below exclaimed excitedly, "It's him, the Broken Sword Elder!" What? The Broken Sword Elder, a revered figure in the hearts of countless sword cultivators. It was the Broken Sword Elder who had elevated the sword arts of the Tianqian world by several tiers, and he was also the strongest sword cultivator known in the Tianqian world. Instantly, every sword cultivator below gazed upon him with reverent eyes. At that moment, the Broken Sword Elder thrust his blade forward. Shoo! A razor-sharp cold light shot forth, tearing through space wherever it passed. Every sword below began to hum in response. Their target was none other than Daosheng. Broken Sword Senior is awesome. At that moment, a sword cultivator cried out. Instantly, the rest of the crowd joined in with frenzied shouts. Senior Broken Sword is awesome. Meanwhile, Daosheng stared at the old man before him, his expression utterly unchanging, not even pausing for a moment. Thud! The sword's light pierced Daosheng's head, yet not even a scratch marred his skin. Witnessing this, the Broken Sword Elder's expression shifted in shock. Get out of my way! Boom! A deafening roar erupted as the Broken Sword Elder was sent flying backward. Those below watched in stunned silence, their mouths agape. This dragon was terrifying beyond belief. Even the strongest sword cultivator in the Tianqian world, the Broken Sword Elder, was no match for it. As Daosheng was about to crash into the wasteland city. At that very moment, every sword outside the city suddenly shot skyward. The crowd gasped in shock. Simultaneously, not only here, but across the entire wasteland province and indeed the whole Tianqian world, every sword began to rise uncontrollably into the sky. They pointed toward the wasteland province, emitting faint hums. As if paying homage to the true god of the sword path. What is this? Huangzhou, always Huangzhou? Has the Sword Emperor emerged? The crowd gazed toward Huangzhou with shock and uncertainty. Within the desolate city, the people felt the same. Yi Hanswan cast a wary glance at the city wall behind him, where a mysterious peerless powerhouse seemed to loom. The next moment, a crimson-hued long sword suddenly shot forth from the ramparts. Whoosh! A dragon horn soared high into the air. Simultaneously, the entire sky began to crack open. In the void, Daosheng had already spotted the long-haired man seated cross-legged atop the city wall. A drop of cold sweat drifted slowly down the dragon's whiskers, transforming into dragon jade. My apologies for the disturbance. That this desolate city was guarded by a powerhouse of such caliber. Daosheng hastily retreated, instantly transforming into a handsome young man. Only the dragon horn protruding from one side of his forehead remained conspicuously prominent. It was undeniable proof of his noble dragon lineage. Taking a deep breath, Daosheng slowly made his way toward the city gate. Force won't work. Best to just go through the gate properly. 1,000,000 spirit stones. The Zhang brothers hesitated upon seeing Daosheng. This guy was stronger than both of them. Who knew the outside world was full of hidden talents? No. After a moment of silence, Zhang Qi said, we could substitute other items instead. Other items? Daosheng's brow furrowed slightly. What did he have? Just then, Zhang Hai interjected from the side that dragon horn would work. Hearing this, Daosheng immediately recalled the dragon horn. Meanwhile, in the distance, the crowd had already begun fighting over that dragon horn. No one wanted to give up such a divine artifact. Get the hell out of here! Daosheng roared furiously, and instantly, the crowd froze in their tracks. Recognizing Daosheng, their faces turned pale with shock, and they scattered in flight. Snatching the dragon horn, he handed it to the Zhang brothers before smoothly entering the city. Deep within the city lord's residence, beneath the soul-binding divine tree, Ouyang Yanqing slowly opened her eyes and fixed her gaze directly upon the walls of the wasteland city. Instantly, the wasteland guardian opened his eyes and looked in the same direction. Separated by half the city, their gazes locked. Interesting. Huang Shou smiled faintly. Ouyang Yanqing's expression grew solemn. The other party was undoubtedly also from this desolate city. At this moment, Ouyang Yanqing grew increasingly curious about Lu Daosheng's strength. Just how powerful must he be to make an unknown realm expert willingly serve him? After a long silence, Ouyang Yanqing shook her head. Better to focus on breaking through first. Once she achieved that breakthrough, all her questions would be answered effortlessly. For the next realm would be the realm of causality. All karmic ties would cease to bind her. Meanwhile, within a mysterious void in the wasteland city, Lu Daosheng was present. These days, he intended to thoroughly enrich his knowledge. Here, 1 year outside equaled 1,000 years within. Of course, learning this knowledge not only clears doubts but also allows one to show off more effectively. Outside the ruined city. Amidst the ruins, the broken sword elder slowly crawled out from the debris. Cough, cough, cough. After a series of heavy coughs, the broken sword elder gazed warily in the direction where Daosheng had departed. He hadn't expected the dragon within Dragon Ceiling Valley to possess such formidable power. He'd clearly underestimated it. Well, isn't this broken sword? Haven't seen you in a few days. How come you're looking so rough? Just as the broken sword elder pondered, a mocking voice suddenly rang out from the side. Hearing that familiar voice, the broken sword elder abruptly whirled his head to look, only to spot an old man clad in a white robe, disheveled in appearance, reeking of strong alcohol. The drunken old man. Beside him stood a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man wore a gentle smile, appearing quite affable. Long time no see. The middle-aged man greeted the broken sword elder with a faint smile. I knew you two would show up. Brushing dust from his robes, the broken sword elder snorted lightly. The drunken sage, another figure from hundreds of thousands of years ago, had once been unmatched across the land. He eventually retired to the mountains and forests, seeking only that fleeting chance to attain enlightenment. The middle-aged man was the ruler of Heaven City, the foremost city in the Tianqian realm. He, the broken sword elder, and the drunken sage all stood at the level of Holy King. And now, all three of them had arrived here. For no other reason than this, the heavenly emperor had emerged here. Initially, they surmised that the ruler of the desolate city was the newly ascended heavenly emperor. But now it seemed the matter was far more complex. Since we're all here, let's go together. At that moment, the broken sword elder spoke. The drunken old man took a swig from his gourd flask and nodded. The ruler of Heaven City, Shi Tiandao, added, then let's go together. With that, the three set off together toward the direction of the wasteland city. Meanwhile, at the inner city boundary of the wasteland city, an indescribable barrier separated the inner and outer cities. Nangong Fong stared at the inner city looming before him, his brow furrowed. He never imagined he wouldn't even be granted entry. Taking a deep breath, Nangong Fong bowed low and spoke slowly. Nangong Fong of the Nangong clan requests an audience with the lord of the wasteland city. At this moment, he had lowered his status to the utmost. It was hard to fathom that this man was the patriarch-level figure of the Tianqian world's greatest reclusive clan. Had it not been for the emergence of Huangcheng, he might have secluded himself until death. Now, his remaining years were clearly numbered. Yet as he approached the inner city, he sensed a profound vitality. It was the heaven-piercing divine tree. A bold conjecture formed in Nangong Fong's mind. Yet it felt unreal. Unfortunately, he was too far away, and prohibition stood in the way. If he could get closer for a look, he could confirm it. After an unknown span of time, an ethereal aura gently brushed toward Nangong Fong. In the next instant, Nangong Fong vanished from his spot. At the same time, within the desolate city, the drunken old man, the broken sword elder, Shi Tianji, Daosheng, and Yi Hanshuang all vanished simultaneously from their positions. Within a grand hall of the city lord's mansion, the rebuilt wasteland city, infused with spatial laws, had become virtually boundless. A single grand hall could easily accommodate 100,000 people. Yet within this vast hall, only a single seat of unknown material stood at its deepest recess. Moments later, 6 figures simultaneously materialized within the hall. Instantly, shock washed over all 6. How could someone have transported them here without anyone noticing? Recognizing the faces around them, each person froze in disbelief. Clearly, they all knew each other. And they were none other than the few supreme powerhouses of the Tianqian world, each possessing strength at least at the Saint King realm. Nangong Fong, I hear you've been here for quite some time? The drunken old man slurred, his breath reeking of alcohol. Nangong Fong remained silent, clearly uninterested in engaging with the drunken old man. But the drunken old man persisted, have you seen that heavenly emperor-level powerhouse? At these words, the crowd fell silent. Clearly, Nangong Fong hadn't seen him, and neither had the others. Does a heavenly emperor-level powerhouse even matter anymore? At this question, all eyes turned to Nangong Fong. Nangong Fong continued expressionlessly, I believe the ruler of this desolate city is the most crucial figure at present. At this moment, in his mind, the heavenly Emperor Realm powerhouse paled in comparison to this mysterious lord of the wasteland city. Chapter 23, Daosheng recognizes his master. Hearing this, the expressions of the crowd grew solemn. Indeed, every corner of this city radiated an aura of supreme power. What manner of being could possibly be the master of this colossal city? Certainly not merely a heavenly emperor. Above the celestial emperor? That was beyond comprehension. After all, they couldn't even attain the status of an emperor, let alone surpass the heavenly emperor. In a corner, Daosheng watched the crowd with disdain. He was the sole non-human present, and the only being above the rank of Holy King. Noticing Daosheng, Yi Hanshuang turned her head to look. You're of the Ice Dragon clan? Of course. Yi Hanshuang's dark brows furrowed slightly. Just as she suspected, dragons all had such foul tempers. Yet Yi Hanshuang didn't grow angry, for she recalled that prodigy bearing the bloodline of the Ice Phoenix. Do you know the whereabouts of that Ice Phoenix bloodline? Yi Hanshuang asked tentatively. At those words, Daosheng's pupils instantly contracted. That's my master. What? Instantly, all eyes in the grand hall turned to Daosheng. Daosheng's strength was beyond question, surpassing even the mightiest among them. Moreover, even before they had risen to prominence, they had known of the great dragon dwelling within Dragon Taming Valley. In a sense, Daosheng could be considered their senior. Master? What do you mean by this? Yi Hanshuang inquired. Her original intention was to take the Ice Phoenix bloodline bearer as a disciple, for only her cold extreme hall possessed the qualifications to cultivate the Ice Phoenix bloodline. But now, if this Ice Phoenix bloodline bearer was the master of this ice dragon, then the whole plan might fall through. After all, this dragon was no ordinary creature. Daosheng remained silent. Just then, a crisp set of footsteps suddenly echoed through the grand hall. The footsteps were not loud, yet they pierced straight into the hearts of all present. Instantly, everyone tensed, their gazes fixed intently toward the depths of the hall. The next moment, a smiling middle-aged man slowly stepped into the hall. Though they sensed no aura emanating from him, they dared not let their guard down for even a moment. Meanwhile, Lu Daosheng had already taken his seat. Who might you be? Upon seeing Lu Daosheng, the drunken old man frowned deeply. Hearing this, the surrounding crowd shot the drunken old man disdainful glances. Was there any need to guess this man's identity? Welcome to my desolate city. Lu Daosheng didn't answer the question but spoke directly instead. Hearing this, the crowd was startled. Indeed. Is this the ruler of the desolate city? He was truly extraordinary. Lord Huangcheng, greetings. I am Nangong Fong, representing the Nangong family. Nangong Fong introduced himself first. Suddenly, the drunken old man also spoke. My name is Drunken Old Taoist. The world calls me the Drunken Old Man. My name is Shi Tianji, Lord of Tianji City. Yi Hanshuang, Master of the Hall of Extreme Cold. Jian Lingfeng, they all call me the Broken Sword Elder. Soon, only Daosheng remained in the grand hall. All eyes immediately turned to Daosheng, including Lu Daosheng. Faced with their stares, Daosheng felt utterly speechless. He hadn't intended to speak, for his sole purpose was his master. This city had never truly mattered to him, because all he wanted was to go home. Daosheng. Daosheng spoke indifferently. After listening to everyone's introductions, Lu Daosheng gave a slight nod. Lu Daosheng, Lord of Huangcheng. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Lu Daosheng smiled faintly. Seeing Lu Daosheng carry himself without the slightest air of superiority, he gave everyone a refreshingly warm and approachable impression. The tension among the group eased considerably, and their gazes toward Lu Daosheng now held a touch more reverence. This was how a true figure of stature should carry himself. Lord Lu, I wish to know where is the one bearing the bloodline of the Ice Phoenix. Upon hearing Lu Daosheng's words, Daosheng was the first to speak. Beside him, Nangong Fong, who had been about to ask a question, suddenly fell silent. After stammering through his introduction just moments ago, he was now so eager to ask questions. Ice Phoenix bloodline? Are you seeking my daughter for some purpose? Boom! Instantly, everyone in the grand hall froze in place. The bearer of the Ice Phoenix bloodline was none other than the daughter of the ruler of this supreme city. Complex emotions surged within Yi Hanshuang's heart. She had actually considered taking her as a disciple, but the girl likely wouldn't even glance at her humble cold extreme hall. Indeed, while the cold extreme hall was a dominant force in the outside world, before this desolate city, it was as insignificant as a child. City lord, it's like this. I wish to take your daughter as my master. Upon learning his master was the daughter of the figure before him, Daosheng's tone and address instantly shifted to one of reverence. The next moment, two figures slowly approached from beyond the hall. None other than Lu Xuan Gu Chen. It's you! Daosheng exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Gu Chen. Millions of years ago, Gu Chen had visited the Dragon Sealing Valley and crossed paths with Daosheng. Daosheng still remembered Gu Chen, though he had assumed the other had long since perished. After all, back then, Gu Chen had been merely a cultivator at the Divine Palace realm. Yet now, he had made such tremendous progress. Long time no see. Gu Chen smiled faintly upon seeing Daosheng. Beside them, Lu Shui examined Daosheng with curiosity. She had just heard him declare his intention to recognize her as his master. At the same time, everyone around them was staring curiously at Lu Shui and Gu Chen. Master! I've finally met you. Daosheng suddenly clung to Lu Shui's leg, chattering excitedly. This scene left the crowd somewhat dumbfounded. At the very top, Lu Daosheng was equally bewildered. Was such a big reaction really necessary? Oh dear, you should get up first. Lu Shui's face flushed slightly as she hurriedly tried to push Daosheng away. But to her surprise, despite her quasi-emperor cultivation, she couldn't budge Daosheng at all. Suddenly, a gentle force pulled Daosheng aside. Lord City Master. Father. All eyes turned to Lu Daosheng, filled with reverence. Daosheng, I have no objection to you recognizing my daughter as your master. This matter shall be decided by my daughter herself. Daosheng's recognition of Lu Shui as his master would benefit her. The only drawback might be that she would bear the karmic consequences of his actions. But it didn't matter. With him around, even if the heavens fell, he would still hold them up. Master. Upon hearing Lu Daosheng's words, Daosheng immediately turned to Lu Shui with pleading eyes. Those nearby couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. This was a true dragon and ice dragon, no less. Taming a dragon was far more than just possessing formidable strength. Clearly, the Lord of Huangchang was more than capable of handling it. All right then. I suppose I'll reluctantly accept you. Lu Shui paused for a moment, hesitating slightly. She only agreed because her own father hadn't refused. Whether she possessed this ice dragon or not made little difference. Hearing this, the others' mouths twitched slightly. Reluctantly. If you're unwilling, don't push yourself too hard. Unfortunately, even if Lu Shui refused, it wouldn't be their turn anyway. Thank you for taking me in, Master. Immediately, a faint white light appeared on Daosheng's forehead. The next moment, the light drifted out and slowly imprinted itself onto Lu Shui's arm. Instantly, Lu Shui felt a connection form between herself and Daosheng. Lu Shui's mouth fell slightly open. She hadn't expected this ice dragon's power to be so terrifying. In the next instant, Daosheng transformed into a small dragon, coiling itself around Lu Shui's arm. Chapter 24, 500 years passed. With Daosheng dealt with, the others instantly snapped back to reality. These matters no longer concerned them. Lord Lu, I wish to know the identity of the one who ascended to Heavenly Emperor recently? Nangong Fong immediately asked. The surrounding crowd also turned their gaze toward Lu Daosheng. In their eyes, Lu Daosheng now seemed like an all-knowing being. Hearing the question, Lu Daosheng smiled. That person? He's right beside you. At these words, the crowd's hearts trembled. They all turned their heads to look at Gu Chen beside Lu Shui. Esteemed senior, who might you be? Nangong Fong inquired respectfully. Gu Chen was a figure from 1,000,000 years ago. Though they themselves had lived long lives, none had lived more than a few 100,000 years, so none of them recognized Gu Chen. Gu Chen spoke calmly, the Emperor of Mortals. What? Instantly, everyone except Lu Daosheng and a few others let out a collective gasp. Fan D. How could this be possible? Wasn't the Emperor Fan already slain during the dark turmoil 1,000,000 years ago? Lord Fan D, what truly happened back then? You. The crowd stared at Gu Chen, their eyes burning with excitement and fervor. This was the pride of the Tianqian world back then, its savior. The one most destined to ascend as the celestial emperor. Alas, heaven envies the talented. The dark turmoil claimed this most gifted and youngest of all emperors. Yet now, he stood before them, alive and well, having already attained the realm of heavenly emperor. All eyes turned to Gu Chen, seeking answers. However, Gu Chen merely shook his head slightly. What's past is past. I have now joined the wasteland city and serve as the master of the city lord's daughter. Instantly, the crowd was struck with shock once more. A bold conjecture began to take shape in their minds. Could it be that this mysterious and powerful city lord had saved Fan Di? No, he should now be addressed as the Fan Emperor. In an instant, Lu Daosheng's standing in everyone's eyes soared to unprecedented heights. Now, do any of you have further questions? Lord City Master, I have an unwarranted request. At that moment, Nangong Fong bowed his head and spoke. Speak. Lord City Master, I wish to lead the entire Nangong clan to join the Wasteland City. Hearing this, the crowd gasped in shock, followed by a chorus of silent curses. That shameless old man. Lu Daosheng also paused slightly. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Daosheng slowly replied, if your Nangong clan wishes to join Wasteland City, it will depend entirely on your own abilities. Now that Wasteland City has just opened its doors, opportunities abound. You must strive for it yourselves. Hearing this, Nangong Fong breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he hadn't been rejected. Thank you, Lord City Master, for this opportunity. I have no further objections. What about the rest of you? Lu Daosheng turned his gaze to the others. The drunken old man and the others shook their heads repeatedly. What they wanted to know, they already knew. There was no need to ask about attaining enlightenment. They knew that within this desolate city, achieving enlightenment was practically a given. However, they had also gleaned a valuable piece of information here. The wasteland city was just beginning to take shape, brimming with opportunities. This meant that more and more people would come to the wasteland city, and they would grow increasingly powerful. Though they stood at the pinnacle of the Tianqian world's hierarchy, what lay beyond its borders? Lu Daosheng escorted the group back. Immediately, Nangong Fong began gathering many exceptionally talented individuals from his clan to settle within the outer city walls of Wasteland City. This marked the first major clan migration into the Wasteland City. At the same time, beyond the Tianqian world, in the boundless starry expanse, many terrifying ancient beings, dormant and nearing the end of their lifespans, awoke one after another. Their gazes pierced through layer upon layer of void, fixating directly upon the direction of the Tianqian world. The Tree of Life? Heaven is aiding me. Instantly, countless ancient beings stirred and set off toward the direction of the Tianqian world. Upon the ramparts of the wasteland city within the Tianqian world, the wasteland guardian slowly opened his eyes. The crimson-hued long sword in his grasp began to hum with a distinct resonance. Finally, some worthy opponents have arrived. Having sought defeat for countless ages, he was clearly thrilled by the presence of true power. But whether they would satisfy him was another matter entirely. Thus began the long journey of development for the wasteland city. As time passed, more and more cultivators journeyed from distant lands, entering the wasteland city to begin their arduous training. And the wasteland city gradually grew more bustling. As for those cultivators unable to enter the city's inner sanctum, they settled in its outer reaches. There, too, energy was abundant and conducive to cultivation. Within the wasteland city, influenced by the various divine trees and sacred pagodas, constant transformations unfolded not only in the environment but also in the innate talents of its inhabitants. Rare physiques and bloodlines, which would normally only appear after countless eons, began to emerge one after another. Prodigies rose in droves, and the elder generation's lifespans were temporarily assured. Everything entered its most splendid era. Cultivation knows no time. Before long, 500 years had passed. These 500 years were 500 years on the true timeline. Tianqian World, Wasteland City. Here, it had undeniably become the most powerful force in the Tianqian world. Countless major factions were scrambling desperately to gain entry into the Wasteland City. At this moment, the outer city bustled with activity. The streets were teeming with people, creating an atmosphere of extraordinary liveliness. The most famous landmark in the outer city is that towering structure, the 100 Flowers Tower. The only legal establishment of its kind within the Wasteland City. Those who entered its doors could indulge in the pleasures of the flesh. The owner of the 100 Flowers Tower was Ji Shangkai, heir to the Ji family. 500 years ago, he leased this tower and rose to prominence overnight. It's said even those from the city lord's mansion frequent this establishment. Ji Shangkai himself maintained deep connections with the city lord's household. On this particular day, the 100 Flowers Pavilion was packed once more. Get lost. I was here first, damn it. Ha! Room 666 has always been mine, and this time won't be any different. Two grown men instantly erupted into a heated argument, their postures suggesting they might come to blows at any moment. Instantly, a crowd gathered around them. People pulled out small stools and sunflower seeds, settling in to watch the spectacle. Some even shouted, "Beat him up! Beat him up!" These people were collectively known as the watermelon eating crowd. People who love a good spectacle, no matter how big the trouble. Everyone, get out of the way. A furious shout suddenly rang out. Hearing this familiar voice, fear flashed in everyone's eyes, including the two quarreling men. Huang Wei, a major superpower within Huangchang. Its leader, Wei, was a favored confidant of the great city lord himself. It's over. That thought flashed through everyone's minds, and they scattered in an instant. Left behind, the two men trembled before the guards clad in dark gold robes, blades drawn. Mercy, Lord Warden. I'll never dare again. Sir, we won't make a fuss anymore, we won't. Please spare us. The two immediately began begging for mercy. They even shoved storage rings into the guards' hands, attempting to bribe them. Seeing this, the wasteland guards sneered inwardly, their expressions remaining impassive. The treatment afforded to wasteland guards was beyond what outsiders could imagine. They wouldn't stoop to coveting such worthless trinkets. Take them away. Any matters will be dealt with in the celestial prison. At these words, the two men trembled violently, collapsing limp to the ground. The celestial prison. It had been established just a few hundred years ago. It was said that once you entered, getting out would cost you dearly. Soon, the two were led away without the slightest resistance. The onlookers around them murmured in dismay. You two just enjoy your little victory. Clearly newbies, clueless about everything. Lucky for you, it was the wasteland guard this time. If it had been Jen, you two wouldn't even know how you died. Gen, one of the most mysterious factions within the Wasteland City. They operate in the shadows. They infiltrate everywhere. Most members of the Root are classified intelligence operatives. It's possible that the buddy sitting right next to you, chatting or gaming together, is actually from the Root. During the day, you vent to him about the desolate city, and by nightfall, it's already relayed to headquarters. You wouldn't even make it to the next day, you'd vanish into thin air. That's the sheer terror of Root. Its leader, however, remains the ultimate secret within secrets. In any case, aside from the high-ranking figures within the City Lord's mansion, no one has ever seen the true face of the Root's leader. Chapter 25, Ouyang Yanqing's Breakthrough. Meanwhile, in a room on the top floor of the 100 Flowers Pavilion, Mu Tianyin stirred awake from the warm bed. As if sensing something, she abruptly slapped Ji Shengkai, who was sound asleep beside her, awake. Get up. Let's go see what's happening. Ji Shengkai stirred groggily, immediately pulling Mu Tianyin into his arms. Oh, don't worry, my dear. They're just some nobodies. I've already established connections with the City Lord's mansion. Just sleep soundly. Hearing this, Mu Tianyin rolled her eyes. Indeed, 500 years had passed, and the two were now together. Yet centuries ago, they had been rivals. Mu Tianyin had started a tea-house business within the desolate city. But strangely, everyone flocked to the 100 Flowers Pavilion instead, leaving Mu Tianyin's place with few customers. This infuriated Mu Tianyin, who promptly sought out Ji Shengkai to confront him. Back and forth, Ji Shengkai somehow found himself falling for this older woman. He began pursuing her relentlessly. Initially, Mu Tianyin looked down on Ji Shengkai's methods of making money. But unexpectedly, Ji Shengkai's business became incredibly popular, making him rich beyond his wildest dreams. In the end, Ji Shengkai literally bought his way into Mu Tianyin's heart. She, Mu Tianyin, truly wasn't after money, but every gesture that moved her came at a steep price. The entire desolate city was left in awe at the spectacle. Inner city of Huangcheng. Though not as bustling as the outer city, its population had swelled considerably compared to 500 years prior. Many of the original inhabitants of the wasteland city had even grown great-grandchildren by now. As Lord Lu Daosheng put it, the more branches and leaves you grow, the better things will be. As for finding spouses and starting families, it couldn't be simpler. The moment word spread, queues of women seeking to marry into the inner city and men hoping to become in-laws stretched from the wasteland city all the way to the very edge of the Tianxian world. No wonder the conditions for settling in the wasteland city were simply too harsh. And so far, aside from the original inhabitants of the wasteland city, not a single person had truly settled in the inner city. Old Zhang, I hear your new baby was born with the 5 elements constitution. Congratulations. Haha, your kid's no slouch either, triggered celestial phenomena right after birth. Old Zhang and Old Li greeted each other with hearty laughter. The atmosphere was warm and harmonious. Undoubtedly, the Zhang and Li families had now risen to become major clans. And they were major clans within the inner city of Huangcheng. Within the City Lord's mansion. Within a mysterious space, Lu Daosheng slowly opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. He had now finished reading every single book the system had gathered for him. The entire worldview was now completely clear to him. The universe he inhabited was called the Primordial Chaos Universe, which itself was divided into countless galaxies. Some galaxies possessed immense power, with the strongest even harboring beings of the unknown realm. Such galaxies were called Tier 1 galaxies. Others possessed weaker power, with their strongest beings only reaching the ancient realm lower than Tier 1 galaxies and thus were called Tier 2 galaxies. The rest were ranked successively downward. The galaxy housing the Tianxian world is called the Xuangu Galaxy, classified as a Tier 4 galaxy, the lowest tier. The highest realm attained within it is merely the Celestial Emperor realm. Of course, that was in the past. Today, the Xuangu Galaxy where I reside can fully be called a legendary top-tier galaxy. Existences beyond the unknown realms still exist. However, Lu Daosheng had ventured out over the years. Moreover, through his calculations, he discovered that the Xuangu Galaxy seemed to have possessed an extraordinarily glorious history long ago. Yet that history had been erased from the river of time by certain beings. Lu Daosheng slowly rose to his feet, then stepped forward, instantly arriving within the City Lord's mansion. At the same moment, beneath a divine tree, Ouyang Yanqing's aura suddenly surged violently, resonating with the constant echoes of the Tao's sound. Instantly, the entire desolate city noticed the commotion. Yet the people seemed utterly accustomed to this phenomenon, carrying on with their daily routines as if nothing unusual had occurred. Boom! At that moment, the sky began to tear apart. Were it not for the divine artifacts within the Wasteland City Lord's residence over the years, which not only greatly benefited cultivators but also elevated the entire Tianxian world. Otherwise, this commotion alone would likely have been enough to shatter the entire Tianxian world. Witnessing this scene, Lu Daosheng understood that Ouyang Yanqing was about to break through. The next realm ahead was the realm of causality. Beside him, Gu Chen and Lu Shui appeared at Lu Daosheng's side. Father. Lord City Master. Lu Daosheng glanced at the two and smiled. Lu Shui had now reached the Heavenly Emperor realm. Gu Chen had also made significant progress. The higher the realm, the more difficult the breakthrough became, requiring ever greater spans of time. Ouyang Yanqing's breakthrough to the causality realm wasn't solely due to 500 years of cultivation. The accumulation of countless ages was equally crucial. Upon the ramparts of the wasteland city, Huangshou occupied a special space. This space had been specially prepared for the wasteland guardian by Lu Daosheng. Within it, his environment mirrored that of the city lord's mansion, allowing him to enjoy the effects of those divine artifacts. Far too slow. At this moment, Huangshou had already reached the realm of causality. Facing Ouyang Yanqing's breakthrough, only scorn filled Huangshou's eyes. After all, the city lord of Huangcheng stood behind him. Now, he often felt fortunate to have encountered Lu Daosheng and joined Wasteland City. Otherwise, how could he possibly enjoy such a comfortable life now? Boom! Another deafening roar echoed. The entire sky suddenly shifted color as countless streaks of light poured down from the starry heavens. Some streaks entered cultivators' bodies, causing them to instantly achieve enlightenment on the spot. Witnessing this scene, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Thank you, Mother Nature. But it wasn't over yet. Within the city lord's mansion, several divine trees trembled violently under Lu Daosheng's authorization. In an instant, a torrential downpour engulfed the desolate city. This rain, however, was no ordinary rain. It was condensed from the essence of the divine trees. Once absorbed, its benefits were boundless. Instantly, the entire desolate city erupted in cheers, the people chanting the name of the city lord. After an unknown period, the commotion finally began to subside. Beneath the ancient tree of enlightenment, Ouyang Yanqing opened her eyes. Feeling the power surging within her, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Miss Ouyang. Lu Daosheng's voice rang out. Startled by the words, Ouyang Yanqing froze for a moment. The next instant, she materialized before Lu Daosheng. She still wore that vibrant red dress. Seeing Lu Daosheng stirred complex emotions within Ouyang Yanqing. Now, she had grown stronger. And she felt Lu Daosheng's terror more keenly than ever. Thank you. Ouyang Yanqing expressed her sincere gratitude. Should Wasteland City ever face hardship, I will lend my full support. She had nothing to repay Lu Daosheng with. After all, he seemed to lack nothing. So this was all she could offer. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng's expression brightened. Are you leaving? Ouyang Yanqing smiled faintly. Of course not. I don't have much to do over there, so I'll just stay here a few more days. You don't mind, do you? Ouyang Yanqing playfully batted her eyelashes at Lu Daosheng. Lu Daosheng's face flushed with embarrassment. Aha, of course I don't mind. Just then, Lu Shui approached from a distance. Seeing Lu Shui, Ouyang Yanqing's expression brightened. She hurried over and took Lu Shui's small hand. Little Shui, your cultivation has improved so quickly. Come on, sis will take you out to play. Hearing this, Lu Shui hesitated slightly before turning to look at Lu Daosheng. Seeing this, Lu Daosheng gave a helpless smile. Go ahead, but be careful. Hee, thanks, Dad. With that, Ouyang Yanqing pulled Lu Shui away. At first, Lu Shui had harbored some hostility toward Ouyang Yanqing. But later, in order to stubbornly cling to staying here, Ouyang Yanqing had been constantly trying to win Lu Shui over. Lu Shui, an inexperienced young girl, was no match for Ouyang Yanqing. Before long, Lu Shui was completely under Ouyang Yanqing's spell. This left Lu Daosheng feeling somewhat helpless. Yet he could do nothing about it, for Ouyang Yanqing harbored no ill will toward his daughter and genuinely treated her well. So Lu Daosheng eventually turned a blind eye to Ouyang Yanqing. Realms, Qi cultivation, innate, spirit master, breaker of void, spirit condensation, soul division, spirit palace, life union, sage, holy king, near emperor, great emperor, heavenly emperor, Dao realm, ancient realm, unknown realm, causality realm. Chapter 26, Reporting Duty. Is a great battle about to begin? Within the city lord's mansion council hall, Lu Daosheng sat at the highest position. Long ago, following a certain individual's suggestion, the city lord's mansion began holding periodic work reports. This arrangement had even given Lu Daosheng a sense of going to work. And today was the day for that report. Within the grand hall, Wei and Xing, Yunqi, and others had all been waiting for some time. Each stood with their backs straight as boards, their faces solemn and reverent as they gazed upward at Lu Daosheng. Unfazed by the scene, Lu Daosheng rubbed his nose and said calmly, Wei, you go first. Yes, Lord City Master. Wei then stepped forward and reported all the significant events that had occurred within the Wasteland City over the past few days to Lu Daosheng. The Wasteland Guard under Wei's command now numbered over 10,000. After all, the city's population had grown substantially, and a smaller guard force would prove inadequate. Rough estimates suggested the city now housed at least several million people, and it would likely surpass 10 million before long. Of course, space was certainly not an issue. After all, when Lu Daosheng rebuilt the Wasteland City, he infused it with the laws of the world and the laws of space. The entire city was as vast as a world unto itself. Not just 10 million, even 100 million people would be more than accommodated. Wei quickly finished his report. As Wei oversaw discipline and security within the wasteland city, there were no major complications. The next moment, Xing stepped forward. 500 years had passed, and Xing's entire demeanor had undergone a profound transformation. Back then, he was just a street hustler roaming the voidlands. Now, he had become the leader of a vast organization, radiating the aura of a true leader from every pore. To Lu Daosheng and his companions, he was a gentle, smiling fellow. To outsiders, however, he was like a demon god, a name that struck fear into hearts. It was precisely because Xing performed his duties so well that Lu Daosheng could fully entrust the affairs of the wasteland city to him. The roots had permeated nearly the entire wasteland city, boasting a force of over 100,000. Anyone harboring even the slightest ill intent toward the wasteland city would be swiftly eliminated by Xing. Since the root organization led by Xing operated in the shadows, handling intelligence gathering, assassinations, and numerous other tasks, his reports took considerably longer than Wei's. It wasn't until late afternoon that Xing finally completed his report. "That's all, Lord City Master." Upon hearing this, Lu Daosheng nodded. Any further discussion would have lulled him to sleep. At that moment, Yunqi stepped forward. Over 5 centuries, Yunqi had lived up to Lu Daosheng's expectations, forging an exceptionally formidable army for him. Lu Daosheng named it the Lu Family Army. The entire force now numbered over 300,000 men and was still growing. Every soldier was armed to the teeth, a truly extravagant sight. "Lord City Master, all is currently normal within the army. However." "But what?" At these words, Yunqi's expression turned bitter. "Lord City Master, it has been hundreds of years since this army was established, yet we have not fought a single battle. Our brothers in arms are growing restless." In truth, this restlessness extended beyond the ranks. He felt it too. They had poured their passion into building this army for Lu Daosheng, only to find themselves without a war to fight. It was like a man who'd just taken his medicine but had no one to unleash it on, utterly frustrating. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng found himself both amused and exasperated. So that's what it was about. He couldn't very well start a war himself. His philosophy was simple: if they don't provoke me, I won't provoke them. But if any foolhardy soul dared provoke him, he would make them pay the most painful price. Right where he stood, Lu Daosheng used his great divine power to conduct a simulation. Moments later, his expression shifted slightly before he chuckled. "All right, continue training diligently. In time, you'll have your hands full." Hearing this, Yunqi's expression brightened. "Very well. This subordinate will train the troops diligently and will not disappoint the city lord. I take my leave." With that, Yunqi promptly departed. Watching Yunqi depart with evident excitement, Lu Daosheng shook his head and smiled. He then turned his attention back to the reports being delivered by the others in the hall. Upon the ramparts of Huangchang, the wasteland defender slowly rose to his feet. Against the wall beside him, 6 bold characters stood out. "Tisk, TSK, TSK. It's been so long since any enemies came. My sword is practically starving for blood." Instantly, the blood-stained sword in his hand began to hum, as if echoing its master's words. Over 500 years, countless powerful warriors sensing the aura of great treasures within the ruined city had stormed its gates, seeking to seize the treasures. Yet none had even breached the city gates, all struck down by a single sword blow outside the fortifications. Among them were even those at the ancient realm. Upon witnessing that ancient realm expert, the wasteland guardian was somewhat surprised. Lu Daosheng had informed him that many powerful beings from the Xuangu star system would attempt to seize the treasures in the coming days. He had been told that powerful beings from beyond the Xuangu star system would take some time to arrive. Therefore, it was inconceivable that a Gu realm powerhouse would appear within the Xuangu star system. He knew the Xuangu star system had previously been merely a level 4 star system, only beginning to transform after the arrival of the wasteland city. Only after he had slain the opponent with a single sword strike did he realize the individual was merely someone who had accidentally stowed away through a passageway. Originally, the intruder should have been unrivaled within the Xuangu star system. Yet fate had led him to the wasteland city. Gazing up at the boundless starry sky, the wasteland guardian wore an expression of calm detachment. Regardless of who came, he would simply slay them with a single sword strike. Meanwhile, at the edge of the Xuangu star system, though the Xuangu galaxy was merely a level 4 star system, its border barrier was no ordinary force could breach. Yet, with a deafening blast, a massive hole suddenly blasted open in the sturdy border barrier. In the next instant, a black warship, shrouded in an eerie aura, slowly emerged from the breach. Who would have thought such a galaxy could harbor a treasure of this caliber? A man in black robes stood at the bow, surveying the Xuangu star system with a sinister grin, his eyes brimming with contempt. Beside him, an old man whose teeth were nearly all gone urged, "Young master, we should act quickly. Such a treasure won't have only been discovered by our Shay insect." Hearing this, the black-clad man nodded and ordered, "Full speed ahead." Instantly, the black warship surged forward with renewed speed. The evil cloud sect was the strongest power in the dark star system. The dark star system itself was a secondary star system. Yet even among star systems of the same tier, vast disparities in strength existed. Some secondary star systems, even with only a single ancient realm expert, could still be classified as such. Others, though home to numerous ancient realm experts, more than one lack any powerhouse beyond that realm, yet still hold their tier 2 status. The dark star system stands as the pinnacle among secondary star systems. Within their Xieyun sect alone, they openly possess 3 ancient realm powerhouses. This time, the evil Cloud sect had even brought 2 ancient realm powerhouses directly, clearly determined to seize the mysterious treasure that had suddenly appeared in the Tianxian world. At the same moment, within another border barrier, another massive breach abruptly appeared. In the next instant, an immense, colossal sword slowly emerged from within. This sword was as vast as a miniature planet. Its surface teemed with countless living beings. Is this what a low-grade star system looks like? A middle-aged man clad in robes spoke coldly from the sword's head. His gaze fell upon the Xuangu star system, his eyes brimming with contempt, as if he stood far above it all. Sword Master, the Xuangu galaxy is as good as finished. This time, a supreme treasure has appeared within it, but alas, they lack the strength to protect it. It won't be long before a great war erupts there, and when it does, the Xuangu galaxy will be laid waste. Hearing this, the middle-aged man nodded, saying no more. Their true adversaries had never been the Xuangu star system itself, but rather the inhabitants of other star systems who, like them, sought to seize the supreme treasure. Still, they would remain cautious. For who could say when those terrifying first-tier star system forces might arrive? Chapter 27, Enemies from Beyond, Battle in the Void. Within the city lord's mansion. Lu Daosheng looked up, his expression unchanged. Since I dare not conceal it, I fear no one who comes to seize it. The next moment, at Lu Daosheng's summons, Wei, and Xing, Yunqi, and other high-ranking officials appeared before him. Lord City Master. The group bowed respectfully to Lu Daosheng. From now on, many enemies will appear in our wasteland city. Ensure the safety and order within the city are well managed. Do not let any chaos erupt. Wei immediately interjected, City Lord, leave this matter to your subordinate. Lu Daosheng nodded, then continued, Yunqi. At your service. Show no mercy to those enemies. If they dare to come, not a single one shall be spared. Yes, Lord City Master. I will ensure they never return. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng smiled with satisfaction. At that moment, Xing spoke up, Lord City Master, what about me? Lu Daosheng turned to Xing and fell into deep thought. Xing had now reached the Dao realm. Moreover, since Lu Daosheng often allowed her to take on side missions, her strength was formidable. Barring ancient realm powerhouses, Xing faced virtually no equal. Moreover, Xing possessed the void body, which had long since reached perfection. Within the void realm, Xing was virtually unbeatable, appearing and vanishing like a ghost, making him an extremely troublesome opponent. Alright then. Go investigate the identities of those people. If possible, capture a few key figures alive. Upon hearing this, Xing nodded. Yes, City Lord. At that moment, Gu Chen also arrived. Lord City Master, I should go as well. Gu Chen was now on the verge of a breakthrough, with the next realm being the ancient realm. Very well. Father, I want to go too. No. Lu Daosheng grew anxious upon hearing Lu Shue's words. This was a major battle. What if he got careless and hurt his own daughter? Lu Shue's little face immediately fell. Beside her, Gu Chen also spoke up, Xiao Shui, you should listen to your father and stay here quietly. Hearing this, Lu Shui had no choice but to concede. All right. And so, the group departed immediately. The next moment, a massive tolling of bells echoed from within the desolate city. Hearing the toll, everyone stopped what they were doing. They knew this sound was only sounded when enemies attacked. The wasteland city was under attack? Instantly, everyone stood ready for battle. Their fate was now inextricably tied to the desolate city. They shared its glory and its shame. Yet some were overcome with elation. Take the Nangong family, for instance. Excellent. Our chance has come, ha 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 ha. Grandfather, what do you mean? Watching the excited Nangong Fong, Nangong Yu was utterly baffled. Hearing this, Nangong Fong shot him a look of disappointment. Don't you want to enter the inner city? The inner city. That was the dream of every person who entered the wasteland city. Suddenly, Nangong Yu remembered. Only those who had made significant contributions to the wasteland city were qualified to enter the inner city. Grandfather, are you thinking of? Indeed. The Nangong clan must join the battle not only for the wasteland city, but for ourselves. If it means securing entry for the entire Nangong clan into the inner city, then even if I, an old man, were to fall in battle, what would it matter? Hearing his grandfather's words, Nangong Yu's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. Grandfather. Without another word, Nangong Fong turned and left without looking back, heading straight for the city lord's residence. At the same time, it wasn't just Nangong Fong. Many others with the strength and the same resolve as him began to take action. Ha! Your Nangong clan intends to join the battle too? Wei asked, his voice tinged with surprise. Indeed. Nangong Fong nodded. I also request that you grant my Nangong family an opportunity. Hearing this, Awei hesitated for a moment before nodding. Alright, but I'm warning you, no one will look out for you in battle. If you die, you're truly gone. Nangong Fong showed no hesitation. Seeing this, Awei led Nangong Fong to Yunqi's location. At that moment, Yunqi was reorganizing his troops. Upon seeing the Lu family army, numbering over 300,000 strong, Nangong Fong froze in place as if struck by lightning. Is this the mysterious army of the desolate city? How terrifying. Over 300,000 soldiers, each possessing at least the strength of the Saint Realm. At the very least. Yet Yunqi merely glanced at them, and even Nangong Fong found it unbearable. After a century of cultivation, he had successfully broken through to the quasi-emperor realm. Soon, he would fully attain emperorhood. He had thought himself a formidable expert within the wasteland city, but now he realized his vision had been far too narrow. Gazing upon the disciplined, high-spirited Lu family army, Nangong Fong's expression turned reverent. In this battle, he sought no glory merely to avoid hindering this formidable force. Just then, several thunderous booms echoed from beyond the sky. In the next instant, a colossal black warship enveloped the entire wasteland city, obscuring the sky and blocking out the sun. Simultaneously, another thunderous roar echoed. A colossal sword sliced through the air, materializing not far from the black warship. The Dark Star System? Giant Sword Galaxy? Both parties were visibly startled upon seeing each other. But at that moment, the old man aboard the black warship exclaimed, "Young master, look!" Instantly, all eyes in the void turned toward the desolate city below. Whoosh! A chorus of gasps filled the air. Ha ha ha, we're rich! We're rich! The young master of the Evil Cloud sect exclaimed excitedly. The members of the Heavenly Sword sect were also overcome with excitement. They had thought it was one treasure, but it turned out to be a pile of treasures. And they were all legendary treasures at that. Gazing at one of the towers below, the leader of the Giant Sword sect declared fervently, "That tower, the Heavenly Sword sect must have it. The Sword Tower. Within it dwell countless sword essences. All geniuses with sword cultivation aptitude enter the Sword Tower to train. Of course, only those from the City Lord's Mansion and the inner city possess the qualifications to enter." Hearing the Heavenly Sword sect's declaration, the Evil Cloud sect sneered with disdain. "Only children make choices, we want it all. Let us each seize what we can by our own skill." Immediately, the Sheyun sect's elite forces charged forth in unison. Seeing this, the Heavenly Sword sect's members paled and followed suit, charging out as well. The next moment, bang! Everyone was met with a solid wall. For at some unknown moment, an invisible barrier had materialized over the desolate city. Seeing this, the people within the wasteland city breathed a collective sigh of relief. The city lord is awesome. But upon seeing the barrier, the expressions of the Sheyun sect and Tianjian sect disciples darkened. These lowly natives, it seems, possess quite a few treasures. Clearly, they believed this to be a defensive artifact. Upon the desolate city walls, the desolate guardian lay sprawled on the ground, gazing up at the Sheyun sect and Giant Sword sect members above. His eyes held a look of utter despair. He desperately wanted to leap down and cleave them in two with a single sword strike. But alas, Lu Daosheng had forbidden him from intervening. Now he was stuck here, forced to watch helplessly. "You useless fools inside, get your asses out here. No, hand over the treasures. Or else, humph humph humph." The young master of the Evil Cloud sect surveyed the surrounding lands beyond the desolate city, his eyes burning with madness. Seeing the Sheyun sect's unrestrained arrogance, some could no longer contain themselves. Several figures flew straight through the desolate city's barrier into the void beyond. "You scum! Just you wait, today I'll show you what I'm made of." The arrivals were none other than the Zhang and Li families from the inner city. At this moment, they all possessed the power of an emperor. Well, look who's crawling out of their holes." The young master of the Evil Cloud sect sneered. Hearing this, Zhang Cheng's face darkened with fury. "If you want to attack the wasteland city, you'll have to get past me first." Without hesitation, Zhang Cheng charged forward. The others, seeing this, followed suit. "Everyone, follow the Zhang family brat." Watching them charge, the members of the Evil Cloud sect and the Heavenly Sword sect looked on with utter contempt. Low-tier star systems are just that, low tier. Nothing but a bunch of losers. The next moment, a Heavenly Emperor realm powerhouse stepped forward. He unleashed a fist strike. Boom! The immense force sent the Zhang family and others reeling backward. The young master of the Evil Cloud sect frowned slightly. "What's going on? Why are you holding back?" The Heavenly Emperor realm expert was momentarily at a loss for words. He hadn't held back, he'd truly given it his all. By all rights, these people should have been obliterated into dust. Just as he was about to strike again, a terrifying aura suddenly descended. "Everyone, step back for now." Boom! In the next instant, a middle-aged man clad in dark golden battle armor materialized above the void. It was Yun Qi. Simultaneously, over 300,000 troops materialized behind him. Chapter 28, The enemy escaped, and we haven't had enough. In an instant, the entire void began to tremble violently. In an instant, the members of the Evil Cloud sect and the Heavenly Sword sect realized that the man before them was no ordinary opponent. You are not from the Xuangu star system, a powerful outsider declared in a deep voice. Hearing this, the disciples of both sects instantly understood. They couldn't fathom the strength of this battle-armored man before them. It turned out he, like them, was also an outsider from beyond the Xuangu star system. Yet Yunqi merely stared coldly at them, his voice icy as he declared, "Those who dare to trespass upon my wasteland city shall be punished, no matter how far they flee." In the next instant, over 300,000 soldiers behind him roared with fury and charged directly at the two sects' followers. Their momentum surged like a rainbow. In an instant, the entire void began to crack and shatter. Quantity had reached a critical mass. Yet Yunqi had no intention of joining the fray himself, content to command from the rear. For he had already reached the realm of the unknown. As long as no other unknown realm powerhouse intervened, he would not act. If he did intervene, it would be a devastating blow. These trained troops still needed tempering. Charge with the Lu family army. Brothers, charge together. Long live the wasteland city. Instantly, several auras shot skyward from Huangcheng, ascending into the void to join the Lu family army in confronting the extraterrestrial foe. Young master, what should we do? On the black warship, the old man asked with a hint of worry. Hearing this, Mo Tian, young master of the Evil Cloud sect, coldly replied, "What should we do? What else can we do? Charge! Charge, all of you! Slaughter these natives!" The next moment, the members of the Evil Cloud sect charged directly at the Wasteland City army. Not far away, the Heavenly Sword sect followed suit. All members of the Heavenly Sword sect, heed my command, show no mercy beneath your blades. Finally, the two forces collided. Boom! A deafening roar echoed through the air. A colossal black hole abruptly appeared in the void. A terrifying suction force violently drew in everything around it, an utterly unsettling sight. Below, within the Lord's residence of the Wasteland City, Lu Daosheng sat in the courtyard, watching the battle above with satisfaction. These people, their training hadn't been in vain. All those resources weren't spent on idle hands. If he had to personally intervene in matters like this, what was the point of building his own faction? He might as well have taken his daughter traveling, exploring the myriad realms of the cosmos. Moments later, Xing suddenly appeared in the courtyard, shouldering a black burlap sack. He then slowly approached Lu Daosheng, kneeling on one knee. "Lord City Master, I have not disappointed you. I have captured their leader." "Oh? That was quick. Quite efficient." Lu Daosheng immediately shot Xing an appreciative glance before smiling. "Rise." "Thank you, Lord City Master." Xing exclaimed excitedly. He knew his fortunes were about to soar. Though he was already soaring high, he didn't mind climbing even higher. Xing rose to his feet and tossed the sack onto the ground. "Lord Mayor, these two groups are the Evil Cloud sect from the Dark Star system and the Heavenly Sword sect from the Giant Sword star system." Lu Daosheng nodded upon hearing this. He had already deduced this long ago. Sending Xing was merely to gauge the leader's strength. Clearly, Xing had not disappointed him. "Open it." The sack was opened, revealing Mo Xietian's figure before Lu Daosheng. At that moment, a look of sheer terror still clung to Mo Xietian's face, as if he had witnessed some unspeakable horror. The next moment, Lu Daosheng snapped his fingers. Mo Xietian instantly returned to his original state. "Ah! Who dared ambush this master?" Mo Xietian panicked and shouted a few times, but soon realized the scene had changed. Looking up at the middle-aged man before him, who seemed to carry no aura whatsoever, Mo Xietian's heart skipped a beat. His years of experience told him this man was no ordinary opponent. You. At that moment, Mo Xietian noticed the sky above. Witnessing the fierce battle unfolding in the void, Mo Xietian instantly understood. He had been lured straight into the enemy's lair. Weren't they just a low-tier galactic faction? Why were they so powerful? This was highly unusual. Mo Xietian. Lu Daosheng spoke slowly. Hearing his name spoken aloud, Mo Xietian's body trembled uncontrollably. What do you want?" At this, Lu Daosheng smiled. "That question should be mine. What do you intend to do?" Mo Xietian snapped back to his senses. "Senior, if you'll just let me go, I'll leave immediately and swear never to invade the Xuangu star system again," Mo Xietian immediately declared. Lu Daosheng merely smiled in response, saying nothing. "What took you so long? Take him away." "Yes, City Lord." Then, Xing shot Mo Xietian a sinister smile. That smile instantly sent a chill down Mo Xietian's spine, filling him with an overwhelming sense of foreboding. "What are you planning?" "Mark my words, if anything happens to me, the Xieyun sect will become your sworn enemy." However, Xing offered no reply. Instead, he simply took Mo Xietian and vanished from the courtyard. "Father, are you going to kill him?" Lu Shui asked from the side. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng ruffled Lu Shui's hair and smiled. What do you think would happen to you if you fell into their hands? Lu Shui fell silent. The outcome was all too clear, it wouldn't be pleasant. Lu Daosheng smiled, then grew serious. Shuer, you must learn to discern right from wrong. Father can protect you forever, always stand by you. But I don't want you to become a foolish person. Do you understand? Hearing this, Lu Shui lowered her head. Father, I understand. Seeing her expression, Lu Daosheng said no more. With time and experience, she would understand everything. Meanwhile, high above the void. At that moment, the members of the Evil Cloud sect and the Heavenly Sword sect were growing increasingly exhausted and strained. Their eyes were filled with utter disbelief. How could a fourth-tier star system possess such overwhelming power? Even with those supreme treasures, it was impossible for them to achieve this in such a short time. Young master, it's bad. We were careless. Young. Ha? Where is the young master? The old man of the Evil Cloud sect cried out in alarm. In an instant, the entire Xieyun sect was thrown into chaos. In a single careless moment, numerous powerful cultivators were slaughtered by the Lu family army and the elite forces within the wasteland city. Damn it! Retreat! Retreat now! Retreat! A Gu realm expert from the Evil Cloud sect grimaced. Beside him, another ancient realm expert from the Evil Cloud sect also wore an extremely grim expression. They hadn't joined the battle because they were being targeted. From the rear of the army, the man in the dark gold battle armor was staring directly at them. The oppressive pressure was overwhelming. A possibility they dared not even imagine began to take root in their minds. Unknown realm? They dared not dwell on it, immediately piloting their warship to depart. Seeing the Evil Cloud sect retreat, the Heavenly Sword sect members were suddenly caught in a dilemma. With their current strength, they were no match for the forces of the Xuangu star system. Without further deliberation, the Heavenly Sword sect also began withdrawing from the battlefield. General, shall we pursue? A commander, seeing the enemy retreat, immediately stepped forward to ask Yun Qi. Observing the retreating members of both sects, Yun Qi contemplated annihilating them completely. But at that moment, a voice reached his ears. Return first. Recognizing the familiar voice, Yun Qi immediately replied, Return. Without hesitation, the group above the void swiftly returned to the desolate city. Moments later, the void regained its tranquility, leaving only the shattered remnants of the void behind. At the same time, cheers erupted throughout the entire wasteland city. Within the city lord's mansion. Lord City Master. Yun Qi approached Lu Daosheng with an excited look on his face. You've worked hard. Lu Daosheng smiled. Hearing this, Yun Qi felt a bit awkward, realizing he hadn't actually done much himself. Then Lu Daosheng clarified, what I meant was, you've worked hard training this army. Only then did Yun Qi grasp the meaning, and he chuckled, it's all thanks to the resources the city lord provided. No matter how skilled his training was, without resources, it would all be for naught. Then, something occurred to Yun Qi, and he asked, Lord Mayor, why did you let those men go? With his strength, he could have easily eliminated them all. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng replied, they will return. And when they come again, they will be stronger and more numerous than before. Yun Qi instantly understood. Rest assured, Lord Mayor, he declared. As long as I stand guard, this desolate city shall remain secure. That's something I should be saying. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed through the air. In the next instant, Huang Shou appeared in the arena. Seeing Huang Shou, Yun Qi bowed respectfully. Senior Huang. Huang Shou nodded, then turned his gaze to Lu Daosheng. Lord City Master. What is it? Lord City Master, when the enemy comes next time, may I join the fight too? Watching the battle unfold in the void, he truly couldn't bear the boredom any longer. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng sighed in exasperation. Why did he have to be surrounded by such battle-crazed maniacs? At that moment, Lu Shui beside him lit up with joy before smiling. Father, my master is about to break through. Oh? Is that so? Lu Shui nodded. Yes, master said the reason he couldn't break through was because he lacked a battle. And now, Gu Chen had successfully broken through the bottleneck of the Dao realm. Suddenly, a tremendous disturbance erupted from one of the cultivation chambers within the city lord's mansion. Witnessing Gu Chen's breakthrough, everyone present except Lu Shui nodded in acknowledgement. Such extraordinary signs clearly demonstrated Gu Chen's truly exceptional talent. The city lord truly possessed eyes as sharp as a torch. Chapter 29, Cosmic Peril. Sure enough, not long after, an aura of the ancient realm surged forth from a section of the city lord's mansion. The next moment, Gu Chen's figure materialized before everyone's eyes. Congratulations on breaking through to the ancient realm. Lu Daosheng greeted Gu Chen with a slow smile. Brother Gu, congratulations. Congratulations, congratulations. Master, congratulations. Instantly, the crowd joined in with their congratulations. Hearing the congratulations, Gu Chen couldn't help but smile. This is all thanks to the city lord. Without him, I wouldn't be where I am today. As time passed, his gratitude toward Lu Daosheng only deepened. He often felt fortunate to have encountered Lu Daosheng. Without a doubt, Lu Daosheng had changed his destiny. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng smiled. Opportunities are forged by seizing them oneself. And so, the Wasteland City had successfully navigated this crisis. Of course, this was achieved without Lu Daosheng and some of the stronger individuals intervening. This incident made Lu Daosheng even more cautious. The power of Huangcheng still fell somewhat short. A true supreme power cannot rely solely on superficial might. Behind the scenes, it must also possess terrifying power capable of intimidating its enemies. Moments later, the group departed to prepare for the next defense. According to Lu Daosheng, they would likely launch a counterattack after all. They couldn't just sit idly by forever. In a vast abyss of the cosmos. Here, not a trace of life remained, as if this were the very edge of the cosmos. At that moment, faint, corrosive black mist began seeping slowly from the abyss, accompanied by an eerie, heart-stopping sound. Suddenly, a figure materialized above the abyss. At the sight of the abyss's horrifying state, its expression changed drastically. Back off! With a powerful strike, the man slammed his palm down into the abyss. In an instant, the entire abyss began to tremble violently. Yet the black mist showed no sign of dissipating. Instead, it grew thicker and thicker. Witnessing this, the man's expression darkened. Damn it! How could this happen? Just then, a piercing voice suddenly echoed from within the abyss. Heh, you cannot stop the advance of my kind. Hearing this, the man stared intently at the abyss below, his expression heavy with dread. In the next instant, all color drained from his face. At the bottom of the abyss, a monstrous fissure was steadily widening. Endless black mist poured forth from within it. Suddenly, a purple, eerie eye appeared within the fissure, gazing intently at the man standing above the abyss. When you gaze into the abyss also gazes into you. Without hesitation, the man turned and fled. The situation had clearly spiraled beyond his control. And near the abyss, in the direction the man fled, there stood a colossal defensive line, stretching almost across the entire universe. As if guarding against something. They're coming, after all? A weary sigh echoed from within the barrier. As the sound echoed, countless terrifyingly powerful beings surged forth from behind the defenses. Darkness descended. The cosmos united as one, facing this calamity together. Victory meant the universe would be safe. Defeat meant the universe's annihilation. Somewhere in the Tianxian world. In a dark, narrow alleyway. Run! Why aren't you running? Damn it, you little brat! Just you wait, I'll beat the crap out of you today. A burly man towered over a scrawny little beggar huddled in the corner, his eyes blazing with savagery. Without warning, the man launched a barrage of punches and kicks. Under the overwhelming force, the little beggar couldn't fight back at all. After an unknown amount of time, the man seemed to tire of the beating. He spat on the ground and stormed off, cursing under his breath. Left behind, the beggar struggled to his feet before slumping back against the wall. Blood trickled continuously from his mouth as his consciousness began to fade. He knew he was dying. But he truly did not want to die. Why? Why did this world have to treat him like this? With endless resentment in his eyes, the little beggar looked up at the sky. I refuse to accept this. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain, the little beggar forced himself to stand once more. Yet the very next moment, thud! The little beggar collapsed onto the ground. At the same time, blood flowed out in increasing amounts. At that moment, the little beggar had clearly reached the end of his life. His mouth opened, as if to speak, but no sound could escape. Want to live? Just then, a towering figure appeared before the little beggar. The next instant, the little beggar miraculously regained some strength. Yes, I want to live. I don't want to die. Lu Daosheng looked at the little beggar cowering before him. In that child, he saw so much. Not only did he see the unwillingness in the beggar's eyes, but he also saw that intense willpower. How strong was this will? Lu Daosheng could feel it clearly even at home. And this was precisely why he had come here. I can save you. What can you give me in return? Lu Daosheng asked slowly. Hearing this question, the little beggar fell silent. He truly had nothing left to give. Seeing the beggar boy's silence, Lu Daosheng seemed slightly disappointed. He shook his head slightly and turned to leave. Just then, the beggar's faint voice reached him from behind. I can give you someone who will never disappoint you. I will do my utmost to fulfill whatever you ask of me. Please, save me. By the end, the beggar boy's voice had grown hoarse with emotion. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng halted in his tracks and turned back around. Remember what you said today. In the next instant, a streak of light flashed by. The young beggar's wounds healed instantly, waves of energy continuously repairing his body. Do you have a name? The young beggar paused briefly before replying slowly, My name is Kong. That name hadn't been spoken in a very, very long time. So long that he himself had nearly forgotten it. Upon hearing this, Lu Daosheng nodded. I've now made preliminary improvements to your constitution. You're ready to begin cultivation. Hearing this, Kong was overcome with excitement. He knew the man before him was undoubtedly the legendary cultivation master of legend. He never imagined he would finally be able to cultivate. He had once dreamed of cultivating, believing it would free him from bullying forever. Yet reality had dealt him a crushing blow. His constitution simply couldn't handle cultivation. Compounded by years of malnutrition, the 12-year-old boy looked like an 8-year-old child. Not an ounce of flesh covered his frail frame. "Thank you, benefactor." Kong knelt abruptly on the ground and began kowtowing to Lu Daosheng. Lu Daosheng, however, pulled Kong to his feet. In the next instant, the palm world materialized in Lu Daosheng's palm. Within it lie countless opportunities. How much you gain depends entirely on your own destiny. Remember what you said, you won't let me down. At these words, Kong's expression hardened with resolve. Rest assured, benefactor. I will not disappoint you. Without further ado, Kong was drawn into the world within Lu Daosheng's palm. 1 year outside equaled 1,000 years within. From this moment onward, the life of this little beggar named Kong underwent a complete and utter transformation. It was hard to imagine that after countless years, the second strongest warrior beneath the Wasteland City Lord had once been a beggar boy on the brink of death. Chapter 30, The Moment of Life and Death. Meanwhile, within the primordial universe, countless powerful star systems suddenly forced their way through the boundary barriers, surging en masse toward a single direction. This news instantly caught the attention of the border defenses at the edge of the universe. Our Hongmeng universe truly is a united cosmos. The elderly leader at the forefront, his eyes bloodshot, was so moved he shed tears. Surrounding him, numerous powerful beings nodded in agreement. When the universe faces peril, how could we, as citizens of the Hongmeng universe, stand idly by? At that moment, however, a middle-aged man voiced his confusion. But wait, we haven't even notified them yet. Who could have shared this news with them? At this, the crowd fell silent. Indeed, that was true. The eldest elder among them snorted coldly. Then it must be that there are capable individuals among them. Our boundless Hongmeng universe naturally produces exceptional talents in abundance. Hearing this, none dared to contradict him, and they all nodded in agreement. For Elder Yang was the most senior, the most powerful, and the most ancient of their elders. Elder Yang is correct. Elder Yang, should we wait for them all to arrive before taking action? Upon hearing this, the elder known as Elder Yang pondered for a moment before nodding. Naturally, we must wait. This border defense line was established through the joint efforts of these powerful individuals. Its purpose was to defend against foreign tribes. Long ago, almost to the ancient era, the demonic tribes launched a massive invasion of the primordial universe. The entire Hongmeng universe faced an existential crisis. In the end, countless mighty beings set aside their differences, rose to the occasion, and joined forces to drive back the demonic tribes. That battle left the primordial universe severely damaged. Countless mighty warriors perished tragically. That era had been the Hongmeng universe's golden age. Realm of the unknown practitioners were as common as dogs, and those in the realm of cause and effect were everywhere, nothing like today. The greatest sacrifice came from the once mightiest star system, the Xuangu star system. At its peak, the Xuangu galaxy boasted 8 beings transcending the realm of life and death, known as the 8 sovereigns. Their dominance was unrivaled across the entire primordial universe. Realms, unknown, causality, life and death, reincarnation. In that decisive battle, those 8 powerhouses charged to the forefront. Ultimately, the demonic forces were repelled, but they themselves never returned. It was precisely from that moment that the Xuangu galaxy began its irreversible decline. From its peak as the mightiest galaxy, it gradually declined to a 4th-tier galaxy, fading entirely from the world's view. Of course, by now, these events are known to almost no one. Even the existence of the demon clan remains unknown to the vast majority of beings across the cosmos. These beings stood above even the unknown realm powerhouses within the major star systems. Each had once been the undisputed ruler of their respective star systems. Once they break through to the realm beyond the unknown realm, they will send envoys to bring them over, uniting to combat the demon clan. Though constant warfare rages between the major star systems, in truth, the power at the very top remains remarkably united. Whenever major conflicts erupted across the galaxies, they would intervene covertly to resolve them. Now, the abyss clearly could no longer hold them back. The primordial universe must unite once more. Old Duan, when exactly will that girl break through to the causality realm? At that moment, an old man approached Duan Hong and asked. Duan Hong, the former strongest being of the Eternal Galaxy and the previous head of the Eternal Temple. He had broken through to the causality realm 40 million years ago and was brought to this cosmic frontier. Upon hearing this, Duan Hong hesitated. It might take some time, after all, the universe today is nowhere near as prosperous as it once was. Hearing this, the old man sighed. We don't have much time left now. Indeed, they both knew the abyss couldn't hold out much longer. Once the abyss collapsed, their final line of defense would be this border they had established. Though they had inscribed countless formations upon it, even ancient ones, it still couldn't match the abyss's stability. Therefore, the only true reliance was themselves. Every ounce of strength they could muster counted. After a moment of silence, Daosheng bowed his hands and said, "In that case, I shall return to check on her. If possible, I wish to bring her here directly. Perhaps here, she might achieve her breakthrough more swiftly." Hearing this, the old man nodded. The others added, "Just be careful." Daosheng chuckled. "Isn't this place the most dangerous in the entire universe?" Instantly, the others burst into laughter. With that, Daosheng bowed once more and departed. "Alright, stop staring. Continue the suppression." The group shook their heads and immediately resumed channeling their immense power toward the boundless abyss. An unknown amount of time passed. At the boundary barrier of the Xuangu star system, boom! Countless cracks spread outward, and in the next instant, several massive gashes appeared upon the barrier. Immediately after, countless forces surged into the Xuangu star system. Instantly, the entire Xuangu galaxy began to tremble. These were the mighty forces from the major star systems of the primordial universe. Indeed, their objective was the supreme treasure within the wasteland city of the Xuangu star system, not to reinforce the cosmic frontier against demonic forces. So this is the Xuangu star system? Truly a lowly star system. Heh, I couldn't care less what kind of star system this is. I'm only here for the treasure. Treasures? Naturally, they belong to those who can claim them. Without further hesitation, the forces set off toward the direction of the Tianqian world. It was hard to imagine that the strongest factions from every galaxy would gather together today. Among them were sects, clans, and sacred lands, each standing at the pinnacle of their respective star systems. The vast majority hailed from secondary galaxies. Tier 1 star systems were few and far between. As for Tier 3 star systems, there were none at all. Breaking through the galactic barrier is already a monumental challenge for Tier 3 systems, and traversing the void demands resources of terrifying magnitude, a cost only systems above Tier 3 can afford. Within the wasteland city of the Tianqian world. Has it arrived? Daosheng lifted his head once more to gaze into the void. This time, his eyes were filled with icy coldness. For among the arriving forces were none other than the Xiyun sect and the Tianjian sect, the very two factions from last time. Truthfully, if these two factions hadn't shown up, Daosheng had been prepared to let the matter drop. But alas, they had failed to seize their one chance at survival. Guards! In the next instant, all the powerful figures within the city lord's mansion appeared before Daosheng. Lord City Master. Daosheng looked at everyone. There was a Wei, Huangshou, Anqing, Yinqi. This time, let them witness the true might of our city of desolation. Yes, Lord City Master. Instantly, the resounding toll of bells echoed throughout the entire wasteland city. All eyes turned skyward. There, they saw countless powerful auras gathering like dark clouds, shrouding the entire city. The people were filled with dread and unease. Meanwhile, within the city lord's residence, Daosheng clenched his palm. An indestructible protective barrier instantly enveloped the entire Tianqian world. Yes, the entire Tianqian world. Last time, his carelessness had led to damage occurring in parts of the Tianqian world beyond Huancheng. This matter was his responsibility. This time, he shielded the entire world with his own power. Above the Tianqian world, amidst the starry expanse, countless factions watched the wasteland city like hungry wolves. They were in disbelief such a place could actually hold so many supreme treasures. Yet, not every faction present could be foolish. Some factions sensed something amiss and began quietly retreating. Should anything go awry, they would bolt without hesitation. A smaller faction had already fled outright. As for the rest, they were already utterly intoxicated by the treasures before them. Once we seize this world, all these treasures will be ours. Charge! Charge! Instantly, countless factions charged forward. Boom! Countless deafening booms reverberated from the protective barrier. Yet the entire shield remained unshaken. The forces froze in place, stunned. Is it that tough? From the rear ranks, the Evil Cloud sect and the Heavenly Sword sect watched coldly from behind. They knew that city's strength was no simple matter. So this time, they'd learned their lesson. They'd wait until the fighting was nearly over before making their move. Hey, you useless fools inside, listen up. Open this thing immediately, or else. Otherwise, once we break in ourselves, I'll slaughter every last one of you. A Gu realm powerhouse glared viciously down at the desolate city below. Is that so? Just then, a piercing sword cry rang out. The next moment, the arrogant ancient realm powerhouse froze in place. His head slowly slid down, split in two by a single sword strike. The surrounding factions were instantly filled with utter horror. A single strike to instantly slay an ancient realm expert? At that moment, Huangshou appeared amidst the starry sky. Not only Huangshou, but also countless factions within Huang City, the Huang Guards, the Lu family army, and the Nangong clan, among others. It was worth noting that the Nangong family had been commended during the previous great battle. Nearly half of the Nangong clan gained eligibility to settle within the inner city. This instantly sparked envy among countless outer city residents. Thus, this time, countless powerful figures from the outer city stepped forward to fight alongside Wasteland City. Chapter 31, The Arrival of the First-Class Galaxy. Thus, this scene unfolded across the starry skies of the Tianqian world. The strongest power of the Tianqian world, the Wasteland City, stood against the mightiest forces from across the Hongmeng universe. Amidst the starry expanse, facing overwhelming numerical superiority, the eyes of the Wasteland City defenders showed not a trace of fear. Instead, he radiated an overwhelming aura. Yunqi stood proudly before the Lu family's army, his aura even more formidable than during their last great battle. Gazing at this foreign force, his eyes burned with boundless murderous intent. His entire life had been spent in ceaseless warfare. His hands were stained with countless bloodshed. He never feared war. In his view, enemies deserved to be utterly annihilated. This time, I won't let you escape. Hearing Yunqi's words, the members of the Evil Cloud sect and Heavenly Sword sect in the rear suddenly trembled uncontrollably, their bodies shaking involuntarily. How dare you trespass upon my Wasteland City? Kill! Without further words, the mighty warriors of Huangcheng charged headlong into the enemy ranks. In an instant, war drums thundered, momentum surged, and the clamor of battle echoed across the heavens and earth. Every warrior fought with utter ferocity. Witnessing the might of the Wasteland City's warriors, the representatives of the major external factions were utterly stunned. They realized they had underestimated this low-tier star system. The force before them possessed strength that was in no way inferior to any of their own factions. But that was all. Besides, having come this far, could they simply turn back now? Clearly, that was impossible. Don't be afraid. We outnumber them. Take them down, and those treasures will be ours. Instantly, the factions abandoned their hesitation and charged forward in a frenzy. Faced with such supreme treasures, no faction could resist the temptation. Boom! Colossal power surged forth, causing the entire starry sky to shatter inch by inch under its immense force. It must be said, the individuals cultivated by Lu Daosheng were indeed immensely powerful. Each was a force capable of holding their own against 10 opponents. Yunqi alone clashed fiercely with 6 other ancient realm cultivators, overwhelming them completely. On the other side, Guqin showed no sign of weakness either. On the battlefield, not a single opponent could stand against him. Boom! Another massive explosion echoed through the air. A force of unparalleled ferocity surged directly toward Guqin amidst the crowd. Instantly, Guqin's expression changed as he thrust both arms forward to block. With a thud, Guqin was sent flying tens of thousands of feet backward, shattering the entire starry sky in his wake, a testament to the sheer ferocity of the force. Unknown realm. Guqin stared intently at the distant figure, his expression grave. Indeed, it was an unknown realm powerhouse, a terrifying entity hailing from a first-tier star system. Seeing an unknown realm powerhouse intervene, the major factions outside were both shocked and delighted. Who would have thought even an unknown realm powerhouse would intervene? It seemed the enemy intended to resolve the battle swiftly. Instantly, the crowd began fighting with renewed ferocity. Meanwhile, the unknown realm powerhouse fixed Guqin with a cold, piercing gaze. Do you think you're strong? Without reaching the unknown realm, you're nothing but an insect. The unknown realm expert said coldly. Just then, Huang Shou appeared beside Guqin. Are you okay? Guqin shook his head. Let me handle this. But Guqin still shook his head. Let me handle this myself. Hearing this, Huang Shou hesitated, but nodded. Then be careful. All right. With that, Guqin charged forward once more. Witnessing this, the unknown realm powerhouse in the distance wore a sneer. A mere insect shaking a tree, utterly ignorant of its own limitations. Very well. Let me show you the true power of the unknown realm. With that, he unleashed another punch. This punch was immeasurably more powerful than the last. Far away, Guqin slowly closed his eyes as a unique power began to emanate from within him. World, aid me. The next moment, an unbelievable scene unfolded. Countless energies from the heavens and earth within the Tianqian world below surged into Guqin's body. Simultaneously, his aura continued to rise. Soon, it matched that of the unknown realm powerhouse without any hint of weakness. Witnessing this, fear filled the eyes of all the factions present. Stop him. The unknown realm expert, no longer daring to be complacent, charged directly toward Guqin. The starry sky shattered in his wake. But it wasn't just that unknown realm powerhouse attacking Guqin. Another unknown realm powerhouse from a first-tier star system joined the fray. Facing the combined assault of 2 unknown realm experts, Guqin remained utterly unfazed. Too late. Boom! A colossal aura erupted from Guqin's body, piercing the heavens. Endless power surged relentlessly from his body. Die! Boom! Guqin unleashed a fist strike, channeling boundless cosmic energy, smashing toward the 2 unknown realm experts. Instantly, the 2 unknown realm experts were forced into a frantic retreat, driven back tens of thousands of feet. Whoosh! A collective gasp echoed through the starry sky. Ha 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 ha. Well done, Brother Gu. Within the desolate city below. Wow. Father, how did Master suddenly become so powerful? Lu Shui gazed up at Gu Chen, her eyes sparkling with wonder. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng smiled. Your master is a native-born son of the Tianqian world. Moreover, he sacrificed himself years ago to suppress the demonic forces and protect the entire Tianqian world. This is likely the Tianqian world's favor upon him. What does that mean? Lu Shui was a bit confused by his explanation. Well, to put it simply, your master is the chosen one of the Tianqian world. Lu Shui nodded blankly, still somewhat confused. Meanwhile, in the starry expanse, Gu Chen had become an invincible force. No one could stand in his way anymore. In an instant, the major factions began retreating in disarray. Just as the factions began entertaining the faintest thought of retreat, another terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the battlefield. Simultaneously, at the edge of the Xuangu star system, a massive rift in spacetime surged forth. In the next instant, a warship as vast as a planet slowly materialized from within. Etched upon its banner were two imposing characters. Eternal. What's happening? Looks like another Tier 1 star system is about to arrive. Really? That's wonderful. Bull. With so many Tier 1 star systems out there, why would Tier 2 systems like ours even get a look in? We're stuck picking up the scraps. Suddenly, the various factions snapped to attention, some feeling like crying but having no tears left. The main shock was that they never imagined this former Tier 4 star system could possess such formidable strength. Without Tier 1 systems stepping in, they truly couldn't handle it. The next moment, a towering structure emerged slowly from the depths of the starry sky. It's the Uranus system. A supremely powerful Tier 1 star system. Without exaggeration, the Uranus galaxy surpassed the combined might of all the galactic forces present. At that moment, the tower came to a halt. Several powerful figures stepped out from within. 3 were unknown realm experts, while the rest were all ancient realm masters. Such power was utterly terrifying. Yet these Uranus system elites did not glance at anyone present. Instead, their gaze fixed directly upon the desolate city below. They had discerned something everyone else had overlooked. The true treasures lay not only within the colossal city but encompassed the city itself. The entire colossal city itself was an unparalleled treasure. With eyes burning with endless greed, the leader declared coldly, "This city now belongs to our Uranus system." What? The surrounding crowd was stunned. Had they come all this way for nothing? What? You disagree? Instantly, overwhelming auras surged forth from the Uranus system's elite warriors. In an instant, the entire starry sky began to shatter. Clearly, it couldn't withstand the pressure of these powerful beings. Hearing these arrogantly defiant words, not a single power from the surrounding star systems dared to speak up. Seeing this, the Uranus system forces sneered coldly before advancing toward the Wasteland City group. Now, those who surrender will be spared. Creak. An awkward silence hung over the scene. The Wasteland City faction stared at the Uranus system members as if they were fools. The stares made them flush slightly. With a cold snort, the Uranus system warrior continued, "Since you refuse to surrender, then die." "Heh, do you really think my Wasteland City is without defenders?" From afar, Yunqi's cold voice echoed. "Oh." In the next instant, Yunqi unleashed his aura. Unknown realm. Indeed, since the last great battle, Lu Daosheng had elevated Yunqi once more. Now, Yunqi had also reached the unknown realm. What? How is that possible? The Xuangu star system has actually produced a powerhouse of the unknown realm. That means the Xuangu star system is now a Tier 1 star system. For a group of Tier 2 star systems to invade a Tier 1 star system is utterly laughable. Back at the rear, the Evil Cloud sect and Heavenly Sword sect witnessed this scene and were nearly scared out of their wits. Retreat! Retreat immediately! Both factions scrambled to retreat in panic. Thinking of leaving now? Too late. Yunqi instantly spotted the Xieyan sect and Zhujian sect attempting to flee. Boom! A colossal palm, surging with boundless power from the realm of the unknown, crushed down upon the Xieyan sect and the Giant Sword sect. Not a single faction dared to stand in its way. In an instant, both factions were obliterated into dust. Such was the terror of the unknown realm. Chapter 32, Pursuit. A single unknown realm cultivator, is that so formidable? The Uranus system representative frowned. So what if he's a realm of the unknown? Even if he's powerful, what's the big deal? Acting like he's invincible. Yunqi remained silent. This only emboldened the Uranus system forces further. Very well. Let me show you the true might of the Uranus system. In the next instant, 2 more unknown realm powerhouses stepped out from within the tower. This time, the Uranus system had brought a full 5 unknown realm beings. They were holding back all along. The surrounding factions gasped in astonishment. Is this what a true Tier 1 star system looks like? Truly terrifying indeed. Yet this spectacle failed to instill even a flicker of fear in the eyes of Wasteland City's elite warriors. In the corner, Huang Shou, clutching his sword, was so exhausted tears nearly welled up in his eyes. Then, his eyes suddenly lit up as he gazed into the depths of the starry sky. In the next instant, he vanished from his spot. Ha 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 ha. One of your own has already fled. Are you sure you won't surrender? The Uranus system forces sneered. Watching Huang Shou vanish, Junqi frowned slightly. Huang Shou was the most formidable presence in the city after the Lord himself. Fleeing was unthinkable. Something must have happened. If you want war, then bring it on. If you wish to enter Wasteland City, you'll have to step over my dead body. Yunqi declared with unwavering resolve. This declaration ignited the fighting spirit within the strongmen of Wasteland City. Seeing the unyielding resolve of the Wasteland City warriors, the Uranus system group's expressions darkened. They had only intended to seize the treasure with minimal effort. For what followed, they would inevitably face resistance from other level 1 star systems. They held little confidence in their success. What if they encountered a tier 1 star system even stronger than their own? That would spell disaster. Fine. Very fine indeed. Since that's the case, I'll grant your wish. Kill them. This time, the Uranus system forces wasted no words, charging directly at the elite warriors of the Wasteland City. Instantly, countless explosions erupted once more across the starry sky. On the other side of the universe. Eternal Galaxy. A middle-aged man suddenly materialized within the Eternal Temple. How dare you? To trespass into the Eternal Temple. Have you no desire to live? In the next instant, an ancient-looking elder clad in a Taoist robe materialized before the middle-aged man. If Lu Daosheng were present, he would recognize this elder. He was the very gatekeeper Lu Daosheng had encountered upon first arriving in the Eternal Galaxy. Because of that incident back then, the elder had resigned from his post guarding the Eternal Frontier and returned to the temple to guard it. Now, the middle-aged man turned his gaze toward the elder. You don't recognize me? Hearing this, the old man looked puzzled. Who the hell are you that I should recognize you? But instead of speaking, he paused to think carefully. As he did, the memory suddenly came flooding back, sending a jolt of shock through him. Staring at the middle-aged man before him, the old man's eyes widened in shock. Your Highness, Your Highness, Your Highness. Your Highness. For a moment, the old man stammered. He never would have imagined that the middle-aged man before him was the former head of the Divine Temple. He deserved to die. How dare he insult the former Temple Lord? Back in the day, when this very man was conquering the world, he himself was still wearing open-crotch pants. Archpriest, I deserve to die. The old man dropped to his knees immediately, his expression uglier than if he'd eaten. Yet Duanhong merely waved his hand dismissively, his voice tinged with puzzlement. Why is the temple so deserted now? Where are they? Where is Ouyang Yanqing? Since his return, the Eternal Temple had lost so many members. Even Ouyang Yanqing, whom he had come specifically to find, was nowhere to be seen. This puzzled him deeply. Could it be that Ouyang Yanqing had already received word and led her people to the edge of the cosmos? At this thought, a hint of relief flashed across Duanheng's face. Truly worthy of being the successor I had designated. Observing Duanheng's expression, the elder was puzzled. Hesitating, he said, Lord Chamberlain, the Divine Sovereign has been away from the Eternal Star System for quite some time, several hundred years, I believe. As for her destination, I only know it was a place called the Tianqian World. As for the powerful individuals within the hall, they've all headed to the Xuangu Star System. Rumor has it that the aura of a heaven-defying treasure has appeared there. Not only our Eternal Star System, but many other star systems have already set out. Hearing this, Duanhong froze in place. The Xuangu Star System? So many star systems have gone. So it wasn't as Elder Yang had claimed they weren't all heading to reinforce the cosmic frontier. They were off to seize treasures. In an instant, Duanhong pieced everything together, his expression turning grim. A terrifying aura surged forth from within him. The entire hall began to tremble violently. Your Excellency, please calm your anger. Please calm your anger. The old man stared at Duanhong, his voice trembling with fear. Hearing this, Duanhong calmed slightly and immediately reined in his aura. Surveying the somewhat empty Eternal Temple, Duanhong shook his head in disappointment before departing immediately. His destination lay in the Xuangu Star System. At this critical juncture of cosmic survival, the galactic powers were still squabbling over treasures. He was going to put a stop to all of this. As for Ouyang Yanqing, that would have to wait. He could only hope the universe's frontiers could hold out a little longer. At the edge of the Xuangu Star System, a colossal fleet of starships tore through spacetime, advancing in overwhelming numbers toward the Tianqian world. Upon its banner, the two characters Eternal stood out starkly. The terrifying aura emanating from them sent shivers down the spines of countless beings in the vicinity. At that very moment, a sword-clutching man materialized before the fleet, blocking their path. Upon seeing the characters on the banner, Huang Shou's brow furrowed slightly. Are you from the Eternal Star System? Knowing the renown of our Eternal Star System, how dare you block our path? Hearing this, Huang Shou's frown deepened. Had he not overheard earlier that Ouyang Yanqing hailed from the eternal galaxy, he would have already sliced this fleet to pieces with a single sword strike. Meanwhile, within the wasteland city of the Tianqian world, within the Tower of Heaven, Ouyang Yanqing suddenly opened her eyes. Feeling a familiar aura, Ouyang Yanqing's expression shifted slightly. This is bad. He immediately retreated from the Tower of Heaven. But the next moment, thud! Ouyang Yanqing collided directly with a solid chest. Just as she was about to get angry, Ouyang Yanqing looked up and instantly recognized that familiar face. Lu. Brother Lu. Instantly, Ouyang Yanqing took 2 hurried steps backward. Lu Daosheng, however, regarded Ouyang Yanqing with an expression that was neither quite a smile nor quite a frown. Miss Ouyang, how do you intend to proceed with this matter? Hearing this, Ouyang Yanqing knew exactly what Lu Daosheng was asking. I'll handle it immediately. With that, Ouyang Yanqing shot skyward. In the next instant, a gap appeared in the sky above the Tianqian world. Ouyang Yanqing instantly departed the Tianqian world, heading deep into the starry void. At that moment, within the wasteland city, Lu Daosheng's eyes narrowed slightly as his gaze fixed intently upon the galactic barrier. Interesting. Meanwhile, above the starry skies of the Tianqian world, the battle raged ever fiercer. Not only were the forces from beyond the system suffering heavy casualties, but the powerful warriors of the wasteland city were as well. Gu Chen and Yun Qi, empowered by the world's energy, now faced off against 7 unknown realm powerhouses. The combat's energy shook the heavens and split the earth, generating countless vortexes of true qi around them as chaotic spatial currents surged in ceaselessly. Yet the warriors of the wasteland city had transformed. They were growing increasingly united. Simultaneously, their sense of belonging to the wasteland city grew ever stronger. They were not merely fighting for themselves, but also for the desolate city itself. This was precisely why Lu Daosheng had refrained from intervening from the very beginning. His followers must understand, this was not just his wasteland city, but everyone's wasteland city. He especially did not want them to become dependent on his strength. Unless faced with extraordinary circumstances or a life or death crisis for the city, he would not intervene. Ha 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 ha. That feels good. Yun Qi's expression twisted into a savage grimace as murderous intent surged unchecked from his body. Before him lay a sea of blood. You monster! The leader of the Uranus system, an unknown realm powerhouse, spoke with a grim expression. It was the only word he could find to describe the man before him. If they continued fighting, they might win, but the cost would be devastating. Retreat! Immediately, the Uranus system retreated first. Seeing this, the other factions immediately followed suit and departed. Keep fighting! Don't let them escape! Yes! The entire Lu family army roared in unison. At this moment, the Lu family army, once numbering over 300,000, had dwindled to a mere 80,000, a stark testament to the battle's ferocity. And in the endless ages to come, these 8,000 would become the elite of the elite within the Lu family army, their might reverberating across all realms. Kill! The remaining 80,000 soldiers of the Lu family army, their morale soaring, followed Yun Qi in pursuit. At the original location, Gu Chen hesitated not a moment and followed suit. Seeing this, the other powerful figures also gave chase. Master, they're pursuing us. What? Those madmen! At that very moment, a terrifying surge of power suddenly surged toward them from the edge of the star system. In an instant, not only the extragalactic forces but also the pursuing group from Wasteland City were thrown into chaos. Many weakened cultivators fainted outright. What is this? Countless powerful figures halted in their tracks, their eyes filled with terror as they stared ahead. Before them, a colossal black hole had materialized. That's because the force was too great, causing the starry sky to collapse. Whoosh! Deep within the starry sky, a sword's cry resounded across the heavens and earth. Chapter 33, Duanhong visits the Wasteland City. Sensing one of the auras, Gu Chen and his companions gasped in shock. It's Senior Huang. What kind of opponent could possibly compel Huang Shou to unleash such power? After all, Huang Shou had long since broken through to the realm beyond the unknown realm. Just as their confusion deepened, a sudden surge of force yanked them backward. The next moment, the sounds of combat drew near. A colossal force erupted. In an instant, the extragalactic forces caught off guard suffered devastating losses. Among them were even 2 unknown realm powerhouses. Ah! Retreat! Retreat now! I should never have come to the Xuangu star system. Boom! In the distance, Gu Chen and the others stood frozen in shock. Exchanging glances, they bowed deeply toward the direction of the Wasteland City. Thank you, Lord City Master. That force had come from Lu Daosheng. At that moment, the group could clearly see the 2 figures locked in combat. One was a sword-wielding man, the Wasteland Guardian. The other was a middle-aged man they did not recognize. General Yunqi, who is that man? He's holding his own against Senior Huang. Well, Yunqi also looked puzzled. He didn't recognize this man either. He had never seen him before. Just then, a graceful figure appeared before the group. Upon seeing this figure, Yunqi and the others froze momentarily before bowing respectfully. Senior Ouyang, how did you come to be here? Within the entire wasteland city, only a handful recognized Ouyang Yanqing. Only those of Yunqi's caliber knew her. They knew she was a guest of the city lord and shared a close relationship with Miss Lu Shui. More importantly, Ouyang Yanqing possessed formidable strength, standing on par with the legendary Elder Huang. Yet now, Ouyang Yanqing watched the figure battling Huang Shou with a complex expression. Noticing Ouyang Yanqing's expression, Gu Chen hesitated and asked, Senior Ouyang, do you recognize that person? Ouyang Yanqing nodded. Instantly, the others fell silent. Boom! At that very moment, Ouyang Yanqing suddenly struck out. His target was none other than the extragalactic factions attempting to flee the scene. Under the absolute crushing power of the causality realm, not a single one of those forces survived. They didn't even have time to utter a scream. Thus, all these external factions met their end within the Xuangu star system. Except, of course, for the Eternal Star System. In the distance, sensing Ouyang Yanqing's aura, the powerful figures of the Eternal Temple within the Starfleet froze in place. In the next instant, the colossal Starfleet maneuvered around the black hole and appeared before them. Gazing upon the Starfleet before them, Yunqi's expression betrayed both apprehension and excitement. For he too desired to forge such a Starfleet. However, building such a fleet required not only resources and strength, but also technology. He didn't possess that technology, and he had already planned to consult the city lord about it after this great battle concluded. At that moment, countless powerful figures from the fleet surged toward them. Witnessing this scene, Gu Chen and his companions instantly tensed. 12 unknown realm powerhouses. Such a formidable lineup suggested the enemy was a powerful galactic force. Just as everyone braced for a fierce battle, those powerful figures slowly knelt before Ouyang Yanqing. We pay our respects to the divine sovereign. Smack! Their greeting was met with a resounding slap. Ouyang Yanqing's expression turned icy. Who sent you here? The faces of the Eternal Temple members burned with stinging pain, not a single one daring to speak. The leader stammered, Your Divine Majesty, it was my own decision to come here, but I had my reasons. Oh, Lord God, a treasure of unparalleled value has appeared here. If the Eternal Temple didn't come, we'd be missing out on a huge opportunity. So then, am I wronging you? Air. Smack. Another resounding slap. Ouyang Yanqing's expression turned icy as she glared at the crowd before her, her frustration palpable. You fools! Do you think you're invincible across the entire universe? The Eternal Temple members knelt on the ground, not daring to breathe. Possessing so many legendary treasures and flaunting them openly, do you really think this is just some ordinary power? Hearing this, the leader remained silent. He knew all of this. In truth, most factions that came here could see this. But greed, truly, could not be restrained. Clearly, every faction that came here paid a heavy price for their greed. Guards! Lord God! Ouyang Yanqing pointed at the leader of the Eternal Temple before her, her tone icy. Take him back. Lock him in the divine prison. Without my permission, he is not to be released. Hearing this, he instantly collapsed to the ground. The divine prison, a place far more terrifying than hell itself. Once one entered, all hope for the future was utterly lost. Yes, Divine Lord. Before he could react, two figures radiating terrifying power seized him and dragged him away. Behind Ouyang Yanqing, Gu Chen and the others dared not utter a word. Who would have thought that Ouyang Yanqing, who always appeared so gentle and amiable, had such a side to her? Then again, at this level of power, there were no simple characters. Meanwhile, deep within the black hole. Ha 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 ha. Who would have thought that in this universe, there still exists a powerhouse like you, one I've never even heard of? The figure facing Huang Shou was none other than Duan Hong, who had just arrived in the Xuangu star system. Duan Hong now regarded Huang Shou with an admiring gaze. To him, Huang Shou was nothing short of a delightful surprise. Hang Shou, too, wore an equally excited expression. It had been ages since he'd fought with such exhilarating intensity. This battle had truly satisfied him. Moreover, he knew his opponent hadn't even exerted full strength. Duan Hengji's words echoed his own thoughts. That such a formidable being existed in the cosmos. All those endless years he spent seeking defeat, it had all been like gazing at the sky from the bottom of a well. My name is Duan Hong, from the Eternal Star System. Wasteland Guardian, of the Wasteland City. At that moment, the two introduced themselves. Wasteland City? Where is that? Upon hearing this, Huang Shou laughed heartily. It's a faction I've joined. Are you interested in joining my Huang City? I can introduce you to the city lord. Hearing this, Duan Hong was suddenly filled with dread. He hadn't expected there to be even higher powers above his current adversary. Instantly, Duan Heng's interest was piqued. Alright, I'll go see this wasteland city you speak of. The two immediately suppressed their aura and exited the black hole. The next moment, they appeared before Gu Chen and his companions. Ha! Yen Cheng? Upon seeing Ouyang Yanqing, Duan Hong froze in place. Master. Ouyang Yanqing bowed respectfully to Duan Hong. Meanwhile, the members of the Eternal Temple nearby also hurriedly greeted him with respect. Greetings, sect leader Duan. They had already met Duan Hong moments earlier. Yanqing, I've been looking for you. I never expected you'd come to the Xuangu star system as well. Duan Hong frowned slightly. Evidently, he assumed Ouyang Yanqing had also come to the Xuangu star system for the treasure hunt. A faint disappointment flickered in Duan Hong's heart. However, Ouyang Yanqing replied, Master, this is a place belonging to a, friend of mine. That's why I stayed here a little longer. A friend? Duan Hong asked in confusion. At that moment, Duan Hong suddenly remembered his purpose. He was here to prevent infighting among these factions, to preserve more strength for the universe. What about the other factions? Duan Hong scanned his surroundings, but beyond the people before him and the shattered starry sky, he saw nothing. I killed them all. What? Ouyang Yanqing declared with fury, they sought to seize my friend's possessions and invade his homeland. So I slaughtered them all. Hearing this, Duan Hong fell silent. At that moment, he seemed to grasp something. This star system seemed to harbor a special existence. For he had never once seen his disciple make friends. Brother Duan, the friend Lady Ouyang spoke of is none other than our city lord. Suddenly, Duan Hong understood. Now, he was intensely curious about what kind of person the Lord of Huancheng truly was. How could he have charmed Ouyang Yanqing, whom he had personally nurtured into this state? His gaze swept over everyone present as he said calmly, Then I shall pay a visit to your city lord. Please. Immediately, the people of the wasteland city escorted Duan Hong back to the city in a grand procession. Meanwhile, the Eternal Temple's followers remained stationed amidst the starry expanse. Chapter 34, The Wasteland City resolves to confront the demon plan. Father, is it over? Within the Wasteland City Lord's residence, Lu Shui observed the now still starry sky and inquired. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng smiled. I suppose so. Lifting his gaze to the starry sky, Lu Daosheng slowly rose to his feet. Let's go. More guests are arriving. Guests? Lu Shui felt puzzled, but Lu Daosheng had already walked far ahead. Seeing this, Lu Shui pouted and jogged to catch up. Dad, wait for me, I'm coming. Before the gates of the desolate city. Duan Hong stared at the imposing, majestic city before him, his mouth gaping wide enough to swallow an egg whole. Normally, they could have entered Huangcheng directly without passing through the gates. The Wasteland Guard and others held that privilege. But the moment Duan Hong glimpsed this colossal city in the void, he was utterly awestruck. He insisted on passing through the gates. It was a gesture of reverence toward this colossal city. At that moment, Duan Hong looked up at the plaque above the city gate. Inscribed upon it were the two characters, Wasteland City. In that instant, Duan Hong felt as though he had fallen into an endless abyss, unable to escape. Thud! Duan Hong collapsed onto the ground. When he came to his senses, he found himself drenched in cold sweat. Everyone around him was staring at him, with only Ouyang Yanqing supporting him. His face flushed crimson with embarrassment. Realizing he'd made a fool of himself, he scrambled to his feet. Why didn't you warn me? Duan Hong murmured to Ouyang Yanqing with a hint of complaint. Hearing this, Ouyang Yanqing looked slightly aggrieved. I didn't know either. She had arrived in Huangcheng directly with Lu Daosheng and hadn't left the city since entering. How could she have known there was such a terrifying plaque above the city gate? Thankfully, she hadn't looked at it just now. Brother Duan, let's go. At that moment, Huang Shou smiled warmly. Hearing this, Duan Hong gave a light cough. Alright, let's go. Immediately, the group entered the desolate city. The moment they entered the wasteland city, Duan Hong felt a jolt of surprise. He sensed a long-forgotten sensation, a sign that his cultivation realm was shifting. A sacred land. A true sacred land. Indeed, under the influence of countless divine artifacts within the city lord's mansion, the entire wasteland city had undergone a complete metamorphosis. Across the entire primordial universe, there was no place more suitable for cultivation than this. No wonder countless outsiders were desperate to gain entry. Alas, times had changed. The entry fee was no longer a mere million spirit stones as it once was. Property prices within the city have skyrocketed to astronomical levels. Those who entered the city in the first wave back then have all struck it rich beyond measure, becoming the wealthiest individuals in the region. Especially Ji Shengkai now, who in the city wouldn't address him as Master Ji. Yan Chang, is the lord of this city truly your friend? Duan Hong asked blankly at that moment. Hearing this, Ouyang Yanqing hesitated, recalling her past with Lu Daosheng. It seemed like nothing had happened. Well, I suppose so. Hearing this ambiguous reply, Duan Hong shook his head. A figure of that caliber probably wouldn't even deign to notice his apprentice. With that, Duan Hong continued on toward the city lord's mansion. Along the way, countless people bowed to Yun Qi and his group, though only Yin Xing remained unrecognized. The thriving scene within the desolate city repeatedly shattered Duan Hong's preconceptions. Throughout the entire city, masters of extraordinary skill were everywhere. Though he hadn't encountered another powerhouse like himself besides the Wasteland Guardian, in such an environment, the emergence of a causality realm expert was merely a matter of time. The thought of time weighed heavily on Daosheng's mind. He hoped the city's master wouldn't disappoint him. Soon, the group navigated through layer upon layer of protective barriers and finally returned to the city lord's mansion. Within the grand hall of the city lord's residence, Daosheng took a deep breath before stepping inside. The moment he entered the hall, it was as if he stood amidst the starry sky. Every corner of the grand chamber radiated an aura of profound mystery. Deep within the hall, the figure of a man with an otherworldly presence slowly materialized. Upon witnessing this scene, Daosheng's expression of reverence went beyond mere words. He couldn't fathom the man at all. A true powerhouse. Moreover, he sensed an aura emanating from this man that was even more terrifying than that of Elder Yang. Your servant greets the city lord. Lord City Master, we have fulfilled our mission. All enemies have been slain. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng nodded with satisfaction. Well done. At that moment, Daosheng also bowed respectfully. I am Daosheng, former head of the Eternal Temple. Lord Lu Daosheng, Lord of Huangchang. Lu Daosheng replied politely. Beside them, Ouyang Yanqing simply watched, saying nothing. For some reason, seeing Lu Daosheng today made her hesitant to speak. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared beside Ouyang Yanqing. Sister Ouyang. Little Shui. Seeing Lu Shui, Ouyang Yanqing instantly broke into a smile. Immediately, Lu Shui pulled Ouyang Yanqing aside. Lord Lu, thank you for looking after Yanqing these past days. At that moment, Daosheng spoke up. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng smiled and replied, it's nothing. Hearing this, Daosheng hesitated. Seeing this, Lu Daosheng said, friend, if you have something to say, feel free to speak. Instantly, Daosheng's expression brightened. Lord City Master Lu, since you've spoken so frankly, I shall not keep you in suspense. Are you familiar with the Demon Clan? The Demon Clan. At that moment, Gu Chen, standing beside Daosheng, flinched. Lu Daosheng also caught on. The Demon Clan, the very race he had exterminated in the Demon God Abyss back then. Of course, it wasn't just that. During the Primordial Era, a cosmic scale war had erupted, a battle pitting the primordial chaos universe against the Demon Clan. These were all things he had learned from ancient texts. The records, however, were not particularly detailed. Continue. Daosheng continued, Lord Lu, the Demon Clan is now on the verge of breaching the cosmic barrier and invading our primordial universe once more. Should they succeed, the entire cosmos will be plunged into utter ruin. Therefore, I implore you to lend your strength to aid the primordial universe. At these words, the entire hall suddenly erupted in commotion. At the highest seat, Lu Daosheng remained silent. In other words, the demonic tribes were about to descend upon the primordial universe once more. Lu Daosheng lifted his head, his gaze sweeping over Yin Qi, Gu Chen, and the others. What are your intentions? Yun Qi stepped forward first. Lord City Master, the alien races must be exterminated. Wei gripped the long sword at his waist. This subordinate is willing to serve the Hongmeng universe. Huang Shou ran his fingers along his long sword, speaking slowly, a true man born in turbulent times should wield his blade to achieve unparalleled feats. Gu Chen's expression hardened with resolve. When the primordial universe faces peril, we who are of this universe must lend our strength. And Xing smiled, Lord City Master, your servant stands with you. Hearing his subordinate's responses, Lu Daosheng was thoroughly satisfied. In that case, my wasteland city shall also join the battle against the demonic tribes. At these words, Daosheng's eyes had already turned bloodshot. He then bowed deeply to everyone present. I, Daosheng, representing the primordial universe, express my gratitude to all of you here. Senior Daosheng, you flatter us. We are all children of the primordial universe. Hearing this, Daosheng's face lit up with a broad smile. With such a formidable force joining their cause, their odds of victory had significantly improved. With that, Daosheng took his leave. Declining everyone's pleas to stay, he resolutely set off toward the edge of the universe. Lu Daosheng also pledged that should the demonic tribes invade, he would personally lead the forces of Huangchang to the front lines without delay. However, though Daosheng had departed, Ouyang Yanqing remained in the wasteland city. Amidst the starry expanse, the Eternal Temple received Ouyang Yanqing's command and promptly slunk back to the Eternal Star System. Father, will you intervene when the time comes? Lu Shui asked curiously in the Grand Hall. Ever since the changes in the wasteland city, she hadn't seen her father take action. All external threats had been dealt with by subordinates he had trained. Hearing this, everyone in the hall turned their gaze toward Lu Daosheng. Indeed, would the city lord not intervene? Facing the hopeful gazes below, Lu Daosheng remained silent. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke slowly, if you cannot resolve this yourselves, then naturally I shall intervene. If he intervened directly, there would likely be no role left for others. He did not wish for that. Hearing this, the crowd immediately relaxed. For with him involved, the primordial universe would surely be safe. In their hearts, Lu Daosheng was already an invincible being. And in truth, Lu Daosheng truly was invincible. Lord City Master, grant me 10,000 troops, and I shall slay every demonic foe. At that moment, Yunqi stepped forward and declared. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng's lips twitched slightly. 10 million troops, you say it so easily. While he could indeed muster such a force, the quality would be far from optimal within such a short time frame. According to his recent calculations, the demonic race would shatter the cosmic barrier entirely in 100 years, invading the primordial chaos universe directly. A century was ample time for him to prepare. Lu Daosheng then swept through the system store, handing Yunqi a storage ring. The resources inside are sufficient for you to forge an army of 1,000,000. Taking the storage ring, Yunqi's breathing quickened. A quick glance revealed what appeared to be 1,000,000 supreme-grade treasure artifacts. 1,000,000 top-tier treasures. What did that even mean? Back when he led troops into battle, the best he ever wielded was a Dao-grade artifact. 1st to 9th grade, Sacred Artifact, Near Emperor Artifact, Emperor Artifact, Dao Artifact, Ultimate Dao Emperor Artifact, Treasure Artifact, Supreme Treasure Artifact. And back then, he was at the Ancient Realm. Yet now, the City Lord had directly bestowed upon him 1,000,000 Supreme Treasure Artifacts. In that instant, he felt like a country bumpkin who'd never seen the world. Chapter 35, Daosheng reveals the truth. Indeed, he and the City Lord were worlds apart. Thank you for your trust, Lord City Master. I shall forge an invincible army that will ensure the demonic clan never returns. After exchanging a few more words with Lu Daosheng, Yunqi departed. The storage ring contained many items. Among them were the StarCraft blueprints Yunqi had long sought. Seeing Yunqi return laden with treasures, the others watched with envious eyes. Immediately, all eyes turned upward to Lu Daosheng with intense focus. Noticing their gazes, Lu Daosheng shook his head and smiled. Then, Lu Daosheng produced several more storage rings and handed them out one by one. Go now, and strengthen your abilities. Do not disappoint me. Instantly, the crowd's faces lit up with joy. Yes, Lord City Master. Soon, only Lu Daosheng, Lu Shui, and Ouyang Yanqing remained in the grand hall. Below, Ouyang Yanqing looked at Lu Daosheng, blinking uncertainly, unsure what to say. At that moment, Lu Daosheng spoke again. Ouyang Yanqing, what are your intentions? Hearing this, Ouyang Yanqing felt momentarily flustered. Ouyang sister, why don't you join my wasteland city too? Lu Shui interjected with a smile. Lu Daosheng looked at Ouyang Yanqing, a faint smile playing on his lips. After a moment of silence, Ouyang Yanqing nodded. Alright, I'll join. Since I'm already staying here anyway, might as well just join outright. Oh, great. Beside them, Lu Shui instantly perked up with excitement. Seeing this, Lu Daosheng gave a helpless smile. In that case, you'll be responsible for Shui's safety from now on. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yanqing smiled and replied, yes, Lord City Master. And so, within the Lord Mayor's residence of Huanchang. Except for a handful of idle individuals, everyone else either began secluding themselves to enhance their strength or started expanding their influence, awaiting the Great War a century hence. Inside and in within the inner city of Wasteland City. Several figures with profound auras sat together, smiles gracing their faces. They were the very same Saint King realm powerhouses from years past. Now, each had ascended to the Heavenly Emperor realm and successfully secured residence within the inner city. The Nangong clan, led by Nangong Fong, had also risen to become one of the foremost great clans within the Wasteland City. Second only to the original families of the Wasteland City. Those were the true top-tier clans, holding deep connections with the esteemed City Lord. Old man, what are your plans from here on? The broken sword elder took a sip of wine, his face flushed slightly. Hearing this, the drunken old man replied calmly, from now on, Wasteland City is my home. Wherever Wasteland City is, that's where I'll be. Ha ha ha, well said. Meanwhile, within the City Lord's mansion, a deafening dragon's roar suddenly erupted from within the Demon God Tower. In the next instant, Daosheng's massive form burst forth from the tower, soaring skyward. Ha! Father, Shao Qing has emerged from seclusion. Mei Chem, I see it. Outside the hall, Lu Daosheng and his daughter watched Daosheng soaring excitedly through the sky above. At that moment, Daosheng noticed them and swiftly descended before them. Master! Daosheng threw herself onto Lu Daosheng's lap. Lu Daosheng was momentarily dumbfounded. Isn't your master right over there? Upon hearing this, Daosheng shook his head. No, that's the young master. You are my true master. 100 years ago, Lu Daosheng had given him a single drop of ancestral dragon blood. Immediately after absorbing it, Daosheng had entered seclusion within the Demon God Tower. Now, he had completely refined the drop of ancestral dragon's blood. Not only had he shattered the shackles placed upon him by the great powers of his clan, restoring his unknown realm cultivation, but his bloodline had also undergone a tremendous enhancement, promising boundless potential for the future. Crucially, Lu Daosheng was also Lu Shui's father, so serving two masters was hardly unusual. Hearing this, both Lu Daosheng and his daughter Lu Shui twitched their lips slightly. Lu Shui even delivered a swift kick to Daosheng's backside. You treacherous dragon! Young mistress, you speak amiss. The master is your own flesh and blood, how could he be an outsider? Lu Shui. Enough, Daosheng. First tell me, where exactly is your dragon clan now? Lu Daosheng inquired at this moment. Dragon clans existed to varying degrees across many star systems. However, those were merely scattered dragons, and their bloodlines were far from pure. This piqued Lu Daosheng's curiosity. Where exactly were the true dragon clans? When he had given Daosheng the blood of the ancestral dragon, it had been an attempt to test him. He never imagined the other party would actually be able to absorb it. That was genuine, authentic ancestral dragon blood. Any dragon with weaker bloodlines would explode upon absorbing it. Yet Daosheng not only refined it within a century, but his power surged rapidly. Lu Daosheng could see that Daosheng was destined for meteoric ascent. Hearing Lu Daosheng's question, Daosheng dared not conceal the truth. Master, my dragon clan does not reside in this universe. I myself was banished to this inferior, no, to this world because of a mistake I made long ago. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng understood. Immediately, he recalled the Gate of Rebirth. Could the world beyond that Gate of Rebirth be the one Daosheng came from? Would his long-lost wife be there too? What is the name of the world your dragon clan inhabits? It is called the Realm of 10,000 Spirits, my lord. The Realm of 10,000 Spirits? Yes. Lu Daosheng fell silent. Beside him, Lu Shui's face was filled with question marks. Shaoqing, is your Realm of All Souls significantly more powerful than this place? Hearing this, Daosheng felt a bit awkward. How to put it? There was absolutely no comparison. But he was only referring to this particular universe, not including this desolate city. In his eyes, this wasteland city was no less than any place in their 10,000 spirits realm. Especially his master, Lu Daosheng. He felt his master was even more formidable than his own father. Young master, I suspect this universe of yours is a world confined by certain clans of the 10,000 spirits realm. What? Lu Shui was instantly overcome with disbelief. Lu Daosheng beside her also furrowed his brow slightly. Continue. Yes, master. Master, do you recall the demonic race dwelling within the abyss of the evil god? At this, Lu Daosheng nodded. Daosheng continued, that demonic clan is one of the races within the 10,000 spirits realm. Their greatest delight is devouring the human race. Therefore, some of their powerful members have imprisoned smaller worlds, providing sustenance for their clan members. And this universe, I suspect, is one of those small worlds they've imprisoned. Suddenly, Lu Daosheng felt as though he understood much more. After a moment of contemplation, he thought inwardly, system, the purpose of that reincarnation gate is to prevent the demonic clan from entering the primordial universe, correct? Yes, host. That was the gateway for the demon clan to enter the primordial chaos universe. Later, a great being from the realm of all souls discovered this world and, moved by compassion, sealed that entrance. But the demonic tribes refused to abandon this world, so they chose to forcibly breach the boundary barrier to invade it, correct? Host, you are truly brilliant. I see. Lu Daosheng murmured. At that moment, his smile held a hint of sarcasm. The world they inhabit is merely a place for them to feed. How utterly ridiculous. In that instant, Lu Daosheng's hatred for the demonic clan reached its peak. Just you wait. The very first thing I'll do upon entering the realm of 10,000 spirits is to annihilate the entire demon clan. He possessed the strength to do so. Father, what should we do? Lu Shui asked anxiously. Facing such overwhelmingly powerful enemies, beings not even on their level, what could they possibly do? Seeing his daughter's worried expression, Lu Daosheng ruffled her hair and reassured her, don't worry. With me here, those beasts won't return alive. Hearing this, Lu Shui nodded. All right, I believe you, father. Beside them, Daosheng added, young mistress, there's no need to worry. With the master here to protect this world, nothing untoward will happen. After Lu Shui and Daosheng departed, Lu Daosheng's gaze pierced through the endless starry sky, reaching all the way to the edge of the universe. Endless demonic forces relentlessly assaulted the cosmic frontier. It was hard to imagine what state the entire universe would be reduced to if the barrier were shattered. Seems I can't afford to sit idly by any longer. At the edge of the universe. Master Yang, I've returned. Daosheng's first act upon returning here was to seek an audience with Elder Yang. How did it go? Master Yang nodded and inquired. Daosheng promptly reported all the events he had witnessed outside to Elder Yang. Upon learning that the galactic forces had not come to aid them, but instead to plunder treasures from a star system, old Master Yang's expression darkened considerably. Those around him reacted similarly. What a bunch of inconsiderate fools. A powerful figure cursed angrily. Old Master Yang waved his hand, his expression tinged with sorrow. What else? Tell me everything. Daosheng nodded. Master Yang, I have some good news as well. Oh? Speak quickly. At the mention of good news, a faint smile returned to Elder Yang's face. Master Yang, I've discovered an exceptionally powerful faction called the Wasteland City. I suspect this group is a reclusive power that has only recently emerged, which is why we hadn't detected them before. Those galactic factions were drawn by the immense energy fluctuations emanating from Wasteland City, prompting them to go treasure hunting. Hearing this, old Master Yang's expression turned astonished. And how powerful is this Wasteland City you speak of? Duan Hang's expression grew grave. I only observed one being surpassing the unknown realm, but there are undoubtedly more. Especially its city lord Master Yang, I sense he's even more terrifying than you. You're joking. As soon as Duan Hong finished speaking, a powerful figure beside him immediately retorted. The others around them chimed in, Brother Duan, that's a bit of an exaggeration. Across the entire universe, Elder Yang is already among the pinnacle of existence. More terrifying than Elder Yang? Impossible. Everyone nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Duan Hong sighed. Truthfully, he found it hard to believe himself, but his intuition insisted otherwise. Chapter 36, Lu Daosheng's Persuasion. Enough. Just as the debate raged on, Elder Yang spoke up. Instantly, all voices fell silent. Duan Hong, is the other party willing to join us in opposing the demonic clan? Old Master Yang looked at Duan Hong. Whether the other party was stronger than him didn't matter, all he cared about was whether they would help. Hearing this, Duan Hong nodded repeatedly. Elder Yang, that's precisely what I wanted to say. The other party has already agreed to me when the demonic forces invade, they will definitely come to assist. Hearing this, Elder Yang smiled. Good, good, very good. The three exclamations of approval spoke volumes about how pleased old Master Yang was. Gazing at the tranquil starry sky, Elder Yang spoke slowly, the endless peace of the Hongmeng universe was bought with the lives of our ancestors. Now, it is time for us to step forward. All present stood solemn and silent. Just then, two causality realm experts approached the group, their expressions dark and foreboding. Seeing their expressions, everyone frowned deeply. Brother Gu, what's going on? One inquired. These two had recently traveled to the major top-tier powers across the cosmos to deliver a message. To be precise, they had requested these cosmic powers to come to their aid when demonic forces invaded. But seeing the state they were in, the others felt uneasy. At that moment, one of them spoke in a solemn tone, those factions only paid lip service. They never intended to lend a hand. Hearing this, the mood of the crowd instantly plummeted. Didn't these short-sighted fools understand the principle of mutual dependence? Could it be that the entire universe truly depended solely on these few? Old Yang sighed. Forget about them. Whoever shows up, shows up. At his words, the others said no more. After all, the universe's elite forces were gathered here. It wasn't as if they couldn't function without those factions. But still, they felt deeply disheartened. This wasn't just their Hongmeng universe. A certain star system. Within a supremely powerful faction. Master, with demonic forces invading the universe, are we truly not going? A member of the sect voiced his concern. Hearing this, the sect master snorted lightly, the primordial universe is boundless and vast. The absence of one sect like ours is insignificant. Even if they cannot withstand the onslaught, that is their own affair. Such words were undeniably selfish. Yet those around him nodded in agreement. The sect leader speaks wisely. In the shadows above the void, Lu Daosheng heard the words exchanged within the hall and shook his head in disappointment. He had come here to persuade the local factions to unite against the demonic race. He did not wish to dishearten the heroes who guarded the cosmic frontier with such hardship. For this purpose, he had even made the journey himself. He had assumed that with the demonic race invading the entire Hongmeng universe, all cosmic beings would unite against the common enemy. He believed that by simply explaining the stakes, these factions would come to understand. But clearly, it wasn't that simple. Nevertheless, Lu Daosheng refused to give up. What he lacked least were strength and resources. Since he couldn't persuade these factions to offer assistance voluntarily, he would have to resort to other means. Lu Daosheng turned his gaze toward the deepest recesses of the sect below. There, an immensely powerful and ancient presence resided. Deep within the sect's inner sanctum, an elderly man on the brink of death suddenly opened his eyes. In the next instant, the old man broke through his cultivation barrier and appeared outside the meditation chamber. Who's there? Just now, he had sensed an extremely dangerous aura. At that moment, Lu Daosheng materialized before the old man. Causality realm. No wonder it drew those at the boundary barrier seeking aid. A causality realm powerhouse truly commands immense allure. Yet they overlooked one crucial point. This old man was clearly nearing the end of his path, resorting to seclusion to eke out a few more years of life and a sliver of opportunity. How could he possibly engage in such a grand battle? That's why they hit a dead end. But Lu Daosheng was different. How about a deal? Lu Daosheng smiled. Seeming to sense Lu Daosheng's extraordinary nature, the old man didn't lose his temper. Instead, he asked calmly, go on. Immediately, Lu Daosheng slowly produced a crystal stone. It radiated an aura of immense purity. Upon seeing the object, the old man's breathing quickened, his eyes fixated greedily on the crystal in Lu Daosheng's hand. "What do you want me to do?" the old man demanded urgently. Seeing this, Lu Daosheng smiled faintly. "To fight against the demonic clan." Hearing this, the old man hesitated. The object before him was undeniably tempting, but battling the demon clan? One wrong move, and he could lose his life. Seeing the old man still hesitating, Lu Daosheng produced another item. It was a pill radiating a faint, fragrant aroma. In an instant, the old man nearly drooled. Merely inhaling its scent caused his cultivation to stir. What if he actually consumed it? "Alright, I agree." This time, the old man agreed immediately. "But you must give me the pill first." Lu Daosheng nodded. "Agreed. But when the time comes, you cannot go alone." The old man declared flatly, "I will take all the powerful cultivators of our sect with me. How dare a mere demonic clan trespass upon our Hongmeng universe?" Hearing this, Lu Daosheng smiled and said no more, promptly handing over the pill and crystal to the old man. "Remember what you said." With that, Lu Daosheng vanished from the spot. Watching Lu Daosheng depart, the old man grew visibly agitated. The next moment, he swallowed the pill. In an instant, the immense potency of the medicine surged through his entire body, bombarding his meridians. His aura began to surge and intensify. Feeling his power surge, the old man couldn't help but burst into laughter. This is the aura of the ancestor." Instantly, countless powerful figures from the sect rushed toward this location. Upon seeing the old man, their faces lit up with astonishment and delight. "The patriarch has broken through. Ha! The patriarch has broken through. How wonderful!" It was unclear how long it took before the old man's aura gradually stabilized. At that moment, the sect master trotted up to the old man, his face beaming with uncontrollable joy. "Ancestor, you." Before he could finish, the elder cut him off. "Transmit my command, the entire sect is to enter level 1 readiness. When the demonic tribes descend, all Emperor realm experts are to rush to the cosmic frontier." Hearing this, the sect master was utterly stunned. "Yes, ancestor." Taking a deep breath, he hastily agreed. With the patriarch speaking, how could he dare to object? Moreover, with the patriarch having advanced yet another step, he dared not utter a single word. If they must fight, he would simply keep his distance. Back at the original spot, the old man stared at the direction Lu Daosheng had departed, his eyes heavy with gravity. He knew nothing about Lu Daosheng, yet the man had acted with such extravagant generosity. Clearly, this was someone he absolutely could not afford to provoke. Therefore, he readily agreed to confront the demonic clan. It wasn't confidence in himself, but confidence in Lu Daosheng. He believed that when the time came, the other would never stand by and watch the primordial chaos universe fall. Amidst the starry expanse, Lu Daosheng sought out the next faction. That pill had been purchased from the system store. Its potency was extraordinary, powerful enough to propel the old man to the life-death realm. However, all medicines carry some toxicity. Reaching a higher realm through pills was never the optimal path. This was precisely why Lu Daosheng hadn't directly used pills to forcefully elevate his subordinates' realms, choosing instead to let them cultivate on their own. Still, before the demonic invasion, Lu Daosheng would subject them to rigorous special training. Such strength was utterly inadequate against the demonic tribes. Soon, Lu Daosheng arrived at another powerhouse. "I'm afraid this sect has no desire to be drawn into such peril." Faced with Lu Daosheng's invitation, the sect master before him firmly refused. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng frowned deeply. "You must understand, the demonic clan is invading the entire Hongmeng universe including your Great Yin star system." "So what?" the Grand Yin sect leader replied calmly. Observing the man's attitude, Lu Daosheng shook his head. In the next instant, a terrifying aura surged forth from Lu Daosheng's body. Yet in the blink of an eye, it vanished without a trace. Yet even in that fleeting instant, the entire Great Yin sect felt it keenly. Before Lu Daosheng, the Grandmaster of the Great Yin sect's face betrayed a hint of terror. The other party's strength was truly terrifying. "You." At that very moment, another aura surged forth from the depths of the sect. "It's the ancestor." The crowd within the sect gasped in unison upon sensing this aura. The next moment, an elder clad in a fiery crimson robe appeared before Lu Daosheng. Seeing Lu Daosheng, the elder frowned deeply. "Who might you be?" Lu Daosheng appraised the elder with a glance. "Who I am matters little. But tell me, does your Great Yin sect truly refuse to join the Hongmeng universe in opposing the demonic race?" Hearing this, the old man's pupils contracted sharply. The demonic race is descending once more. Beside him, the Grand Yin sect's leader kept his head bowed tightly. Seeing this, Lu Daosheng understood. It turned out the old man was unaware of this matter. 100 years hence, the demon clan will shatter the cosmic barrier and invade the Hongmeng universe completely. Hearing this, the old man's face darkened instantly. Taking a deep breath, the elder declared in a solemn voice, "When that time comes, the Great Yen sect will lend its full support." Seeing the resolute look in the old man's eyes, Lu Daosheng paused for a moment before smiling. "Very well." Lu Daosheng then handed the old man a storage ring. "This should be sufficient for you to break through to the life and death realm." With that, Lu Daosheng departed. Left behind, the old man stared at the storage ring in his hand, frozen in place. But when he saw what lay within the storage ring, his breathing instantly grew ragged. "Ancestor! Shut your mouth. From this day forward, you are no longer the patriarch of the Great Yen sect." "What? Guards! Take him away." Immediately, two powerful figures seized him and dragged him away. The old man stowed away his storage ring, gazed up at the starry sky, and murmured, "Ancestor, the grudge from that year your descendants will surely avenge you." Chapter 37, The Journey of Two Men and a Dragon. Tianxian World, within the Wasteland City. Tianin, I sense something major is about to happen. Top floor of the 100 Flowers Pavilion. The wealthy merchant Ji Shenkai embraced Mu Tianin, his expression growing grave. Seeing Ji Shenkai like this, Mu Tianin also grew cautious. It had been a long time since she'd seen Ji Shenkai look like this. "What's going on?" Mu Tianin asked urgently. Ji Shenkai replied, "Many people within the city lord's residence have lost contact." "And haven't you noticed? The guards within the city have become scarce, only a handful remain." Hearing this, Mu Tianin froze, tension immediately rising within her. "What do you think is happening?" Ji Shenkai looked up toward the window. The Wasteland City must be facing another major battle. And this time, even the city might not have the upper hand. That's why the situation at the city lord's residence feels so urgent. That can't be possible. Mu Tianin found it hard to believe. Living in Huangqing for so long had fostered in her a sense that the city was invincible. She wasn't alone, everyone within the city walls shared this belief. Ji Shenkai shook his head, choosing not to dwell on the matter. Instead, he asked, "Tianin, has your master emerged from seclusion yet?" Hearing this, Mu Tianin sighed helplessly, "Not yet. The old master says he won't emerge until he achieves invincibility." "What?" Ji Shenkai was utterly dumbfounded. Then he might as well stay in seclusion forever. Mu Tianin's master was one of the few heavenly emperor realm cultivators in the Xuangu star system. Of course, that was in the past. Back then, having a heavenly emperor level powerhouse backing Mu Tianin in the Tianxian world, a realm without a single such being, was terrifying beyond imagination. That was precisely why Ji Wuhui had once feared Mu Tianin's background. Alas, times had changed. When Mu Tianin's master arrived in the Tianxian world, especially within the desolate city, it was a veritable gathering of masters. She instantly became insignificant. So shortly after arriving in Huangqing, Mu Tianin's master entered seclusion. He has remained in seclusion ever since, not emerging to this day. Within the city lord's mansion. "Master Jiang, where is my father?" Lu Shui wandered aimlessly through the city lord's residence, encountering only the ever-present guards and no one else. This left Lu Shui utterly bewildered. Where was everyone? Upon seeing Lu Shui, Jiang Yuan immediately bowed respectfully. "This servant greets you, young lady. The city lord is occupied with countless duties. He may have gone to attend to some important matter." "So you're saying my father has left again?" Jiang Yuan gave a wry smile but offered no reply. Seeing this, Lu Shui waved her hand. All right. I understand." Jiang Yuan then withdrew. "Father's gone, and everyone in the castle is busy. So that leaves only me?" Lu Shui sorted through her thoughts and suddenly smiled. "Does that mean I can do whatever I want?" He. Soon, Lu Shui returned to her quarters to prepare, then went to Lu Daosheng's residence to leave a letter before heading outside. Xiao Cheng. A single call, and in the next moment, Ao Qing appeared before Lu Shui. "Young mistress, what are your orders?" "Nothing. I'm going out. You come with me." "Where are we going, young mistress?" Hearing this, Lu Shui paused in surprise. Now that she had reached the ancient realm, though she loved to play around in her free time, she was more dedicated to cultivation than anyone else. Yet now, it seemed she hadn't been anywhere beyond Huangqing. She hadn't even left Huangzhou, let alone ventured further afield. I don't even know where to go. I'm so miserable. This is ridiculous. It's all Dad's fault. He always forbids me from going out, saying it's too dangerous. Now that we finally can leave, I feel like a complete fool. At that moment, Ao Cheng spoke up, "Master, this is simple. We can just pick any direction and keep going." Hearing this, Lu Shui's face lit up with delight. She patted Ao Cheng on the back. Brilliant. Who'd have thought you'd be so clever beneath that silly exterior?" Ao Cheng thought inwardly, "Young master, the one who looks dumb is you. I feel like you're secretly insulting me." "Young master, heaven and earth are my witnesses, how could I ever insult you?" Soon, Ao Cheng transformed into his true form, a colossal dragon. Lu Shui didn't hesitate, climbing directly onto its back. Instantly, the rider and dragon soared skyward, ascending into the starry expanse of the Tianqian world. Just as they were about to move, a crimson figure appeared before them, blocking their path. Xiao Shui, where are you going? Ouyang Yanqing frowned as she watched Lu Shui and Ao Cheng. Lu Daosheng had explicitly instructed her to protect Lu Shui, preferably never leaving her side. She couldn't let Lu Shui slip beyond her perception. Sister Ouyang, I just wanted to go out for a walk. Seeing Ouyang Yanqing, Lu Shui felt inexplicably uneasy. Hearing this, Ouyang Yanqing immediately replied, no way. Your father specifically told me to protect you. What if you encounter danger out there? Well, you could come with me. My father never said I couldn't go out. Well. Lu Shui's words left Ouyang Yanqing momentarily speechless. It sounded quite reasonable. Just then, Lu Shui ran straight to Ouyang Yanqing's side, tugging at her arm and pouting. Ouyang's sister, please come out with me. I've never even left the house before. Besides, Ouyang's sister, you're so strong. How could there be any danger by your side? Instantly, a faint smile touched Ouyang Yanqing's lips. Alright, then. But you must stay by my side, understand? Seeing Ouyang Yanqing agree, Lu Shui immediately flashed a charming smile. Yes, yes. Sister Ouyang is the best. Thus, the party of one human and one dragon transformed into 2 humans and 1 dragon. With Ouyang Yanqing's vast experience, the group no longer wandered aimlessly like headless flies. Soon, propelled by Ao Cheng's blazing speed, the trio swiftly left the Xuangu star system behind. Woohoo! Faster! Faster! Perched on Ao Cheng's back, Lu Shui felt the thrill of speed and excitement, roaring with exhilaration. Hearing this, Ao Cheng abruptly accelerated even further. Young master, hold on tight. Boom! The sheer velocity left behind spatial ripples in their wake, lingering long after they passed. Xiao Shui, do you think your father would be angry if he found out? Beside Lu Shui, Ouyang Yanqing wasn't as engrossed as the other 2 instead, a look of concern crossed her face. At those words, Lu Shui froze. Probably, maybe, I guess, I'll try. At that moment, Lu Shui could even picture Lu Daosheng sternly lecturing her with a solemn expression. The thought of that scene instantly made her feel uneasy all over. It's fine. Worst case, I'll get a scolding. My dad won't do anything to me, I'm his only precious daughter. That was the pride of being an only child. Besides, Lu Daosheng was a complete doting father. Seeing this, Ouyang Yanqing sighed and said nothing more. Just then, a furious shout erupted. How dare you? Who gave you the audacity to act so brazenly in the Tianmong star system? In the next instant, a figure radiating the aura of the ancient realm appeared before Ao Cheng. Yet Ao Cheng didn't even glance at this figure. With a thunderous crash, the figure was sent flying 10,800 li. What just happened? Lu Shui gazed at the dazzling star system in confusion, scratching her head. Nothing to worry about, young master. Probably just a fly. Oh, alright then. Ouyang Yanqing sighed, pressing her hand to her forehead in exasperation. One fearless and reckless, the other clueless and naive. Thank goodness she was here to keep them in line, or who knows what trouble they'd have gotten into. Chapter 38, History of the Primordial Universe. It was unclear how much time had passed. One day, a weary Lu Daosheng finally returned to the desolate city. Phew, this trip was no walk in the park. Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui. Someone. The next moment, Jiang Yuan appeared before Lu Daosheng. Lord City Master, you've returned. Yet Lu Daosheng looked flustered, his brows furrowed as he demanded, where is Xiao Shui? Lord City Master, the young lady departed with Lord Ouyang and Lord Aocheng. As for where they went, this old servant does not know. What? Who allowed her to leave? Why didn't you stop her? Learning that his daughter had slipped away without a word, Lu Daosheng's anger flared. Jiang Yuan immediately knelt on the ground. Please calm your anger, Lord City Master. This was the first time he had ever seen Lu Daosheng so furious. Taking a deep breath, Lu Daosheng calmed himself somewhat, realizing it wasn't Jiang Yuan's fault. Old Jiang, you may withdraw. Yes, Lord City Master. As Jiang Yuan departed, Lu Daosheng lifted his gaze to the starry sky, his heart filled with profound worry. Though accompanied by Ao Cheng and Ouyang Yanqing, both formidable in their own right, Lu Daosheng still couldn't shake his unease. Of course, his unease wasn't about Lu Shui's safety. He feared his precious daughter might encounter unsavory individuals who could corrupt her. As for Lu Shui's safety, the contingency he had built into Lu Shui was powerful enough to wipe out an entire star system. As long as the opponent wasn't stronger than him, his daughter was absolutely safe. Just then, Jiang Yuan returned. Jiang Yuan respectfully presented a letter to Lu Daosheng. Lord City Master, this envelope was found at your doorstep. I presume it was left by the young lady. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng's eyelid twitched. He swiftly took the envelope and began reading. Father, your daughter wishes to see how vast the world beyond these walls truly is. Consider this my birthday gift. Do not grieve. Staring at the envelope, Lu Daosheng remained silent for a long time. Birthday. Ever since the system had descended upon him, it seemed he hadn't celebrated a single birthday. He had even forgotten his own daughter's birthday. In that instant, Lu Daosheng's heart was filled with complex emotions. It seemed he needed to reflect on himself. Very well. I'll let you indulge this once. Lu Daosheng shook his head with a smile before slowly stepping inside. Time flies in cultivation. In the blink of an eye, the countdown to the demonic invasion had dwindled to its final decade. Now, demonic energy billowed at the edge of the universe, strange forces continuously seeping out from the cracks along its border. Old Yang, it seems our Hongmeng universe has little time left. At the frontier, a powerful figure surveyed the scene before him, a bitter smile of resignation playing on his lips. Hearing this, Elder Yang's gaze turned cold. We'll meet force with force, and water with earth. Just as we repelled the demonic hordes before, we shall do so again this time. Hearing this, those around him regained a measure of confidence. Yet despite his words, old Master Yang harbored little certainty. After all, the current strength of the Hongmeng universe paled in comparison to its might during the last cosmic war. This battle promised to be even more devastating than the last. Surveying the nearly 100 powerful beings gathered around him, Elder Yang's expression remained composed, yet his heart was filled with sorrow. These were already the universe's most elite warriors. If even they couldn't hold the line, who else could protect the Hongmeng universe? Could it be that the Hongmeng universe truly had no escape from this calamity? Within the wasteland city. On this day, countless powerful figures within the city lord's residence set aside their affairs and hurried to the grand hall. For the summon had come from the greatest being within the wasteland city, the city lord himself. Your servants greet the city lord. Within the hall, Gu Chen and the others bowed respectfully before Lu Daosheng. Seated at the highest position, Lu Daosheng's gaze swept over them, and a satisfied smile immediately spread across his face. Over the years, his subordinates had all made significant progress. Gu Chen, Wei, and Xing, and others had all reached the unknown realm. Yun Shi, however, had made little progress in cultivation due to establishing a new army, yet he had still reached the peak of the unknown realm. However, this level of strength was still insufficient to confront the demon clan. Therefore, Lu Daosheng intended to gather them for another intensive enhancement. In 10 years, the demon clan will shatter the cosmic barrier and invade our Hongmeng universe. Therefore, your strength must be elevated further. Lu Daosheng spoke slowly. Immediately, the world within his palm materialized. Then, the laws of time began to flow rapidly. 1 year outside equaled 10,000 years within. As I said before, how much progress you make depends entirely on yourselves. Seeing the world within his palm, everyone was overcome with excitement. The profound mysteries and opportunities within were something only those who had entered could truly grasp. It was absolutely exhilarating. Thank you, Lord City Master. We shall not disappoint. With that, their bodies trembled as they all entered the world within the palm. Instantly, the hall fell silent once more. Watching the others diligently search every corner of the world within the palm for opportunities to enhance their strength, Lu Daosheng felt reassured. He then drew forth a mirror. This object, too, was a rare treasure of the world, a divination artifact. With a thought, Lu Daosheng activated the mirror, and the image of a woman appeared within its surface. It was none other than his daughter, Lu Shui. All these years had passed, yet Lu Shui still hadn't returned. Lu Daosheng felt no anger. For at this very moment, Lu Shui sat within a mysterious cultivation chamber. Countless streams of pure, tranquil energy and ancient lineages flowed ceaselessly into her body. This was Lu Shui's opportunity. Lu Daosheng had also calculated it would indeed benefit Lu Shui. Therefore, Lu Daosheng refrained from interfering. However, the duration was unavoidably rather lengthy. Not far from Lu Shui, Ouyang Yanqing sat quietly, as if she were invisible. Yet should any danger arise nearby, she would strike instantly. As for Ao Cheng, he was now fast asleep. Nevertheless, his massive, serpentine form completely encircled the entire training ground. Within the main hall of the city lord's mansion, Lu Daosheng stowed away the Dao mirror and sat in deep contemplation. His power, when viewed across the entire Hongmeng universe, was absolutely unmatched. But what about those outside? Take the 10,000 spirits realm, for instance. Could the 10,000 spirits realm harbor beings surpassing the heavens mandate realm? In an instant, Lu Daosheng became intensely curious about the true strength of the realm of 10,000 spirits. He knew that shortly after resolving the matter with the demonic tribes, he would set out for the realm of 10,000 spirits. Gaining some insight beforehand couldn't hurt. Ao Cheng. Currently the only being from the realm of all souls in the primordial chaos universe. Wait, how could he have forgotten that fellow? The one guarding the river of time and space. That guy recognized my strength and even accurately described the power of my heavenly mandate. At this thought, Lu Daosheng plunged his hand into the void. With a swift pull, an endless river imbued with the laws of time and space and the essence of the Tao materialized before him. Yet, the river of time and space lay utterly silent, not a single soul in sight. This caused Lu Daosheng's brow to furrow slightly. Without hesitation, Lu Daosheng stepped directly into the river of time and space, swimming upstream against the current. This act was truly unprecedented. As was widely known, the river of time and space recorded every event that had ever occurred throughout history. Thus, as Lu Daosheng journeyed upstream, he witnessed countless events predating the primordial cosmos. For instance, the moment his desolate city was rebuilt. His wife's departure. Lu Shui was born. His first meeting with his wife. His initial arrival in this world. Looking further back, Lu Daosheng witnessed many more events. The Hongmeng universe gradually declined. Witnessing this, Lu Daosheng's brow furrowed slightly before his speed abruptly increased. Suddenly, Lu Daosheng beheld a towering figure. It stood atop the Tianxian world, employing an indescribable method to conceal a legacy within some hidden corner of that realm. That very place was what is now known as the Abyss of the Evil God. Witnessing this scene, Lu Daosheng felt a surge of shock. Yet he did not dwell on his thoughts, instead continuing forward. The demonic race waged war against countless supreme beings of the primordial universe, among whom stood the very figure he had just witnessed. Ancient texts recorded that in the primordial era, the Xiangu star system was ruled by the triumvirate of 8 sovereigns. Later, when the demonic forces invaded, the 8 sovereigns joined the battle, ultimately sacrificing themselves entirely. Therefore, the figure he had just witnessed was none other than the Xian King, one of the 8 sovereigns of the Xuangu star system. It seemed he had long known his fate, hence he had passed down his legacy into the Tianxian world ahead of time. Lu Daosheng now understood why the demon clan had appeared within the Tianxian world. Their objective was likely the legacy left behind by the Xian King. However, they were suppressed by Gu Chen, and the location of their suppression, as fate would have it, was the demon god abyss. This was utterly absurd. Even more absurd was that he himself had failed to detect it. This Xian King truly had some skills. And despite knowing his own fate, he resolutely chose to confront the demonic forces. For this alone, Lu Daosheng felt profound admiration. Just as Lu Daosheng was about to step forward, a bitter voice suddenly rang out from the battlefield. "Senior, please do not proceed any further." Chapter 39, The Great Lineages Emerge. The next moment, a shadowy figure materialized before Lu Daosheng. Seeing this, Lu Daosheng smiled. "I thought you weren't coming." Hearing this, the figure's expression turned slightly awkward. Soon after, its form gradually solidified, materializing into a middle-aged man clad in white robes. The moment Lu Daosheng entered the river of time, he had sensed it. But he dared not emerge. He simply couldn't forget Lu Daosheng's terrifying aura. That was a Heaven's Will realm powerhouse, after all. Yet in the end, he emerged. Guarding the river of time and space was his duty. Lu Daosheng's actions constituted a grave violation of the rules. By the code, he was bound to punish Lu Daosheng. But as the saying goes, rules are rigid, and so can people be. Handle this poorly, and he might be the one who ends up dead. "Sir, is there something you need?" the white-robed man cautiously inquired. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng nodded. "I have a few questions for you." The white-robed man immediately replied, "I'll tell you everything I know." "Tell me, do you know of the realm of 10,000 spirits?" The man in white robes nodded. "Big shot, beyond this primordial chaos universe lies the realm of 10,000 spirits." Seeing that he knew, Lu Daosheng continued, "You are the overseer of this river of time and space. Who sent you here?" This was precisely what Lu Daosheng sought to uncover. Hearing this, the man in white hesitated. "Boss, the river of time and space has many branches. The one I oversee is just one of countless tributaries and the lowest level one at that. My knowledge is limited. All I know is that behind us lies a vast power called the Temple of Time and Space." He then recounted how an elder from the Temple of Time and Space had brought him here. Ever since then, he had been responsible for guarding this particular branch of the river. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng nodded in sudden understanding. It seemed there were still countless things he didn't know about the outside world. He had learned of the 10,000 spirits realm only because its river of time and space lay close to this one, allowing them to communicate once, and that was all. "The realm of 10,000 spirits, how much do you know about it?" Lu Daosheng inquired. Hearing this, the man in white robes shook his head. "Senior, I've never been there." "Then could you summon the guardian of the realm of all souls river of time?" Hearing this, the white-robed man's face twisted in bitterness. "Big shot, I don't have that authority." In other words, his rank was too low. Lu Daosheng shook his head. Clearly, he hadn't obtained the information he sought. Seeing Lu Daosheng shake his head, the white-robed man's face turned deathly pale. This meant he was as good as dead. The man in white robes immediately dropped to his knees. "Great Lord of Heaven's mandate, I beg you to spare this lowly one for the sake of the Hall of Time and Space." Seeing the man's tearful expression, Lu Daosheng felt speechless. "When did I ever say I intended to kill you?" Lu Daosheng then tossed the white-robed man a crystal-clear jade stone, radiating pure temporal energy. "Guard the river of time and space well. With those words, Lu Daosheng departed the river of time and space. Left behind, the white-robed man stared at the stone in his hand, frozen in place for a long moment before finally snapping back to reality. Thanks a ton, big shot. Back in the desolate city, Lu Daosheng flopped straight onto the armchair and began rocking leisurely. This journey wasn't entirely fruitless. At the very least, he had learned much about the primordial universe, especially the legacy of the Xian King. In Lu Daosheng's view, that Xian King's legacy could belong to none other than Gu Chen. He suspected that the inheritance would soon emerge into the world. Sure enough, at the cosmic frontier, the demonic tribes tore at the cosmic barrier with frenzied ferocity. Along the front lines, the faces of the Hongmeng universe's mighty warriors darkened. At that very moment, several terrifying auras suddenly surged forth from the frontier. Yet these auras carried not a trace of malevolence, instead radiating a familiar presence. The crowd gasped in shock. Those are. Boom! Several ethereal figures slowly materialized. Upon seeing them, someone gasped, that's my ancestor. Holy crap, that's my ancestor. Those are the ancestors who fought the demonic tribes back then. Someone exclaimed at that moment. In an instant, everyone stared at those towering figures with bloodshot eyes. At that moment, the figure with the most terrifying aura spoke. Gazing coldly into the abyss, it declared in a chilling tone, I knew it, your demonic clan would never let this rest. Heh, Xian King, the primordial world you fought so desperately to protect back then has now reached its end. A sinister voice echoed from the depths of the abyss. Hearing this, Xian Wang's expression darkened. He was the mightiest being of the primordial universe in that era, the Xian King. The foremost among the 8 sovereigns of the Xuangu star system. In the great war against the demonic tribes, he had single-handedly fought 6 great demon kings. Ultimately, 2 of the 6 perished, and 4 were gravely wounded. This feat remained unmatched throughout the entire war. The price Xian Wang paid was his life. At that moment, the Xian King and his comrades turned their gaze toward the border defenses, those who now stood as the last remaining strongholds of the primordial universe. Remember this, the Hongmeng universe will die rather than surrender. With those words, all figures vanished into the starry sky. From that day forward, they all became history. On the border defenses, Elder Yang and the others were already overcome with tears. Hongmeng universe, we would rather die than surrender. The primordial universe, never surrender. Simultaneously, across the major star systems of the cosmos, one after another, ancient lineages suddenly rose from the ground, shocking the heavens. Without exception, these were the legacies left behind by the ancestors. The Xuangu galaxy saw the most, with a total of 8 Dao traditions emerging. At the cosmic frontier, along the border defenses, Elder Yang sensed the anomaly in the universe and immediately understood. Go. Return swiftly. Yes, Elder Yang. Several individuals promptly returned to their respective star systems. They too sought to vie for those legacies, especially since some were the very traditions of their own ancestors. Why let the spoils go to outsiders? Xuangu star system, within the wasteland city. Lu Daosheng released Gu Chen, who was passionately breaking through within the palm-sized world. Gu Chen was instantly stunned. Lord City Lord, the time hasn't come yet, has it? It was clear Gu Chen was reluctant to stop. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng smiled. Now, a significant opportunity awaits you, one destined for you. Lu Daosheng then proceeded to explain the matter of the Xian King's inheritance to Gu Chen. At first, Gu Chen paid little heed. But when Lu Daosheng revealed that the figure in question had once been the mightiest being in the primordial chaos universe and had fought a great battle against the demonic tribes, standing alone against 6 foes, a look of profound reverence instantly appeared in Gu Chen's eyes. The Xian King, such a figure. So? Will you go? Lu Daosheng asked with a smile, looking at Gu Chen. I'm in. My deepest gratitude, Lord City Master. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen immediately agreed. After all, this was the Xian King's legacy. Not going would be sheer foolishness. Lu Daosheng nodded in agreement. The next moment, Lu Daosheng grabbed Gu Chen, tore open a rift in spacetime, and tossed him inside. If you are fortunate enough to meet the Xian King, tell him this, the Hongmeng universe shall never again face any danger. Yes, Lord City Master. The final word stretched out endlessly. Gu Chen successfully entered the Xian King's lineage. Meanwhile, across the Tianxian world, countless cultivators were stunned by the sudden emergence of this Dao lineage. Cultivators from all corners of the world began rushing toward the abyss of evil gods. Of course, the demon god abyss there no longer existed. The Xian King's inheritance? Who is this Xian King? Upon learning the significance of this lineage, the crowd looked perplexed. Not a single soul could identify the Xian King's identity. Within the wasteland city, Lu Daosheng's face darkened upon hearing the news. Once the ruler of the Xuangu star system, the mightiest being in the primordial chaos universe, the pride of the Tianxian world, yet now, his very existence had become unknown to all. He was a true hero. Immediately, Lu Daosheng soared into the void and recounted the Xian King's deeds with his own voice. Instantly, the resounding voice of the great Dao echoed throughout the entire Tianxian world, even beyond its borders. Lu Daosheng's words could be heard. Before long, all were stunned into silence, some already weeping openly. Turning their gaze toward the legacy of the Xian king, they were overcome with boundless reverence. So our Tianxian world once possessed such splendor, even giving birth to an unparalleled figure like the Xian king. The Xian king, a model for us all. I shall inherit the Xian king's legacy and drive back the demonic tribes. Heh, I almost feel bad pointing this out to you. Upon learning of the Xian king's power, some immediately set off without delay for the Xian king's lineage. A figure like the Xian king, just imagine how invaluable his legacy must be. It would surely be enough to catapult them to new heights. With this ambition in mind, more and more cultivators flocked to the Xian king's lineage. Little did they know that inheritance had already been reserved by someone else. Fortunately, the Xianwan lineage teemed with boundless opportunities. Even stumbling upon a treasure by sheer luck would suffice. Chapter 40, Greatly Enhanced Power, Great Battle Begins. Meanwhile, the entire Xuangu star system began to boil with excitement upon the emergence of the 8 great lineages. Countless streams of primordial energy surged forth from the depths of the earth. This mighty star system, dormant for countless eons, had finally awakened. Within the Lord's residence of the Wasteland City. System, what is the highest cultivation level in the 10,000 spirits realm? After bustling about for most of the day, Master Lu ultimately chose the simplest approach. He asked the all-knowing system directly. Reply to host, Heaven's Mandate Realm. Lu Daosheng was momentarily dumbfounded. He knew the Heaven's Will realm was formidable, but he never imagined it could be this formidable. Not only was he unrivaled in this primordial universe, it was also unrivaled in the 10,000 spirits realm. He had originally planned to level up 10 more times once he reached the 10,000 spirits realm, but now it seemed unnecessary. Lu Daosheng lay back down, clutching a wine jar in his arms, and began to drift off into a drowsy slumber. Outside the Wasteland City, a shop named Tianshan Ice Cream suddenly became wildly popular. Word spread that its ice cream not only benefited health but also doubled the effectiveness of cultivating ice elemental techniques, instantly drawing crowds that formed a long queue. Don't push. Line up properly, there's enough for everyone. Inside the shop, several young, fair-skinned girls stood at the front, smiling broadly as they called out instructions and collected payments. Your Highness, you're truly brilliant. Our Hanji Palace is going to strike it rich from now on. Hearing her subordinate's flattery, Yi Hansuang felt a bit awkward. The once mighty Cold Extreme Hall now selling ice cream? The very thought felt absurd. If the ancestral spirits found out, who knew how they'd punish her? But the thought of the profits to be made instantly revived her spirits. Doing business in this desolate city meant nothing but exorbitant profits. Especially with a product as wildly popular as hers. She could even picture herself standing shoulder to shoulder with the big bosses from the outer city in the future. Just then, a couple approached with beaming smiles. Upon seeing them, the surrounding crowd gasped in surprise and quickly parted to make way. The two were none other than the proprietor and proprietress of the 100 Flowers Pavilion, Ji Shengkai and Mu Tianin. Mr. Ji, what brings you here? Upon seeing Ji Shengkai, Yi Hansuang personally stepped forward to greet him. 1,000 years ago, this would have been unthinkable. Yet now, even Yi Hansuang, a heavenly emperor realm cultivator, had to greet Ji Shengkai with courtesy. Such was the stature of the great boss of Huangchang. Ha, I heard a new ice cream shop opened here. I came purely out of admiration. Never imagined the owner would be none other than Senior Yi. Long admired your reputation. Seeing Ji Shengkai's complete lack of pretension, Yi Hansuang found herself growing rather impressed. It was no wonder his business had become so wildly popular. Without delay, Yi Hansuang ordered his men to deliver a box of ice cream to Ji Shengkai. Mr. Ji, whenever you fancy ice cream, just tell me and I'll have it delivered straight to the 100 Flowers Pavilion. Yi Hansuang said with a smile. Hearing this, Ji Shengkai's smile grew ever brighter. But then, Ji Shengkai led Yi Hansuang aside. Senior Yi, I won't keep you in suspense. Actually, I came here this time to propose a partnership with you. Ji Shengkai said, pulling out an ice cream bar and taking a bite. His face lit up with delight. Honey, try a bite, it's delicious. Mu Tianin took the ice cream and bit into it, a look of delight spreading across her face. It's quite good. Beside them, Yi Hansuang smiled. I wonder what kind of collaboration Mr. Ji has in mind for me. Yi Hansuang was also pleasantly surprised. Although her ice cream was currently wildly popular, it was still just a small shop. Expanding it would take time. However, with the backing of a major enterprise like the 100 Flowers Pavilion, the benefits would be enormous, especially in building brand recognition. Senior Yi, I'd like to supply your ice cream to our 100 Flowers Pavilion. How about a 70-30 split on the profits? Hearing this, Yi Hansuang gave a wry smile. Mr. Ji, who gets the 30% and who gets the 70%? Naturally, I'll take 7 parts and you'll take 3. Ji Shengkai replied awkwardly. Hearing this, Yi Hansuang shook her head decisively. 50-50. What? That's impossible, Senior Yi. You can't do this. A 50-50 split? He'd have to pay back half of every ice cream he sold after sourcing the inventory himself. That was unthinkable. If Ji Shenkai hadn't recognized the market potential of these ice creams, he would have walked away long ago. But Yi Hanswang remained silent. Beside them, Mu Tianin's eyes darted around before she declared, "A 60-40 split is our absolute bottom line. We take 60%, you get 40%. Fine. Deal." Yi Hanswang agreed instantly. This partnership was a win-win for both parties. And so, within the 100 Flowers Pavilion of the Wasteland City, Tianshan ice cream began to be served. Just imagine after a passionate moment, savoring an ice cream. What a delightful treat. Meanwhile, throughout the inner city, new shops began popping up one after another. Drunken old man also opened a shop selling liquor. When Lu Daosheng of the city lord's mansion learned of this, he immediately sent men to transform it into a bar. From then on, this sole bar in the entire Wasteland City became wildly popular, thanks to the great city lord's promotion. Time flew by, and before they knew it, the day of the demonic invasion was drawing near. Within the grand hall of the city lord's mansion, Lu Daosheng beckoned with a wave of his hand. In the next instant, several figures emerged from the world within his palm. It was Yun Qi and his companions. Upon seeing Lu Daosheng, they immediately bowed respectfully. "Your subordinates greet the Lord." Above them, Lu Daosheng observed Yun Qi and his companions, nodding approvingly. "Very good. You've all made significant progress." At this moment, each of their abilities had surged significantly. Wei and Xing had directly transcended the causality realm, stepping into the life and death realm. Yunqi's progress was even more astonishing, reaching the terrifying realm beyond life and death, the reincarnation realm. The reincarnation realm. Back in the day, the highest realm attained by the ancestors of the primordial universe who fought against the demonic tribes was the reincarnation realm. At that very moment, a terrifying aura suddenly surged skyward from a location within the Tianxian world. This aura was identical to Yun Qi's current presence. Another reincarnation realm powerhouse. Instantly, all cultivators across the Tianxian world stared in shock toward that direction. That's the Xianwang Dao tradition. It seems someone has obtained the Xian King's legacy. Hearing this, all eyes turned enviously toward that spot. Why couldn't it be me? Within the city lord's mansion hall, Yun Qi and the others exchanged knowing smiles. It's brother Gulu. They had known long ago that Gu Chen had been summoned by the city lord ahead of time. So this was the opportunity. Sure enough, the next moment, the space split open, and a familiar figure slowly stepped out from within. It was Gu Chen. And Gu Chen had successfully broken through to the reincarnation realm, standing at the pinnacle of the primordial universe, towering above all others. Your servant thanks the city lord. This favor is beyond repayment, only a lifetime of devotion can suffice. Gu Chen knelt on one knee, addressing Lu Daosheng. Beside him, the others followed suit, each declaring their allegiance to Lu Daosheng. Seeing their devotion, Lu Daosheng chuckled. Well then, you'd better put in your best effort during the great battle. Don't make me have to step in personally at the last minute. His words carried a hint of playful teasing. The others burst into laughter as well. Lord City Master need not worry. With my blade in hand and bow upon my saddle, 1,000 foes may come, 1,000 shall fall. With me here, these fiends shall never breach the Hongmeng universe. General Yunqi speaks well. Having just broken through to the reincarnation realm, Yunqi was brimming with confidence. In his eyes, those demons were nothing but worthless trash. Seeing Yunqi's demeanor, Lu Daosheng's smile held a hint of resignation. Remember that even the peerless Xian King of the universe perished in that great battle. Underestimating those demonic beings will only lead to bitter consequences. Therefore, Lu Daosheng cautioned, do not underestimate those demonic beings. The world they inhabit is vastly more powerful than the primordial chaos universe. Hearing this, surprise flashed across everyone's faces. It seemed the city lord knew something. Just then, a tremor suddenly rippled from the edge of the universe. Instantly, the sensation of this tremor spread throughout the entire primordial universe. They're here. The expressions of the crowd instantly grew solemn. Lu Daosheng's gaze pierced through the endless starry sky, fixing directly upon the cosmic frontier. There, a colossal fissure was being torn wider and wider by terrifying forces. Countless sinister and eerie energies surged forth from within the fissure. Lu Daosheng then commanded, all cultivators above the heavenly emperor realm of Huangchang, proceed to the edge of the universe. Those too weak would merely become cannon fodder. They might not even be fit for cannon fodder. Yes, Lord City Master. Instantly, the entire wasteland city sprang into action. Countless experts, regardless of their current tasks, set aside their affairs and headed to the assembly point. Amidst the void, a million-strong army formally assembled. A towering battle intent surged from within the ranks. This was none other than the new army forged by Yun Qi. Among them were the previous 80,000 troops of the Lu family, the elite of the elite. The rest were geniuses selected from across the world, chosen from 10,000. Their equipment was nothing short of inhuman. They wore top-tier armor and wielded weapons of supreme quality, armed to the teeth. Across the entire Hongmeng universe, no more elite force could be found. Soon, another force of hundreds of thousands arrived in the void. The Wasteland Guard. Led by none other than Awei. After years of development, the Wasteland Guard had grown increasingly powerful. Moreover, Awei's relationship with the city lord was quite close, and the benefits he received were immense. Each member of the Wasteland Guard wore distinctive attire, a long sword at their waist, radiating an aura of dominance. Chapter 41, Lu Shui departs, demonic forces arrive. At that moment, tens of thousands clad in eerie cloaks suddenly materialized within the void. Roots. Under the influence of those eerie cloaks, their forms flickered in and out of sight. Witnessing this scene, Awei and Yunqi shook their heads and smiled. That guy's at it again, playing mysterious. Lords, wait. What about us? Just then, a shout rang out. Immediately, a group of people shot skyward from the desolate city, emerging into the void. They were the residents of the inner city of Huangchang. Each possessed formidable strength, all surpassing the heavenly emperor realm. Among them were members of the Zhang and Li clans, as well as those who had recently settled within the inner city. Seeing them, Yunqi's expression grew solemn. Everyone, this mission is extremely dangerous. You must prepare yourselves thoroughly. Hearing this, the group responded, when the primordial universe faces peril, we must intervene. How could we simply stand by and watch the alien races invade? Hearing this, Yunqi's expression immediately grew solemn. Thus, Yunqi led them toward the cosmic frontier. Within the wasteland city, Lu Daosheng gazed into the void, his face radiating a look of deep satisfaction. But at that very moment, his expression abruptly changed. A sense of impending danger instantly gripped his heart. Xiao Shui. In the next instant, Lu Daosheng vanished from his spot. Somewhere in the cosmos, Lu Shui was in the midst of receiving an inheritance. But at the critical moment, a terrifying suction force suddenly materialized out of nowhere, attempting to swallow her whole. Beside her, Ouyang Yanqing's expression turned ashen. Xiao Shui, get out now. Ao Qing, startled by the commotion, snapped back to his senses and rushed forward to rescue Lu Shui. At that very moment, a sharp crack echoed. The space around Lu Shui suddenly fractured. The next instant, an invisible force pulled her straight inside. Ah! With a piercing scream, Lu Shui vanished completely from her spot. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed through the air. Lu Daosheng suddenly materialized in the arena. Behind him, a continuous, monstrously jagged spatial scar stretched out, a stark reminder of the terrifying speed he must have used to reach the spot. Yet, he was still a step too late. Where's Xiao Shui? Lu Daosheng roared. Hearing Lu Daosheng's words, Ouyang Yanqing's delicate frame trembled. Lowering her head, she stammered, Xiao Shui, she seems to have been snatched away by something. Beside her, Ao Qing frantically shrank his form, trying desperately to make himself less conspicuous. At Ouyang Yanqing's reply, a terrifying, unimaginable pressure erupted violently from within Lu Daosheng. In an instant, the entire training ground shattered with a thunderous crash. Several pitch-black fissures radiated outward from Lu Daosheng, spreading relentlessly in all directions. The entire primordial universe began to tremble at that very moment. At the edge of the primordial universe, the crowd's expressions turned horrified as they hurriedly turned to look. What is that? In all my years, I've never encountered such a terrifying aura. Old Master Yang gazed at the aura with a solemn expression. Such an existence still existed within the primordial universe. Why now? At this moment, Old Master Yang prayed fervently within his heart, please, let it not be a hostile presence. Otherwise, the primordial universe would be utterly doomed. Just then, that terrifying aura vanished abruptly. Seeing this, Elder Yang breathed a sigh of relief before stating in a solemn tone, let's set that aura aside for now. For now, they had glimpsed their enemy through the rift in the boundary. Elsewhere, Lu Daosheng had also regained his composure and swiftly suppressed his aura. But Ouyang Yanqing and Ao Qing had already collapsed onto the ground, blood pooling around them as they lay unconscious. The overwhelming pressure of the heavens realm was something they simply couldn't endure even for an instant. Had their cultivation been even slightly lower, they might have been crushed outright by that pressure. And this was merely an unintended spill of Lu Daosheng's power. Taking a deep breath, Lu Daosheng extended his hand. Two streams of pure energy instantly restored Ouyang Yanqing and Ao Qing. The next moment, both slowly regained consciousness. Spotting Lu Daosheng, they froze in shock before immediately kneeling on the ground. Lord City Master, I am guilty. Master, for the sake of young Master still being safe and sound, please spare me. Ao Qing shared a contract with Lu Shui, allowing him to sense her current safety. Lu Daosheng knew this too, which was why he hadn't completely lost his temper. Don't be fooled by Lu Daosheng's usual gentle demeanor. If Lu Shui were truly harmed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Nothing could quell Lu Daosheng's fury. Ignoring the two of them, Lu Daosheng demanded directly, "System, where is my daughter now? What exactly is going on?" "Host, your daughter has now arrived in the realm of all souls. Due to certain special circumstances, your daughter has been summoned and transported to the realm of all souls. Reminder, your daughter will be safe. Moreover, she will encounter favorable opportunities, though not as abundant as those she would have had by your side." After all, the opportunities surrounding Lu Daosheng are truly boundless. How could the scraps outside compare to the resources Lu Daosheng possessed? Hearing the system's words, Lu Daosheng breathed a sigh of relief. He hadn't anticipated his daughter would precede him to the realm of 10,000 spirits. Still, as long as she was safe, that was all that mattered. He had planned to rest and recuperate in the primordial world for a while longer before heading to the 10,000 spirits realm, but now it seemed he might have to leave sooner. There was no helping it. With father and daughter separated by an entire world, he simply couldn't rest easy. "Rise. This matter is not your fault." Lu Daosheng spoke up at that moment. Hearing this, Ouyang Yanqing and Ao Qing exchanged a glance before slowly rising to their feet. At the same time, they would never forget this terrifying pressure for the rest of their lives. It felt like an existence they could never hope to reach in their entire lives. Ao Qing finally understood his new master was truly more formidable than his own father. So why would he need to return to his clan? At the same spot, Lu Daosheng pondered for a moment before turning his gaze toward the edge of the cosmos. At that moment, the demonic forces there were already growing impatient. "Let's go." Lu Daosheng grabbed Ouyang Yanqing and Aoqing in one swift motion, then stepped forward, heading toward the edge of the universe. At the edge of the universe, a thunderous crash. The rift in the boundary was torn wide open. In the next instant, countless sinister figures surged through it. "They're here." At the boundary, Elder Yang and the others watched the scene unfold with tense expressions. Countless fiends leaped across the endless abyss, charging toward them with eyes blazing with madness. "Ha ha ha ha. At last, we can taste the deliciousness of humans once more. You lowly humans, daring to defy our kind, die." The hordes of fiends grew ever larger. On the frontier line, Elder Yang and his companions faced these fiends like a lone fortress at the border, isolated and without aid. "Hold the line." Instantly, countless ancient-looking formations along the border activated. For a time, they truly held the demons at bay. Yet, this was nothing but an illusion. Within moments, countless cracks began to appear along the border defenses. Seeing this, Elder Yang and the others wore grave expressions. Yet soon, their faces hardened with a resolute, death-defying resolve. "For the Hongmeng universe!" The group roared in unison. Just as they prepared to fight to the death, a terrifying aura suddenly surged from behind them. "Huangqing arrives to lend you my strength. Together, we shall repel the demonic forces." Chapter 42, The Terrifying Battle, Huangshou emerges. Immediately after, a massive warship radiating a terrifying aura slowly emerged from the void. The mysterious glow emanating from its materials alone hinted at its immense value. The banner atop the warship bore the two characters, Wasteland City. "It's Wasteland City. They've truly arrived." The crowd gasped in shock at the sight of the warship. In the next instant, Yun Qi and the Lu family army stepped out from the warship, standing amidst the starry sky. Witnessing this million-strong army, everyone along the border defenses was utterly stunned. Who would have thought Wasteland City possessed such terrifying might? But it wasn't over yet. Away then led the Wasteland Guards as they slowly emerged from the warship. Uniformly clad, their long swords gleaming at their waists. Finally, the powerful individuals who had voluntarily come forth from the Wasteland City appeared. Without exception, every single one of them glared with shared hatred at the demonic race at the edge of the cosmos. "Follow me, all of you. Slay the alien race." Yun Qi roared, and instantly, the countless soldiers behind him joined in a frenzied battle cry. Their momentum had reached its peak. Slay the alien race. Along the frontier line, everyone was stirred by this overwhelming momentum, their faces contorted with frenzied determination. "Let these beasts witness the might of our Hongmeng universe." In the next instant, the entire border defense crumbled completely. Yet the demons saw no trace of fear in the eyes of the Hongmeng universe's creatures, only gazes brimming with murderous intent. In that instant, the demonic forces sensed something amiss. But the arrow had already left the bowstring, there was no turning back now. "Charge!" In that instant, the forces of the primordial universe's beings and the demonic hordes collided head-on. The entire boundary began to tremble violently. Countless black holes formed under the terrifying force. Yet, overwhelmed by the demonic horde's sheer numbers, the primordial universe faction quickly found itself at a disadvantage. Without hesitation, away led the Wasteland Guardians into the fray. "Don't forget we're still here." A faint, eerie voice echoed from the shadows. Instantly, tens of thousands of shadowy figures emerged like assassins, relentlessly reaping lives across the battlefield. With each flickering shadow, another demonic being fell. This was one of the most mysterious forces within the Wasteland City, the Root. Yet, these assassins and the Wasteland Guards were still too few against the endless hordes of demonic beings. Soon, the demonic tribe surged forward again, relying on sheer numbers. Behind the fray, Gu Chen and Yun Qi witnessed this scene. Exchanging a glance, they both nodded in unison. In the next instant, two terrifying auras of the reincarnation realm surged skyward from the rear, instantly freezing the entire battlefield. These are the legendary reincarnation realm experts? Heavens! Our Hongmeng universe still harbors reincarnation realm masters. Ha ha ha, heaven has not forsaken our Hongmeng universe. Instantly, the mighty warriors along the border defenses erupted with excitement. Duan Hong watched the scene unfold before him, a bitter smile playing on his lips. This desolate city, it's deceived me so thoroughly. Faced with two reincarnation realm powerhouses, the countless demonic beings instantly fell like cannon fodder, utterly annihilated. In an instant, not a single demonic creature remained within the entire primordial universe. Was it over? Of course not. Everyone stared intently at the crack, not daring to relax for a moment. For they knew this was merely the first wave of the assault. Sure enough, after a moment of silence, the cosmic frontier began to boil once more. Countless demonic beings, each more terrifying than the last, poured forth from the rift. After all these years, I never imagined such a powerful being could still emerge from your little world. In the next instant, several fiends with terrifying auras stood amidst the starry sky, gazing down upon the crowd from the primordial universe with disdain. Their auras were unmistakably those of the reincarnation realm. It's the Demon King. At that moment, Elder Yang spoke. The six beings the Xian King had faced back then were precisely such existences. Amidst the starry sky, there were no fewer than 10 beings of Demon King level power. The disparity in strength was simply too vast. The faces of the powerful figures at the border defenses instantly darkened. If they were left to face this alone, the consequences would be unimaginable. Watching the ever-growing horde of demons in the starry sky, Elder Yang took a deep breath before declaring in a solemn voice, "It's time for them to awaken." Shock rippled through the crowd, followed by nods of understanding. Old Master Yang charged into the starry sky and roared, "Esteemed elders! The primordial universe is in peril. We implore your aid to weather this calamity." The moment the words left his mouth, the entire starry sky began to tremble violently. The people of the wasteland city watched the unfolding scene with varied expressions. A glimmer of understanding flashed in Gu Chen and Yun Qi's eyes. Indeed, it was impossible for only their group to guard the edge of the universe. Otherwise, it would be utterly disgraceful. A thunderous crash echoed through the void. That was the sound of coffin lids flying open. Those who dare to trespass upon the Hongmeng universe shall be punished, no matter how far they flee. A furious roar echoed, and instantly, countless powerful beings surged forth from the void, streaming toward this location in an unending tide. Each one radiated a terrifying aura. The lowest ranked were all at the causality realm. Among them were even those at the life and death realm, and 3 beings at the reincarnation realm. Yet without exception, these mighty beings had exhausted their lifespans. They could only prolong their existence through endless slumber, all for this very battle today. This was their true trump card. Kill. Without further ado, these mighty beings charged headlong at the demonic forces. With their lifespans already running out, they might even die suddenly in the midst of battle. Yet they fought with extraordinary ferocity, driving the demonic forces' mighty warriors into retreat, for they fought with utter disregard for their own lives. Charged together. Yun Qi and his companions immediately led their respective followers in a charge against the demonic clan. Seeing the primordial chaos faction gaining the upper hand, the demonic forces were filled with fury. Good. Very good. You have thoroughly enraged my clan. Let us show you the terror of our demonic race. In the next instant, over a dozen Demon King-level beings burst forth directly from the rifts at the edge of the universe. Simultaneously, the numbers of lower-tier demonic beings began to surge exponentially. Witnessing this scene, every being from the primordial universe wore grim expressions. They even began to feel a sense of hopelessness that this horde could never be defeated. So many. How could they possibly fight them all? Just as despair gripped the crowd, countless auras suddenly surged forth from behind them. The Great Yin sect has mobilized its entire order to come to our aid. The Divine King's Hall comes to aid. And my Bright Moon sect comes to aid. In an instant, over a dozen powerful factions from across the primordial universe rushed to their aid. Witnessing this scene, Elder Yang was already weeping uncontrollably. Our primordial universe truly stands united as one. Ha, you're just in time. With these forces joining the fray, the Hongmeng universe side was greatly encouraged, their morale soaring, and they managed to regain some ground. However, they still lacked elite combat power at the highest tier. Even though Gu Chen and Yun Qi were each holding their own against 5 opponents, several demon lords remained unchecked, resulting in heavy casualties for their side. No matter how many you send from the primordial universe, your fate remains the same: defeat. You'd do better to resign yourselves to becoming our tribe's feast. Ha ha ha. Gazing upon the repulsive faces of the demon clan, the group's expressions darkened. Could this truly be the end of their journey? Of course not. Just as the battle reached its most intense moment, a crimson-hued longsword suddenly shot forth from the depths of the void. Wherever it passed, space itself was sliced apart. This blade, I wonder if your demonic clan can withstand it. Shoo! With a single strike, a million demon heads flew high into the air, their black blood instantly staining the entire starry sky crimson. It's Senior Huang. When they emerged from seclusion, only Huang Shou was missing. They had been puzzled by his absence, but now it became clear Huang Shou had broken through to a realm even more terrifying than the reincarnation realm. Indeed, because Aru was in the critical moment of his breakthrough, Lu Daosheng had not summoned him from the palm world. Sure enough, from behind the group, Huang Shou slowly emerged from the void, approaching them. Behind him stood Ouyang Yanqing and Aochang. Ouyang Yanqing gazed at Huang Shou, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Once upon a time, she and Huang Shou had been equals. Now, however, Huang Shou had left her far behind. All of this stemmed from a choice. Had she known back then, upon meeting Lu Daosheng, she should have followed him directly. Otherwise, she wouldn't be stuck in this situation now. In the shadows, Lu Daosheng watched the battlefield, a look of satisfaction in his eyes. Still the strongest in my wasteland city. Chapter 43, it's all over. However, when Lu Daosheng spotted the dormant warship floating in another void, his lips twitched slightly. That was the warship blueprint he'd acquired from the system store. Though he had modified them, stripping them of their original god-tier capabilities, it still possessed terrifying destructive power. His original plan was for this warship to make a stunning debut during the great battle against the demonic tribes. Yet now, it sat isolated like a ghost ship, silently cast aside. Lu Daosheng slowly approached the warship. Instantly, a muffled sound echoed from within, as if lamenting its own frustration. Little ship, you've been through so much. Lu Daosheng gently stroked the ship's bow, and in that moment, the entire warship began to tremble. On the battlefield. With Huang Shou's arrival, the tide of battle shifted instantly. Impossible. Impossible. How could a lowly world like this produce an Earth realm powerhouse? What bull about an Emperor realm expert? I'm already at the life-death realm. Take this old man's strike. The great Yen sect patriarch paid no heed to the demonic clan warrior's roar, instead fighting with increasing ferocity. Damn it! Quick! Report this immediately! A demon king roared furiously. Immediately, the entire demonic army began to gradually retreat. Witnessing this, all beings of the primordial chaos universe erupted in wild excitement. They had driven back the demonic race. In the void, only Yin Qi, Gu Chen, and Huang Shou wore solemn expressions. Their gazes fixed intently upon the dark fissure, their eyes tinged with solemnity. What kind of place lay beyond that rift? Why did it evoke such a terrifying sense of danger? They were perplexed. But they were not afraid, for behind them stood the wasteland city and Lu Daosheng. Keep killing. Don't let them escape. Boom. Boom. The explosions of the great battle continued to reverberate. The entire cosmic frontier lay shattered beyond recognition. Yet hope burned in everyone's eyes, for they had glimpsed the dawn of victory. Look. There really is light. But why is the light above filled with dark mist? Boom. A terrifying light, intertwined with black mist, surged forth from the rift in the boundary. In an instant, every being of the primordial universe that came into contact with it perished within. That was no dawn of victory, it was a mighty demonic being. No! Block it! Yun Qi, Gu Chen, and Huang Shou immediately stepped forward, unleashing all their divine powers to shield the army from the terrifying light. A deafening explosion echoed. Yun Qi and Gu Chen were violently thrown back tens of thousands of feet. Huang Shou stumbled back several steps, each retreating stride shattering the surrounding void. The sheer force was palpable. The three stared intently ahead, their expressions grave. For a moment, the entire battlefield fell silent. It's the Demon Lord. The demonic hordes instantly surged with excitement, their gazes fixed reverently upon the fissure. Emerging from the fissure was a great demon clad in black armor, wielding a long blade. A terrifying aura radiated from him, causing the very edges of the universe to crumble. His presence was undeniably commanding. A bunch of lowly creatures, daring to act so brazenly before my noble demon clan. The Demon Lord spoke slowly. His icy gaze swept over the myriad beings of the primordial universe. Instantly, all beings felt as if plunged into a 1,000-year-old ice cellar, chilled to the bone. Huang Shou watched the Demon Lord, his grip on the sword in his hand tightening unconsciously. This was a powerhouse towering above the entire battlefield. Why had such a formidable being appeared? The demonic faction clearly couldn't handle the stakes. But since you demonic clan won't play by the rules, don't blame a certain entity lurking in the shadows for refusing to play either. Snap! A crisp snap of fingers echoed. Instantly, the entire battlefield fell silent. An irresistible force suppressed every living being present, including the Demon Lord. For a moment, everyone froze in shock. But the people of the wasteland city beamed with joy. From the void, a man clad in a long robe, moving with deliberate slowness, began to walk toward them. It was Lu Daosheng. "We greet you, Lord City Master." Yun Qi and the others roared excitedly the moment they saw him. In an instant, all eyes turned toward that figure in disbelief. Some recognized him, while others did not. On the side of the wasteland city, every single person, without exception, gazed at Lu Daosheng with reverent eyes. For many among them, this was their first encounter with Lu Daosheng. So this was the great lord of Wasteland City. He was truly beyond comparison with ordinary mortals like them. He was practically a deity. "Who are you?" In the void, the demon lord's face was etched with disbelief, a deep-seated dread gradually rising within his heart. How could such a powerful being appear within this small world? Yet Lu Daosheng paid the demon lord no mind. With a mere wave of his hand, all living beings of the primordial universe were restored and reappeared behind him. Now, it is time to end this. Lu Daosheng gazed at the devastated primordial universe before him and spoke slowly. In the next instant, Lu Daosheng clenched his fist. The boundary rift, forcibly torn open by the demonic race with brute force, instantly sealed itself. Witnessing this, the demonic clan fell silent, as if they had seen a ghost. What kind of god-defying power was this? And they knew it was over for them. They had no escape route left. Knowing his own death was certain, the demon lord fixed his gaze on Lu Daosheng and declared, "You will face the full wrath of my demonic clan. If you have the guts, never leave this place for the rest of your life." Lu Daosheng dared to venture into the 10,000 spirits realm, and he was certain Lu Daosheng would meet his end there. For the might of their demonic clan was beyond this small world's comprehension. Were it not for certain constraints preventing their true powerhouses from entering this realm, the demon clan would have devoured every living soul here long ago. A being of his caliber was nothing but a fart in the demon clan's eyes. Yet sending him to this world had consumed considerable resources from their demonic clan. And in the end, he still failed. Hearing the demon lord's words, Lu Daosheng immediately regarded him with a look that was neither quite a smile nor quite a frown. "Rest assured, I'll be visiting your domain soon. Then you'll be reunited with your comrades in no time." With a flick of his wrist, Lu Daosheng instantly reduced every demon within the primordial chaos universe to ashes. Witnessing this scene, the crowd behind Lu Daosheng stood utterly speechless. Thud. Old Master Yang knelt directly before Lu Daosheng, tears streaming down his face as he cried, "Thank you, senior. You've saved the entire primordial universe." Seeing this, Lu Daosheng's expression shifted slightly. He quickly pulled Elder Yang to his feet. "This is unthinkable, absolutely unthinkable." This was, after all, a true elder statesman of the present-day primordial universe. Meanwhile, some of the Hongmeng universe's elders who hadn't yet completely perished watched the scene unfold, their eyes brimming with amusement. Who would have thought our Hongmeng universe still harbors such a formidable being? We can now rest assured about its future. As the words fell, those mighty figures began to dissolve into the void of the primordial universe, destined to become history. But at that very moment, Lu Daosheng acted. As Lu Daosheng reached out and clenched his hand, the souls of those venerable elders instantly solidified. "Would you be willing to join my wasteland city?" Lu Daosheng spoke. Hearing this, they all froze in place. After a long silence, one of them trembled and said, "Elder, we have no future left." "I can give you a future," Lu Daosheng declared directly. Instantly, the venerable elders drew deep breaths and prostrated themselves before Lu Daosheng. "We are willing to join the Wasteland City." Though they knew little of the Wasteland City, they understood that the chance to continue living was enough. Who would have thought that in their twilight years, nearing the grave, they would encounter such an opportunity? It truly proved the saying, "Never underestimate the elderly just because they're poor." Seeing their consent, Lu Daosheng smiled faintly before summoning all these powerful individuals into his palm-sized world. He intended to forge the most elite force imaginable, and these individuals would answer to only one man himself. At that moment, Lu Daosheng's gaze swept over everyone present. Even after enduring an epic battle, hope still shone brightly in their eyes. It was hope for the future. "My friends, from this day forward, my Hongmeng universe shall know no more worries." The moment the words left his lips, the void itself echoed with cheers. And in that very moment, Lu Daosheng's name resounded throughout the entire Hongmeng universe. Countless years later, should you happen to visit the Hongmeng universe, you would find statues of a great man scattered everywhere. And the man depicted in those statues is none other than Lu Daosheng. Chapter 44, A World Where 10,000 Races Stand Tall. Just as Lu Daosheng prepared to depart with his companions, he suddenly turned to look at Elder Yang and the others. "Gentlemen, what are your plans going forward?" At these words, Elder Yang and the others froze in place. Barring any surprises, they would all return to their respective star systems to enjoy their twilight years. Until one day, they would quietly depart from this beautiful world. But now, looking at Lu Daosheng before them, they hesitated. A colossal opportunity now lay before them. Lu Daosheng's question undoubtedly set them all pondering their choices. A moment of silence passed. Soon, one stepped forward respectfully and said, "Lord Lu, may I join the Wasteland City?" Hearing this, Lu Daosheng smiled immediately. "Welcome. In this world, those who had reached their level were each the pinnacle of their respective star systems. What they lacked were merely resources and opportunities. And Lu Daosheng could provide both. The first person stepped forward, and the others followed suit, saying, "Lord Lu, I too wish to join the Wasteland City." "Same here." Lu Daosheng welcomed each of them with open arms. Soon, only a handful remained of these mighty guardians who had stood watch along the frontier for countless years. Among them were Elder Yang and Duan Hang. "Master." Behind Lu Daosheng, Ouyang Yanqing gazed at Duan Hong with a complex expression. Upon seeing Ouyang Yanqing, Duan Hong laughed heartily. "Yanqing, from now on, stay close to Lord City Master Lu. Don't do anything foolish. This is as far as I can accompany you. I shall remain in the Eternal Star System. After all, the Eternal Temple cannot be without its leader." Hearing this, Ouyang Yanqing's eyes gradually welled up with tears. "Master, you never really spent much time with me, did you?" However, Duan Hong paid no heed to Ouyang Yanqing. Instead, he turned to Lu Daosheng with solemn expression. "Lord Lu, from now on, Yanqing is entrusted to your care." Lu Daosheng. What's with this? It feels kinda weird. Those around them also regarded Duan Hong with puzzled looks. "It still has to be you, kid." Ouyang Yanqing's face flushed slightly as she kept her head bowed, unable to meet Lu Daosheng's gaze. When Lu Daosheng noticed this scene, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. "With your master acting like this, how can you still be up to these tricks behind his back?" Lu Daosheng shook his head, no longer paying attention to the master and disciple. Instead, he turned his gaze toward Elder Yang. Before he could speak, Elder Yang interjected, "Lord City Master Lu, I have guarded this border defense line for most of my life." Turning, he gazed toward the cosmic frontier behind him. By now, the defensive line had been reduced to a scarred wasteland by the fierce battle, nearly a complete ruin. "I shall remain here henceforth." This. For a moment, everyone present looked at Old Master Yang with complex expressions. "Old Master Yang, why must you do this?" "Indeed, Elder Yang. The demons have retreated. There's no point in staying here now." "Master Yang, why not join us in serving Lord Lu of the Wasteland City?" Hearing the pleas of his former comrades, Elder Yang shook his head. "My mind is made up. There's no need to say more. From now on, serve Lord Lu faithfully." Hearing this, the others could only acquiesce. Beside them, Lu Daosheng gazed at Old Master Yang, this elder who had devoted nearly his entire life to the Hongmeng universe. At that moment, Lu Daosheng pondered, if the primordial universe had neither Elder Yang nor himself, would it truly have been destroyed by the demonic race? No, certainly not. In that instant, Lu Daosheng understood. Master Yang was not merely a person, but a spirit of selfless devotion and unity. With that realization, Lu Daosheng let go of his lingering doubts. "Master Yang, the gates of my wasteland city will always stand open for you." Hearing this, Elder Yang smiled. Then this old man thanks Lord Lu for his kindness. After exchanging a few more casual words with the major galactic factions, Lu Daosheng led the people of Wasteland City on their journey home. "Ha! Lord City Master, where's my warship? It said it doesn't want to deal with you." "Ha!" Within the Wasteland City. On this day, the Tianqian world witnessed its most tumultuous moment. The news of Lu Daosheng saving the entire Hongmeng universe quickly spread throughout the cosmos. The name of the Wasteland City became known to all. In an instant, the number of visitors to the Xuangu star system reached an unprecedented peak. The Tianqian world itself nearly reached capacity. Within the Wasteland City, despite the entrance fees skyrocketing to astronomical levels, the Zhang brothers were still scrambling to collect payments, their hands cramping from the sheer volume of transactions. Seeing the numbers swell, Lu Daosheng hastily infused more world laws, expanding the city's space. Only then did the city avoid reaching capacity. Holy, this is the legendary Wasteland City? I've lived this long and never seen such a lavish place before. Who hasn't? Oh my god, look at these floor tiles. They're harder than the finest treasure artifacts. And that rushing stream over there, it's just unbelievable. Without exception, every single person was utterly stunned the moment they stepped into the Wasteland City. Could such a sacred place truly exist within the primordial universe? And the Xuangu star system once again became the center of the entire universe, restoring its position as the mightiest realm from ancient times. Within the grand hall of the city lord's mansion. 100 years hence, we shall set forth, leaving the primordial universe for the realm of 10,000 spirits. Lu Daosheng spoke slowly. This was his decision after deep contemplation. Truthfully, he wished to depart even sooner, for his daughter remained alone and vulnerable in the realm of 10,000 spirits. But abruptly arriving in the realm of 10,000 spirits, a realm vastly more powerful than the primordial chaos universe, he feared his followers might not endure it. "My daughter, please wait a little longer. Whatever hardships you endure, Father will make it up to you." Hearing Lu Daosheng's words, Junqi and the others below were instantly stunned. It was the first time they had learned that beyond the primordial universe lay a world called the realm of 10,000 spirits. "Lord City Master, what kind of place is this realm of 10,000 spirits?" Gu Chen spoke up at that moment. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng turned his gaze to Ao Qing below. Ao Qing. Hearing his master call his name, Ao Qing instantly snapped to attention. The realm of 10,000 spirits is vastly superior to this place. There, even someone of Huan Shou's caliber wouldn't rank among the openly acknowledged powers. Hearing this, everyone's heart sank in shock. That place was truly terrifying. Then why are you so weak? Huan Shou's soul cried out in protest. Ao Qing. Seeing Ao Qing at a loss for words, the crowd burst into laughter. Only when Lu Daosheng waved his hand did they finally quiet down. Ao Qing, continue. Ao Qing glared at Huang Shou before resuming, yes, master. Within the realm of 10,000 spirits, every corner is dominated by tribal factions. It is a world teeming with myriad races, among which countless powerful tribes abound. At this, Ao Qing lifted his proud head and declared with pride, among them is my dragon clan. And what of our human clan's strength? I imagine our human clan wouldn't be too shabby in that realm of myriad spirits. Yun Qi and the others pondered this. But Lu Daosheng did not share this view. For if the human clan truly held such power in the realm of 10,000 spirits, how could they stand by and watch the demon clan treat their kin this way? Sure enough, Ao Qing's answer left everyone dumbfounded. There are no humans in the realm of 10,000 spirits. What? Chapter 45, a century later, first encounter with the bear clan. No humans? How could that be? Is the realm of all spirits completely devoid of people? Ao Qing, why is this so? Ao Qing shook his head. I'm not entirely sure myself. But it's true there are no humans in the 10,000 spirits realm. There are people, yes, but very few. And even fewer live with any semblance of dignity. Hearing how wretchedly humans lived in the 10,000 spirits realm left everyone feeling deeply unsettled. 100 years hence, the name of the human race will resound throughout the entire realm of 10,000 spirits. Lu Daosheng spoke slowly at this moment. At his words, the group froze, then their blood began to boil. It seemed their esteemed city lord intended to make a grand entrance in the 10,000 spirits realm. Lord City Master, what should we do? And Xing, who had remained silent until now, spoke respectfully. Hearing this question, Lu Daosheng swept his gaze across the assembled crowd before declaring, within 100 years, each of you must advance at least 8 realms. Immediately, Lu Daosheng activated the world in his palm, unleashing a potent surge of temporal laws that permeated the air. As if sensing it was insufficient, Lu Daosheng opened his left palm, revealing the spacetime divine tower within. Condense. Hum. Instantly, the flow of time within the palm world underwent a drastic transformation. This time, 1 day outside equaled 10 years inside. 8 realms. It must be understood that the later the realm, the slower and more difficult the breakthrough becomes. Now, Lu Daosheng was demanding they break through 8 realms in the time ahead. It was undeniably difficult, extremely difficult. But when they looked up and saw Lu Daosheng's earnest, slightly somber expression, a chill ran through their hearts. Lord City Master, we will succeed. Immediately, everyone entered the world within the palm, including Ao Qing and Ouyang Yanqing. Seated upon his throne, Lu Daosheng gazed at the empty hall, his expression growing slightly somber. Ever since learning of the difficulties faced in the primordial chaos universe, Lu Daosheng had harbored a lingering unease. After all, his own daughter resided in the 10,000 spirits realm. Would she face constant setbacks due to her human heritage? Moreover, as a member of the human race himself, seeing his kin suffer so deeply pained him. Therefore, he felt compelled to do something for the humans of the 10,000 spirits realm. Somewhere in the realm of 10,000 spirits. Lu Shui stirred groggily awake, only to hear whispers reaching her ears. Chief, how did we end up summoning a human? Yes, chieftain. Didn't you say this ritual would summon a being of great destiny to protect our clan? Well, I'm not entirely sure myself. Lu Shui instantly sobered up and scrambled to her feet. What she saw left her utterly dumbfounded. Before her stood a group of fluffy white bears. White bear monsters. Chieftain, look. She's awake. In an instant, the white bears swarmed around her, completely surrounding Lu Shui. What do you want? Lu Shui stared at the bears, panic rising within her. Simultaneously, she scanned her surroundings and realized she was in a vast, frozen wasteland, blanketed in pure white. Just then, the largest bear approached, sniffing at Lu Shui. After a moment's hesitation, it produced a peculiar staff and pointed it at Lu Shui. Lu Shui watched in bewilderment. The next instant, the staff erupted in a blinding light, nearly searing the titanium alloy eyes of the bears. But with a crack, the staff shattered instantly. Lu Shui? The bears? Bear Clan Chief, my fortune staff. Clan. Chief, what's going on? A white bear asked in confusion. The largest white bear, the Bear Clan Chief, stood with eyes glistening. Hearing his kin's question, he wiped away tears before saying, she truly possesses great destiny, and it's so high, so high. So high that what? Oh, Chief, you always leave your sentences hanging. Ahem. The Bear Clan chief cleared his throat lightly before continuing. This human's destiny, it seems to have reached a height surpassing even the destiny of the entire 10,000 spirits realm. At this point, the Bear Clan chief's expression grew incredibly solemn. To him, this seemed utterly impossible. Damn it! Yet his fortune staff could no longer withstand the fortune radiating from this human woman. It shattered instantly. This staff was a treasured heirloom passed down through generations of the White Bear Clan. Who would have thought it would shatter today? So that's how it is. Hearing this, the bears stared at Lu Shui in utter disbelief. Several white bears even reached out, poking the human being radiating immense destiny with their fingers. Hey, look! She's glaring at me. Lu Shui angry, all of you, get away from me. What on earth was going on? A group of white bears had inexplicably appeared around her, babbling incomprehensible words. She possessed great destiny. She didn't know why. All she knew was that she had an invincible father. Everyone, step back. At that moment, the Bear Clan chief spoke. The white bears immediately obeyed and stepped aside. Then, the Bear Clan chief turned to Lu Shui and declared, I hereby announce that from this day forward, you are a member of our White Bear Clan. Lu Shui. Hey! I haven't agreed to this yet. Yet the bears paid no heed to Lu Shui's helpless fury, erupting into cheers instead. Yay! Our White Bear Clan is about to rise. Long live the chief. Long live. Much later, inside a stone-built house. Lu Shui lay face down on the table, utterly dejected, her face etched with deep sorrow. Those damnable stinking bears. If I could beat them, I'd turn them into black bears and make them steal Buddhist robes as punishment. Then, a creak sounded. The door opened. The Bear Clan chieftain slowly entered the room. Spotting the bear, Lu Shui snorted coldly and turned her head away, refusing to acknowledge him. Yet the Bear Clan chieftain sat down opposite Lu Shui without a second thought. You were summoned by this clan chieftain. From now on, you must lead the Bear Clan to glory. The future of our Bear Clan rests in your hands. Hearing this sudden weight of responsibility, Lu Shui's temples throbbed as he fought back his anger. Endure, I endure. Bite the bullet and weather the storm. Father will surely come to my rescue. Just then, the Bear Clan chief continued, oh, right, you don't have a name yet. From now on, you'll be called, Noticing Lu Shui's pale blue attire and her rather human-like appearance, he slowly declared, from now on, you shall be called Broccoli. The more I thought about it, the angrier I got. Enough is enough. No more holding back. You're the Broccoli. Your whole family's Broccoli. In an instant, Lu Shui leapt onto the Bear Clan chief's head, her tiny fists flailing wildly. 0 damage. But the insult was profound. How dare you? I am the clan chief. I'll let go of my nose. After a long while, Lu Shui collapsed beside him, panting heavily. The Bear Clan chieftain wasn't faring much better either. Clutching his nose, he glared at Lu Shui with resentment. I am the clan chief. You must obey my commands. Hearing this, Lu Shui spat in disgust. I only listen to my father. You still have a father? Ah! I'll tear you to shreds. Just then, a thunderous rumble erupted outside. The Bear Clan chief's face instantly turned pale. Chieftain, it's bad. Those creatures are back. Without hesitation, the Bear Clan chief pulled Lu Shui outside. Outside, countless tiger-like monsters had completely surrounded the entire White Bear tribe. This is your final chance. Leave or die. A robust tiger warrior stepped forward, bellowing the threat. Hearing this, the White Bear Clan chieftain replied gravely, this territory was claimed by our White Bear Clan first. The Tiger Clan scoffed coldly, what good is being here first? Do you even have the strength to back it up? Instantly, a powerful aura surged forth from his body. In an instant, all the white bears retreated in unison. Yet astonishingly, Lu Shui remained standing in place, completely unharmed. Chapter 46, The Aura of Destiny. Seeing Lu Shui, the Tiger Clan members were instantly perplexed. Humph. A human? Heh, looks like I'm hungry. The powerful Tiger Clan member sneered at the sight of a human, then lunged forward to seize Lu Shui. Seeing this, the Bear Clan chief grew frantic. After all, he had summoned her at great cost. Stop! The Bear Clan chief instantly blocked Lu Shui's path. Get the hell out of my way! With a thunderous boom, the Bear Clan chief was sent flying backward. The disparity in strength was staggering. Witnessing this, Lu Shui's heart pounded wildly. Were all beings in the 10,000 spirits realm this terrifying? Standing rooted to the spot, Lu Shui showed no intention of fleeing. To the others, it looked like she'd been scared out of her wits. Heh, a worthless piece of trash, as expected. Yet the next instant, just as the Tiger Clan warrior was about to touch Lu Shui, a terrifying force suddenly surged forth from her body. Boom! In an instant, the Tiger Clan warrior was obliterated into nothingness, leaving not even a trace behind. The terrifying force showed no sign of stopping. Instead, it surged upward, tearing through the heavens. With a deafening roar, it shattered the entire void. Gak! For a moment, everyone present, both the Tiger Clan and the White Bear Clan, was stunned. That was a third-tier Earth realm powerhouse. Gone just like that? And this force, was it truly so terrifying that it shattered the very heavens? As fragments of shattered void rained down from the sky, every living being present was overcome with dread. Back on the ground, Lu Shui breathed a sigh of relief. Her dad was the most dependable after all. Hee, Dad, I love you. Extending both hands to feel the power, Lu Shui raised an eyebrow slightly before unleashing a punch toward the tiger clan. How dare these tigers try to devour her? There was no way she'd let them get away with it. Boom! A massive explosion echoed. A massive mushroom cloud surged from the area where the tiger clan's elite stood. As the smoke cleared, the area had been reduced to ruins. A few stray tiger hairs seemed to whisper to them that several tiger clan warriors had once stood here. The remaining tiger clan members, witnessing this scene, dared not linger. Run! Run! In an instant, the powerful tigers who had come were either dead or fleeing. Seeing this, Lu Shui did not continue her attack. Instead, she turned away with a smug expression, her gaze shifting to the adorable white bears. Ha 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 ha! The bears, trembling in fear. My lady, are you feeling comfortable? The Bear Clan chief carefully massaged Lu Shui's shoulders and legs, occasionally offering juicy fruits to her lips. Not bad. Enjoying the attentive service, Lu Shui wore a satisfied smile. Then, Lu Shui suddenly remarked, by the way, you still don't have a name, do you? My name is. From now on, you'll be called Broccoli. Ha? What's wrong? Don't you like it? Of course I'm willing, master. I'll be known as Broccoli from now on. Hearing this, Lu Shui finally nodded in satisfaction. Now that's more like it. White Bear Clan chief, you can't bully bears like this. After savoring the moment, Lu Shui stretched lazily before rising to her feet. She was now in a foreign realm and needed to establish herself first. Her father wasn't here to help. Her thoughts immediately turned to Ao Qing. Though Ao Qing wasn't by her side now, seeking the Dragon Clan's protection should be feasible. After all, she and Ao Qing were so close. But where on earth was she supposed to find the Dragon Clan? She was completely unfamiliar with this place. Beside her, watching Lu Shui lost in thought, the White Bear Clan chief hesitated. My lady, what are you thinking about? At the question, Lu Shui startled, then replied, do you know where the Dragon Clan is? At the mention of the word Dragon Clan, the White Bear Clan chief's white fur instantly bristled, clearly visibly shaken. The Dragon Clan. My lord, why do you ask about the Dragon Clan? The White Bear chief trembled as he spoke. Seeing his reaction, Lu Shui frowned slightly. Was this really necessary? Why are you so afraid? Have you been bullied by dragons before? Upon hearing this, the White Bear Clan chief shook his head repeatedly. My lord, the Dragon Clan ranks among the most powerful clans in the entire realm of 10,000 spirits. Any single mighty dragon could annihilate our White Bear Clan 1,000 times over. Moreover, the Dragon Clan is notoriously hot-tempered and looks down upon lowly races like ours. Hearing this, Lu Shui's expression darkened slightly. Though the fellow's response was completely off-topic, she understood that seeking the Dragon Clan's protection might prove rather difficult. Hadn't she seen how the Tiger Clan looked down on her? So what was she supposed to do? Should she just wait here until her father came to rescue her? No, absolutely not. Lu Shui shook her head decisively, dismissing the thought. This time, she would make something of herself and prove her worth. Prove that she could do it on her own. Otherwise, would Dad ever dare let her out again? Well then, time to venture out and make my mark. Tell me, where is the settlement of our human race? How do I get there? Ha? What ha? I asked where the human race is. Hearing this, the White Bear Clan chief looked utterly bewildered. Where in the 10,000 spirits realm would there be humans? He hadn't seen more than a handful in his entire life. After a moment's hesitation, the White Bear chieftain replied, Sir, there are no humans in the realm of 10,000 spirits. What? Lu Shui was utterly dumbfounded. The realm of 10,000 spirits had no humans? Did that mean the entire realm was populated solely by other races? But then the White Bear Clan chief continued, however, though there are no human tribes, humans do exist, just very few. Hearing this, Lu Shui instantly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there were people. If she truly was the only human in the entire realm of all spirits, she might have burst into tears on the spot. It would have been tears of loneliness. Since that was the case. I'm leaving. Ha? Where are you going, master? Lu Shui gazed toward the distant horizon, mimicking Lu Daosheng's manner as she spoke slowly, to see the magnificent landscapes of this world, to roam its mountains, rivers, and seas, to conquer. Conquer what? The White Bear Clan chief asked in confusion. But he realized Lu Shui had already run off. She had run out of words. Chief, why did the lady run off? Who will protect us now? At that moment, a member of the White Bear Clan stepped forward and asked anxiously. Instantly, the wise expression vanished from the White Bear Clan chief's face, replaced by an incredibly solemn look. Gazing at Lu Shui's retreating figure, he said in a deep voice, This person carries a fate that defies heaven. It is not something our tribe can involve ourselves in. She dealt with that tiger clan, which can be considered a favor done for us. Let her go. Of course, even if he wanted to stop her, he couldn't. Far away. Lu Shui suddenly halted. The 10,000 spirits realm was fraught with danger. It was better to err on the side of caution. She immediately retrieved an item from her storage ring. The dazzling array of treasures inside nearly blinded her large, beautiful eyes. These were all given to her long ago by Lu Daosheng. A heartfelt display of paternal affection. This one's pretty neat. A small bell instantly appeared in Lu Shui's hand. The next moment, the bell flew straight into her consciousness sea. Simultaneously, an indescribable force enveloped her entire body, shielding her from any external intrusion. A defensive treasure. The name of this treasure also surfaced in Lu Shui's mind. Chaos Bell. Meanwhile, somewhere within the 10,000 spirits realm, a vast, ancient-looking blue hall suddenly began to tremble. The next moment, a deep, muffled sound slowly echoed. The aura of heaven's mandate. Instantly, a gaze brimming with aggression pierced through the boundless void, fixing directly upon a certain location within the realm of all souls. Yet there, aside from a group of pitifully weak white bears, nothing else could be seen. Have I misperceived? Or is he deliberately evading me? Chapter 47, Skyhawk City. Meanwhile, Lu Shui gradually made her way from the barren wasteland into a more prosperous city. Gazing at the city before her, Lu Shui was instantly reminded of the desolate city. Her homesickness was palpable. Soon, Lu Shui entered the vast city known as Skyhawk City. Upon entering the city, all manner of bizarre creatures immediately caught her eye. However, the humanoid beings among them particularly caught Lu Shui's attention. To her eyes, these beings were no different from herself, merely appearing more robust. The city's inhabitants paid little attention to Lu Shui, a human among them, offering at most a few suspicious glances. Standing still, Lu Shui took a deep breath before slowly making her way into the city. Unbeknownst to Lu Shui, a pair of piercing eyes watched her intently from the shadows. Moments later, Lu Shui stopped before a tea house. For at that very moment, an old man sat inside, quietly sipping his tea. That was a human. Elder, are you human? Lu Shui sat across from the old man and asked nervously. This was the very first human she had encountered in the 10,000 spirits realm. Hearing Lu Shui's words, the old man nearly choked. Young lady, why are you insulting people? Seeing that the old man was indeed human, Lu Shui was instantly filled with joy. Finally, a human. Her entire journey had been filled with all sorts of strange creatures. It had made her feel quite queasy. Elder, are you alone? Lu Shui inquired. The old man gave a faint nod, then glanced at Lu Shui and said, Is this your first time traveling? Lu Shui nodded. Sort of. And the first place I've come to is this unfamiliar world. The old man nodded with understanding. No wonder. At that moment, Lu Shui spoke again, Elder, it's my first time out here. I don't understand many things. Could you explain them to me? She looked at him with a pitiful expression. The old man snorted lightly, Don't assume that just because we're of the same clan, I'll. Before he could finish, a crystal-clear gemstone was placed before him. Seeing this, the old man froze in place. He swiftly snatched the crystal stone away at an unimaginable speed. Ahem, ha ha ha. We are of the same kind. Now that our human race is weak, we must naturally support one another. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask me. Though my strength is limited, I know quite a lot. In an instant, the old man's attitude did a complete 180-degree turn. Such is the magic of money. Seeing this, Lu Shui breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she had plenty of supplies. Her storage ring contained even more valuable items than those crystals. A true wealthy woman. No, to be precise, she was a second-generation rich kid. Lu Shui then proceeded to inquire about the most fundamental matters. For instance, the cultivation tiers of the 10,000 spirits realm. The realms of the 10,000 spirits realm were primarily divided into Earth realm and Heaven realm. The Earth realm itself is subdivided into 9 tiers, numbered from Tier 1 to Tier 9. The gap in power between each successive tier grows increasingly vast. As for the Heaven realm, there were very few openly acknowledged Heaven realm experts in the entire 10,000 spirits realm. Typically, reaching Earth realm stage 8 or 9 was sufficient to become a formidable power in one's domain. Celestial realm masters are only found among the most powerful great clans. Of course, the Heaven realm itself is further subdivided. It is divided into 4 tiers. They are, the Celestial Being realm, the Heavenly King realm, the Heavenly Lord realm, and finally, the legendary Heavenly Destiny realm. However, the old man was unaware of these distinctions. To him, it was simply understood that above the Earth realm lay the Heavenly realm. After all, he was merely a third-tier Earth realm cultivator himself. Hearing this, Lu Shui was momentarily speechless. She hadn't realized she was so weak not even at the Earth realm. Fortunately, she possessed divine armor and the backup her father had left behind, so her life was not in immediate danger. She wondered what level her father had reached in this 10,000 spirits realm. He must be at least Earth Realm 7th or 8th tier. Lu Shui pondered this. Just then, the old man chuckled. Young lady, I wonder where you might be from? Such extravagant displays of power made the old man suspect she might be the disciple of some great power. After all, some great beings accepted disciples regardless of race. Taking a human disciple was quite common. Hearing this, Lu Shui paused, then replied, I'm from the Wasteland City. Wasteland City? The old man's brow furrowed slightly. No matter how hard he thought, he couldn't recall any information about Wasteland City. Could it be, this girl truly hailed from some remote backwater, having stumbled upon a stroke of luck? If that were the case, she'd be in grave danger. But he couldn't rule out the possibility that she was lying. The old man took a sip of tea and fell deep in thought. Just then, a figure suddenly materialized beside them. It was a humanoid creature with 3 eyes. The three-eyed clan. Old man, I'll take this human. Name your price. It addressed the old man directly. Clearly, it assumed Lu Shui belonged to the old man. After all, the old man was a 3rd-tier Earth Realm powerhouse, no pushover. As for Lu Shui, he didn't give her a second glance. Her aura felt so insubstantial. How strong could she possibly be? Hearing this, the old man paused, then replied, Sorry, this girl isn't mine. We've only just met. Hearing this, the three-eyed creature chuckled. So she's ownerless, then? The old man remained silent. Though he and Lu Shui were both of the human race, getting the three-eyed tribe to take offense over her would be a truly bad deal. At least, it seemed like a loss for now. After all, the three-eyed clan wielded considerable influence within the 10,000 spirits realm. Thus, he hesitated over whether to intervene and help. Seeing this, the three-eyed creature's smile grew even broader, completely oblivious to Lu Shui's darkening expression. Did it really think it was easy to bully? Lu Shui abruptly stood up, glaring fiercely at the three-eyed creature. Humph! A mere insect dares glare at me? It's your good fortune I've taken a liking to you. It sneered coldly, then reached out to grab Lu Shui. But the next moment, a loud thud echoed. A force sent him reeling backward. A force beyond description enveloped Lu Shui completely. She actually possesses a rare treasure? The three-eyed creature's expression turned astonished. Beside him, the old man breathed a silent sigh of relief. It seemed he had overestimated the situation. This woman of his own kind was truly extraordinary. Meanwhile, Lu Shui had already begun rummaging through her storage ring once more. Unbeknownst to the three-eyed creature, his time was running out. Alright, you're the one. Lu Shui drew a sharp sword, its intricate runes shimmering with a luminous glow. In the next instant, the long sword rose into the air of its own accord, circling Lu Shui in a chaotic dance, clearly showing great affection for her. This sword possessed a spirit. And a highly intelligent one at that. Clearly, the onlookers present had also noticed this, their expressions turning stunned. A mere mortal could possess such a divine blade? The three-eyed creature frowned deeply. Evidently, he too had begun to exercise caution. Which faction do you belong to? The three-eyed creature asked solemnly. A human possessing such a precious artifact could only belong to a major faction. There was no other possibility. And this human woman appeared so weak. Lu Shui glared at the three-eyed creature and replied coldly, Wasteland City. Wasteland City? The three-eyed creature looked utterly perplexed. How had it never heard of such a place? The surrounding creatures shared the same bewilderment. Seeing the collective bewilderment, Lu Shui sighed and shook her head. Then, pointing at the three-eyed creature, she commanded, cut him down. In the next instant, the floating sword beside Lu Shui erupted with earth-shattering sword energy. A thunderous sword cry resounded. The three-eyed creature froze in place. A gentle breeze swept past. Its head slowly fell to the ground. At that moment, the silence was so profound you could hear a pin drop. Thud! Thud! The onlookers around them couldn't help but step back repeatedly. Their gazes toward Lu Shui were filled with horror. Chapter 48, The Origin of Lu Shui's Mother. This sword was truly terrifying. Yet what was even more terrifying was that such a divine blade had chosen this human woman as its master. For a moment, every living being present regarded Lu Shui with deep apprehension and solemnity. The old man, too, was so stunned he could barely close his mouth. This woman of his own kind, encountered by chance, was no ordinary being. He truly had underestimated her this time. Observing their reactions, Lu Shui gave a cold snort. Who dared to bully her so brazenly now? Just then, a terrifying aura suddenly descended. Everyone's hearts sank as they looked up. A colossal figure, vast enough to obscure the sky, loomed overhead. It was a giant eagle. The sheer terror emanating from him sent shivers down the spines of every living soul present. It's over. The Lord of Skyhawk City has arrived. With all this commotion, it's only natural the city lord was drawn here. The surrounding creatures murmured among themselves. In the next instant, the giant eagle transformed into the form of a middle-aged man and appeared in the center of the arena. The Lord of Skyhawk City immediately fixed his gaze upon Lu Shui. Did you kill him? Lu Shui shook her head. Seeing this, the Lord's brow furrowed. Not you? Lu Shui pointed to the sword beside her. It did. Xian Yuan sword. Hearing this, the city lord was momentarily speechless. Do you know that killing is forbidden within the city walls? Lu Shui shook her head again. She had only just arrived, how could she know such rules? Besides, the other party had clearly provoked her first. Just then, a beautiful woman suddenly appeared beside the city lord. She cast a faint glance at Lu Shui, about to speak, when she suddenly froze. Lu Shui, upon seeing the woman, froze in place as well. The bloodline within her body began to tremble violently. The next moment, a phoenix cry resounded across the heavens and earth. A colossal ice phoenix manifestation erupted from Lu Shui's body, instantly plunging the surrounding temperature into a bone-chilling cold. Ice Phoenix bloodline. She's a descendant of the Ice Phoenix clan. The Lord of Skyhawk City exclaimed in shock, then abruptly turned to stare at the beautiful woman. Beside him, the beautiful woman's face was equally filled with disbelief. For she herself was a member of the Ice Phoenix clan. Feeling the restless bloodline surging within her, Lu Shui hurriedly suppressed it. Fortunately, she possessed the extreme ice spirit body, otherwise, it would have been truly difficult to suppress. Watching Lu Shui effortlessly suppress her Ice Phoenix bloodline, the beautiful woman was once again utterly shocked. She instantly materialized beside Lu Shui, about to speak. A long sword suddenly blocked her path. Should she dare take another step forward, the Xian Yuan sword would sever her head without hesitation. You! The beautiful woman looked at Lu Shui before her, hesitating. The city lord beside them instantly understood the situation. Everyone, back off! A furious shout sent every living soul present scattering in an instant. Only the old man remained seated. Frowning slightly, the city lord addressed the old man. Did you not hear me? The old man hesitated. Lord City Master, I live here. An awkward silence settled over the scene. The beautiful woman looked at Lu Shui and asked softly, can we talk? Lu Shuero sensed the familiar aura within her, hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded. Soon, the three of them headed toward the city lord's residence. Within the city lord's mansion. My name is Yen Luo, of the Ice Phoenix clan. The beautiful woman introduced herself. Beside her, the Lord of Skyhawk City spoke. My name is Ying Qi, Lord of Skyhawk City. Seeing this, Lu Shui also stated, my name is Lu Shui, from Huang City. Wasteland City? Both men looked puzzled. Lu Shui, however, was no stranger to such reactions. In the 10,000 spirits realm, no one recognized the Wasteland City. For Huancheng lay within the primordial universe. Seeing Lu Shui offer no explanation, the two said nothing more. Lu Shui, who are your parents? Yen Luo asked, a hint of urgency in her voice. Hearing this, Lu Shui hesitated before replying, my father is the ruler of the Wasteland City. And your mother? I've never met my mother. Ever since she could remember, only Lu Daosheng had been by her side. From childhood onward, it had always been just the two of them, father and daughter, relying on each other for survival. Hearing this, Yen Luo's brow furrowed slightly. Then, Yen Luo took a deep breath and finally asked, do you know if your mother is even human? Ha! Lu Shui was completely dumbfounded. She felt like the other person was insulting her. But she had no proof. After a moment of silence, Lu Shui replied, she probably was. Her father had never said her mother wasn't human. Hearing this, Yen Luo stumbled back several steps, her face frozen in shock. Miss Yen, what's wrong? Ying Qi asked with concern. By now, Yen Luo's eyes were bloodshot. Lu Shui, could you give me a drop of your blood? Yen Luo looked at Lu Shui with pleading eyes. This scene left Lu Shui utterly baffled. What on earth was going on? Clearly, her not-so-bright little brain hadn't grasped the situation. But she gave it anyway. Yen Luo caught the crimson drop and immediately offered one of her own. After a series of actions, the two drops of blood resonated together. At that moment, Yen Luo burst into tears. Beside them, Ying Qi keenly grasped the significance of this event. Masaka! Could it be? Ying Qi glanced at Lu Shui, then at Yen Luo. It seemed very possible indeed. Lu Shui froze for a moment, then finally snapped out of it. Instantly, her eyes turned red as she stared at Yen Luo. The next moment, Lu Shui rushed forward and embraced Yen Luo. Mother! All these years, why did you abandon me and father? Lu Shui wept uncontrollably, burying her face deep within Yen Luo's majestic bosom. Yen Luo was utterly dumbfounded. Well, Shui. I'm not your mother. Gah! The scene instantly turned unbearably awkward once more. Lu Shui. Hearing this, Lu Shui quickly let go of Yen Luo. I was just joking, okay? Lu Shui flashed an awkward yet polite smile before hastily stepping aside. But Yen Luo added, I may not be your mother, but I am indeed your blood relative. Yen Luo took a deep breath before speaking slowly, I'm your aunt, your mother's younger sister. Ha! After a long silence, Yen Luo briefly recounted the story of Lu Shui's mother. Lu Shui's biological mother, Yen Lingyun, was human like Lu Shui and also possessed the bloodline of the Ice Phoenix. Back then, because Lu Shue's mother was human, despite possessing the Ice Phoenix bloodline, she faced discrimination from the Ice Phoenix clan. Yan Lingyun's mother was of low status, merely a maid. Ultimately, Yan Lingyun's father Lu Shue's maternal grandfather, under pressure from the clan, exiled Yan Lingyun to a lesser minor world. Hearing this, Lu Shue remained silent for a long time. Her mother had endured such a tragic fate. Where was she now? Why had she left her and her father back then? Lu Shue was perplexed. Auntie, do you know where my mother is now? Lu Shue asked. Hearing this, Yan Luo remained silent. Truthfully, this was her own question too. She had assumed her sister was still trapped in that small world, but now it seemed that might not be the case. Yet, given her cultivation level, it should be impossible for her to have left that small world on her own. Seeing the worry in Lu Shue's eyes, Yan Luo sighed inwardly before offering reassurance. Your mother, she should be fine. Lu Shue nodded. She believed those words. Otherwise, given her father's temper and abilities, if anything had happened to her mother, he would have stormed in already. How could he still be peacefully pursuing his endeavors within the primordial chaos universe? Chapter 49, She belongs to my Ice Phoenix clan. Shue, how did you end up here? Yan Luo asked again. Hearing the question, Lu Shue sighed. Good question. I don't know either. It seems the White Bear clan chief summoned me here, saying I possess great destiny. Yan Luo looked visibly surprised, though he didn't dwell on it. It must have been a coincidence. Is your father in this world? Lu Shue shook her head. My father remains in the primordial chaos universe, but I believe he'll come find me soon. As she spoke, determination filled Lu Shue's eyes. Seeing this, Yan Luo nodded in understanding. Xiao Shue, come with me back to the Phoenix clan. It's too dangerous out here. You're my sister's daughter, it's my duty to ensure your safety. Yan Luo addressed Lu Shue. Though she and Lu Shue's mother, Yan Lingyun, were half-sisters sharing the same father, this did not diminish the affection between them. On the contrary, their bond was strong. She only regretted that back then, she had been too weak and powerless to speak up for Lu Shue's mother. Now, fate had brought her face to face with her sister's child. She would never stand idly by again. Seeing Yan Luo's sincere expression, Lu Shue hesitated for a moment before finally agreeing. After all, this was her aunt. Surely she wouldn't sell her? Yan Luo was overjoyed at Lu Shue's agreement. The two immediately set off for the Phoenix clan's domain, Fengyu. Xiao Shue, what kind of man was your father? Yan Luo asked curiously along the way. Hearing this, Lu Shue looked up and paused to recall before replying, nothing particularly special. He's just very powerful and very wealthy. Yan Luo smiled at this answer, though she felt a pang of disappointment inside. She never imagined her sister would end up marrying and having children with someone so ordinary. To Yan Luo, Lu Shue's descriptions of him being very capable and very wealthy simply reflected her sister's youth and limited experience. She hadn't seen much of the world yet. As for that divine sword, it certainly looked impressive. Yan Luo assumed Lu Shue must have come across it by chance. Shaking her head, Yan Luo continued leading Lu Shue toward the Phoenix domain. Yan Luo, why have you brought back a human woman? After an unknown period of time, Yan Luo finally arrived at the Phoenix domain with Lu Shue. Shortly after entering the domain, they encountered a 5th-tier Earth Realm Fire Phoenix. Its eyes locked onto Lu Shue behind Yan Luo, its expression intensely hostile. Seeing this, Yan Luo's brow furrowed slightly. None of your business. Move aside. I'm going to see my father. Yan Luo said coldly. In the next instant, a 6th-tier Earth Realm aura surged forth from her body, and the surrounding temperature plummeted rapidly under the icy phoenix's imposing pressure. The Fire Phoenix's expression shifted noticeably, and it promptly stepped aside. Seeing this, Yan Luo gave a cold snort before leading Lu Shue deeper into the cavern. Left behind, the Fire Phoenix watched Yan Luo stride away, her expression sour. Another human. Ha! If the clan chief finds out, I'll see how you fare. With a cold snort, it departed. Where is my father? Upon returning to her quarters, Yan Luo immediately inquired of the guard. Miss Yan, the lord is in seclusion. He has ordered that he must not be disturbed. The guard replied respectfully. Hearing this, Yan Luo's brows furrowed slightly, but she said nothing. Xiao Shue, I'll take you to your quarters first. Ah, never mind. You might as well stay with me. Yan Luo took Lu Shue by the hand, her tone tinged with unease. Lu Shue nodded obediently. She was unfamiliar with this place. Yet perhaps due to her Ice Phoenix bloodline, Lu Shue felt surprisingly little aversion to this place. What neither of them knew was that news of Lu Shue's arrival had already spread throughout the Phoenix clan. Did you hear? Another human has appeared at Lord Yan's residence? No way. Is that true? Didn't the clan chief order that no outsiders were allowed within the clan anymore? Let me tell you this time, Yan Luo personally brought her back. Truly, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Back then, because of what happened with Yan Luo's mother, her father, Yan Fengtian, had lost all face within the clan. Ultimately, he was stripped of his tribal duties over the incident. Word of this quickly reached the Fire Phoenix clan chief. The Fire Phoenix clan chief's expression darkened with fury. He immediately led his people toward Yen Luo's residence. Yen Luo, you dared to bring a human into the clan without permission. What punishment do you deserve? Guards, take that human away. The Fire Phoenix clan chief arrived at Yen Luo's residence and immediately shouted angrily. This sudden outburst terrified Lu Shui. Yen Luo's face darkened. Chief Guan, she is not an outsider. She carries the bloodline of our Ice Phoenix clan. Hearing this, everyone present froze in shock. You, what did you say? The Fire Phoenix clan chief spoke with disbelief. I said she carries the bloodline of our Ice Phoenix clan. She is not an outsider. Yen Luo stated, enunciating each word clearly. Upon hearing this, the Fire Phoenix clan chief instantly understood. His expression darkened as he looked at Lu Shui. This man had a deep connection to that woman from years ago. Rules are rules. She is human and should not be present among our Phoenix clan. At this moment, the Fire Phoenix clan chief seemed determined to expel Lu Shui, for this matter concerned his authority. Seeing the Fire Phoenix clan chief's stance, Yen Luo lifted her gaze toward the void. Chief Han, she carries the bloodline of my Ice Phoenix clan. Are you truly willing to turn a blind eye? No sooner had the words left her lips than a sigh echoed from the void. The next moment, a middle-aged man radiating icy coldness materialized in the arena. The Phoenix clan is divided into Ice Phoenixes and Fire Phoenixes. Thus, the Phoenix clan has two clan chiefs. Should either branch face peril, the other would never stand idly by. The middle-aged man before them was the clan leader of the Ice Phoenix clan. At this moment, the Ice Phoenix clan chief gazed at Lu Shui with a look of regret. However, the rule forbidding outsiders within the Phoenix clan had been passed down for generations. Back when Yen Luo's father, Yen Fengtian, brought back a human woman, his status was high enough that they might have turned a blind eye. But once the matter escalated, it simply wouldn't do. And so it remained. Yen Luo, you should not have brought her back. After hesitating, the Ice Phoenix clan chief finally spoke. Instantly, the Fire Phoenix clan chief exhaled in relief. If the Ice Phoenix clan chief insisted on protecting that human woman, he truly would have no recourse. After all, it was ultimately a matter for their Ice Phoenix clan. Hearing this response, Yen Luo's expression darkened. Behind her, Lu Shui tugged at Yen Luo's sleeve and whispered softly, Auntie, maybe I should just leave. Hearing this, Yen Luo felt an immense pang of heartache. But then, as if struck by an idea, Yen Luo placed her hand firmly on Lu Shui's shoulder. In the next instant, the Ice Phoenix bloodline within Lu Shui was instantly activated. A massive Ice Phoenix aura surged forth from her body. The overwhelming pressure of the bloodline radiated outward. The entire snow-capped mountain began to tremble. The Ice Phoenix bloodline has awakened perfectly. How could this appear within a human? Witnessing this scene, the Ice Phoenix clan chief exclaimed in shock. At this moment, he must reconsider his stance on Lu Shui's fate. Feeling this bloodline pressure, which was in no way inferior to his own, the Ice Phoenix clan chief's expression grew grave. Such a prodigy with just a little cultivation, his Phoenix clan would gain another peerless powerhouse. Watching the Ice Phoenix clan chief's contemplative expression, the Fire Phoenix clan chief gritted his teeth in frustration. All the surrounding Phoenix clan members watching the spectacle gasped in astonishment. Yet it was not over. Another distinct aura surged forth from Lu Shui's body. In an instant, everything around them froze over in a layer of frost. The Fire Phoenix clan members were severely weakened, retreating backward continuously. The Fire Phoenix clan chief's face instantly paled. Flames roared to life across his body, finally blocking the frigid aura. The ultimate ice spirit body. The Ice Phoenix clan chief murmured, his eyes filled with disbelief. Not only did she possess the Ice Phoenix bloodline, but she also bore the supremely rare extreme ice spirit physique, the two complementing each other perfectly. This was beyond mere genius. This girl, she is one of our Ice Phoenix clan. The Ice Phoenix clan chief exclaimed suddenly. Chapter 50, Journey to the Realm of 10,000 Spirits. Hearing the Ice Phoenix clan chief's proclamation, none of the Phoenix clan members present voiced dissent. For at that moment, they were still immersed in the terrifying aura emanating from Lu Shui. Moments later, as the aura dissipated and the crowd regained their senses, they saw the Ice Phoenix clan chief had already approached Lu Shui and asked gently, Young lady, what is your name? At that moment, tribal rules were long forgotten. This was a peerless prodigy of the world, a peerless prodigy of the ice element at that. How could he possibly refuse? I'm Lu Shui. Lu Shui replied timidly. She wasn't foolish. She understood the immense weight of the person before her. The Ice Phoenix clan's leader, a figure whose renown rivaled that of the colossal dragon clan. Lu Shui, a fine name. Would you be willing to take me as your master? The Ice Phoenix clan chief continued. At that moment, the Ice Phoenix clan chief's face radiated confidence. He was certain the other party would never refuse. Had he voiced his desire to take disciples in the outside world, beings from all corners would have flooded the entire Phoenix domain. Who was he? the very chieftain of the Ice Phoenix clan. Hearing this, the surrounding Phoenix clan members were instantly shocked. The chieftain actually intended to take that human woman as his disciple. Witnessing this scene, the Fire Phoenix clan chieftain snorted coldly before sweeping his sleeves and departing. He knew it was now impossible to expel that human woman. If his Fire Phoenix clan could produce a prodigy of that caliber, he'd keep them even if they were a pig. Before Lu Xue could process the Ice Phoenix clan chief's words, Yan Luo was already excitedly shaking Lu Xue's arm. Xiao Xue, just agree already. What are you waiting for? Once Lu Xue became the Ice Phoenix clan chief's apprentice, her safety would no longer be a concern. More importantly, she could then reside openly within their Phoenix clan. Yet the next moment, everyone froze in shock. Lu Xue hesitated, replying, I already have a master. Hearing this, Yan Luo and the Ice Phoenix clan chief both froze. Was she refusing? Are you kidding me? Yan Luo quickly interjected, Xiao Xue, having a master doesn't mean you can't take on another teacher. Everyone teaches different things. The Ice Phoenix clan chief nodded in agreement beside her. It was only natural that such a prodigiously gifted talent already had a master. But whoever she called her master couldn't possibly match me. Just look at Lu Xue's current, feeble cultivation level. Lu Xue clearly seemed taken aback by Yan Luo's words. Can I really have two masters? Yan Luo nodded decisively. Of course you can. After a moment's silence, Lu Xue glanced at the Ice Phoenix clan chief standing nearby and said, alright then. I'll take you as my master. Her tone carried a hint of resignation. Instantly, the remaining Phoenix clan members who hadn't yet departed were stunned once more. So reluctantly? It was as if the other party was begging her to take them as a disciple. Is there any justice in the world? The Phoenix clan chief's mouth twitched slightly. Who was actually apprenticing whom? Should he bow to the other party in gratitude for accepting him as a disciple? Taking a deep breath, Han Yun repeatedly reminded himself, this is a peerless prodigy of rare talent, an ice element genius at that. He must hold his ground. Then, forcing a gentle smile, Han Yun said, very well, let's proceed with the initiation rites. Yan Luo, standing nearby, feared Lu Xue might blurt out something else and quickly shot her a warning glance. Seeing this, Lu Xue wasted no time and performed the initiation rite. And so, Lu Xue officially became the disciple of Han Yun, the clan leader of the Ice Phoenix clan. From this day forward, she would stand under the protection of the Ice Phoenix clan. Yet, unexpected events always strike without warning. One day, the Ice Phoenix clan's supreme elder emerged from seclusion after a failed breakthrough attempt. With his lifespan nearly exhausted, it was clear his days were numbered. Yet at this very moment, he encountered Lu Xue. Sensing Lu Xue's pure Ice Phoenix bloodline and formidable constitution, the supreme elder's expression lit up with joy. Ignoring Han Yun's protests, he insisted on forcibly making Lu Xue his furnace vessel. Han Yun could do nothing to stop him. Lu Xue could indeed become a formidable force for the Ice Phoenix clan in the future, even leading them to glory. But that was merely a future possibility. The immediate benefit was clearly more important. The Supreme Elder was a Heaven Realm powerhouse. At this moment, the Ice Phoenix clan could not afford to lose him. Therefore, he could only watch helplessly as Lu Xue faced danger. What he never anticipated, however, was that Lu Xue possessed a rare treasure. Not only did she successfully wound the Supreme Elder, but she also managed to escape from the Phoenix domain. In a fit of rage, the Supreme Elder immediately issued a warrant for Lu Xue's arrest throughout the entire 10,000 spirits realm. The bounty offered was enough to tempt countless beings, but the most precious reward was the favor owed by the Supreme Elder of the Ice Phoenix clan. That was a favor owed by a Heaven Realm powerhouse. Soon, countless beings throughout the 10,000 spirits realm sought to find Lu Xue and deliver her to the Ice Phoenix clan. It seems we were never meant to be master and disciple. Gazing at the distant horizon, Han Yun shook his head slightly, his expression filled with regret. He then spoke softly to Yan Luo, who was weeping uncontrollably beside him, let's go back. There's nothing more I can do about this matter. Hearing this, Yan Luo's face drained of color. Xiao Xue, I'm sorry. I'm the one who brought this upon you. I shouldn't have brought you to the Feng clan. Meanwhile, somewhere in the 10,000 spirits realm, Lu Xue wrapped herself tightly in a cloak, covering herself completely, afraid someone might recognize her. Who would have thought that old bastard was so evil? Good thing I have plenty of treasures. Sigh, father, please hurry. Your daughter has become a pariah. Time passed in the blink of an eye. Hongmeng Universe, Tianxian World. Within the desolate city. A sense of unease welled up from the depths of his heart. Lu Daosheng abruptly awoke from his slumber. Xiao Xue? For some reason, Lu Daosheng had been plagued by unease these past days. As a Heaven's Will realm powerhouse, this was definitely not a mere illusion. Had his daughter not remained safe within his perception, he would have charged into the 10,000 spirits realm at that very moment. Taking a deep breath, Lu Daosheng spoke slowly, it's time. The next moment, within the desolate city, the ancient bell that had been silent for so long began to resonate once more. The immense tolling sound quickly echoed throughout the entire Xuangu star system. Instantly, countless powerful beings rushed toward this location. By now, the desolate city was already teeming with people. A century ago, Lu Daosheng had announced his intention to depart for another world 100 years hence. That was a world of a higher level. In an instant, countless beings from across the primordial universe converged upon the wasteland city. The time has come. Finally. I've been waiting for decades. I've been waiting 100 years. All eyes turned expectantly toward the city lord's mansion, their minds already conjuring visions of what this higher-level world might hold. Within the grand hall of the city lord's mansion, Lu Daosheng waved his hand, and the world within his palm opened. Gu Chen, Yun Qi, and the others immediately emerged from the world within his palm. Since the hall's establishment, this was the first time a ripple of disturbance had ever stirred within its walls. It was due to the formidable auras emanating from Gu Chen and his companions. Greetings, Lord City Master. The moment they saw Lu Daosheng, Gu Chen and the others immediately bowed respectfully. Just as before, Lu Daosheng's gaze swept over each of them. They had all grown stronger. And by a great deal. The weakest among them had reached the 8th tier of the Earth realm. Huang Shou had even reached the peak of the 9th stage of the Earth realm. His aura alone sent shivers down the spines of those nearby. With such power, venturing into the 10,000 spirits realm was now more than sufficient. They had not disappointed Lu Daosheng. Now, he declared slowly, it is time to journey to the 10,000 spirits realm. Lu Daosheng spoke slowly at this moment. Chapter 51, Annihilating the Demon Clan, First Encounter with a Heavens Will Realm Powerhouse. Hearing this, the group grew visibly excited. Lu Daosheng continued, this time, our wasteland city need not keep a low profile in the realm of 10,000 spirits. And he, too, would no longer hold back. For in the 10,000 spirits realm, countless compatriots were suffering in dire straits. A powerful human force must emerge to bring hope to all humanity. We understand. Gu Chen and the others responded in unison. Below, Ao Qing was the most stirred. For the dragon clan resided within the realm of all spirits. More importantly, the young master was also in the realm of all souls. To this day, he still felt a pang of guilt over that incident. Had he been more cautious, the young master would never have been swept into that mysterious fissure. At that very moment, the entire wasteland city began to tremble. Outside the city, the expanded settlement was teeming with an overwhelming number of people. Most of them had chosen to remain in the primordial universe. After all, not everyone embraced new things. Now, people were making their final farewells. Father, take care. Master, your disciple will not disappoint your expectations. Brother, I'm leaving my wife in your care. The commotion within the desolate city grew ever louder. Witnessing this, the crowd bid tearful farewells before charging into the city. In the void, Lu Daosheng materialized and gazed downward. With a mighty divine power, he reached out and grasped the desolate city below. The entire desolate city was instantly lifted from the ground. Within the city, the people showed no sign of panic. Instead, they all let out excited howls to the heavens. For through the protective barrier of the desolate city, they could clearly see Lu Daosheng's face. Is that our city lord? He's so handsome. Woohoo, I finally got to see the city lord's true face. Painter. Where's the painter? Quick, sketch him down. I want to enshrine Lord City Master in my home. Everyone? Meanwhile, the Wasteland Guard hurriedly led the Wasteland Guards to maintain order within the city. Simultaneously, the entire Wasteland City had been transformed by Lu Daosheng into a palm-sized object now held in his hand. After one final glance back at the Tianxian world to ensure nothing was left behind, Lu Daosheng cradled the desolate city in one hand and set off into the depths of the cosmos. He was truly growing impatient now. Xiao Shui, your father has arrived. Before the Gate of Rebirth. Lu Daosheng emerged from the cosmos, gazing upon the Gate of Rebirth before him. After so many years, he had returned here once more. This time, no one stood in his way, and he hesitated not. Boom! As Lu Daosheng unleashed a fist strike. A surge of ultimate power, carrying a destructive aura, surged toward the Gate of Rebirth. Not a shred of power was wasted in this strike. Every ounce of power surged toward the Gate of Rebirth. With a deafening explosion, the entire Gate of Rebirth shattered on the spot, leaving only a mysterious passageway behind. Through that passage, the faint outline of another world could be glimpsed. Realm of 10,000 spirits, here I come. Without hesitation, Lu Daosheng stepped into the passageway. The realm of all souls, within the dark domain. My lord, the seal has been broken. What? A demonic entity heard this and was instantly thrown into a panic. That seal had been left behind by a heavenly realm powerhouse. For ages, their demonic clan had dared not indulge in carnal pleasures because of that seal. And now, that seal had been broken. Meaning they could once again freely enter that world and feast to their heart's content? Ha 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 ha. The demonic creature burst into laughter before rushing toward the passageway. Forget everything else for now. First things first, feast to their heart's content. Previously, the demonic clan had exerted tremendous effort to tear open a fissure from the outside world. Yet, before long, that fissure had abruptly sealed itself again. As a result, they had gained nothing, and the batch of demons sent through had perished. They likely never entered that small world at all, instead getting swept into the void turbulence. By now, he had reached the passageway. The seal that had once blocked it was gone, revealing the passageway completely. Ha ha ha, the heavens truly favor our demonic clan after all. At the same time, countless demons and monsters, having heard the news, were rushing here without delay. However, just as he was about to activate it, the passageway suddenly trembled slightly. In the next instant, a human-like silhouette gradually materialized. Its pace was slow yet exceptionally steady, and its right hand seemed to be dragging something. Someone actually dares to come out, fearless of death? Without hesitation, he lunged forward, reaching out to grab the figure. Boom! At that instant, a terrifying aura beyond imagination suddenly surged forth from the figure. Instantly, every demonic creature in the entire area exploded into oblivion. The figure gradually became clearer. It was none other than Lu Daosheng, supporting the ruined city with one hand. Lu Daosheng's expression was grim. The demonic beings, a race universally despised by all inhabitants of the primordial universe. Today, the demonic clan shall be annihilated. In the next instant, Lu Daosheng stepped forward. Thus, Lu Daosheng descended upon the 10,000 spirits realm, bringing the desolate city with him. How dare you! To kill my demon clan! Buzz! Before the words were even finished, Lu Daosheng had already snatched the speaking demonic being. You! The demon's face instantly twisted with terror. What kind of terrifying powerhouse was this? Why would such a being appear among their demonic clan? Wait, this seemed to be a human. However, Lu Daosheng paid no heed to the demonic creature, instead directly extracting a single drop of its essence blood. In the next instant, Lu Daosheng slowly closed his eyes as an indescribable force began to stir within that drop of essence blood. The drop began to tremble violently, transforming into the character's 4 demon. At that moment, Lu Daosheng opened his eyes. With a clenched fist, the characters shattered. Along with it, the entire demonic clan shattered. Every living being of the demonic clan perished in an instant. Thus, the demon clan was utterly consigned to history. Where he stood, Lu Daosheng's face was slightly pale, clearly drained by the immense energy expended. But it was worth it. Is this the 10,000 spirits realm? Having annihilated the entire demon clan, Lu Daosheng finally turned his attention to surveying the entire 10,000 spirits realm. It must be said, the 10,000 spirits realm was indeed far more advanced than the primordial chaos universe. The entire realm was a vast, boundless continent where countless races coexisted. Among them, there were even many places that Lu Daosheng himself couldn't perceive at present. As Lu Daosheng scanned the surroundings, he suddenly froze, then abruptly turned his head toward a distant direction. Who are you? A deep, ancient voice echoed from within a temple steeped in antiquity, piercing the boundless void to reach Lu Daosheng's ears. A heaven's mandate realm powerhouse. This was the first time Lu Daosheng had encountered an existence of equal standing. Yet Lu Daosheng showed not a trace of panic, merely a hint of surprise. In his eyes, the concept of cultivation realms meant little. Wasn't it just a matter of wanting to advance? Right, system? Host, would you like to upgrade? This system offers its services free of charge. At that moment, the long silent system spoke up. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng smiled. Later, maybe. The other party currently posed no threat to him, and upgrading later wouldn't be too late. Lu Daosheng then replied, I am the Lord of Wasteland City. Should you be interested, you are welcome to visit. After a long silence, the other party finally murmured, very well. With that, the other party's presence vanished. Chapter 52, Searching for his daughter. At that moment, Lu Daosheng turned his gaze back toward the passageway. After a moment of silence, Lu Daosheng extended a palm. A colossal force violently began to refine the primordial universe on the other side of the passage. This passageway must not be destroyed. If it were, the beings within the primordial universe would truly have no future. Yet leaving it here posed too great a danger to the primordial universe. Therefore, the best solution was to bring it under his own control. Before long, the entire primordial universe was completely assimilated into Lu Daosheng's palm. He had become the supreme being of the primordial universe. Like the way of heaven itself. Immediately, with a flicker of Lu Daosheng's intent, the voice of the great Tao resounded throughout the primordial universe. All beings within the primordial chaos universe who have attained the reincarnation realm may ascend. In an instant, the entire primordial chaos universe erupted in uproar. Countless beings let out excited howls. Ascension. Meanwhile, at the ruins of the wasteland city in the Tianxian world. Though the wasteland city no longer stood, the countless treasures once within had long since transformed this place. Even without the city, it remained one of the foremost cultivation sanctuaries in the entire universe. Upon hearing this news, everyone began to diligently cultivate once more. Those who chose not to follow the ruined city to another world did so not out of reluctance, but because they still had ties here. But it wasn't as if they would never go. Thus, the entire Hongmeng universe plunged headlong into an era of great cultivation. All living beings strived relentlessly to reach the reincarnation realm. Meanwhile, in the realm of 10,000 spirits, spurred by Lu Daosheng's efforts, the cultivation environment throughout the entire Hongmeng universe began to steadily improve. He believed that in the near future, the primordial universe would surely be teeming with exceptional talents. After completing these tasks, Lu Daosheng breathed a sigh of relief, yet his expression remained tense. For he still hadn't sensed his daughter's presence. After a moment of deep thought, Lu Daosheng grew increasingly uneasy. His daughter did possess numerous ungraded treasures he had given her, making it simple for her to mask her aura. Moreover, as he was only at the Heavenswell realm, it was understandable that he couldn't sense her. But if she were unharmed, why would she need to block his perception? Something must have happened. At this thought, Lu Daosheng's expression darkened. In the next instant, Lu Daosheng directly unleashed his great divine power and began simulating events right where he stood. Instantly, the name of a city appeared in Lu Daosheng's mind. Skyhawk City. There, he had once sensed his daughter's presence. Glancing at the desolate city in his hand, Lu Daosheng waved his hand, sealing off the entire wasteland with a surge of energy. Finally, Lu Daosheng tossed the desolate city onto the former site of the demon clan before setting off toward Skyhawk City. Right now, his daughter was the most important thing. He would find a new location for the desolate city when he had time. Meanwhile, news of the demon clan's annihilation began spreading rapidly. The disappearance of such a large race was bound to attract attention. After all, while the demon clan wasn't among the top-tier great clans, they weren't weak either. Their sudden annihilation without warning was truly terrifying upon reflection. Within Skyhawk City. On this day, a terrifying aura suddenly descended upon the city. It was none other than Lu Daosheng. Surveying the city, countless beings stared at Lu Daosheng in terror. This aura, could it be that of a legendary heaven realm powerhouse? And he was actually human. A wave of shock instantly washed over the hearts of all living beings. Lu Daosheng, however, fixed his gaze directly on the old man in the tea house. On that old man's body, there was a trace of his daughter's aura. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lu Daosheng walked straight toward the human elder. Elder, what brings you here?" The old man rose immediately upon seeing Lu Daosheng approach, addressing him with utmost respect. He was both shocked and delighted. The human race still possessed such formidable strength, the legends had not lied. The human race truly had possessed a glorious history. At that moment, a painting appeared in Lu Daosheng's hand, a portrait of his daughter, Lu Shui. "Have you seen this woman?" Lu Daosheng asked in a deep voice. Upon seeing the portrait, the old man froze in place. "It's her!" the old man exclaimed in surprise. Lu Daosheng's expression immediately grew agitated. "Tell me where she is." Hearing this, the old man exclaimed in alarm, "Senior, I only met her once. After that, she left with the Lord of Skyhawk City." Of course, there was one crucial detail he left unsaid: the woman was currently wanted by the entire Phoenix clan. This wasn't exactly a secret. Once Lu Daosheng reached the city lord, the latter would surely inform him. The old man kept his head bowed low, clearly having forgotten this detail due to his nervousness. There was no helping it. Lu Daosheng's aura was too overwhelming. All living beings nearby kept their distance, not daring to approach or utter a single word. Upon hearing his daughter had followed the Lord of Skyhawk City, Lu Daosheng hesitated not a moment. With a flash of movement, he appeared directly within the Lord's residence. "Where is the Lord of Skyhawk City?" As the words fell, Ying-Chi materialized before Lu Daosheng. "Elder, I am the Lord of Skyhawk City." Ying-Chi bowed respectfully upon recognizing Lu Daosheng. He had known the moment Lu Daosheng arrived in Skyhawk City. But he hadn't come out because he dared not. This was a Heaven Realm powerhouse. And who knew what tier of Heaven Realm powerhouse he was? All he knew was that even the weakest Heaven Realm expert could crush him with one hand. Looking at Ying-Chi before him, Lu Daosheng immediately produced Lu Shui's portrait. "Tell me, where is this woman now?" Upon seeing Lu Shui's portrait, Ying-Chi's pupils contracted slightly. This change did not escape Lu Daosheng's notice. Instantly, a terrifying aura crushed down upon Ying-Chi. "I'll give you 3 breaths to tell me the truth. Otherwise, don't blame me for unleashing hell," Lu Daosheng said coldly. Feeling that terrifying pressure, Ying-Chi's heart churned like a stormy sea. He had once encountered a heavenly man realm expert and experienced the pressure of such a powerhouse. Yet compared to this overwhelming pressure, that experience paled in comparison like a firefly beside the moon, utterly incomparable. This was a powerhouse beyond the heavenly man realm. Ying-Chi dared not take it lightly and hurriedly replied, "Senior, 100 years ago, she went to the Phoenix domain with a member of the Phoenix clan." "The Phoenix domain?" Lu Daosheng murmured, immediately preparing to depart. At that moment, Ying-Chi hesitated. Seeing this, Lu Daosheng frowned deeply. "What else?" "Continue." Seeing this, Ying-chi sighed inwardly. The Phoenix clan was destined to face this calamity. Ying-chi then respectfully continued, Elder, the woman you seek was placed under a clan-wide warrant shortly after arriving in the Phoenix domain. The warrant was issued by the Supreme Elder of the Ice Phoenix clan. Since then, for the past 100 years, there has been no trace of her. After finishing, Ying-chi lowered his head, not daring to utter another word. If he still didn't recognize the identity of the person before him and Lu Shui by now, he might as well resign as city lord. It was obvious as day that this person must be a close relative. At these words, Lu Daosheng froze solid in place. In the next instant, a terrifying, overwhelming killing intent erupted from within Lu Daosheng. Instantly, the skies above the entire Sky Eagle City turned a blood-red hue. Countless living beings gazed toward Skyhawk City in utter terror. What kind of being could unleash such terrifying killing intent? Within the Skyhawk City Lord's residence, Ying-chi collapsed onto the floor, clutching his head as he struggled to stay conscious. Yet the killing intent was overwhelming. His head pounded like a drum, his eyes bloodshot, his lips moving in a constant, inaudible prayer. At that moment, Lu Daosheng had already soared skyward. In that instant, Lu Daosheng released all restraint. The terrifying aura of the heavens realm poured down relentlessly, causing every living being in Skyhawk City to lose consciousness in an instant. In the void, Lu Daosheng's gaze fixed on the direction of the Phoenix domain, his eyes boiling with murderous intent. Phoenix clan! You dare to issue a warrant for my daughter's arrest. If I do not avenge this, I, Lu Daosheng, am unworthy of being her father. Chapter 53, The Phoenix Clan's Calamity. Meanwhile, in the Phoenix domain. At the Ice Phoenix clan's domain, the Supreme Elder suddenly burst forth from the Grand Hall, his expression grave as he gazed toward the horizon. Supreme Elder! At that moment, Clan Chief Han Yun arrived, his voice tinged with alarm. You sensed it too? The Supreme Elder glanced at Han Yun and spoke in a calm tone. Han Yun nodded. Supreme Elder, what exactly is that entity? Why would our Feng clan provoke such a formidable being? Han Yun asked in confusion. Just moments ago, an intense sense of danger had suddenly surged from the depths of his being. At their level, sensing danger was only natural. And now, that threat was steadily drawing nearer. Its gaze was fixed upon the entire Phoenix clan. The Supreme Elder stared intently at the horizon, snorting coldly. Whoever they are, if they dare to cause trouble in our Phoenix clan, they will pay the price. The Phoenix clan was one of the foremost great clans in the 10,000 Spirits realm. Moreover, they maintained excellent relations with the neighboring Dragon clan. The bond between dragons and phoenixes was no mere formality. Should the Phoenix clan face peril, the Dragon clan would never stand idly by. At that moment, two more figures appeared. They were none other than the Fire Phoenix clan's chief and the Supreme Elder. Who are they? The Supreme Elder of the Fire Phoenix clan spoke in a solemn tone. Upon hearing this, the Supreme Elder of the Ice Phoenix clan shook his head. We still don't know the identity of the other party. Hearing this, the Fire Phoenix clan's Supreme Elder frowned deeply. His instincts warned him that this danger was far from ordinary. He then quietly crushed a flaming phoenix feather. At that very moment, a terrifying aura suddenly surged toward them from the distant horizon. That single aura alone caused all four of them to turn pale. This is bad. Activate the clan protection array. In that instant, they realized the opponent's power was beyond their ability to handle. That terrifying pressure made even the two Supreme Elders at the heavenly human realm tremble with dread. Soon, a vast and formidable formation rose from the Ice Phoenix clan's territory. At that moment, a figure materialized outside the array. Observing the protective clan formation before him, he simply unleashed a single punch. Boom! A deafening explosion shattered the clan protecting formation, which had remained silent for countless ages. How many years had it been? It had been ages since the Phoenix clan last activated their protective formation. It was well known that activating the protective array signified the race was facing a life or death crisis. And now, this very array lay shattered. Fragments of the array rained down from the sky. Countless Phoenix clan members stared in horror at the figure suspended in the void. Both clan chiefs and the two Supreme Elders stood utterly speechless, their jaws dropped in shock. Why had their Phoenix clan provoked such an existence? Their minds were filled with bewilderment. At that moment, the figure had already arrived before them. Who among you is the Supreme Elder of the Phoenix clan? Lu Daosheng spoke slowly. His tone was icy cold, tinged with a hint of murderous intent. Hearing this, the two Supreme Elders trembled inwardly before stepping forward cautiously. Esteemed Elder, we humbly ask how our Phoenix clan has offended you. Please enlighten us. Lu Daosheng, however, coldly retorted, I shall ask one last time, who is the Supreme Elder? Seeing this, the two Supreme Elders exchanged a glance and steeled themselves to answer, we respond to you, Senior. I am the Supreme Elder of the Fire Phoenix clan. Elder, I am the Supreme Elder of the Ice Phoenix clan. 2. Lu Daosheng's brow furrowed slightly. He then produced a wanted poster bearing his daughter's image. He had snatched it on his way here. Seeing the wanted poster, Lu Daosheng's murderous intent surged once more, impossible to suppress. Who issued this wanted poster? Lu Daosheng gritted his teeth. At those words, the supreme elder of the Ice Phoenix clan couldn't help but tremble violently. At that moment, he dared not utter a single word. At that moment, the supreme elder of the Fire Phoenix clan answered for him. Pointing at him, he shouted, "Elder, he issued this wanted notice. It has nothing to do with me." This matter had never involved him. He only learned of that incident years later. It truly had nothing to do with him. Below, Han Yun's mind was already churning with turmoil. He felt as though he had grasped something profound. The terrifying being before him was a human. Therefore, it's over. The Feng clan was finished. Han Yun collapsed to the ground in a heap. Meanwhile, Lu Daosheng's gaze had already shifted to the supreme elder of the Ice Phoenix clan. In the next instant, Lu Daosheng reached out with one hand and effortlessly seized the Ice Phoenix clan's supreme elder. This scene turned countless Phoenix clan members pale. The supreme elder was utterly defenseless against his opponent. "Spare me, elder. This is all a misunderstanding." The supreme elder of the Ice Phoenix clan cried out in terror. A wave of mortal dread surged through his heart. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng let out a sinister, chilling laugh. "A misunderstanding? You hunted my daughter for a century, and now you call it a misunderstanding?" At these words, the Ice Phoenix clan's supreme elder froze in place. The terrifying being before him was none other than the father of that human woman from years past. In that instant, the Ice Phoenix clan's supreme elder was overcome with regret. If only he had known then what he knew now. But it was too late. Amidst a piercing scream, the Ice Phoenix clan's supreme elder burst into flames, soul and all. At that moment, Lu Daosheng extracted his soul and proceeded to perform a soul search in the most brutal manner. The supreme elder's screams grew even more wretched. Simultaneously, Lu Daosheng gained access to every detail of the elder's being. Upon learning that the elder had intended to make his daughter his furnace vessel, Lu Daosheng's murderous intent surged once more. "Killing you outright would be too easy for you." Lu Daosheng gritted his teeth. Without hesitation, Lu Daosheng hurled him into a world of his own creation. There, like a living hell, he would endure endless torment for eternity. Watching the supreme elder of the Ice Phoenix clan vanish, all the Phoenix clan members began praying on the spot. Han Yun was no exception. They could only pray that the supreme elder would appease the wrath of this terrifying being before them. Yet clearly, merely punishing the Ice Phoenix clan's supreme elder had not satisfied Lu Daosheng. Lu Daosheng now turned his gaze downward, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Instantly, every Phoenix clan member turned deathly pale. But at that very moment, a powerful aura suddenly descended upon the scene, followed by an aged voice. "Is it not enough that you have slain my Ice Phoenix clan's supreme elder?" Hearing this voice, the Phoenix clan members looked puzzled, clearly unfamiliar with it. Yet Han Yun, the Fire Phoenix clan chieftain, and the supreme elder were filled with joy. It was the ancestor. The moment Lu Daosheng had arrived, the supreme elder of the Fire Phoenix clan had awakened the Phoenix clan's ancestral elder. Hearing the voice, Lu Daosheng sneered coldly, "Enough? If a single hair on my daughter's head is harmed, annihilating your entire Phoenix clan would still be insufficient." Such arrogance caused countless Phoenix clan members' faces to darken. After all, the Phoenix clan was one of the foremost great clans in the 10,000 spirits realm. Wherever its members went, they were revered by the creatures of the outside world. Yet now, someone dared to stand before them and threaten to annihilate their entire clan. How could they possibly accept this? "Are you truly prepared to proceed?" At that moment, the voice of the Phoenix clan's ancient ancestor sounded once more. Yet his tone carried a hint of resignation. Gazing toward a certain direction within the Phoenix clan, Lu Daosheng's expression remained cold and indifferent. He could clearly sense that the opponent was merely a heavenly king realm powerhouse. If he truly wished to annihilate the entire Phoenix clan, the other party would be powerless to stop him. Yet Lu Daosheng still hesitated. For his daughter possessed the bloodline of the Ice Phoenix clan, and his long-lost wife might very well be one of them. Yet he sensed no trace of his wife's presence now. Where exactly was his wife? Just then, a choked voice suddenly rose from below. "Brother-in-law." Suddenly, Lu Daosheng looked down sharply. There stood a member of the Ice Phoenix clan. "What did you call me?" Yan Luo wiped away her tears and trembled as she replied, "Yan Lingyun. She's my sister." Boom! Lu Daosheng froze in shock. Because Yan Lingyun was precisely his wife's name. Chapter 54, The Strongest Summoning Technique. His wife was indeed a member of the Phoenix clan. Slowly, Lu Daosheng approached Yan Luo. Gazing at the face that bore a striking resemblance to his own wife, Lu Daosheng's murderous intent gradually began to dissipate. "Where is your sister now?" Lu Daosheng inquired. Yan Luo shook her head. I don't know." Seeing this, Lu Daosheng's expression darkened. "Brother-in-law, this is my fault. I brought Xiao Shui back. Can you spare the Feng clan?" Yan Luo pleaded at that moment. Having learned much from the Supreme Elder's memories, Lu Daosheng knew that before the Ice Phoenix clan's Supreme Elder emerged from seclusion, the clan had treated her daughter quite well. The fault lay solely with that Supreme Elder. Lu Daosheng sighed softly and spoke, "Pray that my daughter is still safe and sound. Otherwise, your Phoenix clan will face certain annihilation." With that, Lu Daosheng departed the Phoenix clan. In an instant, every member of the Phoenix clan collapsed where they stood. As the terrifying aura dissipated, they realized they were drenched in cold sweat. Yen Luo stared blankly in the direction Lu Daosheng had departed. Xiao Shui had said he was incredibly wealthy and powerful. It turned out to be true. In the end, it was her own narrow-mindedness that had blinded her. Meanwhile, elsewhere within the Phoenix clan, the chieftains of 2 Phoenix clans and the Supreme Elder of the Fire Phoenix clan bowed respectfully before an elderly man before them. "Ancestor." The elder nodded. "From this day forward, our Phoenix clan must maintain a low profile. The times have changed." His gaze turned deep as he looked toward the distant horizon, speaking slowly. "The human clan is about to undergo a phoenix-like rebirth." Hearing this, all 3 were filled with astonishment and doubt. Within the current realm of 10,000 spirits, only a handful of veteran powerhouses knew the true extent of the human clan's former glory. The former stronghold of the demon clan. Lu Daosheng soon returned. Surveying the blood-soaked demonic domain, Lu Daosheng frowned deeply before retrieving a jade flask. Instantly, a pure, crystalline essence poured forth from the vessel, swiftly cleansing the filthy land. "From this day forward, the demon realm shall be renamed the Wasteland, the domain of my wasteland city," Lu Daosheng murmured. This proclamation swiftly echoed throughout the entire 10,000 spirits realm. Countless factions and beings were stunned. The Wasteland realm? What kind of power is Wasteland City that it has outright seized the entire evil realm? The demon clan has just been annihilated, and now a new faction has emerged to seize the entire demon realm. Could it be that this Wasteland City is the one that annihilated the demon clan? For a time, all creatures buzzed with discussion. Yet before long, another earth-shattering revelation spread. The Wasteland City is a human faction. A human faction. You've got to be kidding me. Humans have a faction? In an instant, countless beings began journeying toward the wasteland. Most sought to witness the true capabilities of this so-called human faction. A smaller number, however, were humans scattered across the world, having lived their entire lives in confusion. The emergence of the Wasteland City undoubtedly offered them hope. Within the Phoenix clan. Upon hearing the news, the Phoenix clan patriarch personally prepared to depart for the wasteland with lavish gifts to offer congratulations. Meanwhile, in another corner of the 10,000 spirits realm. Here, black mist billowed skyward, darker even than the former realm of evil. Here resided an immensely powerful force. The Demon Clan. Yet at this moment, every member of the Demon Clan wore a deathly pallor, their vital energy fading into nothingness. All of this stemmed from the recent bloodline calamity. A calamity born from their very bloodline. That calamity nearly wiped out the entire demon race. And the mastermind behind it all was Lu Daosheng. Lu Daosheng's bloodline annihilation spell, unleashed upon the demon clan, not only wiped out the entire demon clan but also affected the demon race. You might wonder, is there any connection between the demonic clan's bloodline and the demon race? The answer is yes. Only a handful of the mightiest beings in the 10,000 spirits realm knew of this matter. The demon clan was, long ago, a branch of the demon race. To be precise, the demon wicked clan was merely a failed experiment, an inferior offshoot of the demon clan. The true demon clan possessed not only formidable power but also terrifying innate talents. Compared to the demon clan's boundless greed, there was simply no comparison. The demon clan itself stands among the supreme powers of the 10,000 spirits realm. After Lu Daosheng unleashed his bloodline extermination technique, the demon clan was annihilated, leaving the demon clan severely weakened. Had it not been for the awakened powerhouse within the demonic race who forcibly unleashed a great divine power to shield the entire clan, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Clan Chief, that desolate city is likely connected to this matter. A powerful demonic being addressed the demon clan chieftain in a solemn tone. Hearing this, the demon clan chief nodded, his expression grave as he gazed toward the direction of the wasteland city. In that case, I shall personally investigate. This matter demands an explanation from them. No. Wah! Get away from me! Ah! Father, save me! A scream jolted Lu Shui awake from her slumber. Phew, it was just a dream. Lu Shui patted her chest and slowly exhaled in relief. But at that moment, Lu Daosheng's voice echoed within her mind. From the demon realm to the wasteland realm, Wasteland City. Instantly, Lu Shui leapt to her feet. Dad's come to the 10,000 spirits realm. Ah, I'm finally free. Beside her, a white bear watched Lu Shui's excited howling with puzzlement, its tiny eyes filled with great confusion. What's gotten into the young master now? Indeed, after the Phoenix clan issued a warrant for her arrest, Lu Shui had fled back to the territory of the White Bear clan. Though these clumsy creatures were unreliable, at least this remote location saw almost no outsiders. Hiding here was perfectly safe. Realizing this, Lu Shui immediately began packing her belongings. Seeing this, a white bear nearby asked, "Master, are you leaving again?" "What do you mean again?" "I'm going home." Hearing this, the white bear scratched its head. Over the years, Lu Shui had left many times, only to return dejectedly each time. The longest stay lasted 2 days, while the shortest trip saw her return just 5 minutes after leaving. Seeing the disbelief written all over the polar bear's face, Lu Shui gritted her teeth and said, "This time I really mean it." Bai Xiong sniffed but said nothing. Seeing this, Lu Shui snorted and went straight to find the clan chief. "What? You want my white bear clan to go to the wasteland city?" "Sir, why? This place is quite nice." Hearing Lu Shui's words, the white bear clan chief expressed his reluctance. This was territory they'd fought hard to seize. Lu Shui, however, was uncompromising. "Can't you have some ambition? The wasteland city is 100 times better than this place. No, 1,000 times, 10,000 times better. What's the point of staying in this godforsaken place?" Hearing this, the white bear clan chief waved his hand dismissively. "Please don't joke like that, chief. My white bear clan can't handle all that upheaval." Hearing this, Lu Shui nearly lost her temper. If it weren't for the white bear clan's decent treatment over the past century, she wouldn't bother with these simpletons. Since soft tactics weren't working, she'd have to resort to force. Just as she prepared to use her treasure to absorb the entire white bear clan, Lu Shui suddenly remembered something. Wait a minute, her father was already in the 10,000 spirits realm. Couldn't she just contact him directly? Wait, if he could contact her directly. Did that old fart forget about me? At this thought, Lu Shui couldn't help but feel her eyes sting. In that moment, she had completely forgotten that she had already used the hybrid clock to mask her aura. It was like a girlfriend blocking her boyfriend, yet still wondering why he hadn't come to comfort her. Fortunately, since Lu Shui and Lu Daosheng were father and daughter, she would take the initiative. She promptly pulled out the token Lu Daosheng had given her. Holding it high above her head, she shouted, "Father, come." Chapter 55, Seeking Justice. Instantly, in another corner of the 10,000 spirits realm, Lu Daosheng, who had just returned to the wasteland city, shuddered violently. "It's Xiao Shui." In the next instant, Lu Daosheng pinpointed Lu Shui's location. Buzz. Lu Daosheng tore open a rift in the void, forcibly creating a passageway, and stepped straight through it. On the other side, the white bear clan chief stared blankly at Lu Shui, about to say something. But at that very moment, the entire void began to tremble violently. The next moment, a void fissure abruptly appeared beside the two. A middle-aged man stepped out from within it. Gazing at the terrifying void turbulence swirling within the fissure behind the man, the white bear clan chief's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Beside him, Lu Shui now gazed at the man with tears welling in her eyes. "Father." Lu Shui choked out. Seeing Lu Shui, Lu Daosheng's eyes also reddened slightly. Without hesitation, Lu Daosheng stepped forward and embraced Lu Shui. "Swear, it's all father's fault. I should have come sooner." At that moment, feeling Lu Daosheng's embrace once more, Lu Shui's tears flowed uncontrollably. 1,000 words were on her lips, yet not a single one could be uttered. The two remained locked in a tight embrace. Only the white bear clan chief stood awkwardly by, watching the scene unfold. Just then, a tribe member ran over. "Chief!" Thud! The white bear clan chief pounced, covering the man's mouth and gesturing toward Lu Daosheng and the other. Shoo! That was the lady's father, and he was terrifyingly powerful. If such a powerful being were displeased, wouldn't he wipe out the entire white bear clan? After an unknown amount of time, Lu Daosheng and his daughter finally separated. "Xiao Shui, let's go home." Lu Shui nodded obediently. She asked no questions. At this moment, all she wanted was to return to the wasteland city and get some proper rest. Just as they were about to leave, Lu Shui suddenly remembered something and pointed toward the white bear clan. "Father, let's take them back too. They've looked after me well these past years." Hearing this, Lu Daosheng nodded. "All right, as you wish." With a wave of his hand, Lu Daosheng instantly transported the entire white bear clan into his palm world. And thus, from this day forward, the white bear clan ascended to a higher plane. Upon returning to the wasteland city, Lu Daosheng lifted the restrictions on the wasteland city. By then, the people within the wasteland city had already descended into a frenzy. "We're here! We're here! Is this the new world? The air feels so fresh. Woohoo, I want to go out. What can I go out and do?" The crowd erupted in shouts. At that moment, Lu Daosheng's figure appeared above the desolate city. "Everyone!" Instantly, the crowd fell silent, all lifting their heads to gaze at Lu Daosheng's figure. Their eyes brimmed with reverence. Lu Daosheng continued, "We have now arrived in the realm of 10,000 spirits. I will share the fundamental knowledge of this realm with you all. What you choose to do next is entirely up to you." Whether they chose to stay or leave was entirely up to them. Immediately, a flood of information about the 10,000 spirits realm began to resonate within the minds of the people of the Wasteland City. This included the realms, factions, and regional names within the 10,000 spirits realm. Upon learning of the realm of 10,000 spirits cultivation system, the group was utterly dumbfounded. The reincarnation realm, which had been unrivaled in the primordial universe, was practically nothing here. Instantly, their excitement was doused with a bucket of cold water. Their desire to venture out and make their mark began to waver. More crucially, the outside world was entirely populated by alien races. Their wasteland city was the sole human-controlled territory in the entire realm of all souls. Venturing out would surely mean being bullied to death. Forget it, forget it. Everyone promptly sat back down. Better to stay put in the wasteland city. At least they could occasionally visit the 10,000 Blossoms Pavilion for some fun. Oh, and I heard the 10,000 Blossoms Pavilion raised their prices again. But there were still some reckless souls who ignored the warnings and stepped out of the desolate city gates. Yet, before long, they returned with looks of utter contempt on their faces. Hey, buddy, weren't you going out to make your fortune? Why are you back so fast? The others all turned to look at the one who'd just returned. Hearing this, the man snorted lightly, sneering, "What a joke, the 10,000 spirits realm. It's not even as clean as the city's public restrooms." Hearing this, the others froze, then shook their heads in disappointment. Who would have thought that the new world they'd been so eagerly anticipating would turn out to be so disappointing? But the spirit realm couldn't be blamed for this after all. The facilities in the wasteland city were simply too luxurious. Across all realms and worlds, one might not find a place more luxurious than this. Before long, another announcement echoed from within the wasteland city. Non-human races within the realm of all souls may also enter the wasteland city for sightseeing. Upon hearing this, merchants throughout the countless desolate cities grew excited. Wouldn't that be a chance to fleece those foreigners? People began to anticipate the prospect with growing excitement. Though they harbored no racial prejudice, they were quite curious about what these foreigners actually looked like. Within the grand hall of the city lord's residence, Master, Sister Ouyang, Shaoqing. Upon seeing Lu Shui, the three froze in place. The next moment, Aoqing couldn't help but rush forward. "Young mistress, I'm so sorry," Aoqing said tearfully. Beside her, Ouyang Yanqing also looked at Lu Shui with a face full of remorse. "Xiao Shui, it's my fault. I've caused you so much hardship." Hearing this, Lu Shui merely shook her head faintly, saying nothing more. All she wanted now was to rest properly. She had come here only to see everyone. Noticing Lu Shui's weary expression, Guchen spoke up, "Xiao Shui, you should go back and rest first." Lu Shui nodded and departed. After Lu Shui departed, a fierce aura surged from Guchen and his two companions. Guchen then looked up at Lu Daosheng above. "Lord City Master, what grievances has Shui endured within this 10,000 spirits realm?" Guchen clasped his hands together and asked solemnly. Ouyang Yanqing and Aoqing also looked at Lu Daosheng, awaiting his response. Lu Shui's current state was highly unusual. She must have suffered some injustice, and they were determined to seek justice for her. Only Yin Qi and Xing and the others nearby seemed out of the loop, as Lu Daosheng hadn't informed them of the matter. Gazing down at the crowd below, Lu Daosheng's expression darkened slightly. Taking a deep breath, Lu Daosheng finally revealed to them what had happened to Lu Shui in the 10,000 spirits realm. Upon hearing that the Phoenix Clan's supreme elder had issued a century-long warrant for Lu Shui's arrest in the 10,000 spirits realm, a terrifying killing intent surged from within them. Aoqing erupted in fury, cursing, "Damn their ancestors! I knew the Phoenix Clan was no good. From this day forward, our Dragon Clan sever all ties with them." Guchen cut straight to the point, "Lord City Master, grant me permission to visit the Phoenix Clan." His tone carried a fierce, unyielding killing intent. Ouyang Yanqing chimed in beside him, "Count me in too. I'm going as well." At this moment, Yun Qi had sorted through the situation and stepped forward. "Lord City Master, shall I dispatch troops to the Phoenix Clan?" At this moment, the Phoenix Clan had clearly enraged the leaders of the major factions within the Wasteland City. Who was Lu Shui? She was the cherished daughter of the Wasteland City Lord. They were usually scrambling to curry favor with her, yet they dared to issue a warrant for her arrest, one that had been in effect for a century. This could not be tolerated. Observing the resolute determination in everyone's eyes, Lu Daosheng shook his head slightly. "It's unnecessary. The Supreme Elder who issued the warrant has already been dealt with. Moreover, in due time, the Phoenix Clan's patriarch will personally arrive in Wasteland City." At this news, the crowd gasped in shock. The Phoenix Clan patriarch actually dared to come? For a moment, their minds raced with countless thoughts. Chapter 56, Seeking Her Out Later. At that moment, Lu Daosheng turned his gaze toward Aoqing. "Aoqing, you say your Dragon Clan intends to sever all ties with the Phoenix Clan?" Aoqing nodded, his expression resolute. "Master, the Phoenix Clan has gone too far. With the young mistress suffering such humiliation, I must stand up for her." Hearing this, Lu Daosheng spoke slowly, "Can you speak for the entire Dragon Clan?" After a moment's silence, Daosheng replied, I can. But master, I must return to the dragon clan. Now was indeed the time to return. And this time, his mission would be to transform the dragon clan. Observing Daosheng's resolute gaze, Daosheng felt a flicker of surprise. It seemed Daosheng wasn't as dim-witted as he appeared. Seeming to understand Daosheng's intentions, Daosheng smiled and agreed to his return. Daosheng, don't push yourself too hard. The Wasteland City is no less than the Dragon Clan. Hearing this, Daosheng's body trembled, then he nodded firmly. I understand. Daosheng departed. He left the Wasteland City, heading toward the Dragon Domain. He should have taken Lu Xue back with him, but she was in no condition to travel. So he returned to the Dragon Clan alone. In the Grand Hall, gazing at Daosheng's receding figure, Daosheng sighed. Daosheng didn't hold the Dragon Clan of the 10,000 Spirits realm in high regard, but since Daosheng insisted, he let him have his way. It was also a way to lend Daosheng a hand. With a wave of his hand, a figure instantly materialized before Daosheng. It was a youth of rather handsome features. Though his clothes were somewhat tattered, the aura emanating from him sent a chill through the hearts of everyone in the Grand Hall. Who was this person? Shock and confusion filled the hearts of the onlookers. At that moment, Daosheng looked at the youth and spoke slowly, Go with Daosheng. Make sure nothing happens to him. The youth replied respectfully, Yes, Lord City Master. In an instant, the youth vanished from his spot. Not a single person present could discern his whereabouts. Silence fell over the crowd. It seemed the city lord had more than just them at his disposal. There were forces even they knew nothing about. Daosheng then turned his gaze back to the assembled group. Dismissed. Return to your posts and ensure no errors occur. At his words, they all nodded in unison. Yes, Lord City Master. After the others departed, Daosheng did not linger long. He headed straight for Lu Xue's quarters. Squeak! Daosheng pushed open the door. Lu Xue jolted upright from the bed. Who's there? Seeing Lu Xue's startled reaction, Daosheng felt an immediate pang of heartache. He couldn't imagine how Lu Xue had endured these past 100 years. Now, all he could do was try to make amends. Xue, don't be afraid. It's father. Daosheng slowly walked to the bedside and sat down. The moment she saw him, Lu Xue threw herself into his arms. Father, what kind of person was mother? Lu Xue suddenly asked after a moment. Lu Xue disliked the Ice Phoenix clan, even harboring some resentment toward them. Yet she carried their blood within her veins, and her mother was one of them. This conflicted her deeply. She was also filled with curiosity about her mother. What kind of person was she, really? Hearing Lu Xue's words, Daosheng paused. His mind instantly flashed back to long ago, shortly after he had first crossed over. He had encountered a beautiful woman. Her smile was captivating, evoking the feeling of first love. Though he had never spoken to her then. Yet she gazed at him with a radiant smile, her cheeks flushed as she whispered, Daosheng, will you be with me? Daosheng, I'll protect you from now on. A wave of longing surged from the depths of his heart, until Lu Xue's voice pulled him back from his memories. Father, father. After a moment of silence, Daosheng smiled. Later, I'll take you to find her, okay? Upon hearing this, Lu Xue smiled and nodded. All right. After a long while, Daosheng left Lu Xue's room. Back in his own quarters, Daosheng slowly exhaled in relief. System. Present, host. System, is my wife even in the realm of 10,000 spirits? Why can't I sense even a trace of her presence? Even the faintest trace would have given Daosheng a clue to follow. Yet Yen Lingyun was as if she had never existed in the realm of all spirits. Not a single trace remained. Host, she is not in the realm of all souls. What? System, are you messing with me? Daosheng was furious upon hearing the system's response. First it said she was in the 10,000 spirits realm back in the primordial chaos universe, then it says she's not here now? Are you messing with me? Host, please don't be angry. The system truly wouldn't deceive you. Your wife was indeed in the 10,000 spirits realm not long ago, but she has recently departed again. Hearing this, Daosheng's brows furrowed deeply. Did she ascend to a higher realm? Yes. After a long silence, Daosheng spoke slowly, System, my wife isn't just a descendant of the Phoenix clan, is she? Yes. Then why won't she come see me? This time, the system remained silent. Daosheng lifted his gaze to the starry sky, a fleeting look of confusion crossing his eyes before vanishing. After a moment of deep thought, Daosheng made up his mind. Once the Wasteland City grew strong enough to leave the 10,000 spirits realm, no matter what happened, he would find her and demand answers. All these years, why had she abandoned them, father and daughter? Why had they refused to return all these years? Meanwhile, within the Wasteland realm, countless beings from all corners of the 10,000 spirits realm were now converging toward the Wasteland City. At the city gates, still the Zhang brothers. By now, both had reached the ancient realm. While their power might seem weak in their current environment, their cultivation progress had actually been remarkably swift. After all, the wasteland city had only existed for 1,000 years. 1,000 years within the vast cosmos, the vast majority of cultivators likely still dwell below the level of a sage. Yet the two brothers felt no panic whatsoever. After all, they have the support of the wasteland city. Upon the city walls, the wasteland guardian sat in vigil. At this moment, the strength of this guardian of the city was far beyond what it had been in the primordial universe. Peak Earth Realm, 9th tier. What did that mean? He had 1 foot already stepping into the heaven realm. Many clan chiefs of top-tier clans had only just reached Earth Realm, 9th tier. Look! Someone wait, no, something's coming. Zhang Hai pointed toward the distance and exclaimed. Following his gaze, they immediately spotted a humanoid creature approaching. 3 eyes adorned its head, clearly a member of the three-eyed clan. Upon reaching the foot of the desolate city, the three-eyed being was utterly stunned. He had come merely to observe the nature of this human power, yet what he witnessed was beyond terrifying. Merely observing it made him feel like an insignificant insect. But then, his gaze shifted to the 2 figures before the city gates. A cold sneer escaped his lips. Are you humans out of men? Sending 2 ants to guard the gate? Or is this so-called wasteland city of yours just all bluster and no substance? Seeing the cultivation levels of the Zhang brothers, his arrogant expression returned. His 3 eyes brimmed with contempt, clearly looking down on the human race. Hearing this, the brothers' brows immediately furrowed. They retorted, if you wish to enter the city, pay the entrance fee. If not, then get lost. Lu Daosheng had already made it clear, show no courtesy to outsiders. Hearing this, the three-eyed creature flew into a rage. What did you say? A surge of Earth Realm 4th tier pressure surged toward the Zhang brothers. Yet the moment it reached the desolate city, it dissipated into thin air. A sense of dread washed over them. It seemed this colossal city was truly no ordinary place. Just then, a crimson-hued longsword suddenly materialized before him, its terrifying sword intent pointing directly at him. If you refuse to leave, you die. A voice as cold as ice, laced with murderous intent, echoed from the towering city walls. The three-eyed tribesman shuddered violently. Looking up, he immediately saw the wasteland guardian seated on the edge of the city wall. The gaze Huangshou directed at him now was as cold as staring at a corpse. What a terrifyingly powerful being. And a human at that. So, those 2 at the gate were merely a diversion. The true gatekeeper was the figure atop the city walls. In an instant, the three-eyed tribesman understood. Chapter 57, The Alien Race Enters the City. After deep contemplation, the three-eyed tribesman relented and slowly approached the city gate. I wish to enter the city. Zhang Hai held out his hand. 1 million Jia crystals. Realm crystals, the universal currency within the 10,000 spirits realm. Hearing this, the three-eyed tribesman roared, 1,000,000 realm crystals just to enter the city? Are you out of your mind? 2 million realm crystals. Zhang Hai stated bluntly. The three-eyed tribesman froze, then a look of surprise flashed across his face. You. At that moment, the aura of the desolate guardian on the city wall resurfaced. His spirit instantly wilted. Can you give me a discount? No. Zhang Hai refused outright. Just then, another figure slowly approached from the distance. It was a human. Is this truly the stronghold of my human race? The human man approached the desolate city, gazing up at the colossal structure with a mix of reverence and disbelief. He dared not imagine that a human faction could exist within the 10,000 spirits realm, much less that this faction could be so powerful. Merely standing at the foot of this colossal city, he could clearly sense the supreme aura emanating from within. Seeing this, Zhang Hai hurried over with a smile and offered his arm to steady the man. My fellow human, this is indeed our race's power. From now on, we need never cower in fear within the 10,000 spirits realm. Hearing these words, the man's eyes welled up with tears. The human race shall rise. Without further delay, the man entered the wasteland city. Without any obstruction. Witnessing this, the nearby three-eyed tribesman roared in fury, why doesn't that bastard have to pay the entrance fee? Hearing this, Zhang Hai sneered coldly, he's a human. What are you, anyway? You're not even worthy to be compared to the human race. Seeing the racial prejudice in Zhang Hai's eyes, the three-eyed alien was utterly dumbfounded. This was the first time he'd ever faced racial discrimination within the realm of 10,000 spirits. Previously, he had always been the one discriminating against the human race. So this was what it felt like to be discriminated against. 2 million realm crystals. Pay up or get lost. Zhang Hai continued. Hearing this, the three-eyed tribesman took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. Fine. I'll pay. He had been sent by his clan to gather intelligence. If he couldn't even get through the city gates, he'd face punishment upon returning. Extortion be damned, at worst, he'd claim reimbursement back home. With a pained expression, he handed over the storage ring containing 2 million realm crystals to Zhang Hai, then successfully entered the wasteland city. Of course, gaining access to the wasteland city for 2 million realm crystals was an absolute steal. And once inside, he quickly realized just how much. Surveying the bustling streets and the environment saturated with energy, he who had lived his entire life among the three-eyed clan felt for the first time a profound sense of the world's unfairness. Why was this place so extravagant? Why wasn't this the domain of his three-eyed clan? As these thoughts swirled through his mind, whispers began to stir around him. Look at him. He actually has 3 eyes. So ugly. Sell it off might fetch a good price. Hearing the crowd's remarks, San Hong was overcome with rage. That someone dared to treat him like merchandise was utterly intolerable. In that moment, he forgot how they themselves had once captured lone humans in the realm of 10,000 spirits to trade as merchandise. How dare you? Boom! Instantly, a formidable pressure of Earth Realm 4th tier surged forth from his body. Yet within moments, it was abruptly suppressed by a mysterious force emanating from within the city. He failed to notice the pity that flickered in the eyes of those around him. Most, however, were filled with scorn. Just as he stood in shock and confusion, a powerful aura swept in from the distance. The next moment, several guards clad in uniform robes and carrying swords at their waists arrived at the scene. Wasteland guards. And leading them was none other than Away. It's over. This guy is done for. The Wasteland Guard leader has personally intervened. Away currently possessed Earth Realm Stage 8 strength. Since most of the Wasteland Guards hadn't yet reached the average level of the 10,000 Spirits realm, he had no choice but to take the lead personally. However, this was merely one of his avatars. Upon seeing Away, San Hong's pupils instantly contracted. He'd run into a master. With just one glance, he knew this was someone he couldn't afford to provoke. Sure enough, Away's cold voice echoed across the battlefield. For disrupting the city's order, what punishment do you deserve? Hearing this, San Hong forced back his fear and replied, I am a member of the Three-Eyed Clan. Your human faction has no right to punish me. Away scoffed coldly at this. No right? Once you step into my wasteland city, you fall under my jurisdiction. Even if your clan chief came here, it would be no different. Seize him. Away waved a finger, and San Hong instantly lost all strength to resist. And so, he was taken away by the wasteland guards. No one knew what awaited him. Meanwhile, within the wasteland city, more and more beings were entering its gates. Among them, the human race received a warm welcome from the people of the wasteland city. The other races, however, were treated like animals in a zoo, put on display for others to observe. However, this wasn't universally true. Certain races with striking appearances were welcomed by some. For instance, the elven race, with their pointed ears and exclusively handsome men and beautiful women. Or the angelic race, with snow-white wings sprouting from their backs. Inside a tea house, Chen Ghost sat leisurely observing these diverse races, his eyes calculating something. If he could catch just one of these and sell it, he'd make a fortune. But he could only dream about it. After all, he was merely at the Heavenly Emperor realm. To capture a single being from the 10,000 spirits realm, who knew how many more years of cultivation he would need? The rooftop of the 10,000 flowers pavilion. Ji Shenkai and his wife were also watching the bustling scene below. When he spotted the beautiful elves and angels, a wicked and daring idea suddenly sprang to Ji Xingsai's mind. Seeing Ji Xingsai's mischievous grin, Mu Tianyin promptly pinched his waist. What are you scheming now? Ouch, ow, honey, that hurts. Ji Shenkai sucked in a sharp breath from the pain, his train of thought abruptly derailed. Yet the thought had already taken root deep within his heart. Meanwhile, drawn by the commotion in the outer city, many residents from the inner city had also come out. Among them were members of the Nangong family and the old man of the broken sword. Grandfather, what does the city lord intend by letting these alien tribes enter the city? Nangong Yu frowned as he observed the oddly shaped alien races. Hearing this, Nangong Fong stroked his beard and replied calmly, didn't the city lord say it himself? Our human race is in a disadvantaged position within the 10,000 spirits realm, and many of our kindred are suffering terribly. This time, our wasteland city has come to the 10,000 spirits realm, and as a human force, we must show these foreign tribes our strength to serve as a deterrent. Suddenly, Nangong Fong's expression grew solemn. I dare venture a guess, he continued, this time, the city lord himself may well take action to intimidate certain petty troublemakers. Upon hearing this, Nangong Yu nodded in sudden realization. So that's it. Beside him, the broken sword elder and the others also nodded in agreement. As fellow humans, they couldn't stand idly by while the human race in the realm of 10,000 spirits fared so poorly. However, the cultivation levels in the 10,000 spirits realm were so high that they would need to seclude themselves for quite some time to catch up. Fortunately, the city's abundant resources meant reaching the corresponding realm of the 10,000 spirits realm was merely a matter of time. Just then, a terrifying aura suddenly emanated from outside the city. The true great clans of the 10,000 spirits realm were approaching. Chapter 58, Meeting the Lord of the Wasteland City. Outside the Wasteland City at that moment, a scorching aura swept over them. Several towering figures, their bodies engulfed in raging flames, approached slowly. They were the Fire Spirit Clan, one of the mighty clans of the realm of all spirits. They were also the race with the most fire-based attack methods among all living beings. Of course, they were the most diverse, not necessarily the most powerful. After all, the Fire Phoenix clan and the Dragon clan's Dragon Breath were in no way inferior to the Fire Spirit clan. Elder, this desolate city seems far from ordinary. At that moment, a member of the Fire Spirit clan gazed at the colossal city before them, his voice tinged with awe. The leader was none other than the Fire Spirit clan's Grand Elder. The elder nodded solemnly and said, "Keep a low profile once we enter. I sense an extremely terrifying aura within this colossal city." Hearing this, several Fire Spirit clan members paled with shock. If even the Grand Elder described it as terrifying, what kind of being could it be? After all, their elder was a formidable Earth Realm 8th tier powerhouse. With expressions of astonishment and apprehension, they paid the entrance fee and entered the desolate city. Soon after, another race arrived here. The Demon Clan. And it was the Demon Clan's leader himself who came. Though he stood alone, his aura was utterly overwhelming. The Demon Clan chieftain looked down upon the desolate city below with an air of superiority, his expression tinged with shock. He had intended to unleash a devastating attack right off the bat to intimidate his opponent, but suddenly hesitated. Would unleashing it kill him outright? At that moment, the desolate guardian atop the city wall cast him a casual glance. In that instant, the Demon Clan chief felt as if 10,000 swords pierced his body, freezing him solid in place. And in that very moment, he grasped the true extent of his opponent's power. Earth Realm, 9th tier peak. He himself had only just reached Earth Realm 9th tier. Not someone to provoke. He promptly descended obediently from the void. "Esteemed Dao friend, are you the Lord of Wasteland City?" Before the city gates, the Demon Clan chieftain looked up at Huang Shou and inquired politely. Hearing this, Huang Shou replied indifferently, "The city lord is in the city lord's residence. I'm just the gatekeeper." A gatekeeper. This single phrase sent shockwaves through the Demon Clan chieftain's mind once more. A 9th tier Earth Realm gatekeeper? Is this Wasteland City that formidable? Then he himself was inferior even to a gatekeeper of this desolate city. Taking a deep breath, the Demon Clan chief abandoned his original intent to demand an explanation and instead shifted his purpose to congratulate the Wasteland City. After paying the entrance fee, the Demon Clan chief hurriedly entered the Wasteland City. The interior of this desolate city was truly a world unto itself. Sure enough, the moment he stepped inside, he was stunned once more. But before he could react, countless hate-filled stares suddenly turned toward him. Even the influential figures within the city lord's mansion were among them. The next moment, Yun Qi, Gu Chen, and the others abruptly materialized before the Demon Clan chieftain. Seeing Yun Qi and his companions, the Demon Clan chief fully understood. This desolate city was truly formidable. At that moment, Yun Qi appraised the Demon Clan chieftain with a slight frown. "Demon? That can't be right." Hearing this, the Demon Clan chief hurriedly explained, "I am the Demon Clan chief, here to offer congratulations to the Wasteland City. May I ask where your city lord is?" "The Demon Clan?" Yun Qi and his companions exchanged glances before asking, "You wish to see the city lord?" The Demon Clan chief nodded. "Then follow me." Lu Daosheng had already given orders. Anyone who had reached the 9th level of the Earth Realm could see him. Those who hadn't reached that level were out of luck. After all, he wasn't one to meet just any Tom, Dick, or Harry. Soon, the Demon Clan chief followed Gu Chen into the inner city. Along the way, everything he witnessed shattered his preconceptions. Why was this city so extravagant? Without exaggeration, even the water used for foot washing in the inner city surpassed the quality of his own drinking water. Meanwhile, the Phoenix clan's elder ancestor had also arrived outside the Wasteland City. This time, he did not come alone. By his side were a father and daughter. The woman was Lu Shui's aunt, Yan Luo. The middle-aged man was Yan Luo's father, Yan Fengtian. He had only recently emerged from seclusion. Upon learning of the events that had unfolded during his seclusion, he was utterly stunned. His granddaughter was being hunted down by the Supreme Elder, and then his son-in-law came to the Feng clan and eliminated the Supreme Elder. What on earth was going on? And now, he was being ordered to follow the Supreme Elder to the human faction established by his so-called son-in-law. He had no desire to come, but he could not disobey the Patriarch's command. But now, gazing upon this colossal city before him, his heart suddenly soared. This was a prime catch, no doubt. Though whether the other would acknowledge him was another matter entirely. After all, even his own daughter had disowned him. At this thought, he couldn't help but shake his head again. Within the city lord's residence. "Lord City Master, the Phoenix Clan Patriarch has arrived." And Xing reported to Lu Daosheng in the Grand Hall. Upon hearing this, Lu Daosheng nodded. "Go fetch them." "Yes, Lord City Master." And Xing then departed. At that moment, the Demon Clan chief, led by Gu Chen, also entered the Grand Hall. "Lord City Master." Lu Daosheng nodded, then turned his gaze toward the Demon Clan chieftain. At that glance, Lu Daosheng froze momentarily. This bloodline. Why does it feel so familiar? Wait. I remember now. It bears a resemblance to the bloodline of that demon clan, and this fellow's aura is strikingly similar to theirs as well. Beside him, Gu Chen also stared at the demon clan chieftain with a puzzled expression. What exactly is his connection to the demon clan? Unable to bear their scrutinizing gazes any longer, the demon clan chief spoke up. Lord Huang, I am Han Chang, chief of the demon clan. After his introduction, the hall remained silent. Han Chang felt a bit awkward, then suddenly remembered the demon clan that had been annihilated. Instantly, he understood. Ah ha ha. I imagine you're all wondering why I share so many similarities with that demon clan. Han Chang volunteered. Gu Chen and the others nodded. Lu Daosheng, however, had already deduced the truth in his mind. Ah, so that's how it is. But your demon clan suffering this calamity is only what you deserve. Who else but you created the demonic clan to plague the mortal world? At that moment, Han Chang, the clan leader of the demon race, began to explain. After a long while, Gu Chen and the others finally understood, and the hostility in their gaze toward Han Chang lessened. At the very least, they could confirm this fellow was not a demonic creature himself, though he was undoubtedly connected to them. Below, Han Chang watched Lu Daosheng above him, his mind churning with thoughts. When did such a formidable being emerge in the 10,000 spirits realm? This individual must be at least at the heavenly king realm level. The power of the human race was indeed formidable and should not be underestimated. Just then, the Phoenix clan patriarch arrived at the grand hall, accompanied by Yen Luo and her daughter. Lu Daosheng offered Yen Luo a faint smile, but paid no attention whatsoever to the other two. This left the other two feeling rather awkward. Ahem. I am the current patriarch of the Phoenix clan. I have come today to offer my congratulations to Huangcheng. Oh. Lu Daosheng responded indifferently, then turned his gaze toward Yen Luo. Yen Luo, would you be willing to come to my wasteland city? Lu Daosheng smiled. After all, she was his sister-in-law, and she had been quite kind to his daughter. Last time, he had been too angry to remember this matter. It wasn't too late to bring it up now. Upon hearing Lu Daosheng's words, Yen Luo didn't hesitate for a second. She nodded immediately and said, sure thing. Seriously? She hadn't stopped talking the entire journey. She knew Lu Shue's father was wealthy, but she hadn't imagined he was this rich. She guessed even a single floor tile dug up from here would be worth a fortune. Seeing Yen Luo's agreement, a guard motioned to her and escorted her out of the grand hall. The Phoenix clan patriarch and Yen Fengtian could only watch helplessly from the sidelines. Chapter 59, The Prophecy's Chosen One is not Lu Shue. At that moment, the Phoenix clan patriarch discreetly nudged Yen Fengtian with his elbow, signaling with his eyes. Seeing this, Yen Fengtian nodded, then looked up at Lu Daosheng and said, well, son-in-law, we've come all this way. You can't just leave us standing here, can you? Hearing this, Lu Daosheng raised an eyebrow. This guy actually dared to call him son-in-law. He knew full well the treatment his wife, Yen Lingyun, had endured within the Feng clan. She was utterly despised by all. Even Yen Fengtian, her own father, harbored a hint of loathing toward her, often questioning whether she was truly his biological daughter. Later, when Yen Lingyun was banished to the small world, Yen Fengtian hadn't even bothered to stop it. Lu Daosheng stared at Yen Fengtian, determined to see just how thick the man's skin was. Moments later, Yen Fengtian lowered his head in embarrassment. Being stared at by such a terrifyingly powerful figure exerted immense psychological pressure. He was only at the 8th stage of the Earth realm. How could he possibly compare to Lu Daosheng, who was even more terrifying than his own ancestor? Realizing he'd gained nothing from Lu Daosheng, Yen Fengtian quickly shifted his focus. Speaking of which, he inquired, where's Xiao Shui? Last time she visited the Feng clan, I was in seclusion and couldn't properly host her. This time, I must see her properly. Clearly, he had set his sights on Lu Shui once more. Lu Daosheng snorted coldly, pointing a finger directly at Yen Fengtian's nose as he demanded, do you think you're fit to be a father? The grand hall fell completely silent. Han Chang, the demon clan elder standing nearby, now felt a pang of regret. He regretted not bringing some sunflower seeds. Who would have thought that coming to meet the Lord of Huangcheng would lead to such a spectacle? Never imagined the mysterious and powerful human faction's Lord of Huangcheng would have such ties to the Phoenix clan. How thrilling! Yet at that moment, Yen Fengtian, who had been berated by Lu Daosheng with his finger pointed right at him, not only showed no anger but instead lowered his head. A trace of hidden unease flickered deep within his eyes. This subtle detail did not escape Lu Daosheng's keen observation. Lu Daosheng frowned deeply. Is there something you haven't explained? Hearing this, Yen Fengtian hastily waved his hands. No, nothing. Yet the next moment, a terrifying pressure crushed down upon Yen Fengtian. Speak! In an instant, Yen Fengtian collapsed to the ground, the terrifying pressure crushing him so hard his bones creaked. Ah! Ancestor! Ancestor, save me! Meanwhile, the elderly Phoenix clan elder beside him was drenched in cold sweat. Save you? I'm lucky I can save myself. His heart was churning with shock. He had gravely underestimated the strength of this wasteland city lord. The opponent was clearly not merely at the Heavenly King realm, nor did he seem to be at the Heavenly Lord realm. Could it be? Impossible. Impossible. The Phoenix Clan patriarch shook his head repeatedly. He dared not even entertain such a possibility. That was the realm of legendary beings. Yet clearly, his perspective was still too narrow. Lu Daosheng's gaze toward Yin Fengtian was now as cold as ice. Yin Fengtian, struggling to endure, finally cried out, "Stop! I'll talk! I'll talk!" Instantly, the oppressive aura dissipated. Lu Daosheng stared coldly down at Yin Fengtian below. Seeing this, Yin Fengtian drew a breath, shot a wary glance at Lu Daosheng, and then slowly said, "A while back, Ling Yun came to see me." Hearing this, Lu Daosheng's heart jolted. Yin Fengtian continued, "When she came to see me, it was solely for one thing for. Speak!" Lu Daosheng demanded coldly. Yin Fengtian sighed, his voice devoid of all hope. "To sever our father-daughter relationship." After speaking, Yin Fengtian seemed to lose all vitality. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng's brow furrowed. Was there anything else? Yin Fengtian paused to recall, then said, "She seemed drastically changed. Back then, I couldn't even fathom her anymore. She felt utterly unfamiliar, as if she'd become a completely different person." Lu Daosheng fell silent upon hearing this. Could his wife be the reincarnation of some powerful being? The more Lu Daosheng thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Yin Fengtian, meanwhile, sighed repeatedly. Having his daughter sever ties with him was humiliating enough, but now that the Lord of Huangcheng had learned of this affair, the man would likely never acknowledge him again. Of course, in reality, whether Yin Fengtian spoke up or not, Lu Daosheng wouldn't give him the time of day. Sure enough, Lu Daosheng merely shot Yin Fengtian and the Phoenix Clan patriarch a cold glance before stating, "Show them out." In the next instant, several guards with powerful auras appeared beside the two men. "Gentlemen, please leave." Seeing this, the Phoenix Clan patriarch's face darkened. Yet in the end, he still led Yin Fengtian out of Huang City. Though they hadn't forged any friendly ties with Huangcheng, at least they wouldn't be enemies. As for the lavish gifts brought by the Phoenix Clan patriarch, Lu Daosheng didn't even glance at them. To him, they were nothing but a pile of junk. Subsequently, leaders from various major races began arriving at the wasteland city to investigate. Without a doubt, these factions were all stunned by the immense power contained within this human stronghold. Particularly the city lord of Huangcheng, whose power was unfathomably profound. In an instant, the status of the human race within the 10,000 spirits realm soared. The treatment afforded to scattered human clans still wandering the outer realms also gradually improved. Dragon Domain. This was the domain of the Dragon Clan, one of the major powerful races within the 10,000 spirits realm. "I, Ao Cheng, have returned." Upon returning to the Dragon Clan, Ao Cheng bellowed loudly. Instantly, the entire Dragon Clan stirred. Deep within the Dragon Domain, a colossal ice dragon abruptly opened its eyes. "My son has returned." With a mighty roar, it shot straight up into the sky. Simultaneously, countless dragons converged toward the direction of Ao Cheng. Upon seeing Ao Cheng, the dragons exclaimed excitedly, "Your Highness, the Dragon Prince, you have returned." Indeed, Ao Cheng held a noble status among the Dragon Clan. He was the Dragon Prince, destined to become the future leader of the dragons. His exile to the primordial universe years ago had two purposes: first, to atone for accidentally damaging a Dragon Clan artifact; second, to temper his spirit through trials. But the most crucial reason was a prophecy made by a great sage within the clan. Ao Cheng would encounter someone within a small world who could alter the very destiny of the entire Dragon Clan. That being was one who possessed the bloodline of the Ice Phoenix. Yet the prophet had overlooked one person: Lu Daosheng. It was precisely because of Lu Daosheng that everything changed. For the person Ao Cheng was meant to encounter back then was not Lu Shui, but Yen Lingyun. But then Lu Daosheng suddenly appeared, fell in love with Yen Lingyun, and they had a child. As a result, Yen Lingyun never awakened the Ice Phoenix bloodline within her. Fortunately, Lu Shui also possessed the Ice Phoenix bloodline and, with Lu Daosheng's help, successfully awakened it. It could only be described as fate playing cruel tricks. Ao Cheng's choice had profoundly altered the future of the Dragon Clan. Just then, a rough voice rang out. "Ah Cheng." Seeing the colossal ice dragon, Ao Cheng couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. "Father!" The ice dragon stared at Ao Cheng, momentarily stunned, then erupted in wild joy. For now, it had clearly perceived that Ao Cheng's cultivation had reached the 9th stage of the Earth realm. Even more terrifying was that it could distinctly sense the bloodline within Ao Cheng's body had become exceptionally formidable. This was a great opportunity. Suddenly, he felt immensely relieved that he had banished Ao Cheng to that small world. Tribe leader. The dragons bowed in unison upon seeing Ao Lai. Ao Cheng's father, Ao Lai, was now the current clan chief of the dragon tribe. Hearing the Dragon Clan members address his father as clan chief, Ao Cheng was both shocked and delighted. "Father, you've become the clan chief?" Upon hearing this, Ao Lai gave an awkward chuckle. "Not long ago. Just recently." The previous Dragon Clan chieftain had failed to break through to the Heaven Realm, ultimately succumbing to demonic energy and being suppressed by the clan. This incident had severely weakened the clan. It was only after Aolai ascended to the position that the Dragon Clan was barely stabilized. At that moment, a mighty dragon with an overwhelming aura suddenly spoke. Lord Dragon's son, during your recent journey to the lower realms, did you encounter the prophesied one? Chapter 60, Daosheng expelled from the Dragon Clan. Upon hearing this question, all the dragons turned their gaze toward Daosheng. They awaited his response. With a haughty tone, Daosheng declared, of course I have. Hearing Daosheng's answer, the dragons could no longer contain their inner joy and erupted into wild celebration. The entire dragon realm trembled violently at that moment. Young dragon, where is the prophesied one now? Daosheng pointed toward the distant horizon and said indifferently, Wasteland City. Wasteland City? The dragons were taken aback, for they had recently debated whether to investigate that very Wasteland City. Rumors claimed the city possessed formidable strength, but more crucially, it was a stronghold of the human race. Ouching, what exactly is going on? Why didn't you bring the prophesied one back to the Dragon Clan? Aolai frowned as he asked. He clearly harbored dissatisfaction with his son's handling of the matter. Hearing this, Daosheng's mouth twitched slightly. As if it were that simple. Getting the young master to come to the Dragon Clan, who knew how long that would take? Besides, Lu Shui had just endured that ordeal. Even if he were willing to lose face, he couldn't possibly persuade her to come. Recalling that incident, Daosheng instantly remembered his purpose. Father, let's put that matter aside for now. I have something very important to discuss with you. Hearing this, Aolai asked in confusion, something important? What is it? Daosheng stated bluntly, just hand over the position of clan chief to me. Are you kidding me? Aolai roared angrily. He had barely managed to snag such a sweet deal, becoming the Dragon Clan chieftain. How could he possibly hand it over so easily? Not even to his own son. Seeing his father's utterly reluctant expression, Daosheng snorted. As if he actually cared about this Dragon Clan chieftain position. Life in the Wasteland City suited him far better than life among the Dragon Clan. Father, you need to think long term. Give me the position, and I'll lead the Dragon Clan to boundless glory. Daosheng spoke up then. Hearing this, Aolai snorted lightly and said, then tell me how you plan to lead the Dragon Clan to boundless glory. Daosheng flicked his head, extended a tiny claw, and pointed toward the distant horizon. It's simple, just have the Dragon Clan join the Wasteland City. The room fell silent for a moment. The next moment, a torrent of energy surged forth. Impossible. To make the Dragon Clan submit to another power? I'd rather die. Young Dragon Lord, watch your words. Even Aolai glared at Daosheng with visible anger. Aching, do you realize what you're saying? Our Dragon Clan has endured countless ages through inheritance. How could we cling to another power's coattails to prolong our existence? We would rather stand and die than kneel and live. At these words, the assembled dragons turned their reverent gazes toward Aolai. The clan leader speaks wisely. Young dragon, this is precisely what you must learn from your father. Observing the dragon's reactions, Daosheng's brow furrowed deeply. The Wasteland City that placed brimming with boundless opportunities. Now that the Dragon Clan possessed the means to enter the Wasteland City, its members were unwilling to go. After a moment's contemplation, Daosheng declared solemnly, Father, I speak the truth. The Wasteland City is no ordinary place. Moreover, the prophesied one you speak of is none other than the daughter of the city's ruler. At Daosheng's words, all the dragons froze in stunned silence. The prophesied one. The daughter of the Wasteland City Lord. Aolai's pupils contracted slightly as countless possibilities surged through his mind. Just then, a terrifying aura surged from the depths of the dragon realm. Feeling that terrifying aura and hearing the waves of dragon roars, the dragons cried out in unison, the ancestor has emerged. Sure enough, the moment the words left their mouths, an immense, colossal form appeared above the dragon realm. An overwhelming sense of pressure engulfed the area. Compared to the shadowy figures of the dragons in the void, it was like comparing an infant to an adult. Ouching, do you know your crime? A commanding voice echoed through the void. A terrifying pressure crushed down upon Daosheng below. Instantly, Daosheng's expression shifted, yet his body did not retreat an inch. After countless years of tempering within the Wasteland City, Daosheng had undergone a profound transformation. Even facing the imposing pressure of a Heaven Realm powerhouse of his own kind, he felt no fear. Gazing into the void, Daosheng's expression grew solemn. Ancestor, what crime has Daosheng committed? The voice echoed once more, its terrifying dragon-like authority lingering in the air. As a dragon son of our clan, you incited my dragon kin to become others' mounts. You have utterly disgraced our dragon lineage, yet you still do not know your crime. At this moment, the dragon clan's ancestor was consumed by fury. He even began to doubt the prophecy from years past. Aching was truly a great benefactor to the dragon clan. Did the prophet who made that prophecy even exist? Hearing this, Daosheng's face darkened, and he was about to retort when Lai, his expression grim, interjected, Daosheng, you must confess your wrongdoing to the ancestor. Lai then turned to the void and pleaded, Ancestor, my son Daosheng was deliberately manipulated by others, clouding his judgment. I beg your forgiveness. Father. Looking at Lai, Daosheng hesitated. He knew the Dragon Clan was growing weaker by the day. Yet despite this, the Dragon Clan remained supremely arrogant, looking down on nearly everyone. If this continued, the Dragon Clan would inevitably face utter destruction. Just as he was racking his brain for a solution, the Dragon Clan Patriarch declared, from this day forward, strip Daosheng of his status as Dragon Prince. Imprison him in the Dragon Sealing Valley for 1,000 years of reflection. Immediately, a colossal dragon claw reached out from the void toward Daosheng. As the terrifying aura emanating from the claw filled the air, Daosheng's eyelids fluttered. Master, save me. Boom! The next moment, a tremendous roar echoed through the air. Daosheng stared blankly at the petite figure before him. Who was this? At that moment, all the Dragon Clan members stared in horror at that figure. He had actually blocked the ancestor's attack with one hand. A human. Who exactly is he? At that moment, the human man before Daosheng stared coldly at the colossal phantom in the void. He then turned to Daosheng and said indifferently, the city lord has commanded me to ensure your safety. Hearing this, Daosheng's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. This master, I'm crying my eyes out. Who are you? The ancient dragon ancestor extended his colossal dragon head from the void, his voice deep and resonant. Hearing this, the human man replied coldly, you have no right to know my identity. In this world, he answered only to one man, Lu Daosheng, lord of the wasteland city. It was Lu Daosheng who, in the darkest hour of his life, extended a helping hand and granted him the opportunity to become a powerful warrior. From that day forward, his sole purpose in life was to fulfill the mission entrusted to him by Lu Daosheng. Hearing such insolent words, the ancient dragon ancestor's expression instantly turned furious. I care not who you are. Dare to cause trouble among my dragon kin, and I shall shatter you to pieces. Boom! A massive dragon tail lashed down with devastating force. The entire void shattered in that instant. Seeing this, Daosheng was utterly terrified. Was his own ancestor about to wipe him out too? Lai watched the scene unfold with utter disbelief. This was his only son. A flash of dark light erupted, propelling the human man and Daosheng backward 100 zhang. At that moment, a startled cry echoed from the void. Death mark. Who the hell are you? The ancient dragon ancestor stared in horror at the eerie, glowing mark in the human man's hand. Just now, it was the power erupting from that mark that had blocked his strike. And the human man's cultivation level was plain to see. Heavenly Human Realm. Chapter 61, 10 levels up. Holy, bro, you're this powerful? Daosheng witnessed this scene and was deeply shaken. Blocking their ancestor's powerful strike at the heavenly being realm. Their ancestor was a bona fide heavenly king realm powerhouse. And he'd been at the heavenly king realm for countless ages, absolutely no exaggeration. Now, everyone stared at the human man before Daosheng as if he were a freak of nature. To them, this was utterly impossible. And what exactly was this death mark? But at that moment, the human man turned to look at Daosheng and spoke, are you still going to stay with the Dragon Clan? Hearing this, Daosheng instantly understood. The powerful warrior sent by their master was formidable, yet still no match for their own ancient ancestor. After a moment's contemplation, Daosheng sighed. Let's return. He, too, had grown somewhat disillusioned with the Dragon Clan. Perhaps this truly was the fate of the Dragon Clan. Hearing this, the human man said nothing further. Instead, he transformed Daosheng into human form and, grabbing him, vanished from the spot. Watching Daosheng depart, Lai beside him wore a complex expression. Daosheng, your father has always believed in you. But changing the Dragon Clan today isn't something that can be done with mere words. Father looks forward to seeing you when you return to the clan next time. Ancestor, the Dragon Prince has escaped. A Dragon Clan member spoke up at that moment. In the void, the Dragon Clan Patriarch stared intently at the distant horizon and declared coldly, from this day forward, Daosheng is no longer a member of our Dragon Clan. Hearing this, the assembled dragons trembled. Within the wasteland city, Lu Daosheng looked up, his brow furrowing momentarily before relaxing again. This outcome had been anticipated. System. At your service, host. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Daosheng spoke slowly, let's level up. After much deliberation, Lu Daosheng decided to elevate his cultivation once more. After all, the feeling of having everything under control was simply more comfortable. Currently at the Heavens Will realm, he remained unmatched within the 10,000 spirits realm. But he knew of at least one being at his level who knew how many more lurked in the shadows. Moreover, he harbored many unanswered questions. Strengthening his power was likely the only way to find the answers. Upon receiving Lu Daosheng's command, the system responded without delay. Please select your upgrade level, host. Let's go with a 10 level upgrade for now. Understood, host. Please wait a moment. The moment the words left his mouth, Lu Daosheng underwent a profound transformation. A terrifying aura surged within his body. The rumbling echoed endlessly. This immense upheaval caused no reaction within the wasteland city, yet it shook the entire 10,000 spirits realm. Above the wasteland city, countless celestial phenomena erupted one after another. Unnoticed by all, the entire 10,000 spirits realm trembled faintly at that moment, as if cowering in fear. As the disturbance dissipated, an invisible halo spread across the sky above the wasteland city before vanishing swiftly. Within the wasteland city, the city lord is practicing his cultivation again. That was quite the commotion this time. Truly befitting the lord of the city. Sigh. Stop staring, I still haven't paid for my ice cream. The inhabitants of the desolate city showed little reaction to this disturbance, though some beings from the 10,000 spirits realm were utterly horrified. The lord of the wasteland city truly terrifying. At the same time, unusual disturbances suddenly erupted within certain forbidden zones of the 10,000 spirits realm. Within an ancient, verdant hall, a figure shot skyward, gazing solemnly toward the direction of the wasteland city. After a long silence, as if sensing something, it immediately set off toward the wasteland city. Within the lord of the wasteland city's residence, Lu Daosheng finally processed the vast amount of knowledge that had suddenly flooded his mind. Huff. With a deep breath from Lu Daosheng, the entire space instantly collapsed. At that moment, Lu Daosheng noticed a ring of strange space had formed around him. These spatial distortions continued to fade away. True self realm. This was his current realm. Now, everything he looked at around him appeared different. System, have I leveled up a bit too much? The realm of all spirits was now barely able to contain him. But the 10,000 spirits realm dared not expel him, for with a mere wave of his hand, he could obliterate the entire realm. Host, the greater the realm, the wider the gap becomes. Kindly note, host, please avoid extreme emotional fluctuations, as they may inflict severe damage upon the realm of all souls. Lu Daosheng. 10 levels in a row? How badass is that? At that moment, a voice echoed through the void. Father, what's wrong? Father. Lu Shui gasped in shock at the sight of Lu Daosheng. Don't come any closer. Lu Daosheng hurriedly blocked Lu Shui outside the door. Father, you've grown stronger again. Lu Shui stared at Lu Daosheng's current state, her voice trembling slightly. With her father looking like this, would she still be able to cuddle with him in the future? At that moment, Lu Daosheng slowly closed his eyes, and that terrifying aura began to steadily recede. After a long while, Lu Daosheng finally managed to return to his previous state. Xiao Shui, what's wrong? Lu Daosheng smiled faintly at Lu Shui. Hearing this, Lu Shui shook her head. Nothing. I just came to see you. She had sensed the immense disturbance emanating from the room and was understandably concerned. After chatting for a while, Lu Shui took her leave. After Lu Shui left, Lu Daosheng's expression suddenly grew solemn. For just now, the look he had given his daughter carried a hint of coldness. That look only appeared when he regarded those who were unimportant to him. Yet now, it had appeared in the gaze he directed at his own daughter. Was this a side effect of attaining too high a realm? Shaking his head, Lu Daosheng quickly calmed himself and adjusted his state of mind. The core of the true self realm lies in discovering one's authentic self. Logically speaking, he shouldn't be reacting this way. Host, you haven't fully adapted to this realm yet. Such occurrences will cease in the future. At that moment, the system's voice sounded. In the future? Lu Daosheng furrowed his brow slightly. Yes. It may take years, or it may take tens of thousands of years. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng replied, that's far too long. Is there any quicker way? He simply couldn't wait that long. Though these were minor, insignificant issues, he still sought perfection. Adaptation can be achieved through combat. Lu Daosheng paused slightly at this suggestion. It seemed that since acquiring the system, he hadn't engaged in much combat at all. Usually, it was just the occasional beatdown of weak opponents. Wait a minute, picking on noobs. That might work, but he couldn't be too weak. Just as Lu Daosheng pondered this, a powerful aura suddenly descended upon the outskirts of Huanchang. Instantly, the entire wasteland city fell into a state of alert. Even the guards atop the city walls stared intently at the approaching figure with solemn expressions. Outside the city, in the void, a figure was gazing intently at the entire desolate city. That looks like a human. A startled cry rang out from within the desolate city. Meanwhile, in the 10,000 spirits realm, several ancient beings turned their gaze toward the desolate city. As they sensed the aura emanating from the figure in the void, a gasp of astonishment erupted. Heaven's mandate realm. How is that possible? Indeed, the aura emanating from that figure in the void was unmistakably that of the Heaven's Will realm. And it was completely unmasked. In an instant, the entire 10,000 spirits realm was shaken to its core. A Heaven's Will realm powerhouse had emerged. Within the Lord's residence of the wasteland city, Lu Daosheng cast a calm gaze toward the figure in the void beyond the city. It was the being from the Azure Palace. When Lu Daosheng first arrived in the 10,000 spirits realm, he had even exchanged greetings with that being. The other had mentioned visiting his wasteland city, but Lu Daosheng had only responded politely, never expecting the visit to actually materialize. Yet now, suspended in the void, the mysterious man remained utterly oblivious to Lu Daosheng's gaze. For the gap between them had now grown too vast. But he was unaware of this fact. Thus, the gaze he cast upon the wasteland city held only a hint of surprise. Who would have thought such a power still existed in this world? Chapter 62, The Unrivaled City Lord. Sir, what brings you to our desolate city? At that moment, the Wasteland Guardian stepped forward, clasping his fists in greeting. The Wasteland Guardian was inwardly shaken, for the aura emanating from this stranger matched that of their own city lord perfectly. This was a powerhouse of the same caliber as their own city lord. Should such a powerhouse harbor hostility toward them, it would spell utter annihilation. In the void, the mysterious man paid no heed to the Wasteland Guardian, instead gazing toward the deepest recesses of the Wasteland City. I have come in person. Will you not come out to meet me? Frustrated by being ignored, Huang Shou's brow furrowed slightly, but he dared not show the slightest discontent. He promptly stepped back. He wasn't a fool. To provoke such a powerful being without the strength to back it up would be like looking for trouble. Within the city lord's mansion, Lu Daosheng watched the scene unfold, a cold smile playing on his lips. Who would have thought this fellow was actually a human? How ironic. The human race had a Heavens Will realm powerhouse, yet the humans of the 10,000 spirits realm lived such wretched lives. For a moment, Lu Daosheng's regard for this human powerhouse plummeted. My desolate city lies right here. Enter or not, it's your choice. Lu Daosheng casually remarked. The mysterious man in the void froze in place. He hadn't expected the other party to be so defiant. Interesting. A startling curve lifted at the corners of the man's mouth. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, completely ignoring all of the Wasteland City's defenses as he walked straight inside. This scene instantly caused everyone within the Wasteland City to stare wide-eyed. This was the first time they had ever witnessed someone flying directly into the Wasteland City from the sky. Was this what a world-class powerhouse looked like? Within the city lord's residence, Gu Chen and the others witnessed the scene as well, their brows furrowing in unison. Lord City Master, this fellow is being rather presumptuous, isn't he? And Xing nodded in agreement. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng merely smiled faintly, saying nothing more. He hadn't yet upgraded the city's protective barriers, which is why the intruder could enter so easily. In his eyes, the intruder was now no more than an insignificant insect. To be precise, everything within his sight was now but an ant. Seeing Lu Daosheng's reaction, Gu Chen and the others felt a bitter taste in their mouths. Who would have thought even the city lord himself was powerless against them? Then again, their lord couldn't remain invincible forever. And now, the city lord had reached his limit. It seemed that in the future, protecting the Wasteland City couldn't rely solely on the city lord. They had to work harder themselves. For a moment, their resolve not only held firm but grew even stronger. Lu Daosheng, noticing this, paused in surprise. What was going on? At that very moment, a figure had already materialized within the Grand Hall. It was the mysterious man of the Heavenly Destiny realm. At that moment, another hazy aura enveloped the mysterious man, obscuring his features. Neither Gu Chen nor the others could see through it. But to Lu Daosheng, the other looked no different from a naked man. You are the Lord of Wasteland City? The mysterious man spoke up. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng nodded. I am. Yet at that moment, the mysterious man's brow furrowed deeply. He suddenly sensed something was amiss. He couldn't fathom why Lu Daosheng was now completely inscrutable. Just as he was about to observe more closely, a streak of bright red blood suddenly flowed from the corner of his eye. You! What have you done? The mysterious man abruptly stumbled back several steps, glaring at Lu Daosheng with apprehension. Witnessing this scene, Gu Chen and the others instinctively took a few steps back as well. Could it be that the city lord had already intervened in secret? Lu Daosheng, however, felt a sense of helplessness about all this. He hadn't done anything. It was simply that he was now too powerful. For an ant at the Heavens Will realm to dare stare at him like that, no wonder he'd suffered backlash. Don't be nervous. You're just too weak. Lu Daosheng spoke slowly. Hearing this, the mysterious man suddenly laughed. I'm weak? Ha 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 ha. A loud laugh erupted from the mysterious man's mouth, followed by a cold sneer. Do you know who I am? Lu Daosheng replied calmly, I don't know, and I don't wish to know. At this moment, he felt somewhat disappointed in this human race Heavens Will realm powerhouse before him. He hadn't expected the other to be such an arrogant individual. Lu Daosheng did harbor some doubts about certain matters, which is why he had originally intended to seek clarification from this powerful human. But now, it was no longer necessary. You think you're so powerful, don't you? The mysterious man sneered coldly at Lu Daosheng. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng stood up abruptly. At the same time, Gu Chen and the others exchanged glances. They knew the city lord was about to act. Without delay, they retreated. In an instant, every restriction within the entire wasteland city activated simultaneously. In an instant, powerful divine senses from all directions converged upon the desolate city. At that moment, the wasteland city had become the focal point of the entire 10,000 spirits realm. Make your move. The mysterious man said indifferently, gazing at Lu Daosheng. He intended to show this sudden intruder what a true Heavens Will realm powerhouse truly was. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng made no attempt to refuse. As you wish. Lu Daosheng placed the tip of his index finger against his thumb, then flicked it sharply. Boom! A deafening roar echoed through the air. An indescribable, terrifying force surged toward the mysterious man. The entire wasteland city, along with the entire 10,000 spirits realm, trembled at that very moment. Watching that terrifying force hurtling toward him, the mysterious man's pupils instantly contracted. A blinding light erupted from his chest. A power that shocks the world. Boom! Another explosion echoed. From outside the desolate city. At the deepest recesses of the wasteland city, a colossal force surged skyward. A gaping, irreparable hole suddenly appeared in the sky above the entire 10,000 spirits realm. In the next instant, a figure was hurled out from within the wasteland city. The entire void shattered violently at that instant. Countless fragments drifted down from the sky. The air thickened with the scent of destruction. The entire realm of all souls fell silent in that instant. Every living being, without exception, stared blankly toward the direction of the wasteland city. Instant kill. The mysterious human realm expert at the Heavens Will realm had been instantly defeated by the Lord of Huangchang. Within the desolate city, after the initial shock, the crowd finally snapped out of it and erupted into cheers. The city lord is invincible. The city lord is invincible. In an instant, the name of the Lord of Huang City echoed throughout the entire 10,000 spirits realm. Somewhere in the 10,000 spirits realm, within a mountain range, a massive sinkhole suddenly appeared. Within the pit, the mysterious man lay lifelessly at its very center. He was not dead, but he understood that his opponent had deliberately spared him. Why was he so powerful? Wasn't he at the Heavens Will realm? A flood of questions surged through the mysterious man's mind. Then, he rose to his feet once more. He stood up. His expression suddenly hardened with resolve as he turned his gaze toward the direction of the wasteland city. Even now, blood streaming down his body, he marched resolutely toward the desolate city. Within the Lord's residence of the wasteland city. Lord City Master. Gu Chen and the others entered the grand hall with trepidation. The hall still pulsed with that same destructive aura from moments before, making Gu Chen and Xing and the others tremble uncontrollably. They sat up in their deathbeds, startled only to realize they themselves were the fools. They had thought the Lord had limits, but now it seemed he had none. The Lord of the city was truly invincible. Chapter 63, Re-entering the River of Time. Within the grand hall, Lu Daosheng cast a faint glance at Gu Chen and his companions before offering a faint smile. You may all withdraw. Hearing this, the group dared not linger. We take our leave. They promptly departed. On the way out. And Xing, do you think the city lord was hiding his strength earlier? Gu Chen hesitated briefly before asking. Hearing this, and Xing froze for a moment. Recalling the events that had transpired, he couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. To me, the city lord was already unfathomably powerful. If he was hiding his strength all along, how are we supposed to survive? He himself was only at the peak of Earth Realm, Stage 8, still an immense distance from Lu Daosheng's Heavens Will realm at the time. Oh, and I heard Brother Yun is training new recruits again. And Xing continued. Hearing this, Gu Chen's mouth twitched slightly. That war-crazed maniac. And Xing patted Gu Chen's shoulder and chuckled, forget about them. I think the city lord's move this time is far more than just a moment of unrestraint. At these words, Gu Chen's expression brightened. Oh? What do you mean? And Xing cautiously glanced around before saying, the city lord must have uncovered something, which is why he chose to take action and intimidate those petty criminals lurking in the shadows. I've already dispatched numerous subordinates to infiltrate various parts of the 10,000 spirits realm to gather intelligence. What I've discovered is that this realm is far more complex than it appears on the surface. Part of its history has vanished without a trace. Hearing this, Gu Chen's expression also grew solemn. Have you relayed all this to the city lord? And Xing nodded. Naturally. And I'm certain the city lord will soon. At that point, and Xing stopped speaking. He merely glanced at Gu Chen before taking his leave. Left standing there, Gu Chen's brow furrowed deeply. And Xing suddenly revealing these matters to him must carry some deeper meaning. After all, the fellow commanded a formidable intelligence network. Could it be, he wants me to prepare in advance? With lingering doubts, Gu Chen returned to his quarters and began relentless, day and night cultivation. In the grand hall. Before Lu Daosheng's eyes, a glowing orb projected the very scene of Xing and Gu Chen's recent conversation. This Xing. Lu Daosheng shook his head. Lu Daosheng rarely interfered with his subordinates, only occasionally assisting them in enhancing their abilities. Otherwise, if the pace became too rapid, he feared they might not keep up. Thus, he never interfered with their daily interactions. But now it seemed Xing was attempting to win over Guchen. Within the wasteland city, though Guchen commanded no followers, his status was undeniably high. He was the master of Lu Shui, the city lord's daughter. Anyone who met him would have to give him face. Lu Daosheng paid little attention to such matters, caring only that Xing remained utterly loyal to both the wasteland city and himself. At that moment, sensing the entire 10,000 spirits realm, Lu Daosheng smiled faintly. To him now, the 10,000 spirits realm held no secrets. It was as if a daughter stood before him, stripped bare. Seems there are two rather unruly ones. Lu Daosheng's gaze shifted to two distinct locations within the realm of 10,000 spirits. At this moment, both areas were filled with surging energy and constant commotion, clearly signaling that something was about to emerge. For ages, these areas had been forbidden zones, places no one dared to tread. Just then, outside the wasteland city, a blood-soaked figure suddenly materialized before the city gates. It was the mysterious human race powerhouse Lu Daosheng had sent flying earlier. Spotting him, the wasteland guard on the city wall flinched. What the hell? He actually dares to show up? Is this guy that bold? But the next moment, he was stunned. The mysterious man knelt directly before the gate, his face covered in blood, and declared in a deep voice, "Heavenly Court War General, Yi Qing, requests an audience with the Lord of Huangcheng." His voice boomed with the aura of a heavenly mandate realm cultivator, echoing throughout the entire 10,000 spirits realm. A heavenly court war general. Most beings who heard these four words were utterly perplexed. What kind of power was this? Yet a handful of ancient beings, upon hearing these words, wore expressions of utter horror. The heavenly court. How many years had it been since the name of this power had been heard? Yet now, in the realm of all beings, there are actually heavenly court masters. How could this be? Wasn't the celestial court destroyed long ago? Within the lord of the wasteland city's residence, Lu Daosheng also heard these words, yet he remained equally perplexed. Even so, he still refused to allow the man named Yi Qing to enter the wasteland city. Thus, Yi Qing remained kneeling outside the city gates. Witnessing this scene, the ancient masters nearly fainted from shock. Had the wasteland city lord become this formidable? This was the heavenly court. And a heavenly court warlord at that. In an instant, many powerful races issued decrees. From now on, whenever encountering humans, utmost respect must be shown. The era of the human race might be upon us once more. Celestial court? What the hell? Lu Daosheng muttered to himself. After a moment's contemplation, he suddenly seemed to grasp something. He stepped directly into the void. In the next instant, an illusory river of time and space appeared before him. Whatever questions he had, history would reveal all. Without hesitation, Lu Daosheng stepped directly into the river of time and space. How dare you? Stepping into the river of time and space without permission? Have you no desire to live? The moment he entered the river, a furious shout erupted. The next moment, an aura surpassing the heavens will realm crushed down upon Lu Daosheng. This time, Lu Daosheng did not release his aura. For the river of time and space could not withstand such pressure. If it collapsed because of him, wouldn't the entire realm of 10,000 spirits be doomed? At that moment, a figure abruptly materialized before Lu Daosheng. I spoke to you. Did you not hear me? How dare you act on your own? But the figure abruptly fell silent, staring blankly at Lu Daosheng. Though Lu Daosheng hadn't actively released his aura, the figure's keen eyes had detected something. You? The middle-aged man stared at Lu Daosheng in utter disbelief. Why would such a powerful figure appear in a place like this? Impressive strength. From the Hall of Time and Space? Lu Daosheng remarked with a faint smile. Hearing this, the middle-aged man's heart skipped a beat. He immediately bowed respectfully. Yang Daosheng of the Hall of Time and Space greets you, senior. May I ask who you are? The middle-aged man looked at him with confusion. Who exactly was this man? Within the 10,000 spirits realm, there shouldn't be anyone stronger than him. Observing the man's puzzled gaze, Lu Daosheng merely shook his head indifferently. Who I am is unimportant. I've come to the River of Time today merely because I have some questions I wish to explore. As for you, pretend you saw nothing. Agreed? Lu Daosheng said amicably. Hearing this, Yang Daosheng hesitated. Senior, you should know the rules of our time-space hall. The River of Time is off limits. Before he could finish, a crystal stone appeared in his hand. A space-time divine crystal. Seeing this object, Yang Daosheng gasped in shock. Is that enough? More than enough, senior. Should I guide you there? Lu Daosheng waved his hand dismissively. Just don't disturb me. Understood, senior. At your leisure. I'll take my leave. With that, Yang Daosheng practically fled the scene. His eyes gleamed with a wild, frenzied excitement. From this point onward, his destiny might just be altered by that very space-time divine crystal. Chapter 64, Historical Truth, Revenge. Within the river of time and space. Lu Daosheng watched Yang Daosheng hastily depart, shook his head with a smile, then proceeded forward. He intended to see for himself what upheavals had befallen the human race during that blank stretch of history. According to Enxing's report, long ago, the human race seemed to have enjoyed an exceptionally glorious period in its history. Later, however, the human race vanished abruptly. Within the realm of all beings, there exists not a single record of the cause behind this event, not even the slightest hint. Driven by curiosity, Lu Daosheng directly delved into the river of time and space. The instant Lu Daosheng made contact with the river of time and space, the entire river trembled violently. Fear. Witnessing this, Lu Daosheng chuckled, "Rest assured, as long as you behave yourself, I won't harm you." Soon, the scenes he sought appeared before his eyes. The spirit realm of that era was infinitely more splendid than it was now. Celestial realm masters were everywhere. Lu Daosheng fell silent at the sight. How could this resemble the primordial chaos universe so closely? Could it be that the realm of 10,000 spirits had also encountered a formidable enemy? Lu Daosheng immediately jumped to the time period when the human race faced upheaval. At this moment, the human race was experiencing its most glorious era in history. The three great factions of humanity jointly ruled the entire realm of all spirits, achieving a golden age where myriad races came to pay homage. One of these factions was the Celestial Court. The other two were the Human Emperor's Hall and the Holy Gate. Lu Daosheng thought of Yi Qing, who was still kneeling before the gates of Huang City at that very moment. Claiming to be a heavenly court general, no wonder he was so arrogant. At its peak, the heavenly court certainly had every reason to be proud. The heavenly court boasted 36 generals, and its ruler had ascended beyond the heavens' mandate realm, possessing unfathomable power. The other two human factions, the Human Emperor's Hall and the Holy Gate, were nearly equal in power to the Celestial Court. Why, then, had such a formidable human race suddenly vanished from the realm of 10,000 spirits? As time passed, the answer soon became clear. Within an ancient hall, three figures radiating terrifying auras sat facing each other. Their eyes were filled with gravity and reluctance. Is there truly no way? They won't give us a chance. These three were none other than the Lord of the Human Emperor's Hall, the Master of the Holy Gate, and the ruler of the Celestial Court. At that moment, the Lord of the Celestial Court rose to his feet. Escape is impossible, and begging for mercy is out of the question. Since that is the case, then my heavenly court will fight them to the bitter end. Hearing this, the other two faction leaders exchanged glances before nodding resolutely. The human race has no cowards. Then let's fight. That day, a colossal rift in spacetime suddenly appeared above the realm of 10,000 spirits. Countless beings of terrifying power, far surpassing the realm's own strength, poured forth from its depths. That day, the entire 10,000 spirits realm trembled. That battle saw rivers of blood. That calamity was destined by fate. In the end, the human race was annihilated. The three great factions were nearly wiped out, leaving only a handful of survivors clinging to life. Yet they had lost all hope for the future. Among them was Yi Qing. Afterward, the realm of all souls fell into a prolonged period of silence, its civilization nearly severed. Many years later, the races that had survived that great war gradually regained some vitality and began to reappear within the realm of all souls. Though far weaker than in their heyday, the core races persisted. Yet the human race would never return. For within the realm of all souls, there was no longer a single individual capable of bearing the weight of the entire human race. Before the river of time and space, Lu Daosheng remained silent for a long while. It was like this again. From the records of the river of time and space, Lu Daosheng learned the identity of the other party. The Realm Alliance. Lu Daosheng knew nothing about this faction. But he knew this would undoubtedly become his enemy. Having annihilated the human race at the height of its glory, they would surely target his desolate city next. It was only a matter of time. And their motive for striking seemed to be the human race's refusal to submit. Merely for this reason, they had attacked the entire 10,000 spirits realm. Such an act was a great evil. Immediately, Lu Daosheng departed the river of time and space, returning to the city lord's mansion. After a moment of silence, Lu Daosheng waved his hand. Yi Qing, who had been standing far outside the desolate city gates, suddenly materialized before him. Seeing Lu Daosheng, Yi Qing paused in surprise before bowing respectfully. Yi Qing greets the senior. This time, he shed the arrogance of their first encounter, humbling himself completely. Now, observing Yi Qing, Lu Daosheng understood why the man had refrained from protecting the human race all these years. After that battle, the surviving Yi Qing had lost all will to fight. He had ultimately shut himself away within a forgotten ruin of the heavenly court, refusing to face the world anymore. As for revenge, Yi Qing hadn't even considered it. For back then, the human race had grown so powerful, yet they were still annihilated by the enemy. The heavenly court's ruler, who had always seemed invincible in his eyes, had also perished in that catastrophe. He had expected to spend his remaining days in a state of lingering existence, yet unexpectedly, he encountered Lu Daosheng. During their first exchange of messages across the void, Yi Qing had merely felt a flicker of interest toward Lu Daosheng. The second time, when Yi Qing arrived at the wasteland city, he was somewhat surprised by its prosperity. Yet he had assessed Lu Daosheng's strength and concluded it was nowhere near his own. After all, becoming a heavenly court general required far more than merely reaching the heavens will realm. Thus, he intended to demonstrate his true power to Lu Daosheng, a warning not to flaunt his presence so openly in the 10,000 spirits realm. Otherwise, he might well invite utter destruction. Just as the human race had suffered in the past. It was only when Lu Daosheng intervened that this cycle finally ended. It turned out everything had been nothing more than his own clownish delusion. At that moment, Lu Daosheng spoke, "You've come back to see me. What is it?" Hearing this, Yi Qing knelt on the ground and said solemnly, "I wish to join your wasteland city, senior, and revive the human race." Lu Daosheng looked at Yi Qing. Revenge? At those two words, Yi Qing couldn't help but tremble violently. Gritting his teeth, Yi Qing summoned every ounce of strength within him and declared with unwavering resolve, "Revenge." After speaking, Yi Qing collapsed onto the ground. For countless ages, this was the first time Yi Qing had uttered the words revenge. At that moment, Yi Qing failed to notice that his power was beginning to transform. It was growing stronger. Witnessing this, Lu Daosheng smiled. "I can give you the chance for revenge, but resolve isn't something you can just talk about." Hearing this, Yi Qing instantly exhaled in relief. As long as he was given the chance. If he could avenge the heavenly court and humanity in this lifetime, he would die without regret. At that moment, Lu Daosheng spoke, "The celestial court, surely you're not the only one still alive?" At these words, Yi Qing's expression flickered. "Elder, what do you mean?" Lu Daosheng replied calmly, "Go find them all. I will help you strengthen your abilities. When the Realm Alliance arrives, you will have your revenge." Hearing this, Yi Qing nodded decisively and said, "Then I'll go, senior." Yet as Yi Qing rose to his feet, he collapsed once more, his consciousness beginning to fade. His injuries were too severe, he still hadn't recovered. Witnessing this, Lu Daosheng pressed his hand to his forehead. With a wave of his hand, a pure stream of energy surged forth, instantly restoring Yi Qing to full health. Feeling vitality surge through his body, Yi Qing hurriedly stood up, his face flushing with embarrassment. "Thank you, senior." Yi Qing promptly rose and departed from the wasteland city. The celestial court was not the only survivor the human emperor's hall and the holy gate had also endured. Yet over the years, there had been almost no communication between them. Some had even perished. Yi Qing had no way of knowing whether they still possessed any fighting spirit. Thus, the task entrusted to him by Lu Daosheng proved no small challenge. But for the sake of avenging the celestial court and the human race, he would carry those former comrades to Lu Daosheng's side, even if it meant bearing the weight alone. He believed that when those comrades saw Lu Daosheng, they too would reignite their resolve, just as he had. For this terrifyingly powerful being was also one of the human race. Chapter 65, Resurgence of Power. Following this, the entire 10,000 spirits realm suddenly seemed to fall into a state of calm. Yet Lu Daosheng understood clearly that this was merely the calm before the storm. Still, it was time for the wasteland city to settle down for a while. Lu Daosheng gazed toward a certain point in the 10,000 spirits realm, his expression serene. At that very moment, Ao Qing returned. Inside the grand hall, a human man tossed Ao Qing onto the floor. "Ouch. Easy there, big bro." Ao Qing scrambled to his feet. Spotting Lu Daosheng, his face flushed crimson with shame. "Master, I failed." Recalling his earlier confident boasts, his face burned with embarrassment. Even his thick skin couldn't save him now. Lu Daosheng, however, paid Ao Qing no mind. Instead, he addressed the man beside him, "Kong, thank you for your efforts." The look Lu Daosheng gave him now held a hint of satisfaction. Kong. He was the very same young beggar Lu Daosheng had encountered in that humble alleyway of the Tianqian world. Later, Lu Daosheng had placed him within the Palm world to cultivate. Even Lu Daosheng hadn't anticipated that this little fellow would not only survive the hellish secret realm but also emerge bearing the mark of death. The kid's willpower was truly terrifying. Here, Lu Daosheng couldn't help but boast a little. His eye for talent was truly exceptional. Upon hearing Lu Daosheng's words, Kong immediately knelt on one knee, respectfully declaring, "Your servant stands at your command," sparing no effort. At Lu Daosheng's nod, Kong withdrew. Meanwhile, Ao Qing assumed Lu Daosheng had turned his back on her because she'd failed him, even considering abandoning her. Instantly, Ao Qing was overcome with shame, his head drooping as if he wished to sink into the ground. Seeing Ao Qing in this state, Lu Daosheng spoke, "Ao Qing." Hearing his master's call, Ao Qing hastily replied, "Master, I have failed in my duties and am willing to accept punishment. Just don't send him away." Lu Daosheng shook his head and smiled. "I've said it before, the Wasteland City is no less than the Dragon Clan. Truthfully, I knew you would fail. Had you chosen to remain with the Dragon Clan, I would not have interfered. But since you chose the Wasteland City, you must be prepared." Hearing this, Ao Qing's pupils contracted sharply, his eyes immediately turning crimson. "Master, A moment later, Daosheng hesitated, as if recalling something. Master, what about the Dragon Clan? Before he could finish, Daosheng raised his hand to cut him off. I won't meddle in the Dragon Clan's affairs. This matter is entirely up to you to decide. The future of the Dragon Clan now lay in Daosheng's hands, not his. Instantly, Daosheng understood Daosheng's meaning. Master, Daosheng understands. You may go now. Go keep Xiao Shui company. Yes, master. Daosheng promptly departed. Left behind, Daosheng sighed softly, his gaze drifting toward the distant horizon. And the wasteland city entered a period of calm. Time flows differently in cultivation. Before long, 30,000 years had passed. Without a doubt, over these 30,000 years, the wasteland city had risen to become the most powerful force within the 10,000 spirits realm. The status of the human race within the 10,000 spirits realm seemed to have returned to what it once was. Within the wasteland city, a heavenly king realm aura surged skyward from somewhere. To all this, the inhabitants of the wasteland city merely gave a casual glance before returning to their business. Throughout the 10,000 spirits realm, all beings had grown utterly numb to this aura. Over the years, news of breakthroughs in power within the wasteland city had come constantly, as if deliberately meant to inform them. Not just heavenly king realm, even the heavenly lord realm above it had appeared. That time, nearly every faction in the 10,000 spirits realm had come to the wasteland city to offer congratulations. The heavenly lord realm. An existence that was fundamentally invisible to the mortal eye. Some powerful races might possess such beings, but they would never reveal themselves to the world. Because they are trump cards. But the wasteland city didn't hide it at all. Come on, its ruler was a terrifying being capable of instantly annihilating heaven's mandate realm cultivators. Why would he need to hide anything? Within the lord's residence, Gu Chen, who had just broken through, entered the grand hall. At that moment, Xing, Wei, Yunqi, and the others were all present in the grand hall. Brother Gu, you're a bit late. Yunqi greeted Gu Chen with a smile. Hearing this, Gu Chen smiled but said nothing. Though his talent was undeniably high among them, he preferred a steady and methodical approach to cultivation. As for his breakthrough speed, it wasn't that he was slow, it was that the others were simply too extraordinary. Especially Xing, who frequently had the nerve to seek out Daosheng for guidance. Though Daosheng would assist Xing in his breakthroughs, the consequences were invariably brutal. Adhering to the principle of honing one's foundation, after aiding in Xing's breakthrough, Daosheng would then subject him to trials of his own creation. Though called trials, they were essentially beatings. Yet the results were undeniably effective. Even as Xing's cultivation soared, his foundations remained rock solid. It must be said, Xing was ruthless. He was equally relentless with himself. At that moment, Daosheng spoke. Since that's the case, everyone is present. Instantly, everyone in the grand hall snapped to attention, standing uniformly and respectfully facing forward. They gazed upon the figures below. These were the open representatives of Wasteland City's combat strength. Huang Shou stood at the very front, his strength having already reached the Heavenly Lord realm. He seemed but a step away from the Heavenly Destiny realm. Yunqi had also recently broken through to the Heavenly Lord realm. Following them were Gu Chen, Wei, and Xing, all having reached the Heavenly King realm. Including Ouyang Yanqing and Daosheng. Daosheng, in particular. On the day Daosheng broke through to the Heavenly King realm, at Daosheng's signal, terrifying dragon might poured forth from the depths of Huang City, cascading out in all directions. It shook the entire 10,000 spirits realm. The energy of an ice dragon at the Heavenly King realm was immense. In an instant, countless factions found themselves filled with envy toward the Dragon Clan. However, not long after, news spread. Daosheng, who had broken through to the Heavenly King realm, had long been expelled from the Dragon Clan. Instantly, the overwhelming envy turned to mockery. All eyes were fixed on the Dragon Clan's movements. Within the clan, the dragon ancestors seethed with fury, while the rest of the clan members bitterly regretted their actions. Only the Dragon Clan chief, Ao Lai, remained silent. Within the Grand Hall, Daosheng continued, next, the 10,000 spirits realm will reveal the ruins of ancient human factions. Within them lie both opportunity and peril. At these words, the crowd paused in surprise. Opportunity? What kind of opportunity could possibly compare to being in the Wasteland City? Seeing the hint of disdain in their eyes, Daosheng's mouth twitched slightly. Having stayed in his Wasteland City for too long, they'd truly grown arrogant. Daosheng then declared, this time, every single one of you is going. Remember, the main point isn't the opportunity itself, but the chance to train. Hearing this, the others dared not refuse and promptly agreed. There are 3 factions, the Human Emperor's Hall, the Celestial Court, and the Sacred Mountain. You may choose freely. Yes, City Lord. Judging by the timeline Daosheng had calculated, the time was drawing near. At the same time, within 2 forbidden zones of the 10,000 spirits realm. At the same moment, a powerful aura erupted simultaneously from both forbidden realms. Sensing these 2 auras, several powerful factions trembled. So, those two clans have emerged after all? Lord City Master, what is this? Within the Grand Hall, Gu Chen and his companions also sensed the two auras, their expressions filled with confusion. Those places were uncharted territory for their wasteland city, so they knew little about them. At that moment, and Xing spoke up, from what I understand, within those two forbidden lands, powerful factions seem to be secluded from the world. Hearing this, the others exclaimed in surprise, powerful forces? And Xing gave an awkward chuckle. Powerful to the forces outside, that is. To them in the wasteland city, they might be just average. But to Lu Daosheng? Well, they were just two piles of trash. Realms: Heaven's Mandate Realm, Sky-Shattering Realm, Near Divine Realm, Divine Being Realm, God King Realm, Divine Sovereign Realm, Divine Ruler Realm, Divine Emperor Realm, Transcendent God Realm, God-Shattering Realm, True Self Realm. These are the later realms. I originally planned to reveal them in a couple more chapters, but I couldn't resist your constant inquiries. Chapter 66, The Immortal Clan and the Undying Imperial Clan. Lord City Master, what about those two factions? Gu Chen inquired at this moment. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng replied calmly, those two factions are indeed quite formidable. One is called the Immortal Clan of Longevity, and the other is known as the Undying Imperial Clan. Both are ancient factions, dating back to roughly the same era as the original human race. Lu Daosheng then proceeded to recount the former glory of the 10,000 Spirits realm. Upon learning that the human clan had been utterly annihilated for refusing to submit, the entire hall fell into a prolonged silence. So this was how the human race had perished. Lord City Master, should we prepare in advance for that realm alliance? The realm alliance had already destroyed the three great powers of the ancient human race. They might be next. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng chuckled. Aren't we preparing right now? The realm alliance's power was truly terrifying. For the current strength of Wasteland City to stand against them was nothing short of a fairy tale. After all, even the mighty human race of that era couldn't halt their advance. Of course, all this assumes Lu Daosheng does not intervene personally. If Lu Daosheng personally intervened, the Boundary Alliance might be finished right now. Meanwhile, within a forbidden realm of the 10,000 Spirits realm, here lay an ancient and formidable power that had long slumbered within these confines. Over time, this place had gradually evolved into a forbidden realm. The Immortal Clan of Eternal Life. This clan was characterized by immense immortal power and an absurdly long lifespan. Alas, they once encountered the seemingly invincible human race and, in the end, had no choice but to become their supporting players. At that time in the realm of all souls, their immortal power ranked second only to the awe-inspiring power cultivated by the human race. As the light screen opened, an elderly man with white hair slowly emerged, clad in a white robe, appearing as if he were truly an immortal. Behind him, a middle-aged man appeared. Clan Chief, most of our kin have awakened. Hearing this, the white-haired elder nodded. He was Li Qianyue, the clan leader of the Immortal Clan of Eternal Life. A terrifyingly powerful figure at the Heaven's Mandate realm. Standing in place, the elder's gaze turned toward the Wasteland domain, specifically the direction of Wasteland City. After a long silence, he spoke slowly, prepare the gifts. We shall journey to Wasteland City. Hearing this, the middle-aged man offered no questions, merely nodding in compliance. Yes, Clan Chief. Their immortal clan had partially revived long ago. They were also well informed about the events unfolding within the 10,000 Spirits realm these past years. The reputation of the Wasteland City Lord's invincibility had spread throughout the entire 10,000 Spirits realm. Recalling how the man had instantly slain that Heavenly Court General, the elder felt a pang of unease. Though he himself could defeat a Heavenly Court General, instant annihilation was utterly beyond his reach. Beyond the Heaven's Mandate realm. Lord of the Wasteland City, who exactly are you? The old man gazed toward the direction of the Wasteland City, murmuring to himself. Another forbidden land. This was the domain of the Undying Imperial Clan. The Undying Imperial Clan, as the name suggests, possessed extraordinary vitality. While immortal might be an exaggeration, killing one of their kind was exceedingly difficult unless one's power far surpassed theirs. It was precisely this quality that fueled the Undying Imperial Clan's extreme arrogance. Prepare the offerings. We head to the Wasteland City. The Immortal Imperial Clan's leader, Emperor Ming, spoke these words immediately upon awakening. The Undying Imperial Clan was indeed arrogant, but as their leader, he could not afford to be. Every decision he made would impact the entire clan. Hearing this, one member of the Undying Imperial Clan furrowed his brow slightly. Clan Chief, that Wasteland City does possess some skill, but by doing this, aren't we showing weakness to them? Another Immortal Emperor Clan member chimed in from the side. Yes, Clan leader. Our Immortal Emperor Clan might not defeat that Wasteland City, but we're not afraid of them either. The words had barely left his mouth. Smack! What greeted the two of them were two crisp slaps across the face. You're the Clan Chief? I'm the Clan Chief? Their faces stung fiercely as they clutched their cheeks, whining, You're the Clan Chief. Then get moving. Yes, yes, yes. The two then fled the scene as if escaping. Left behind, Di Ming gazed toward the direction of the desolate city. As if something occurred to him, he turned his head to look in another direction, a faint smile curling his lips. Before long, the 10,000 spirits realm was shaken by a tremendous upheaval. A sacred aura suddenly emanated from the central region of the realm of 10,000 spirits. Immediately after, terrifying celestial phenomena erupted simultaneously at 3 distinct points. These 3 points interlinked, forming a stable triangle. It has finally emerged into the world. A murmured voice echoed somewhere within the realm of all souls. Within the desolate city, Lu Daosheng abruptly opened his eyes. With a wave of his hand, a figure materialized before him. Kong. At this moment, Kong's aura was exceptionally overwhelming. He had now surpassed the heavens' wool realm, the sky-shattering realm. Such speed was unparalleled throughout all of history, past, present, and future. Lord City Master. Upon seeing Lu Daosheng, Kong showed no trace of the arrogance that often followed a breakthrough. Instead, he bowed respectfully. Lu Daosheng nodded. It must be said that ever since he saved Kong, the young man had been delivering one surprise after another. Kong, with the 3 great human factions' ruins emerging this time, you will be responsible for monitoring the situation covertly to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Lu Daosheng instructed. Upon hearing this, Kong nodded and said, Lord City Master, I understand. Go. With that, Kong vanished from the Grand Hall. Lu Daosheng smiled where he stood. He hadn't expected Kong to break through to the sky-shattering realm in such a short time. With this development, Lu Daosheng could now feel more at ease regarding Gu Chen and the others. The sky-shattering realm was sufficient in the current 10,000 spirits realm. Lu Daosheng could easily sense that, apart from a few exceptional beings, no one in the entire 10,000 spirits realm possessed strength reaching the sky-shattering realm. And those few exceptional beings were no match for Kong. Just then, Xing entered the Grand Hall. Lord City Master, 2 factions have arrived outside the city gates and request an audience with you. Xing reported respectfully. Upon hearing this, Lu Daosheng smiled. Then let them come in. Yes, Lord City Master. Gazing toward the city gates, Lu Daosheng wore a faint, ambiguous smile. Outside the city. I never expected you of the Immortal Clan to show up here as well. The Immortal Emperor Clan's leader, Emperor Ming, sneered coldly at the Eternal Immortal Clan members. Since ancient times, the 2 clans had harbored mutual animosity. Had it not been for the human clan's intervention back then, restraining them from acting rashly, they would have clashed long ago. Hearing Di Ming's mockery, Li Changyue snorted lightly and retorted, What? Only your Immortal Emperor Clan is allowed to come? Does that mean my Immortal Clan isn't permitted? Ha 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 ha. Don't you Immortal Clan folk always boast about being immortals and look down on others? Why are you so eager this time? Back when the human clan was still around, we never saw you acting like this. Before Li Changyue could respond, several other Immortal Clan members couldn't contain themselves. Seeing this, Li Changyue quickly restrained them. Clan leader. Li Changyue shook his head. Pay them no mind. Remember our purpose here. Seeing Li Changyue's restraint, Di Ming gave a cold laugh and said no more. A few empty threats were enough. If it came to actual combat, it would be detrimental to both sides. Their gazes now turned to the magnificent colossal city before them. Their hearts churned violently within them. They never imagined this city could be so terrifying. Especially the plaque above the city gate, the terrifying aura of forbidden power emanating from it sent shivers down their spines. Wait, it seems ancient divine metal has been incorporated into these walls. Primordial divine metal. An exceedingly rare and resilient material, often indispensable for forging divine artifacts. Back in the day, the undying Imperial clan had only managed to obtain a tiny fragment by sheer luck. And now, this city wall was actually infused with primordial divine metal? What a waste of precious resources. But then, Li Changyue exclaimed in shock, No! The entire wall is forged from primordial divine metal. Instantly, the scene fell silent. Chapter 67, Country Folk in the City. How is this possible? Di Ming exclaimed in disbelief. That was primordial divine metal, not some common rock you'd find lying around. Though he protested his disbelief, Emperor Ming couldn't resist rushing to the city wall and reaching out to touch it. This is real. It really is primordial divine gold. Beside him, Li Changyue's expression was extremely grave. To invest such immense resources in building a colossal city like this, what on earth could be the mindset of its owner? Did they truly regard wealth as worthless? But then, Li Changyue's eyes widened as he watched Di Ming before the city walls. Suddenly, Di Ming produced a pickaxe from somewhere and swung it up. Holy! Clan chief, calm down. Witnessing this, several undying Imperial clan members rushed forward to restrain Di Ming. Moments later, Di Ming finally regained his senses. Gazing at the entire wall of primordial divine metal before him, his heart bled. Just take a piece, even one piece would do. Just then, Xing appeared before the city gate. Gentlemen, please proceed. Hearing this, the crowd outside the city walls immediately turned their gaze toward Xing. Tianhuang realm. Instantly, their eyes narrowed. This wasteland city truly lived up to its reputation as the strongest power in the current 10,000 spirits realm. Even a casual envoy possessed heaven realm strength. And atop the city walls, they were well aware that a heavenly lord realm powerhouse resided there, a sword cultivator, no less. The wasteland city truly harbors hidden talents. The two tribesmen immediately grew cautious, hastily expressing their gratitude before following Enxing into the desolate city. Creak. Upon entering the wasteland city, the scenes before their eyes left them stunned. Both the Immortal Clan and the Undying Imperial Clan members froze in place as if struck by lightning. The entire city was forged from primordial divine metal, infused with countless rarer materials. Luxurious. Absolutely extravagant. To live in such a place in this lifetime, I'd die without regret. At that moment, Li Changyue noticed a stream flowing through the city and immediately halted his steps. Chieftain, what's wrong? Seeing Li Changyue's unusual state, several members of the Immortal Clan hurried over. Beside them, the Immortal Emperor Clan members also furrowed their brows. Di Ming hastily suppressed the shock on his face, then cleared his throat with a sneer. Hoof. The Immortal Clan? Calling yourselves immortals? Nothing but a bunch of narrow-minded fools. Yet even Di Ming couldn't resist the curiosity, slowly approaching the stream. This little river is quite something. Wait, what? This. The nectar of creation. No. Impossible. I must be seeing things. This is the nectar of creation. How could it possibly gather into a river? Yet that exhilarating, life-giving aura couldn't be deceiving. Seeing both tribes halt before the stream, Enxing hurried over. Sir, what is this river? Li Changyue asked blankly. Hearing this, Enxing replied indifferently, oh, this? It's just a small river within the city. The residents draw their daily water from it. What? You mean to say the people in your city all use this water? That's right. Instantly, the people of both tribes fell silent. They were utterly dumbfounded. Was it really that extravagant? By comparison, they felt like country folk stepping into the city for the very first time. No, they were exactly that, a group of country folk visiting the city for the very first time. Could I take a little bit back with me? Di Ming asked cautiously. Hearing this, the others immediately turned to look at Enxing, their eyes brimming with anticipation as they waited for his response. At that moment, Enxing's gaze toward them suddenly softened with pity. Ah, what a pitiful bunch. Haha, my friend, you jest. It's merely a little water, take as much as you like. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the Immortal Clan and Undying Imperial Clan members all pulled out their tools and began frantically drawing water. Damn it, get the hell over there. You're sucking all the water dry. Hey, stop fighting. I'm running dry. For a moment, the two clans nearly came to blows over the water. Meanwhile, the city's residents noticed the commotion and began gathering around. Hey, young man, what's going on here? A bystander asked Enxing. Hearing this, Enxing explained, they're just some poor souls who've never seen good water. Let them have it. Hearing this, the crowds gazed toward the two tribes filled with pity. They were truly blessed yet unaware of their fortune. Outside, there were still so many unfortunate souls who had never even tasted water. Soon, everyone brought out water from their homes and handed it to Li Changyue, Di Ming, and the others. Among the offerings were even some grains. The two tribesmen were momentarily bewildered. What was this about? Why were they all staring at them like that? These scoundrels think we're beggars. Clan chief, let me teach them a lesson. As he spoke, a member of the Undying Imperial Clan moved forward to attack. However, Emperor Ming stopped him. Emperor Ming stared at the food they'd been given, his expression suddenly brightening. The next moment, he picked up a fruit and took a bite. Sweet and refreshing. But that wasn't the most important thing. What truly mattered was that Emperor Ming's long-dormant cultivation realm had begun to stir. Though faint, it was already incredibly extraordinary. After all, he was a Heavens Will realm powerhouse. And not just any Heavens Will realm powerhouse. This is something special. The Eternal Immortal Clan and others nearby quickly noticed this as well. Without a second thought, they ignored the strange looks from the crowd and accepted whatever was offered. We're rich. We're rich. Just as the two clans were reveling in their excitement, a group of people approached. Seeing this, the onlookers hurriedly stepped aside. The Wasteland Guard. The leader, wielding a long blade, coldly addressed Li Changyue, Di Ming, and the others. Begging is forbidden within the city. After a few minor incidents, the two tribes finally arrived at the city lord's mansion and entered the grand hall. Lu Daosheng had been waiting there for quite some time. Seeing them, Lu Daosheng couldn't resist teasing. Seems you all have quite taken a liking to my wasteland city, eh? Hearing this, the members of the Immortal Clan and the Undying Imperial Clan flushed slightly. Reflecting on it now, they truly had behaved unbecomingly. But what could they do? They simply couldn't control themselves. At that moment, Li Changyue cleared his throat and said, "You must be the lord of the wasteland city." I am the patriarch of the immortal clan. Ming added, I am the clan leader of the undying imperial clan. Upon hearing this, Lu Daosheng said, I am already aware of these matters. Now, tell me the purpose of your visit. Both men's eyelids twitched. Li Changyue stole a glance at Ming. Seeing no response from him, he spoke directly, Lord of the Wasteland City, do you know why the human race vanished so suddenly all those years ago? Lu Daosheng nodded. I know. Hearing this, Li Changyue continued, Lord City Master Huang, I came here specifically to tell you huh? What? You know? For a moment, Li Changyue was dumbfounded. The other party actually knew. Then why? Could it be? Countless possibilities instantly flooded Li Changyue's mind. At that moment, Lu Daosheng smiled and said, You're wondering why I dared to rebuild the human race's forces, why I've been so conspicuous. Hearing this, both Li Changyue and Ming nodded in unison. Seeing this, Lu Daosheng continued with a smile, Why do you think I dare? Chapter 68, Collaborating with the Wasteland City Extra Chapter. At these words, both fell silent. Why dare? At this moment, they dared not even guess. Seeing their silence, Lu Daosheng shook his head and smiled. Their vision was still too narrow. But it wasn't anyone else's fault after all, he truly was invincible. After a long silence, Li Changyue suddenly spoke up, Lord City Master Huang, might our immortal clan of longevity become a subordinate faction of Huang City? Hearing this, the immortal clan and undying imperial clan members instantly turned to Li Changyue in shock. Chief, why? The eternal immortal clan members stared at their clan leader in disbelief. They couldn't believe these words had come from their own leader's mouth. After all, back when the human clan was at its peak, the immortal clan had never once considered aligning with them, choosing instead to withdraw from the world. Ming was also somewhat shocked, but he quickly regained his composure. His brows furrowed deeply. Above, Lu Daosheng pondered. He understood the other's thoughts. The last calamity that struck the 10,000 spirits realm had brought about the downfall of the once glorious human race. His immortal clan and the undying imperial clan had paid a tremendous price to withdraw from the world, even plunging their entire clans into slumber, ultimately escaping that calamity. But what about the next time? And the time after that? They were utterly incapable of confronting the realm alliance. Therefore, their only option was to find a powerful patron. Clearly, Li Changyue had chosen the Wasteland City. And he truly believed in the Wasteland City's strength. It must be said, Li Changyue possessed considerable courage and excellent foresight. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Daosheng finally nodded. Agreed. The immortal clan of eternal life had inherited its legacy through endless ages, its foundations unimaginably deep. Though his Wasteland City was no slouch, it still lacked the weight of centuries. It simply hadn't endured long enough. Allowing the immortal clan to join would certainly bolster their position. Moreover, with him in command, he had no fear that the immortal clan would dare betray the Wasteland City. He possessed that confidence. Upon hearing Lu Daosheng's consent, Li Changyue's face immediately broke into a smile. This one thanks Lord Wasteland City. Beside them, Emperor Ming, the clan leader of the undying imperial clan, opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately remained silent. Lu Daosheng naturally witnessed this exchange, yet he remained silent. If the other party wished to join, he would not refuse. But since the other party didn't bring it up, he wouldn't either. After all, his Wasteland City would remain perfectly fine even without the undying imperial clan or the immortal clan. As for the Realm Alliance, he would meet force with force, and water with earth. If they truly couldn't prevail, there was always Lu Daosheng. The emergence of the three great human factions' ruins, doesn't that interest you too at all? Seeing the others fall silent, Lu Daosheng spoke up with a smile. Upon hearing this, Emperor Ming spoke first, Lord Huangcheng, the undying imperial clan finds this matter most intriguing. Might we collaborate with Huangcheng to pursue it together? Beside him, Li Changyue added, and my immortal clan of longevity. Hearing their responses, Lu Daosheng nodded. Very well. Then the three of us shall assist one another. Soon after, Gu Chen Yunqi and the others entered the Grand Hall. Lord City Master. Lu Daosheng nodded. These two are the clan leaders of the Immortal Clan and the Undying Imperial Clan. They wish to collaborate with our Wasteland City in exploring the ruins. Now, please discuss the details among yourselves. Yes, Lord City Master. Within the Grand Hall, the members of the Immortal Clan and the Undying Imperial Clan were startled upon seeing Gu Chen and his companions. Such powerful auras. Though none had reached the Heaven's Mandate Realm. Each radiated formidable power, in no way inferior to those at the Heaven's Mandate Realm. It was unimaginable how these powerful figures of the Wasteland City cultivated in their daily lives. Soon, Gu Chen and his companions began discussing plans with the two clans to explore the ruins of the three great human factions. Witnessing this scene, Lu Daosheng offered a faint smile before departing. Though his calculations revealed these ruins were fraught with danger, he was confident his subordinates would emerge unscathed. Moreover, with the backup measures he had implanted within them, coupled with Kong, a breaker of heaven realm expert, watching over them in the shadows, nothing could possibly go wrong. As for the Immortal Clan and the Undying Imperial Clan, their ability to survive countless ages unscathed was proof of their formidable capabilities. Lu Daosheng had never underestimated them. With these two clans accompanying them, he could rest completely at ease. Within a concealed chamber carved out in the city lord's mansion, Lu Daosheng sat within, surrounded by countless mysterious patterns. Each pattern seemed to represent something profound. Huff. With a soft exhale, all the patterns instantly extinguished. True Self Realm. Lu Daosheng murmured to himself. Between the Heaven's Mandate Realm and the True Self Realm lay 9 distinct realms. Each realm represented a world of difference. Staring at his hands, Lu Daosheng remained silent for a long while before finally invoking the method of deduction. Soon, a vision materialized before him. Upon a towering black tower reaching to the heavens, several figures radiating formidable energy sat cross-legged at its very summit. The Realm Alliance? Lu Daosheng spoke. Instantly, the figures opened their eyes. Who? However, looking around, they saw no one and sensed no presence. The group frowned deeply. The figure with the strongest aura reacted first and asked, "Sir, do you have business with our alliance?" Hearing this, Lu Daosheng replied calmly, "You could say that." Hearing Lu Daosheng's words, the figures trembled visibly. Who exactly was this being? They couldn't sense him at all. A cold sweat instantly trickled down their cheeks. "What exactly is your business, sir?" Lu Daosheng responded with a cold chuckle, "This matter is neither trivial nor insignificant." Hearing this, the others were momentarily bewildered. So what exactly was this matter? Lu Daosheng continued, "I don't like the look of you lot. I feel like giving you a good thrashing. Any objections?" The group froze at his words. But in the next instant, a phantom giant palm appeared above their heads. What? Boom! A thunderous roar echoed. The entire black tower shattered violently. The figures lay flat in the rubble, staring blankly at the sky. They'd been beaten out of nowhere. What kind of being was that? It had left them utterly powerless to resist. In the wasteland city, Lu Daosheng watched the scene unfold before him, then promptly withdrew his hand. His expression grew solemn. He hadn't expected the Alliance's strength to be this formidable. Though they were still as insignificant as ants before him, they were far stronger than the current wasteland city or the present 10,000 spirits realm. His intervention was meant to buy more time for the 10,000 spirits realm. From now on, the entire spirit realm, including the wasteland city, must undergo a major upgrade. Otherwise, when the Realm Alliance arrives, if he doesn't intervene, the spirit realm would likely be doomed. After all, his purpose in founding this faction wasn't to gather a bunch of weaklings to protect them. Was he bored out of his mind? Just then, the system's voice chimed in. "Host, you now possess the ability to find a wife. Would you like to try?" Hearing this, Lu Daosheng fell silent. He truly did possess it. If he couldn't even reach the true self realm after advancing 10 levels now, then this wife better off without her. What kind of wife is this, so terrifying? After a long silence, Lu Daosheng spoke slowly, "Later, perhaps. When the time is right, we'll meet naturally." For some reason, Lu Daosheng found himself reluctant to think about it now. This feeling was complicated. Things were fine as they were now. But not seeking her out didn't mean he didn't love her. On the contrary, he loved his wife deeply. Yet after all these years, could she truly remain unchanged? In that moment, his heart felt unsettled. Shaking his head, Lu Daosheng pushed these thoughts aside. Better to focus on his career. Seeing this, the system said no more. Realms: Heaven's Will Realm, Sky-Shattering Realm, Near Divine Realm, Divine Being Realm, God King Realm, Divine Sovereign Realm, Divine Ruler Realm, Divine Emperor Realm, Transcendent God Realm, God-Shattering Realm, True Self Realm. Chapter 69, Operation Allocation. Within the Grand Hall of the Wasteland City Lord's residence. At this moment, Gu Chen and the others from Wasteland City were conversing with representatives from the Immortal Clan and the Undying Imperial Clan. There were 3 ruins: the Human Emperor's Hall, the Heavenly Court, and the Sacred Gate. The people of Wasteland City were not particularly familiar with these factions. Thus, they relied on the 2 clans to shed light on the matter. After all, these 2 clans were ancient powers that had existed alongside the Human Clan in their heyday. Though not as formidable as the Human Clan in their prime, they were still forces not to be underestimated. "Clan leader Li, are you certain you wish to gather us all together?" At that moment, Gu Chen spoke up. Upon hearing this, Li Changyue replied, "This is merely my suggestion." Li Changyue emphasized that exploring these ruins required collective action. Though efficiency might suffer somewhat, safety would be maximized. However, this proposal met with disapproval not only from Huang Chang and others, but even more so from the Immortal Emperor Clan. The Undying Imperial Clan possessed formidable vitality and feared death not, and they were at odds with the Immortal Clan. Had it not been for the necessity of collaborating with Huang Chang, they would never have aligned themselves with these immortals. On the side of Huang Chang, Lu Daosheng had already made it clear to them, this opportunity was secondary, the primary goal was training. Ever since arriving in the realm of 10,000 spirits, they hadn't had a chance to warm up in ages. To be honest, they were all itching for a fight. Therefore, it might be better for Gu Chenyun and the others to split up. At that moment, Emperor Ming declared directly, "I shall lead several members of my clan to the Celestial Court. You may proceed as you wish." His gaze then fell squarely upon the group from the Wasteland City, the implication clear. Seeing this, Gu Chen shook his head and smiled. Ultimately, the three factions split into three groups, each heading toward a different ruin. Gu Chen and Yunqi joined the Undying Imperial Clan and others to head for the Heavenly Court ruins. Wei and Huangshou joined the Immortal Clan and others to the Sacred Gate ruins. Since Ouyang Yanqing and Ao Qing were still accompanying Lu Shui, they did not join the expedition. In the end, only Xing remained, venturing alone to explore the human Emperor's Hall. Gu Chen walked over, patted Xing on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "Brother, be careful out there on your own. But don't worry, once we finish our exploration, we might just come find you in the human Emperor's Hall." Hearing this, Xing's lips twitched slightly. No one wanted to team up with him. True colors show in times of need. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed from within the Grand Hall. "I want to go too." A young beauty in a blue dress was seen running toward them. I want to go too." Lu Shui caught her breath and smiled. Upon seeing Lu Shui, Huang Chang and the others hurriedly bowed in greeting. "Greetings, Mississippi." Beside them, the Undying Imperial Clan and the Immortal Clan members looked puzzled. Who is this? They couldn't discern Lu Shui's true nature at all. Hearing this, Gu Chen introduced, "This is Miss Lu Shui, the daughter of our city lord." The city lord's daughter. Instantly, the gazes directed at Lu Shui brightened. Di Ming spoke first, "Miss Lu, join our party. With the strength of our Undying Imperial Clan, we can absolutely protect you." Hearing this, Li Changyue snorted coldly beside him. "What good is your Undying Imperial Clan besides being indestructible? When danger strikes, only you'll remain unscathed. How could you possibly protect Miss Lu?" He then turned to Lu Shui with a smile. "Miss Lu, you should join our Immortal Clan on the journey to the Holy Gate. Our clan's might far surpasses that of the Undying Imperial Clan." Instantly, Emperor Ming and the Undying Imperial Clan turned ashen. "You old fool, you dare say my Undying Imperial Clan is useless? What? Am I not speaking the truth? Damn it, I've put up with you long enough. Do you really think the Immortal Emperor Clan can't defeat you? Humph. Bring it on. We immortals aren't afraid of you." For a moment, the two clans nearly came to blows right there in the Grand Hall. But then, a powerful aura suddenly filled the hall, instantly suppressing the cultivation levels of everyone present. Such a powerful restriction. Instantly, members of both clans stared at the hall with solemn expressions. That it could so easily suppress the clan leaders, both of whom were at the Heaven's Mandate realm, proved just how terrifying the Lord of Wasteland City truly was. At that moment, Lu Shui declared, "I will not go to the Holy Gate, nor to the Heavenly Court. I am going to the Human Emperor's Hall." The Human Emperor's Hall. At these words, Xing, who had remained silent in the corner, suddenly lit up with joy. "The young lady truly favors me. Miss, I happen to be heading to the Human Emperor's Hall. Why not accompany me?" Xing stepped forward and spoke. Seeing Xing, Lu Shui hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. "Very well." Xing had been fawning over her constantly. Whatever she desired, he delivered immediately. Whatever she wanted to know, a single word from her and he'd rush to inform her. He was always at her beck and call. Therefore, Lu Shui was quite satisfied with Xing. No wonder his father treated Xing so well, often assisting him in his cultivation. Seeing Lu Shui agree, Xing was overcome with excitement. He immediately swept a triumphant glance across the assembled crowd. "See? The city lord's daughter is on my team. Way better than you lot." Observing Xing's smugness, Gu Chen cleared his throat and said, "Swear, while Xing is dependable, having only the two of you in the Human Emperor's Hall ruins is still somewhat dangerous. Perhaps." Before he could finish, a voice echoed from afar. "Did you forget about me?" Ouyang Yanqing slowly approached from the distance. "Heavenly Lord Realm." Upon seeing this, the ancestor of eternal life and the Undying Imperial Clan were instantly startled. Just how many unknown powerhouses remained hidden within this desolate city? At that moment, Lu Shui's arms suddenly began to writhe. The next instant, a small dragon poked its head out from her sleeve. "Don't forget about this dragon. With me here, no one can harm the young master." Ao Cheng. Hearing Ao Qing's words, the people of the desolate city all turned their gaze toward him. "Have you forgotten how the young mistress came to the realm of 10,000 spirits? How dare you say that?" Yet, seeing Ao Qing's haughty expression, no one brought up that incident. Ouyang Yanqing felt a bit awkward too. Clearing her throat lightly, she said, "This time, there won't be any more accidents. The same mistake must not be repeated." At that moment, Ouyang Yanqing suddenly remembered something and hurriedly asked, "Oh, Xiao Shui, have you told your father about your plans?" Lu Shui froze at the question, then gave an awkward laugh. Not yet." Instantly, the crowd in Huangcheng scrambled to retreat. Xing was dumbfounded. Miss, don't put me in this position. If I take you along, you'll probably be fine, but when we return, the city lord will likely skin me alive. Seeing their reactions, Lu Shui stamped her foot and huffed, my father would definitely agree. Sure enough, the next moment, Lu Daosheng's voice echoed from within the hall. Go then. Stay safe. Hearing this, Lu Shui's face lit up instantly. Hee, thanks, Dad. In a certain space, Lu Daosheng watched Lu Shui in the grand hall, shaking his head with a smile. This trip to the human emperor's hall held an opportunity for Lu Shui. Though as his daughter, she was never lacking in opportunities, a little practice wouldn't hurt. Besides, this time he would personally oversee things, ensuring no unexpected incidents like last time would occur. Inside the grand hall. With the city lord having spoken, the others fell silent. And Xing breathed a sigh of relief and smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, Mississippi. This time, I'll protect you with my life. Is that so? Then thank you in advance. Chapter 70, Enemies of the Realm Alliance. Thus, the three groups set off for their respective human ruins. Lu Shui's journey to the human emperor's hall this time also had its reasons. Ever since the imperial hall ruins emerged, the Xianyuan sword had grown restless and agitated, drawn to the imperial hall with an inexplicable pull. Seeing this, Lu Shui understood the Xianyuan sword's intent. Though this sword had been casually given to her by Lu Daosheng for self-defense, its spirit was exceptionally potent, and Lu Shui had grown quite fond of it. Thus, bringing the Xianyuan sword to the human emperor's hall was only natural. At the same time, countless beings of sufficient power from the 10,000 spirits realm were also heading toward those three human ruins. Within those ruins, treasures of unimaginable value might well exist. If one got incredibly lucky, it could mean a life-changing fortune. Somewhere within the desolate city's space, Lu Daosheng was here. Before him were countless glowing orbs, each containing the image of one of his subordinates. The largest of them all was Lu Shui. At that very moment, Lu Daosheng suddenly furrowed his brow slightly before lifting his head to look up. Beyond the realm of 10,000 spirits, three figures approached slowly. Each figure radiated an utterly terrifying aura. These were powers never before seen in the 10,000 spirits realm. Lingshan realm masters. Existences beyond the sky-shattering realm. Captain, the realm of 10,000 spirits lies just ahead. One of the figures spoke up. Hearing this, the leader nodded. This realm of 10,000 spirits is utterly preposterous, daring to reject our realm alliance. Last time we failed to wipe them out completely, but this time, we will slaughter them to the last. However, no sooner had the words left his mouth than a voice rang out from the battlefield. Must we truly exterminate them all? Hearing this, the three figures froze in surprise. The next moment, a figure materialized before them. Lu Daosheng now glared at them with icy eyes, his anger palpable. This realm alliance was getting out of hand. Do they really think I'm easy to provoke? Seeing Lu Daosheng, the trio frowned deeply. The leader coldly demanded, who are you? Daring to defend this 10,000 spirits realm? Are you looking for death? Observing their attitude, Lu Daosheng shook his head and waved his hand. The man vanished instantly from where he stood. Beside him, the other two were utterly dumbfounded. In their perception, their leader was dead. A wave of intense fear instantly flooded their hearts. We're members of the Boundary Alliance. How dare you kill us? One of them trembled as he stared at Lu Daosheng. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng sneered coldly, I've already killed one. Why would I care about a second? Besides, if he dared to strike even the Alliance's top leaders, why would he care about these insignificant nobodies? Hearing Lu Daosheng's words, the two men collapsed onto the ground. They bitterly regretted accepting this assignment. They'd assumed it would be easy after all, the 10,000 spirits realm barely had any sky-breaking realm experts left. With three of them at the divine approaching realm, capturing the target should have been a simple matter. But instead, they'd stumbled upon this terrifyingly powerful opponent. Swoosh! With a casual finger gesture from Lu Daosheng, another figure vanished from the spot. Suddenly, only one of the three from the Realm Alliance remained. By now, the last one was deathly pale, trembling uncontrollably. Spare me! Spare me! Watching him beg relentlessly, Lu Daosheng spoke slowly, want to live? That goes without saying. Humph! Lu Daosheng glared at him. The man quickly caught on and blurted out, yes, I want to live. Spare me, master. He had thought death was certain, yet unexpectedly, a glimmer of hope appeared. Gazing coldly at the man before him, Lu Daosheng demanded in a chilling tone, tell me. Where is the enemy your alliance most wants eliminated? Hearing this, the alliance member froze in shock. The enemy they most wanted to eliminate. After a moment's silence, he cautiously glanced at Lu Daosheng. Right now, the one I most want to eliminate is you. Lu Daosheng seemed to have read the alliance member's thoughts, and he felt both anger and the urge to laugh. Do you even want to live? An invisible force instantly enveloped the alliance member. If his next words failed to satisfy Lu Daosheng, he could bid farewell to this beautiful world. I'll talk. I'll talk. Yes, it's the sacred mountain. Divine mountain. Currently the enemy the Alliance most wanted to deal with, but the Divine Mountain's strength was formidable. Though not as powerful as the Alliance itself, conquering the Divine Mountain was, for now, extremely difficult. Upon hearing this, Lu Daosheng didn't hesitate. He ordered, "Take me to the Divine Mountain." Ha! In the end, Lu Daosheng couldn't resist giving the man a thorough beating. 3 people they should have left one smarter one behind. Finally, guided by the Alliance member, Lu Daosheng arrived before the Divine Mountain. Before him stood a colossal mountain peak towering amidst the starry sky, its summit emanating a faint, sacred aura. After appraising the Divine Mountain, Lu Daosheng nodded. Its power was indeed quite formidable. Lu Daosheng then turned to the battered-looking ally and said, "You may leave now." Hearing this, the man's face lit up with relief. "Thank you, Senior, for sparing my life." He then fled the scene as if escaping. The moment he departed, several cultivators with powerful auras materialized before Lu Daosheng. Sniffing the surrounding aura, the leader coldly asked, "From the Boundary Alliance?" Lu Daosheng shook his head. "I am not." "Humph. Trying to wriggle out of it? Sneaking onto my sacred mountain like this, you're asking for death." Instantly, the guards like cultivators lunged at Lu Daosheng. Seeing this, Lu Daosheng was speechless. He waved his hand, and the entire void froze in place. The next moment, a faint aura slowly seeped out from within him. In an instant, the entire starry sky shattered into fragments. It simply couldn't withstand his aura. After a moment of stillness, a figure appeared before Lu Daosheng, emanating an aura infinitely more powerful than that of the guards before him. It was an elderly man clad in a Taoist robe. His expression was solemn as he looked at Lu Daosheng. Seeing this, Lu Daosheng waved his hand once more, and the void restored itself. The guards, snapping out of their daze, immediately retreated in a panic, their eyes filled with terror. "You may withdraw," the elder commanded. "Yes, Mountain Master. Mountain Lord." Lu Daosheng looked at the old man before him. "So this is the master of this divine mountain. Peak Divine King realm, not bad, I suppose. What brings you to my sacred mountain?" The old man spoke in a deep voice as he regarded Lu Daosheng. That aura he had sensed earlier, though he couldn't identify it, definitely belonged to someone stronger than himself. The old man now suspected the man before him might very well be that Divine Lord realm powerhouse. If the visitor came seeking trouble, then their divine mountain would face grave peril. Hearing the old man's words, Lu Daosheng smiled faintly. "I hear you are enemies of the Realm Alliance?" At this, the old man's eyes narrowed slightly. "And you are of the Realm Alliance?" Lu Daosheng shook his head. Seeing this, the old man visibly relaxed. "That's good then. Otherwise, he'd have no choice but to call for reinforcements. After all, in this star domain, who doesn't have a powerful backer?" At that moment, Lu Daosheng slowly revealed his purpose. "The Realm Alliance is also my enemy. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Therefore, I have come to aid your divine mountain." Hearing this, the elder froze in surprise. Help their divine mountain? The old man eyed Lu Daosheng suspiciously. A powerhouse stronger than himself had come to say this. The old man immediately fell deep in thought. But just then, Lu Daosheng interrupted his thoughts. Lu Daosheng directly produced a dung-yellow pill, from which emanated an intense aura. Realms: Heaven's Will realm, Sky-shattering realm, Approaching Godhood realm, Divine Being realm, God King realm, Divine Sovereign realm, Divine Ruler realm, Divine Emperor realm, Transcendent God realm, God-shattering realm, True Self realm. Chapter 71, Rebuilding the Wasteland City. The sight of that dung-yellow pill made the old man's eyes widen in astonishment. Noticing the old man's yearning gaze, Lu Daosheng smiled. "Want it?" Without hesitation, the old man replied, "Name your price, sir. Whatever my divine mountain can offer, I shall spare no expense." The old man could keenly sense that this pill would undoubtedly propel his cultivation to new heights. He had stagnated at the Divine King realm for 10 million years. His craving for a breakthrough had reached near obsessive levels. And precisely because of this obsession, his cultivation had stagnated. Seeing this, Lu Daosheng spoke, "I give you this item. After you break through, go and deal with the Realm Alliance properly. I don't ask that you defeat them, just hold them back and cause them some trouble. Understand?" Hearing this request, the old man's face lit up with delight. This was too easy to refuse. Even if Lu Daosheng hadn't said it, he would have done the same after breaking through. "Deal, senior." At that moment, the old man even changed the way he addressed Lu Daosheng. Handing the elixir to the old man, Lu Daosheng cast one final glance at the sacred mountain before departing. This divine mountain truly possessed formidable power, and astonishingly, the entire peak was imbued with a unique aura of destiny. Left behind, the old man stared at the elixir in his hand, as if in a dream. Soon, maniacal laughter echoed relentlessly across the starry expanse. Before long, the divine mountain would witness the emergence of another divine sovereign-level powerhouse. On the way back, Lu Daosheng's pace was not particularly swift. He was deep in thought. Though his resources were abundant, nearly limitless, it would still take considerable time for the strength of the wasteland city to catch up to his own. Even his ability to alter the flow of time couldn't change that. Certain realms of cultivation could not be attained by time alone. And the enemies of Huancheng wouldn't just sit idly by, waiting for his city to develop unhindered. Therefore, he can only delay matters himself to buy time for the wasteland city to grow stronger. Given that, it would be better to take matters into his own hands. At this thought, Lu Daosheng halted abruptly and turned to face the direction of the Boundary Alliance. What if he went and wiped out the Boundary Alliance right now? After a moment's hesitation, Lu Daosheng ultimately shook his head. In his eyes, the Boundary Alliance was nothing more than an ant nest. Destroying an ant nest held little interest for him. Unless they truly provoked him. Create another faction. That was the method he had just conceived. Beyond the realm of 10,000 spirits, he would establish another wasteland city. Once the power of the wasteland city within the realm of 10,000 spirits was sufficient, he could then move to his newly built wasteland city. Lu Daosheng was utterly impressed by his own ingenuity. I'm a genius. I really know how to play the game. Lu Daosheng's interest was immediately piqued, and he hurried back to the realm of 10,000 spirits without delay. Meanwhile, at the ruins of the human emperor's hall within the realm of 10,000 spirits. Miss, the human emperor's hall lies just ahead. Gazing at the hazy expanse ahead, one could faintly make out countless architectural ruins. An eerie aura emanated from the ruins, a testament to the once mighty splendor of the human emperor's hall. By now, countless beings had gathered here. Nearly every being with any strength had come, hoping to enter the ruins and try their luck. Lu Shui gazed at the human emperor's hall not far ahead, her expression serene. Suddenly, the Xianyuan sword in her hand began to hum. Watching the sword tremble incessantly, Lu Shui's brows furrowed. Beside her, and Xing hesitated. Miss, this sword is extraordinary. And it seems eager to go inside. Hearing this, Lu Shui nodded. Then let's go inside. And Xing and Ouyang Yanqing both agreed without objection, while Ao Qing was simply ignored. The group prepared to press forward. Just then, an elven warrior nearby cautioned, "Gentlemen, the ruins haven't officially opened yet. Entering recklessly now would likely mean certain death." Seeing that Lu Shui and her companions were humans, he offered this well-intentioned warning. After all, the human race held such power now, who wouldn't want to curry favor with them? Moreover, the human emperor's hall before them was the very powerhouse of the human race in its heyday. Hearing this, Lu Shui smiled and said, "Thank you for the warning, young man. We'll be careful." Without further delay, Lu Shui and her companions set off directly toward the ruins of the human emperor's palace. Seeing this, the elven warrior paused in surprise before shaking his head. These humans are so arrogant. Can't they see all these powerful beings waiting outside? Even Heaven Realm experts wouldn't dare act rashly. To him, Lu Shui and her companions striding so boldly into the human emperor's hall was tantamount to walking into their deaths. Soon, many beings noticed Lu Shui and her companions. Since no one else dared to enter, Lu Shui and his companions instantly became the center of attention. Holy crap, who are those people? They're so bold. Are they humans? No way. Could it be they're relying on their human race status to enter the human emperor's hall so brazenly? There were indeed some humans present, though they were few in number. Among them were even individuals from the wasteland city, though very few in the city recognized Lu Shui, Ouyang Yanqing, or Xing. Thus, aside from a few powerful Phoenix clan members, no one present recognized Lu Shui and her companions. And even if there were humans present, none dared enter the ruins of the human emperor's hall at this moment. After all, the protective barriers surrounding the outer perimeter of the human emperor's hall had not yet completely dissipated. Even if the human emperor's hall was a human faction, who could guarantee the restrictions wouldn't activate if humans entered? Just as the crowd prepared to witness Lu Shui and her companions' downfall, they halted before the human emperor's hall's restrictions. Why did they stop? Are they chickening out? Seeing Lu Shui and her companions halt, someone voiced their confusion. At that moment, before the barrier, Lu Shui was rummaging through her storage ring. She wasn't foolish. How could she just stride in so brazenly? She would definitely use some special treasures. Just then, the Xianyuan sword floating nearby suddenly stirred. With a casual swing forward, the sword instantly cleaved a gap in the barrier surrounding the entire emperor's hall. Whoa! That little sword's pretty impressive, huh? Lu Shui then gripped the Xianyuan sword and strode right in, followed by Xing and Ouyang Yanqing. Outside the ruins, everyone was utterly dumbfounded. Such a terrifying barrier, casually sliced open like that. What kind of sword was that? After all, even several Heaven Realm experts present had been helpless against that barrier. Soon, however, some began to react. Staring at the gaping breach, their eyes lit up with greed. By entering the ruins ahead of others, the competitive pressure will undoubtedly be significantly reduced. Immediately, several people charged toward the opening. However, upon reaching it, they were utterly dumbfounded. The breach had closed. It had closed. Damn it, is there any justice left? Meanwhile, within the desolate city, Lu Daosheng had already returned. Seeing his daughter safe and sound, he nodded and began preparing his affairs. He intended to forge another wasteland city. Of course, it would be far superior to the current one in terms of level. Lu Daosheng promptly reopened the system store and began a massive shopping spree. Chapter 72, The Human Emperor's Hall and the Xianyuan Sword. First came the materials. The last time he had forged a wasteland city, he was at the Heaven's Mandate realm. At that time, the highest grade material he could utilize was primordial divine metal. Now that he had reached the true self realm, the tier of materials he could utilize was naturally much higher. Soon, Lu Daosheng's attention settled on a material called divine origin gold. You it is. Immediately, countless shards of divine source gold began to materialize in Lu Daosheng's palm. Simultaneously, Lu Daosheng activated his divine abilities to begin refining it. It must be said, this divine source gold was truly remarkable. Even with his true self-realm strength, refining it took an immense amount of time. Within this space, Lu Daosheng refined it for 49 consecutive days before finally shaping the rudimentary form of New Wasteland City. Gazing at the New Wasteland City in his palm, Lu Daosheng smiled with satisfaction. With another wave of his hand, countless strands of his own rule energies surged into the city. In an instant, the desolate city seemed to come alive, its internal restrictions radiating a terrifying aura. The next moment, Lu Daosheng materialized in the void beyond the 10,000 spirits realm. A multicolored celestial thunderbolt shot straight down from the void, striking the New Wasteland City in Lu Daosheng's hand. Instantly, the entire desolate city began to surge with powerful energy. And thus, this desolate city was formally formed. Finally, Lu Daosheng infused the city with the laws of the world once more. This time, the new desolate city was countless times larger than the one within the 10,000 spirits realm. Under Lu Daosheng's guidance, the city underwent continuous refinement. Several Taoist training grounds rose from the ground within the city. At its very center, the city lord's mansion floated directly in the sky. Countless streams of innate spiritual essence cascaded down from the mansion like waterfalls, creating a truly magnificent sight. Its aura was undeniably top tier. This will do. Lu Daosheng surveyed the new desolate city in his hands and nodded with satisfaction. Now that the city was complete, all that remained was its inhabitants. At this thought, Lu Daosheng sighed. He hadn't yet figured out who to station within New Wasteland City. Gu Chen and the others still lacked sufficient strength. Even if they entered the New Wasteland City, they wouldn't be of much use. It seemed he'd have to return to his old trade scouring the land for recruits. But this matter would have to wait, for Lu Shui and the others had yet to emerge from the ruins. He wondered how they were faring now. Lu Daosheng promptly returned to the Wasteland City. Meanwhile, within the ruins of the Human Emperor's Hall. After overcoming countless hardships, Lu Shui and the others finally reached the deepest part of the Human Emperor's Hall. The journey had been fraught with peril. One misstep could have endangered even Ouyang Yanqing, a Heavenly Lord realm cultivator. Fortunately, Lu Shui possessed numerous treasures, allowing the group to emerge unscathed. By now, the protective barriers surrounding the Human Emperor's Hall had dissipated, allowing countless beings to enter the ruins. However, since Lu Shui and her companions were at the very deepest part, they encountered no other beings. Shui, wait a moment. Just then, Ouyang Yanqing suddenly called out. The group halted immediately. Sister Ouyang, what's wrong? Lu Shui asked in confusion. The surroundings seemed perfectly quiet. However, Ouyang Yanqing's expression turned grave. I sense an unfamiliar presence. Hearing this, Enxing also frowned deeply. The next moment, Enxing unleashed a black aura. Domain. Instantly, Enxing's expression changed drastically as she whirled to look ahead. Miss, be careful. As if sensing something, Enxing swiftly positioned herself in front of Lu Shui, her gaze fixed intently ahead. Seeing this, Ouyang Yanqing also instantly entered combat readiness. Back where she stood, Lu Shui felt inexplicably tense from the two's actions and quickly patted her own arm. Stupid dragon! Wake up! At the sound, Ao Qing jolted awake and poked his head out. Ahem, rest assured, young mistress. I'm keeping watch. With me here, nothing will happen. Hearing Ao Qing's words, Lu Shui rolled her eyes. If I'd been relying on you for protection, I'd have kicked the bucket hundreds of times over. Just then, a deep, resonant voice echoed across the field. The Void Realm, this is rather interesting. At these words, Lu Shui's entire body trembled. The next moment, an ethereal figure abruptly materialized before them. It was a middle-aged man with long hair cascading down his shoulders. His garments were covered in eerie patterns, and his eyes shone like stars. The sight of this man instantly filled Lu Shui and her companions with an overwhelming sense of danger. So powerful. Who are you? Ouyang Yanqing asked in a deep voice, his gaze fixed on the man. At her words, the man smiled. You've entered the Human Emperor's Hall, yet you still ask who I am? Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yanqing instantly realized the truth and exclaimed in shock, You're the palace master of the Human Emperor's palace? Beside him, Enxing and Lu Shui also wore expressions of utter shock. The Lord of the Human Emperor's Hall is still alive? Then why? Countless questions flooded their minds. As if reading Lu Shui and the others' thoughts, the middle-aged man shook his head. Stop wondering. I died long ago. This is merely a fragment of the power I left behind back then. A fragment of power? If a fragment is this powerful, how formidable must the Hall Master have been at his peak? At that moment, Xing spoke up, Elder, you left behind a fragment of your power, and now the human Emperor's Hall has re-emerged. I don't believe this is mere coincidence. Hearing this, the middle-aged man smiled. You're quite perceptive. Indeed, I did have a purpose. I never imagined that after all these years, our human race would still have such powerful individuals in the 10,000 spirits realm. It seems I was overly cautious back then. He had believed that with the collapse of the three great human factions, humanity would face its darkest era. Yet now, within the 10,000 spirits realm, there still existed a heavenly lord-level powerhouse, and not just any heavenly lord-level powerhouse. Given this, it seemed the human race might not fare too badly after all. Hearing this, Lu Shui and the others fell silent. Before their arrival in the 10,000 spirits realm from the wasteland city, the human race had endured a far from pleasant existence here. Elder, what is your purpose? Lu Shui spoke up at this moment. The middle-aged man's expression brightened as he looked at Lu Shui. Such potent destiny. This was the first time he had ever witnessed such an intense aura of destiny emanating from a living being. It was simply more potent than the destiny of the entire 10,000 spirits realm. The middle-aged man then spoke, the legacy of the human Emperor's Hall must not be severed. His gaze, however, was fixed squarely on Lu Shui, the implication unmistakable. Seeing this, Ouyang Yanqing and Xing's faces lit up with delight. The human Emperor's Hall had been so powerful in its heyday, how precious must its legacy be? Moreover, a powerhouse like this surely wouldn't stoop to deception. Without delay, the two urged, Xiao Shui miss, you must agree. Hearing this, Lu Shui fell silent. Why did everything feel like she was being forced into it? Just then, the Xian Yuan sword in her hand began to tremble. Spotting the sword, the middle-aged man chuckled, oh? Not a bad sword you've got there. Wait. In an instant, the middle-aged man materialized before Lu Shui, his eyes fixed intently on the Xian Yuan sword in her grasp. Bloodshot veins pulsed in his eyes. The Xian Yuan sword? Where did you get this? The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with utter disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. The world knew only of the human Emperor's Hall, but none understood how it had been founded. In ancient times, the human race was weak, while other races were extremely powerful. Humans could only survive in the cracks, forced into slavery by countless other races. Then, a great figure emerged from the human race. He created cultivation techniques suited for the human race and led them to challenge all other races. Ultimately, the human race prevailed. From that point onward, the human race embarked upon a path of prosperity. That great being was revered by later generations as the human emperor. He was the first human emperor. The Xian Yuan sword was the weapon wielded by the human emperor in those days. Though these tales remain unverified legends, the Xian Yuan sword itself is genuine. For the historical records within the human emperor's hall state that when the hall was first established, the Xian Yuan sword was its treasured artifact. However, a subsequent upheaval greatly diminished the hall's power. And since then, the Xian Yuan sword vanished from the hall of the human emperor. Chapter 73, The Imperial Hall's Legacy. Yet now, the hall of the human emperor's most treasured artifact, the Xian Yuan sword, appeared before him. Seeing the middle-aged man's incredulous gaze, Lu Shui timidly explained, This was given to me by my father. Hearing this, the middle-aged man asked in confusion, Your father? Then where did your father come from? At this question, Lu Shui fell silent. Ouyang Yanqing and Xing stood by, watching the middle-aged man. Realizing he had asked too much, the middle-aged man cleared his throat and said, The legacy of the human emperor's hall cannot be allowed to end like this. Moreover, you possess our hall's supreme treasure. I believe no one is more suited than you to inherit the legacy of the human emperor's hall. In the next moment, a dragon-shaped ancient ring appeared in the middle-aged man's hand. This ring represents the supreme status of the human emperor's hall. From this day forward, you are the hall master. Lu Shui blinked at the ancient ring. I haven't agreed to this yet. Seeing Lu Shui's reaction, the middle-aged man was startled inwardly. Truly, one blessed with great destiny was not so easily swayed. He continued, Within it lies every resource and treasure of the human emperor's hall. Once you inherit the hall, all these things will be yours. He was certain no one would refuse such a gift free for the taking. And besides, these were the very resources of the entire human emperor's hall. The sheer volume was staggering. No one could possibly resist such temptation. Yet Lu Shui's response left him dumbfounded. Can I decline? Lu Shui asked timidly. Hearing this, the middle-aged man froze in place. The human emperor's hall had truly fallen to this. Back in its glory days, countless beings would have fought tooth and nail just to set foot inside. And now, even when offered for free, the entire place was being turned down. For a moment, the middle-aged man's face fell. Seeing the man's expression, Lu Shui hesitated, then turned to look at Ouyang Yanqing. Seeing this, Ouyang Yanqing sighed softly and said, Xiao Shui, you should make your own decision. Just then, the Xianyuan sword in Lu Shui's hand began to tremble once more. Noticing the disturbance, Lu Shui asked in confusion, Little sword, what's wrong with you? Witnessing this, the middle-aged man's expression brightened. Young lady, the Xianyuan sword is the supreme treasure of our human emperor's hall. It embodies the very fortune of our hall. It is not complete now, for its power remains sealed within the human emperor's hall itself. After the Xianyuan sword vanished, the human emperor's hall fell into decline for a time, but eventually revived. The reason was that though the sword itself disappeared, its power remained. Thus, the human emperor's hall maintained its might. Now, the Xianyuan sword seeks to reclaim its power. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, Lu Shui understood. Then where is its power? The middle-aged man remained silent, only a smile playing on his lips. To know that, certain conditions must be met. Glancing at the man and then at the Xianyuan sword in her hands, Lu Shui sighed, shrugged her shoulders, and said, Fine then. I'll accept this inheritance. If not for the Xianyuan sword, she wouldn't have accepted this inheritance at all. Hearing this, the smile on the middle-aged man's face grew even brighter. In that moment, he seemed to already envision the human emperor's hall restored to its former glory. As the middle-aged man waved his hand, a domineering force surged skyward from the depths beneath the human emperor's hall. Instantly, the entire 10,000 spirits realm trembled. Countless ancient beasts, slumbering for ages, awoke in alarm, their eyes fixed in terror upon the golden light streaking across the heavens. The aura of the human emperor. Somewhere in the 10,000 spirits realm. Yi Qing stared at the gray-haired man before him and said solemnly, the hall of the human emperor was destroyed back then. Now, we finally have hope. Don't you want to avenge the hall of the human emperor? Hearing this, the man chuckled softly. Revenge? Ha! Forget it. The human emperor's hall, it ceased to exist long ago. Seeing the man's despondent state, Yi Qing's expression darkened slightly. Long ago, this had been his own state. But now, he truly saw hope. Over the years, he hadn't been entirely without gains. Through his persuasion, some of the surviving powerhouses from the three great factions had been convinced to join him in investigating the desolate city. But the man before him was crucial. For this man had once been one of the right-hand men of the human emperor hall's hall master. Even he hadn't expected this one to still be alive. Alas, though the body lived on, the spirit had long since perished. Yi Qing shook his head and turned to leave. Just then, a golden light suddenly sliced through the sky, illuminating the entire 10,000 spirits realm. Yi Qing halted abruptly, turning back with a look of utter shock. This aura felt familiar. Wasn't this the unique aura of the human emperor that once resided within the human emperor's hall? Long, long ago, the human emperor's hall, the celestial court, and the holy gate had been one family. It was only after a great upheaval within the human emperor's hall that it split into three separate entities. Beside him, the man also stared blankly at the golden light above the sky. That aura was all too familiar to him. The human emperor. The aura of the human emperor. Instantly, a powerful aura surged forth from the man's body, clearly that of a half-step heaven-breaker realm cultivator, strictly speaking, still within the heavens mandate realm, though vastly stronger than its peers. My human emperor hall has not fallen. It has not fallen. The man roared, then burst into maniacal laughter. After a long while, he turned to Yi Qing, grinning widely. Brother Yi, still need more people? At that moment, his fiery heart was once again illuminated by that golden light. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing smiled and replied, of course. Elsewhere, within the human emperor's hall. The golden light pierced through layer upon layer of restrictions, surging directly into the Xianyuan sword. Instantly, the Xianyuan sword blazed with golden light, emanating waves of overbearing energy. Only after a long while did the sword finally settle. Witnessing this, the middle-aged man's face softened with satisfaction. Back then, had he possessed this sword, perhaps he wouldn't have suffered such a crushing defeat. Alas, he was now a man of the past. From this day forward, you shall be the hall master of the human emperor's hall. The weighty task of restoring its glory rests upon your shoulders. Without waiting for Lu Shui to respond, the middle-aged man thrust the ancient ring into her hand. Lu Shui examined the ancient ring in her hand, her expression immediately turning one of distaste. Seeing this, the middle-aged man's mouth twitched slightly. Was the legacy of the human emperor's hall truly so lacking? The middle-aged man shook his head and said, I'll see you out. Having received the imperial hall's inheritance, there was no longer any need to linger in the imperial hall ruins. Yet upon hearing this, Ouyang Yanqing and Anxing turned their gaze toward the middle-aged man. Lu Shui had gained something, but they were still empty-handed. Noticing their gazes, the middle-aged man sighed before two beams of light surged into their bodies. Instantly, they hurriedly thanked him. Thank you, senior. Though not as generous as what their city lord might reward them with, it was better than nothing. After all, they couldn't come all this way for nothing. Just then, Daosheng snapped out of it and began to speak. Before he could finish, the middle-aged man urgently cut him off. Enough. This place is no longer safe. Trouble may arise. Everyone, we must depart. In an instant, a flash of light enveloped them, and Lu Shui and the others vanished from their spot. Daosheng. Chapter 74, Qin Yi's recovery in joining the wasteland city. Simultaneously, every living being within the entire human emperor's hall was teleported out in an instant. Those who had been on the verge of seizing their opportunities were so enraged they cursed loudly. Within the human emperor's hall, Qin Yi surveyed the now devastated structure. After a long silence, a faint smile slowly spread across his face. My human emperor's hall shall rise again. You've certainly got some nerve. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a sudden voice rang out from the side. Instantly, Qin Yi's expression changed drastically. He whirled around to see a human man standing beside him, having appeared without warning. To appear so suddenly without his noticing, could such a powerful being truly exist within the 10,000 spirits realm? Who might you be? Qin Yi asked warily, his eyes fixed on the figure before him. At that moment, Lu Daosheng regarded him with a faint, ambiguous smile. Well, I am the father of the heir to the human emperor's hall you just designated. Hearing this, Qin Yi's expression turned utterly shocked. The father of that young lady? He never imagined the man's father could be so terrifying. Though his current strength paled in comparison to his prime, his discernment remained sharp. Yet at this moment, Lu Daosheng remained utterly inscrutable to him. Suddenly, a thought struck Qin Yi, and he asked, "Where did you obtain the Xianyuan sword?" Hearing this question, Lu Daosheng chuckled. That's none of your concern. He certainly couldn't admit he'd snagged it for free from the system store. Lu Daosheng continued, my daughter is only at the Earth realm. How dare you scheme against her? At this point, Qin Yi suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Great terror. Qin Yi's expression darkened, but he persisted, it's too late for that now. The consequences are already upon your daughter. No matter what, she must bear them. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng sneered coldly, back then, you fought for the human race. I respected you. But now, you scheme against my daughter. This won't end here. Do you really think I won't dare to deal with you? Hearing this, Qin Yi lowered his head. After a long moment, he spoke slowly, if you wish to act, then come. After all, I have already died once. The current Qin Yi was nothing more than a fragment of a soul. He likely had no future left. Unless he seized another body. But a powerhouse like him would never stoop to clinging to life through such means. Lu Daosheng was speechless at Qin Yi's utter recklessness. Qin Yi's gift of the human emperor hall inheritance to her daughter did carry some ulterior motive, and the karmic debt was no small matter. Yet none of that mattered now, for no matter how heavy the burden, he would never let Lu Shui bear it alone. Lu Daosheng's primary purpose in coming here was for Qin Yi. But now it seemed Qin Yi was proving rather uncooperative. Without further preamble, Lu Daosheng cut straight to the point, will you follow me? Hearing this, Qin Yi froze. Seeing the seriousness in Lu Daosheng's eyes, Qin Yi shook his head. I am, after all, the hall master of the human emperor hall. Even in my current state, I would never choose to serve under another. I appreciate your offer, but I must decline. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng sighed. He then produced a golden pill, rolling it between his fingers as he spoke, is that so? What a pity. I had planned to help you reforge your physical form, restore your divine soul, and elevate you to an even higher realm. After speaking, Lu Daosheng sighed heavily once more before turning to leave. His pace, however, was unhurried. Just as Lu Daosheng prepared to depart, a voice rang out from behind him. Wait. What you just said, is it true? Qin Yi asked, his voice trembling. He was somewhat agitated at that moment. Though he had prepared himself for the exhaustion of his residual soul energy and his own departure. But if there was a chance to live, who wouldn't want it? Hearing Qin Yi's words, Lu Daosheng turned and smiled lightly. What I said is indeed true. But then, you've always refused to serve under others, haven to you? Qin Yi's face flushed with embarrassment, but he quickly regained his composure. Your words are misguided, senior. The human emperor's hall was founded to serve the true human emperor. As the former hall master, and with your daughter being the current heir possessing the Xianyuan sword no less serving you as the natural course of events. Lu Daosheng chuckled upon hearing this, then tossed the golden pill to Qin Yi. Upon closer inspection, 9 faint patterns could be discerned etched upon its surface. Gazing at the pill in his hand, Qin Yi's breathing quickened. Without further hesitation, he swallowed it whole. It dissolved instantly upon entering his mouth. Immediately, a torrent of life force surged forth, visibly solidifying Qin Yi's fragmented soul. But it wasn't over yet. Lu Daosheng produced an exquisite little bottle and dripped a single drop of spirit essence toward Qin Yi. The crystalline drop was instantly absorbed upon contact with Qin Yi's soul. In the next instant, Qin Yi's soul blazed with intense radiance, bursting forth with multicolored auroras. Simultaneously, his soul underwent a tremendous fluctuation. Witnessing this scene, Qin Yi was overcome with excitement. It actually worked. It was real. What kind of treasure is this? Beside him, Lu Daosheng offered a faint smile. Not over yet? At the question, Qin froze, his expression shifting as he sensed an unfamiliar power within his soul undergoing a profound transformation. At this moment, Qin's soul had become almost tangible. Just then, Qin's soul underwent another transformation. Flesh and blood began to continuously sprout from his soul as a foundation. A physical body. A physical body. The flesh grew at an astonishing speed. Within mere minutes, a complete physical body materialized before Lu Daosheng. Feeling the restoration of his physical form, Qin's expression brimmed with excitement. This physical body was even better than his original one. Qin turned to Lu Daosheng, about to speak. Boom! A powerful aura suddenly surged from within his body. And it kept growing. Peak sky-shattering realm, early divine approaching realm, mid-divine approaching realm, it finally halted only upon reaching the divine sovereign realm. By then, Qin had frozen dumbstruck in place. This was the divine realm? Beside him, Lu Daosheng was also somewhat surprised, but upon closer inspection, he understood. Qin had remained at the peak of the sky-shattering realm for an exceptionally long time, possessing profoundly deep foundations. Combined with the divine transformation elixir I bestowed upon him, his breakthrough to the divine realm was only natural. I, Qin, swear here to follow you for the rest of my life. At that moment, Qin suddenly knelt on one knee before Lu Daosheng. Lu Daosheng had not only granted Qin a future, but one of unparalleled brilliance. Moreover, even now that Qin had reached the divine realm, he still couldn't fathom Lu Daosheng's true depth. In his eyes, Lu Daosheng might very well be a truly supreme being. Following such a being was no sacrifice at all. Hearing Qin's words, Lu Daosheng nodded with satisfaction. Qin, the rulers of the celestial court and the holy gate, they should be like you, right? Lu Daosheng asked with a smile. Qin immediately understood. You mean? Lu Daosheng nodded. Qin fell silent for a moment before nodding in agreement. Since he himself had chosen to follow this being before him, the other two naturally could not be left behind. And so, the two departed the human emperor's hall, heading toward the ruins of the celestial court. Meanwhile, the heavenly court's ruler and the holy gate's master stared toward the direction of the human emperor's hall, utterly speechless with shock. For they sensed Qin's aura intense and unblemished, showing not a trace of injury. Qin, you deserve to die. You lied when you said we'd die together. Qin, I'll never forgive you, even as a ghost. Chapter 75, The Lord of the Celestial Court, Mu Chen joins. Within the Celestial Court. At this moment, Mu Chen, the ruler of the heavenly court, was overwhelmed with complex emotions. The brother who once shared life and death with him not only remained unscathed but had even broken through. Had he been deceived? His own failure was indeed terrifying, but his brother's success was even more heart-wrenching. Just then, two figures materialized before Mu Chen. It was none other than Lu Daosheng and Qin. Mu Chen, long time no see. Qin greeted him proactively upon seeing Mu Chen. Hearing this, Mu Chen glanced at Qin, then cast a sidelong look at Lu Daosheng beside him. He gave a cold snort, turned his head away, and ignored them. Seeing this, Qin's expression turned slightly awkward, but he quickly understood the reason. He then proceeded to recount the events that had transpired in his life to Mu Chen. Upon learning that Lu Daosheng, the man beside Qin, had not only restored Qin to his former strength but also elevated him to new heights, Mu Chen was utterly stunned, his face filled with disbelief. Qin, you're not lying to me? At this, Qin immediately released his divine realm aura. Look at this. Does this realm look fake to you? Feeling the divine realm aura that was countless times more powerful than his own, Mu Chen's expression grew solemn. He then cautiously turned his gaze toward Lu Daosheng, who stood beside Qin. At that moment, Lu Daosheng was also looking at him. This, esteemed senior, could you help me regain my abilities too? He didn't seek to advance further, he only wished to return to his former state. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng smiled. I can restore you. But then what? Mu Chen understood the implication. After a moment of silence, he took a deep breath and declared, if you restore me, I, Mu Chen, will follow you. Though he disliked the idea of following others, circumstances dictated otherwise. Now, on the brink of death, what did it matter? Besides, wasn't a powerhouse capable of such feats truly worthy of his allegiance? Lu Daosheng nodded at Mu Chen's response. Dealing with such a sharp individual was refreshingly straightforward. Without further hesitation, Lu Daosheng granted Mu Chen the same treatment as Qin. After all, their situations were identical. That battle had left them with nothing but a sliver of their souls, a remnant preserved before the Great War to offer hope to future generations. Now, it seemed unnecessary. As for the Celestial Court's legacy, it appeared non-existent. The Celestial Court's origins lay in the human Emperor's Hall, though they had later diverged. Thus, only the human Emperor's Hall held any inheritance. After an unknown period, Mu Chen also recovered, his cultivation level matching Qin's. Both had astonishingly reached the divine realm. Feeling the surging power within him, Mu Chen was overcome with excitement and was about to burst into a wild laugh. However, Lu Daosheng's light cough interrupted him. Looking at Lu Daosheng, Mu Chen snapped out of his daze and declared without hesitation, I, Mu Chen, pledge my allegiance to you. With that, only the figure from the holy gate remained. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed from the distance. Quick, come here. There seems to be something. Imperial clan chief, slow down. Watch out for danger. Recognizing the familiar voice, Lu Daosheng raised an eyebrow. It was Gu Chen Yunqi and the immortal Imperial clan. Noticing Lu Daosheng's expression, Mu Chen quickly asked, Sir, do you recognize them? Lu Daosheng nodded. Two of them. They're my people. At this, Mu Chen's expression flickered with surprise before he swiftly waved his hand. Instantly, a barrier in the distance slowly dissipated. That barrier was formidable enough to obliterate even a Heavenly Lord-level powerhouse if they were careless. After all, this was the Heavenly Court. The barrier had naturally been set up by the Heavenly Court's top-tier experts. Before long, several figures slowly materialized from the distance. Upon seeing Lu Daosheng and his two companions, Gu Chen and the others froze momentarily before urgently warning, be careful. There are people inside. Instantly, everyone watched Lu Daosheng and his companions with heightened vigilance. Just then, Yunqi suddenly remarked, Brother Gu, did you notice that person looks a bit like our city lord? Hearing this, Gu Chen paused for a moment before cautiously glancing at Lu Daosheng. The distance was still considerable, and the lingering restrictions made the figure appear somewhat blurred. Yet, prompted by Yunqi's remark, Gu Chen found the resemblance increasingly striking. Could the city lord really be here? Just as the two were lost in thought, Lu Daosheng's voice suddenly rang out. What are you two standing there for? Hearing this, Gu Chen and the other man froze, then snapped back to reality. It really was the city lord. The undying Imperial clan members were also utterly shocked. Wasn't the lord of this desolate city supposed to be absent? How could he appear here? Everyone immediately rushed forward. Lord City Master, what brings you here? Yunqi and the others asked in confusion upon seeing Lu Daosheng. Why, can't I come? Lu Daosheng chuckled. Hearing this, the two shook their heads hastily. Of course you can come, but... They had assumed the Lord Mayor would be keeping an eye on Lu Shui. Could it be that Miss Lu Shui had already? As if reading their thoughts, Lu Daosheng stated directly, Lu Shui and the others have already returned to Huancheng. Hearing this, the two were startled once more. Truly the city lord's daughter, that speed was astonishing. At that moment, Gu Chen suddenly turned his gaze to the immortal Emperor clan chief, Di Ming, standing nearby. Clan chief Di, what's wrong? His gaze was fixed on the two figures beside Lu Daosheng, his expression one of utter disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. You, who are you two? Mu Chen glanced at Di Ming and chuckled lightly, well, never thought you'd still be alive, huh? Hearing this, Di Ming gasped in shock. It really is you two. You weren't already. The Lord of the Human Emperor's Hall, the ruler of the Celestial Court. Shouldn't these two have perished long ago in that great battle? Even if they had left some backup plans back then, it shouldn't have been like this. Judging by their aura, they seemed even more powerful than before. Hearing this, Mu Chen and Qini merely smiled, neither offering a reply. They held no regard for the undying Imperial clan. That great war had targeted not just the human race, but the entire realm of 10,000 spirits. Yet the undying Imperial clan and the immortal clan of eternal life? They didn't even show their faces. Nothing but a bunch of cowards. Seeming to catch the mockery in their eyes, Di Ming wisely refrained from further questions. But then, his gaze shifted to Lu Daosheng. Why was the Lord of Wasteland City standing before these two? And why did these two beings appear to be acting as his subordinates, standing behind him? A wild, impractical thought flashed through Emperor Ming's mind. Could it be that these two had already joined Wasteland City? Impossible, impossible. The Lord of the Human Emperor's Hall and the Sovereign of the Celestial Court, what kind of beings were they? They were the kind who dared to fight enemies several times stronger than the 10,000 spirits realm. How could they possibly follow others? An illusion, it must be an illusion. But just then, Qini addressed Lu Daosheng, Sir, we should head to the Holy Gate first. I sense something amiss there. Upon hearing this, Lu Daosheng nodded. He exchanged a glance with Mu Chen, then looked at Gu Chen and Yunqi. Mu Chen instantly understood. With a wave of his hand, two beams of light shot directly toward the two men. Thank you, Senior, for this blessing. Gu Chen and Yunqi hurriedly expressed their gratitude. This trip hadn't been in vain after all. Moreover, these two formidable beings had actually addressed their city lord as Your Excellency. Didn't that mean they had also joined the Wasteland City? Beside them, Di Ming stood frozen in place, utterly dumbfounded. Am I dreaming? Chapter 76, Return to Wasteland City. Not only had the Lord of the Human Emperor Hall and the Sovereign of the Celestial Court regained their power, they had become even mightier than in their prime. Even more absurdly, these two had actually joined the Wasteland City. In that instant, Emperor Ming suddenly realized. The Wasteland City Lord. Without delay, Di Ming turned to Gu Chen and Yunqi beside him, his voice brimming with excitement. Brothers, could you please speak to your city lord? Allow my undying imperial clan to join your wasteland city as well? Joining the wasteland city is the inevitable trend. Haven't you seen that the Lord of the Human Emperor's Hall and the Lord of the Heavenly Court have both joined? If the undying imperial clan didn't join, they would surely be swallowed up by the Great Era. Hearing Emperor Ming's words, the two fell silent for a moment. Gu Chen glanced at Yun Qi before replying calmly, Imperial clan leader, I will convey this matter to our city lord. However, whether he agrees or not is beyond our control. Emperor Ming nodded repeatedly, then slipped a storage ring to each of Gu Chen and Yun Qi, offering a sheepish smile. My deepest gratitude to you both. These are but small tokens of my appreciation. I humbly request you speak favorably of the undying imperial clan before your city lord. Gazing at the storage ring in his hand, Gu Chen felt a surge of amusement. Such trinkets were beneath their notice. Yun Qi, however, flung his storage ring right back. Lord Emperor, you might as well drop this charade. If our city lord chooses to accept your undying imperial clan, no one can sway his decision. If he refuses, well. Yun Qi gave a cold laugh and said no more. Beside him, Gu Chen also returned the storage ring to Di Ming. Imperial clan chief, what Brother Yun said is also my stance. Hearing this, Di Ming stood awkwardly in place, holding the two storage rings. Simultaneously, an ominous foreboding arose within him regarding the prospect of joining the wasteland city. It shouldn't be that bad, right? I'm the immortal emperor clan, I can't be that inferior. Emperor Ming thought to himself, offering a measure of self-comfort. Little did he know that in Lu Daosheng's eyes, the undying imperial clan wasn't even worth the attention of an ant colony. Meanwhile, within the sacred gate ruins, Xin Yi, Mu Qin, I am utterly ashamed of you two. Su Qingji, the Saint Gate's gate master, roared at Qin Yi and Mu Qin standing beside Lu Daosheng. Moments later, Su Qingji, his injuries healed and now elevated to the divine realm, declared fervently to Lu Daosheng, Elder, from this day forward, I, Su Qingji, pledge to follow you through fire and water, without hesitation. As the great Lu Wuji once said, true delight may be delayed, but it never fails to arrive. Thus, the leaders of the three major factions that once dominated the human race in the 10,000 spirits realm all joined the wasteland city. Meanwhile, the remnants of these three factions, summoned by Yi Qing, had also gathered together and were heading towards the wasteland city. Alright, it's time to head back. Lu Daosheng glanced at Qin Yi and the others before speaking. Hearing this, the trio felt a stir within their hearts. Sir, where are we returning to? Qin Yi inquired. Clearly, the three were still unaware of Lu Daosheng's true identity. Seeing the confusion and curiosity in their eyes, Lu Daosheng smiled. Lord of Huancheng, that is my identity. Wasteland City? The three were puzzled but nodded in acknowledgement. Though they'd never heard of this faction, they knew such a powerful force couldn't possibly be ordinary. Without further ado, Lu Daosheng led the three directly out of the Sacred Gate ruins and back to the Wasteland City within the 10,000 spirits realm. Within the Lord of Wasteland City's residence, Mu Chen and the others surveyed their surroundings, instantly stunned. Was this truly Wasteland City? After the initial shock, they were overcome with wild excitement. Cultivating in a place like this would be absolutely delightful. Lu Daosheng spoke up, follow me. I'll assign tasks to each of you shortly. With that, Lu Daosheng strode ahead. Hearing this, the three snapped to attention and hurried after him. Inside the grand hall, Mu Chen and the others stood below. Qin Yi glanced up at Lu Daosheng several times, wanting to say something, but ultimately remained silent. Seeing this, Lu Daosheng addressed him directly, if you have something to ask, just say it. Exchanging glances, Qin Yi stepped forward. Lord City Master, he began, the Realm Alliance crushed our three factions years ago. Now we've recovered and grown stronger. What of the Realm Alliance? Hearing this, Lu Daosheng smiled. Seeking revenge? The three immediately nodded. Their hatred for the Boundary Alliance ran deep. Back when the human race of the 10,000 spirits realm was at its zenith, they were on the verge of transcending the realm itself to reach a broader world. Yet at that very moment, the Realm Alliance arrived, demanding their three factions submit to its rule. Such an unreasonable demand was never going to be accepted. The consequence? Their three factions were annihilated by the Realm Alliance. From the pinnacle of power, they plummeted straight into hell. Perhaps in the Alliance's eyes, these three factions were utterly insignificant. Seeing the hope in the eyes of the three below, Lu Daosheng nodded and said, very well. I will give you a chance. Hearing this, their faces lit up with joy. They immediately bowed in gratitude, saying, We thank you, City Lord. Lu Daosheng had already made up his mind regarding their arrangements. Well, if it isn't Brother Gulu. What took you so long to return? On the road to the City Lord's residence. And Xing, who was about to report to the main hall, brightened at the sight of Gu Chen. Seeing in Xing, Gu Chen paused slightly. Brotherin, it's been ages. Meanwhile, and Xing just smiled warmly at Gu Chen. Poof. Back then, none of you wanted me around. Bet you regret it now. Never saw this coming, did you? I'm the real winner here. Ignoring in Xing's smug expression, Gu Chen continued toward the City Lord's mansion. Hey! Brother Gu, don't leave. Don't you want to hear about my heroic deeds with the young lady and the others at the human emperor's hall? Inside the grand hall. Hearing the commotion outside the hall, the group turned to look toward the entrance. Upon entering the grand hall, they immediately spotted Qin Yi and his two companions standing in the center. Upon seeing Qin Yi, and Xing's pupils instantly contracted slightly, but within the hall, he dared not say much. We greet you, Lord City Master. Lu Daosheng nodded. Did you gain anything from this trip? And Xing and Guchen nodded in succession. Their gains were indeed substantial, and the primary reason for this success lay with the figure before them. And Xing's mind raced. Wasn't this the Lord of the Human Emperor Hall? He had entrusted the Human Emperor Hall to the young lady while appearing on the brink of death, yet now he stood before them in the City Lord's Hall of the Wasteland City. And he was as lively as ever, hardly the dying man he had seemed. Could it be that this fellow had been saved by the City Lord and joined Wasteland City? At this thought, and Xing silently nodded to himself. This was indeed the style of their Lord City Master. Instantly, and Xing's reverence for Lu Daosheng soared to new heights. To recruit such a figure under his banner truly worthy of the City Lord's title. Beside him, Gu Chen also recognized Mu Chen among the trio. Wasn't this the mysterious powerhouse who had bestowed their fate upon them within the Heavenly Court ruins? Indeed, this enigmatic powerhouse had also joined the Wasteland City. For a moment, the minds of everyone present in the Grand Hall were filled with constant churning thoughts. Chapter 77, The Xianling Star Domain. After an unknown period of time, Wei and Huangshou finally returned to Huangcheng and entered the Grand Hall. Greetings, City Lord. One was a blade cultivator, the other a sword cultivator, each radiating formidable energy. Qin Yi and Mu Chen nodded in acknowledgement upon seeing them. Indeed, within this faction, there was not a single ordinary individual. One had reached the realm of channeling his very being into his sword once drawn, it would make heaven and earth tremble. The other had mastered the way of the blade to an unfathomable degree, especially that blade even they had never seen such a terrifying weapon. At that moment, Su Qingji also felt a surge of shock within. He recognized the two from their exploration within the Sacred Gate ruins. At the same time, he understood why they had declined his offer. With such formidable forces backing them, how could they possibly regard his humble holy gate with any esteem? Above, Lu Daosheng nodded. Finally, only they remained. Inside the Grand Hall, the group exchanged puzzled glances. Who was the City Lord waiting for? Outside the Wasteland City at that moment, a group of people appeared outside the desolate city. Upon closer inspection, there were over 20 individuals, each radiating an overwhelming aura, all clearly at the Heavens Will realm. Such a force, within the 10,000 spirits realm, could be matched by no other power except the Wasteland City itself. This is the Wasteland City. Standing at the forefront, Yi Qing spoke as he gazed upon the colossal city before them. Behind him, the others stared in awe at the colossal city radiating an aura of supreme power. Its walls were forged from primordial divine metal, and within its walls, a faint yet undeniable aura of sanctity permeated the air. Yi Qing hadn't deceived them, there truly was hope for vengeance. A power like this, just one more glance might cause it to explode. Soon, under Yi Qing's lead, the group stepped through the gates of the desolate city with trepidation. Gentlemen, our City Lord has been awaiting your arrival for quite some time. The moment they entered the desolate city, a mysterious powerhouse appeared before them. Sensing the aura emanating from this figure, the group was struck with awe once more. A being above the Heavens Will realm. Was this faction truly that formidable, sending such a powerful figure to guide them? Soon, guided by the mysterious powerhouse, the group proceeded directly to the heart of the desolate city, the City Lord's residence. Along the way, the group had long been rendered speechless by the sheer astonishment. Could such a place truly exist in this world? What kind of being is the ruler of this city? A creator god? The journey was filled with countless questions. And the answers were about to be revealed. Inside the Grand Hall, Gu Chen and the others sensed the aura and instantly turned their heads toward the entrance. So many powerful auras. Qin Yi and his two companions felt their hearts skip a beat. That could only be? Soon, Yi Qing and his companions stepped into the main hall. Elder, I have fulfilled my mission. I have brought the surviving powerhouses from the three great human factions of that era. Yi Qing knelt on one knee before Lu Daosheng, speaking with utmost respect. Inside the hall, Mu Chen stared at Yi Qing and the others behind him, exclaiming in shock, Yi Qing, you're still alive? Hearing Mu Chen's voice, Yi Qing, still kneeling, abruptly looked up. That familiar voice, could it be? Holy, Your Majesty the Celestial Emperor, you're still alive? Seeing Mu Chen standing alive before him, Yi Qing's face twisted in utter disbelief. Back then, he had witnessed Mu Chen's death in that great battle with his own eyes. Even if he had a backup plan, this was impossible. The Celestial Emperor's aura now seemed even more formidable than before. Behind Yi Qing, the others recognized Mu Chen and his companions, their reactions following swiftly. Palace Master, you're still alive? Master of the sect, oh my god, Master of the sect, am I dreaming? Heavenly Emperor, please lead us once more to battle the Realm Alliance. Seeing the leaders of their respective factions, these mighty warriors who had languished for countless years now felt reborn, their battle fervor soaring to the heavens. Even if Qin Yi and his two companions ordered them to charge into the Realm Alliance right now, they wouldn't hesitate for a moment. For their pillar of strength had returned. Lord Celestial Emperor, what on earth is happening? Yi Qing, having regained his composure, wiped away his tears and urgently inquired. After all, they were still in the wasteland city, and its ruler stood right before them. Upon hearing this, Mu Chen immediately explained the situation. Upon learning that all this was orchestrated by the wasteland city lord, Yi Qing and the others froze in shock. The next moment, they all knelt down with a thud before Lu Daosheng. Thank you, Senior. Elder, you are the savior of our human race. Elder, from this day forward, my life belongs to you. Even their leader had joined Wasteland City, becoming a subordinate to this venerable elder before them. What choice did they, as his underlings, have? Simultaneously, their confidence in revenge was reignited. If they had previously been skeptical of Yi Qing's words, now they believed him absolutely, 100%. They would avenge themselves. Enough. Lu Daosheng spoke up. At his words, everyone stopped and turned to look at Lu Daosheng with respect, awaiting his next command. Surveying the crowd below, Lu Daosheng continued, you wish to take revenge against the Boundary Alliance. Very well, I grant you that opportunity. But from that moment onward, you shall become members of my wasteland city, pledging your complete allegiance to it. At these words, the crowd nodded repeatedly. The mere mention of revenge sent a surge of adrenaline coursing through the veins of every member of the three factions, their blood boiling with fervor. Seeing this, Lu Daosheng said no more and prepared to lead them away. Just then, a cry rang out. Father! Hearing this, Lu Daosheng halted immediately. Lu Xue and Ouyang Yanqing were making their way toward them. Greetings, miss. Inside the hall, Gu Chen and the others bowed respectfully upon seeing Lu Xue. At that moment, Lu Xue spotted Qin Yi standing nearby and remarked with some surprise, oh? Uncle, you're here too. Seeing Lu Xue, Qin Yi gave an awkward smile and said nothing. Lu Xue didn't press the matter either. Instead, she turned to Lu Daosheng with a smile. Father, are you heading out again? Could you take me with you? Lu Daosheng shook his head and smiled. Xiao Xue, father has matters to attend to. Lu Xue looked a bit dejected. Dad, I won't get in your way. Please take me with you. Seeing Lu Xue like this, how could Lu Daosheng possibly refuse? After all, she was his own precious daughter. Alright, then. Let's go together. Lu Daosheng sighed with a helpless smile. With a wave of his hand, Lu Daosheng instantly vanished from the spot with his entire entourage, leaving only Gu Chen and the others behind. So, what do we do now? What else can we do? It's none of our business. Let's just go about our business. I still have a new army to train. Excuse me. Instantly, the group dispersed in different directions, leaving the grand hall empty once more. Somewhere in the star domain, Lu Daosheng came to a halt. This place was extremely distant from the realm of 10,000 spirits. For any being from that realm to reach here would be nothing short of a fairy tale. Lu Daosheng simply spread his hands, and Qin Yi and the others instantly materialized before him. Surveying the unfamiliar surroundings, shock and confusion filled their eyes. Lord Mayor, where is this? Qin Yi asked. Lu Daosheng smiled at the question. This place, he declared, is now the territory of my wasteland city. Hearing this, the group was left somewhat baffled. Just then, a miniature model of a small city suddenly appeared in Lu Daosheng's palm. In the next instant, Lu Daosheng flung it forward. With a thunderous crash, an indescribably immense city materialized out of thin air within this vast star domain. The aura emanating from within sent a chill through every soul present. Simultaneously, the entire Xianling star domain sensed this aura. Yet for some reason, they could not pinpoint its origin. Instantly, countless factions dispatched their strongest experts to investigate in all directions. They were determined to uncover the source of that powerful and unfamiliar aura. For no faction would tolerate such an unexpected threat. Chapter 78, Developing the New Wasteland City. At the original location, Qin Yi and his companions stared in stunned silence at the colossal city before them. It bore a faint resemblance to the desolate city within the 10,000 spirits realm, yet was vastly different. Simultaneously, they understood what Lu Daosheng had meant when he said this place would henceforth be considered the territory of the Wasteland City. It seemed the city lord intended to expand his influence once more. What do you think of this city? Lu Daosheng turned to face them, smiling as he asked. Hearing this, they all praised in unison, this city radiates a divine brilliance, it is truly no ordinary place. Since it belongs to his lordship the city lord, it must be a supreme treasure. Dad, I knew you had something up your sleeve. Listening to their chatter, Lu Daosheng continued, from this moment onward, this great city is temporarily entrusted to you. Didn't you all wish to take revenge on the Realm Alliance? Well, now you must strive for it yourselves. With that, Lu Daosheng tossed a storage ring to Qin Yi. The resources within would sustain them for a very, very long time. Remember, your 3 factions no longer exist. Never forget your new identities. They were no longer the human Emperor's Hall, the Celestial Court, or the Holy Gate. They were now the people of the Wasteland City. Hearing this, Qin Yi and the others nodded firmly. We understand. That the city lord would entrust such a colossal city to them spoke volumes about Lu Daosheng's trust in them. Given this, they absolutely could not disappoint him. Beside them, Lu Shui gazed at Lu Daosheng, her expression hesitant. Finally, she spoke up, Father, may I stay here too? At her words, Lu Daosheng froze. You wish to stay as well? Lu Shui nodded. Seeming to understand her thoughts, Lu Daosheng did not refuse, though hesitation lingered. What if something happens to you while you're here? The moment these words left his mouth, Ao Qing's head poked out from Lu Shui's sleeve. Master, I believe I can. Shut up. Lu Daosheng shot Ao Qing a glare, and the creature quickly retracted its head. After staring at his daughter for a long moment, Lu Daosheng finally agreed. After all, with his abilities, traversing between the 2 desolate cities would be a simple matter. With him present, Lu Shui would be absolutely safe. Moreover, Lu Shui carried the backup he had left behind. Across the entire star domain, who could possibly harm his daughter? Turning to Qin Yi and the others, he said, take good care of Shui. Don't let her suffer any injustice. Lord City Master, we shall remember your words. Joking aside, she was the city lord's precious jewel. Who would dare cross him? Qin Yi, however, was overjoyed inside. After all, she was the one he had personally chosen as the successor to the human Emperor's Hall. Even if he seemed utterly unconcerned with the human Emperor's Hall at the moment, possessing that identity alone was sufficient for Qin Yi. The city gate swung open, and Lu Daosheng led the group into this new, desolate city. Instantly, the scene within the city walls left Qin Yi and the others utterly stunned. Only now did they truly grasp the meaning of a frog in a well. Simultaneously, they couldn't fathom how such a colossal city had been constructed. Their limited power constrained their imagination. Gazing toward the city center, they saw a small city suspended high in the sky, resembling a city within a city. Was that the city lord's mansion? At that moment, Qin Yi and the others wore expressions of profound gravity. They now felt an immense weight pressing down upon them. They would have to develop this place properly after all, such precious resources couldn't be wasted. After casually setting up several protective barriers, and finally enveloping the entire desolate city in a layer of mysterious power, Lu Daosheng stopped and said, except for a few restricted areas, you may utilize every part of the city. Cultivating here, anyone who wasn't an absolute fool could become an unparalleled powerhouse. Before Qin Yi and the others could respond, Lu Daosheng turned to Lu Shui beside him and smiled. Xiao Shui, if you ever decide you don't want to stay here, just let your father know, understand? Hearing this, Lu Shui nodded. Got it, Dad. Very well. Father will be leaving now. Under the gaze of Lu Shui, Qin Yi, and the others, Lu Daosheng departed directly from the city. Moments later. Miss, is there anything you need? Su Qingji stepped forward and asked. Hearing this, Lu Shui waved her hand dismissively. Didn't my father say to just let you all develop on your own? You don't need to worry about me. Hearing Lu Shui's words, Su Qingji nodded. Yet the others remained vigilant toward Lu Shui. After all, Lu Daosheng had secretly instructed him before leaving, Lu Shui must not be allowed to leave the city. Lu Shui could do whatever she pleased within the city walls, as long as she didn't leave. After Lu Shui departed, all eyes turned to Qin Yi, or more precisely, to the storage ring in his hand. It was left behind by Lu Daosheng. Qin, what are you standing there for? Su Qingji addressed Qin Yi directly, his tone a complete reversal from how he'd spoken to Lu Shui. Upon hearing this, Qin Yi shot Su Qingji a glare before immediately probing the storage ring with his divine sense. The next moment, he froze in place, utterly stunned. Only one thought echoed relentlessly in his mind. Poverty really limits one's imagination. What kind of life had he been living before? Beside him, Su Qingji and Mu Chen frowned deeply. Su Qingji stepped forward and snatched the storage ring away. What's with all the dithering? You weren't planning to pocket it for yourself, were you? Curiosity piqued, Su Qingji peered into the storage ring. A figure like the city lord must have left them quite a lot, right? Buzz. Instantly, Su Qingji's eyes went wide in disbelief. Was she seeing things? Watching the two of them act like this, Mu Chen beside them was utterly speechless. With so many subordinates watching, couldn't they act a little more dignified? Hand it over, let me see. Mu Chen snatched the storage ring from Su Qingji's hand and took a deep breath. Though unreliable, they weren't that clueless. Whatever was inside the storage ring must have been beyond their wildest expectations. Steeling himself, Mu Chen peered into the storage ring. Gas. Even with his guard up, Mu Chen had underestimated the resources within the storage ring. How abundant were these resources? After a quick glance, Mu Chen estimated they could cultivate roughly 10,000 powerhouses like themselves. No exaggeration, and that was just a rough estimate. Around them, Yi Qing and the others exchanged bewildered glances. What on earth had happened to the three elders? Indeed, the joys and sorrows of others never resonate. This moment proved it. After a long moment, Chini and the others finally snapped out of their daze, their faces lighting up with wild joy. We're rich! We're rich! Now, they lacked nothing except time. In truth, even time itself had been drastically shortened by the sheer volume of resources they'd acquired. The Realm Alliance, huh? Just you wait, we'll be there soon. Meanwhile, outside the wasteland city, Lu Daosheng stood amidst the starry sky, watching silently. He hadn't departed yet. Though he possessed unrivaled strength and absolute confidence, leaving such a vast city to Qin Yi and the others still warranted careful observation. Watching Qin Yi and the others rush off to cultivate without pause, Lu Daosheng nodded. His gaze then shifted to Lu Shui. Meanwhile, Lu Shui was still exploring the city. Chapter 79, Martial God Zhongbei. After a long silence, Lu Daosheng sighed. He placed great importance on this new city of Huangcheng as his future stronghold in this star domain. However, most of the inhabitants within the Wanling Realm's wasteland city had yet to reach that level of capability. Thus, Lu Daosheng could only temporarily entrust the city's management to Qin Yi and his companions. Yet relying solely on Qin Yi and the others proved insufficient. On the spot, Lu Daosheng's figure shifted, vanishing directly into the starry sky. Somewhere in a distant star system, a humble cottage. Beside the hut, two figures sat facing each other, quietly sipping tea. Brother Jiang, you've been here for 30 million years now. Don't you ever feel the urge to venture out again, to see the sights beyond these walls? One of them spoke up. Hearing this, the other man downed the tea in his cup in one gulp before chuckling softly. Venture out? I'll pass. I have no rivals left in the entire Wuling Star domain. Why bother? Hearing this, the other man shook his head and smiled. The words were arrogant, yet undeniably true. For the man before them, Zhang Bei, was the undisputed strongest being in the Wuling Star domain today. He bore the title of Martial God, his fame reverberating across the heavens. War God was not a cultivation realm, but an honorific title. Only those possessing sufficient strength and acknowledged by all martial arts masters could be called a martial god. In other words, one must defeat every martial arts expert until they are utterly convinced. Such a feat was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Yet Zhang Bei had achieved it. He single-handedly defeated every martial expert across the entire Wuling Star domain, and even the neighboring powerful star domains were no exception. Every strong opponent had been beaten by Zhang Bei. Zhang Bei single-handedly dominated the Wuling Star domain for countless eras, becoming its legendary figure and its greatest pride. When the outside world speaks of the Wuling Star domain, the first name that comes to mind is the peerless martial god. Don't talk about me. What about you? Haven't you resolved that emotional knot yet? Zhang Bei turned his gaze to the middle-aged man before him, whose hair was streaked with gray. Hearing Zhang Bei's words, the middle-aged man smiled, but it was a bitter smile. Shaking his head, the man said nothing. Seeing this, Zhang Bei merely sighed and continued sipping his tea. It must be said, the tea leaves today were quite good. A delicate fragrance filled the air. Olju, your tea brewing skills have really improved. Zhang Bei remarked with a smile. May I have a taste? No sooner had the words left his mouth than a sudden voice rang out from the side. A quarter of an hour earlier, Lu Daosheng pressed forward relentlessly. As the mightiest warrior in the Wuling Star domain, he bore the title of martial god. If this man could be brought into the wasteland city, its strength within the Xianling Star domain would undoubtedly surge dramatically. Right now, that place truly needed an ultimate powerhouse to guard it. And one with great renown. That martial god was Lu Daosheng's first target. Just then, Lu Daosheng abruptly halted his steps and turned his gaze toward another distant point in the starry expanse. There, a vast expanse lay shrouded in pitch-black darkness. Countless eerie abyssal fissures intertwined endlessly. The Death Star domain. A place revered by countless as hell itself, a forbidden land. Gazing at that void, Lu Daosheng fell silent for a moment before performing a wave of calculations. Instantly, his expression brightened. Oh? Who would have thought this Death Star domain and my wasteland city share such a connection? He opened his palm, and a figure materialized before him. It was Kong. Last time, he had sent Kong to monitor the ruins of the three human factions in the 10,000 Spirits realm. However, due to his last-minute decision, that matter had been left unresolved. Now, Kong had astonishingly reached the peak of the near-divine realm, standing but a single step away from the divine realm. Among all of Lu Daosheng's subordinates, Kong possessed the fastest cultivation speed. Coupled with the fact that Kong held no official duties within the wasteland city, this allowed him to cultivate to such heights in such a short time. Gazing at Kong, Lu Daosheng spoke. Kong, that place is called the Death Star domain. My calculations reveal a great opportunity awaiting you there, one that would also bring immense benefit to our wasteland city. However, this journey is fraught with peril. One misstep could mean certain death. Are you willing to go? Upon hearing Lu Daosheng's words, Kong showed no hesitation whatsoever. He immediately knelt on one knee and declared, "Kong is willing to go." "Thank you, Lord City Master." Lu Daosheng nodded in response. Though he rarely entrusted Kong with tasks, the young man had never disappointed him. In Lu Daosheng's eyes, Kong possessed immense potential, and he held him in high regard. Lu Daosheng then said, "Go. I'll await your return in the Wasteland City." "Yes, Lord City Master." Kong departed. He headed toward the Death Star domain, a place synonymous with endless peril. In the shadows, watching Kong's retreating figure, Lu Daosheng snapped his fingers. An intangible force surged silently into Kong's body. If his calculations proved correct, the moment Kong stepped out of the Death Star domain, he would undergo another transformation. Beside the hut on Wushan Mountain. Hearing the unfamiliar voice beside them, Zhang Bei and Yu Qingfeng's expressions instantly paled. When? How could someone appear beside them without either of them noticing? They whipped their heads around to find a man standing there, smiling directly at them. Who else could it be but Lu Daosheng? "Who are you?" The two of them looked at Lu Daosheng with solemn expressions. Could such a formidable figure truly exist in this world? Hearing this, Lu Daosheng introduced himself. "My name is Lu Daosheng. I am the Lord of Huangcheng." Wasteland City? At the mention of Wasteland City, both shook their heads. Never heard of it. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng didn't grow angry. After all, within these major star domains, their Wasteland City hadn't yet made a name for itself. But he believed that day would come soon enough. Never heard of it? No matter. Are you the martial god of the martial spirit star domain? Lu Daosheng glanced at the two before turning his attention to Zhang Bei. Both men stood at the pinnacle of power within this star domain. Both had reached the pinnacle of the divine sovereign realm. Heaven's mandate realm, sky-shattering realm, near divine realm, divine being realm, god king realm, divine sovereign realm, divine sovereign realm, divine emperor realm, transcendent god realm, god-shattering realm, true self realm. Hearing Lu Daosheng's words, Zhang Bei nodded. Correct, it's me. What, you wish to challenge me too? By now, Zhang Bei had regained his confidence. Perhaps he had been careless, or maybe the opponent had cultivated some divine-level body technique, allowing them to appear here unnoticed. If it came to a real fight, he feared no one. Such was the confidence of a martial god. Watching Zhang Bei's confident demeanor, Yu Qingfeng beside him furrowed his brow slightly. He sensed that Lu Daosheng was no ordinary man. But Zhang Bei was no pushover either. To put it in self-admiring terms, someone worthy of his friendship couldn't possibly be ordinary. With that, Yu Qingfeng simply watched the two men, offering no comment. A challenge? Lu Daosheng shook his head with a smile. I've come to invite you to join my Wasteland City. Challenges? Forget it. Zhang Bei was undeniably powerful, otherwise, Lu Daosheng wouldn't have traveled this far to find him. But his cultivation far surpassed Zhang Bei's. Fighting him would be nothing short of bullying. Hearing Lu Daosheng's words, Zhang Bei froze in place. Even Yu Qingfeng beside him looked taken aback. Had he heard correctly? This guy actually wanted Zhang Bei to join some unheard-of place called Wasteland City? Who was Zhang Bei? He was a legend of the Wuling Star domain, the very faith of countless people there. A martial god. If the world learned of today's events, the torrent of scorn would drown Lu Daosheng. Who the hell do you think you are, speaking to the martial god like that? Ha ha ha, this is interesting. At that moment, Zhang Bei suddenly burst into laughter, his gaze fixed on Lu Daosheng with a hint of amusement. Wanting him, Zhang Bei, to join that so-called Wasteland City and become the subordinate of the man before him. What utter nonsense. Without further ado, Zhang Bei rose to his feet. A terrifying martial aura surged forth from his body. Beside him, Yu Qingfeng witnessed this and hastily retreated several steps. He knew Zhang Bei was about to get serious. Zhang Bei cracked his neck, a series of loud pops echoing from his vertebrae. Then, Zhang Bei looked at Lu Daosheng and declared directly, "Come. Today, if you can withstand 3 of my moves, I, Zhang Bei, will join your so-called Wasteland City." Chapter 80, The True Martial God. Hearing Zhang Bei's words, Lu Daosheng shook his head. Seeing this, Zhang Bei sneered with disdain. If you don't dare, then get lost. If you lack the skill, don't spout such arrogant nonsense. Someone who couldn't even withstand 3 of his moves was hardly worthy of joining that obscure little faction. This fellow before him was likely just a greenhorn who'd stumbled upon some luck, utterly ignorant of his own limitations. Beside them, Yu Qingfeng watched Lu Daosheng, his brow slightly furrowed. Was this truly the extent of his abilities? Had he misjudged him? Ah, well. After all, how many peerless masters could there possibly be in this world? Yu Qingfeng shook his head slightly, then resumed sipping his tea, no longer glancing at Lu Daosheng. 3 moves is enough. How about this instead? Just then, Lu Daosheng spoke up. Hearing this, the two men from Zhang Bei furrowed their brows slightly and turned to look at Lu Daosheng simultaneously. Lu Daosheng continued, I'll take one of your strikes. If I step back even once, I concede defeat. If not, I win. What do you say? Originally, he had intended for Zhang Bei to take one of his strikes as well. Though he could control his strength enough to avoid killing Jiang Bei outright, considering the man would become his subordinate in the future, he decided to spare him the humiliation. Hearing Lu Daosheng's words, Jiang Bei replied in a deep voice, "Are you serious? Let me tell you, I won't hold back." Taking his strike without retreating was an immense challenge. Many top-tier fighters couldn't even withstand a single blow from him, let alone stand their ground. Surviving a single strike was practically unheard of. "If I'm not afraid, what are you holding back for?" Lu Daosheng chuckled. Hearing this, Jiang Bei gave Lu Daosheng a deep look before nodding. "All right." Jiang Bei agreed. At this moment, Jiang Bei felt a hint of curiosity toward Lu Daosheng. Could it be that this man truly possessed extraordinary abilities? With this question lingering, Jiang Bei began to channel his energy. Truth or false, he would know soon enough. Instantly, a surge of martial energy erupted from Jiang Bei's body. His entire aura transformed in an instant, as a formidable martial presence surged unrestrained. The title of martial god was indeed well deserved. Observing Jiang Bei now, Lu Daosheng silently nodded in acknowledgement. "Catch this move." He stepped forward and unleashed a punch. The punch appeared utterly ordinary, almost soft and limp, yet within it lay the entirety of Jiang Bei's martial belief. This punch was Jiang Bei's way. The way of the martial god, the way of invincibility. Moreover, it represented the pinnacle of martial arts across countless star domains. Instantly, the space touched by this fist was obliterated, collapsing into a terrifying void of nothingness. Its power was so immense that the entire Wuling star domain took notice. This is the aura of the martial god. The martial god has intervened. The martial god truly lives up to his name. Merely a trace of his aura has filled me with utter despair. Alas, after all these years, there are still reckless fools daring to challenge the martial god. At that moment, every living being in the Wuling star domain turned their gaze toward the direction of the martial god mountain. They knew this was the source of their pride, the domain where the martial god resided. It was also the object of worship for countless beings. Simultaneously, powerful beings from neighboring star domains sensed this aura, their gazes turning toward the mountain with evident apprehension. The name War God had weighed heavily upon them for an age. As long as the martial god of the martial spirit star domain remained alive, they dared not commit any acts of harm against the star domain. For the struggles between star domains were intensely fierce. Yet the martial spirit star domain had endured tens of millions of years of unbroken peace, all because of one man. The martial god, Jiang Bei. Jiang Bei truly hadn't intervened in matters for an exceptionally long time, so the surrounding star domains had grown somewhat reckless. Even at the borders of the Wuling star domain, they occasionally face harassment and provocation. Now, the aura emanating from Jiang Bei's intervention undoubtedly reminded them once more of the terror of being dominated by him. Instantly, countless star domain factions began to rein in their activities, settling down into obedience. They knew this was a warning from the martial god. Meanwhile, atop the martial god mountain. The moment Jiang Bei made his move, Yu Qingfeng swiftly waved his hand. Instantly, a massive energy shield enveloped the entire Wuxinshan. This measure was taken to shield the outside world from the impact of this formidable force. After one final glance at Lu Daosheng, Yu Qingfeng shook his head slightly. Even he risked severe injury or near death if he took this blow head on, let alone Lu Daosheng attempting to withstand it without retreating. Impossible. Utterly impossible. As the ultimate fist strike slammed toward him, Lu Daosheng calmly extended his index finger and pointed forward. Break! As the word fell, the terrifying fist imprint embodying the will of the martial god instantly dissipated at Lu Daosheng's fingertip. The full power strike of martial god Jiang Bei had been shattered. And it appeared effortless. In that moment, the scene seemed frozen in time, eerily and utterly silent. Jiang Bei remained frozen in mid-punch, his expression utterly rigid. Beside him, Yu Qingfeng held his teacup, staring blankly at the scene. Observing the two in this state, Lu Daosheng simply withdrew his fingers, observing them indifferently with a faint smile on his face. Clatter! The teacup in Yu Qingfeng's hand fell to the floor, shattering into pieces. The sound shattered the silence in the room. How did you do that? Before Jiang Bei could speak, Yu Qingfeng beside him blurted out the question first. His face no longer bore its usual cool detachment, instead, it was filled with utter disbelief. This was no longer merely about withstanding Jiang Bei's strike without retreating. It was effortlessly deflecting Jiang Bei's strike, and even he couldn't discern how Lu Daosheng had managed it. Lu Daosheng offered no reply, merely shrugging his shoulders before turning his gaze toward Jiang Bei. Jiang Bei, too, was utterly incredulous. In that moment, his once unshakable martial resolve began to waver. For a moment, Jiang Bei's aura became chaotic. Seeing this, Yu Qingfeng's expression shifted slightly. He hurried to Jiang Bei's side. Jiang Bei, calm down. Hearing Yu Qingfeng's words, Jiang Bei snapped back to his senses and immediately sat cross-legged on the ground. Instantly, countless chaotic energies surged wildly from within his body. Watching Jiang Bei's chaotic aura, Lu Daosheng remained silent, yet he did nothing. He truly couldn't help Jiang Bei. For this was a trial Jiangbei must endure. No one could truly remain undefeated for a lifetime. If such a person existed, it would merely be a frog at the bottom of a well. To become a martial god, it wasn't about possessing overwhelming strength or terrifying martial arts cultivation. It was about having a heart bold enough to face everything. To challenge the mighty, to accept one's own defeat. That is the true martial god. Strength comes from facing strength. If Jiangbei could grasp these truths on his own, his strength would undergo a qualitative leap, propelling him forward once more. Daosheng then walked calmly to the stone table and poured himself a cup of tea without a second thought. I must say, this tea is indeed quite good. Beside him, Yu Qingfeng wore a look of deep concern. Jiangbei was truly in peril now. If something went wrong, his fall from grace would be the least of it. Yu Qingfeng feared Jiangbei might become consumed by inner demons, ultimately succumbing to madness and perishing along with his cultivation. After all, he was one of the few close friends he had left. Don't waste your effort. You can't help him. This is something he must face alone. At that moment, Daosheng took a sip of tea and spoke in a calm tone. Chapter 81, The Counterattack Begins. Hearing Daosheng's words, Yu Qingfeng froze momentarily before his expression darkened. He understood that too. But seeing Jiangbei's current state. Sigh. Yu Qingfeng let out a helpless sigh. Glancing at Daosheng and recalling that terrifying scene from moments ago, Yu Qingfeng suddenly understood Jiangbei. Having been invincible his entire life, only to be crushed so suddenly, no wonder his psyche was shattered. Now, all they could do was hope Jiangbei truly managed to pull through this ordeal. And so, Yu Qingfeng and Daosheng waited silently for Jiangbei. This wait stretched on for months. Xianling Star Domain. During these days, numerous events both great and small unfolded across the Xianling Star Domain. One such event was the major conflict between the Realm Alliance and the Divine Mountain. Both factions were among the most powerful forces within the Xianling Star Domain. Though the Divine Mountain's overall strength had previously been inferior to the Realm Alliance's, unexpectedly, the Divine Mountain had gained yet another Divine Sovereign-level powerhouse. Within the Xianling Star Domain, the Divine Sovereign Realm was already an extremely terrifying existence. Such beings are rarely encountered under normal circumstances. The sudden emergence of this Divine Sovereign-level powerhouse from Divine Mountain instantly leveled the playing field between the two factions. Having endured suppression by the Realm Alliance for so long, resentment had long simmered within the Divine Mountain. Thus, on the very next day after their Divine Sovereign-level powerhouse achieved breakthrough, the Divine Mountain launched a counterattack against the Realm Alliance. Xianling Star Domain, the Nether Realm. This was the very heart of the Realm Alliance's stronghold. Within a towering, pitch-black structure, the Alliance's high command convened a meeting. Notably, the tower appeared remarkably new, as if recently constructed. Lord One, we have already lost a great deal of territory. A Divine Realm powerhouse spoke with a somber expression within the highest chamber. Ever since the Divine Mountain launched its counterattack, the Boundary Alliance had been caught completely off guard, suffering defeat after defeat. Hearing this, the powerful figure addressed as Lord Wen furrowed his brow, then sighed. Understood. You may withdraw. Yes, Lord Wen. I take my leave. After the subordinate departed, Wen Hong slowly approached the bedside, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon. Over these days, he had visibly grown much more haggard. Why do I have this ominous feeling? Wen Hong murmured to himself. Lately, he had been plagued by a persistent unease. This was not because their alliance had been suffering defeat after defeat. Truth be told, he had never given the Divine Mountain a second glance from the very beginning. That tiny Divine Mountain was nothing special. What troubled him was whether all this might be a trap set specifically for his Realm Alliance. It was too convenient. Shortly after most of their alliance's high-ranking members were severely wounded by a mysterious powerhouse, Divine Mountain suddenly produced a Divine Sovereign-level expert who immediately launched an attack. With those powerful figures still in seclusion recovering, the Boundary Alliance had chosen to consolidate its strength. Otherwise, even if the Divine Mountain produced two more Divine Sovereigns, the Realm Alliance wouldn't have feared them. Could it be that some supreme power was secretly orchestrating all this? Wen Hong's expression instantly turned grave. If this were true, how terrifying would that opponent be? And what could their purpose be? Furthermore, who was that mysterious powerhouse who ambushed the Alliance leader and the others? Could they be connected to these events? A flood of questions surged through his mind. Just then, a surge of energy suddenly erupted from within the Black Tower. The next moment, footsteps echoed as a middle-aged man slowly approached Wen Hong. Congratulations on emerging from seclusion, Alliance leader. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, Wen Hong immediately spoke with utmost respect. The man before him was none other than the Alliance leader of the Realm Alliance, a terrifying powerhouse at the peak of the Divine Lord Realm. Yet, even such a formidable figure had been struck down by that mysterious powerhouse not long ago, without even knowing who the attacker was or where the strike had come from. Not even the Deputy Alliance leader and the others were spared. Wen Hong, you've been working hard these past few days. Han Xiaocheng addressed Wen Hong as he looked at him. Without delay, Wen Hong recounted everything that had transpired over the past few days, including his own speculations, leaving out not a single detail. Upon hearing this, Han Xiaocheng froze in place. After a moment of silence, Han Xiaocheng shook his head. Wen Hong, you're being overly cautious. A trap set by a terrifyingly powerful individual? Oof. Let me ask you this, what exactly was he aiming for? To destroy our realm alliance? Then why didn't he just do it himself? At these words, Wen Hong fell silent. These were also his own questions. In truth, they were merely his speculations. Seeing Wen Hong's silence, Han Xiaocheng, the alliance master, shook his head. Wen Hong, you've been worrying yourself to death these past days. You're starting to hallucinate. From now on, don't concern yourself with alliance affairs. Just rest up. Leave the rest to us. Wen Hong listened in disbelief. Leader, that's final. Facing Han Xiaocheng's somewhat cold expression, Wen Hong fell silent. Finally, Wen Hong left. As he departed, his face clearly betrayed anger, yet it was tinged with a hint of resignation. He had devoted himself wholeheartedly to the alliance, only to face this outcome in the end. Yet there was nothing he could do, for this time he had touched upon the interests of the higher-ups. Early retirement was to be expected, though he hadn't anticipated it happening so soon. Amidst the starry expanse, Wen Hong cast one final glance back at the Boundary Alliance before shaking his head slightly. Where do I go from here? Wen Hong gazed into the boundless cosmos, his eyes filled with bewilderment, and began walking forward aimlessly. Within the alliance. Alliance leader, Wen Hong does possess some talent. Might our actions be a bit unwise? A dark figure beside Han Xiaocheng spoke up. Hearing this, Han Xiaocheng remained silent, his gaze fixed blankly out the window. At that very moment, several powerful auras surged forth from the depths of the Black Tower, their formidable presence steadily permeating the surrounding air. They've emerged. All the Alliance's elite warriors who had been wounded by that mysterious powerhouse had now recovered and emerged. Divine Mountain, your days of prosperity are coming to an end. Instantly, countless powerful beings surged forth from the Nether Realm, heading toward the direction of the Divine Mountain. In an instant, the great battle reignited. Within the wasteland city of the 10,000 Spirits realm. These days, the wasteland city had been immersed in a prolonged period of tranquility. Bolstered by its vast resources, the city's power had grown at an astonishing pace. Now, the wasteland city had long since become a transcendent power within the realm of 10,000 spirits. The status of the human race within the realm of all souls had returned to its former glory, and even surpassed it. Brother Gu, has the city lord not returned yet? Within Gu Chen's residence, the immortal Emperor clan's leader, Emperor Ming, had come to ask this question for the nth time. At this moment, Gu Chen's expression betrayed a hint of impatience. Clan Chief D, I've told you many times our city lord is away on business. I'll notify you once he returns. Hearing this, Emperor Ming nodded with a hint of disappointment. At this moment, he deeply regretted not having followed the example of the Immortal Clan and brought his entire clan to join the Wasteland City. Look at the Immortal Clan now. Many of their talented powerhouses had already settled in Wasteland City and received considerable benefits. Li Changyue, in particular, was grinning from ear to ear. Just seeing that smug face now made him feel utterly miserable. Brother Gu, you must help me. My undying Emperor clan is offering sincere terms. Hearing this, Gu Chen merely nodded before waving him off. Seeing this, Di Ming sighed and slowly departed. Chapter 82, The Fatal Question. No sooner had he stepped out of Gu Chen's residence than the voice he dreaded most suddenly rang out. Well. Isn't this the renowned patriarch of the undying imperial clan? What brings you here? Upon seeing Di Ming, Li Changyue, the clan leader of the immortal clan, immediately stepped forward with a sneer. Seeing Emperor Ming humiliated filled him with immense satisfaction. Back then you refused to submit to Huanqing for the sake of face, and now look, Huanqing couldn't care less about you. 2 words, serves you right. Glaring at the arrogantly strutting Li Changyue, Di Ming clenched his fists, his face twisted in disgust as if he just swallowed something foul. Li Changyue, don't gloat. Who has the last laugh remains to be seen. Hearing this, Li Changyue burst into a loud, booming laugh. Without the undying imperial clan, you hold no sway in the 10,000 spirits realm. What are you even thinking? If the Wasteland City refuses to accept your clan, you're doomed to be cast aside. When the Wasteland City first arrived in the 10,000 spirits realm, though its strength was formidable, it held little sway within the realm at that time. But now, things were entirely different. Wasteland City had firmly established its foothold in the 10,000 spirits realm, and its influence was steadily expanding. Countless racial factions, compelled by the might of the Wasteland City, have become its subordinate forces. Of course, these forced affiliations came at a tremendous cost. Their treatment stands in stark contrast to that of the immortal clan of Eternal Life, who proactively joined the Wasteland City long ago. After all, the Wasteland City couldn't afford to keep so many idle hands. Hearing Li Changyue's words, Di Ming's expression darkened, yet he could not refute them. For everything Li Changyue stated was true, and he understood it all too well. After all, he never imagined Wasteland City would grow so rapidly in such a short time. His momentary hesitation had already rendered everything too late. After a moment of silence, Emperor Ming turned and left. Now, all he could do was wait for Lu Daosheng, the ruler of the Wasteland City, to return. He could only hope that Lu Daosheng would remember the favor of their past cooperation with the undying imperial clan and join the Wasteland City with dignity. He prayed it wouldn't end like those subordinate factions, where the entire upper echelon was replaced by Wasteland City personnel, leaving them under its control forever. If that happened, his days of comfort would be numbered. Watching Di Ming depart, Li Changyue let out a cold laugh before his expression settled. A trace of worry gradually spread across his face. Though he had joined the Wasteland City and his clan remained largely unchanged, still enjoying partial benefits within the city, and don't underestimate partial, for the Wasteland City's perks were truly staggering. Those aspiring to become Wasteland City's ruler were practically jostling to the point of breaking their necks. Take the Wasteland Guards, for instance. Nowadays, aspiring Wasteland Guards must endure not only rigorous selection processes but also probationary evaluations. Failure to meet any single standard resulted in ruthless elimination. Out of 1 million applicants, perhaps only one would ultimately become a Wasteland Guard. Fortunately, there are no racial restrictions. Not only humans, but other races can also become Wasteland Guards. Currently, many exceptionally talented members of his Daosheng immortal clan aspire to join the forces within the Wasteland City Lord's domain. Several incredibly fortunate clan members have already secured positions. This clearly demonstrates just how inclusive the Wasteland City is. If this trend continues, his immortal clan faces a major crisis. Yet faced with this situation, he could only watch helplessly. He couldn't stop his kin from pursuing a better life. Doing so would inevitably draw public condemnation and force his downfall. Sigh. Sighing, Li Changyue turned and headed toward the 100 Flowers Pavilion in the outer city. He might as well visit room 648 for some entertainment first. Truth be told, this desolate city offered unparalleled comfort. Everything from food and clothing to lodging and amenities was top tier. Ever since settling here, he hadn't wanted to leave. A chuckle escaped Li Changyue's lips as his pace quickened, his earlier troubles already cast far behind him. Within the city lord's residence, in a slightly imposing mansion, a Wasteland Guard, clad in his uniform and wearing a purple token at his waist, walked with a slight bow, head lowered as he made his way inside. Every few meters along the path, a wild guard stood, radiating an intimidating aura. This was clearly the residence of Away, the leader of the Wasteland Guard. "I wish to see the leader." He addressed the guard at the door upon reaching it. The man glanced at the purple token at his waist, his expression shifting slightly. "Please wait." Purple tokens signify a high rank within the Wasteland Guard. Only red and orange tokens rank higher. To his knowledge, within the entire Wasteland Guard, those possessing orange tokens could be counted on one hand. As for red tokens, that was a rank beyond his comprehension. That was a rank only the chieftain could command. Inside the courtyard, Song Jiang stood bowed before the gate, not daring to utter a single word. This was his second time coming to see the Wasteland Guard leader, yet he remained intensely nervous. Moments later, the door creaked open. "Enter." Hearing the reply, Song Jiang's heart skipped a beat. "Thank you." After expressing his gratitude, Matsumaisa took a deep breath and hurried inside, his heart pounding with trepidation. "Your servant greets you, leader." The moment he entered the room, Song Jiang knelt down with a thud and spoke respectfully. The room was sparse, containing only a desk and a clothes rack. A long sword radiating a terrifying aura lay quietly beside the desk, occasionally flashing a cold gleam. Away sat at the desk, head bowed as he sorted through the dense pile of documents spread across the surface. Hearing Song Jiang's greeting, Away paid him no mind, his eyes fixed on the papers in his hands. Seeing this, Song Jiang dared not utter a single word of complaint, even finding it perfectly reasonable. The leader's affairs naturally took precedence. After an unknown period, Away picked up his pen and made a few additions to the document. Only then did he lift his head to look at Song Jiang, who was still kneeling before him. "What is it?" At Away's question, Song Jiang hastily pulled a small booklet from his robe and presented it with both hands. "Leader, this is the list of those who passed the Wasteland Guard selection this time." Indeed, Song Jiang's duty was to sift through the masses and select the most outstanding individuals to serve as Wasteland Guards. This position held immense prestige and offered terrifyingly lucrative opportunities. At the same time, it was also the most dangerous position. Away was famously impartial in his dealings. If anyone dared to engage in favoritism or corruption, and Away discovered it, the consequences were unimaginable. Imprisonment would be the lightest punishment. Away slowly flipped through the small booklet in his hand. Meanwhile, Song Jiang below him suddenly felt a wave of unease wash over him for some unknown reason. After an unknown amount of time, Away closed the booklet. "I recall your name is Song Jiang, correct?" Hearing his leader speak his name, Song Jiang's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. "Indeed, sir. It is my honor that the leader remembers my name." Song Jiang declared loudly. Hearing this, Wei's expression remained unchanged. You should be aware of the perks of this position. But do you know why you were chosen for it? At those words, Song Jiang's entire body trembled. This question was rather deadly. If he said he didn't know, it might provoke the leader's displeasure, making him seem foolish. Wouldn't that ruin his future prospects? But if he said he knew and got it wrong, wouldn't that be just as bad? Instantly, Song Jiang's breathing grew ragged and cold sweat drenched his back. Chapter 83, Who's opening the door? Watching Song Jiang tremble all over, Wei shook his head helplessly. Was he really that intimidating? He hadn't noticed anything wrong with Song Jiang's actions. His questioning was merely a gentle reminder not to violate his principles. Just as Wei was about to speak, Song Jiang suddenly slammed his head against the floor. Thud. Leader, I admit my guilt. Wei? By now, Song Jiang was already weeping uncontrollably. 3 parts genuine emotion, 7 parts acting. Choking back sobs, Song Jiang declared, Leader, the three-eyed clan did indeed approach me, attempting to bribe their way into several spots. But leader, I absolutely refused. I failed to report this matter and concealed it from you. I am guilty. I am willing to step down from my position to prove my loyalty. Visibly, a crimson trail of blood slowly seeped from Song Jiang's forehead onto the floor, a testament to the force of his blow. Keep in mind, that floor was made of primordial divine metal. Hearing Song Jiang's words, Wei was somewhat taken aback. After a moment of silence, he said, Enough. Let this matter rest. There is currently no other suitable candidate for this position, so you shall continue to hold it for now. Though insincere, the words served their purpose. After all, with so many people around, there must be suitable candidates. The main reason was that Wei actually valued Song Jiang. Moreover, the intended warning had been delivered. Since Song Jiang was performing well, it only made sense to let him continue. Another reason was that, like him, Song Jiang had humble origins. Hearing Wei's words, Song Jiang's tears flowed freely, streaming down his face like water. Wu, thank you, Chief, for your trust. I will not disappoint you. Enough. You may withdraw. Yes, leader. Song Jiang rose, then used his sleeve to wipe the floor spotless until it reflected his own face. Only then did he straighten up and bow as he departed. Watching Song Jiang's retreating figure, Wei smiled faintly. He was confident that Song Jiang would undoubtedly perform his duties even better upon returning. At the same time, he wasn't truly worried about any of his subordinates making mistakes, for the roots of the organization were deeply embedded throughout the entire city. Their surveillance extended beyond the city's inhabitants. Even the openly visible members of the Wasteland Guard were under constant watch. Elsewhere, Song Jiang left Wei's presence and immediately returned to his own residence without delay. Though seemingly modest, no one dared to overlook this place. Huff. Song Jiang slumped down, letting out a sigh of relief. By now, his clothes were soaked through a mix of tears and sweat. This job was no walk in the park, but quitting it was out of the question. Only a fool would give up such a secure position. Recalling what Wei had told him, a faint smile slowly spread across Song Jiang's face. Just as he began to feel a glimmer of relief, one of his subordinates suddenly rushed over. Sir, the three-eyed clan chief has arrived again. Hearing this, Song Jiang's eyes widened in fury, and he sprang to his feet with a thud. Outside the main gate, the three-eyed clan chief stood there with a confident air. This time, he had brought nearly the entire clan's resources with him. His sole purpose was to secure one of the few spots available for the Wasteland Guard. Should any member of his clan become a Wasteland Guard, the three-eyed clan standing within the Wasteland City would undoubtedly rise dramatically, lifting them from their current lowly position. This was already his third attempt to approach Song Jiang. The first time, Song Jiang had flatly refused and issued a stern warning. The second time, he brought even more, yet Song Jiang still refused, though this time, his refusal carried a hint of hesitation. This time, he brought far more than before. No matter how generous the rewards for becoming a Wasteland Guard, could they possibly outweigh the entire three-eyed clan's accumulated wealth? Though the cost was steep, as the saying goes, you have to spend money to make money. He was certain Song Jiang would not refuse again. Sure enough, the next moment, a creak sounded. Song Jiang pushed open the door and stepped out. Seeing him, the three-eyed clan chief's face lit up with delight. He hurried forward to greet him, completely oblivious to the dark cloud hanging over Song Jiang's face. Lord Song, you finally arrived. The three-eyed tribe chief glanced cautiously around before signaling to Song Jiang, Lord Song, shall we discuss this inside? Hearing this, Song Jiang only sneered coldly, whatever it is, we'll discuss it right here. The three-eyed clan chief paused, his expression puzzled. Without dwelling on it, he slipped a storage ring into Song Jiang's hand and offered an awkward smile. Lord Song, a small token of my respect. How does Lord Song feel about that matter? He was certain that with so many treasures, Song Jiang would never refuse again. He could already picture the satisfied smile on Song Jiang's face. Yet the next moment, he was utterly dumbfounded. Mustering a glance at the storage ring in his hand, his expression instantly darkened with fury. How dare you? You actually tried to bribe me? Guards! In the next instant, several terrifying auras descended upon the scene. Lord Song. Several formidable figures bowed respectfully before Song Jiang. As a purple-ranked member of the Wasteland Guard, Song Jiang naturally possessed the authority to summon select elites within Wasteland City. Surrounded by these formidable figures, the three-eyed clan chief was stunned. Lord Song, what is the meaning of this? At this, Song Jiang sneered coldly, you still have the nerve to ask? The last 2 times, I was giving you a chance. Yet you show no remorse and dare to bribe me now. I suppose you've no idea what it's like inside Wasteland City's dungeons? Seize him. Beat him first, then throw him in the dungeon. Before the three-eyed clan members could react to Song Jiang's words, their faces twisted in agony, and they immediately fell to their knees. What followed was a brutal beating. In the midst of it, Song Jiang, unable to contain his anger, personally stepped forward and delivered 2 kicks. Damn it, trying to harm me? He even suspected they might be sent by a rival in the shadows. Finally, the three-eyed clan chief lay on the ground, his face swollen and bruised, dragged away by 2 formidable wasteland guards. Standing in the same spot, coldly watching the three-eyed clan chieftain being dragged away, Song Jiang declared firmly, from this day forward, integrity and fairness shall be my hallmark. Whether these words were spoken to the air or to himself remained unclear. With that, Song Jiang returned inside. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, several pairs of eyes watched him intently. They had already recorded every word he spoke, down to the last syllable. Outer City. Inside a tea house. This was once Mu Tiannin's tea house, though she had later sold it off. Thus, it had long since changed hands. The place was bustling with people, most of whom were listening to some bloke bragging. At a table near the window, 2 familiar figures sat quietly sipping tea. Old Fong, I hear you've retired? The broken sword elder took a sip of tea, his gaze fixed calmly on Nangong Fong as he spoke. Time had flown by, and now the 2 men no longer possessed the world-defying aura they once carried in the Tianqian realm of the primordial universe. Wasteland City was developing rapidly, and they were starting to feel left behind. But none of that mattered to them anymore. For as long as they remained within the walls of Wasteland City, that was enough. Nangong Fong no longer meddled in family affairs, choosing instead to savor his twilight years. Family matters are well handled by AU. An old codger like me is better off staying put. Hearing this, the broken sword elder shook his head and smiled. So many years had passed, and so much had changed. At times, he even wondered if such a peaceful life might not be quite right. Gazing through the window toward the distant horizon, the old man of the broken sword's expression gradually hardened with resolve. Old Fong, I want to go out and make my mark once more. Much has changed, yet the pure heart deep within remains unchanged. The Wasteland City had officially begun its journey across the myriad realms. Shenling Star Domain, Wasteland City. Here, the Wasteland City took its first true step forward. By now, some beings have already taken notice of this place. Such an unparalleled city standing here given enough time, it was bound to be discovered. After all, the city made no attempt to conceal itself. Yet what they never anticipated was that no matter how they tried, they could not enter its gates. Nor could they fathom what lay within its walls, only glimpsing faint divine light seeping through the hazy protective barrier. In an instant, the city became shrouded in profound mystery. Within the desolate city, Lu Shui lay bored on the main street. The street was completely deserted, not a single soul in sight. She lay there alone, utterly isolated. Yet she knew that the moment she tried to leave, a crowd would suddenly appear to block her way. Damn it! I just want to go out for a walk. Don't they know about work-life balance? All this cultivation will kill me. At this moment, she even regretted coming here. Her original intention had been to find a new place, change her environment, and shift her mindset. But, what kind of mindset did she have? Just as her gloom deepened, the distant city gates suddenly began to move. Noticing this, Lu Shui abruptly stood up and looked toward the gate. To her astonishment, the massive doors were slowly opening. Someone was opening the city gates. But hadn't her father sealed this city? How could anyone open it from the outside? Could it be her father? Just then, a voice tinged with sweetness echoed from the gate. Is anyone inside the city? Chapter 84, The Girl of Unknown Origin. The next moment, a slightly immature little head peered inside. She appeared to be a 16-year-old girl. Upon seeing the girl, Lu Shui paused in surprise. Who are you? Seeing that someone was truly inside the city, the woman's face lit up with excitement. She then eagerly stepped inside. As she walked, she surveyed the surroundings of the city. Her eyes sparkled with wonder. Wow! This city is amazing! By now, the woman had approached within a few steps of Lu Shui. Do you live here? The woman asked, looking at Lu Shui. Lu Shui gave a slight nod, her expression wary as she eyed this overly familiar stranger. How did you get in? Lu Shui asked suspiciously. This city was protected by a barrier personally set up by her father. Yet someone had managed to slip inside. Could it be this guy? Could this person be father's illegitimate daughter? Instantly, Lu Shui's gaze toward the woman grew more wary. Noticing Lu Shue's stare, the woman froze in surprise. What's going on? Is it really necessary to look at me like that? Hello, I'm Gong Sun Yao. I'm from another star system. The woman said with a beaming smile. Gong Sun Yao? But your surname is Lu, isn't it? Lu Shui asked blankly upon hearing Gong Sun Yao's words. Ha? Why would I have the surname Lu? Gong Sun Yao scratched her head, her face full of confusion. How did she end up changing her surname just by stepping out? Ah, no big deal, no big deal. I'm Lu Shui. This is Wasteland City. Welcome, welcome. Lu Shui flushed slightly as she realized her mistake, waving her hands awkwardly with an embarrassed smile. Turns out she'd overthought it. How could her father possibly be that kind of person? No. A deserted city? Why are there only a handful of people here? Gong Sun Yao surveyed her surroundings, her voice filled with confusion. Hearing this, Lu Shui's brows furrowed slightly. How could she know she wasn't the only one in this city? The next moment, a figure appeared beside Lu Shui. It was Qin Yi. At that moment, Qin Yi stared at Gong Sun Yao with a grave expression. Yet no matter how he looked, he couldn't see through her. He seemed shrouded in a haze. Miss Lu Shui, be cautious. This person is no ordinary foe. Qin Yi said solemnly. Hearing this, Lu Shui paused slightly, turning to look at the seemingly harmless Gong Sun Yao before nodding. Alright, I understand. Hey, what are you two talking about? I'm right here. Watching the two whispering to each other, Gong Sun Yao felt a surge of indignation. They really underestimate me. Hearing this, Qin Yi turned to look at Gong Sun Yao. Young lady, what brings you to our desolate city? Oh, nothing much. Just bored. But this city looks pretty nice. Could I stay for a while? Her eyes fluttered hopefully at Qin Yi. As if begging, please say yes. Hearing Gong Sun Yao's words, Qin Yi hesitated. After all, her origins were unclear, and she seemed somewhat dangerous. After a moment of silence, Qin Yi shook his head. I'm sorry, young lady, but the city isn't open to outsiders yet. We don't welcome strangers. Faced with his refusal, Gong Sun Yao froze for a moment before her eyes instantly turned red. The next moment, Gong Sun Yao burst into tears right where she stood. Why, I won't lie to you, I've been fatherless and motherless since childhood, wandering alone. Now that I've finally found such a wonderful place, you won't take me in? Why, could you really bear to see a little girl like me left homeless on the streets? This outburst came at a hefty price. Her parents vanished into thin air. Watching Gong Sun Yao's dramatic performance, Qin Yi's lips twitched slightly. Who would believe that? It might fool children, but that was about it. Just as Qin Yi was about to refuse again, Lu Shui beside him suddenly choked up. What, you're just so pitiful. Hearing Gong Sun Yao's words, Lu Shui was instantly transported back to the days when she and her father had relied solely on each other for survival. Back then, Lu Daosheng hadn't yet become the ruler of Huancheng. Instead, he wandered from place to place with her. Life was incredibly hard. Yet even then, Lu Daosheng had always given her the very best. Seeing Lu Shui begin to shed tears as well, Qin Yi stood frozen in place, utterly stunned. Miss, you actually believe that? Before her, Gong Sun Yao, who had been weeping, froze upon hearing Lu Shui's choked sobs. This was the first time anyone had ever believed her tall tales. Her sobs only grew louder. Eventually, the two women embraced each other and wept together, leaving Qin Yi standing alone, disoriented in the wind. Sure enough, with Lu Shui's permission, Gong Sun Yao successfully stayed behind, living with Lu Shui in the desolate city. Yet Qin Yi and the others remained ever vigilant toward Gong Sun Yao. The suspicions surrounding Gong Sun Yao were simply too numerous. Should Gong Sun Yao make any suspicious moves, they would act without hesitation, even invoking the contingency plan Lu Daosheng had left behind in the wasteland city. After all, Lu Daosheng had entrusted the management of this desolate city to them, and they had to fulfill their responsibilities. As for Lu Shui, truth be told, they were only concerned she might leave. As for her safety? Well, to put it dramatically, even if this entire city were to explode right here and now, and they all perished, Lu Shui would likely remain unscathed. As for Lu Shui herself, she was quite content here, no longer feeling utterly alone. Unfortunately, she hadn't noticed the peculiar look in Gong Sun Yao's eyes as he watched her. Wuling Star Domain, atop Wushan Mountain. Zhang Bei remained seated in the same cross-legged posture he had adopted 3 months prior. Beside him, at the stone table, only Yu Qingfeng waited. Watching Zhang Bei, Yu Qingfeng shook his head. All these days, he had remained by his side without leaving, content to guard Zhang Bei's presence. After all, he had nothing else to do. As for Lu Daosheng, he had long since vanished without a trace. After all, Lu Daosheng wasn't the type to just sit around waiting for Zhang Bei. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted from Zhang Bei's body. Sensing the disturbance, Yu Qingfeng's expression brightened as he quickly turned to look at Zhang Bei. Could it be? At that moment, Zhang Bei abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze brimming with boundless world weariness. I understand. Boom! Instantly, Zhang Bei's aura began to grow terrifying, several times more powerful than before. He then slowly rose to his feet. Jiang Bei, you're okay? Beside him, Yu Qingfeng looked at Jiang Bei with a mix of surprise and delight. Hearing this, Jiang Bei gave a slight nod. The next moment, a figure instantly materialized before Jiang Bei. Have you come to your senses? Lu Daosheng looked at Jiang Bei and smiled. I've come to my senses. Senior, would you be willing to spar with me? Hearing this, Yu Qingfeng, standing nearby, froze in surprise. Just as he was about to speak, Jiang Bei raised his head and cut him off. Brother you've worked hard these past days. Please step back. Today, I will either succeed or die trying. Jiang Bei's expression was resolute. After a moment of silence, Yu Qingfeng nodded. Very well. He then retreated beyond the boundaries of Wushan Mountain. Meanwhile, countless cultivators had gathered at the mountain's base, all drawn by Jiang Bei. Look! Someone's emerged from the mountain. How can he fly on Wushan Mountain? Could it be the martial god? As everyone knew, flight was strictly forbidden on Wushan Mountain. Of course, those with sufficient strength could attempt it. But the vast majority simply couldn't. When someone suggested it might be the martial god, the crowd instantly turned their reverent gazes toward Yu Qingfeng. No, that's not the martial god. I've seen the martial god before, he's not this ugly. Yu Qingfeng. Chapter 85, Jiang Bei's Breakthrough. At that moment, Yu Qingfeng suddenly appeared before the crowd. As people were about to speak, a divine sovereign level aura surged violently from within Yu Qingfeng. Everyone, leave the vicinity of Wushan Mountain immediately. Failure to comply will be at your own peril. The voice, carrying the weight of a divine sovereign's authority, echoed out. Everyone's hearts were filled with terror. This was the terrifying presence of a divine sovereign. Instantly, countless people began retreating in haste. This was a divine sovereign level powerhouse. His words carried the weight of an imperial decree. No one present dared to defy him. Before long, only Yu Qingfeng remained beneath the Wushan Mountain. Standing at the base of the mountain, Yu Qingfeng gazed solemnly toward the summit. Jiang Bei, you must succeed. Meanwhile, atop the mountain, Lu Daosheng looked at Jiang Bei before him with a smile. I'll be hitting you hard. If I accidentally knock you out, don't blame me. Hearing this, Jiang Bei nodded. If possible, please give it your all, senior. At this moment, Jiang Bei fully understood that the man before him was a terrifyingly powerful opponent far beyond his own level. Even so, he still yearned for the chance to face him in battle. Unfortunately, the gap in strength was simply too vast. Therefore, merely withstanding a single strike would suffice. Hearing Jiang Bei's words, Lu Daosheng chuckled inwardly. If I went all out, wouldn't that be a wasted trip? I have no interest in corpses. But Lu Daosheng kept this to himself, perhaps to spare Jiang Bei's feelings, or for some other reason. Alright, bring it on. The moment the words left his mouth, Jiang Bei's expression turned intensely solemn as he fixed his gaze on Lu Daosheng. His aura surged to its peak, the overwhelming pressure of a divine sovereign realm peak cultivator pouring down relentlessly. The force shook the entire Wushan Mountain, causing it to tremble violently. I'm ready. I'm about to strike. I'm truly about to strike. Here it comes. Jiang Bei, hurry the hell up. At that moment, Jiang Bei glared at Lu Daosheng with a face as dark as iron. If he hadn't been outmatched, he would have already let loose with a torrent of curses. Lu Daosheng, observing Jiang Bei, felt a sense of helplessness within. He pondered how badly he should beat Jiang Bei. If he hit him too lightly, the other might feel disrespected, and the lesson would be lost. But if he hit him too hard, he feared it might backfire. Sigh. Well, what the hell? He'd strike with 1/10,000th of his full strength. Whether he lived or died would depend entirely on Jiang Bei's own fate. Lu Daosheng narrowed his eyes slightly as the power within him began to stir. This power proved profoundly mysterious. Any force that touched it was instantly assimilated and absorbed. This was the unique power possessed by true self-realm masters who had found their true selves. The power of the self. It was the culmination of refining one's true self to its ultimate limit, discovering the authentic essence of being. In the next instant, a terrifying force erupted from Lu Daosheng's hands, surging directly toward Jiang Bei. Seeing that force, Jiang Bei's pupils instantly contracted. Facing it, he felt a despair rising from the depths of his soul. It was utterly unstoppable. As this thought surged through him, Jiang Bei's expression twisted into a grimace. He was actually afraid. How could a martial god feel fear? I am the martial god, I fear nothing. Boom! Jiang Bei suddenly stepped forward with a mighty stride, causing the entire martial god mountain to shatter violently into two pieces. Then, Jiang Bei unleashed a punch. It was the same technique he had used against Lu Daosheng before, but this time, its power was immeasurably greater. Boom! Another deafening roar echoed through the air. A figure was instantly hurled from the top of Wushan Mountain, while the entire mountain collapsed completely. This commotion captured the attention of every powerful being across the entire Wuling star domain. Such terrifying power? An existence beyond the god's sovereign realm? That direction, the direction of Washington? Could it be? Instantly, countless powerful auras converged from all directions, rushing toward the location of the martial god mountain. At the foot of the martial god mountain, Yu Qingfeng stared in disbelief at the summit. By now, the martial god mountain had ceased to exist. That figure was undoubtedly Jiang Bei. Facing Lu Daosheng's power, Jiang Bei's defeat was utterly without suspense. Watching Jiang Bei get blasted away, Yu Qingfeng showed little surprise, as if he had anticipated this outcome all along. What truly stunned him was Lu Daosheng's power. That power was unlike anything he had ever witnessed before, yet it was unparalleled in its might. Was this what it meant to exist beyond the Godmaster realm? In the void, Lu Daosheng descended slowly from the sky, landing beside Yu Qingfeng. Upon seeing Lu Daosheng, Yu Qingfeng hesitated briefly before bowing respectfully. Lu Daosheng nodded. The title of martial god is indeed well deserved. Hearing Lu Daosheng's words, Yu Qingfeng felt a wave of relief wash over him. If even Lu Daosheng acknowledged it, it meant Jiang Bei had succeeded. Meanwhile, deep within a distant mountain range, a blood-soaked figure lay pitifully on the ground, its body cracked open and blood continuously flowing. Everything around it had been utterly destroyed by an unknown force. Jiang Bei. Lying on the ground, Jiang Bei slowly opened his eyes. He gazed up at the sky and murmured, "So that's how it is. So that's how it is." In that moment, he finally understood why he had been stuck in place, unable to advance. He understood. Everything became clear. Suddenly, Jiang Bei burst into maniacal laughter. The laughter was loud, carrying on the wind and quickly spreading throughout the entire Wuling Star domain. Such an arrogantly defiant laugh was unmistakably distinctive. Countless cultivators who heard it instantly recognized it. It's the martial god. At that moment, Jiang Bei's aura began to surge wildly. Not only his cultivation realm, but Jiang Bei's martial arts realm as well. In that instant, Jiang Bei's martial realm took another step forward, a giant leap. In Lu Daosheng's estimation, only now did Jiang Bei possess the true qualifications to be called a martial god, a genuine martial god. If the present Jiang Bei faced his former self, a single strike would suffice to defeat him effortlessly. Boom! A humming sound echoed. An aura infinitely more powerful than that of a divine sovereign surged forth from Jiang Bei's body. God Emperor Realm. Boom! 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 At that moment, the entire Wuling Star domain erupted in chaos. God Emperor Realm. A God Emperor Realm powerhouse has emerged in the Wuling Star domain. Countless cultivators, sensing this aura, burst into laughter, raising their voices to chant the name of the martial god. A martial god at the God Emperor Realm. The prestige of such an achievement was truly terrifying. The entire Wuling Star domain would rise in stature alongside the martial god Jiang Bei. Simultaneously, within distant, powerful star domains, terrifying entities awoke, lifting their gaze toward the direction of the Wuling Star domain. After endless ages, another divine emperor-level powerhouse had emerged. Within a magnificent palace, a breathtakingly beautiful woman sensed the aura. Her eyes snapped open, and she immediately gazed in that direction. Yet upon recognizing the source, a complex mix of guilt and regret flickered in her eyes. After a moment of silence, she slowly closed her eyes. Wuling Star Domain. After Jiang Bei broke through to the Divine Emperor realm, the injuries on his body began to heal rapidly. Primarily because Lu Daosheng harbored no hostility, the self-force did not corrode Jiang Bei's divine soul but dissipated in an instant. Otherwise, even the tiniest remnant of that self-force lingering within Jiang Bei would have caused him unbearable agony until his death and the extinction of his Dao. At the original location of Wushan Mountain, Lu Daosheng and Yu Qingfeng stood quietly in place, waiting for Jiang Bei. Before long, a figure approached from the distance, swiftly appearing before the two. At that moment, Jiang Bei's gaze toward Lu Daosheng was filled with profound gratitude. Had it not been for Lu Daosheng, he might have been trapped here for eternity. Chapter 86, Can the Dead Be Revived? Elder, please accept my deepest respect. Jiang Bei slowly bowed toward Lu Daosheng. As a martial god, he had always been revered by countless people, and he had always looked down on the world with arrogance, scarcely acknowledging anyone. Yet now, for the first time, he humbled himself. And all of this was because of Lu Daosheng. Seeing Jiang Bei's gesture, Yu Qingfeng, standing nearby, gave him an approving glance. This bow was entirely deserved. Enough. At that moment, Lu Daosheng waved his hand dismissively, looking at Jiang Bei with a smile. Do you remember what you promised earlier? Hearing this, Jiang Bei grinned. Of course, senior. I, Jiang Bei, am joining the Wasteland City. He remembered it well. Joining Wasteland City wasn't just about the previous wager, it was also because of Lu Daosheng. He believed that a powerhouse like this couldn't possibly be an ordinary faction. There, unimaginable resources were likely to be found. That would be his opportunity too. The basis for all this was that even now, having reached the Divine Emperor realm, he still couldn't discern the slightest thing about Lu Daosheng. Without a doubt, Lu Daosheng must be in existence beyond the Divine Emperor realm. And far beyond it. Seeing Jiang Bei readily agree, Lu Daosheng was satisfied. This trip had not been in vain after all. Just then, Jiang Bei suddenly spoke up, "Senior, might my friend also be permitted to join the wasteland city?" Hearing this, Lu Daosheng paused, then turned his gaze toward Yu Qingfeng. With his keen insight, he had already discerned Yu Qingfeng's extraordinary nature. Moreover, his innate talent and comprehension were exceptionally high. Logically, he should have long since broken through the constraints of the divine sovereign realm and reached the divine emperor realm. A demon of the heart. This fellow has a story. If your friend is willing, then my wasteland city would be delighted to welcome him. Lu Daosheng smiled. Hearing this, Jiang Bei's face lit up with delight before he turned to look at Yu Qingfeng. "Old Yu, that incident happened so many years ago. Let's just let it go. Come with me." Before he could finish, Yu Qingfeng raised his hand to interrupt Jiang Bei. "Jiang Bei, no need to say more. You know me. This is who I am, and that's how it will stay." Yu Qingfeng shook his head, a bittersweet look in his eyes. Seeing this, Jiang Bei's expression grew complex. He would never forget the first time he met Yu Qingfeng how full of vigor and spirit he had been. Fan in hand, he had laughed defiantly at the world. The two hit it off instantly, often sparring together. Even as a martial god, he couldn't suppress Yu Qingfeng. Yet this once promising prodigy had now fallen into such a state of decay. After a long silence, Jiang Bei suddenly raised his head and knelt on one knee before Lu Daosheng. "Senior, please help my friend." Seeing this, Yu Qingfeng's eyes instantly welled up with tears. He hurried forward to help Jiang Bei up. "Jiang Bei, what are you doing? This has nothing to do with you." But Jiang Bei replied in a deep voice, "I can't just stand by and watch you sink so low." Hearing this, Yu Qingfeng was rendered speechless, ultimately sighing helplessly. Nearby, Lu Daosheng frowned slightly. He glanced at Yu Qingfeng and said, "If you're facing any difficulties, just speak up. While I wouldn't claim to be all-powerful, I can handle most matters." He had money when he needed it, and cultivation when he needed that. Was there truly anything in this world beyond his reach? His words were merely a modest pretense. Hearing Lu Daosheng's words, Jiang Bei's face lit up with delight. "Old Yu, the senior has already spoken. What are you waiting for?" Yet Yu Qingfeng offered only a bitter smile before lifting his gaze to Lu Daosheng. "Esteemed senior, I deeply appreciate your kindness. But the dead cannot be brought back to life." Before he could finish, Lu Daosheng cut in, "Who says the dead cannot be brought back to life?" Hearing this, Yu Qingfeng's pupils suddenly contracted. "Senior, what did you just say?" Lu Daosheng looked at Yu Qingfeng and declared, "Remember this, nothing in this world is impossible. If it seems so, it's only because you are too weak." Instantly, Yu Qingfeng froze in place, his mind echoing Lu Daosheng's words. Nothing is impossible. The next moment, Yu Qingfeng knelt down with a thud before Lu Daosheng. "Please, senior, help me." Tears and snot streaming down his face, he slammed his forehead onto the ground. His entire body trembled slightly. One could imagine how deeply moved he was at that moment. He believed those words. Looking down at Yu Qingfeng kneeling before him, Lu Daosheng raised his hand slightly. A gentle force instantly lifted Yu Qingfeng to his feet. "Helping you is certainly possible," Lu Daosheng said, "but I can't do it for free." Hearing this, Yu Qingfeng hastily declared, "If you truly can help me, senior, then from this day forward, I, Yu Qingfeng, will be yours in life and yours in death." Sure enough, upon hearing this, Lu Daosheng smiled. He was quite satisfied with this answer. Yu Qingfeng held considerable value no less than Jiang Bei. And the price was simple enough. It was merely a matter of resurrecting someone, nothing particularly difficult. Though he couldn't do it yet. But he had the system. He had already inquired about it earlier, and the system's response was, "Serving the host is this system's honor." That means he can, right? That's why Lu Daosheng was so confident. In that case, there's no issue. Go ahead, who do you wish to revive? Lu Daosheng looked at Yu Qingfeng and spoke. Hearing this, Yu Qingfeng immediately exclaimed with excitement, "Senior, please follow me." Immediately, Lu Daosheng and Jiang Bei followed Yu Qingfeng away from this place, leaving the Wuling star domain behind as they headed toward another powerful star domain. After the three departed, countless powerful auras suddenly manifested in their wake. These individuals were all powerful beings from across the Wuling star domain, most of them at the Divine Lord or Divine Sovereign realms. Each held some renown in the outside world. Their purpose in coming here was to pay homage to the Wuling star domain's sole Divine Emperor realm powerhouse, the martial god, Jiang Bei. It seems the martial god has departed? Gazing at the desolate ruins where even the martial god mountain had been obliterated, one of them frowned slightly. Hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. What do we do now? We wait. One person gazed at the Wushenshan mountain, now reduced to ruins, and spoke, "There's nothing left to do but wait." They were well aware of the formidable power wielded by those at the Divine Emperor realm. Across the known star domains today, only a handful openly possessed such Divine Emperor-level powerhouses. And those few were all superstar systems renowned throughout the heavens. Each was ruled by a terrifyingly powerful force that dominated countless fertile star domains. As for their own region, it remained ungoverned by such powerful factions. Strictly speaking, their region was rather poor, so poor that those powerful star domains wouldn't even bother coming here. Yet now, a god-emperor level powerhouse has emerged here. And not just any divine emperor or martial god. They had proven themselves. Jianbei had undoubtedly become the beacon of hope in everyone's hearts. Just then, they suddenly looked up toward the void, their expressions growing tense. Countless concealed auras were quietly drawing near the Wuling star domain. They knew these were all those seeking to investigate. For what followed would see the Wuling star domain status skyrocket, while surrounding star domains would become precarious even facing the threat of annexation. Thus, the most crucial matter now hinged on the choice of martial god Jianbei. It was no exaggeration to say that their fates now lay entirely in Jianbei's hands. Chapter 87, Memories of the Past. If Jianbei so desired, he wouldn't even need to lift a finger. Countless powers from neighboring star domains would willingly come to submit to the Wuling star domain. Wait. One of them spoke again, then immediately sat cross-legged. Seeing this, the others around him followed suit, sitting down to await Jianbei's return. Meanwhile, within the Qingling star domain, this was Yu Qingfeng's homeland. It was also the place where Yu Qingfeng had risen to prominence. To this day, the legend of Yu Qingfeng continued to circulate throughout the Qingling star domain. He single-handedly battled 6 divine sovereign-level powerhouses, ultimately ascending to the pinnacle and reaching the divine lord realm. From that day forward, he had no equal in the world. Had the heavens not birthed Yu Qingfeng, the Tao would have remained shrouded in eternal night. Though geniuses and prodigies gather in this world, they still cannot match even a single finger of his. Wow! He was that powerful? What happened to him now? Below the stage, a young boy's eyes sparkled with wonder as he spoke excitedly. Hearing this, the old man on stage paused, a trace of sorrow flickering across his face. Alas, heaven envies the gifted. The old man shook his head, offering no answer. Hearing this, the boy's expression immediately fell. But then, clenching his fists, he declared in a childish voice, "I'm going to become someone like Yu Qingfeng someday." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a broad hand landed on the boy's shoulder. You can learn from him, but trying to become exactly like him? Forget it. Just be yourself. Hearing the voice, the boy turned his head in surprise. Before him stood a middle-aged man with graying hair. Staring at the man's appearance, the boy paused for a moment before nodding. Meanwhile, on the stage, the old man's face was already streaked with tears. Yu Qingfeng lifted his head to meet the old man's gaze, a faint smile touching his lips. Master, I'm back. Millions of years had passed, and everything had changed beyond recognition. The little boy who used to follow him around everywhere had now become one of the most powerful beings in the star domain. Revered by all. Inside the house, the old man and Yu Qingfeng sat facing each other. That incident back then, it was my fault. I shouldn't have. The old man began slowly, but before he could finish, Yu Qingfeng interrupted him. Master, it wasn't your fault. I shouldn't have blamed you. Then, Yu Qingfeng rose and walked to one side, bowing deeply to the old man. Master, these past years, I have wronged you. Watching Yu Qingfeng now, the old man's eyes welled up. For tens of millions of years, that incident had been not only Yu Qingfeng's emotional burden, but his own as well. Back then, he too had been a formidable powerhouse within the Wuling star domain, renowned far and wide. Later, he encountered a gifted youngster. On a whim, he took the boy as his disciple, imparting martial arts techniques and cultivation methods. The youth did not disappoint him, quickly rising to become a formidable powerhouse. From then on, he cherished the youth dearly, once regarding him as his pride and joy. He boasted about his prodigious disciple's extraordinary talents wherever he went. Yet tragedy struck unexpectedly. One day, while he was in seclusion, the youth ventured out to train. He was ambushed and brutally killed by an evil faction, his very soul consumed and refined by his attackers. Upon learning of this, he flew into a rage. Ignoring others' pleas, he wiped out every last member of that faction in a fit of fury. But that evil force was no ordinary adversary. Though he destroyed them, he himself was wounded. Coupled with the profound grief of losing his beloved disciple, his cultivation level began to steadily decline. Ultimately, disillusioned and weary, he came to this place. From then on, he withdrew from the world, becoming a teacher. Years later, he encountered the young Yu Qingfeng. Teacher, they say I'm useless, good for nothing but studying. Is that true? Well, it is true. Ha! Then what else can I do besides reading? You could cultivate. Cultivate? I don't know how. I'll teach you. From then on, besides studying with the old man daily, Yu Qingfeng would occasionally cultivate under his guidance. Until one day, the old man suddenly realized Yu Qingfeng possessed extraordinary talent. After much deep contemplation, the old man decided to formally introduce Yu Qingfeng to the path of cultivation. He simply couldn't bear to let such a prodigy go to waste. However, though he taught Yu Qingfeng cultivation, he never permitted Yu Qingfeng to call him master, allowing only the title teacher. This time, it was a mutual redemption. Yu Qingfeng became a renowned top-tier powerhouse throughout the entire Qingling star domain. And he, too, had emerged from the fog of his past. He had thought everything would turn out for the better. Alas, fate dealt this wretched soul another cruel blow. Yu Qingfeng had a childhood sweetheart here. Their bond was so deep that even he envied it. Later, Yu Qingfeng embarked on his cultivation journey, leaving this small place behind. Since the girl possessed little talent for cultivation, she chose to stay here to avoid holding him back. Qingfeng, go with peace of mind. I'll guard this place. You can rest assured. Though his cultivation had declined from its former peak, he was still far from weak. Qingfeng, I'll wait for you at home. When you return, we'll marry, okay? The woman gazed at Yu Qingfeng with a radiant smile, though her eyes held a hint of moisture. Had she spoken, Yu Qingfeng would never have taken a single step beyond this place. But she could not. Even though it broke his heart. Luoli, wait for me. I will return to marry you. Master, I entrust Luoli to you. You must protect her well. Yu Qingfeng left. That day, Luoli stood rooted to the spot, gazing in the direction Yu Qingfeng had departed for an entire day. Time flew by. Yu Qingfeng finally returned. But what he faced was a cold, lifeless tombstone. The tomb of Yu Qingfeng's wife, Luoli. Qingfeng, I'm sorry. Watching Yu Qingfeng kneel before the tombstone, weeping with utter despair, the old man felt overwhelming remorse. Luoli had been killed by Yu Qingfeng's enemies outside. And on that very day, he had been in seclusion, healing his wounds. Get out of my sight. I never want to see you again. Yu Qingfeng gritted his teeth, forcing back his emotions. Yu Qingfeng hated himself for failing to protect Luoli. From that day onward, Yu Qingfeng wept here for 3 days and 3 nights, transforming from a handsome young man into a middle-aged man with hair streaked with gray. Later, Yu Qingfeng departed. He left the Qingling Star domain, never to return. The name Yu Qingfeng became nothing less than a legend throughout the Qingling Star domain. Just be back, just be back. The old man patted Yu Qingfeng's shoulder, his eyes brimming with tears. But Luoli, she'll never return. As if sensing the old man's unspoken thoughts, Yu Qingfeng smiled. Master, I've come back this time to tell you Luoli will be returning very soon. Hearing this, the old man trembled, staring blankly at Yu Qingfeng. He knew Yu Qingfeng would never joke about Luoli. But this was simply beyond belief. Resurrecting the dead? How could that be possible? Yu Qingfeng offered no explanation, instead leading the old man outside. At that moment, Lu Daosheng and Jiang Bei were seated outside, waiting. Who are these two? Upon seeing Lu Daosheng and the other, the old man's expression shifted. He couldn't fathom either of them. One emitted an aura that, upon slight sensing, felt utterly terrifying. The other, however, emitted not a trace of aura. Yet the more inscrutable he seemed, the more extraordinary he appeared. Teacher, this is my friend, Jiang Bei. Jiang Bei rose to his feet and bowed respectfully to the old man. I am Jiang Bei, from the Wuling Star domain. Though the man's cultivation fell short of his own, he was his friend's teacher, so the proper respect was due. Hearing this, the elder replied, I am Kongwen, Qingfeng's master. Meanwhile, Kongwen was deep in thought. Jiang Bei, that name felt so familiar. Oh right, wasn't that the name of the martial god from the Wuling Star domain? Wait, this fellow claimed to be from the Wuling Star domain too. Could it be? Kongwen stared at Jiang Bei in utter shock. Chapter 88, Time Rewind. You. Seeing Kongwen's expression, Jiang Bei smiled faintly. That's right. I am Jiang Bei, the martial god of the Wuling Star domain. Hearing this, Kongwen froze in place. But in an instant, he regained his composure. Given Yu Qingfeng's imperial talent, it made perfect sense that he would befriend someone of the martial god's caliber. Yet, this martial god seemed even more terrifying than the rumors suggested. Could that aura truly belong to someone at the divine sovereign realm? Living in this remote backwater, Kongwen remained unaware of the outside world's changes. He also had no idea that just moments ago, Jiang Bei had already broken through to the divine emperor realm. Had he known, his reaction would surely have been different. At that moment, Yu Qingfeng added, Master, there is one more person I wish to introduce. Hearing this, Kongwen's gaze shifted to Lu Daosheng, who had been smiling silently all along. His intuition told him this was the most terrifying presence among those present. Even though not a trace of his aura had been revealed. Just as Yu Qingfeng was about to speak, Lu Daosheng waved his hand. Enough talk for now. Time is pressing, we should make the most of it. Hearing this, Yu Qingfeng paused, then instantly understood. It seemed the elder didn't wish to reveal too much about his identity. With that thought in mind, Yu Qingfeng quickly added, Master, I'll introduce you properly next time. For now, let's focus on reviving Luoli. At these words, Kongwen's expression shifted. Even now, he found it hard to believe that anyone possessed the power to resurrect the dead. Especially since Luoli had been dead for tens of millions of years. To put it bluntly, not even bone fragments remained. Yet Kongwen refrained from questioning it aloud, instead following Lu Daosheng and the others to the rear mountain. At the rear mountain, weeds and wildflowers grew thickly here, lending the place a somewhat desolate air. At its very center stood a solitary tombstone. Yet the area around the tombstone was immaculately clean, clearly tended to regularly. The four approached the tombstone. The inscriptions, worn smooth by years of wiping, were now barely legible. Only the faint characters Luoli could be discerned. Luoli, I'm back. Yu Qingfeng stood before the tombstone, tears streaming down his face. When Luoli died, he had completely given up on cultivation, making no further progress since. In his heart, cultivation wasn't about pursuing immortality or the ultimate path, it was about protecting those he cherished. But the one he most wanted to protect was gone. What meaning did cultivation hold for him now? Watching Yu Qingfeng weeping uncontrollably before them, Zhang Bei and Kong Wen both fell silent, their gazes shifting toward Lu Daosheng. At that moment, Lu Daosheng's heart was filled with complex emotions. Was this what love felt like? System, are you truly certain? Lu Daosheng asked inwardly. Truthfully, if he pushed himself harder, he could manage it, though it would be a hassle. That was precisely why he decided to let the system handle it. If the system failed, he would handle it personally. Host, allow the system to boast a little. There's nothing this system can't accomplish. After all, this system was already beyond the ordinary. Compared to resurrecting a living being, it seemed utterly insignificant. Hearing the system's response, Lu Daosheng shook his head and smiled. Well, that makes things easier. Step aside, everyone. Lu Daosheng spoke calmly at that moment. Upon hearing Lu Daosheng's words, Yu Qingfeng and the other two did not hesitate, quickly retreating to a distance. Before the tombstone, only Lu Daosheng remained. From a distance, the three watched Lu Daosheng, each feeling incredibly tense. After all, returning from the dead was utterly beyond comprehension. System, I'm counting on you. Understood, host. Please extend your right hand. Lu Daosheng slowly extended his right hand. The next moment, an indescribable force suddenly emanated from his right hand. Instantly, the space before him began to ripple. The entire tombstone, along with the area behind it, began to transform. Visibly, the tombstone grew brighter, its inscriptions gradually sharpening into clarity. The area behind the stone began to swell outward. Time reversal. And it was permanent, not a fleeting reversal. Far away, Yu Qingfeng and the other two were utterly dumbfounded by this display. Such tactics are truly unprecedented. Once he processed it, Yu Qingfeng's entire body began to tremble with excitement. Seeing this, Kong Wen, standing nearby, quickly patted Yu Qingfeng on the shoulder. Qingfeng, try to calm down. Yet as he spoke these words, his voice trembled. Heaven still favored him. At the tombstone, Lu Daosheng's expression also brightened slightly. This system really had some clever tricks up its sleeve. The entire tomb now clearly resembled its state shortly after the burial. But just then, the entire space began to rumble. The next moment, a terrifyingly furious shout erupted. How dare you disturb the order of time and space? Boom! A force imbued with the power of time and space shot forth from the void, hurtling directly toward Lu Daosheng. At the sight of that force, Yu Qingfeng and the other two turned deathly pale. What terrifying power! Elder, beware! Zhang Bei reacted fastest, unleashing a punch directly at the force of spacetime. Yet when the fist's energy collided with the force, it was instantly absorbed and assimilated. What? Zhang Bei's face paled with shock as he watched the force of spacetime about to strike Lu Daosheng. Without a moment to spare, Zhang Bei lunged to shield Lu Daosheng from behind. Sensing the force, Lu Daosheng raised an eyebrow slightly. With a flick of his left finger, the spacetime force instantly dissipated into the void. Witnessing this, Yu Qingfeng and Kong Wen's eyelids twitched violently. The senior's power was truly unmatched. Zhang Bei's face flushed with embarrassment. Seems I was a bit superfluous here. At that moment, a questioning voice echoed from the void. In the next instant, a colossal, shadowy river of time and space surged forth from the void, rolling toward them. At the sight of this colossal river of time and space, Yu Qingfeng and the other two were stunned. What terrifying aura of time and space! Who could this formidable being be? Just then, Zhang Bei suddenly shouted, "Look! There's someone up there!" The two looked up and saw that upon the river of time and space, there truly was a shadowy figure. Standing upon the river, it walked slowly toward them. I never expected to find someone of your caliber here. However, you have disrupted the order of time and space. You must pay the price you deserve. A voice cold to the extreme echoed from the river of time and space. Instantly, an unimaginably terrifying aura surged forth from the shadowy figure. Feeling this aura, Yu Qingfeng and Kong Wen's expressions darkened. Even Zhang Bei, who had broken through to the divine emperor realm, felt an immense pressure. So powerful. Who are you? Zhang Bei asked in a deep voice, gazing at the shadowy figure above the river of time and space. A disdainful voice echoed from above the river of time and space. You are not worthy of knowing my identity. Hearing this arrogantly defiant retort, Zhang Bei paused, then laughed. Is that so? Then I shall see just what gives you the audacity to speak so boldly. With that, Zhang Bei prepared to strike. At that moment, Lu Daosheng's voice suddenly rang out. Jiang Bei, stand down. Chapter 89, The Spacetime Hall once more. Hearing Lu Daosheng's words, Jiang Bei's body froze. He reluctantly abandoned his plan to attack and retreated to Lu Daosheng's side. Lu Daosheng, too, paused his task, turned around, and looked up. I've crossed paths with your Hall of Time and Space several times. We're practically old acquaintances. How about you stay out of this matter? Lu Daosheng spoke slowly, his gaze fixed on the shadowy figure. Hearing this, everyone present froze in shock. The Spacetime Hall? The three from Jiang Bei exchanged puzzled glances, clearly unfamiliar with this faction. Yet they had heard rumors of an ultimate power guardian maintaining the order of time and space within the River of Time. They had never taken it seriously, never expecting it to be true. What they never imagined was that the guardian of the spacetime order would be so terrifying. Still, they remained unperturbed, for Lu Daosheng seemed even stronger and appeared quite familiar with the opposing Hall of Time and Space. The shadowy figure frowned slightly upon hearing Lu Daosheng's words. He wasn't surprised that some knew of his spacetime hall. What he hadn't anticipated was the other party speaking in such a manner. An old friend? His voice turned icy. Don't try to cozy up to my spacetime hall. Disrupting the spacetime order, you deserve death. Boom! No sooner had the words left his mouth than he unleashed a fist strike. Accompanied by violent tremors rippling through the entire River of Time and Space, immense temporal power surged forth. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Bei and his two companions wore expressions of profound gravity. Even Jiang Bei, a divine emperor-level cultivator, had no absolute certainty he could withstand such a strike. At that moment, atop the River of Time and Space, the powerful figure from the Temple of Time and Space sneered coldly at Lu Daosheng below. What kind of lowly creature dares to curry favor with the Temple of Time and Space? Did he truly believe invoking the name of his backing faction could save his life? Below, facing this attack, Lu Daosheng shook his head helplessly. He harbored no hostility toward the Temple of Time and Space. After all, it was an entity safeguarding the temporal order of countless worlds. Without it, the spacetime of all realms would likely have descended into chaos long ago. Moreover, he had disrupted the order first, which was why Lu Daosheng had spoken those words. Though to be fair, this wasn't his first time messing with spacetime. He was practically a habitual offender. Lu Daosheng waved his hand lightly, and the vast, surging power of time and space instantly dissipated into the void. What? You? Seeing this, the spacetime hall expert's face paled with shock. In that instant, he realized the other party might be a true powerhouse. As the River of Time and Space faded, the shadowy figure revealed its form, a young man clad in a purple robe. Do you truly intend to oppose my time-space hall? The young man stared at Lu Daosheng, his brows furrowed. Unable to handle Lu Daosheng alone, he could only invoke the authority of the time-space hall. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng smiled. I truly harbor no hostility toward the Temple of Time and Space. Lu Daosheng pointed to the grave behind him and stated, I merely wish to save someone. The young man's eyelids twitched violently as he stared at the grave behind Lu Daosheng. She's been dead for so long, are you serious? And let me tell you, even if you rewound time, she wouldn't survive. This isn't something time alone can fix. The young man said in a deep voice. He was clearly extremely displeased with Lu Daosheng's actions. Hearing the young man's words, Yu Qingfeng and Kongwen shuddered visibly. Esteemed senior, is it truly impossible to revive the dead? Kongwen looked at the young man and asked in a trembling voice. Hearing this, the young man snorted coldly, resurrection is not something people from a place like yours can achieve. Stop dreaming. Hearing this, Kongwen sank to the ground in despair, the guilt from countless years ago surging back into his heart. Lu Oli, it's all my fault, old man. Kongwen murmured, his spirit utterly broken. At that moment, Yu Qingfeng suddenly declared, I believe in Senior Lu. Yu Qingfeng turned his gaze toward Lu Daosheng, his eyes filled with unwavering conviction. Senior, I believe in you. You can save Lu Oli. Beside him, the young man shook his head and sneered coldly. In his eyes, everyone here was nothing but a bunch of clowns except for Lu Daosheng. Lu Daosheng, however, let a faint smile touch his lips. Hey! Lu Daosheng turned his gaze toward the young man from the Hall of Time and Space. How about we make a bet? Hearing this, the young man frowned slightly. What's the wager? Lu Daosheng pointed to the tomb behind him and declared, the wager is this, if I can revive this woman, this matter ends here. He could have resolved this by force, but that would only backfire. For the young man was not alone, behind him stood the entire Hall of Time and Space. Even now, he couldn't fathom the true nature of the Temple of Time and Space, but he understood that what they'd shown him so far was merely the tip of the iceberg. Facing such a formidable force, Lu Daosheng saw no reason to antagonize them. Thus, when dealing with the Hall of Time and Space, Lu Daosheng always sought to persuade through reason. This was also why, during the conflicts between the primordial chaos universe and the realm of 10,000 spirits, Lu Daosheng had always offered benefits to the guardians of the River of Time and Space. Hearing Lu Daosheng's words, the young man replied in a sullen tone, and what if you lose? Lu Daosheng shrugged indifferently. If I lose, I'll accept whatever punishment you deem fit. Agreed. The young man agreed decisively. He didn't believe for a second that Lu Daosheng truly possessed the ability to resurrect from death. After all, even within the Hall of Time and Space, many elders far stronger than him couldn't achieve such feats, let alone this fellow before him. Seeing the young man agree, Lu Daosheng smiled inwardly before turning back to continue his previous actions. Beside him, Yu Qingfeng and the other two watched with tense expressions. The young man, however, stood there with a look of disdain, his expression occasionally flashing a hint of scorn. It was merely a matter of time reversal, a technique he himself could perform. But then what? What could you possibly do next? After an unknown span of time, Lu Daosheng finally halted. As Lu Daosheng raised his hand slightly, a strikingly beautiful woman slowly rose from beneath the earth. Lu Oli. Seeing the woman, Yu Qingfeng's eyes turned bloodshot. Beside him, Jiang Bei quickly grabbed Yu Qingfeng's arm and shook his head. Seeing this, Yu Qingfeng forced himself to calm down. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Lu Oli. Gazing at the woman before him, Lu Daosheng fell silent. Simply rewinding time, as expected, could not bring the dead back to life. The woman before him had no breath left, as if she had just died. System, what now? Host, just watch carefully. Suddenly, the power within Lu Daosheng's palm shifted. A colossal surge of life force erupted, pouring relentlessly into the woman's body. Yet this was not the end. A faint, ethereal aura began to coalesce. As the aura grew denser, a blurred figure gradually materialized before Lu Daosheng. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the woman. Soul gathering? At that moment, the young man beside him gasped in shock. He had only heard of such a technique before, but this was the first time he had ever witnessed it. But wasn't this against the rules? Does no one oversee this? Meanwhile, within a gloomy and eerie hall, a figure radiating terror crouched in a corner, staring in horror at the indescribable force before it. If he dared to make a move, he would be annihilated in the next instant. Just moments ago, he sensed someone forcibly gathering souls from the outside world and was about to intervene. But now it seemed he needn't bother. Because he was no match for it. Chapter 90, Luo Li's Resurrection. You, how did you do that? The young man from the Hall of Time and Space demanded in a deep voice. However, Lu Daosheng paid him no mind. For the moment had reached a critical juncture, even Lu Daosheng couldn't help but watch this defiance of the heavens with rapt attention. The condensed soul gradually merged with the woman's physical form, accompanied by a surging vitality that radiated outward. This process continued for several hours. Throughout, several strange forces surged continuously from Lu Daosheng's hands. The spectacle alone was utterly complex. After an unknown span of time, the commotion finally subsided. Thud! A faint heartbeat sounded from within the woman's body. Faint, yet it shook the hearts of everyone present. She was alive. She was truly alive. Lu Oli! Yu Qingfeng's eyes turned bloodshot as he could no longer contain himself, rushing toward the woman. Seeing this, Lu Daosheng made no attempt to interrupt. Instead, he turned his gaze to the silent young man standing nearby. Well? Lu Daosheng inquired. After a moment of silence, the young man gave Lu Daosheng a deep look and spoke. I lost. I won't hold this against you. Lu Daosheng nodded in acknowledgement. Then the young man added, by doing this, you'll offend forces beyond your imagination. Aren't you afraid? Though he couldn't fathom how Lu Daosheng remained unscathed thus far, he felt it necessary to warn him. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng smiled faintly. Thank you for your concern, but my strength is no small matter either. Hearing this, the young man shrugged. Anyway, I can't beat you. Whatever you say goes. The young man then added, well, good luck to you. I'll be on my way. With that, the young man's form flickered, and he vanished from the spot. Lu Daosheng's methods were baffling even to him, so naturally, he wouldn't dare offend Lu Daosheng. However, Lu Daosheng's actions were bound to offend certain entities, so he wouldn't go out of his way to curry favor with him either. After all, who knew when Lu Daosheng might suddenly vanish? Watching the young man depart, Lu Daosheng shook his head before turning his gaze elsewhere. There, Yu Qingfeng stood, holding the woman named Luoli tightly in his arms. Jiang Bei and Yu Qingfeng stood guard nearby. Luoli, wake up. Yu Qingfeng gazed at Luoli in his arms with deep concern. Seeing this, Lu Daosheng snapped his fingers, sending a surge of energy into Luoli's body. The next moment, Luoli's eyelids fluttered, and she finally regained consciousness. What happened to me? Luoli stared blankly at the sky, feeling as though she had been in a dream, a very long dream. Then, a familiar voice reached her ears. Luoli froze, her eyes gradually focusing. A face both familiar and yet strangely unfamiliar came into view. Qingfeng? Upon seeing Yu Qingfeng, Luoli could scarcely believe her eyes. After tens of millions of years, hearing his beloved woman utter his name once more, Yu Qingfeng wept like a child in that moment. Luoli, it's me. I'm back. Qingfeng, it really is you. I've missed you so much. Luoli, I missed you too. Without another word, they embraced each other and wept. Watching them cling to each other, Kongwen silently wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. The knot that had bound their hearts for years was finally untied in this moment. Zhang Bei didn't cry instead, he wore a radiant smile. He was genuinely happy for Yu Qingfeng. At that moment, Kongwen suddenly knelt before Lu Daosheng. Esteemed senior, today, no matter what, please accept this bow from me, Kongwen. Seeing this, Lu Daosheng raised his hand and effortlessly pulled Kongwen to his feet. No need for formalities. After all, I didn't help for nothing. Lu Daosheng chuckled. Yet, the gaze Lu Daosheng cast upon Kongwen held a hint of complexity. At that moment, Yu Qingfeng finally snapped out of his daze. After a long moment, Yu Qingfeng pulled Luoli down with him as they knelt before Lu Daosheng. Senior Lu, from this day forward, I, Yu Qingfeng, shall be at your command. Thank you for saving my life, senior. I have nothing to repay you with. From this day forward, I wish to serve as your maid and attend to your needs. Earlier, Yu Qingfeng had already recounted the entire sequence of events to her, and she now understood everything. It was this being before her who had saved her. More accurately, he had resurrected her. With no other abilities to offer, this was the only way she could repay the debt. Lu Daosheng seemed quite satisfied with Yu Qingfeng's words, but Luoli's offer caused his expression to freeze. Ahem. Forget about the maid. From now on, Yu Qingfeng is my person. You should just focus on living your life with her. Hearing this, Luoli's expression flickered with surprise, yet she said nothing more and simply nodded. Yu Qingfeng, however, was deeply moved. What a kind-hearted senior. Just then, a sudden cracking sound erupted from within Yu Qingfeng's body. In the next instant, a terrifying aura erupted violently from within her. The cultivation realm that had stagnated for tens of millions of years was completely shattered the moment his heart demon was dispelled. Divine Emperor Realm. Witnessing this, Zhang Bei laughed. Brother Yu, congratulations. Kongwen also burst into laughter upon witnessing this. At that moment, he felt immense pride. As for Yu Qingfeng's breakthrough to the Divine Emperor realm, Lu Daosheng felt no particular surprise. It was only natural. Had he not achieved this breakthrough now, it would have meant Lu Daosheng had misjudged him. The commotion caused by this Divine Emperor breakthrough caught the attention of the entire Qingling Star Domain. What? My Qingling Star Domain has a God Emperor now? How long had it been since the martial god of the Wuling Star Domain had ascended to the God Emperor realm? Who would have thought a divine emperor would emerge from the Qingling Star Domain so soon after? Heaven blesses our Qingling Star Domain. Quick, investigate. I must know which venerable elder achieved this breakthrough. In an instant, the entire Qingling Star Domain erupted into chaos. Only a handful recognized this aura. Some elder generation powerhouses gazed solemnly at the soaring divine emperor level aura in the void, their brows furrowed. This was Yu Qingfeng's aura. But wasn't he supposed to be dead? Sure enough, those were just rumors. He hadn't died after all. He must have been hiding somewhere, secluded in meditation to break through his limits. At this thought, a faint smile touched their lips. Now, the capital of their Qingling Star Domain had risen significantly. Yet, by the time they located the place, Yu Qingfeng and his group had already vanished without a trace. Master, are you truly not coming with me? In the void, Yu Qingfeng looked at Kongwen and spoke. Kongwen shook his head. Seeing you become a true powerhouse brings me peace of mind. Now, I only wish to enjoy my twilight years in this quiet corner. Some pursue immortality and invincibility, but others do not. He had lived long enough. Immortality and invincibility held little interest for him. Hearing this, Yu Qingfeng's expression dimmed, yet he said no more. Master, take care. Yu Qingfeng departed, leaving this place with Lu Daosheng and heading toward the wasteland city. Kongwen stood rooted to the spot, watching Yu Qingfeng's departure. Only when Yu Qingfeng's figure vanished completely did Kongwen finally reveal a long-forgotten smile. He then dissolved into a shimmering light, fading into the void. He, in truth, had long since perished. Chapter 91. Who are you? On the day Luoli died, it wasn't just Yu Qingfeng whose heart died, it was also this elderly man, now in the twilight of his life. That he had managed to hold on until now was likely due to that last shred of obsession clinging to his heart. Until today, when Luoli was revived. Yu Qingfeng broke through to the Divine Emperor realm, finding his place in the cosmos. He, too, could finally depart with peace of mind. Somewhere in the starry expanse, Yu Qingfeng's body suddenly trembled, and a hot tear slid down the corner of his eye. Witnessing this, Lu Daosheng shook his head. For someone who wished to die, there was little he could do. Qingfeng, what's wrong? Luoli watched Yu Qingfeng silently shedding tears with concern, quickly pulling out a handkerchief to wipe away his tears. Looking at Luoli, Yu Qingfeng forced back the sorrow welling up inside him. Luoli, I'm fine. Let's go. Hearing this reply, Luoli knew Yu Qingfeng was hiding something from her. But she didn't press the matter, merely nodding obediently. Lu Daosheng, standing nearby, watched Luoli in silence. Then, Lu Daosheng suddenly said, once we reach Huangcheng, Luoli, you should begin your cultivation as well. The Though Luoli possessed little natural aptitude for cultivation, with his resources, enhancing her potential and guiding her onto the path of cultivation would pose no difficulty. Hearing Luoli's words, Yu Qingfeng hesitated. Senior, this. Lu Daosheng countered, you can't possibly protect her forever, can you? Lu Daosheng then turned his gaze to Luoli. What do you think? At his words, Luoli glanced at Yu Qingfeng. Recalling the events of years past, her expression gradually hardened with resolve. All right, senior. I will cultivate too. She refused to face the despair again, the emptiness of Yu Qingfeng not being by her side. Lu Daosheng was right, Yu Qingfeng couldn't guard her forever, and she wouldn't spend her entire life relying on others' protection. True strength lay in becoming powerful herself. Seeing this, Yu Qingfeng said no more. He was genuinely pleased that Luoli could cultivate, but he simply didn't want to trouble Lu Daosheng. Given Luoli's innate talent, the resources required would undoubtedly be substantial. What he didn't know was that to Lu Daosheng, those resources amounted to nothing more than a drop in the bucket. Time passed, its duration unknown. A colossal city radiating divine light came into view before the crowd. It stood silently amidst the starry sky, its presence awe-inspiring and soul-stirring. Yu Qingfeng and Zhang Bei were utterly stunned by the sight of this colossal city. Is this the wasteland city? It was even more magnificent than they had imagined. Meanwhile, a large gathering of cultivators had already assembled outside the city walls. Senior, is this the wasteland city? Yu Qingfeng asked at that moment. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng flashed a slightly proud smile. What do you think? Pretty impressive, huh? After all, he had personally forged it. Yu Qingfeng and Zhang Bei nodded repeatedly. In all their years, they had never seen such a colossal city before. At that moment, someone outside the city noticed Lu Daosheng and his companions. Seeing this, the group frowned slightly. Clearly, no one recognized Lu Daosheng and his companions. They must be from some small place, just passing through by chance. With that thought, they turned their heads away, no longer paying attention to Lu Daosheng and his companions. Yet the very next moment, their eyes shifted slightly. They saw Lu Daosheng and his companions actually beginning to walk toward the massive city gates. They knew the city was currently inaccessible. But they didn't warn Lu Daosheng and his companions. After all, what did it matter to them? Just as Lu Daosheng prepared to lead Yu Qingfeng and the others into the desolate city, he suddenly halted in his tracks and turned to gaze into the void behind him. There, a figure stood tall. In the next instant, Lu Daosheng's form flickered, and he suddenly materialized before that person. Seeing Lu Daosheng suddenly materialize before him, Wenhong was startled, stumbling backward. What do you want? Lu Daosheng now radiated an unsettling aura that sent chills down Wenhong's spine. What kind of terrifying powerhouse was this? At that moment, Lu Daosheng suddenly spoke. Would you like to accompany me into the city? Hearing this, Wenhong froze in shock. You can enter? Lu Daosheng nodded. After a moment of silence, Wenhong asked, what would I have to give up to go with you? He knew there was no such thing as a free lunch. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng's lips curved into a faint smile. A clever man, indeed. Lu Daosheng replied with a smile, it's simple. All you need to do is join my wasteland city. Wasteland city? Wenhong froze for a moment before suddenly understanding. His expression shifted several times before Wenhong took a deep breath and nodded. Alright, I'll join. He trusted his own judgment, it couldn't be wrong. Seeing this, Lu Daosheng smiled with satisfaction, grabbed Wenhong by the arm, and instantly reappeared before the city gates. Noticing Wenhong in Lu Daosheng's grasp, the two men from Jiangbei asked in confusion, Senior, who is this? Lu Daosheng chuckled and replied, let's discuss it inside first. With a forward sweep of his hand, Lu Daosheng touched the protective light barrier surrounding the great city, instantly revealing an opening. Enter. Lu Daosheng led the way, stepping through first with Wenhong in tow. Seeing this, the two from Jiangbei didn't hesitate, bringing Luoli along as they followed closely behind. Outside the city, the surrounding crowd erupted upon witnessing this scene. They went in? How is that possible? In recent days, aside from hearing rumors of a little girl entering once, no one else had managed to get inside. Yet now, 5 people had gone in. And among them seemed to be one who, like them, had been waiting outside the city walls for an opportunity. For a moment, countless thoughts raced through the minds of those outside. Inside the city. Upon entering the city and seeing its state, everyone except Lu Daosheng froze in place. A desolate city. It was anything but desolate. Apart from the sparse population, everything else was flawless. The scarcity of people stemmed from that light barrier, which barred entry to all. Yu Qingfeng and Zhang Bei's expressions gradually brightened with delight. Had they known this desolate city was like this, Zhang Bei probably wouldn't have even bothered with sparring. Luoli knew nothing about such matters, yet even she could sense that this city was extraordinarily remarkable. As for Wenhong, he was already laughing excitedly. He had bet correctly. Just then, several auras suddenly surged toward them. Sensing the approach, Yu Qingfeng immediately shielded Luoli with his body, his gaze fixed warily on the distance. Zhang Bei raised an eyebrow slightly. Hong, however, had already guessed what was happening and remained standing in place. The next moment, over 20 figures materialized before Lu Daosheng. It was Qini and the others. "We greet you, Lord City Master." Upon seeing Lu Daosheng, Qini and the others' expressions brightened, and they immediately bowed respectfully. They hadn't expected Lu Daosheng to return so swiftly. Lu Daosheng nodded, about to speak. The next moment, a voice rang out from the distance. "Father, you're back." Lu Daosheng followed the sound and saw Lu Shui pulling a young woman toward them. His smile froze the moment he saw her. Lu Daosheng swept his hand out, and a surge of energy instantly enveloped Lu Shui, pulling her to his side. "Dad, you?" Lu Shui looked at her father in confusion, utterly baffled. Lu Daosheng, however, fixed his piercing gaze on Gong Sunyao, who stood not far away. "Who are you?" Chapter 92, Competing Over Treasures? At this moment, Lu Daosheng could clearly sense that the other party was a breaker of the Divine Realm powerhouse. Moreover, one at the peak of the God Breaker realm. Across the myriad star domains, such power was virtually unmatched. At the very least, Lu Daosheng had never encountered anyone at this level before. Such an unknown powerhouse approaching his daughter Lu Daosheng was determined to get to the bottom of this. Meanwhile, Yu Qingfeng and Jiang Bei stared intently at Gong Sunyao, their expressions grave. Both were at the Divine Emperor realm, one tier below the Breaker of God's realm. They understood Gong Sunyao's terrifying power all too well. At this moment, the slightest unusual movement from Gong Sunyao would trigger their instant intervention, even if they were no match for her. Hearing Lu Daosheng's question, a flicker of emotion stirred deep within Gong Sunyao's eyes, but it vanished as quickly as it had appeared. "My name is Gong Sunyao. I'm a good friend of Lu Shui." Gong Sunyao looked at Lu Daosheng, her eyes crinkling in a smile. Hearing this answer, Lu Daosheng let out a cold laugh. "Does she really think I'm someone with a good temper?" Suddenly, Lu Daosheng's entire body trembled, and the entire space began to shift in an eerie, dramatic way. Witnessing this, Gong Sunyao's expression darkened, and she prepared to act. Yet in the next instant, Lu Daosheng and Gong Sunyao vanished from their positions. Witnessing this, the crowd within the desolate city paused in surprise before relaxing. With the city lord intervening, everything would surely be resolved. After all, if even Lu Daosheng couldn't handle it, their own intervention would be meaningless. At that moment, Lu Shui slowly exhaled in relief. Her father had finally returned. The moment Gong Sunyao first entered the city, she had already known the other party harbored ill intentions. Her earlier actions had merely been a delaying tactic. After all, the fact that Gong Sunyao could enter the city so easily suggested she held no fear whatsoever for the countermeasures her father had left behind. Confronting her head-on under those circumstances would have been far too risky. The wisest course had been to stall him, waiting for her father's return to handle the matter personally. And now, her father had finally returned. Lu Shui felt a flicker of secret delight, then turned her gaze to the few people her father had just brought back. When she saw Luo Li standing beside Yu Qingfeng, Lu Shui froze. Father had brought back a woman? It must be said, Lu Shui's focus was quite unique. The next moment, Lu Shui stepped forward with a smile. "Hello, everyone." Seeing Lu Shui, Yu Qingfeng and the others froze. Just as they were about to speak, Wen Hong suddenly knelt down before Lu Shui with a thud. "Your servant Wen Hong greets the young lady." "Everyone?" Even Lu Shui was momentarily taken aback. You may rise." "Thank you, miss," Wen Hong declared loudly before finally rising to his feet. He had heard it perfectly clearly just now. The stunningly beautiful woman before him had called Lu Daosheng father. Meanwhile, the townspeople addressed Lu Daosheng as Lord Mayor. Putting two and two together, Lu Daosheng's identity became instantly clear to him. Lu Daosheng was the master of this city. And the woman before him was the city lord's daughter. Now, his chance to make an impression had arrived. If he intended to make a life for himself in this city, winning the favor of the lord's daughter was absolutely essential. At that moment, Yu Qingfeng also caught on. He bowed his hands toward Lu Shui and said, "Greetings, young lady." Lu Shui nodded, then fixed her gaze directly on Luo Li standing beside Yu Qingfeng. "Ahem. May I ask who this young lady is?" Looking at Lu Shui, Luo Li bowed slightly. "This humble maiden is Luo Li." "I am." Lu Li raised her eyebrows to glance at Yu Qingfeng beside her, her cheeks flushing slightly. "I am Yu Qingfeng's wife." Hearing this, Lu Shui felt a slight sense of relief. It wasn't what she had imagined, and that was good. Her expression brightening, Lu Shui promptly pulled Luo Li aside to whisper confidentially. These days spent with Gong Sunyao had been nothing but constant anxiety. The worst part was having to play dumb. She felt like she was about to burst from the strain. If Gong Sunyao had known Lu Shui's thoughts, she might have simply said, "You don't need to pretend to be stupid. Just rein yourself in a bit." Nearby, Yu Qingfeng beamed with delight at the sight of his wife and the city lord's daughter so engrossed in their conversation. Jiang Bei, however, wore a grave expression. Before encountering Lu Daosheng, he had never tasted defeat, often boasting of his invincibility. But now, how long had it been? He realized he had been nothing but a frog in a well, gazing at the sky from the bottom of the pit. This realization solidified Jiang Bei's resolve. He would fully leverage the city's resources to advance his cultivation as swiftly as possible. Meanwhile, within a peculiar space, two figures stood silently within. None other than Lu Daosheng and Gong Sunyao. At that moment, Gong Sunyao stared intently at Lu Daosheng before her expression grave. Lu Daosheng had just forcibly brought her here using his great supernatural abilities. Now, she couldn't escape even if she wanted to. But regret was too late now. At that moment, Lu Daosheng's voice echoed through the space. Now, you can tell me the truth. Speak. What purpose brought you to my desolate city to approach my daughter? And who exactly are you? Lu Daosheng stared at Gong Sunyao, his expression cold as he spoke each word deliberately. Hearing this, Gong Sunyao fell silent for a moment before wearing an expression of innocence. I truly only happened to be in that city. I had no idea she was your daughter. Seeing that Gong Sunyao still hadn't spoken the truth, Lu Daosheng shook his head. His patience was wearing thin. He raised his hand slightly, and instantly, the entire space began to tremble. The next instant, a terrifying pressure crushed down upon Gong Sunyao. In the blink of an eye, Gong Sunyao collapsed to her knees, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Faced with this overwhelming pressure, Gong Sunyao had no strength left to resist. Ah! You must stop. Inside Gong Sunyao's body, the sound of cracking echoed incessantly, the sound of bones snapping. Clearly, she was on the verge of collapse. Lu Daosheng showed no mercy whatsoever. Hearing Gong Sunyao's plea, Lu Daosheng's expression remained cold. If you tell the truth, I might consider sparing your life. Otherwise, you will die. Gong Sunyao's face twisted in horror. She never imagined Lu Shue's father would be such a terrifyingly powerful figure and so ruthless at that. Had she known, she would have chosen a different approach. Yet Gong Sunyao still refused to yield. In the next instant, a hazy aura slowly began to seep out from within her body. Instantly, the oppressive pressure around her eased, and a healthy flush returned to her cheeks. It was the aura of a treasure. With that, Gong Sunyao struggled to her feet, her expression carrying a hint of defiance as she looked at Lu Daosheng. Her gaze seemed to say, "So what if you're powerful? You still can't do anything to me." Seeing this, Lu Daosheng chuckled. Now he understood how Gong Sunyao had effortlessly bypassed his restrictions to enter the wasteland city. But what good did that do? Competing with me over treasures? Sorry, but I'm not only stronger than you, I also have more treasures. Lu Daosheng plucked a seal out of thin air and casually tossed it into the void. Boom! A terrifying rumbling sound echoed. A massive character suddenly materialized in the void. Shun. This seal, known as the Heaven Sealing Seal, was a great treasure. Legend holds that its power was so immense it once suppressed the heavenly Tao of an entire world, hence its name. Chapter 93, The Sacred Land of Immortal Spirits. With the appearance of the character Jin, the pressure throughout the entire space surged exponentially. Countless spatial fissures densely covered the entire void. In an instant, Gong Sunyao's agonized screams rang out once more. Ah! Sealing Heaven Seal. How could you possess such a treasure? Gong Sunyao's shrill, incredulous voice echoed from the battlefield. She couldn't fathom how this lowly mortal could possess such a treasure. As far as she knew, even the faction she represented didn't possess treasures of this caliber. Hearing Gong Sunyao's questioning, Lu Daosheng paid her no mind, instead continuing to channel power into the Heaven Sealing Seal within the void. By now, the Heaven Sealing Seal had swollen to several times its original size, its name earth-shattering, proving utterly justified. Faced with the Heaven Sealing Seal, which could suppress even the Tao of Heaven itself, Gong Sunyao surrendered after only a moment. Stop! Stop it! I'll talk. Hum. Instantly, all the pressure within the space vanished completely. Lu Daosheng materialized before Gong Sunyao, striking her crown chakra with a palm. The next moment, an eerie rune materialized atop Gong Sunyao's head. Slowly, the rune seeped in, eventually merging with her divine soul. Feeling the abnormality in her soul, despair washed over Gong Sunyao's face. For in that moment, her very life had fallen into Lu Daosheng's hands. With a single thought from Lu Daosheng, her soul would shatter instantly. Now, you may speak. Lu Daosheng spoke slowly. Only then could he feel at ease. After all, he was a cautious man. And this man's target was his daughter. This was something he could not tolerate. All danger must be eliminated. Gazing at Lu Daosheng, Gong Sunyao shed her innocent expression, replaced by a face twisted with utter displeasure. I hope you won't regret today's events. Gong Sunyao's venomous gaze locked onto Lu Daosheng as she spoke in a low, menacing tone. Yet what met her was excruciating agony emanating from her soul. Watching Gong Sunyao curl up on the ground, writhing in agony, Lu Daosheng's expression darkened. Even in this state, she still had the nerve to threaten him. What kind of brain-dead moron does she think she is? Spill it. No more nonsense. Hearing Lu Daosheng's words, Gong Sunyao slumped on the ground, her eyes reddening. This time, she wasn't pretending, she was genuinely on the verge of tears. This was the first time in all this time she'd suffered such a crushing defeat. My name is Gong Sun Yao. I come from the sacred land of immortals. I am the granddaughter of the sacred land sovereign. Gong Sun Yao finally spoke. At this moment, she had abandoned all resistance, choosing instead to give up entirely. Hearing Gong Sun Yao's identity, Lu Daosheng was slightly surprised. Another unknown place. But he had no reason to panic. After all, what was there to be afraid of? Do you know what invincibility means? Then what was your purpose in approaching my daughter? Lu Daosheng pressed further. Surprised that Lu Daosheng showed no trace of astonishment or curiosity about her identity, Gong Sun Yao hesitated. Yet, under the weight of his intimidating presence, she reluctantly confessed. I sensed your daughter Lu Shui possessed profound destiny energy. I simply wanted to seize it by force. Before Gong Sun Yao could finish, Lu Daosheng cut her off with his own answer. Hearing this, Gong Sun Yao lowered her head tightly, saying nothing more. Whether she lived or died was now in the hands of fate. Now, her life was entirely in Lu Daosheng's hands. No one could save her now. Even the formidable forces backing her were meaningless now unless her people could instantly eliminate Lu Daosheng before he could react. Or, if Lu Daosheng spared her, she could sneak back. The powerful figures within the sacred land would surely intervene to erase the mark on her soul. But the chances of any of these succeeding were too slim. She had already begun to give up. She never imagined that coming to this next generation would cost her her life. Though the sacred land would surely avenge her, how could her life possibly compare to that of someone from the next generation? It was a total loss, plain and simple. Now, thinking back, she was filled with regret. Meanwhile, Lu Daosheng's gaze upon Gong Sun Yao had grown as lifeless as a corpse's. The moment Gong Sun Yao set her sights on his daughter, her fate was sealed. Stealing another's destiny was no different from taking their life. Lu Daosheng raised his right hand expressionlessly. An eerie rune instantly coalesced from his palm. With a flicker of his intent, the rune imprinted upon Gong Sun Yao's soul burst into light. You'll pay. My grandfather will avenge me. Boom! The explosion echoed. Gong Sun Yao's entire soul shattered, dead beyond any possibility of revival. Due to her carelessness and greed, she who should have had a perfect future met her end in the very netherworld she had always despised. At the scene, Lu Daosheng brushed dust from his robes, his expression utterly unflinching. Facing Gong Sun Yao, whose background and power were both profoundly mysterious and formidable, Lu Daosheng showed no hesitation. No matter who she was, anyone who dared harm his kin would meet only one fate, death. Moreover, he possessed the power to face any consequence without fear. Joking aside, with the system already in this state, was he really going to cower in fear? Holding back because someone had an extraordinary background? That was out of the question. If that so-called immortal spirit sanctuary dared to come, he would ensure they never returned. At the same moment, atop a mountain shrouded in ethereal mist, an old man abruptly opened his eyes. With a look of suspicion, he turned to the soul lamp beside him. The soul lamp flickered for a moment before going completely dark. The extinguishing of the soul lamp signified the death of its owner, a complete and utter death. Boom! In an instant, a torrent of murderous intent surged forth from the summit of the immortal mountain, permeating the entire sacred realm with its terrifying aura. A voice filled with murderous intent and rage echoed from the summit. Dare to kill the granddaughter of Gongsun Shang. Whoever you are, I swear you shall never be reborn for 10,000 lifetimes. In an instant, countless cultivators within the sacred grounds turned toward the immortal mountain in panic. Something has happened to the Holy Lord's granddaughter. Several disciples exchanged glances. It was common knowledge that their Holy Lord had two granddaughters. Aside from the Holy Maiden, who was currently in seclusion within the sacred land, the only other granddaughter was Gong Sun Yao. The Holy Maiden would certainly be unharmed, so the one in trouble must be Gong Sun Yao. Though they held no affection for Gong Sun Yao's character, she remained the Holy Lord's granddaughter. Sure enough, countless powerful figures radiating terrifying auras surged skyward from all corners of the sacred ground, heading toward the direction of the immortal mountain. Your Holiness! Several formidable figures arrived atop the immortal mountain, addressing the elder with reverence. The elder was none other than Gongsun Shang, the current holy master of the immortal spirit sanctuary. He was also Gongsun Yao's grandfather. At that moment, Gongsun Yao glared at the extinguished soul lamp with a savage expression, her entire body trembling as waves of destructive energy surged uncontrollably. The lower realm. It's actually the lower realm. Gongsun Yao roared in fury. He couldn't believe his granddaughter had perished in the lower realm. The netherworld that was a place he could never hope to set foot in. Due to its inherent rules, the stronger one's power, the greater the repulsion they faced. With his current strength, entering the netherworld was nothing short of a pipe dream. Yet, revenge was not entirely beyond reach. Gongsun Yao snarled, "Everyone, follow me!" Instantly, countless powerful beings from the immortal spirit sanctuary departed en masse, heading toward the void realm. Meanwhile, Lu Daosheng, who had just vanquished Gongsun Yao, was about to depart when a peculiar rune suddenly coalesced from the void. In the next instant, it pierced through layer upon layer of emptiness and flew directly into Lu Daosheng's body. Feeling this, Lu Daosheng's expression shifted slightly. What is this? Host, this is the soul tracking seal, a tracking divine ability. It cannot be erased by ordinary means, but it poses no threat to you. Hearing the system's explanation, Lu Daosheng understood. It must be a measure left within Gongsun Yao by the forces behind her. Should she be killed, they would know who was responsible, paving the way for future retribution. With the system's capabilities, removing this mark would be a simple task. Yet Lu Daosheng chose not to do so. Thinking of revenge? Bring it on. Lu Daosheng, at this moment, truly had nothing to fear. With that, Lu Daosheng departed this space and returned to the desolate city. This time, Lu Daosheng's gains were considerable. At the very least, he now knew what lay ahead. The Immortal Spirit Sanctuary, a place he'd never heard of before. Likely, it was another world of even higher tier. Immortal. Was that the realm beyond divinity? Lu Daosheng shook his head. None of that mattered anymore. Regardless, if they came for him, he wouldn't hold back. For the opponent's strength likely far surpassed that of the current world. Besides him, no one else could step in to stop them. Soon, Lu Daosheng appeared in the wasteland city. Within the desolate city, the people waited in silence for Lu Daosheng's return. Lord City Master, you've returned. Xin Yi and the others hurried forward to greet him. At that moment, Lu Shui returned with Luo Li in tow. Both wore smiles, clearly having enjoyed their conversation. Upon seeing Lu Daosheng, Lu Shui's face lit up with joy. Father! Hearing Lu Shui's call, Lu Daosheng turned with a smile. Shui, come here. Lu Daosheng smiled and extended his hand, beckoning Lu Shui over. Chapter 94, Heavenly Grade Wisdom Root. Plop. Lu Shui flung herself straight into Lu Daosheng's arms. She couldn't fathom why danger always seemed to materialize around her for no apparent reason. In truth, Lu Shui was simply taking her blessings for granted. After all, whose father was this powerful and wealthy? With just a little bit of danger thrown in, honestly, those things weren't even worth mentioning. Looking at Lu Shui in his arms, Lu Daosheng instantly broke into a tender, fatherly smile before ruffling her hair. These past days had been tough on his daughter. Look at her, she'd even gained weight from being so mentally exhausted. At that moment, Lu Daosheng lifted his gaze to Qin Yi and the others. He saw that Qin Yi, Mu Chen, and Su Qingji had all reached the peak of the Divine Lord realm, standing but a single step away from the Divine Sovereign realm. Such cultivation speed was likely unmatched across the entire Xianling star domain. Turning to glance at Zhang Bei and the others, Lu Daosheng nodded. With this, the first phase of development for this desolate city could finally begin. This time, Lu Daosheng would implement strategic measures. Weren't wars frequent between star domains? If so, then Wasteland City would become the aggressor, continuing until the day it conquered all star domains and ushered in an era of great unification. And the first step, naturally, is to unify the Xianling star domain. Wen Hong. Lu Daosheng addressed Wen Hong, who stood silently by his side, obedient and unassuming. Startled that the city lord had addressed him first, Wen Hong froze momentarily before hastily stepping forward. Lord City Master, what are your orders? At that moment, Lu Daosheng simply gazed quietly at Wen Hong. Natural talent. This fellow possessed an exceedingly rare heavenly grade wisdom root. Though not yet fully developed, it was already sufficient. Those blessed with wisdom roots share one defining trait, exceptional intelligence. They were essentially military strategist level talents. His desolate city was currently in dire need of someone who could come up with ideas. Wen Hong was the perfect fit. This was precisely why Lu Daosheng had suddenly brought Wen Hong back. However, his loyalty must first be tested. Even under the conditions of his desolate city, where the likelihood of betrayal was virtually zero, it was still necessary. Wen Hong, what was your previous occupation? Lu Daosheng inquired at this moment. Upon hearing this, Wen Hong replied directly, Lord City Master, I previously served in the Boundary Alliance. However, due to conflicts of interest, I was expelled from the alliance. Hearing Wen Hong's answer, Qin Yi and the others immediately stiffened. This guy had actually been with the Boundary Alliance. The Boundary Alliance was their #1 enemy. Instantly, Qin Yi and the others turned to look at Lu Daosheng, wanting to gauge his reaction. Lu Daosheng himself was slightly taken aback. Even he hadn't anticipated that the man had once been part of the Boundary Alliance. Thankfully, that was in the past. The Boundary Alliance really had some nerve, expelling such talent. Lu Daosheng then glanced at Qin Yi and the others, their expressions complex, before stating, Wen Hong, you were right to leave the Boundary Alliance. Because the Boundary Alliance is indeed the #1 enemy of our wasteland city. Hearing this, Wen Hong froze in place. The next moment, Wen Hong knelt with a thud on the ground, sobbing and pleading, Lord City Master, please see clearly. I truly have no connection whatsoever with that Boundary Alliance anymore. I can swear it. My loyalty to Wasteland City and to you is as clear as the sun and moon. He was about to swear an oath on the spot. Seeing this, Qin Yi and the others exchanged subtle glances. Lu Daosheng's mouth twitched slightly. Swear by the sun and moon, you say? You've only been in Wasteland City for half an hour. Talk about smooth talker. Lu Daosheng cleared his throat lightly before speaking. Qin Yi, Mu Chen, Su Qingji. Hearing this, the three immediately stepped forward. Your servants are here. I give you 1 month to ensure that the Boundary Alliance vanishes from this world forever. Hearing this, the trio surged with excitement and promptly responded, we obey. Finally, they could begin their revenge. Had Lu Daosheng not held them back, they would have charged straight into the Realm Alliance the moment they broke through to the Divine Lord Realm. Now, having finally heard these words, how could they not be thrilled? At that moment, Lu Daosheng added, Wan Hong, you will accompany them. This operation will be under your command. Qin Yi and the others paled visibly. Lord City Master, we can handle this ourselves. Why bring him along? Qin Yi spoke first. Mu Chen and Su Qingji quickly chimed in. Indeed, Lord City Master. With our current strength, eliminating that minor alliance should pose no difficulty whatsoever. Exactly. Even if I went alone, I'd make that alliance pay dearly. At that moment, all three were brimming with arrogance, clearly intoxicated by the invincible feeling they just experienced after breaking through to the Divine Lord Realm. Beside them, Wan Hong shook his head. Seems they've underestimated me. Do they really think I'm all talk? He dared to say that if it weren't for him back then, the Boundary Alliance would never have become as powerful as it is today. If only Qin Yi and his group were heading to the Boundary Alliance this time, they would surely pay a heavy price. Wan Hong stepped forward and declared, rest assured, Lord City Master. With me here this time, I will ensure the Realm Alliance vanishes forever. That is, of course, if these gentlemen will heed my decisions. At the end of his statement, Wan Hong deliberately glanced at Qin Yi and his companions. This caused the three to frown deeply. They couldn't fathom why a mere Divine King-level existence would command Lu Daosheng's attention. At this moment, due to the other party's former affiliation with the Boundary Alliance, the three had clearly lost their usual calm judgment. Lu Daosheng's brow furrowed slightly at this. Do my words hold no weight? Hearing this, Qin Yi and the others trembled visibly. Lord City Master, we understand. Seeing Lu Daosheng's growing displeasure, the trio dared not delay any further and hastily agreed. Fine, let's see what this guy's got. Even if he failed, the blame wouldn't fall on them. And so, Qin Yi and his two companions, accompanied by their former subordinates, departed the Wasteland City alongside Wan Hong. This time, Wan Hong wouldn't show any mercy to the Boundary Alliance just because he'd once been part of it. Over the years, he had given enough to the Alliance. And what was the result? The result was that merely for touching upon the interests of the Alliance's highest echelons, he was ruthlessly expelled. You show no mercy, so don't blame me for being ruthless. Back in the Wasteland City, Lu Daosheng led the group to the city center. The city lord's mansion, suspended high in the sky, shone with dazzling brilliance. With a flick of Lu Daosheng's intent, a small tower's phantom appeared in his hand. The space-time divine tower. As his power grew, he discovered that the treasures he possessed could now unleash greater effects. In other words, his previous treasures had all been in a restrained state. This was utterly absurd. Gazing at the ethereal form of the space-time divine tower in his hand, Lu Daosheng hesitated no longer and activated it directly. In the next instant, a colossal space-time tunnel materialized beneath the city lord's mansion. On the other end, it connected to the desolate city within the 10,000 spirits realm. Father, are you bringing my master and the others over? Lu Shui, standing nearby, spoke up at the sight. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng nodded. It was about time. Chapter 95, and Xing's Peculiarity. Within the wasteland city of the 10,000 spirits realm. Within a mansion whose aura seemed somewhat dim. My lord, an emergency. Hearing the cry, Xing, who had been playing with a pink unicorn inside the room, jolted upright. He quickly tucked it into his robe and hurried toward the door. What's happening? Xing spoke in a deep voice, glaring at the root member kneeling on one knee outside with his head bowed. Disturbing him at such a moment, if it wasn't something serious, he wouldn't be held responsible for his anger. Sensing the hostility in Xing's tone, the root member broke out in a cold sweat. Master, the space-time tower has suddenly activated on its own. I suspect it might be the city lord's signal. Hearing this, Xing's expression shifted with alarm. The city lord's signal. Taking no chances, Xing vanished from his spot in an instant. At that very moment, the entire wasteland city noticed the unusual activity emanating from the space-time tower. Numerous personnel from the city lord's residence had already headed toward the space-time divine tower. When Xing arrived, only a handful of people stood before the tower, a testament to how swiftly the news had spread. Seeing the space-time tunnel before the tower, Xing's expression grew solemn. Just then, Gu Chun hurried over from a distance. Xing, what's going on? Gu Chun approached Xing and asked in a deep voice. It had been some time since Lu Daosheng left Huangcheng. During these days, the wasteland city faced no threats whatsoever. Because of this, they were all cultivating in peace. Amidst the accumulation of terrifying resources within the wasteland city, their cultivation progress had accelerated dramatically. By now, they had far surpassed the strength of all beings in the 10,000 spirits realm, becoming a truly transcendent force. Hearing Gu Chen's question, Xing shook his head. I've only just arrived and don't know much, but I suspect this must be connected to the city lord. Let's wait and see. Gu Chen nodded in understanding. Before long, everyone had gathered here. Huangshou, Junqi, Awei, Ouyang Yanqing, and the others all arrived at the scene. Gazing at the space-time tunnel, Ouyang Yanqing spoke first. The place this space-time tunnel leads to must be where the city lord is. Hearing Ouyang Yanqing's words, the others looked puzzled. How do you know? Ouyang Yanqing smiled faintly. Do you know how I arrived at Huang City? It was the city lord who used this space-time tower to open the tunnel and send me here. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in understanding. In that case, they agreed, let us enter and investigate. This suggestion immediately gained unanimous agreement. Huangshou was the first to charge in, sword drawn, with Yunqi close behind. Within moments, only Wei and Anqing remained among the high-ranking members inside Huangcheng. Brother Wei, aren't you going in? Xing approached Wei, who looked hesitant, and asked with a smile. Wei glanced at Xing, his brow furrowing slightly. If we all leave, what will become of Huangcheng? The absence of the Wasteland Guard and Yunqi wouldn't be a major issue. After all, the Wasteland City was now powerful enough to manage without them. But the two of them were different. One was the leader of the Wasteland Guards, the other the root chief. They were specifically tasked with maintaining order and security within the city. It could be said they were both indispensable. If they were to leave now, what if chaos erupted below without their restraining influence? If something truly went wrong, it would be disastrous. He certainly didn't want to disappoint the city lord. Hearing Awei's words, Xing smiled and said, then the two of us will wait here for now. After speaking, Xing patted Awei and settled into a cross-legged position on the ground. All around, countless powerful figures from the city lord's residence kept their eyes fixed on the space-time tunnel, occasionally glancing over at Awei and Xing beside it. Everyone recognized Awei. But as for Xing, many couldn't recognize him, even among the higher-ranking members of the city lord's mansion. Those with weaker cultivation couldn't even see Xing's face clearly, only a faint blur. On the other side of the space-time tunnel. As the space-time tunnel trembled, several figures burst out from within one after another. The members of the Wasteland Guard felt a sudden brightness before their eyes, their bodies instinctively lunging forward. Holy! Thud! 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 Without exception, the entire group of Wasteland Guardians crashed face first onto the ground. Witnessing this scene, Lu Daosheng and his group froze in shock. The atmosphere instantly turned unbearably awkward. The distance was too great, causing the space-time tunnel to become slightly unstable, though it wasn't a major issue. Hangzhou and his men quickly scrambled to their feet, then bowed respectfully toward Lu Daosheng. Your subordinates greet the city lord. Their expressions, however, were decidedly grim. Lu Daosheng snapped back to reality and nodded. You've all worked hard these past days. His gaze swept over Huangshou and the others, noting their significantly enhanced abilities. Huangshou had now reached the divine realm, formally stepping into godhood, while the others were at least at the pre-divine realm. Such strength was already quite impressive. All he needed to do next was assign them a special task and provide some intensive training. He was confident their strength would catch up quickly. Meanwhile, Yu Qingfeng and Jiang Bei, standing beside Lu Daosheng, were also observing Huangshou and the others. Though their current strength paled in comparison to theirs, each was a promising prospect with solid foundations. Crucially, these were all under Lu Daosheng's command, clearly his trusted confidants. It was only a matter of time before they stood shoulder to shoulder with the current elite. Just then, Lu Daosheng suddenly asked, where are Awei and Xing? Huangshou and the others were all present, yet Awei and Xing were conspicuously absent. Huangcheng couldn't do without these two right now. Lu Daosheng held both of them in extremely high regard. Hearing Lu Daosheng's question, Huangshou, Gu Chen, and the others froze, suddenly realizing the two were indeed missing. Lord City Master, they should still be in Huangcheng. Gu Chen stepped forward to speak. Upon hearing this, Lu Daosheng pondered briefly before understanding. These two fellows are quite responsible, aren't they? Awei, Anqing. Lu Daosheng's thoughts flickered, and on the other side of the space-time tunnel, Awei and the others instantly heard his words. Lord City Master. Instantly, both men sprang to their feet, their expressions filled with reverence as they gazed toward the direction of the space-time tunnel. At that moment, Lu Daosheng's voice continued to echo in their ears. Put whatever you're doing on hold for now. Come over here first. Hearing this, the two men didn't hesitate for a moment. They nodded immediately and said, yes, Lord City Master. Let's go. And Xing said to Awei. Awei nodded. Without further ado, they stepped directly into the space-time tunnel. As light flooded their vision, the surroundings around them transformed dramatically. But before they could even feel excited, they suddenly felt their balance shift. Holy crap! Thud! Thud! Unsurprisingly, they were flung out of the time tunnel just like the others. Face first. But what was even more unexpected was that a pink unicorn suddenly flew out of Anxing's arms and landed at Lu Shue's feet. Erishur and the others had been waiting nearby, eager to witness the spectacle. The scene fell silent for a long moment after witnessing this spectacle, before erupting into frenzied laughter. Lu Shue picked up the pink unicorn at her feet, her expression brightening instantly. It's even strawberry flavored. Chapter 96, The Remote Land. Lu Shue then looked up at Anxing in the distance and chuckled. Anxing, who knew you had this kind of hobby? Beside her, even Lu Daosheng covered his face, laughing uncontrollably. Man, what a contrast! By now, Wei had quietly distanced himself from Anxing, his expression seeming to say, I don't know him. Amidst the unrestrained laughter of those around him, Anxing's face flushed briefly before returning to normal. Ahem, miss, you've misunderstood. Actually, this is a gift I specially sought out for you. Anxing said without a hint of embarrassment. How could he possibly admit to liking pink unicorns? Absolutely impossible, right? He was a tough guy, renowned as the darkest figure in the wasteland city. If outsiders or even his own men found out, what would become of his authority? His reputation? Thankfully, everyone here was his own people. Hearing Anxing's utterly unbelievable explanation, Lu Shue rolled her eyes, but then smiled. Is that so? Well, I won't say no then. Xiao Qing. Instantly, Ao Qing's little head emerged sleepily from Lu Shue's sleeve, her expression suggesting she hadn't fully woken up yet. Seeing this, Lu Shue shook her head helplessly before offering the pink unicorn to Ao Qing's mouth. Come on, Xiao Qing, time to eat. Oh, thank you, young master. Ao Qing murmured sleepily, completely oblivious to what the pink object actually was. Lu Daosheng, watching from the side, felt his expression tighten slightly. Just as Ao Qing opened his gaping maw to devour the pink unicorn, Anxing panicked. Miss, stop. With a flash of shadow, Anxing snatched the pink unicorn back in an instant and hastily stowed it away. The speed of her action startled everyone present. Speed domain? Yu Qingfeng exclaimed in astonishment. Beside him, Jiang Bei remarked in a solemn tone, there's another type of domain, the void domain. This is the first time I've witnessed such a domain in reality. Moreover, both realms have reached the pinnacle of perfection. Hearing Jiang Bei's words, the crowd's gaze toward Anxing instantly shifted. This kid has been keeping his cards close to his chest. Noticing the unusual stares, Anxing gave an awkward chuckle before turning to Lu Daosheng with a pleading look. Seeing this, Lu Daosheng cleared his throat and said, Alright, let's stop here. At his words, the crowd immediately fell silent, their eyes turning to Lu Daosheng as they waited for his next move. The next moment, with a sweeping gesture from Lu Daosheng's hand, everyone vanished from their spots in an instant. Within a grand hall of the city lord's mansion, an aura of sanctity permeated the air. Lu Daosheng sat upon the sole chair at the highest position, his expression calm as he surveyed the gathered officials below. Lu Shue stood beside him, glancing around before taking small, quick steps to his side. She began kneading his shoulders and patting his back. Seeing this, Lu Daosheng immediately broke into a satisfied smile. Well, she's grown up. What followed was a lengthy work report from the Wasteland Guardians. They primarily detailed recent significant matters concerning the Wasteland City to Lu Daosheng. By the way, Lord City Master, the Undying Imperial Clan has approached us multiple times, seeking to lead their entire clan into joining Wasteland City. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng's brow furrowed slightly. The Undying Imperial Clan? After a moment's recollection, Lu Daosheng remembered. They were once a force in the 10,000 Spirits realm, rivaling the Immortal Clan of Everlasting Life. Yet now, in the eyes of his Wasteland City, both the Immortal Clan of Everlasting Life and the Undying Imperial Clan had become insignificant. It was the foresight of Li Changyue, the former leader of the Immortal Clan, who had set aside pride and led his entire clan to join the Wasteland City early on. Now, they lived reasonably well, though they no longer held the power they once did. Now, the Undying Imperial Clan, driven by envy, also sought to join. Lu Daosheng merely smiled at this. Tell them Wasteland City has no shortage of people now. They should look elsewhere. His initial acceptance of the Immortal Clan had been a spur-of-the-moment decision. The truth was, while the Immortal Clan had offered some assistance to the Wasteland City, it had been minimal, barely noticeable. The city's current prosperity stemmed primarily from the vast resources Lu Daosheng had preserved. Now the Undying Imperial Clan sees how well Wasteland City has developed and wants a piece of the pie. On what grounds? Did they really think he was running a charity? Lu Daosheng shook his head. Seeing this, Gu Chen naturally said nothing. He had anticipated this outcome long ago. What Di Ming dreamed of was nothing more than a pipe dream. Following this, Yunqi launched a massive military campaign against various unruly racial factions. This not only expanded the territory of the Wasteland City but also dealt a severe blow to countless factions harboring ill intentions. Now, the entire 10,000 Spirits realm was under the rule of the Wasteland City. The other once dominant clans, the Dragon Clan, the Phoenix Clan, the Demon Clan, and others have all retreated with their entire tribes to the remote corners of the 10,000 Spirits realm. As they put it, they were biding their time to avoid the sharp edge. Both the Dragon Clan and Phoenix Clan had once possessed opportunities to soar to new heights, yet they failed to seize them. Beside them, Yu Qingfeng and Jiang Bei listened to Wenxing and the others report, their expressions tinged with mild surprise. They never imagined the origins of this wasteland city would trace back to such a minor world. However, both men turned their gaze toward Lu Daosheng above. Why would the Lord expend such immense resources to establish a power base in a place like that? They couldn't fathom it. But they believed there must be a reason. After an unknown period of time, all matters were finally reported. Yunqi cleared his throat and stepped back. At that moment, Lu Daosheng's expression flickered slightly. Finally finished? How hasty it took so long. He looked down and saw that Lu Shui had fallen asleep on his lap at some point. He gently patted her. Shui, wake up. Is it over? Lu Shui rubbed her eyes drowsily, unable to suppress a yawn. Seeing this, Lu Daosheng's gaze softened instantly. Xiao Shui, you go downstairs first. Once I've handled this, I'll come find you. Lu Daosheng said with a smile. Hearing this, Lu Shui nodded silently. Staying here any longer would bore her to death. As if something occurred to her, Lu Shui's gaze drifted down to Luoli and Ouyang Yanqing below. They were among the few women in the city. Since Ouyang Yanqing hadn't accompanied Lu Shui here earlier and had since taken up a position within the Wanling Realm's wasteland city, she couldn't leave just yet. Lu Shui could only turn to Luoli and say, Luoli, let's go first. Hearing Lu Shui's words, Luoli paused slightly, her expression hesitant as she glanced at Lu Daosheng, then at Yu Qingfeng beside him. Go ahead. Lu Daosheng said. After all, Luoli's presence here served no purpose. Yu Qingfeng nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Luoli shot Lu Shui a grateful look before leaving together with her. Here, she was the only one who remained an ordinary person. After staying here so long, she felt increasingly uncomfortable. After the two departed, Lu Daosheng turned his gaze back to the crowd below. To be honest, Lu Daosheng remarked calmly, the place we're in is rather remote. Lu Daosheng remarked calmly. Hearing this, Wang Shou and the others furrowed their brows, puzzled. Yu Qingfeng and Jiang Bei, however, remained silent. Lu Daosheng knew that powerful star domains would constantly conquer weaker ones to expand their territories and resources. Whether it was the Xianling star domain, the Wuling star domain, or the Qingling star domain, none possessed particularly formidable strength. At least before Lu Daosheng's arrival, not a single divine emperor-level powerhouse existed within them. Chapter 97, Ao Chung hits a plateau. The reason these star domains hadn't been conquered by the powerful ones wasn't because the environment was barren and unworthy. Lu Daosheng turned to Jiang Bei and spoke slowly. Jiang Bei, you left the martial spirit star domain before and traveled elsewhere, correct? At these words, Jiang Bei froze in surprise. Though puzzled by how Lu Daosheng knew this, Jiang Bei respectfully replied, Lord City Master, I did indeed leave the Wuling star domain. Back then, I was young and impetuous. Having found no rivals in the surrounding star domains, I sought to venture further afield in search of stronger opponents. He paused here. Lu Daosheng continued, but you encountered an obstacle, correct? Jiang Bei nodded solemnly. When I reached the very edge of the Qingling star domain, I found only a hazy void. It felt like a natural barrier stretched across the path, blocking my way. However, with my current strength, if I were to reach that place again, I am certain I could pass through. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng nodded slowly. That barrier, he said, is not natural. It is man-made. What? Jiang Bei was utterly incredulous. If it was man-made, then the power of whoever created it must be terrifying. As far as he knew, historical records indicated no such barrier existed there long ago. Therefore, it was highly probable that it was indeed man-made. He had considered this possibility before, but had been unwilling to admit it. At this realization, Jiang Bei's expression instantly grew grave. Beside him, Yu Qingfeng frowned slightly. If it truly was the work of some powerful individual, then why would they do such a thing? Is it to protect this place, or? At these words, the group fell silent. Huang Shou and the others had just arrived and were only vaguely grasping the meaning of what Jiang Bei and the others were saying. At that moment, Lu Daosheng sighed, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. Let us set this matter aside for now. What I wish to say is this, our foremost task now is to unify the Xianling star domain. Following that, we shall turn our attention to the Wuling star domain, the Qingling star domain, and several other nearby star domains. Once these domains are completely unified, we will then set our sights on conquering the remaining, even more powerful star domains. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Yun Qi exclaimed excitedly, Lord City Master, is this truly the case? This meant war was coming. And a major one at that. For so long, he had remained within the 10,000 spirits realm, where the beings there were simply too weak for him. He had been nothing but a bully there, and he had grown weary. Now, at last, he had something to do again. Watching Yun Qi's excited expression, Lu Daosheng shook his head helplessly. The Wasteland City army now numbered over 10 million, all equipped with the finest gear. Such a force was truly staggering across the entire star domain. Among them, there was even an interstellar fleet. The only thing lacking was cultivation. Given Yun Qi more time, an army capable of sweeping across the entire star domain would undoubtedly materialize before Lu Daosheng. Moreover, Lu Daosheng himself had been secretly cultivating a covert unit all along. Every single one of these individuals was terrifyingly powerful. With little to occupy them daily, their sole focus was cultivation. Fueled by Lu Daosheng's limitless resources, their cultivation progress outpaced even that of the Wasteland Guardians. However, this was Lu Daosheng's hidden trump card. Unless absolutely necessary, he would never activate it. At that moment, Zhang Bei suddenly spoke up, "Lord City Master, leave the Wuling Star Domain to me." Yu Qingfeng also stepped forward, declaring, "The Qingling Star Domain, I can handle it single-handedly." Hearing this, Lu Daosheng fell silent for a moment before nodding. Zhang Bei and Yu Qingfeng held absolute dominance within their respective star domains. With them taking action, there would be virtually no obstacles. Moreover, it would significantly reduce losses. In truth, unifying these star domains was hardly a challenge for the current strength of the Wasteland City. After all, this was merely the first step. Lu Daosheng then instructed, "After handling your respective tasks, proceed to the border of the Qingling Star Domain. Remain there on standby, awaiting my orders." Hearing this, both men nodded without further inquiry. Whatever Lu Daosheng commanded, they would carry out. Before long, their respective tasks were assigned. The two spatial tunnels within the desolate cities would remain open for now, facilitating communication between them. Though activating these tunnels consumed vast resources almost like burning money. But would Lu Daosheng even bat an eye at such resources? Not at all. Soon, the vast population of the Wanling Realm's Wasteland City began a mass exodus. Upon learning of this, many influential families within the city chose to enter the new Wasteland City together, while others opted to remain in the realm of 10,000 spirits. The new Wasteland City represented fresh opportunities, and those who hadn't fared well in the 10,000 spirits realm naturally wouldn't pass them up. However, gaining entry to the new Wasteland City came at a price. 3 days later, the population migration finally drew to a close. The new Wasteland City now bustled with activity. On this day, the protective barrier around the city vanished. Lu Daosheng dispatched 2 divine sovereign-level powerhouses he had secretly cultivated to guard the city gates. This event sent shockwaves throughout the entire Qianling Star Domain. Blinding divine light illuminated nearly half the Qianling Star Domain. The very named Wasteland City was now fully exposed to the eyes of all within the Qianling Star Domain. Simultaneously, the Realm Alliance, one of the powerful factions within the Qianling Star Domain, suddenly engaged in a major conflict with a mysterious force. To everyone's surprise, the Realm Alliance was forced into a relentless retreat. Witnessing these events, many were secretly startled. A great era was about to dawn. Within a chamber of the Wasteland City Lord's residence. "Knock, knock, knock. Come in," Lu Daosheng said indifferently. The next moment, with a creak, Lu Shui pushed open the door and asked timidly, "Father, you were looking for me?" Looking at Lu Shui, Lu Daosheng smiled. "I wasn't looking for you. I was looking for Daosheng." Hearing this, Lu Shui looked puzzled. That dumb dragon just sleeps all day, doing nothing useful. Why would father be looking for him? Could it be that this useless dragon was about to get fired for his lack of effort? At this thought, a hint of reluctance flickered in Lu Shui's eyes. After spending every waking moment together, even if Daosheng was utterly unreliable, she couldn't help but feel attached. Lu Shui looked at her father hesitantly. "Father, has Daosheng done something wrong?" Hearing this, Lu Daosheng smiled and said, "Not exactly. Haven't you noticed something off about Daosheng lately?" Lu Shui froze at his words. "Off? No, he's just been sleeping all the time." Lu Daosheng shook his head. Daosheng had been sleeping not because he was lazy or loved napping, but because as a dragon, he needed to digest the vast amounts of energy he had absorbed through deep slumber. These past days, Daosheng had absorbed far too much energy. There was no way around it. The resources within the Wasteland City were simply too abundant. Daosheng could essentially have whatever he desired. Now, Daosheng had reached a bottleneck. He couldn't absorb all the energy, yet the influx continued unabated. If this persisted, something truly dangerous might happen. Had Lu Daosheng not discovered this in time, Daosheng might have slept himself to death one day. Lu Daosheng reached out and pulled Daosheng from Lu Shui's embrace. At that moment, Daosheng lay as still as the dead, utterly motionless. Witnessing this scene, Lu Shui finally sensed something was amiss. "Father, Daosheng?" Lu Shui asked with concern. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng smiled faintly. "It's nothing. We just need to clear his blockage." "Clear his blockage?" Lu Daosheng nodded. The next moment, a thunderous crash echoed. A piercing scream erupted from within the house, echoing across the heavens. Chapter 98, Bloodline Ascension. Arg! Daosheng, jolted awake by the immense external force. Rage immediately boiled within him. Which bastard dares to ambush this master? His dragon eyes began their initial transformation, shifting from icy blue to a pale brown, with a raging fire burning within. However, when Daosheng recognized the son of a who had attacked him, his expression instantly wilted. With a plop, Daosheng instantly wrapped himself around Lu Daosheng's leg, tears streaming down his face. "Why, master? I just had a nightmare. I dreamed I'd never see you or miss again." Watching Daosheng's tearful, dramatically exaggerated performance, both Lu Daosheng and his daughter wore looks of contempt. Lu Daosheng then grabbed Daosheng by the collar and said coldly, "Daosheng, you really aren't afraid of stuffing yourself to death, are you?" Having consumed so many high-grade delicacies, if not for his solid foundation, Daosheng would likely have collapsed long ago. Hearing Lu Daosheng's words, Daosheng froze for a moment before protesting with feigned grievance, "Master, this truly isn't my fault." Lu Daosheng sneered coldly, "What? Are you blaming me for the city's food being too good and stuffing you to bursting?" Seeing Lu Daosheng's expression, Daosheng trembled in fear. "Master, everything I eat daily is fed to me by the young master." At that moment, Daosheng couldn't help but reveal the truth. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng froze, then turned to look at Lu Shui. Feeling her father's gaze, Lu Shui quickly lowered her head, fidgeting with her little finger as she whispered, I just didn't want him to go hungry." Lu Daosheng. Finally, Lu Daosheng let out a slow sigh. These two, he really had no idea what to do with them. "Master, I feel a stomachache." Daosheng spoke up at that moment. Hearing this, Lu Shui shot Daosheng a glare. "Serves you right. Stuff yourself to death, you ungrateful brat. I went out of my way to find you all this delicious food, and now you're betraying me. I saw you devouring it more eagerly than anyone else." Lu Daosheng, however, fixed his gaze on Daosheng's stomach, his expression growing slightly tense. "What was that?" Lu Daosheng produced a pill and tossed it into Daosheng's mouth before pressing his hand against the boy's stomach. The next moment, with a sudden, forceful push from Lu Daosheng, Daosheng gasped in pain. At that moment, Lu Shui beside them gasped, "Father, look! Something strange is growing on Shaoqing's belly." Hearing this, Lu Daosheng looked down and immediately noticed a piece of flesh that had appeared out of nowhere on Daosheng's abdomen, writhing and moving. Seeing this, Lu Daosheng fell silent. Rumors had long circulated about the existence of 5-clawed divine dragons in this world, and even 6-clawed or 7-clawed ones. It seemed these tales held truth. And this flesh that had materialized out of thin air was Daosheng's 5th claw. By now, Daosheng had closed his eyes tightly, and his aura began to intensify steadily. Boom! Boom! A powerful aura poured forth from Daosheng's body, its dragon might so overwhelming that the entire city lord's residents took notice. In an instant, numerous wasteland guards and root members began rushing toward the location. Inside the room, Lu Shui stared at Daosheng in astonishment. Could this be what they meant by accumulating strength for a powerful burst? This guy spent his days either eating or sleeping, yet somehow he'd become this powerful. This is outrageous. All my hard work training, did it all go to this stupid dragon instead? Instantly, Lu Shui stared at Daosheng with a look of envy, jealousy, and resentment. Noticing Lu Shui's expression, Lu Daosheng paused before saying, "Xiao Shui, Daosheng is a dragon. Naturally, his cultivation methods differ from yours. Don't just look at how quickly his cultivation is advancing now. He has a long lifespan." Hearing this, Lu Shui's lips twitched slightly. "Dad, you really know how to comfort someone." Lu Daosheng realized his slip and quickly amended, Daosheng's rapid progress now stems from his lack of bloodline limitations. As he advances further, his cultivation will become increasingly difficult. That's why true peak-tier powerhouses are so rare among the Dragon Clan. Because cultivating a supreme dragon master consumes unimaginable resources. To be precise, it's simply unaffordable. Hearing this, Lu Shui finally sighed. After all that, it basically just means that Daosheng is taking off, right? Given our family's financial situation, how could we possibly not be able to afford a dragon? He could probably afford 100 more dragons. But remembering she was Daosheng's master, Lu Shui held her tongue. Though unreliable in daily life, she knew full well how loyal Daosheng was to her. After an unknown span of time, as the 5th claw on Daosheng's abdomen fully materialized, a sacred aura surged violently from within his body. In that instant, Daosheng had shattered the bloodline barrier, ascending fully into the ranks of divine dragons. Meanwhile, in the distant realm of 10,000 spirits, the Dragon Clan's domain. This place was no longer the dragon domain of old. Due to the might of the Wasteland City, the Dragon Clan had been forced to retreat from the fray, seeking refuge in the remote reaches of the realm of 10,000 spirits to eke out a meager existence. On this day, a surge of bloodline power suddenly erupted within every member of the clan. Every dragon ceased their activities, staring in horror at their own bodies. A golden light was now continuously blossoming within them. Feeling the fervor of their blood surging through their veins, the dragons' faces twisted in horror. What is happening? Boom! Countless mighty dragons awoke from their seclusion, their expressions heavy with unprecedented gravity. Bloodline regression? Has a dragon within their own kind broken through the bloodline barrier? Who? At that moment, an even more intense aura surged forth from the depths of the Dragon Clan. It was the Dragon Clan patriarch. His expression turned grave, but then erupted into wild joy. Whoever it was, as long as they were a member of his Dragon Clan, it would be enough. Such a powerful bloodline force would inevitably elevate the entire Dragon Clan's bloodline. When one attains enlightenment, all benefit. Of course, all this depended on the individual achieving the bloodline breakthrough being willing. Elsewhere, Aolai looked up at the starry sky with a complex expression. Daosheng, is that you? Within the wasteland city of the Xianling Star Domain. At this moment, Daosheng also sensed the bloodline connection within his clan. If he so desired, the entire Dragon Clan's bloodline could ascend collectively because of him. Yet Daosheng remained silent. He recalled the unpleasantness that had erupted when he returned to the clan earlier. More crucially, he had been expelled from the clan by the dragon ancestor. Even his own father, Aolai, had been stripped of his position as clan leader because of him. Beside him, Daosheng, seemingly sensing Daosheng's hesitation, spoke up, Daosheng, I'll say it again, the decision is yours alone. Whatever choice you make, just be true to yourself. Hearing this, Daosheng instantly understood. Master, I understand. With that, Daosheng closed his eyes and focused his will. Instantly, countless dragons across the 10,000 spirits realm began to radiate heat, their bloodlines surging as dazzling light emanated from their bodies. This was the precursor to their bloodline advancement. Feeling this, countless dragonkin roared in ecstasy toward the heavens. Heaven has not forsaken us dragons. The ancient dragon ancestors, too, were overcome with emotion. Their dragon clan still held hope for supremacy. Chapter 99, Too Arrogant. Boom! Before long, countless powerful auras surged skyward from within the dragon clan. Sensing the powerful disturbance emanating from the Dragon Clan, all beings of the 10,000 spirits realm turned their gaze toward it with solemn expressions. Truly worthy of being one of the former rulers of the 10,000 spirits realm. Even now, they still possessed such formidable power. Yet within the Dragon Clan, one dragon was far from joyful. Instead, his expression darkened. Why? Why? The ancient dragon ancestor stared in horror at his own unresponsive body. While the vast majority of his kin had already undergone bloodline advancement, he alone had not. Why did his bloodline show no reaction? Was he not a member of the Dragon Clan? Deep confusion filled his heart. Meanwhile, within the city lord's mansion of Huangcheng, Daosheng slowly opened his eyes. His dragon pupils were no longer the icy blue of before, having completely transformed into a deep brown. A primordial aura began to seep out from his body. Divine Sovereign Realm. Unexpectedly, Daosheng was the first to reach the Divine Sovereign Realm. Thank you, Master. Daosheng, having regained his senses, immediately thanked Daosheng. Had it not been for Daosheng, he might never have regained consciousness. Nor would he have achieved a breakthrough in his bloodline, reaching the Divine Sovereign Realm. Now, Daosheng possessed not only a formidable bloodline but also boundless divine power. Facing a divine sovereign of equal rank, the opponent would likely struggle to even breach Daosheng's physical form, let alone defeat him. Daosheng nodded and asked, what are your thoughts regarding the Dragon Clan within the 10,000 spirits realm? Upon hearing this, Daosheng fell silent for a moment before slowly replying, Master, I wish to return to the 10,000 spirits realm. Lu Shui paused, slightly taken aback. Daosheng nodded. Go. It's time to settle those matters. Daosheng's eyes instantly welled up with tears as he gave a heavy nod. Young master, I'm leaving. While I'm gone, you must be careful on your own. Before he could finish, Lu Shui delivered a swift kick. Get lost. Lu Shui's face turned ashen. You make it sound like you're going to die. Seeing Lu Shui like this, Daosheng gave an awkward chuckle before hastily departing, heading toward the direction of the spacetime tunnel. Soon after, the people within the desolate city witnessed a 5-clawed divine dragon, radiating divine light, soaring skyward. Holy! Am I seeing things? That dragon has 5 claws. That looks like Lord Daosheng. Whoa, no wonder he's Miss Lu Shui's personal bodyguard, his power is terrifying. At the same time, Xing, Away, and the others also witnessed Daosheng's power. He had actually reached the Divine Sovereign Realm, surpassing them by a step. They couldn't help but feel envious. Sigh, we've got to push ourselves harder. The group shook their heads and immediately returned to their arduous training, striding to advance further as soon as possible. Within the wasteland city of the 10,000 spirits realm, though Away, Anqing, and the others had departed, order within the wasteland city remained undisturbed. This was thanks to the spacetime tunnel generated by the spacetime god tower. Should any incident occur within the city, its high-ranking officials could arrive in the blink of an eye. After the massive population migration of the past few days, though people still trickled into the spacetime tunnel entrance, their numbers had dwindled considerably. Before the spacetime tunnel, 2 Heavens Will Realm wasteland guards stood watch here. They also handled the crucial task of collecting fees. Sir, A slightly undersized young man approached the two. Seeing him, the two raised their eyebrows slightly. I thought you'd never come again. Didn't I tell you? Only those who pay may enter. That's the rule. Hearing this, the young man's face twisted into a pained expression, yet he steeled himself to plead, Sirs, please show mercy and let me in. I truly can't survive here any longer. Hearing this, Huang Wei's expression remained cold. The rules are the rules. If you continue to disrupt the order here, don't blame us for taking action. Suddenly, a powerful aura surged forth from the two wasteland guards. In the blink of an eye, the young man was forced to stumble backward. They had expected him to back down at this, but to their surprise, the young man pointed an accusing finger at them and shouted angrily, Rules, rules. If you're so strict about enforcing them, why haven't I seen you doing anything about the chaos in the city? At these words, their expressions darkened. What do you mean by that? The young man shuddered, realizing he'd spoken out of turn. He hastily waved his hands. Nothing, nothing. Then, the young man turned and fled the scene as if escaping. Seeing this, the two exchanged a glance. The next moment, the young man was easily subdued and pinned to the spot. Speak! What exactly is going on? His face darkened at the sight. With his strength, he stood no chance against them, especially since these were wasteland guards. Who would dare provoke them? With no other choice, he finally revealed everything he knew. What? A gambling den? One of the wasteland guards exclaimed in shock. It was common knowledge that when Huang City was first established, the city lord had issued an order banning gambling establishments. Of the three vices, prostitution, gambling, and drugs, while Huang City maintained relatively lax oversight, gambling and drugs had always been the most strictly regulated within Huangchang. Yet now, this young man claimed a casino had opened in the outer city. He had gone gambling, lost everything down to his underwear, and now found himself penniless and deeply in debt. With no other choice, he had fled to another new wasteland city to escape his troubles and start anew. Back at the scene, the expressions of the two wasteland guards shifted. Is what you say true? Hearing this, the young man's face darkened with despair. True? Of course it's true. And the owner of that gambling den holds immense influence within the wasteland city. People like us couldn't possibly stand up to him. Not just people like us, even you wasteland guards can't stand up to him. Hearing this, both men looked utterly shocked. How could he be so brazen? Even we wasteland guards can't challenge him? Oof. Instantly, both men let out a series of cold laughs. Can't handle it, huh? Well, I'll see if our leader can handle it. Their leader is a favored figure close to the city lord himself, holding great power and influence. You stay here and guard. I'll go report this. Understood. One of them immediately turned and sent a message using a communication artifact. Moments later, upon receiving a reply, he stepped directly into the space-time tunnel. At the original spot, another wasteland guard continued to stand watch silently, occasionally glancing toward the space-time tunnel. As for the young man, upon seeing the wasteland guard enter the tunnel, a barely perceptible smile flitted across his face. Could he really provoke a wasteland guard? Of course not. His actions were merely to provoke the wasteland guard's strength, so he could strike decisively and take him down. After all, within the wasteland city, the wasteland guard truly held some power and standing. Daring to screw me over, making me lose every last penny. Well then, let's call it quits. But just as he was secretly gloating over their misfortune, the space-time tunnel suddenly began to violently tremble. Seeing this, Huang Wei beside him shuddered violently. What a powerful aura! Could it be the leader? But this is far too fast. Just as he was puzzled, a colossal entity burst forth from within the space-time tunnel. Instantly, a terrifying aura poured forth from its massive form. In the blink of an eye, the entire wasteland city, indeed, the entire 10,000 spirits realm felt the chill of that terrifying aura. It was a dragon. Wait, how could it have 5 claws? Chapter 100, I challenge you. Seeing the 5-clawed dragon circling above the desolate city, obscuring the sky, everyone stopped what they were doing. Staring up at the heavens, their expressions were filled with shock. Their eyes brimmed with confusion. Had the dragon mutated? Since Daosheng had always stayed by Lu Shue's side, most people in the desolate city didn't recognize him. Yet some did recognize him. A figure suddenly materialized in the void, bowing respectfully toward Daosheng. Lord Daosheng, we failed to greet you properly. Please forgive our oversight. Upon seeing that figure, countless wasteland guards were instantly filled with dread. The crimson token at his waist shone with an almost blinding brilliance. Within the wasteland city, there were actually wasteland guards bearing red tokens, and they had no idea. Likely, they were left behind by the chieftain to keep watch over this place. In the void, Daosheng heard the voice and lowered his gaze, immediately spotting the wasteland guard. At that moment, the guard's heart pounded violently, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. It was impossible to help it. Daosheng's oppressive aura was simply too overwhelming. His aura radiated the might of a divine sovereign, infinitely more formidable than even their leader, Wei. More crucially, Daosheng's form had grown colossal. Standing before him, the guard was smaller than even Ao Cheng's dragon eye. "Are you the one in charge here?" Ao Cheng asked in a calm voice. Hearing this, the wasteland guard nodded. "Indeed, I am. What are your orders, sir?" Ao Cheng's gaze drifted toward the distant horizon as he spoke. "Prepare a small world for me. I'll return." "Yes, sir. I'll see to it immediately." With that, Ao Cheng twisted his massive dragon form and headed out of the wasteland city. Left behind, the crimson-ranked wasteland guard watched Ao Cheng's departure until his figure vanished from sight. Only then did he exhale in relief before turning and leaving. Within the dragon clan of the 10,000 spirits realm. At that moment, the atmosphere within the dragon clan felt somewhat oppressive. Though the vast majority of dragons had received bloodline enhancements, significantly boosting their power, they had already begun to suspect something. At the forefront, the dragon clan patriarch's face was dark and gloomy. Every dragon had received a bloodline enhancement except himself. A moment's reflection revealed the source of these enhancements. Ao Cheng. In the corner, Ao Lai's gaze remained calm and composed. Oof. If only they had known this would happen, why bother back then? The great sages of our clan foretold it long ago, my son would lead the dragon clan to glory. And yet, you drove my son from the dragon clan. Oof. At that moment, Ao Lai couldn't help but let out a soft snort. In an instant, all the dragon clan members turned their gaze toward Ao Lai. Ao Lai, what do you think you're doing? The dragon clan patriarch glared at Ao Lai, his expression darkening. At this moment, he was on the verge of fury. Hearing the patriarch's words, Ao Lai replied calmly, "Patriarch, I intend to do nothing. And I shall continue to do so." At these words, the assembled dragons grew uneasy. The patriarch, however, erupted with fury. "Ao, do you really think I wouldn't dare touch you?" Oof. Ao Lai stood rooted to the spot, utterly unmoved. He hadn't even once looked the dragon clan patriarch in the eye. Seeing this, the dragon clan patriarch could no longer contain himself. "Ao Lai, you insolent brat." Boom. In an instant, the dragon clan patriarch struck out, a dragon claw reaching toward Ao Lai. Explosions erupted from within the dragon clan's ranks. Yet when the smoke cleared, the dragon clan patriarch's expression grew even darker. "Are you all plotting rebellion?" 6 colossal dragons had joined forces to block his attack, leaving Ao Lai unscathed. The dragon at the forefront was none other than the dragon clan's grand elder. The grand elder of the dragon clan spoke solemnly, "Ancestor, please be reasonable. You should know who the source of the bloodline advancement is. It is Ao Cheng. Ao Cheng has made immense contributions to the entire dragon clan. You cannot touch Ao Lai." The other elders chimed in from the sidelines, "Ancestor, Ao Lai must not be touched. Ancestor, I advise you to restore Ao Cheng's status as a dragon clan member without delay." Hearing these words, the dragon clan patriarch's expression darkened considerably. His gaze swept across all the dragons present, and he was shocked to discover that every pair of eyes fixed upon him now held a hint of hostility. He had now been abandoned by all. "You all." Just then, a palpable aura of authority rolled in from the distant horizon. What was that? Instantly, all dragonkin turned their gaze toward that direction. A 5-clawed golden dragon, radiating divine light, was streaking toward them at incredible speed. Wherever it passed, the void itself shattered layer by layer. And this was merely the power of its physical form. "Ha ha, my son Ao Cheng has returned." Gazing at the colossal dragon, Ao Lai cried out in excitement. No matter how Ao Cheng had changed, he could still recognize him at a glance. After all, this was his own flesh and blood. The dragon's son. The dragon's son has returned. Quickly, quickly, go welcome the dragon prince." In an instant, all the dragons rushed outside, leaving only the ancient dragon ancestor standing there with a grim expression. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed through the air. Ao Cheng's massive dragon form descended upon the dragon clan. Witnessing Ao Cheng's transformation, countless dragonkin stood utterly dumbfounded. 5 claws, brown dragon eyes, and a terrifying bloodline aura. After a long moment, cheers finally erupted from the crowd. "We humbly welcome the dragon son." Ever since Huangqing's rise to prominence, they had regretted expelling Ao Cheng from the dragon clan. Fortunately, they needn't blame themselves for this, someone else would take the fall. Observing the reverence and adoration in the dragon's eyes, Ao Cheng felt not a ripple of emotion. He had long outgrown the age of vain ambition. "I have returned to lead the dragon clan into the wasteland city." At these words, the dragons froze, their expressions instantly surging with excitement. Who in the entire 10,000 spirits realm didn't know how generous the rewards from the wasteland city were? Even the mighty undying imperial clan had humbled themselves to seek admission, yet even they were turned away. And now, they could settle there directly. How could they not be thrilled? But at that very moment, a furious shout erupted. "Ao Cheng, don't even think about it." In the next instant, the figure of the dragon clan patriarch materialized at the original spot. Both Ao Cheng and the dragon clan patriarch now stood in their true forms, yet the times had changed. Before Ao Chang, the Dragon Clan patriarch was now no better than a lowly insect. After all, the disparity in power was vast. Ao Chang had already ascended to the ranks of the divine dragons. Seeing the Dragon Clan patriarch, Ao Chang's expression turned cold. Ao Chang, you have no right to lead the Dragon Clan, Ao Chang declared coldly. At some point, all the Dragon Clan members had gathered behind Ao Chang. Witnessing this, the Dragon Clan patriarch's expression darkened further. Behind Ao Chang, several elders shook their heads in disapproval. As the oldest living dragon within the clan today, Ao Chang was revered as the patriarch and should have commanded the respect of all dragons. Yet back then, Ao Chang had committed such a grave error. Even so, he could have simply stepped back and quietly entered seclusion. Instead, he had stripped Ao Lai of his position as clan leader and taken direct control of the entire Dragon Clan. Now, he had alienated everyone. Ao Chang's authority within the Dragon Clan has long since evaporated. Ao Chang, I challenge you. At that moment, Ao Chang spoke up again. Chapter 101, Do you know who I am? Challenge. Instantly, countless dragons felt their blood boil. Their gazes toward Ao Chang grew even more intense. Ah, Ao Chang, you old bastard. I've put up with you long enough. Watch how my son deals with you. At that moment, Ao Lai roared with excitement. It was the very definition of a father exploiting his son's power. Ao Chang saw the arrogance in Ao Lai's eyes, then the cold gaze of Ao Chang and the mocking, indifferent expressions of the surrounding clan members. In that moment, he finally understood his downfall was inevitable. He regretted it. Why hadn't he killed Ao Chang outright back then? Otherwise, he wouldn't be facing this humiliating predicament now. Facing Ao Chang's challenge, Ao Chang felt fear. Though he didn't know how powerful Ao Chang had become, a mere glimpse of that terrifying aura made it clear he was no match. Especially that fifth claw Ao Chang now possessed a feature only spoken of in dragon legends. Yet now it appeared on Ao Chang's body. Seeing Ao Chang's lack of response, Ao Lai sneered coldly, Ao Chang, you're not backing down, are you? The gazes of the other dragons turned even more mocking toward Ao Chang. Seeing this, Ao Chang snorted coldly. Fine, bring it on. I'll show you, you upstart, what true power really looks like. At this moment, Ao Chang had clearly lost his reason. Ao Chang felt no pity for Ao Chang. Boom! With Ao Chang's divine dragon tail strike, Ao Chang was sent flying without any suspense. The gap in strength was simply too vast. As the dust settled, only Ao Chang remained, foaming at the mouth and sprawled lifeless on the ground. Instant kill. It was to be expected, I suppose. Yet the Dragon Clan members now stared in stunned silence. The Dragon Prince was already this powerful. Gazing at the unconscious Ao Chang's expression grew solemn. He hesitated, unsure how to deal with Ao Chang. Just then, Ao Lai suddenly declared, Ao Chang, kill him. Hearing this, Ao Chang turned to look at his father. Ao Lai continued, the victor takes all. If you had lost, do you think he would have spared you? At these words, Ao Chang froze in place. Beside them, countless Dragon Clan members bowed their heads. What followed, they no longer needed to witness. Splatter! With a single strike from the divine sovereign level powerhouse Ao Chang, dragon blood instantly sprayed across the sky. The once feared Dragon Clan patriarch, Ao Chang, met his end. Ultimately, without any suspense, Ao Chang led the entire Dragon Clan of the 10,000 Spirits realm into the desolate city. But this was merely the wasteland city of the 10,000 Spirits realm. To enter higher tier wasteland cities? That depended entirely on the Dragon Clan's own prowess. Lord Commander, I have urgent news to report. Within the Wasteland Guard's main residence, a Wasteland Guard knelt on one knee in the courtyard, his expression respectful. It was none other than the Wasteland Guard who had once stood watch beside the space-time tunnel. Moments later, a voice echoed from within the house. Enter. Hearing this, he trembled slightly before taking a deep breath and stepping inside slowly. Squeak! The door opened, and he immediately knelt before Away, who sat at the desk. Your subordinate greets the leader. Rise. Thank you, Commander. Smack! Away set down the documents he was reviewing and looked up at the Wasteland Guard, his voice calm. What has happened? Chief, a gambling den has appeared within the wasteland city of the 10,000 Spirits realm. At these words, Away sprang to his feet. What did you say? Away's brows furrowed deeply as he spoke in a grave tone. The Wasteland Guard's expression tightened, his voice trembling. A gambling den has appeared within the wasteland city. And what? Commander, the owner of that gambling den is no ordinary figure. He doesn't even acknowledge us Wasteland Guards. Hearing this, Away suddenly smiled. But it was a cold smile. He doesn't even regard the Wasteland Guards with respect? Away turned to look at Zhang Tian standing beside him. This blade was bestowed upon him by Lu Daosheng years ago, intended to make him a judge. And now, within Huang City, such a brazen individual had emerged. Defying the rules. If he did not slay this traitor, how could he ever show his face before the city lord again? Guards! Instantly, countless terrifying auras surged forth from within the wasteland city. Hordes of wasteland guards converged toward a single direction. Meanwhile, within the wasteland city of the 10,000 Spirits realm, in a quiet alleyway somewhere in the outer city, countless wasteland guards had gathered here, maintaining a strict, impenetrable defense. Not even a fly could escape. Sir, may I leave now? The young man's voice trembled slightly. He had thought that reporting this place would be enough to clear his conscience, but now he couldn't even leave. Shortly after the wasteland guard entered the spacetime tunnel to report, a large contingent of guards arrived at its entrance, demanding he lead them to the gambling den he had mentioned. Now, only the arrival of the wasteland guard leader remained. Investigations revealed the casino's owner appeared to be connected to influential figures within the inner city. This demanded their utmost caution. Beneath the alleyway, an immense underground chamber stretched out before them. The constant clamor of cheers and excitement formed a stark contrast to the quiet above ground. Ha, come on, pay up, pay up. A pot-bellied man grinned from ear to ear, his eyes crinkling with laughter, a clear sign of substantial winnings. Suddenly, a figure materialized beside him, his voice deep and urgent. Young Master Zhang, trouble. A large force of wasteland guards has appeared outside. We've been discovered. Hearing this, the man called Young Master Zhang froze momentarily, his brow furrowing. Wasteland guards? How is this possible? Don't they know I'm from the Zhang family? This place had been discovered by the wasteland guards long ago. But once they learned his identity, they treated him with utmost courtesy. In the end, after a round of smooth talking, they chose not to report the matter. After all, the Zhang family was one of the city's most prominent clans. More importantly, the Zhangs were founding elders of the wasteland city, wielding immense influence. Even the city lord treated the Zhangs with utmost respect. A mere wasteland guard? He wasn't the least bit afraid. Go tell them I am Zhang Guangyou of the Zhang family. Have them return. My father will personally pay them a visit in a couple of days. Zhang Guangyou waved dismissively. But before the words had fully left his mouth, a cold voice cut through the air. I don't think that will be necessary. Instantly, countless powerful auras descended upon the area. At the entrance, over 100 wasteland guards marched steadily toward them. The leader, a long blade at his waist, emitted a faint, flickering blade aura. The overwhelming presence he projected sent shockwaves through the crowd. In an instant, the entire underground casino fell completely silent. Wasteland guards. Though they'd heard the owner here wasn't afraid of the wasteland guards, which was why they dared to gamble here. But that only meant the owner wasn't afraid. It didn't mean they weren't afraid. At the sight of Huang Wei, everyone present was utterly horrified. Seeing the casino so crowded, Wei's expression darkened instantly. Take them all down. Hold on. No sooner had Wei spoken than a voice cut him off. Zhang Guangyou looked at Wei, his brow slightly furrowed. Do you know who I am? Hearing this, Wei's face darkened. Then do you know who I am? Chapter 102, My Father, Zhang Er. Wei's expression darkened as he strode toward Zhang Guangyou. SSS-tier. A long blade pressed flat against Zhang Guangyou's throat. With the slightest pressure from Wei, his head would be severed from his body. You. At that moment, Zhang Guangyou was utterly petrified. The other party didn't even care about his status and was about to kill him outright. Seeing the man was serious, Zhang Guangyou dared not take it lightly. He bellowed, My father is Zhang Er. Zhang Er? The surrounding crowd paled at the name. That was the head of the Zhang family, one of the three most powerful clans within the inner city of Wasteland City. Legend held that the Zhangs were founding elders of Wasteland City, among its few original inhabitants. A super family with meritorious service to the founding of the city. This man is actually the son of Zhang Er, head of the Zhang family. No wonder he was so arrogant. Hearing this, the expressions of the surrounding wasteland guards shifted slightly. Their gazes immediately turned toward their leader. If it were just them, they might have turned a blind eye. But now the leader was present. How would the leader handle this? Wei's brow furrowed slightly. Seeing this, Zhang Guangyou assumed Wei was intimidated and instantly breathed a sigh of relief. His father's name carried absolute weight throughout the entire wasteland city. Yet the next moment, Zhang Guangyou was stunned once more. Seize everyone here and take them away. Wei ordered coldly. His gaze then fixed on Zhang Guangyou. Under that icy, piercing stare, Zhang Guangyou couldn't help but shiver. My father, Zhang Er. Take him away. My father, Zhang Er. His voice grew fainter and fainter as the guards led him away without a hint of surprise. The outcome was predictable. He would surely get to enjoy a stint in the prison first. He scanned the entire scene. The place was now a complete mess. Wei shook his head, about to leave. At that moment, a wasteland guard approached Wei with a woman in tow. Chieftain, we have a fallen elf girl here. It seems she was trafficked into this place. Hearing this, Wei turned to look. Before him stood a girl who looked barely 16, timidly gazing at him with eyes as clear as spring water, so captivating it made one want to reach out and touch her. I didn't gamble. The elven girl trembled as she spoke. Looking at the petite elven woman before him, Wei felt an inexplicable stir within him. Feeling the unusual stir within him, Wei quickly shook his head. He stepped forward to check for any injuries. Satisfied she was unharmed, he said softly, "Where's your home? I'll take you back." Nearby, several wasteland guards stared in stunned silence at their leader's unexpectedly gentle demeanor. This was the first time they had ever seen their leader treat someone with such gentleness. Hearing Wei's words, the girl lowered her head. I have no home. An orphan." Wei froze upon hearing this. Then where else can you go?" The woman shook her head. "What's your name?" I'm Fan Ying. Fan Ying kept her head bowed low, her voice barely audible. She was utterly lost at that moment. Her home was gone, and she'd been deceived into coming to this place. Fortunately, she'd been rescued before losing her virtue. But what was she supposed to do now? Looking at the pitifully vulnerable Fan Ying before him, Wei made a momentous decision. "Why don't you come with me?" Hearing this, Fan Ying froze. She had heard those exact words not long ago, before being brought here. She started to refuse, but when she looked up into Wei's sincere eyes, she hesitated. "Don't be afraid, young lady. Our leader isn't a bad man." At that moment, the wasteland guard spoke up from the side. Wei gave his subordinate an approving look before extending his hand toward Fan Ying. "All right, fine." After an internal struggle, Fan Ying finally agreed. Holding Fan Ying's soft little hand, for some reason, Wei suddenly felt his heartbeat quicken. They stepped out of the casino into the open air. The sunlight was blinding, yet Wei felt an unusual sense of joy. Turning to glance at Fan Ying, who had ducked behind him to shield her eyes from the glare, Wei couldn't help but let a faint smile touch his lips. "Commander, what should we do with those men?" A member of the wasteland guard stepped forward to ask. Hearing this, Wei replied calmly, "Follow the rules. Handle them as they should be handled." "Then, what about my father, Zhang?" Wei paused, then replied after a moment's silence, "Handle them as they should be handled." "Yes, Chief. I don't even know your name yet." On the way back, Fan Ying lifted her little head and timidly asked. "My name is Wei. You can just call me brother." Wei smiled. And so, the two of them passed through the spacetime tunnel and returned to the desolate city within the Xianling star domain. Meanwhile, within the Zhang family's ancestral manor, the wasteland city of the Xianling star domain naturally held a place for the Zhang family. Shortly after the spacetime tunnel opened, the Zhang family had already completed the relocation of part of their clan. The remaining members stayed behind in the wasteland city of the 10,000 Spirits realm. "What? Guanyo has been captured by the wasteland guards." Zhang, the head of the Zhang family, exclaimed in shock and fury. A servant stood beside Zhang, his voice trembling. "Master, young Master Guanyo seems to have gotten into trouble," alarming the wasteland guard leader. Hearing this, Zhang sucked in a sharp breath, his face turning deathly pale as he slumped into his chair. The wasteland guard leader? Wasn't that Wei? As a native of Huangchang, he naturally knew of Wei. Though he was young back then, he knew what kind of man Wei was. He was an upright man, and his loyalty to the city lord was beyond reproach. If his own son had gotten into trouble, Wei would never have gone easy on him out of personal favor. Besides, he didn't even have any personal connections with Wei to begin with. My old man might be a different story. Right. Father. Zhang abruptly stood up and hurried toward the inner chambers of the Zhang residence. "Master, your father is in seclusion. Whatever business you have, please wait until he emerges." They had barely reached his father's doorstep when they were turned away. Zhang face darkened. If this continued, he might lose his son. Though Zhang Guanyo wasn't his only son, he was still his own flesh and blood. He couldn't just stand by and watch his son be ruined. The dungeon was no place for his son. Lord City Master. Zhang knew that now, the only one who could save his son was likely the city lord. He hoped the lord would still remember the old ties between our Zhang family and his. With these thoughts racing through his mind, Zhang spurred his horse without pause toward the city lord's residence. "Hey, brother Zhang, what's the rush? Where are you headed?" After walking just a few steps, he encountered the current head of the Li family out for a stroll. At that moment, Li Gangyan, the head of the Li family, looked radiant and full of vigor. As one of the 3 top-tier families in Wasteland City, the Li family naturally enjoyed resources that were among the best in the city. Talented individuals within the family emerged in endless succession. As the family head, he had virtually no worries to speak of. In truth, Zhang was no different. Alas, now his son had gotten himself into trouble. Chapter 103, You're actually this kind of person. Facing Li Gangyan's friendly greeting, Zhang had no heart to respond. "Brotherly, I have matters to attend to now. We'll talk another day." Without waiting for Li Gangyan's reply, Zhang pressed on without pause toward the city lord's mansion. Left behind, Li Gangyan frowned slightly. Watching the direction Zhang Er had gone, Li Gangyan beckoned with a wave of his hand. In the next instant, a figure clad in black materialized beside him. Master, what are your orders? Li Gangyan replied in a calm tone, go investigate what has transpired within the Zhang family. Yes, master. The dark-clad figure vanished from the spot. Li Gangyan stood rooted to the spot, a vague unease stirring within him. The Zhang family was no different from his only family. Whatever misfortune befell the Zhangs could just as easily strike his own house. He could not afford to follow in their footsteps. It must be said, Li Gangyan was indeed a shrewd strategist. This foreshadowed the Li family's eventual rise to surpass the Zhang family. Within a courtyard of the city lord's residence, Lord City Master Wei pulled Fan Ying along as they approached Lu Daosheng's quarters. Oh, Wei, what's the matter? Seeing Wei, Lu Daosheng immediately broke into a smile, though his peripheral vision kept darting toward Fan Ying beside Wei. An elf? She looks so young. What is Wei up to? Lord City Master, a gambling den has appeared within the wasteland city of the 10,000 spirits realm, and there have been heinous acts of human trafficking. Your subordinate has apprehended all the criminals involved. At that moment, Wei directly reported the events unfolding in the Wanling realm's wasteland city to Lu Daosheng. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng's expression shifted slightly. Gambling dens, human trafficking. These were the very things he detested most. How long had he been gone? Such heinous crimes had already emerged in the wasteland city of the 10,000 spirits realm. Lu Daosheng nodded. Wei, well done. Show no mercy to those criminals. Yet Wei hesitated. Lord City Master, your servant has already apprehended all the criminals and locked them in the dungeon. It's just that. But what? Lu Daosheng frowned slightly. This was the first time Lu Daosheng had seen Wei hesitate so much in carrying out orders. Wei spoke slowly, Lord City Master, the owner of that gambling den is the son of Zhang Er, head of the Zhang family. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng's brow immediately furrowed. The Zhang family. Lu Daosheng was, of course, intimately familiar with the Zhang family. Back when he had first arrived in Wasteland City, the Zhang family had provided him with considerable assistance. To be precise, the citizens of Huangcheng had all been very kind to him back then. That was precisely why, even after all this time, Lu Daosheng still looked out for them whenever possible, sharing whatever benefits he could with them. But now, this was a matter of principle. Seeing Lu Daosheng deep in thought, Wei remained silent. He had already reported the matter to Lu Daosheng. What followed was no longer his decision to make. After all, he was well aware of the Zhang family's assistance to Lu Daosheng. Just then, Lu Daosheng suddenly looked up. A guard was leading a middle-aged man toward them. Zhang Er, head of the Zhang family, greets your lordship. The moment he saw Lu Daosheng, Zhang Er immediately knelt down, tears streaming down his face as if desperate for everyone to witness his profound grievance. Seeing this, Lu Daosheng acted as if unaware of the situation, smiling as he asked, what's happened? Why all the tears? Hearing this, Zhang Er wept even harder. He lifted his head to recount his grievances, but upon catching sight of Wei standing nearby, his sobs abruptly ceased. Ga. Wei, you. How are you here too? Zhang Er pointed at Wei, his voice thick with disbelief. Wei merely replied in a calm tone, I'm just here to report on work. You continue. Hearing this, Zhang Er was suddenly at a loss for words. Watching the silent Zhang Er, Lu Daosheng chuckled inwardly but still asked, what exactly happened? Lord City Master, it's like this. Zhang Er wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his voice trembling with guilt. My son got into trouble and was thrown into the dungeon by the wasteland guards. I was hoping. You want me to release your son? Lu Daosheng cut straight to the point. Hearing this, Zhang Er hurriedly replied, Lord City Master, I promise to discipline Guangyao properly. He's been frail and sickly since childhood, he simply can't endure prison life. I humbly beg for your mercy. After speaking, Zhang Er fixed Lu Daosheng with a pleading gaze. Hearing Zhang Er's plea, Lu Daosheng smiled briefly before his expression abruptly turned cold. Do you even know what your son has done? Lu Daosheng demanded, his voice thick with fury. Running an illegal gambling den. If this had happened elsewhere, he wouldn't have interfered or said anything. But this was Huangcheng and such activities were absolutely forbidden here. Moreover, he had long established strict regulations against such activities. And Zhang Guangyao, Zhang Er's son, dared to flout the law, acting with impunity under the protection of the Zhang family name, showing him utter contempt. Seeing Lu Daosheng so enraged, Zhang Er kept his head bowed low, not daring to breathe. Truth be told, he had no idea about Zhang Guanyao's actions. From childhood onward, he had spoiled Zhang Guangyao, never opposing anything he did. But he never imagined things would turn out like this. Seeing Zhang Er at a loss, Lu Daosheng coldly ordered, Wei, tell her what his son has done. Yes, Lord City Master. Moments later, Zhang Er slumped to the ground, his face ashen. His expression gradually turned to utter despair. A gambling den in one entangled in human trafficking, no less. But the gambling operation alone was enough to cost Zhang Guangyou his life 9 times over. Lord Mayor. Zhang looked up at Lu Daosheng, tears streaming down his face. But Lu Daosheng turned his head away. Go back. Your son deserves his punishment. There will be no leniency. In the end, Zhang walked out of the city lord's residence, utterly devastated. His son was gone. How could he possibly face his wife? Inside the city lord's residence, Lu Daosheng shook his head. From Wenxing's report, he had long known that over the years, the major clans within Huancheng had begun to grow restless. After all, with vast estates and extensive holdings, it was impossible for the upper echelons to maintain flawless control over their subordinates. So he had long been preparing to crack down on these prominent families. As for Wenxing, Lu Daosheng had complete trust in him. But the fact that this move wasn't initiated by Wenxing, but by Wei, caught him off guard. Could it be that Zhen's intelligence capabilities were actually weaker than Huang Wei's? At that moment, Wei interjected, "Lord City Master, what about old Zhang? How should we address him?" Although the old patriarch of the Zhang family no longer managed the family's affairs, having handed them over to his descendants, he would likely not remain indifferent if he learned of this matter. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng replied calmly, "Old Zhang will understand my well-intentioned efforts. These major clans needed to be deterred. And the sacrifice would be Zhang son." Lu Daosheng then turned his gaze to Fan Yingying, standing beside Wei. The girl had clung tightly to Wei's hand from the start, not even lifting her head. "Wei, who is this?" At the question, a barely perceptible smile flitted across Wei's face. "Your lordship, you finally asked. Yingying, come greet the city lord." Wei practically paraded Fan Yingying forward as if showing her off. Hearing Wei's words, Fan Yingying obediently nodded before stepping forward to kneel before Lu Daosheng. She knew nothing of Lu Daosheng personally, but the title of Lord of Huang City was another matter entirely. In the current 10,000 spirits realm, who didn't know that Wasteland City was the undisputed overlord? And the Lord of Huangcheng was a figure utterly beyond the reach of a minor figure like herself. To catch even a glimpse of the Lord of Huangcheng today was a blessing beyond measure for her. Yet at that moment, a gentle force gently pulled her back. "No need to kneel," Lu Daosheng said with a faint smile. Fan Yingying paused, then addressed Lu Daosheng. I'm Fan Yingying, of the Elf clan." "Oh? And what is your relationship with Wei?" Hearing this, Fan Yingying innocently replied, "Wei is my husband." "Put." Lu Daosheng instantly stood up, his face frozen in utter shock. Wei, standing behind Fan Yingying, also looked startled. He quickly stepped forward and covered her small mouth. "Mum. Your lordship, children tend to blurt things out. Please don't take it to heart," Wei said awkwardly. Lu Daosheng, however, fixed Wei with a cold stare. The term husband was something he had told Wei long ago. How could anyone else know it? Seeing the innocent look in Fan Yingying's eyes, Lu Daosheng felt a surge of anger. "Wei, I never imagined you'd be this kind of person. You don't even spare the children. How did I never notice this before?" Hearing Lu Daosheng's words, Wei felt a pang of shame. But just then, Fan Yingying timidly interjected, "I'm not a child. I'm already 19. Chapter 104, The Wood Immortal Realm. 19. That truly wasn't young anymore. Yet Lu Daosheng remained furious beyond control. With a wave of his hand, Fan Yingying vanished from her spot. Gazing at the utterly mortified Wei, who kept his head bowed low, Lu Daosheng lost all restraint. Pointing an accusing finger at Wei's nose, he roared, "Wei, don't you feel a shred of guilt? To lay hands on such an extremely young girl? That was too much." Hearing this, Wei kept his head bowed, saying nothing. Seeing his reaction, Lu Daosheng shook his head and said, "Wei, I certainly won't oppose the two of you being together. Of course, this isn't really any of my business, but..." Lu Daosheng shifted his tone, his voice turning cold. "I don't want you to be someone who treats relationships carelessly." Of course, Lu Daosheng was merely offering Wei a gentle reminder. He could tell Wei was serious this time. Fan Yingying was a good girl too. The two of them together would make a very suitable match. What mattered was that this was the first time Wei had ever reacted this way to a woman. All along, Lu Daosheng had assumed Wei simply didn't understand these things. It turned out he just hadn't met the right person yet. Hearing Lu Daosheng's words, Wei's eyes reddened slightly. "Lord City Master, I will treat Yingying well." Seeing this, Lu Daosheng nodded. He chose to forgive Wei for tricking Fan Yingying into calling him husband. Alright, truth be told, he was just jealous. But that was something he would never admit. Waving to Wei, he said, "Wei, you may go now." "Yes, Lord City Master." After Wei departed, Fan Yingying suddenly appeared in the room. Still unsure what was happening, Fan Yingying looked up at Lu Daosheng, who was studying her intently, and quickly lowered her head. "Yingying, what do you think of Wei?" "Ha?" Fan Yingying was momentarily stunned. Lu Daosheng repeated, "I said, what do you think of Wei?" What kind of person is he? After a moment of silence, Fan Ying replied slowly, he's a very kind person. He saved me, took me in, and has been so good to me. I think he's a very gentle person. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng couldn't help but smile. This was the first time he'd ever heard anyone describe a Wei as gentle. Lu Daosheng felt deeply gratified. Looks like this matter is settled. Finally, a Wei, smiling, took Ying by the hand and left the city lord's residence. The crowd inside the mansion watched in astonishment. They'd never seen a Wei so happy before. Meanwhile, in a noodle shop within the desolate city, two men brought a young man into the noodle shop and led him to the table furthest inside. Sir, the person is here. And Xing slurped his noodles and looked up at the young man. It was the very man who had reported the gambling den earlier. Your servant greets you, sir. Upon seeing Xing, the young man immediately bowed deeply. And Xing waved his hand. You handled this well. From now on, you'll remain here to handle affairs. Hearing this, he was instantly filled with excitement. This was essentially a 3-rank promotion. The official before him held such a high standing within the root organization. Indeed, he was the one Xing had sent to deliberately inform Huang Wei about the casino incident. From the very moment the casino was established, root members had already discovered it. Yet Xing showed no reaction, merely assigning people to monitor it. He didn't want to get involved in such matters. Having Wei handle such tasks was perfectly fitting. After dismissing the others, Xing wiped his mouth and said, Boss, the bill, please. Sir, consider this bowl of noodles on the house. The owner approached Xing with a cheerful smile. Hearing this, Xing froze slightly, casting a suspicious glance at the noodle shop owner. Noticing Xing's gaze, the boss cleared his throat lightly before revealing the distinctive mark on his wrist. Seeing this, Xing's mouth twitched slightly. This guy's actually a member of the root organization. Well, so this noodle shop was family run after all. After all, with so many people in the root organization, he couldn't possibly recognize them all. Exchanging a meaningful glance with the owner, Xing rose and departed. Goodbye, sir. After Xing departed, the noodle shop owner wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Truth be told, he didn't recognize Xing at all. But moments ago, he'd received orders from his superior. The man before him was a big shot within the organization. He had to do his best to curry favor. Staring silently in the direction Xing had departed, the owner remained speechless. Just then, another voice rang out from within the noodle shop. Owner, the bill, please. 40 spirit crystals. Holy crap, how did it double? Isn't it 21 per bowl? None of your business. Meanwhile, in the woody mortal realm, a group of terrifyingly powerful beings relentlessly tore through the void, advancing relentlessly in one direction. At their head stood none other than Gongsun Shang, the sovereign of the Divine Spirit Sanctuary. His expression was grim, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. Just then, an ethereal barrier materialized before them, blocking their path. Ahead lay the void realm. Passing through the void realm would lead them to the lower realms. However, this place possessed the most terrifying rule power in the entire woody mortal realm. Holy Lord, should we deliberate further? A powerful figure from the sacred grounds stepped forward hesitantly. Hearing this, Gongsun Shang's face darkened. To kill my granddaughter? How could I let the perpetrator roam free in the lower realm? A mere insect. Give me a breath's time, and I shall make them die 1,000 times over. In the next instant, Gongsun Shang drew forth a shrouded aura. Witnessing this, the surrounding sacred land experts were instantly struck with shock. Divine Spirit Qi. This was the very source of their immortal spirit sanctuary. Even a mere thread of it was incredibly precious, after all. The sacred lord had actually brought forth such a treasure to avenge his granddaughter. It was something that diminished with every use. Go! Gongsun Shang commanded. Immediately, that strand of divine energy surged directly into the void realm. In an instant, the entire void realm began to tremble faintly. The next moment, a passageway barely wide enough for one person appeared before Gongsun Shang. What? A single strand of immortal energy can only open this much? Gongsun Shang stared at the passage before him, his expression darkening. It was pitch black. Yet he could do nothing about it. Turning back, he said, wait here for a moment. Without hesitation, Gongsun Shang charged straight into the passage. The moment he entered, the passage vanished instantly. At that moment, within the void realm, a pair of sharp eyes abruptly snapped open. Boom! Through layer upon layer of void, Gongsun Shang finally reached his destination. Damn it! Why is this happening? Gongsun Shang stared at the void barrier before him, his face contorted in fury. He still couldn't enter the lower realm. Though he had long suspected this outcome, a sliver of hope still clung to his heart. Now, the overwhelming repulsive force before him prevented him from advancing even an inch. Yet in the blink of an eye, he regained his composure. To simply kill you would be letting you off too easily. Gongsun Shang gritted his teeth. His true form couldn't enter the lower realm, but his power could. With his prowess, annihilating a lowly insect of the lower realm would be accomplished in the blink of an eye. The only regret was not being able to descend personally to do it. Immediately, Gongsun Shang closed his eyes, sensing the imprint left behind after Gongsun Yao's demise. Moments later, he abruptly opened his eyes, fixing his gaze upon a specific point below. An attack imbued with terrifying power erupted from his hands. Boom! Accompanied by the slow rippling of the void realm. That force surged violently toward the lower realm. Chapter 105, The Mysterious Woman. On this day, a terrifying force, unprecedented in scale, suddenly descended from the heavens, instantly illuminating countless star domains. Instantly, ancient auras surged skyward from every major star domain. All gazed upward in horror at the terrifying force in the sky. What is that? Countless ancient beings wore expressions of profound gravity. Such power instilled even them with profound despair. In an instant, countless star domains trembled. Many experts attempted to trace the origin of this force, yet found nothing. In an exceptionally resplendent star domain, within a palace radiating supreme aura, a breathtakingly beautiful woman abruptly opened her eyes. She looked up at that terrifying force. An immortal? Her delicate brows furrowed in confusion. But when she saw the direction that force was heading, her expression changed drastically. Oh no! Boom! In an instant, terrifying power erupted from the woman's body, surging toward the direction of the Xianling star domain. Xianling star domain. In recent days, the Xianling star domain had witnessed numerous major events. The most significant development was the sudden emergence of the unseen force known as the Wasteland City. It swept through the entire Xianling star domain. Even the formidable Old Six faction, the Realm Alliance, was driven into retreat. Ultimately, under the combined might of the Divine Mountain and the Wasteland City, the Alliance of Realms, having concealed its strength for so long, vanished from the Xianling star domain. From that moment on, Wasteland City became the undisputed new overlord of the Xianling star domain. Within the Wasteland City, everyone abruptly stopped what they were doing and looked up at the sky. Ha! A shooting star? Whoa! I can't shake this feeling that something's off about that meteor. Holy crap, that meteor seems to be heading right for us. Instantly, panic spread through the desolate city. Within the city lord's mansion, Lu Daosheng looked up at the approaching force, his expression calm. So it has come after all. That power did not belong to this world. At that moment, the space beside him suddenly began to tremble. The next moment, a familiar voice rang out beside Lu Daosheng. What did I tell you? I knew you'd go and make enemies. The speaker was none other than the guardian of this world's temporal river. He was furious beyond measure. He never imagined Lu Daosheng would provoke such a formidable being. That single strike from the opponent would likely obliterate the entire Xianling star domain. And the river of time and space he protected would inevitably suffer severe repercussions. Faced with this attack, he was powerless to intervene. Coming to Lu Daosheng's side was merely to vent his frustration. Yet Lu Daosheng paid him no mind whatsoever. System. Present, host. What level is the opponent? Lu Daosheng inquired. 7 levels higher than your current cultivation, host. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng's brow furrowed slightly. So this is the powerhouse from that so-called immortal spirit sanctuary. With such formidable strength. Then he had nothing left to hold back. System, boost me another 10 levels. Lu Daosheng immediately decided to level up 10 more times. Otherwise, facing a single strike from this powerhouse 7 levels above him would mean instant death. Yet upon hearing the system's response, Lu Daosheng immediately hesitated. Host, friendly reminder, if you level up 10 times, you will be unable to remain in this realm and will be forcibly ascended. Forced ascension? Yes, host. This is a matter of the rules. Such powerful beings are not permitted to exist here. That is also why the opponent cannot manifest their true form and can only attack remotely. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng fell silent. System, I wish to remain here. Suggest an alternative. A system this omnipotent must surely have other solutions. Sure enough, the system replied directly. There are many approaches. One involves this system temporarily boosting the host's strength, reverting to normal once this crisis is resolved. Hearing this proposal, Lu Daosheng gave a slight nod. If the system possessed such a function, then this approach could indeed work. But, system, what if they come again? Wouldn't that be too troublesome? No. Each time they target this location, they suffer significant backlash and incur substantial costs. What about other methods? This system can forcibly alter the world's rules, but doing so might cause some chaos. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng shook his head and smiled. This system is truly formidable, it leaves me at a loss for words. Then just temporarily boost my strength for now. In the end, Lu Daosheng chose this method. He wasn't ready to venture into higher level worlds just yet. The reason? There were important people here. And causing chaos in the world wasn't really an option either. Soon, Lu Daosheng's aura began to surge rapidly. Beside him, the young man who witnessed this scene was instantly dumbfounded. He had assumed Lu Daosheng had given up and was already preparing to make his escape. But now, witnessing the terrifying aura overflowing from Lu Daosheng's body, the young man sucked in a sharp breath. What kind of technique was this? Never mind. You're awesome. The young man tried to say something more, but in the end, all he could manage was damn. Boom! At that moment, the terrifying force from beyond the heavens had reached the edge of the Xianling star domain. In an instant, the entire Xianling star domain began to shatter into pieces. Countless beings watched the scene unfold before them with expressions of utter despair. This sudden catastrophe had caught them all completely off guard. Before the true powerhouse, they were truly as insignificant as ants. Their lives held no value. They could be annihilated with a mere flick of the wrist. Meanwhile, in a distant starfield far from here, a woman with bloodshot eyes was rushing toward this location at such a blinding speed that the void itself shattered in her wake. Witnessing the entire Xianling star domain on the brink of annihilation, her face twisted into a ferocious grimace. Sacred land of immortal spirits. When I return, I will reduce your entire sanctuary to ashes. At that very moment, a towering figure slowly rose from within the Xianling star domain. Though its features remained hidden from view, its origin was unmistakable. Wasteland City. It's the City Lord. Our esteemed City Lord. Within the Wasteland City, the chaotic panic ceased as the crowd gazed upon Lu Daosheng's figure, erupting into cheers. It seemed that as long as Lu Daosheng was present, no danger could threaten them. And indeed, that was the case. Lu Daosheng raised his head to meet the surging force bearing down upon them, then unleashed a single punch. Boom! A deafening roar echoed through the air. The two forces collided, and the incoming force instantly vanished into nothingness. At that moment, a gentle force enveloped the entire Xianling star domain, protecting it from the damage of the aftershock. After a brief silence, the entire Xianling star domain erupted with frenzied shouts. What is that? By now, the woman had reached the border of the Qingling star domain. Gazing at the colossal phantom, the woman felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Then, a voice reached her ears. Young lady, where might you be from? Yu Qingfeng smiled as he looked at the woman before him and spoke. Yet deep within, he harbored immense apprehension. His instincts told him the woman possessed terrifying power. The woman glanced at Yu Qingfeng and said in a calm voice, You must be the one who recently broke through to the divine emperor realm here. Hearing this, Yu Qingfeng nodded. That would be me. The woman turned her gaze toward the void beside her. Moments later, Jiang Bei's figure slowly materialized from within. Miss, I'm afraid this place isn't welcoming outsiders at the moment. Jiang Bei stated. Lu Daosheng's assignment for the two of them was to guard this place and prohibit any outsiders from entering. Hearing this, the woman suddenly smiled. Had she become an outsider just because she hadn't returned for so long? She shook her head, her form flickering, and vanished from the spot. Witnessing the scene before him, Yu Qingfeng was at a loss for words. Jiang Bei fell silent for a moment before speaking slowly. The opponent is extremely powerful. Neither of us can stop them. It's best to let the city lord handle this himself. They didn't know whether the other party was friend or foe. But they knew one thing. Their lord is truly invincible. That terrifying, despair-inducing power, the lord could withstand it with a single blow. What in this world could the lord of the city not resolve? Chapter 106, The Holy Maiden Returns. Meanwhile, at the borderlands of the Void Realm and the Wood Immortal Realm. Gongsun Sheng suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning deathly pale. His current state stemmed not only from the powerful backlash he had suffered, but also from the fact that his opponent had actually absorbed his power. How could this be? Could anyone in the lower realms possess such power? His own power was among the top tier throughout the entire Wood Immortal Realm. Damn it! Then, Gongsun Sheng's face contorted with fury as he slowly raised his palm once more. Divine power immediately began to gather within his hand. This must be a coincidence. One more time, and he wouldn't believe the other could withstand it. But just as he moved to strike, a terrifying pressure descended. Instantly, the space around Gongsun Sheng collapsed inward. Endless black holes coalesced and exploded, their aura terrifying beyond measure. Get out of here! A furious shout rang out from the battlefield. Accompanied by a spine-chilling aura, Gongsun Sheng's face instantly drained of color, as if he had sensed the presence of something utterly terrifying. Muttering to himself that this was bad, Gongsun Sheng cast one last, lingering glance toward the lower realm before hastily turning to leave. Revenge would have to wait for another day. Blinded by hatred, he had forgotten the great terror lurking here. His immediate priority was to escape this place at all costs. Outside the Void Realm, the group from the Immortal Spirit Sanctuary waited anxiously outside. Gazing at the void within the Void Realm, their brows furrowed deeply. This was no place for the living. Many harbored resentment toward the Holy Lord for bringing them here in pursuit of vengeance. Suddenly, the barrier began to tremble faintly. The next moment, Gongsun Shang's anxious voice rang out from within. Help me. Hearing this, the group's expressions turned alarmed. Yet, as if they had been prepared all along, they immediately channeled their entire divine power to suppress the aura before them. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous roar, Gongsun Shang burst out of the void realm in disarray. Truly one of the forbidden realms of the woody mortal realm. Even Gongsun Shang, the ruler of the sacred land, faced the peril of perishing upon entering. Lord Saint, how are you? A powerful figure from the sacred land stepped forward to inquire. Hearing this, Gongsun Shang's face darkened. He offered no reply, instead barking, "Return to the sacred land immediately." And so, Gongsun Shang led the Holy Land's elite back to the sanctuary, their tails between their legs. Upon returning to the sacred land, Gongsun Shang hurriedly entered his seclusion chamber and announced his retreat. Cough, cough, cough. He suddenly coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, his face visibly haggard. I refuse to believe you'll never set foot in the woody mortal realm. Gongsun Shang's face twisted into a hideous grimace, his eyes blazing with fury. It was clear just how furious he was at that moment. Faced with the provocation of a lowly insect from the lower realms, not only was he powerless against the other, but he ended up severely wounded himself. What a disgrace! Meanwhile, outside the sacred grounds, a woman clad in plain robes approached the sacred site barefoot. Who are you? This is the sacred ground of immortals. All unauthorized persons must leave immediately. A guard stationed at the sanctuary's entrance barked at the sight of the woman in plain robes. Hearing this, the woman remained expressionless, silently walking toward the sanctuary at a deliberate pace. Yet inexplicably, after only a few steps, she had already arrived before the sanctuary. Seeing this, the guard's expression flickered, about to speak. At that moment, a guard with an even more powerful aura, alerted by the commotion, flew toward them. What's going on? Captain, there's an outsider here. Something's off about her. Pointing toward the woman in plain clothes, the guard reported. Hearing this, the guard captain looked over. The moment his gaze fell upon her, his expression changed drastically. Holy Maiden! Your servant greets the Holy Maiden. In an instant, the entire Divine Spirit Sanctuary was thrown into upheaval. The Holy Maiden had returned. The pride of the Immortal Spirit Sanctuary, hailed as the most gifted individual in its history, rumors even whispered she possessed the potential to become an immortal emperor. Of course, the term emperor here referred to a celestial emperor. Beyond her role as sacred maiden, she bore another identity, granddaughter of the sacred sovereign Gongsun Shang and elder sister of Gongsun Yao. Gongsun Mo. Where is my grandfather? Upon returning to the sanctuary, Gongsun Mo asked expressionlessly. A powerful figure from the sanctuary approached and replied, Holy Maiden, the Holy Lord recently entered seclusion. Retreated? At the words retreat, Gongsun Mo's brows furrowed slightly. And what of my sister? Has she returned from the lower realms? Well. The saintly realm expert's expression immediately turned hesitant. Seeing this, Gongsun Mo's expression darkened. Speak. What happened? What's wrong with my sister? Gongsun Mo had always cherished Gongsun Yao deeply. She always felt she owed her younger sister something. Ever since Gongsun Yao's birth, she had received no attention whatsoever. All focus had been directed solely at her. The finest rooms, the best resources, and even the highest status had been given to her. This, however, had warped Gongsun Yao's heart. From a young age, she committed all manner of misdeeds, desperate for attention. Yet her efforts backfired, earning her the distaste of most within the sacred land. It wasn't until later that Gongsun Yao's grandfather, Gongsun Shang, took notice of his neglected granddaughter, a sudden pang of conscience. But it was already too late. This was why Gongsun Yao had risked everything to seize Lu Shue's destiny. Everything she did was to prove her worth. Now, Gongsun Mo felt an ominous foreboding, his piercing gaze fixed intently on the sacred land's powerful figure before him. In that moment, the powerful figure from the sacred land felt as if they were being judged. Just how powerful is the Holy Maiden now? In the end, he stammered out the truth. Holy Maiden, your sister, she has already perished in the lower realms. Boom! The moment the words left his mouth, a violent aura erupted from Gongsun Mo's body. In an instant, the entire Immortal Spirit Sanctuary sensed this terrifying aura. That's the Holy Maiden? Such overwhelming power, the Holy Maiden's strength must now rival that of the Holy Sovereign. Truly worthy of the Holy Maiden such terrifying power. At that moment, Gongsun Mo had reached the brink of her explosive power. Her own sister had actually perished. She couldn't quite accept it. No matter how Gongsun Yao viewed her, her devotion to her sister would never waver. But now, her sister was gone forever. Suddenly, another aura surged forth from the depths of the sacred land. In an instant, Gongsun Mo's presence was instantly suppressed. Gongsun Mo gradually calmed down. After one last deep look into the depths of the sacred land, Gongsun Mo turned and left. Holy Maiden, where are you going? The powerful figure of the sacred land watched her retreating figure and hurriedly called out. Without turning back, Gongsun Mo replied indifferently, to the lower realms. To avenge my sister. Hearing this, the figure's expression froze. He was about to say that the lower realm was restricted by the power of the rules and inaccessible, but seeing the saintess's resolute figure, he swallowed the words. If the holy maiden had spoken thus, she must surely have a way. Chapter 107, Conflict. Within the wasteland city. The people were still caught up in their cheers. But atop the city walls, the wasteland defender's expression was taut to the extreme. His gaze was grave as he stared at the woman before him, who gave off not a hint of aura. Who are you? The wasteland guard demanded in a deep voice. The woman offered no reply, merely raising her hand slightly. SSSH. A strand of hair drifted slowly past the wasteland guardian's ear. The woman entered the desolate city directly. Left behind, Huangsho stood frozen for a moment before reaching out to catch the strand of hair. After a long silence, he sighed. He turned his gaze toward the direction of the city lord's residence, his expression tinged with bitterness. This one, he truly couldn't defeat. Inside the city lord's residence, Lu Daosheng had now fully restored his original true self-realm strength. Sensing something amiss, Lu Daosheng briefly assessed the situation and froze in place. It was her? What's wrong? The young man from the Hall of Time and Space beside him asked in confusion. Just moments ago, Lu Daosheng's aura had been so overwhelmingly powerful. Why had it suddenly returned to calm? But he dared not say more. He suspected Lu Daosheng was likely one of those rare mortal world immortals, concealing his power while walking among the lower realms. Otherwise, how could Lu Daosheng have so effortlessly absorbed that strike of immortal energy? Lu Daosheng paid him no mind, replying indifferently, "You may leave now." Hearing this, the young man pursed his lips and replied, "Well, if you ever need anything, just call me. I'm usually free and will come running whenever you need me." The words were utterly servile. Yet it was a trait shared by every member of the Hall of Time and Space. There was no other way. To continue climbing upward, one relied on opportunities that often lay in the chance encounters with certain people. Networking and currying favor. With that, the young man vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, within the city lord's residence, a special guest had suddenly arrived. The woman walked along the manor's paths, treating all restrictions as if they didn't exist. Even stranger, not a single guard had stepped forward to halt her progress. Gradually, the woman's eyes began to glaze over. It really was him. What had happened? "Sister, who are you looking for?" A voice suddenly called out from behind her. Turning at the sound, she saw Lu Shui staring at her with a puzzled expression. For some reason, she felt an odd sense of familiarity toward the girl before her. "You." Upon seeing Lu Shui, the woman's slender frame trembled. Gazing at the face before her, which bore a striking resemblance to her own, her eyes instantly reddened. "Come here." The woman beckoned to Lu Shui with a faint smile on her face. Hearing this, Lu Shui hesitated for a moment before slowly walking toward the woman. "Sister, do we know each other?" Lu Shui asked as she approached the woman. But at that moment, the woman suddenly embraced Lu Shui. This sudden embrace left Lu Shui completely stunned. Her mind went completely blank. After a long moment, the woman released Lu Shui, cupped her small face, and smiled bitterly. "Quite right. Your foundation is solid. You're even more beautiful than I was in my youth." Then, as if remembering something, her expression turned bitter once more. Watching the woman before her like this, Lu Shui remained silent. Even if she were as naive as could be, she could guess what was happening. "Ling Yun." Just then, Lu Daosheng's voice rang out from nearby. Hearing that intensely familiar voice, the woman's body trembled slightly before she instantly regained her composure and turned her head. "Ling Yun, it really is you. You've returned." Lu Daosheng's eyes were slightly red as he stared at the woman before him, almost unable to believe it. His wife, Yan Lingyun, had finally returned. Seeing Lu Daosheng like this, Yan Lingyun felt a flutter in her heart, but she quickly suppressed it. "It's me." Yan Lingyun replied in a calm voice. "Lingyun, tell me, why did you leave without a word all those years ago?" Though he sensed something was off with Yan Lingyun, Lu Daosheng didn't dwell on it. Instead, he asked the question that had haunted him all these years. Why had she vanished without a word? He had always believed she must have had her reasons. At Lu Daosheng's words, Yan Lingyun fell silent. "Is it important?" "It matters to me." Lu Daosheng spoke up. Hearing this, Yan Lingyun slowly closed her eyes. As if she had made up her mind, she said, "We're not from the same world." Hearing this, Lu Daosheng froze in place. "We're not from the same world. Is that your answer?" Lu Daosheng asked, his expression complex. At that moment, it would be a lie to say he wasn't heartbroken. After all these years of waiting, the answer he'd finally received was so heartbreaking. "Lingyun, is there some hardship you're enduring? Tell us, and we." Lu Daosheng pressed, unwilling to give up. Before he could finish, Yan Lingyun had already turned away. "You're nothing but a burden to me." At those words, Lu Daosheng fell instantly silent. After staring at Yan Lingyun for a long moment, Lu Daosheng spoke slowly, "Then why are you still wearing that hairpin?" That wooden hairpin was the first gift Lu Daosheng had ever given Yan Lingyun. If you feel this way, then why still wear the wooden hairpin I gave you? Upon hearing Lu Daosheng's questioning, Yan Lingyun fell silent for a moment before removing the wooden hairpin from her hair and tossing it onto the ground. She then turned and walked away. Witnessing this scene, Lu Daosheng shook his head and smiled. But the smile was bitter indeed. Lu Daosheng then turned and walked away, his retreating figure radiating an inexplicable desolation, as if he had aged considerably. Thus, only Lu Shui remained frozen in place, along with the single hairpin lying on the ground. Tears slowly slid down the corners of her eyes as Lu Shui stood there, feeling utterly helpless. The good news, her long-lost biological mother had returned. The bad news, her mother had left again just minutes after returning. She hadn't even had a chance to speak with her. Just then, another figure returned, dusty and weary from the journey. Yan Lingyun. Her expression cold, Yan Lingyun walked straight to Lu Shui's side, picked up the wooden hairpin from the ground, and turned to leave once more. But Lu Shui noticed a faint, almost imperceptible flush on Yan Lingyun's cheeks. Mother! Watching Yan Lingyun about to leave, Lu Shui choked out. Hearing her daughter's voice, Yan Lingyun's slender frame trembled slightly. After a moment of silence, she stepped before Lu Shui, gently wiped away her tears, and whispered softly, "Be good. Stay close to your father and tell him to drink less." Yan Lingyun then produced a dragon talisman and pressed it into Lu Shui's hand. "If you ever face danger your father can't handle, crush this. No matter how far away, I will come to save you." With that, Yan Lingyun's form flickered and vanished from the spot. This time, Yan Lingyun was truly gone. Left behind, Lu Shui stared at the dragon talisman in her hand, still carrying her mother's scent, her heart filled with complex emotions. She desperately wanted to ask, "Why can't you stay with us?" But Yan Lingyun had already vanished without a trace. As if struck by a thought, Lu Shui turned and walked toward the mansion. Soon, she spotted her father. Lu Daosheng sat in his room, the table before him crowded with countless bottles of liquor. These liquors were provided by the system no matter one's strength, drinking them guaranteed intoxication. Seeing her father truly drowning his sorrows in alcohol, Lu Shui understood even more clearly. Both her father and mother still held each other in their hearts. But why was this so? She was certain that everything her mother had said to her father was a lie. "Father, why don't you go chase after mother?" Watching her father like this, Lu Shui hesitated. She didn't want to see her parents in such a bitter conflict. Chapter 108, The Terrifying Yan Lingyun. Yet Lu Daosheng seemed oblivious, silently downing bottle after bottle. Soon, the alcohol took hold, and his face flushed crimson. Witnessing this, Lu Shui pressed her lips together and turned away, her expression heavy with sorrow. "Love is love, no fear of what never was, hate is hate, I never imagined, returning to places I've been, recognizing familiar faces from the past. I thought I'd forgotten how to miss. System, can you turn off the music?" Lu Daosheng snapped bitterly. "Ahem, host, I was just responding to the mood." Lu Daosheng shook his head and continued drinking in silence. He was clearly at the peak of sorrow, as if he'd just been dumped. After waiting so many years for his wife, she returned only to say such hurtful words. He already harbored some resentment, and Yan Lingyun's words had clearly clouded his judgment. Had he been even slightly more sober, he would have noticed numerous flaws in her logic. But now, Lu Daosheng was only drowning his sorrows in alcohol. "Host, don't lose heart." Hearing the system's words, Lu Daosheng frowned and said, "System, I feel like life has lost all meaning." "Ahem, host, your wife's words were definitely just to deceive you. All along this journey, you've seen the traces she left behind. Her intentions are clear, she's deliberately protecting this place. No, to be precise, she's protecting you both." The system quickly addressed part of the issue, fearing Lu Daosheng might lose hope. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng's expression shifted slightly. The system continued. "Host, your wife is no ordinary woman." Lu Daosheng furrowed his brow, shaking his head violently to clear his mind. Connecting the dots between his previous discoveries and the system's words, Lu Daosheng began to mutter to himself. "Is she protecting me and Lu Shui this way because she fears certain entities?" Suddenly, Lu Daosheng's wits returned, and he voiced the truth directly. "So that means she's in serious danger now. Otherwise, she wouldn't have resorted to this." Ever since meeting Yan Lingyun, Lu Daosheng had noticed. She was still herself, unchanged. Therefore, something must have happened back then. And at that time, he was just an ordinary traveler through time with no abilities whatsoever. Staying by Yan Lingyun's side would have been extremely dangerous. Yan Lingyun had no choice but to leave him and his daughter behind in that remote place. This realization instantly filled Lu Daosheng with shame. "Host, you're incredibly clever. But don't worry, your wife is no ordinary woman. Her background is extraordinary, but what's truly terrifying is her own power." Hearing the system's assessment, Lu Daosheng was somewhat shocked. Though the system treated him with utmost respect, he understood its power was beyond compare, and its standards were naturally sky high. Yet now, it had delivered a terrifying assessment of his wife. This wasn't mere flattery directed at him. Herself? System, is my wife that formidable? Host, if you were to fight your wife at equal levels, you'd understand. What do you mean? She could beat you with one hand. What? Lu Daosheng was momentarily stunned. One-handed beatdown? That was a bit far-fetched. After all, the cultivation realm the system had granted him was no fluke, it was genuinely stronger than ordinary realms. And now the system was telling him his wife could beat him hand-to-hand at the same cultivation level. After a moment of silence, Lu Daosheng laughed. After all, she was his wife. The immediate priority was to find her and clear things up. With his current abilities, he had no reason to fear whatever unknown enemy lurked out there. Even if they were incredibly powerful, so what? Without exaggeration, he was now a force to be reckoned with, slaying gods who dared stand in his way, and Buddhas who dared oppose him. With that thought, Lu Daosheng shook off his gloom and shot straight up into the sky, leaving the desolate city behind. At the edge of the Xianling star domain, Yan Lingyun's figure slowly materialized. At this moment, her exquisite, delicate face was streaked with tears. Turning to gaze toward the direction of the wasteland city, Yan Lingyun felt torn between tears and laughter. She was glad that Lu Daosheng had grown stronger, very strong, even seemingly shrouded in mystery. Yet, in her eyes, it still wasn't enough. For she had witnessed even more terrifying beings. And she knew just how perilous the future challenges awaiting her would be. Keeping them father and daughter by her side carried far too great a risk. Her original plan had been to resolve matters alone, then return for them both. After that, she could live out the rest of her life in peace. Now, though a minor complication had arisen, it wasn't a major issue. She believed she could handle it alone. She possessed that confidence. What truly hurt her, however, were the words she had spoken to Lu Daosheng. Though she'd been forced into it, her words had cut deeply. Daosheng, forgive me. Once I've resolved everything, I will come back to you. Yan Lingyun gazed resolutely toward the direction of the desolate city, murmuring to herself. At that very moment, high above the heavens, a faint tremor caught Yan Lingyun's attention. Lifting her gaze, her eyes pierced through the boundless void, fixing directly upon the heavens. There, a woman clad in plain robes slowly materialized from the void. Witnessing this scene, Yan Lingyun's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Her form trembled, and she vanished from her spot. Meanwhile, is this the lower realm? Gongsun Sheng slowly opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings. It's rather poor, isn't it? Gongsun Sheng shook her head. She never imagined she would end up in such a place. At this moment, her cultivation had regressed to the peak of the mortal realm. True Self Realm, Mortal Transformation Realm, Immortal King Realm, Immortal Lord Realm, Immortal Sovereign Realm, Immortal Sage Realm, Immortal Emperor Realm. The mortal realm, the final step on the path to immortality. Once one sheds worldly attachments and breaks through the immortal gate, they ascend to become an immortal. Whether immortality was the ultimate destination, however, was another matter entirely. At the pinnacle of the mortal realm, such power was more than enough to dominate the lower realms. Moreover, she had merely lowered her cultivation to the mortal realm. Her true power was far beyond that of the mortal realm. Jingle jingle. Gongsun Mo pulled out a silver bell with an expressionless face, and its crisp sound instantly filled the air. Within moments, Gongsun Mo had pinpointed the direction. This journey to the lower realms was solely for vengeance. Gongsun Sheng turned his gaze toward the direction of the Xianling star domain, and murderous intent surged forth. What are you looking at? A cold voice suddenly cut through the air. Gongsun Mo's expression changed abruptly as she snapped her head toward the sound. There, a stranger woman had appeared beside her, seemingly out of nowhere. Noticing the woman's cultivation was merely at the true self realm, Gongsun Mo's expression darkened. How could she have been startled by such an insignificant insect? Get out of my way, or die. Gongsun Mo coldly commanded Yan Lingyun. Yet Yan Lingyun remained unmoved, her gaze toward Gongsun Mo now tinged with a hint of murderous intent. You're from the Divine Spirit Sanctuary, right? Gongsun Mo's expression shifted abruptly, his gaze toward Yan Lingyun instantly changing. Who are you? To know the name of her backing faction meant this person couldn't possibly be from the lower realms. Could it be someone who, like herself, had used some extremely precious artifact to come to the lower realm? At that moment, however, Gongsun Mo's expression abruptly darkened. An attack brimming with overwhelming power had already arrived before her. A thunderous boom echoed. The entire void collapsed. A figure was violently flung back thousands of feet. Chapter 109, Did I give you too much face? That figure, of course, was Gongsun Mo. Back at the scene, Yan Lingyun's gaze was cold and piercing as she stared at Gongsun Mo in the distance. The next moment, Yan Lingyun's body trembled, and Gongsun Mo's expression darkened in the distance. Control. Instantly, a mysterious light will coalesced before Gongsun Mo. Yet before Gongsun Mo could react, a thunderous roar erupted, sending him hurtling backward thousands of feet. At that moment, Gongsun Mo began to question his very existence. Had she encountered a monster? Even if the opponent was a powerful being from the immortal realm like herself, the other was currently at the true self realm, a cultivation level lower than hers. Yet, the opponent was nearly crushing her. How could this be possible? For so long, fighting opponents of higher realms had been her specialty. Who exactly are you? Gongsun Mo asked the question once more. You have no right to know my identity. A voice cold to the extreme emerged from Yan Lingyun's lips. Her words were the height of arrogance, yet Gongsun Mo could do nothing about it. She had no means to deal with her opponent. Not only was the other party stronger, but despite knowing the formidable power behind her, they still attacked with such ferocity. There was only one possibility: the forces backing this woman must be even more terrifying. This realization darkened Gongsun Mo's expression further. After a moment of silence, Gongsun Mo spoke slowly. Is there some misunderstanding between us? She was showing weakness. These words signaled Gongsun Mo's complete surrender. After just 2 moves, Gongsun Mo showed no further intent to resist. Hearing Gongsun Mo's words, Yan Lingyun let out a cold laugh. You really take your immortal spirit sanctuary seriously, don't you? Daring to come down to this lower realm in person, did I give you too much face? The previous strike from Gongsun Shang, the holy master of the immortal spirit sanctuary, had already placed the sanctuary firmly on her list of targets marked for elimination. And now, barely any time had passed, yet they dared to come again, and this time, in their true form. More importantly, their target was her man and her daughter. For that reason alone, Yan Lingyun would not hesitate to annihilate their sanctuary 100 times over. Do you truly intend to proceed? At this moment, Gongsun Mo's temper flared. This unfamiliar woman before her was simply too overbearing, showing such utter contempt for her immortal spirit sanctuary. Within the wood immortal realm, there were indeed many stronger than her immortal spirit sanctuary. But as far as she knew, none dared to treat her sanctuary with such utter disregard, to look upon it with such contempt. After all, what power in the immortal realm didn't have some hidden cards up their sleeve? Even a faction ostensibly capped at the immortal lord realm could conjure a near-immortal emperor to counter an invasion. Much less her immortal spirit sanctuary, which had inherited power through endless ages. Yet at this moment, Yan Lingyun shook her head slightly. The moment you set foot here, your doomed fate was sealed along with that so-called sacred land of yours. Yan Lingyun declared coldly. Hearing this, Gongsun Mo sneered coldly. Who decided that? You? Me? Instantly, a mysterious force surged from Yan Lingyun's hands. The next moment, Yan Lingyun struck with sudden force. Boom! In an instant, the entire void collapsed completely, countless fissures spreading endlessly from within. Fragments of the void transformed into countless meteors, cascading down from the heavens in a breathtaking display. Gongsun Mo's face paled at the sheer terror of this power. Sacred Spirit Orb, go! A crystal ball, translucent and radiating terrifying fluctuations, shot from Gongsun Mo's hand, hurtling straight toward Yan Lingyun. Boom! 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 Another explosive sound echoed. Gongsun Mo retrieved the sacred spirit orb, only to discover it was now covered in cracks. Crack! The next moment, the entire holy spirit pearl instantly crumbled into dust. What? Gongsun Mo's face twisted in disbelief before he turned his gaze toward the distance. There, Yan Lingyun stood unscathed. At that very moment, Yan Lingyun's next attack was already bearing down. Damn it! Gongsun Mo never imagined that coming to the lower realm to avenge his sister would lead him to encounter such a monster. Moments later, Gongsun Mo, covered in blood, fled rapidly in one direction. Outmatched, she had no choice but to flee. Yet Yan Lingyun had no intention of letting her go. Thus, the two engaged in a relentless chase, soon arriving at a star domain shrouded in utter darkness. Here, a thick aura of death permeated the air. Had Lu Daosheng been present, he would have recognized this as the very location where he had once cast the void. Dark second, I order you block her path. Yan Lingyun's voice suddenly rang out from behind Gongsun Mo. In the next instant, an unfamiliar force abruptly materialized before Gongsun Mo. Seeing this, Gongsun Mo's expression darkened. He swiftly moved to break through the barrier before him, though it took him a momentary pause. In that split second, Yan Lingyun had already positioned herself in front of Gongsun Mo. Run! Why aren't you running now? Yan Lingyun sneered coldly at Gongsun Mo, whose face was twisted with dread and fear. She took deliberate steps toward him. Gongsun Mo kept retreating, the apprehension in his eyes nearly tangible. Taking a deep breath, Gongsun Mo said in a low voice, I remember you. Suddenly, Gongsun Mo's body began to fade into a phantom-like state. She's trying to escape. A voice suddenly rang out from the shadows. Hearing this, Yan Lingyun snorted coldly. Only now thinking of scurrying back to the immortal realm? Too late. Yan Lingyun swiftly struck out. Shoo! Instantly, a muffled groan echoed as terrifying immortal energy erupted, and Gongsun Mo vanished from his original spot. His brief journey to the mortal realm had ended abruptly. Though she hadn't exacted revenge, she hadn't returned empty-handed. At the very least, she had sustained a body full of injuries and suffered damage to her foundational cultivation. Without some miraculous treasure, she might never break through again in this lifetime. Back at the scene, Yan Lingyun stared at the blood on her hand, her brows furrowed. She had made a mistake. Her strike hadn't finished him off. She hadn't expected this guy to possess so many treasures. Without utmost focus, he'd be a tough nut to crack. If Gongsun Mo ever heard this, his resolve would surely be shattered. Wasn't she already giving it her all? He was holding back by a full realm, yet still overwhelming her, the one hailed as heaven's favored daughter. If he were truly serious, would he have instantly annihilated her? Just then, Yan Lingyun was about to leave when she seemed to recall something and turned back. Second elder of the dark sect, when will you return to the immortal realm? The next moment, a shadowy figure slowly materialized. Miss Yan, it might be a while. Plans have changed. I encountered a rather interesting little fellow here. Hearing this, Yan Lingyun raised an eyebrow. Planning to take on a disciple? The shadowy figure shook his head and chuckled softly, not exactly taking on a disciple. I've simply passed on everything I've learned in my lifetime to him. After all, it would be a shame if my skills were lost to the world. Besides, this little fellow truly suits my tastes. Yan Lingyun nodded upon hearing this. She had only asked out of curiosity, she had no intention of meddling in this fellow's affairs. Just as Yan Lingyun was about to leave, the shadowy figure suddenly spoke up, Miss Yan. The apparition continued, Miss Yan, the person you're concerned about is no ordinary individual. Hearing this, Yan Lingyun paused slightly before departing the Death Star domain. Chapter 110, What is Invincibility? Meanwhile, in a distant starfield, Lu Daosheng silently observed everything. The system hadn't lied, his wife was truly formidable. Lu Daosheng also understood Yan Lingyun's nature, she was an incredibly stubborn individual. Once she set her mind on something, it was nearly impossible to sway her. Just as she had once chosen him. Lifting his gaze toward the horizon's edge, Lu Daosheng's expression grew increasingly icy. The murderous intent in his eyes finally erupted in that moment. In an instant, the entire starry sky shattered, and boundless crimson killing intent filled the heavens. The divine spirit sanctuary, he murmured coldly, Heh. From this day forward, it shall cease to exist. Lu Daosheng declared in a deep voice, his gaze shifting toward the distance. The next instant, Lu Daosheng vanished from his original spot. Had he not been slightly intoxicated, still not fully sober, he would have instantly annihilated Gongsun Mo the moment she arrived here. Seeing his wife intervene, Lu Daosheng held back. Lingyun. Yan Lingyun, who was walking through the starry sky, heard the familiar call behind her and immediately stopped in her tracks. Turning her head, she saw Lu Daosheng, his face flushed. Yan Lingyun's delicate brows furrowed slightly. This guy, he's drunk again. What is it? Yan Lingyun asked, feigning indifference. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng blurted out, Lingyun, I know everything now. You don't have to keep lying to me. I don't understand what you're talking about. Yan Lingyun felt a flicker of unease, but she kept up the act. Lu Daosheng shook his head. Lingyun, that gate of rebirth in the primordial universe, you left it there, didn't you? And the blockade near the Xinling star domain, that was your doing too, correct? That gate of rebirth had existed before Yan Lingyun's arrival, yet it bore her aura. Clearly, she had been laying the groundwork long ago. Yet perhaps even Yan Lingyun herself hadn't anticipated encountering Lu Daosheng after her reincarnation. Hearing this, Yan Lingyun fell silent. Lu Daosheng gazed at Yan Lingyun and spoke softly, Lingyun, I am no longer that young man who only hid behind you, talking eloquently. Now, I have the strength to face any hardship. At that moment, Yan Lingyun's expression shifted. No longer as distant as before, she looked at Lu Daosheng with a complex look and said, Daosheng, you have no idea what I'm facing. Remember that powerful figure from the sacred land not long ago? Before the entity I must confront, he was nothing more than an ant. She knew Lu Daosheng was extraordinary now, but it was nowhere near enough. In her mind, Lu Daosheng was on the 5th layer, while she stood on the 100th. Little did she know, Lu Daosheng had already ascended into the atmosphere. So what? Lu Daosheng replied calmly. Seeing his reaction, Yan Lingyun shook her head. Further words were useless. It wasn't that she looked down on Lu Daosheng, rather, those things were simply too distant for him at this stage. To be precise, they were fundamentally incomparable. At that moment, Lu Daosheng nodded. Words were now meaningless. If he wanted his proud and stubborn wife to truly understand, he'd have to show her firsthand. System, show my wife what you've got. Let me take her out to impress people. Received, host. The next moment, Lu Daosheng's aura underwent a sudden transformation. His aura surged skyward with overwhelming force. Instantly, countless rifts in the void radiated outward from him, spreading rapidly in all directions. Before him, Yan Lingyun's expression flickered with alarm. Powerhouses across countless star domains turned their gaze toward this location, their eyes filled with deep apprehension and dread. What on earth was happening? Where did all these terrifyingly powerful beings suddenly come from? At that moment, Lu Daosheng underwent another transformation. A dense aura of divine energy overflowed from his body. Witnessing this scene, Yan Lingyun was deeply moved. attaining immortality right where he stood. And without any hindrance whatsoever. Lingyun, come. I'll show you what it means to be invincible. Lu Daosheng extended his hand toward Yan Lingyun as he spoke. Hearing this, Yan Lingyun looked at Lu Daosheng. After a moment of silence, she slowly reached out and took his hand. Clutching her delicate jade-like hand, Lu Daosheng finally broke into a smile he hadn't shown in ages. The next instant, Lu Daosheng soared skyward with Yan Lingyun in tow. Hum. Boom. At that moment, a barrier representing the supreme rules appeared before them, blocking Lu Daosheng's path. Yet with a single casual punch from Lu Daosheng, the entire barrier instantly shattered, revealing a gaping, monstrous hole. Countless waves of destructive energy slowly seeped out from within. Seeing this, Yan Lingyun's expression changed. If you break this barrier, the entire lower realm will be doomed. Hearing his wife's words, Lu Daosheng laughed heartily. Don't worry, Lingyun. If I can break it, I can mend it. Immediately, Lu Daosheng led Yan Lingyun through the opening. Turning, he extended his hand and commanded, coalesce. In the next instant, countless forces of law began to coalesce toward the ruptured opening. In the blink of an eye, the breach vanished and the barrier returned to stillness. This. Yan Lingyun stared in stunned silence at this display of skill. But at that moment, Lu Daosheng pulled her along, continuing deeper into the void. Through the boundless void, Lu Daosheng finally arrived. The immortal realm. At this moment, Lu Daosheng had brought Yan Lingyun to the immortal realm. However, this did not appear to be the wood immortal realm. Having forcibly breached the void through another method, the chaotic space left him disoriented, unexpectedly leading him here. The golden immortal realm. The golden immortal realm, far more prosperous than the wood immortal realm. Here, it was no exaggeration to say immortal lords walked the streets like common folk, and immortal sovereigns were as plentiful as dogs. But it didn't matter where they were. At worst, he'd just have to delay destroying that immortal spirit sanctuary a little longer. The immediate priority was to make his wife understand his true strength. Boom! At that moment, Lu Daosheng's entire body trembled as an overwhelming aura erupted from him. This aura showed no sign of stopping, instead spreading out in all directions, as if proclaiming itself to the entire immortal realm. In an instant, countless supreme experts were jolted awake, their gazes turning toward this location. What a terrifyingly powerful being! The entire golden immortal realm trembled. This aura was even more terrifying than that of an immortal emperor-level powerhouse. Could it be, a terrifying existence beyond the immortal emperor realm had emerged? Yet to their knowledge, the golden immortal realm held no beings beyond the immortal emperor realm. At that moment, Lu Daosheng's divine sense swept unrestrainedly across the entire golden immortal realm, his gaze suddenly fixating on a specific location within it. Within a stone pagoda, a white-haired man with an ancient aura abruptly opened his eyes. His gaze seemed to contain countless celestial stars. With a single glance, he pierced through layer upon layer of void, locking eyes with Lu Daosheng. What is your purpose? The white-haired man's brow furrowed slightly as he spoke slowly. He had hidden himself from the world for countless ages. Today, someone had discovered him and the other's aura was astonishingly formidable. Had such a formidable being emerged in the outside world after all these years? Hearing the white-haired man's question, Lu Daosheng shook his head and smiled faintly. Nothing much. I merely wish to demonstrate what it means to be invincible. Invincibility. To be honest, those two words were mostly just empty boasts. For no one could truly be invincible. Beyond every person lies another, beyond every sky lies another heaven. Invincibility was merely a product of limited experience, of never having encountered a greater power. Yet here stood Lu Daosheng, declaring it with unabashed arrogance. After all, Lu Daosheng wasn't a conventional cultivator, he was a cheat code. He uttered these words without any pretense. Though his voice wasn't loud, it echoed throughout the entire golden immortal realm. Upon hearing this, countless cultivators shifted their attitudes, immediately sneering in disdain. Invincible? What a joke! Pfft, a little power and he gets so cocky. Just wait for the backlash. Ha, that's laughable. Hearing the word invincible, the masses naturally found it hard to believe. Yet Lu Daosheng's audacity now infected countless cultivators. While no one knew if he truly was invincible, the fact that he dared to proclaim it meant his strength couldn't be too shabby. Chapter 111, The Stature of Invincibility. Ha 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 ha. A hearty laugh erupted from within the stone pagoda. Carried by its unique aura, the laughter echoed throughout the entire golden immortal realm. Amusing, most amusing indeed. It has been ages since this emperor last encountered such an arrogant individual. In the next instant, a white-haired man abruptly materialized above the heavens, his terrifying imperial might cascading down from the sky. Boom! In an instant, the entire golden immortal realm fell into a brief silence, only to erupt completely. Emperor Yuan. He's still alive. He's actually still in the golden immortal realm. This should be quite the spectacle. The Emperor Yuan, once unrivaled in the immortal emperor realm, is likely to teach this arrogant fellow a lesson. The sight of Emperor Yuan sent waves of excitement rippling through the crowd. In that era, the Emperor of Yuan embodied the very definition of peerless dominance. To have lived in the same era as the Emperor Yuan was a bittersweet experience. The sorrow was that no matter how hard one strived or how high one's talent soared, one could only ever serve as a foil. The joy was that the Emperor Yuan showed them what the limits of combat power truly meant. Now, after all these years, Emperor Yuan's reappearance left some of the older generation of powerhouses gasping for breath. That suffocating pressure that had once crushed them returned with full force. In the void, Lu Daosheng turned to look at Yan Lingyun and smiled. "Lingyun, what do you think of this man?" Yan Lingyun paused slightly at Lu Daosheng's question, clearly not expecting him to seek her opinion. Gazing at the Emperor Yuan in the distance, Yan Lingyun fell silent for a moment before nodding slightly. "He's acceptable. Passable. Merely passable." Those words instantly froze the smile on Yuan Di's face in the distance. In others' eyes, he was merely okay? This left Emperor Yuan feeling rather displeased. At that moment, Lu Daosheng stepped forward, appearing in an instant just before the Yuan Emperor. "I'm giving you a chance. Make your move." Lu Daosheng looked directly at the Yuan Emperor and stated bluntly. Hearing these words, an inexplicable fire slowly ignited within Emperor Yuan's heart. "You do have some skill, but such arrogance, little do you know that in others' eyes, you're nothing but a clown." Very well. Let me show you what a true powerhouse looks like." The Yuan Emperor sneered coldly. Countless Dao paths coalesced in his hands, transforming into rings of light radiating terrifying energy. With a flick of his wrists, the Dao rings began to merge. 10,000 Dao light essence. This technique was the Emperor Yuan's signature move. In the past, Emperor Yuan had used 10,000 Dao light essence to single-handedly fight 3 opponents, severely wounding 3 immortal Emperor-level powerhouses and achieving instant fame. Now, after endless ages, this technique reappeared in the world. To witness the Emperor Yuan's signature technique in person, my life is complete. This bloke dares call himself invincible? Ha! I won't say he could defeat the Emperor Yuan, but if he can even withstand a single strike from him, I'll lick the entire city clean. The Emperor Yuan's power remains undiminished from his prime, indeed, it surpasses it. Witnessing the myriad rays of light, the world was filled with awe. Clearly, every cultivator in the entire Golden Immortal Realm was fixated on this battle, fearing they might miss even the slightest detail. Every powerful cultivator knew Lu Daosheng was no pushover. His terrifying aura alone spoke volumes. Yet the image of the Emperor Yuan's invincibility was already etched into their minds. Deep down, they all believed the Emperor Yuan would prevail. Then, a flash of light erupted. The entire Golden Immortal Realm trembled ever so slightly. Boom! Instantly, a blazing wheel of light condensed from countless converging Dao forces surged toward Lu Daosheng. In its wake, the entire space dissolved into utter nothingness. At this moment, the Yuan Emperor revealed a victorious smile. No one had ever survived his strike unscathed. This was the source of his confidence. Yet, Yuan Di also acknowledged Lu Daosheng's strength. For the first time in so long, Lu Daosheng was an opponent who made him feel genuine pressure. That was precisely why he had unleashed his ultimate technique from the very start. Far away, Lu Daosheng remained expressionless. It must be said, this strike was formidable. An ordinary immortal Emperor-level powerhouse facing it might even fall, and even if they survived, they would be gravely injured. The white-haired man before him, known as the Yuan Emperor, had reached the pinnacle of the immortal Emperor realm. He stood but a single step away from the next level. Yet this final step proved exceedingly difficult. So difficult that Yuan Di had meditated in seclusion for tens of millions of years, yet still failed to take it. Today, however, he would finally achieve his goal. Lu Daosheng slowly raised his hand, clenched it into a fist, and delivered a punch. It was an ordinary punch, devoid of any external power, yet it instantly wiped the smile from the Yuan Emperor's face in the distance. Boom! A terrifying explosion echoed, sending shockwaves rippling through the entire Golden Immortal Realm. Even the very foundation of the Golden Immortal Realm was profoundly affected, clearly unable to withstand the immense disturbance. And before the stunned gazes of all who witnessed it, the myriad rays of light shattered into nothingness. The fist's radiance faced no obstruction, charging straight toward the distant Emperor Yuan. Facing this fist, the Yuan Emperor possessed no power to resist. For the first time since embarking on his cultivation path, the Yuan Emperor tasted the bitter taste of despair. Boom! Another explosive sound echoed. As the smoke cleared, the Yuan Emperor lay motionless in the void. Yet even in defeat, his terrifying imperial aura still sent shivers down the spines of all who witnessed it. The Yuan Emperor had been defeated. And it was an instant defeat. In that moment, the world finally understood Lu Daosheng's words, "I'm giving you a chance. Strike now." It turned out that if this being before them had struck from the very beginning, the Yuan Emperor wouldn't even have had a chance to act. Where had this terrifying being come from? Why had no one ever heard of it before? Could it be from the outside world? Gazing at the Yuan Emperor lying in the void, Lu Daosheng casually tossed a crystal stone radiating a potent aura. Instantly, the stone emitted pure energy that surged into the Yuan Emperor's body. At that moment, the Yuan Emperor began to undergo a transformation. The true reason he had failed to take that final step into the immortal Emperor realm was that he had never tasted defeat. He could find no path forward. Now, Lu Daosheng had given him an opportunity. From this point onward, the Yuan Emperor's cultivation path became clearer. If he could fully comprehend this, his power would undergo a complete qualitative transformation. Seeing the crystal stone beside the Emperor Yuan, countless hidden entities salivated with envy. At that moment, Lu Daosheng suddenly declared, "If anyone dares to touch it, I will pay them a visit." The Yuan Emperor owed him no grudge or debt. Using him to flex his power and extract some benefits was perfectly reasonable. With that, Lu Daosheng slowly departed. At his words, the thoughts that had just stirred among the lurking entities vanished instantly. They were merely a little greedy, but their lives still mattered most. And at that moment, the entire golden immortal realm fell silent. For in that moment, their faith had begun to crumble. They now truly understood the meaning of "there are always people beyond people, and skies beyond skies." Even a figure like the primordial emperor was no exception. "Hey, where'd that guy who said he'd lick the city go? That guy cut off his own tongue. Holy, that's a badass. Lingyun, what do you think?" Lu Daosheng returned to Yan Lingyun's side and asked with a faint smile. Hearing this, Yan Lingyun lowered her head, saying nothing. Seeing this, Lu Daosheng chuckled and said, "Don't worry, just follow your husband and continue." It must be said, this act of putting on airs felt genuinely exhilarating. He was starting to grow fond of the sensation himself. Immediately, Lu Daosheng's aura began to surge once more, seemingly boundless. Chapter 112, The Source Extreme Dao Field. As Lu Daosheng's aura grew ever more potent, a hazy vortex slowly materialized from the void. At this moment, the golden immortal realm could no longer contain his aura. Seeing this, Lu Daosheng smiled faintly before taking Yan Lingyun's small hand and walking toward the vortex. Yan Lingyun now seemed like a well-behaved little girl, silently following Lu Daosheng without uttering a word. The Nether Sea. Here, there were no rules. True strength reigns supreme. For the weak, survival here was harder than climbing to the heavens. Simultaneously, it is a paradise for the most ruthless and depraved. An ancient sage once prophesied that after countless ages, an unparalleled powerhouse would emerge, crushing all opposition to unify the entire Nether Sea. This is the dream of countless supreme powerhouses, for unifying the Nether Sea would bring unimaginable rewards. Not only would they gain access to the Nether Sea's boundless rare resources, but they would also command legions of powerful beings to serve their cause. Such power would undoubtedly provide the capital to challenge the supreme powers. Within an ancient tower. Lord Yilu, how have you considered the matter I proposed? A man clad in a dark golden robe gazed calmly at the silent middle-aged man before him, a faint smile playing on his lips. Yi Lin, one of the top-tier powerhouses within the Nether Sea. Lord of the Eagle's Eye Tower. Most skilled in intelligence gathering. At this moment, Yi Lin was overcome with hesitation. The man before him, radiating an aura of nobility, possessed an identity far beyond ordinary. Even he felt a sense of apprehension. And the matter the other party had brought to him was one of cooperation, mutual assistance. His ambition, it was the entire Nether Sea. This revelation left him both stunned and intrigued. The terms offered were simply too generous. Moreover, once the other party succeeded in unifying the Nether Sea, his own status would rise accordingly, bringing even greater rewards. However, the risks involved were undeniably immense. Failure could mean falling from grace. Even if he survived, he'd be banished from the Nether Sea. The Nether Sea's principle was simple: never conspire with outsiders. Internal matters were resolved internally. That was the Nether Sea's principle. Would one fare well after being expelled from the Nether Sea? Certainly not. After a long silence, Yi Lin shook his head. Young Master Chen, let's just drop this matter. I can pretend it never happened. You should leave now. Yi Lin refused. There was no other way. The risks were too great. It was better to play it safe. Yet Chen Yu merely smiled faintly, showing no surprise at Yi Lin's refusal. Lord Yi, don't be so quick to refuse. Chen Yu said with a faint smile, then slowly produced 2 tokens. Seeing this, Yi Lin's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the tokens. Young Master Chen, you. Chen Yu revealed a smug smile as he slowly stated, indeed, those 2 have already agreed. Hearing this, Yi Lin sensed the faint trace of primordial energy within the 2 tokens and immediately drew in a deep breath. If that's the case. Alright, young Master Chen, count me in. Yi Lin declared decisively. His initial refusal to Chen Yu stemmed from the extremely low success rate. By uniting several influential top-tier powerhouses within the Nether Sea to jointly suppress the other major and minor factions there, the consequence would be that they would gain access to more resources. After all, while the Nether Sea was rich in resources, they were ultimately finite. Who would ever complain about having too many resources? Chen Yu not only promised them substantial benefits, but more importantly, he was merely establishing an alliance. As the nominal leader, he held no real power. That was precisely what appealed to them most. Of course, Chen Yu wasn't foolish. His condition was that when he needed assistance in the future, the entire Nether Sea must lend its full support. For them, this condition was hardly a hardship. Now that even those two had agreed, it meant the matter was as good as settled. Thus, Yilin promptly agreed. At that moment, Chen Yu's face broke into a smile. Well then, Lord Yi, here's to a fruitful collaboration. Chen Yu extended his hand toward Yilin as he spoke. Agreed. Happy cooperation. With that, the two shook hands to seal their alliance, and the coalition was officially formed. Next, the entire Nether Sea began to stir with agitation. Lingyun, where are you from? Amidst a dazzling sea of stars, Lu Daosheng strolled alongside Yan Lingyun. At that moment, countless starlights around them deliberately avoided Lu Daosheng. For Lu Daosheng's aura was now too terrifying, as if it didn't belong here at all. Hearing Lu Daosheng's question, Yan Lingyun hesitated. Daosheng, what are you doing? Lu Daosheng smiled. Nothing much. I just wanted to see the place where you once lived. With his current power, he could easily deduce where Yan Lingyun came from. Yet he chose not to do so. Hearing this, Yan Lingyun murmured softly, later, can we do it later? Seeing Yan Lingyun's slightly downcast expression, Lu Daosheng pursed his lips before smiling. Alright. Daosheng. Yan Lingyun suddenly lifted her head to look at Lu Daosheng. Everything you said before, was it all true? Hearing this, Lu Daosheng nodded without hesitation. Of course. What she referred to, of course, was Lu Daosheng's claim of invincibility. At first, Yan Lingyun had thought Lu Daosheng was merely talking tough, but now, she began to believe him. From the true self realm onward, he had advanced without encountering any bottlenecks. Now, Lu Daosheng's strength had even matched her peak power. And it seemed Lu Daosheng could still keep improving. Though she had anticipated Lu Daosheng's words, Yan Lingyun still felt a wave of realization wash over her. The man she had always wanted to protect had suddenly become invincible, leaving her with a complex mix of emotions. Just then, a Dao field standing tall amidst the starry sea suddenly appeared in the direction before them. Seeing this, Yan Lingyun's expression turned startled. What is that? Lu Daosheng smiled faintly. The UNG Dao field. You should recognize that one. At the mention of the Source Extreme Dojo, Yan Lingyun's breathing quickened. It was the place she had been searching for all these years, for its master was the most powerful being she knew of. The venerable UNG. An entity known as the Creator. Single-handedly forging countless halls of order, upholding the equilibrium of all heavens and realms. Legend held that within the UNG Dao field lay the power to reshape the world. And now, Lu Daosheng had actually brought her to the Source Extreme Sanctuary. The thought of meeting the Supreme Sovereign of the Primordial Realm soon made Yan Lingyun feel a surge of nervousness. She clutched Lu Daosheng's hand tightly. Feeling the pressure in her grip, Lu Daosheng chuckled inwardly. Finally, he'd managed to impress his wife. But the real show was yet to come. Chapter 113, We're Going Home. Soon, Lu Daosheng led Yan Lingyun to the entrance of the UNG Dao field. The majestic hall stood like a colossal giant, towering over the land in silent grandeur. Merely standing before it, one could distinctly sense the supreme aura emanating from within. Lingyun? Lu Daosheng turned to look at Yan Lingyun. Yan Lingyun was gazing upward at the Source Extreme Dao field, her eyes slightly unfocused. Waving her hand, Yan Lingyun snapped back to her senses. Lu Daosheng shook his head and smiled faintly. Let's go inside. Hearing this, Yan Lingyun nodded. All right. Hand in hand, the two slowly stepped into the Source Extreme Dojo. Within the majestic hall, 5 enormous spheres of light, suffused with the aura of special laws, floated in the air. Seeing this scene, Yan Lingyun's expression grew solemn. The origins of the laws. At that moment, an unfamiliar aura suddenly began to slowly emanate from within the hall. The next moment, a commanding voice boomed. Who dares intrude upon this sovereign sanctuary? Source Extreme Venerable. Yan Lingyun immediately stammered, Elder, I. But Lu Daosheng, standing beside her, didn't give Yan Lingyun a chance to finish. He reached out and covered her small mouth with his hand. Lu Daosheng smiled, and then a gentle aura began to flow out from within him. Aren't you going to come out and see us? Lu Daosheng asked with a faint smile. A moment of silence fell within the hall. Suddenly, an ethereal figure slowly materialized, gradually solidifying. It was an elderly man clad in a robe adorned with starlight patterns. His eyes bore the weight of countless ages, as if he had just witnessed the universe itself being reborn. Was this the revered Source Extreme? Seeing the real person, Yan Lingyun was visibly moved. She wanted to say something, but her mouth was still covered by Lu Daosheng, which made her a bit annoyed. Unfortunately, she was no match for Lu Daosheng now, so she could only glare at him with a resentful, pouting expression. Who are you? The Source Supreme Sage frowned slightly upon seeing Lu Daosheng. This was the first time he had encountered someone here who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Hearing the revered UNG's words, Lu Daosheng slowly released Yan Lingyun and replied with a smile, My wife holds you in high regard. It was you who established the order of this world. At these words, the expression of the revered source extreme softened slightly. The words felt strangely comforting. Logically speaking, he should have been immune to praise by now, given the countless admirers who lavished it upon him. But these words came from Lu Daosheng. This was someone of equal standing to himself. Such praise naturally carried greater weight. Just as the venerable Yuanji was feeling a bit smug, Lu Daosheng suddenly added, "But the only person my wife should truly admire is me." At these words, the faint smile on the venerable Yuanji's lips instantly vanished. Beside him, Yan Lingyun's face flushed slightly for some reason. "Daosheng, what are you doing?" Lu Daosheng gently ruffled Yan Lingyun's hair and smiled. "As my wife, you needn't admire anyone else in this world. If you must admire someone, that person can only be me." Then, Lu Daosheng turned to face the revered one of primordial source before him. "Sir, I'd like to exchange a few words with you." Hearing this, the revered Yuanji narrowed his eyes. "Are you certain?" Lu Daosheng nodded. "I am." Beside them, Yan Lingyun remained silent. Too much had happened in such a short time, leaving her overwhelmed. At that moment, the revered source extreme waved his hand. The surrounding scene instantly shifted, plunging the three directly into a sea of stars. Seeing this, Lu Daosheng shook his head slightly. "It's not that bad. I just wanted to give you a taste of your own medicine. It doesn't matter where we are." Unfortunately, the venerable Yuanji was unaware of Lu Daosheng's thoughts. Seeing him shake his head, he mistook it for contempt, which instantly stirred a flicker of anger within him. For endless ages, he had reigned supreme for far too long. He clearly found Lu Daosheng's casual demeanor unsettling. Yet he remained vigilant. Even the faintest hint of Lu Daosheng's aura made it clear to him that his opponent was by no means weaker than himself. Therefore, this time he would give his absolute all. "Begin." Source Extreme Venerable declared in a deep voice. Meanwhile, Yan Lingyun had been escorted by Lu Daosheng to a safe location to observe the battle. Hearing the revered Source Extreme's words, Lu Daosheng nodded. "Very well. Since you put it that way, I won't hold back." As a cheat code user, how could he possibly fight the venerable Yuanji on equal footing? Thanks to the system, his cultivation had already surpassed the revered one's by an immeasurable margin. But to make the spectacle more entertaining, Lu Daosheng ultimately chose to engage in close combat. Boom! Lu Daosheng instantly materialized before the venerable Yuanji, delivering a crushing punch directly to his face. Of course, Lu Daosheng deliberately held back his power. Otherwise, with his current strength, a full-force punch would have reduced the revered master Yuanji to nothing but dust. "Ah! What?" A piercing scream erupted. Before the Source Extreme Reverend could react, another wave of attacks struck. Boom! 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 The starry sky shattered continuously, the scene becoming a one-sided rout. From afar, Yan Lingyun watched in stunned silence as the figure she once admired was being thoroughly beaten by her own man. Indeed, beyond every person lies another, beyond every sky lies another heaven. Even someone like the revered Source Extreme was not invincible. Her gaze fixed on Lu Daosheng, Yan Lingyun's mind raced with thoughts. "Stop! Stop! Enough already! This old man admits defeat." Lu Daosheng immediately halted his assault. "Old man, are you even capable?" Lu Daosheng glanced at the battered and disfigured Yuanji Zuns, then chuckled lightly. Hearing Lu Daosheng's words, Yuanji Zuns fell silent. Where the hell did this monster come from? He hadn't even been able to put up a fight. Senior, please don't mock an old man like me. This is no way to treat someone. He was so much stronger than me, yet he still had the nerve to ask for a lesson. Why not just say you want to beat me up? Seeing the revered Yuanji's attitude, Lu Daosheng shook his head in boredom before walking over to Yan Lingyun's side. "Lingyun! Don't say another word." Yan Lingyun cut him off the moment he began. "You're invincible. I believe you. Is that okay?" Yan Lingyun's eyes were slightly reddened as she spoke with a hint of grievance. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng stepped forward and pulled Yan Lingyun into his arms. "Let's go home, okay?" Hearing this, Yan Lingyun's eyes welled up with tears. "Yes." In that moment, all the pressure that had built up over such a long time vanished completely. And so, Lu Daosheng led Yan Lingyun away from this place, setting off on the journey back to the Xianling star domain. Lu Daosheng's cultivation aura began to gradually diminish. These were merely temporary enhancements granted by the system. Of course, he could elevate it again at any moment if he wished. Oh, right, I nearly forgot something. The Wood Immortal Realm. On this day, a colossal hand, vast enough to obscure the sky, descended from above, carrying an apocalyptic aura. The terrifying aura it emitted filled every cultivator in the entire Wood Immortal Realm with despair. The end. The end is upon us. What on earth is this? Could it be? Heaven intends to destroy our entire Wood Immortal Realm? Countless cultivators stared at the colossal hand in the sky with expressions of utter despair. Only when that colossal hand came crashing down did the world finally snap back to reality. Boom! A terrifying explosion echoed. A great power that had endured countless ages vanished from the wood immortal realm. At the same moment, in a remote corner of the wood immortal realm, a woman clad in plain robes watched the scene with a deathly pale face before slowly collapsing to the ground. The Divine Spirit Sanctuary, gone. Chapter 114, Return to the Wasteland City. Death Star Domain. Young man, are you truly unwilling to come with me? A shadowy figure stood nearby, silently observing the man seated cross-legged on the ground. At the words, Kong slowly opened his eyes. Elder, in this life, I will only ever follow one person. I appreciate your kindness, but I must decline. Kong replied indifferently. Hearing this, the Dark Emperor's brow furrowed slightly. He genuinely liked this kid. He'd even begun considering grooming him as his successor. The only flaw was his stubbornness. The kid was as stubborn as a mule. Kid, do you have any idea how vast my power is? This pathetic little place? I couldn't care less about it. Staying here, though you'll master my true teachings, will cost you untold effort to advance further. Standing with his hands behind his back, the Dark Emperor declared with arrogant pride, follow me, and I can take you to the next level right now. Can the one you follow do the same? Hearing this, Kong's expression remained unchanged, still utterly impassive. Yes. In his heart, there was nothing in this world that person couldn't accomplish. Hearing this, the Dark Emperor's words caught in his throat. Capable? Capable my ass. Tell me where this person is. I want to see for myself who's so capable they could brainwash you. After a long while, the Dark Emperor's true form departed the Death Star domain for the first time. He had long been capable of returning, but his encounter with Kong had led him to stay temporarily, imparting his true teachings to the young man. He only hoped that if something ever happened to him, Kong could step in and care for the forces he left behind. In his eyes, Kong possessed that potential. But now, someone had beaten him to it and already swayed Kong. This infuriated him beyond measure. He refused to believe anyone in this lower realm could be more formidable than him. Except for Yen Lingyun, of course. With that, the Dark Emperor stormed off toward the direction of the Xianling Star Domain. An unknown amount of time passed. Xianling Star Domain, Huang City. At this moment, the Wasteland City had become the center of the Xianling Star Domain. Countless cultivators flocked here daily. The vast majority came to pay homage to the great man who had saved the entire Xianling Star Domain. Lu Daosheng, Lord of the Wasteland City. Bro, where's the city lord off to now? Inside a tavern, and Xing slumped half-reclined in his chair, his feet propped on the table as he spoke in a languid tone. Beside him, Wei took a sip of wine and slowly replied, if you're done, I'm heading back. Hearing this, and Xing chuckled lightly, go back? What for? To find your little wife? As the leader of the Root organization, and Xing was well aware of Wei's marriage to an elf woman. He offered no judgment on the matter, just as Wei had never mocked him. Yet upon hearing in Xing's words, Wei's face flushed slightly for some reason. He drained his cup in one gulp and immediately stood to leave. Seeing this, and Xing quickly stopped him. Hey! Don't go yet. Let me finish. Wei sat back down with a sigh, gazing at Xing as he said flatly, hurry up and get it over with. I've got things to attend to at home. Hearing this, and Xing dropped the pretense and whispered, Brother Wei, I've got some business to attend to and need to return to the realm of 10,000 spirits. Could you keep an eye on things here? Wei's brow furrowed slightly. What business could you possibly have in the realm of 10,000 spirits? Ahem, Brother Wei, you really shouldn't meddle in this. After a moment's silence, Wei nodded slightly. Alright, but what? And Xing's expression brightened at Wei's agreement, and he hurriedly asked. Wei replied calmly, send me a few skilled shadow guards. Shadow guards, a group of elite operatives within the organization who operate in the shadows, often tasked with assassination and protection. Wei's request for several shadow guards made his intentions clear. And Xing understood his intentions and promptly nodded. Agreed. At that moment, a figure approached slowly from the distance. Brother Gu, what's troubling you? You look so downcast. Noticing Gu Chen's haggard expression, and Xing inquired with concern. Wei, standing nearby, also looked puzzled. Could it be that something had happened within the city lord's mansion? That seemed unlikely. But recalling the recent orders they'd received from Lu Daosheng where large numbers of personnel had suddenly been transferred out of the city lord's residence, they couldn't help but harbor some vague suspicions. Gu Chen sighed and shook his head slowly. Nothing major, really. It's just that Xia Shui keeps crying, and she won't say why when I ask her. Hearing this, and Xing chuckled, probably because the city lord went out again without taking her along. Beside them, Wei frowned deeply. Within the entire Wasteland City, aside from Lu Shui, he was the one who had been by Lu Daosheng's side the longest. He had essentially watched Lu Shui grow up and knew her temperament well. Her persistent crying clearly stemmed from more than just the lord's absence. Meanwhile, outside the Wasteland City. Damn it, what a coincidence! Dark Emperor arrived before the desolate city gates. Gazing at the colossal fortress before him, a cold sweat beaded on his brow. He had calculated every possibility, yet never imagined that the person Kong spoke of would be the very same individual he had been tracking. No wonder Kong was so utterly loyal. Ever since Lu Daosheng effortlessly parried that immortal saint-level strike not long ago, he had taken notice. He was no ordinary man. Indeed, this fellow was actually Miss Yan's man. This left him utterly stunned. Miss Yan was no ordinary woman. What kind of prowess could possibly win her heart? But the most outrageous part was that he never imagined Lu Daosheng would actually ascend to immortality right there on the spot. He'd never witnessed such a feat in his entire life. Not someone to mess with. The Dark Emperor turned to leave, yet hesitated. Wouldn't it be impolite to simply walk away? As he stood in silence, two figures suddenly materialized before him. Dark Second, what are you doing here? The two figures were none other than Lu Daosheng and Yan Lingyun, who had just returned after putting on that show. Yan Lingyun frowned slightly as she looked at the Dark Emperor. Spotting the pair, the Dark Emperor shuddered and immediately forced a laugh. Ah ha ha. You two, what a coincidence. I'm just taking a stroll. At that moment, Lu Daosheng also observed the Dark Emperor before him with keen interest. He could sense a certain aura emanating from this man. But Lu Daosheng didn't point it out, merely smiling without comment. Watching the two holding hands, the Dark Emperor cleared his throat lightly before adding, "Oh, I just remembered I have matters to attend to at home. Gentlemen, perhaps we'll cross paths again someday." With that, the Dark Emperor's form flickered and vanished from the spot. Left behind, Lu Daosheng turned to Yan Lingyun with a smile. "Lingyun, shall we go inside?" Yan Lingyun nodded in response. "All right." On the city wall, the Warden of the Wilderness respectfully announced, "Lord City Master, you have returned." Lu Daosheng nodded. "Huangshou, you've worked hard." Huangshou waved his hands repeatedly. "Lord City Master, this is simply my duty." As he spoke, his gaze kept drifting toward Yan Lingyun standing beside Lu Daosheng. Seeing the two holding hands, the garrison commander was utterly shocked. Not only was this woman immensely powerful, but she also possessed such remarkable skill she had even managed to win over a figure as formidable as the lord of the city. In his heart, Huangshou silently gave Yan Lingyun a thumbs up. Chapter 115, This is my wife. Seeing a Ruga like this, Lu Daosheng instantly saw through what was on his mind. "Ahem, Arashu," Lu Daosheng said, "this is my wife Xiao Shui's mother." Lu Daosheng said casually at this moment. Hearing this, Huangshou smiled and said, "So she's your wife?" "Ha? What? Xiao Shui's biological mother? Whoa." Instantly, Huangshou stared at Yan Lingyun in utter shock. They knew nothing about Lu Shui's biological mother, not even the slightest detail. They had even assumed Lu Shui's mother had long since passed away. But since neither the city lord nor Miss Lu Shui had mentioned it, they never asked. And now, Lu Shui's biological mother had actually returned. At that moment, Lu Daosheng had already pulled Yan Lingyun into the city, leaving the guard standing there, still frozen in shock. The city streets bustled with people of all kinds, a scene of utmost prosperity. Lu Daosheng silently walked through the streets, holding Yan Lingyun's hand. To avoid causing a stir within the city, Lu Daosheng had deliberately altered his appearance. Yet even so, he still drew the attention of many. It was inevitable appearance could be altered, but one's aura remained unchanged. As for Yan Lingyun, there was no need to say more. Her beauty was already breathtaking, and coupled with that almost innate aura of command, it was impossible not to notice her. "Lingyun, this is the city I built. What do you think?" Lu Daosheng asked slowly as they walked. Yan Lingyun, still surveying the city, nodded in response to his question. "It's quite impressive. Where did you get all these resources?" She was about to ask Lu Daosheng where he'd obtained such vast resources, but remembering his unfathomable strength, Yan Lingyun stopped herself abruptly. After a moment of silence, she murmured, "Daosheng, do you still resent me for leaving without a word all those years ago?" Lu Daosheng paused slightly at her words. To say he felt no resentment at all would be untrue. After all, leaving them father and daughter behind without so much as a word was undeniably irresponsible. After a moment's reflection, Lu Daosheng shook his head. "It's all in the past now. Nothing can ever separate us two anymore." Upon learning that Yan Lingyun had left to spare them from any burden, Lu Daosheng felt only deep love for her. He understood she was a fiercely independent woman. Back then, he had been powerless to do anything for her. But now, he could confidently say he could protect this mother and daughter for the rest of their lives. Hearing this, Yan Lingyun felt a sudden sting in her nose. Truthfully, all these years later, she had long since regretted her decision. Her decision back then had been somewhat impulsive. But there was no choice, the situation was urgent. If they'd been discovered, she might have escaped unscathed, but Lu Daosheng and Lu Shui certainly wouldn't have been so fortunate. That was why she had no choice but to leave in a hurry. Now, thinking back, what if something had happened to Lu Daosheng and the others after she left? Even if she had resolved everything, what meaning would it hold? Fortunately, everything turned out fine, far better than she could have imagined. The very people she had always wanted to protect had suddenly become invincible. Just then, Lu Daosheng abruptly stopped in his tracks. Daosheng? Yan Lingyun turned her head in confusion to look at Lu Daosheng, who was staring intently at a distant spot with a faint, enigmatic smile. Following his gaze, she immediately spotted 3 figures gathered around a table inside the tavern, drinking. Ah, brother Wei, you're not going soft on us, are you? And Xing raised his cup, challenging Wei, whose face was flushed from drinking. The liquor in this desolate city was specially brewed. No matter your cultivation level, it would get you drunk. Of course, unless you used your inner strength to counteract the effects. But those who came to drink naturally wouldn't do that. At this moment, Wei was clearly feeling the effects. Who can't handle it? Keep going. Wei promptly refilled his own cup. Beside him, Gu Chen refused to be outdone. Raising his cup, the 3 clinked glasses and downed their drinks in one gulp. At that moment, Xing's gaze casually drifted toward the area behind Wei. Put. Instantly, Xing sprayed Wei's face with wine. She then sprang to her feet. Xing. What the hell? Wei wiped his face, glaring at Xing with irritation. But then he froze, noticing the complex expression in Xing's eyes. Shock mingled with a hint of panic, confusion laced with a touch of awkwardness. Then, both Wei and Gu Chen turned around simultaneously. Instantly, they spotted Lu Daosheng, who was staring at the 3 of them and smiling. You 3 seem to be having quite a good time. Lu Daosheng sneered coldly. Gotcha. Thud. The 3 immediately knelt before Lu Daosheng. Your subordinates greet the city lord. By now, Lu Daosheng had already cast a barrier around the area, shielding the scene from outside passers-by. And Xing and the others sobered up instantly, all traces of drunkenness vanished. Wei inwardly cursed Xing from top to bottom. Damn it, he had to drink. Now look what happened. We actually ran into the lord of the city. Wei knew Lu Daosheng well. What he hated most was people drinking behind his back. Of course, that was back in the day. Back when the desolate city was still impoverished, alcohol was naturally a precious commodity. Lu Daosheng waved his hand dismissively. Everyone, rise. Thank you, Lord Mayor. The 3 men scrambled to their feet. The city lord hadn't said a word? Wei was puzzled when suddenly he noticed Yan Lingyun beside Lu Daosheng. There they were, holding hands. And Xing and Gu Chen, standing nearby, clearly noticed this too, both feeling a jolt of shock. The Lord Mayor actually has a woman by his side? Lord Mayor, who is this? Gu Chen boldly stepped forward to ask. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng replied calmly, This is my wife, Yan Lingyun Xiaoshue's mother. Boom! The revelation struck the 3 like thunderbolts, leaving them frozen in place. After a long moment, they finally regained their senses and bowed respectfully to Yan Lingyun. Greetings, madam. Yan Lingyun also seemed taken aback, clearly unaccustomed to this form of address, but she nodded in acknowledgement. All right, a little wine won't hurt. Just remember not to overdo it. Lu Daosheng waved his hand dismissively, then pulled Yan Lingyun straight toward the city lord's mansion. Left behind, the 3 watched Lu Daosheng and Yan Lingyun's retreating figures, their minds swirling with thoughts. Having a wife really makes a difference. Clearly, Lu Daosheng was in such high spirits that he didn't pursue the matter with the 3 of them, instead reminding them not to drink too much. At that moment, Wei cleared his throat and said, Gentlemen, I'll take my leave now. I've got a wife to go home to. With that, Wei turned and walked away. Leaving Xing and Gu Chen standing there, utterly flustered in the wind. Oof, women only slow me down. And Xing muttered under his breath. Beside him, Gu Chen nodded in agreement. That makes sense. The last defiant stand of a single dog. Little did Gu Chen know at that moment that Xing, who stood beside him defending the dignity of single people, would one day suddenly stab him in the back. Within the city lord's mansion. Wah. Lu Shue's sobs echoed incessantly, clearly unable to accept her mother's sudden return and immediate departure. Young mistress, please stop crying. You're keeping me awake. At that moment, Ao Qing couldn't help but speak up. Hearing Ao Qing's words, Lu Shui yanked him out from her sleeve and flung him away. Get lost. Thud. Ao Qing was flung out of the room by Lu Shui. Regaining his balance, Ao Qing felt his head buzzing. Just as he came to his senses, he sensed a presence behind him. Master. You're back. Spotting Lu Daosheng, Ao Qing exclaimed excitedly. Lu Daosheng, however, raised a finger to his lips. Shoo. At this gesture, Ao Qing promptly shut his mouth. Lu Daosheng turned to look at Yan Lingyun and nodded in acknowledgement. Yan Lingyun looked toward the room, hearing Lu Shue's sobs inside. A wave of intense guilt washed over her. Taking a deep breath, she stepped into the room with a heavy heart. Chapter 116, I'm not holding back. Still immersed in her sorrow, Lu Shui suddenly sensed movement outside the door. I told you, don't. Lu Shui was about to speak when she froze in place. Staring at the familiar face before her, Lu Shui could scarcely believe her eyes. Could it be that crying for too long had caused her to hallucinate? With that thought, Lu Shui even raised her hand to rub her eyes. Seeing this, Yan Lingyun couldn't help but chuckle softly. She stepped forward to wipe the tears from Lu Shue's cheeks, her voice gentle as she said, "Xiao Shui, don't cry. Mother is back." Hearing these words, Lu Shue's tears flowed even more freely. Staring intently into Yan Lingyun's eyes, Lu Shue blurted out, "Mother, why did you abandon me and father back then?" This question had long been on Lu Daosheng's mind, and it was hers too. Only she had never voiced it. Seeing Lu Shue like this, Yan Lingyun's heart grew even more bitter. At the same time, a resolve quietly formed within her she would make things right for Lu Daosheng and Lu Shue in the future. At that moment, Lu Daosheng slowly entered from outside. "Shue, let me explain." After a long while, Lu Shue threw herself directly into Yan Lingyun's arms. The shackles that had weighed on her heart for years were finally unlocked. And so, the three family members clung tightly to one another, their happiness almost too palpable to contain. Beside them, Daosheng watched silently with an envious gaze, ultimately sighing. "Insomnia. Your happiness is keeping me awake." From then on, the three lived a very happy life. One day, "Xiao Shui, father has a task for you," Lu Daosheng suddenly said to Lu Shue. Hearing this, Lu Shue paused in surprise. "A task? Father, what kind of task?" Lu Shue asked, puzzled. Beside Lu Daosheng, Lu Daosheng smiled faintly. Recently, some familiar faces who ascended from the primordial universe have appeared in the wasteland city of the 10,000 spirits realm. "I need you to go and assist them on my behalf." Upon hearing this, Lu Shue nodded in understanding without further thought and readily agreed. "All right, father. I'll go right away." Beside them, Yan Lingyun asked, "Xiao Shui, would you like mother to accompany you?" Just as Lu Shue was about to speak, Lu Daosheng interjected, "Xiao Shui is grown now. She doesn't need an escort. Let her go alone. It'll be good training for her. Besides, what could possibly go wrong in the 10,000 spirits realm? And Daosheng is accompanying her." With that, Lu Shue departed alone. After Lu Shue departed, Lu Daosheng cleared his throat lightly before smiling. "Lingyun, it's been ages since you last shared a drink with me." Hearing this, Yan Lingyun shot him a disapproving glance and murmured, "I knew sending Shui off meant you were up to no good." Still, she didn't refuse Lu Daosheng. In the blink of an eye, a table laden with wine jars materialized before them. "Lingyun, today we won't stop until we're drunk." "All right, let's do it." Daosheng, this wine of yours is quite potent." By now, Yan Lingyun's face was flushed crimson, her head spinning. Leaning on the table, the figure of Lu Daosheng before her eyes had already begun to blur into double vision. Lu Daosheng wasn't faring much better, he was barely holding his ground. This wine, naturally, had been requested from the system, absolutely top-notch stuff. "Ha, Lingyun, after all these years apart, you wouldn't have gotten so weak you can't even hold your liquor against me, would you?" Lu Daosheng challenged with a laugh. Hearing this, Yan Lingyun snorted lightly and retorted, "Who said that? Come on, let's keep going." Refusing to admit defeat, Yan Lingyun hoisted another wine jar and began gulping it down. Beside her, Lu Daosheng followed suit. Moments later. Thud. Yan Lingyun could no longer hold herself up and crashed face first onto the table. Lu Daosheng wasn't faring much better. As his consciousness began to fade, he mustered his last ounce of awareness and hurriedly commanded, "System, quick! Help me sober up." Buzz. Instantly, Lu Daosheng felt a soothing warmth slowly flow through his body. In no time, Lu Daosheng felt refreshed and alert, showing no signs of intoxication whatsoever. Turning to look at Yan Lingyun, who was now barely conscious, Lu Daosheng chuckled. "Lingyun, you're the one who drank too much. Don't blame me." He then walked over to Yan Lingyun, scooped her up in his arms, and carried her slowly into the room. The next moment, a barrier instantly materialized within the room. Inside the room, gazing at Yan Lingyun, her face flushed crimson, her figure stunning, almost ripe for the picking. Lu Daosheng's breathing quickened. Host, don't you feel a bit guilty?" The system suddenly chimed in. Hearing the system's words, Lu Daosheng replied earnestly. "System, what kind of talk is that? She's my wife. Doing this is perfectly natural, right?" "System, host, I never expected you to be this kind of person." Soon, heavy panting filled the room. The details are omitted, okay? That night, Yan Lingyun had a deeply unsettling nightmare. She dreamed of sinking into the ocean, utterly powerless to resist. After struggling to surface, she grasped a piece of driftwood only for it to bite her. It bit her so hard it hurt. After an unknown amount of time, Yan Lingyun finally came to, still groggy. Immediately, she felt a wave of discomfort wash over her entire body. "Ugh, this feels awful. I'll never drink that much again." Ah. Lu Daosheng. Yan Lingyun stared at herself in disbelief, quickly scrambling to get dressed. She then glared at Lu Daosheng, her face flushed with embarrassment. Hearing the commotion, Lu Daosheng also woke up. Seeing Yan Lingyun's anger, he felt a pang of guilt, but still forced a laugh. "Ha, Lingyun, you're awake." Seeing Lu Daosheng's reaction, Yan Lingyun gritted her teeth. "Stop pretending. You took advantage of me." Hearing this, Lu Daosheng feigned anger. "Lingyun, what kind of talk is that? We are husband and wife. We're an old married couple now. Our child could already run errands by now. Yan Lingyun was instantly speechless. After a moment of silence, she huffed softly, but you shouldn't have taken advantage when I couldn't react. I'm not refusing you. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng's face lit up with wild joy. The next moment, a figure lunged straight toward Yan Lingyun. Ah! You wait a moment. What? Lingyun, you weren't lying to me, were you? No, I want to be on top. Several days later. Father, I'm back. Lu Shui returned to the city lord's residence with a beaming expression. Oh? Little Snow, you're back already. Lu Daosheng smiled warmly upon seeing her. Lu Shui nodded, about to speak, when she suddenly noticed the expression on Lu Daosheng's face. Ha? Father, why do you suddenly look so haggard? Lu Shui asked in confusion. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng's face flushed with embarrassment. He cleared his throat and quickly changed the subject. There's been a lot going on in the city lately. Your father just hasn't been getting enough rest. By the way, how did things go with your errand? Hearing this, Lu Shui didn't think much of it and replied directly, Oh, I've already arranged everything for them. They're getting the absolute best treatment. You can rest assured. Chapter 117, The Seal is Lifted. Oh, Dad, where's Mother? I haven't seen her. Lu Shui asked again. Your mother, she's resting. Resting? Lu Shui sensed something was off, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. Just as she was about to say something else, Gu Chen suddenly appeared, walking slowly from the distance. Spotting Gu Chen, Lu Shui hurriedly exclaimed, Master, why are you here? Gu Chen smiled and said, I came to see how you're doing. Have you encountered any issues with your cultivation lately? Lord City Master. Lu Daosheng nodded. Problems? Master, I haven't encountered any issues at all. Lu Shui interjected at this point. Hearing this, Gu Chen shook his head. Shui, perhaps you simply can't perceive it yourself. To be safe, you should come with me for some cultivation practice. All right. Lu Shui then turned to Lu Daosheng. Father, I'll be going to practice with Master now. All right, go ahead. Lu Daosheng replied with a smile. With that, Gu Chen led Lu Shui away. Before leaving, Gu Chen gave Lu Daosheng a smile. Gu Chen, of course, had been summoned by Lu Daosheng. Though he felt a bit guilty toward Lu Shui, there was nothing to be done. Lu Daosheng clearly wanted to spend more intimate time with his wife. Inside the room, Yan Lingyun slowly rose from the bed. The moment her feet touched the floor, her legs buckled, and she nearly collapsed. Ouch! At that moment, she regretted saying those words. But what could she do? Lu Daosheng hadn't been with a woman in so long. Thinking it over, it was her own fault. Sigh. Yan Lingyun sighed, her steps unsteady as she made her way toward the door. Spotting Yan Lingyun, Lu Daosheng hurried over to her side and offered his arm. Lingyun, why didn't you rest a little longer? Lu Daosheng asked with concern. Hearing this, Yan Lingyun shot him a disapproving look, gave a light snort, and said nothing. This is all because of you. Seeing this, Lu Daosheng merely smiled. These days, Lu Daosheng had been living quite comfortably. He wished the rest of his life could be like this, but clearly, that wasn't realistic. Unless Lu Daosheng abandoned all responsibilities now. Daosheng, why did you establish Wasteland City? Yan Lingyun, nestled in Lu Daosheng's embrace, suddenly lifted her head and asked. The Wasteland City had grown to a considerable size now, with immense potential. Given Lu Daosheng's capabilities, building such a power base felt, frankly, a bit redundant. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng felt a moment of daze. After a moment of silence, he replied slowly, People always need to accomplish something, don't they? One couldn't just drift through life without purpose. Besides, he didn't need to cultivate, so he had time on his hands. Watching the Wasteland City grow stronger filled him with a deep sense of accomplishment. Hearing this response, Yan Lingyun nodded. Daosheng, actually, I have my own matters to attend to as well. Lu Daosheng froze in surprise. Lingyun, you're not leaving again, are you? Lu Daosheng frowned slightly. Yan Lingyun smiled in response. With your current strength, wouldn't finding me be as quick as the blink of an eye? Lu Daosheng understood upon hearing this. She had a point. Then what about Xiao Shui? Lu Daosheng asked. Let Xiao Shui come with me. As her mother, I should take some responsibility. Yan Lingyun stated directly. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng fell silent. Did that mean they were separating? Wouldn't that leave him all alone? Seeing Lu Daosheng's silence, Yan Lingyun guessed his thoughts. Sighing, she cupped his face and smiled. Daosheng, why don't you come with me? I'll take care of you. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng smiled. Never mind, Lingyun. You have your own matters to attend to, and I have mine. But I only ask that you don't try to handle everything alone. If you encounter something you can't resolve, you must call for me, understand? Gazing into Lu Daosheng's sincere eyes, Yan Lingyun felt warmth flood her heart. Alright, I'll remember. Finally, Yan Lingyun departed, pulling Lu Shui away from the Xianling Star domain. Father, I'm off. Come visit me when you have time. Lu Shui turned and waved at Lu Daosheng. Seeing this, Lu Daosheng smiled. Shuer, stay close to your mother and don't upset her. Standing at the edge of the Xianling star domain, Lu Daosheng gazed silently at the direction they had departed. After a very long time, he suddenly shook his head and smiled. What was he even pondering? It's not like they won't be back. With that, Lu Daosheng turned and returned to the wasteland city. From then on, Lu Daosheng threw himself into his duties with renewed diligence, further enhancing the strength of Huangshou and Xing and the others. Progress has accelerated significantly. He was determined to catch up to his wife's influence. As far as he knew, his wife had established a vast power base in a certain star domain, one that seemed quite renowned. Yet despite its formidable, untouchable appearance, far more powerful forces lurked in the shadows, eyeing his wife's empire with predatory intent. Otherwise, why would Yan Lingyun have returned so early? Lu Daosheng had long speculated on this. Given his wife's temperament, she would never approve if he took direct action to resolve the situation. Therefore, the best course was to bolster the strength of his own wasteland city, contenting himself with the role of a behind-the-scenes manipulator. An unknown amount of time passed. One day, Lu Daosheng suddenly set out, arriving at the border of the Xianling star domain. By now, the Xianling star domain, Qingling star domain, Wuling star domain, and several other nearby star domains had all been unified under his rule. The wasteland city was at its zenith. This first step was now complete. Immediately, Lu Daosheng unleashed his great divine power, shattering all barriers between the star domains with a single strike. Accompanied by terrifying explosions. The connections between these star domains instantly grew even tighter. And the wasteland city, undoubtedly the absolute overlord of these star domains, commanded, and all beings came to pay homage. Lord City Master, everything is prepared. Jiang Bei and Yu Qingfeng approached Lu Daosheng and reported respectfully. Upon hearing this, Lu Daosheng nodded. In recent days, the strength of the wasteland city had grown to an utterly terrifying extent. Scanning all the surrounding star domains, it had clearly reached a level where it faced no equal. Their next target was set on the truly powerful, top-tier star domains. Before them stood the barrier left by Yan Lingyun years ago, intended to protect this star domain. But now, it was no longer needed. Break! Lu Daosheng spoke slowly. In an instant, the entire barrier shattered completely. After years of seclusion, this star domain was once again exposed to the world. Countless star domains sensed the disturbance and dispatched envoys to investigate. My lord, that star domain has come back to life. Revived? Yes. For some reason, the barrier there has vanished. Hearing this, the figure high above the Grand Hall exclaimed with excitement, dispatch forces immediately. We cannot let others beat us to it. Over the years, due to the blockade imposed by the Xianling star domain, rumors suddenly spread throughout the outside world about mysterious treasures appearing there. This news instantly drew countless major powers, all eager to enter and investigate. Yet faced with that hazy barrier, they found themselves utterly powerless. Yet the more they struggled, the more firmly they believed the rumors of treasures within. Now, the barrier had vanished. They could finally uncover the truth. Yet they dare not act carelessly. For not long ago, that terrifying force that descended from the heavens had targeted precisely that region. Not only was the place unscathed, but an utterly terrifying aura emanated from it. Some speculated that an unparalleled powerhouse was in seclusion there. Others speculated it was due to the presence of a treasure. But the true reason could only be discovered by venturing inside. Master, should we send men? Within a top-tier sect, an elder posed the question. Hearing this, the sect master replied expressionlessly, let's observe first. Don't forget, there are 2 divine emperor-level powerhouses there. Hearing this, the elder's expression immediately turned alarmed. He'd almost forgotten. 2 divine emperor-level powerhouses, such strength was undeniably formidable. As far as he knew, the entire sect didn't even possess a single divine emperor-level powerhouse. Chapter 118, The Divine Dynasty's Empress. But that was merely based on his knowledge. Divine emperor-level powerhouses were the watershed that determined whether a faction or region had truly reached the pinnacle of power. A faction lacking divine emperor-level powerhouses would forever remain second-rate. In a star domain extremely distant from the Xianling star domain, the Supreme God star domain. This was an exceptionally powerful star domain. Within the known cosmos, it wields absolute hegemony. Its domain spans dozens of times larger than ordinary star domains. And within the entire Supreme God star domain, there exists only one power. The Divine Dynasty. A terrifying empire beyond imagination, where even divine emperor-level powerhouses must bow and scrape. Within the palace, suffused with an aura of nobility, a 5-clawed divine dragon plunged headfirst into a pool brimming with divine essence, gulping it down voraciously. Dragon's siphon. Brr. After an unknown period, Daosheng lifted its head, belched contentedly, and finally ceased. At that moment, a guard clad in golden armor approached Daosheng and respectfully announced, Lord Daosheng, Her Highness the Princess is seeking you. At this, Daosheng froze. The young mistress seeks me? Without hesitation, Daosheng immediately set off. Your Highness, you sought me? Upon entering Lu Shue's chamber and seeing her in meditation, Daosheng spoke cautiously. Upon seeing Daosheng, Lu Shue slowly opened her eyes. You stupid dragon, all you ever do is eat. Lu Shue snapped irritably. Since arriving in the Divine Dynasty, Daosheng had done little but eat and sleep. The only difference now was that he slept far less than he ate. However, Daosheng's strength had surged rapidly. At this moment, he had already reached the Transcendent God Realm, a level where few could match him across the entire star domain. Divine Realm, Divine King Realm, Divine Lord Realm, Divine Sovereign Realm, Divine Emperor Realm, Super Divine Realm, Breaker of Gods Realm, True Self Realm, Mortal Transformation Realm. Moreover, Daosheng was currently the only known five-clawed divine dragon. His power was truly terrifying. Having long grown accustomed to Lu Shue's scolding, Daosheng merely chuckled awkwardly. Young mistress, I'm doing all this to protect you with even greater strength. Lu Shue snorted lightly. Here, I don't need your protection. I have a task for you. My young mistress, just give the order. The mention of a mission stirred excitement within Daosheng. With his power now so formidable, he yearned to act with boldness. But he wouldn't forget his duty. That duty was to protect Lu Shue. If anything happened to Lu Shue, his master would likely skin him alive. At that moment, Lu Shue spoke slowly. Go find my mother and tell her that you wish to participate in the campaign against the Tianlin Star Domain. Upon hearing this, Daosheng nodded immediately. Young master. I'll be off then. Go ahead. Without another glance, Daosheng headed straight for the tallest, grandest palace. Left behind, Lu Shue shook her head. Her father being so formidable was one thing, but her mother being this powerful too? When she first arrived at the Divine Dynasty, she had been utterly shocked. The entire Divine Dynasty was terrifyingly formidable. Without her father, the desolate city wouldn't stand a chance against the entire Divine Dynasty. More importantly, this mother of mine isn't nearly as kind as my father. The Divine Dynasty spends every day either waging war or marching toward the next conquest. By now, who knows how many star domains have fallen under its rule. But more often, they band together to resist the Divine Dynasty's encroachment. Lu Shue naturally paid little heed to these matters. Was she supposed to defy her own mother over those invaded star domains? This was her own mother. What did those invaded star domains have to do with her? Her greatest daily frustration was the absence of any real troubles. Life was just too bitter. Your Majesty, Daosheng requests an audience. An elderly man approached with respectful deference. Within the grand hall, Yan Lingyun sat upon the dragon throne, clad in a loose-fitting imperial robe. Yet her imposing figure remained undeniable. Her phoenix-like eyes were narrow and sharp, radiating an aura so formidable that no one in the court dared to look up. This was the Empress of the Divine Dynasty. Hearing the old man's words, Yan Lingyun replied coolly, "Let him enter." Yes. Below, countless civil and military officials pondered silently. Daosheng. They knew it was the pet that had accompanied the daughter the emperor had suddenly brought back days ago. And it was a rare five-clawed divine dragon. Its true strength remained unclear to them. But it probably wasn't that powerful. After all, known powerful dragons were exceedingly rare, and those at the Divine Emperor realm were almost non-existent. Thus, they concluded Daosheng was merely a pet accompanying Lu Shue. Moments later, Daosheng slowly entered the grand hall. Mistress. Yan Lingyun nodded. Daosheng, is there something you need? Upon hearing this, Daosheng declared, Mistress, permit me to join the campaign against the Tianlin Star Domain. The moment these words left his mouth, the entire hall erupted in an uproar. The Tianlin Star Domain. This was an exceptionally powerful star domain they were about to conquer next. Even they needed to prepare thoroughly. Of course, this wasn't because the Tianlin Star Domain could rival the Divine Dynasty in strength, but rather because the Divine Dynasty frequently waged wars, stretching their front lines too thin. Consequently, the number of elite warriors available for deployment was limited, as many were stationed to defend their territories. Yet even so, the Divine Dynasty could still conquer a star domain. That was the true terror of the Divine Dynasty. At that moment, Yan Lingyun nodded. Understood. She knew exactly why Daosheng had come. It was undoubtedly Lu Shue's idea. At this thought, Yan Lingyun couldn't help but let a faint smile touch her lips. What a devoted daughter. Wang Jin. Your servant is here. A man clad in golden armor stepped forward at once. He was the commander leading this assault on the Tianlin Star Domain, possessing terrifying strength at the peak of the Divine Emperor realm. Daosheng, this time, you will follow Wang Jin. Understood, mistress. I won't let you down. Daosheng nodded in agreement. Beside him, Wang Jin wore a blank expression, though inwardly he harbored some discontent. Why would His Majesty burden him with such a liability? Wasn't this just making things harder for himself? But he dared not voice such thoughts aloud. Within the Divine Dynasty, Yan Lingyun was a true deity. No one dared defy her. This servant accepts the command. Wang Jin replied in a flat tone. Well, if it came to a fight, he'd just have to pay extra attention to this dragon. Of course, if he happened to bite the dust, he couldn't be blamed. After all, blades have no eyes on the battlefield. Clearly, he was unaware of Ao Qing's true strength. Yet within the Grand Hall, there was naturally someone who understood Ao Qing's capabilities. The old man standing not far from Yan Lingyun was one such person. At this moment, even he felt a hint of apprehension toward Ao Qing's power. A divine dragon at the transcendent god realm. And a 5-clawed divine dragon at that such combat power would be considered a trump card even within those superpowers. Glancing back at Wang Jin's indifferent expression, the old man shook his head. Still too young. Chapter 119, Requesting Reinforcements. Moments later, the crowd dispersed. Soon, only Yan Lingyun, Ao Qing, and the old man remained in the grand hall. Mistress, when shall we depart? Ao Qing couldn't help but ask at this point. He clearly couldn't wait any longer. Hearing this, Yan Lingyun smiled and said, Ao Qing, originally, I intended for Elder Zhou to accompany Wang Jin to the Tianlin Star Domain. Qing froze upon hearing this. Yan Lingyun continued, the Tianlin Star Domain is no ordinary place. At the very least, it's far more formidable than it appears on the surface. Sending only Wang Jin alone is bound to lead to trouble. Beside them, old Zhou remained silent. As one of the few trusted confidants by Yan Lingyun's side, he rarely left her presence unless absolutely necessary. Yet Yan Lingyun intended to deploy him specifically against the Tianlin Star Domain. This alone demonstrated the gravity with which Yan Lingyun regarded the Tianlin Star Domain. Upon hearing Yan Lingyun's words, Ao Qing understood. Rest assured, mistress. With me here, there will be no mishaps. Then it's up to you to prove yourself. Don't disgrace your master. Yan Lingyun smiled. With that, Ao Qing departed. Your Majesty, how is it that Ao Qing has attained such prowess at such a young age? Old Zhou voiced his question at this moment. The Dragon Clan's power grows increasingly slower with age, yet Ao Qing appears so young. Not only has he attained the rank of Divine Dragon, but he's also reached the Transcendent God Realm. Such speed was truly unnatural. Hearing this, Yan Lingyun smiled faintly and replied slowly, because he has a good master. At these words, old Master Zhou's expression shifted sharply. Ao Qing's master. Wasn't that His Majesty's man? When Yan Lingyun had brought Lu Shui back to the Divine Dynasty and announced to the world that she was her daughter, the entire realm had been thrown into upheaval. The Emperor actually had a daughter. And she was already this grown up. But who was the Emperor's partner? That was the big question. In any case, no one in the entire Divine Dynasty dared to ask. Their Majesty never revealed it either, so to this day, they could only speculate about the identity of the man in the Emperor's life. Now, however, old Zhou is certain, His Majesty's partner is no ordinary man. Remember, beyond every person lies another, and beyond every sky lies another heaven. Even within their own divine dynasty, they could not claim to be without rivals. That there might be figures beyond their sovereign's reach in the wider world held no surprise for old Master Zhou. Zhou Lao couldn't help but tremble all over when he caught sight of Yan Lingyun's smile tinged with happiness. He immediately retreated quietly. General Wang. On his way back, Wang Jin abruptly heard the call from behind and stopped in his tracks. Oh? Elder Zhou sought me out. Is there something you need? Wang Jin addressed Zhou Lao with utmost respect. It was clear that old Master Zhou held an extremely high position within the Divine Dynasty. Looking at Wang Jin, old Master Zhou asked calmly, what are your thoughts on the Tianlin Star Domain? Hearing this, Wang Jin smiled faintly. Rest assured, Elder Zhou. With me handling it, success is guaranteed. Observing Wang Jin's confident smile, Elder Zhou shook his head slightly. The Tianlin Star Domain holds invaluable strategic positions. Once secured, our Divine Dynasty's forces will advance unimpeded, facing no further resistance. Do you truly believe the factions that fear our Divine Dynasty would simply stand by and allow us to invade the Tianlin Star Domain unchecked? Hearing this, Wang Jin's smile gradually faded. After a moment, he spoke slowly, Old Zhou, your reasoning is sound, but... Wang Jin leaned close to Old Zhou's ear and whispered a few words. Zhou Lao then shot Wang Jin a surprised glance. Old Zhou, what do you think? Wang Jin glanced at old Master Zhou with a hint of pride. After a moment of silence, old Zhou patted Wang Jin on the shoulder and murmured softly, do your best. And show some respect to Ao Qing. The divine beast by the princess's side is no ordinary creature. Hearing this, Wang Jin froze. By the time he regained his composure, old Master Zhou had already walked far away. Left standing there, Wang Jin furrowed his brow slightly. Tianlin Star Domain. Within the Tianlin Palace. This was the strongest power in the Tianlin Star Domain. Several figures with powerful auras stood within the hall, their brows tightly furrowed. The atmosphere was oppressively tense. What should we do? One of the powerful figures spoke up. Yet all remained silent. The Divine Dynasty was about to attack. What could they possibly do? Surrender? But surrender meant handing over the entire Tianlin Star Domain. Yet resistance seemed utterly unrealistic. The Divine Dynasty's might was simply too terrifying. They're simply not on the same level. The only consolation was that the Divine Dynasty had only dispatched a single army, supplemented by a few elite warriors. At least they wouldn't be instantly annihilated. Sigh, we should request reinforcements. After a long silence, the middle-aged man at the head of the group spoke slowly. The Hall Master of the Celestial Hall. In truth, he had only been the deputy head that morning. Upon learning the Divine Dynasty was about to attack, the old Hall Master had immediately appointed him as the new Hall Master before vanishing without a trace. Such a heavy burden right upon taking office. He felt overwhelmed. Old Hall Master, may I just surrender outright? Surrender? How could you face the ancestors of the Celestial Hall? Then what am I supposed to do? That's the Divine Dynasty we're talking about. I don't care what you do. If the Tianlin Hall falls, it's your responsibility, not mine. Thinking of this, Luo Ming sighed again. What kind of situation is this? Just then, an elder asked doubtfully, Hall Master, who should we seek for help? Hearing this, Luo Ming replied in a solemn tone, I refuse to believe they'll stand by and watch the Divine Dynasty seize our Tianlin Star domain. Inform every faction hostile to the Divine Dynasty. If they refuse to come, the Tianlin Star domain will surrender. Then we'll see who gets anxious. Hearing this, the expressions of those present in the hall brightened instantly. Understood. Oh, and Lord Chamberlain, a formidable new power has suddenly emerged in the Northern Star domain. They're making their presence known and are already heading this way. What? What faction is that? It seems to be called Wasteland City. Meanwhile, at that moment, Yun Qi was leading his army, sweeping through the land like a whirlwind. Everywhere they went, it became part of the Wasteland City's domain. Ha ha ha. What a thrill! On the brutal battlefield, Yun Qi swung his long blade with blinding speed, letting out excited howls of delight. His power had now clearly reached the Divine Emperor realm. Facing these star domain forces, none of which possessed even Divine Emperor level power, Yun Qi achieved victory after victory without the slightest surprise. Yet he remained vigilant, for these were merely third-rate star domains. The truly formidable ones were yet to come. This time, the 5 million troops of the Lu clan army he commanded, honed through years of arduous training, were finally beginning to show their true edge. Within the Wasteland City, Lord City Master, Brother Yunqi has already conquered 7 star domains. And Xing reported respectfully. Upon hearing Xing's report, Lu Daosheng nodded. Have any other factions moved to stop him? And Xing shook his head. Lord City Master, all factions capable of stopping Brother Yunqi have chosen to hold their ground. None have made a move. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng shook his head slightly. It seemed they still hadn't grasped the gravity of the situation. Then he couldn't be blamed. By the way, continue dispatching scouts southward. Relay all intelligence gathered back to Huangcheng. Yes, Lord City Master. Chapter 120, The Fortune of the Nation. I recently glanced at the reviews hadn't checked in ages but noticed the rating dropped by 0.1 points. So I took a look. How to put it, it stings a bit. Many say I've written the protagonist as a total suck-up. At first, I was baffled. Then I saw those reviews were all from March 14th and 15th, the very days I posted chapters about the female lead's return. Perhaps I made her homecoming too arduous, or maybe my pacing was slow and the descriptions lacking. But the male lead isn't a suck-up. Everything the female lead did was for the male lead's benefit, at least her intentions were pure. There's no cuckolding the male lead either. They truly love each other, it's just that things weren't made clear from the start, leading to some misunderstandings. As for claims I made her pseudo-invincible, my original setup was that the system maxed out the protagonist's knowledge, skills, and proficiency within his cultivation realm. This made him exceptionally strong against peers, but not truly invincible. I reserved the peerless at the same level power for the female lead, since they're family. The one-handed beatdown might be a slight exaggeration, but it was meant to highlight how extraordinary the female lead is. Most importantly, while the male lead isn't invincible against peers, he never actually fights opponents at the same level anyway. He can level up freely. Why waste energy fighting equals? If he does fight, it's naturally to crush them. Within the Grand Hall, Lu Daosheng lifted his gaze toward the depths of the starry sky. At present, the strength of the Wasteland City had reached a point where it was virtually unmatched. With the backup measures he'd left in place, it was virtually foolproof. Henceforth, he needn't keep such a close watch on the Wasteland City. With this thought, Lu Daosheng smiled faintly before waving his hand. Instantly, a rift in the void appeared before his eyes. Lu Daosheng stepped into it and vanished from the Grand Hall. At the Divine Star Domain, on the border of the Divine Dynasty, a terrifying army of millions of divine soldiers had now gathered here. Battle intent surged skyward, its momentum overwhelming. The very heavens and earth trembled under the relentless pressure of this colossal force. The leader was none other than Wang Jin. General, when shall we depart? A soldier stepped forward to ask. Hearing this, Wang Jin remained expressionless, replying only in a flat tone, await orders. Yes, General. They dared not question Wang Zhen's orders. After an unknown period of time, a figure came galloping from the distance. "Ah, sorry. I'm late." Daosheng approached with an apologetic expression. Seeing Daosheng, Wang Zhen paused slightly. For some reason, he sensed Daosheng had changed profoundly. He could no longer perceive any trace of his aura. It must be that His Majesty, fearing something might happen to Daosheng, had specially prepared a treasure to conceal his aura. With that thought, Wang Zhen shook his head inwardly before bellowing, "Advance." Instantly, the mighty army began its advance. A massive void rift appeared before the army. Destination, Tianlin Star Domain. Wang Zhen's guess was correct. Yan Lingyun had indeed prepared a treasure to conceal Daosheng's aura. But the purpose was not to protect Daosheng. Within the Divine Dynasty Imperial Palace, a graceful figure sat cross-legged atop the altar. Simultaneously, a steady stream of pale golden energy surged into her body. The fortune of the nation bestowed upon her. This was Yan Lingyun's objective. The greater the Divine Dynasty's power and influence, the more national fortune Yan Lingyun could obtain. As for what national fortune could do? Well, its uses were truly manifold. After all, something worthy of Yan Lingyun's attention, something she would expend immense effort to establish the Divine Dynasty for, could never be ordinary. After an unknown span of time, Yan Lingyun slowly exhaled. At that moment, she felt refreshed and invigorated. Just then, Yan Lingyun's body suddenly trembled. The next moment, a warm, broad hand rested upon her fragrant shoulder. "Lingyun, this is the first time I've seen you wearing the dragon robe," Lu Daosheng murmured softly from behind her. Recognizing the identity of the person behind her, Yan Lingyun's tense body instantly relaxed. She smiled and asked, "Do you like it?" "It looks good," Lu Daosheng replied without hesitation. Hearing this, Yan Lingyun's smile grew even brighter. At this point, Lu Daosheng's strength had reached the pinnacle of the lower realm, standing but a half step away from the immortal realm. This was precisely why Yan Lingyun hadn't sensed his presence earlier. "Daosheng, you came looking for me. Could it be you missed me?" Yan Lingyun asked with a smile. It hadn't been long since they last met, yet Lu Daosheng had already come looking for her. Yet deep down, she felt utterly delighted. Hearing Yan Lingyun's words, Lu Daosheng laughed heartily. "What? Don't you miss me?" Her face flushed slightly at his words, and just as she was about to respond, she suddenly felt herself lifted off the ground. Instantly, Yan Lingyun couldn't help but cry out. "Ah!" Lu Daosheng had swept her up in his arms, cradling her around the waist. "Daosheng, what are you doing?" Held in Lu Daosheng's arms, Yan Lingyun's cheeks flushed even redder. She lightly tapped his chest before murmuring shyly, "Absence makes the heart grow fonder, after all." At this moment, she bore no resemblance to the formidable, invincible empress of the Divine Dynasty. Instead, she resembled a delicate, demure young bride, cherished and adored by her man. Watching Yan Lingyun's reaction, Lu Daosheng felt a tingle of excitement. Just as he was about to make his next move, both their expressions shifted abruptly. The next instant, a panicked cry erupted from beyond the palace doors. "Your Majesty, what has happened?" Yan Lingyun's earlier cry of alarm had clearly been heard by the guards outside. Outside the hall, a dense formation of dragon guards had already assembled, their imposing presence radiating power. At Yan Lingyun's command, they would charge in immediately to eliminate the intruder. Inside the hall, Lu Daosheng and Yan Lingyun locked eyes. "Ahem, Lingyun, you handle this first." Lu Daosheng cleared his throat lightly before speaking. "Ah, okay." Outside the hall, countless dragon guards stared intently at the palace with tense expressions. His Majesty's voice had just sounded so horrified he must have encountered something incredibly powerful. Even His Majesty seemed somewhat overwhelmed. Otherwise, how could his reaction be so intense? At this thought, beads of cold sweat formed on their foreheads. Just then, Yan Lingyun's voice suddenly echoed from within the hall. "I am unharmed. All may withdraw." Hearing this, the crowd froze momentarily before hastily responding, "Yes, Your Majesty." Soon, the outside world returned to calm. If His Majesty said he was fine, then he must be fine. Still, why had the Emperor suddenly called out? With that question lingering, everyone went back to their duties. Inside the hall, Lu Daosheng was already cradling Yan Lingyun as he slowly made his way toward the dragon bed. "Lingyun, doesn't this palace have any protective barriers?" Lu Daosheng inquired as they walked. Hearing this, Yan Lingyun murmured softly, "With this Emperor's, with my abilities, do I need such protective measures?" Her words carried immense confidence. Yet Yan Lingyun possessed precisely the power to back up that confidence. Lu Daosheng paused slightly upon hearing this, then nodded in agreement. Yet the next moment, Lu Daosheng swept his sleeve, and a barrier instantly enveloped the entire hall. As for its purpose? Ha. Placing Yan Lingyun upon the dragon-adorned bed, Lu Daosheng gazed upon her majestic figure clad in the noble dragon robe. He felt utterly blissful. By now, Yan Lingyun had closed her eyes, offering herself to him. "Lingyun. Nothing. It just feels like a dream." Hearing this, Yan Lingyun opened her eyes, meeting Lu Daosheng's sincere gaze. The next moment, Yan Lingyun abruptly sat up, then swiftly turned the tables, pinning Lu Daosheng beneath her. Whether it's a dream or not, you'll know once you feel it. Yan Lingyun gave a coy smile before leaning in to kiss him. Chapter 121, We Surrender. Several days later. After days of indulgence in the embrace of a woman, Lu Daosheng finally remembered his purpose. Gazing at Yan Lingyun, clad in mere scraps of fabric, who had fallen asleep on his chest from sheer exhaustion, Lu Daosheng rose with utmost care. With a mere thought, his clothes fell into place. Having a wife is truly bliss. What kind of life had he been living before? Recalling those days, Lu Daosheng was overcome with deep regret. If only he'd known the moment he first obtained the system, he should have kept upgrading relentlessly until he found his wife. But he only thought about it. Because at that time, he truly had no idea what he felt for Yan Lingyun. At the end of the day, he was just too cowardly. He dared not confront the truth. He could only choose to let fate decide. Fortunately, Yan Lingyun didn't let him down. Everything was unfolding in the best possible way. Gazing at Yan Lingyun's fair, rosy cheeks, Lu Daosheng couldn't resist pressing a gentle kiss upon them before whispering softly, "Lingyun, your husband must depart now. I shall go ahead and scout the path for us. We shall meet again in the upper realm." With that, Lu Daosheng vanished from the spot. At that moment, Yan Lingyun's eyebrows twitched slightly as she slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes brimmed with tenderness. Daosheng. Meanwhile, not far away, within a slightly smaller yet still magnificently ornate palace, a stunningly beautiful woman in blue lay flat on the ground. Around her, a bone-chilling cold permeated the air, while waves of mysterious energy swirled alongside the piercing cold. The Divine Dynasty Princess. Lu Shui. As one blessed with extraordinary destiny, her innate talent was beyond question. Though Lu Shui had scarcely engaged in combat, her strength was by no means to be underestimated. Though appearing harmless, her cultivation had already reached the Divine Emperor realm, with signs of imminent breakthrough. Witnessing this, Lu Daosheng, watching from the shadows, nodded approvingly. Truly worthy of being his daughter. Her cultivation speed runs in the family. Yan Lingyun's cultivation speed was even more terrifying. Had she not pursued the ultimate perfection of her realm, she likely would have ascended long ago. Even so, Yan Lingyun's current strength had already reached the peak of the mortal realm. The distance to shed mortal flesh and become immortal was no longer far. Moments later, Lu Shui exhaled slowly before rising to her feet. Managed to practice a bit more today, I'm impressive. Almost every day, Lu Shui would give herself a pep talk. Given her family background and circumstances, anyone else would have given up long ago, especially as a woman. Why bother cultivating at all? But Lu Shui refused to give up. She could never forget those miserable days in the desolate city, living in poverty while her father feigned weakness, hiding his true strength. Back then, she dreamed of cultivating diligently and becoming powerful. Now that she had the means, she couldn't forget her roots. She never forgot her original purpose. And this was the primary reason Lu Shui's cultivation had never hit any bottlenecks. Just then, Lu Daosheng's figure slowly materialized within the hall. Xiao Shui. Seeing Lu Daosheng, Lu Shui paused in surprise before exclaiming joyfully, "Father, you came to see me?" Hearing this, Lu Daosheng smiled and replied, "Yes, I came to see you." Looking at Lu Daosheng, Lu Shui cut straight to the point, "Father, just say it, what are you up to now?" With that, Lu Shui cut straight to the heart of the matter. She knew her father's temperament all too well. This was clearly another attempt to slip away. Moreover, Lu Daosheng was covered in her mother's scent. Lu Shui wasn't stupid, she just didn't want to point it out. Hearing his daughter's words, Lu Daosheng gave an awkward chuckle. "Ahem, Shuer, your old man naturally has things to attend to. You must stay close to your mother. All these years you've been away, she's missed you terribly." Lu Shui nodded at his words. "I know, father." If at first Lu Shui had harbored some reservations toward Yan Lingyun, then these days since Yan Lingyun brought her to the Divine Dynasty, Lu Shui had come to accept her completely. Family bonds were the hardest to sever. Yan Lingyun's kindness toward Lu Shui was beyond reproach. With that, Lu Daosheng departed with a sense of relief. Above the heavens, Lu Daosheng's aura grew increasingly potent, and a faintly ethereal immortal gate slowly materialized in the distance. Standing before the gate, Lu Daosheng halted his steps. He turned back one last time to gaze upon the world behind him. The desolate city held no lingering concerns for him now. He had temporarily entrusted the desolate city to the trio of Wei, Guchen, and Enxing for management. Lu Daosheng had complete confidence in these three. Moreover, the wasteland city was brimming with talent, and he had left behind a contingency plan. No matter what happened, the city would remain secure. As for the Divine Dynasty, it faced no immediate crisis either. The real danger lay with those who had drawn the Divine Dynasty's attention. But with Lu Daosheng's current discernment, he naturally saw through the situation. Who would have thought this world was also full of hidden talents? Even the Divine Dynasty was not invincible. Beneath the calm surface, dark currents swirled. Many terrifying entities lurking in the shadows were stirring restlessly. After a moment of silence, Lu Daosheng shook his head and smiled. His wife was no pushover. He didn't need to worry about those entities. A mere handful of demons and monsters posed no real threat to his wife. At most, they might cause some trouble. The real danger lay in the unknown threats that even his wife, Yan Lingyun, couldn't sense. That was precisely the purpose of Lu Daosheng's journey. Whoever they were, whatever their motives, anyone daring to lay a finger on his woman would meet a grim end. At the same time, Lu Daosheng would also look into Yan Lingyun's past. His wife's background was indeed rather complicated. Finally, he would spread the name of his wasteland city throughout the upper realm. He would ensure that the presence of his wasteland city was felt throughout all the heavens and worlds. Gazing at the immortal gate before him, Lu Daosheng smiled faintly. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening explosion, the entire immortal gate shattered into pieces. In the next instant, dense immortal energy began to seep out from behind it. Immortal realm, I, Lu Daosheng, have arrived. No, it should be, I have returned. At the same time, at the edge of the Tianlin star domain, the atmosphere here was oppressively heavy. The hallmaster of Tianlin Hall stood silently in the void alongside several elders. Behind them stood members of other factions. Yet their total number did not exceed 50. Gazing upon the imposing, advancing army of the divine dynasty before them, the Tianlin Hall members felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. They had finally come. At that moment, Wang Jin stepped forward slowly from within the divine dynasty's ranks, surveying the sparse contingent of Tianlin Hall before him. Wang Jin's brow furrowed slightly, but he spoke nonetheless. Tianlin Hall, will you surrender or not? The formality must be observed. We surrender. Hearing this, Wang Jin nodded. Very well. Since you refuse to surrender, then. A moment of silence fell over the scene. What? Wang Jin snapped back to reality, his voice tinged with disbelief. What did you say? Lower? Are you kidding me? Is it that easy? There's bound to be trouble. With that thought, Wang Jin fixed the Tianlin Star Domain delegation with a grave stare. I advise you not to harbor any ulterior motives. Against overwhelming might, your Tianlin Star Domain possesses no power to resist. Wang Jin declared in a deep voice. Yet Luo Ming, the head of the Tianlin Hall, shrugged his shoulders and said, I'm telling the truth. We surrender. We can't win anyway, so why bother? Hearing this, Wang Jin was momentarily speechless. It felt like punching a pillow. He had led his army all this way, only for the other side to surrender outright. The thought weighed heavily on Wang Jin, a wave of frustration washing over him. What if he refused their surrender? Though it felt unethical, the thought began to tempt him. Just then, a commanding voice echoed from the depths of the starry sky. The voice preceded the figure. Surrender? No way. Chapter 122, Reinforcements arrive. Boom! The distant void split open, and in the next instant, a middle-aged man clad in a fiery crimson robe stepped forth. In an instant, the temperature across the entire starfield surged. It's Emperor Yan of the Fire Spirit Star Domain. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, the crowd from the Tianlin Star Domain gasped in shock. Far away, Wang Jin also furrowed his brow. Clearly, this Emperor Yan possessed formidable strength. At that moment, a colossal aura surged forth from the spatial fissure behind the Flame Emperor. Boom! Instantly, a vast number of powerful figures from the Fire Spirit Star Domain burst forth from within. Witnessing this scene, Luo Ming, the Hall Master of the Heavenly Lining Hall, instantly revealed an almost imperceptible smile. So they've finally arrived. Judging by this display, it seemed Emperor Yan had brought every elite force from the Fire Spirit Star Domain. If that was the case, their odds of victory had increased considerably. At that moment, Emperor Yan slowly approached the group before the Heavenly Linger Hall. Yan, it's been a long time. Luo Ming smiled as he addressed Emperor Yan. Hearing this, Emperor Yan's expression remained cold. He merely gave a faint snort before speaking slowly. Your schemes are indeed loud. I could hear them all the way here in the Fire Spirit Star Domain. Hearing this, Luo Ming remained unflappable. Yet here you are. Did you dare not come? If I surrender now, the Divine Dynasty's next target will be your Fire Spirit Star Domain. By then, you won't even have a place to cry. A blatant scheme utterly transparent. Seeing the smug satisfaction deep in Luo Ming's eyes, Yan chose to look away. Out of sight, out of mind. Yan then turned his gaze toward the Divine Dynasty's army in the distance, his expression gradually turning icy. Damned Divine Dynasty! Don't you fear karma? Yan roared in fury. His hatred for the Divine Dynasty knew no bounds. In his eyes, the Divine Dynasty was an evil force of limitless greed. Beyond invading others' territories and lands, they had never done a single decent thing. Hearing Yan's furious shout, Wang Jin remained expressionless. Do you truly believe that the Fire Spirit Star Domain and the Tianlin Star Domain joining forces can halt the advance of our Divine Dynasty? If they truly believed that, they were gravely mistaken. At that moment, another cold voice echoed from the depths of the void. What if the Han ancient star domain joins us? The next moment, the void split open once more. An elderly figure clad in black robes emerged slowly from the rift, accompanied by several powerful warriors. The old man's aura was identical to that of the Flame Emperor. They were all Divine Emperor-level powerhouses. Behind them stood the elite forces of the Hangu Star Domain. The Hangu Star Domain, a powerhouse no weaker than the Huoling Star Domain. In fact, after years of stable development, it had even surpassed it. Before Lord Luo Ming, the ruler of the Tianlin Hall, could fully register his excitement at seeing the might of the Hangu Star Domain, a voice echoed from behind him. And the War God Star Domain. Instantly, a terrifying battle intent surged forth from the depths of the void. In the next instant, a middle-aged man clad in unique armor materialized before the crowd. Tang Sheng, the mightiest warrior of the War God Star Domain. Though Tang Sheng stood alone, not a single person present dared to underestimate him. For in the past, the War God Star Domain had produced a true war god. His battle intent reached divine heights. Through his own efforts, he had elevated the War God Star Domain to unprecedented heights. Even now, countless eons later, though the War God Star Domain had long since faded into obscurity, the War God's legendary fame still reverberated across countless star domains, striking fear into the heavens. Gazing at the spirited Tang Sheng before him, Luo Ming spoke with palpable excitement. Brother Tang, have you attained divine mastery of battle intent? Countless powerful beings present instantly fixed their gaze upon Tang Sheng. Could it be, the War God Star Domain has produced another war god? A faint, deliberate smile spread across Tang Sheng's face as he slowly replied, of course, not. Put. Then why the hell were you pretending? The Flame Emperor beside him roared in fury. Not even at the divine realm yet, and he still has the nerve to put on airs. Hearing this, Tang Sheng's smile froze momentarily. He cleared his throat lightly and said, though my battle intent hasn't quite reached the divine realm yet, it's not far off. Dealing with these lot? More than enough. Tang Sheng pointed at the Divine Dynasty's army, his face radiating confidence. Hearing this, the crowd from the Tianlin Star Domain shook their heads in disbelief. The Divine Dynasty was no pushover. Just then, Wang Zhen's cold voice cut through the air. Have you finished talking? Instantly, all eyes turned toward Wang Zhen. They saw Wang Zhen suddenly roar, form ranks, all troops. Boom! In an instant, the Divine Dynasty army's momentum shifted completely. The next moment, the entire force surged forward like an unstoppable spear, charging straight toward the Tianlin Star Domain. Boom! Explosions reverberated across the heavens and earth. An invisible barrier slowly rose from the edge of the Tianlin Star Domain. Without this barrier, the entire Divine Dynasty army would have swept through unimpeded. Again! Wang Zhen roared again, as if he had anticipated this outcome all along. Seeing this, the faces of the Tianlin Star Domain forces paled with shock. This is bad. Stop them. Though this natural barrier existed, they knew full well it alone would be insufficient to hold back the Divine Dynasty's forces. Moreover, Wang Zhen and the other Divine Dynasty commanders hadn't even made their move yet. As the Divine Dynasty's forces prepared for a second assault, the Tianlin Star Domain side could no longer stand idly by. Led by Luo Ming and Yan Yan, they charged forward. The next moment, battle erupted. Countless divine techniques and martial arts were unleashed with reckless abandon. In an instant, the entire Divine Dynasty army came to a grinding halt. Upon witnessing this scene, Wang Zhen snorted coldly and immediately declared, "Follow me to meet the enemy." "Yes, sir." Instantly, several terrifying auras surged skyward from within the army. Each possessed strength rivaling that of a divine emperor. Among them, Wang Zhen possessed the greatest strength. At the peak of the divine emperor realm, his combat prowess was virtually unstoppable. Seeing Wang Zhen's ferocious display, Luo Ming and the others paled. Just as they were at a loss, Tang Sheng stepped forward. "Wang Zhen, I am your opponent." With a single punch that sent countless Divine Dynasty warriors flying, Tang Sheng charged forward, blocking Wang Zhen's path. "Come. Let me see if the strength of this so-called Divine Dynasty general truly lives up to the terrifying rumors." Legend held that the Divine Dynasty possessed 12 divine generals. Even the weakest among them possessed the strength of a divine emperor, and that was no exaggeration. Each divine general was a 1 in a million existence. As for Wang Zhen, his strength didn't even rank among the top 5 of the 12 divine generals. That was precisely why Tang Sheng now carried himself with such arrogance. After all, this was merely a second-rate divine general. Could it be that he, the future war god himself, would be no match for such a figure? This thought ignited Tang Sheng's fighting spirit, and he pointed his spear at Wang Zhen. "Come fight." Seeing this, Wang Zhen sneered coldly, sparing no words. "As you wish." In the next instant, Wang Zhen's figure charged fiercely toward Tang Sheng. Chapter 123, A Traitor Among Us. From afar, witnessing Tang Sheng standing alone against Wang Zhen, Luo Ming, Yan Yan, and the others couldn't help but feel a surge of worry. Though they fought side by side for mutual benefit. If Tang Sheng met with misfortune now, they would suffer the greatest losses. The Divine Dynasty, however, would reap huge profits. With this thought, Luo Ming's voice turned grave. Send someone to help him. Upon hearing this, Yen Yen was about to move, but the elderly man from the Hangu star domain beside him spoke calmly. He may have been exaggerating somewhat, but he does possess some real strength. Let's observe for now. Hearing this, the others exchanged skeptical glances, yet their bodies remained rooted to the spot. Instead, they continued their own battles while keeping a close eye on Tang Shang and Wang Zhen's fight. At that moment, Tang Shang and Wang Zhen were locked in a fierce back-and-forth exchange. As the clash continued, Tang Shang felt a surge of surprise. He hadn't expected the divine generals of the divine dynasty to be this formidable. Even a low-tier divine general could hold his own against him. Meanwhile, in a hidden location, Daosheng watched the brutal battle unfold before him with detached calm. This time, he had a mission to fulfill. Otherwise, he would have already revealed his true dragon form and charged into the battlefield to display his divine might. That fellow certainly knows how to hide his true strength. Daosheng chuckled and shook his head, then turned his gaze toward Wang Zhen, who was engaged in a fierce battle with Tang Shang in the distance. Seeing this scene, Daosheng's expression turned puzzled. He couldn't understand why someone who could crush their opponent outright would go to such lengths. An unknown amount of time passed. The battlefield had undergone subtle shifts. Though the divine dynasty was steadily worn down by the stronger forces from the Tianlin star domain, they still managed to advance with great difficulty. Meanwhile, on the Tianlin star domain side, Luo Ming and the others breathed a silent sigh of relief. If this continued, the divine dynasty would eventually retreat. Otherwise, even if they captured the Tianlin star domain, the divine dynasty would suffer catastrophic losses. Just as they indulged in such wishful thinking, a sudden, piercing scream erupted. Ah! How is this possible? Instantly, Luo Ming and the others trembled, their gazes darting toward the direction of Wang Zhen and Tang Shang's fierce battle. They saw that, at some unknown moment, Tang Shang was now covered in blood, severely wounded by a single strike. Witnessing this scene, Luo Ming and the others were utterly stunned. What was happening? Hadn't they been trading blows evenly just moments ago? Initially, they hadn't fully believed Tang Shang could match a divine general of the divine dynasty. Yet, witnessing the brutal battlefield and hearing Tang Shang's repeated boasts, they gradually came to recognize his formidable strength. After all, he was the most qualified contender for the title of War God in the War God star domain. But clearly, they were wrong. Tang Shang didn't possess the strength to match a divine dynasty's divine general. It was Wang Zhen who had been hiding his power all along. What a bastard! Before anyone could vent their fury, Wang Zhen had already charged toward Tang Shang, aiming for a fatal strike. Seeing this, Tang Shang's face drained of color. He bellowed urgently, "Help me!" Without another moment's hesitation, Luo Ming and the others charged toward Wang Zhen. Boom! The explosive clashes of battle erupted. Wang Zhen stood alone against three top-tier powerhouses from the major star domains, holding his own without faltering. In that moment, everyone present truly grasped the terrifying might of a divine general of the divine dynasty. He was nothing short of a monster. In the distance, Tang Shang hurriedly retreated from the battlefield, immediately swallowing a healing pill to begin recuperating. Huff! As he felt his body gradually recover, Tang Shang's trembling heart slowly calmed. Just now, he had tasted the threat of death for the very first time. In that moment, his fighting spirit had wavered. Noticing the shift in his state of mind, Tang Shang quickly suppressed the restless fighting spirit surging within him. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out from the distance. "Senior Tang." Hearing this, Tang Shang abruptly opened his eyes. Upon seeing the arrival, his brows furrowed deeply. It was an elder from the Celestial Hall. He recognized him, though they were not close. He only knew the man followed Luo Ming. "What's wrong? Are you unable to hold out?" Tang Shang asked in a deep voice. Hearing this, the Tianlin Hall elder waved his hand dismissively before expressing concern. "Senior Tang, the Hall Master sent me to deliver healing pills to you. The Hall Master and the others are currently doing their utmost to hold back the Divine Dynasty's army." Understanding, Tang Shang nodded. "I see." Seeing the fragrant healing pills in the elder's hand, clearly high-quality goods, Tang Shang hesitated no longer. He took the pills and swallowed them immediately. It dissolved instantly upon entering his mouth. Instantly, a powerful surge of medicinal energy began coursing through his body. Yet, before Tang Shang could savor the relief for even a few seconds, he suddenly sensed something amiss within his body. No! The medicine is tainted. Tang Shang's face paled as he tried to rise. With a sharp thud, a dagger radiating divine light had already pierced his heart. The terrifying divine power instantly tore apart the life force within his body. As life ebbed away, Tang Shang's face contorted with profound resentment and terror. As the mightiest warrior of the War God star domain, the future War God himself, he had met his end in such a place today. I refuse to accept this," Tang Shang uttered in utter despair. Yet even as he spoke, his consciousness began to fade. Beside him, the elder of the Tianlin Hall sneered coldly, "Stop resisting. Defying the divine dynasty was a path with no future from the start. Your fate was sealed long ago." Thud! Tang Shang collapsed to the ground. In a sense, the war god star domain had already perished. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Wang Jin engaged in a fierce battle with Luo Ming and two other top-tier powerhouses. With the top-tier powerhouses of the Tianlin star domain no longer holding them back, the Divine Dynasty's forces advanced unimpeded. In mere moments, they had already advanced to the edge of the border barrier. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed. Countless dense cracks instantly appeared across the entire barrier. It was on the verge of shattering. Seeing this, Luo Ming and the others paled. Damn it, hasn't Tang Shang recovered yet? Luo Ming growled. If he didn't arrive soon, their Tianlin star domain would be doomed. Just then, an elder from the Tianlin Hall suddenly charged toward them. Hallmaster, I'm here to assist you. Seeing the Tianlin Hall elder, Yan Yan and the others looked puzzled. Engaging in a battle of this caliber as a mere junior elder was tantamount to courting death. Even Luo Ming, the Hallmaster of Tianlin Hall, was perplexed. Third elder, what are you doing here? Withdraw immediately. Yet, for reasons unknown, the third elder of the Tianlin Hall resolutely approached Luo Ming's side. Hallmaster, I must contribute my strength too. Hearing this, Luo Ming sighed in exasperation. What exactly can you contribute? He smiled and replied, with this. A dagger appeared in his hand. The next moment, under the stunned gazes of everyone present, the dagger plunged into Luo Ming's chest. Thud! Instantly, a terrifying external force surged forth. The third elder of Tianlin Hall was sent flying backward. Lord Luo! This is bad. It's over. Ah! Palace Master! Seeing the injured Luo Ming, the crowd cried out in shock. Luo Ming's face was ashen, his eyes fixed in disbelief upon the third elder, who stood in the distance, grinning darkly. Why did you betray the Tianlin Hall? Luo Ming demanded in a deep voice. Hearing this, the third elder in the distance sneered coldly. Lord Luo, a wise bird chooses its perch. I believe you understand this principle. Hearing this, Luo Ming remained silent, instead turning his gaze toward Wang Jin in the distance. You've certainly got some tricks up your sleeve. Wang Jin offered no explanation. In truth, he never intended to turn against the Tianlin Star Domain faction. If that were the case, it would have been far too simple. After all, given the Divine Dynasty's conditions, few could resist such temptation. But he disdained such tactics. What he hadn't anticipated was that the third elder of the Tianlin Hall would come to him of his own accord. Initially, he paid them no mind. It was only after old Master Zhou's warning that the Tianlin Star Domain was no ordinary place that he finally agreed to meet with the third elder of the Tianlin Hall. After all, one must always keep a few cards up one's sleeve. Chapter 124, Transcendent God Realm Powerhouse. Thus, the current scene unfolded. At that moment, the third elder of the Tianlin Hall had approached Wang Jin, his face plastered with flattery. General Wang, he said, I have already disposed of Tang Shang. How could that be? Hearing this, Luo Ming and the others in the distance were utterly shocked. Tang Shang, eliminated? No wonder Tang Shang hadn't returned yet. It turned out he had perished. He was the strongest contender in the War God Star Domain with the greatest potential to become the War God. If the War God Star Domain learned of this now, the despair would be unimaginable. Amidst the starlit expanse, Wang Jin remained expressionless, merely stating flatly, understood. Your task is complete. You may leave. He then tossed a storage ring toward the man. The third elder of the Tianlin Hall stared at the storage ring in his hand, his smile freezing. General Wang, what do you mean by this? His original intention had been to join the terrifying power of the Divine Dynasty. Unfortunately, Wang Jin had no such intention, so his plans were doomed to fail. Wang Jin paid him no mind whatsoever, instead striding directly toward Luo Ming, Yan Yan, and the others in the distance. Left behind, the third elder of the Yuan Tianlin Palace glanced at Wang Jin, who hadn't given him a second thought, then looked at the storage ring in his hand. No matter how unwilling he felt, he had no choice but to concede. At least he had preserved his life and gained a considerable fortune. At worst, he could find a place to hide away until the end of time. He cast one final glance around the scene before fleeing the area as if escaping a burning building. Meanwhile, on the Tianlin Star Domain, Luo Ming and his companions wore grim expressions. Their situation had reached a desperate impasse. As elite combatants, they could still hold their own against the Divine Dynasty's commanders. But the forces below were being utterly crushed by the Divine Dynasty's overwhelming army. Before long, the protective barrier of the Tianlin Star Domain would be shattered by the Divine Dynasty's assault. When that moment came, the entire Tianlin Star Domain would truly fall into the hands of the Divine Dynasty. Watching Wang Jin slowly approach, the group felt a profound sense of despair. Was defeat truly inevitable? Lord Luo, does the Tianlin Star Domain still hold any trump cards? Yan Yan asked in a deep voice beside Luo Ming. At these words, Luo Ming's expression darkened, but then his eyes flashed with resolve. The next moment, Luo Ming stepped forward and roared, "Do you truly intend to go down in flames with us? Let me tell you this, our Tianlin Star Domain has super god realm experts." The words sent shockwaves through the entire crowd. Super God Realm Powerhouses. Divine Emperor Realm experts were already considered the ultimate powerhouses in powerful star domains. As for Super God Realm Powerhouses, factions openly possessing such strength were unheard of beyond the Divine Dynasty. Could the Tianlin star domain truly harbor one? Yen Yen frowned beside him. Lord Luo, that's a bit of a stretch. A Super God Realm powerhouse? How could that be possible? Yet Luo Ming responded with a confident sneer, that's only because you're unaware. Hearing this, Yen Yen pressed further, Lord Luo, might we know the identity of this Super God Realm powerhouse? Luo Ming stood with his hands behind his back, his expression calm. None other than the former hallmaster of Tianlin Hall, Han Tianrun. Han Tianrun? Hearing that name, Wang Jin frowned deeply from afar. He knew this man well, the former hallmaster of Tianlin Hall. He hadn't even seen the old man during this entire visit. Could it be that old man had truly broken through? Meanwhile, Yen Yen grew visibly excited. Ha 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 ha. A transcendent God Realm powerhouse. This time, the Divine Dynasty is bound to fail. Yen Yen then looked triumphantly at the Divine Dynasty's army. Your Divine Dynasty is indeed formidable, but a force possessing a transcendent God Realm powerhouse, I imagine even you would have to think twice about that, wouldn't you? Observing Yen Yan's demeanor, it was clear he had fully accepted Luo Ming's words. For a moment, the Divine Dynasty's elite warriors all felt their resolve waver. Though Luo Ming seemed to be boasting, he couldn't possibly deceive his own allies. With that thought, they came to believe Luo Ming's words for the most part. What they didn't know was that this entire exchange was merely a performance orchestrated by Luo Ming and Yen Yen. At that moment, a high-ranking commander approached Wang Jin and whispered, General, what should we do now? Hearing this, Wang Jin sneered coldly, what? You believed him? Seeing this, the commander promptly bowed his head. Wang Jin gave a cold snort before striding forward. A Super God Realm powerhouse? I'd love to see just how strong your Super God Realm powerhouses in the Tianlin Star domain really are. He didn't believe for a second that the Tianlin Star domain had any Super God Realm powerhouses. As someone standing but a half step away from the Super God Realm, he knew all too well how incredibly difficult it was to break through to that level. Even in the resource-rich Supreme God Star domain, he had spent tens of millions of years and still hadn't achieved it. Let alone the Tianlin Star domain, which was far inferior to their Supreme God Star domain. Seeing Wang Jin's utter disbelief, Luo Ming's face still bore a confident smile, but panic was already setting in within him. What's more, he was currently injured and hadn't fully recovered. If it came to a fight, he'd be in deep trouble. What to do? What to do? He was truly at a loss now. At that moment, Wang Jin charged toward Luo Ming and his companions once more. Instantly, the void shattered as terrifying divine power poured forth relentlessly. By the looks of it, Wang Jin was getting serious. It's over. Luo Ming's heart was filled with profound sorrow. Could it be that the heavenly hall would truly fall into his hands? Just as despair reached its peak, a furious shout erupted from the depths of the starry sky, carrying a familiar yet terrifying aura. Halt! Boom! A terrifying divine force surged toward Wang Jin. A deafening roar echoed. In the next instant, Wang Jin stumbled back several steps, his expression tinged with apprehension as he stared into the depths of the starry sky. An elderly man in a long robe was racing toward them. Former Hall Master. The figure was none other than Han Tianrun, the former Hall Master of the Tianlin Hall. Upon seeing Han Tianrun, Luo Ming couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Old Hall Master, if you hadn't arrived, I truly wouldn't have held out much longer. Seeing Luo Ming's now deathly pale face, Han Tianrun felt a pang of regret. Luo Ming, you've endured enough. From here on, just watch over things. Hearing these words, Luo Ming and Yen Yen, along with the others, were instantly stunned. Such confident words. Could it be? Old Hall Master, you've broken through? Has he truly reached the Super God Realm? Hearing this, Han Tianrun stood with his hands behind his back, his expression radiating the air of a sage. Of course, not. No. Then it's still a complete disaster, isn't it? Yen Yen and the other powerful figures from the Hangu Star domain looked grim. After all that effort, they still couldn't win. At that moment, the elder from the Hangu Star domain stepped forward and said in a solemn voice, Lord Han, if you have a plan, speak now. If not, we'll have to retreat. They might as well return to prepare, though it wouldn't help much, it was better than wasting time here. Hearing this, Han Tianrun smiled faintly. What did you think I went to do? Chapter 125, The Terrifying Might of Daosheng. Han Tianrun continued, it's true I haven't broken through to the Super God Realm. However, I have found an elder who can help our Tianlin Star domain escape this predicament. An elder who could help escape this predicament? The crowd exchanged puzzled glances. Yet in the next instant, an earth-shattering sword cry erupted from the depths of the Tianlin Star domain. Sensing that terrifying sword intent, everyone present was instantly struck with awe. Such overwhelming sword intent. Could it be a sword god? If that were true, it would be utterly terrifying. Far away, Wang Jin's expression darkened. He hadn't yet fully discerned the level of this sword intent. But the moment he sensed it reaching the transcendent realm, he would immediately order a retreat. A sword god with the forces he had brought along, they were utterly no match. For he had truly witnessed the might of a sword god before. The feeling it left him with was profound despair. In an instant, a 3-foot-long sword sliced through the heavens, tearing open the void, and plunged directly into the battlefield. Bad news. Block it. Wang Jin reacted with lightning speed, instantly channeling all his divine power and unleashing it toward the divine sword. Boom! The entire starry sky began to shatter. Fragments of void rained down, carrying a destructive aura that filled every witness with utter dread. What immense power! Yet at that moment, Wang Jin felt a slight sense of relief in his heart. This sword intent had not yet reached the level of divine connection. Though it was close, a hair's breadth made all the difference. Yet even without divine-level sword intent, the opponent's strength was not to be underestimated in the slightest. For the opponent was, in fact, a true super god realm powerhouse. A white-haired elder clad in white robes slowly materialized from the depths of the starry sky. In the next instant, an ethereal river of sword energy coalesced beneath his feet. Accompanied by countless whistling sword sounds, the old man stepped upon this river of sword energy and slowly approached. Dare to invade my Tianlin star domain? Do you think it is unguarded? A voice cold to the extreme rang out from his mouth. Instantly, the entire Tianlin star domain erupted in uproar. This peerless sword cultivator of the super god realm was indeed a mighty figure from their own Tianlin star domain. In that instant, hope reignited within every soul of the Tianlin star domain. Beside Luo Ming, Yin Yan, the Hongkao star domain, and the others stood utterly dumbfounded. The Tianlin star domain actually possessed a super god realm powerhouse. Seeing Luo Ming's astonished expression, it seemed even he was unaware. If that was the case, could there be hidden super god realm powerhouses within their own star domain as well? The thought struck them, and they immediately felt the urge to hurry back in search. In the distance, Wang Jin watched the elderly sword cultivator radiating the aura of a super god realm expert, his fists slowly clenching. Was this the no small feat Master Zhou had spoken of? He truly was no ordinary man. But what of a super god realm expert? He was a divine general of the divine dynasty. Come then. Let me see just how formidable a super god realm sword cultivator truly is. With that, Wang Jin charged straight toward the sword cultivator. Whoosh! The ringing of blades echoed as Wang Jin was instantly flung back hundreds of feet, a crimson streak slowly emerging from his cheek. The outcome was decided in an instant. You have 3 breaths to leave the Tianlin star domain. The elderly sword cultivator's expression was icy as he barked the order. Gazing at the elderly sword cultivator in the distance, Wang Jin fell silent. With just one move, he understood the true extent of the opponent's power. Though lacking the divine sword intent, the super god realm was still a barrier he could not cross at his current level. Just as he was about to order a retreat, a terrifying dragon's might suddenly surged forth from a void behind the army. In an instant, the entire starry sky began to shatter piece by piece. What was that? All eyes turned toward the source. A 5-clawed divine dragon, radiating sacred light, surged toward them with overwhelming force. The dragon's might radiating from his body forced all cultivators of lesser cultivation to prostrate themselves on the ground. Super God Realm. That was actually a Super God Realm ice dragon. At that moment, Wang Jin stood frozen in place, his heart pounding with utter shock. Daosheng. This 5-clawed divine dragon was actually at the Super God Realm. In the next instant, a bitter realization welled up within him. So the clown had always been himself. With such power, he never needed my protection. Even more laughable was that he had initially assumed Daosheng had hidden out of fear that swords and blades on the battlefield had no eyes. It was all just his own wild speculation. Seeing Daosheng charging straight toward him, the sword cultivator's gaze sharpened. Come on then. In an instant, the old man swung his long sword in a sweeping strike. A sword beam, carrying the aura of destruction, shot toward Daosheng. Where it passed, a vicious gash tore through the void, revealing the sheer terror of this strike. Witnessing this, Wang Jin's expression turned pale with shock. This strike was even more terrifying than the one the old man had just unleashed against him. The opponent had actually held back. Watch out. Hearing Wang Jin's warning, Daosheng sneered inwardly. Did you think I was scared? Finally, it was his turn to show off. Naturally, he intended to go all out. Without hesitation, Daosheng charged straight into the attack. Body-to-body collision. Boom! The sword's edge pierced Daosheng's head, yet he emerged unscathed. What? Impossible. This was a full power strike from a super god realm powerhouse, yet the 5-clawed divine dragon had withstood it head-on. Is the 5-clawed divine dragon this formidable? At that moment, Daosheng sneered coldly, now it's my turn. Frozen wasteland. Daosheng unleashed a torrent of frigid air, imbued with the terrifying law of ice, surging toward the elderly sword cultivator. In the blink of an eye, the entire starry sky froze solid. On the Tianlin Star Domain side, aside from Luo Ming and Han Tianren, a handful of supreme experts, nearly all other cultivators lost their combat capabilities. The Law of Ice, wielded to its ultimate limit, was truly terrifying. As the primary target of the attack, the elderly sword cultivator suffered even more, his divine power frozen solid for an instant. Now, he could barely hold on to the sword in his hand. Feeling his body grow sluggish, the old sword cultivator's expression darkened. He immediately channeled his sword intent to break free from the law's grip within him. Alas, his sword intent had yet to reach divine mastery. In that fleeting instant, a terrifying dragon's tail lashed out toward him. Boom! A terrifying black hole surged forth from the void. A figure was instantly flung back 10,000 feet. It was the elderly sword cultivator. Elder! Seeing the sword cultivator's flesh and blood torn apart, the Tianlin Star Domain side was instantly overcome with horror. Could the gap between two supergod realm cultivators truly be this vast? In truth, the sword cultivator was not weak. Rather, he was facing Daosheng. What Daosheng consumed in the wasteland city was no ordinary sustenance. All were rare treasures of heaven and earth, potent elixirs that had fortified his physique to terrifying levels. Without exceptionally formidable killing techniques, breaching Daosheng's defenses was nothing short of a pipe dream. Though the sword cultivator's blade was sharp, it was clearly insufficient. Thus, Daosheng now stood firmly on unshakable ground. At that moment, Daosheng charged toward the sword cultivator once more. Boom! The old man's sword aura, as always, failed to inflict any damage upon Daosheng. The old man himself was forced to retreat violently backward once more. Seeing this, the figures from the Tianlin Star Domain and others in the distance instantly wore expressions of despair. This time, it was truly over. Watching the terrifying Daosheng, Wang Jin withdrew his reverent gaze and turned to the Tianlin Star Domain group. The matter of atoning for our sins can be discussed upon our return. For now, the paramount task was to secure the Tianlin Star Domain. Chapter 126, Unknown Star Domain, Unknown Enemy. Boom! Amidst a deafening hum, the boundary barrier that had protected the Tianlin Star Domain for countless ages shattered violently. The will of heaven. Heaven has spoken thus. Han Tianren, the elderly Grand Master of the Tianlin Palace, gazed with profound sorrow upon the Divine Dynasty's forces now invading the Tianlin Star Domain. Unable to contain his grief and fury any longer, he let out a piercing howl to the heavens. Damn it, let's fight them to the death. Let's fight them to the death. Led by the Tianlin Hall, the various factions of the Tianlin Star Domain charged headlong at the Divine Dynasty's elite warriors. They launched into a reckless, all-out assault. Witnessing this scene, Wang Jin could only sneer coldly. To him, this was nothing more than the futile rage of the incompetent. In his eyes, there was no trace of sympathy. For this was no child's play, it was the brutal reality of an age of war. Weakness meant certain conquest. Truth be told, don't be fooled by how united these star domains appear now. It's only because the Divine Dynasty is so powerful that they have no choice but to band together to resist it. Had the Divine Dynasty been weak, it wouldn't even be a question of annihilation. These factions would likely have already clashed over resources and territories. The harsh reality, however, is that the Divine Dynasty reigns supreme. Their Divine Star Domain produced an unparalleled empress who founded the mightiest power across all known star domains, the Divine Dynasty. Ah! May your Divine Dynasty rot in hell. No, don't kill me. I surrender. Save me. Even though the Tianlin Star Domain fought with every ounce of strength, the disparity in power was simply too great. Some died, others fled. As for the powerful beings who had come to aid from the Fire Spirit Star Domain and the Hun Ancient Star Domain, they had already fled the moment the border barrier shattered. Such was reality. An unknown amount of time passed. The battlefield finally fell silent. Amidst the starlit void, the elderly sword cultivator stood drenched in blood, his aura feeble. His 3-foot divine sword lay shattered, and both shoulders were hollowed out. At this moment, he seemed utterly incapable of further combat. Yet in his eyes, there was not a trace of fear, only a gaze that grew even more fierce. Observing the old sword cultivator, Daosheng wore a casual expression. What should we do with this fellow? Upon hearing this, Wang Jin pondered for a moment before speaking. Take him back. Daosheng nodded. Yan Lingyun had already instructed him before arriving, when encountering a formidable opponent, do not kill them outright, simply hand them over to Wang Jin for handling. But Daosheng couldn't quite grasp it. Why keep him alive? Daosheng shook his head, then spiraled his massive form toward the depths of the Tianlin Star Domain. What followed was his favorite part. Looting the spoils. Meanwhile, within the Divine Dynasty, news traveled swiftly. Within the Divine Dynasty's Grand Hall, Yan Lingyun had already received word of the Tianlin Star Domain's fall. At that moment, a figure entered the hall and spoke slowly. Your Majesty, envoys from the Fire Spirit Star Domain have arrived, seeking an alliance with our Divine Dynasty. Upon hearing this, the entire hall fell into a moment of stunned silence before erupting into cold laughter. An alliance? What lowly power dares to speak of an alliance with our Divine Dynasty? Seated upon the dragon throne, Yan Lingyun's face was as cold as ice. She spoke slowly. Tell them, the divine dynasty does not form alliances with any faction. Surrender, or die. Without a word, the figure nodded and vanished from the hall. At that moment, an elderly man stepped forward and spoke. Your Majesty, I have something to report. Speak. Your Majesty, I have recently discovered a formidable faction. They are expanding rapidly, and their direction seems to be heading straight toward our divine dynasty. Hearing this, the assembly in the hall exchanged stunned glances. Such audacity. The next moment, a middle-aged man radiating formidable aura stepped forward and declared, Your Majesty, I volunteer to lead the troops. I shall utterly annihilate them. His words brimmed with confidence. For he was the sole remaining divine general within the divine dynasty. His strength was only slightly inferior to Wang Zhen's. All eyes immediately turned to Yan Lingyun, awaiting the emperor's response. Such an arrogant and tyrannical force clearly held no regard for the divine dynasty. Simultaneously, it served as a threat. They were certain His Majesty would never tolerate such a faction's existence. Yet to their surprise, Yan Lingyun did not agree. Instead, she asked slowly, what is the name of that faction? Hearing this, the elder respectfully replied, Your Majesty, that faction is known as the Wasteland City. It lies at an immense distance from here, yet its expansion has steadily been directed toward our lands. Your Majesty, this old servant dares to speculate that their ultimate objective may very well be our divine dynasty. At these words, the assembled ministers immediately furrowed their brows. The divine dynasty? How incredibly audacious. What era is this? Where could anyone remain unaware of the might of the divine dynasty? None of them noticed Yan Lingyun's expression at that moment, each seething with indignation. Upon the dragon throne, a faint smile touched Yan Lingyun's lips as if she had recalled something. Ahem. Yan Lingyun cleared her throat softly. The grand hall instantly fell silent. Yan Lingyun spoke, pay it no mind. Huancheng is not our enemy. Hearing this, the crowd below froze in surprise. Judging by Her Majesty's tone, it seemed she actually knew this wasteland city. Right. They suddenly recalled that His Majesty had been away for some time not long ago. Upon his return, he had inexplicably brought back the princess. Could it be? Her Highness was from that place? Their minds raced, and they quickly pieced it together. Leaving the grand hall, Yan Lingyun ascended the elevated platform of the Divine Dynasty Palace, her gaze fixed upon a certain spot. What was bound to come would come sooner or later. Yan Lingyun slowly revealed a smile. But this time, she added, I won't be fighting alone. Somewhere within a hazy star domain. Venturing deeper into this region led to what the world collectively referred to as the unknown star domain. The uncharted star domain, as its name suggests, was a place never before explored, with no records or understanding of it whatsoever. No living being had ever emerged from within. Yet at that very moment, an eerie sound suddenly echoed from within the star domain. In the next instant, the energy within the surrounding space vanished abruptly. The starlight gradually dimmed. If any powerful being were present at that moment, they would undoubtedly be filled with utter dread. An unknown star domain, an unknown enemy. Damned woman. This time, I'll see what you can possibly use to halt the advance of my clan. A savage voice roared from its depths. Boom! The void shattered, unleashing a torrent of bizarre energies. In the blink of an eye, the entire region dissolved into nothingness. Fire Spirit Star Domain. Within a palace ablaze with divine flames. Master, perhaps we should flee. Better safe than sorry. Hearing this, Emperor Yan Yan's rage flared instantly. Run? Do you think you can run forever? Emperor Yan Yan roared. The man immediately bowed his head, not daring to utter another word. Silence once again fell upon the grand hall. Despair now gripped them. Even a sword cultivator of the super-god realm who had suddenly appeared in the Tianlin star domain had been defeated. What would become of their Huoling star domain? Once the Divine Dynasty finished dealing with the Tianlin star domain, they would be next. It was worth noting that whenever the Divine Dynasty invaded a star domain, they only targeted the top-tier powers. They rarely interfered with the lower echelons. Thus, only the top-tier powers within each star domain were truly willing to fight to the death. Only those exceptionally principled powerhouses would come to aid them. After all, once a star domain falls to the Divine Dynasty, its very name ceases to exist. Otherwise, how else could the Divine Dynasty's territory have grown so vast? Now, who even remembers those star domains conquered by the Divine Dynasty? Chapter 127, The Wasteland City is terrifying. Yet most adopt an attitude of indifference, believing it none of their concern. They felt utterly helpless about this situation. And now, the Tianlin star domain has fallen. It was now the turn of the Huoling star domain. Just as despair began to set in, a sudden aura materialized outside the hall. The crowd was instantly startled. The next moment, a familiar figure materialized before them. It was none other than the elder who had led the Mungo star domain earlier. With our current strength, resisting the Divine Dynasty is virtually impossible. Our annihilation is merely a matter of time. the old man declared the moment he entered the hall. Hearing this, everyone frowned deeply. Yan Yan's voice was heavy as he asked, "So what should we do? You didn't come here just to offer empty words, did you?" The elder gave a cold laugh and continued, "Doesn't the divine dynasty want to annihilate us and incorporate us into their realm? If that's the case, then we'll just have to deny them their wish." "What do you mean?" Yan Yan was momentarily bewildered. "Have you heard of the force known as the Wasteland City?" Yan Yan paused slightly at the mention. The elder beside him interjected, "Master, I know of it. It's a faction located some distance from here, and their strength seems formidable." "Very powerful?" Yan Yan turned to the elder beside him. "How powerful are they?" At that moment, the elder stated bluntly, "Not just strong, extremely powerful. I've already investigated. This faction openly boasts several divine emperor-level experts, and even a sword cultivator at the super-divine realm." The moment these words fell, the entire hall fell deathly silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. After a long moment, Yan Yan finally regained his composure. Are you telling the truth? How could he have never heard of such a formidable force?" The old man nodded. "Every word I've spoken is true. And this is only their overt strength. Who knows how many hidden powerhouses lurk in the shadows?" Yan Yan fell silent. He understood the old man's meaning. Joining that wasteland city, then. A faction of that caliber would likely look down on forming an alliance with them, just like the divine dynasty. Therefore, the only way to join Wasteland City would be to become its subordinate faction. That would be no different from surrendering directly to the divine dynasty. The sole benefit would be to annoy the divine dynasty. After a long silence, Yan Yan looked up and asked, "Is there truly no other way?" The old man shook his head. "The divine dynasty is beyond our capacity to confront. In this struggle, we can only withdraw early." However, the old man suddenly let out a cold laugh. "We join the Wasteland City, bolster its strength, and then wouldn't it be rather amusing to see the Wasteland City clash with the divine dynasty?" In the end, Yan Yan agreed to this proposal. It was the only option left. Soon, Yan Yan and the old man departed the Fire Spirit Star Domain together, tearing through the void as they journeyed northward. Xianling Star Domain, Wasteland City. Within the city lord's residence, a figure stood atop the sword tower, a long blade gripped in hand. It was Huang Shou. At this moment, Huang Shou's aura had reached the transcendent god realm. Endless, profound sword intent swirled ceaselessly around him. With eyes slightly closed, Huang Shou was deeply immersed in his meditation. A distinct sword intent suddenly emerged from the sea of energies, its aura rapidly intensifying. In the next instant, countless sword intents converged toward that singular essence. That sword intent was none other than Huang Shou's own. Outside the sword tower, several figures stood there. Ouyang Yanqing gazed at the figure within the sword tower, her expression shifting slightly. All these years, and she still hadn't caught up to this guy. Once, she had thought it was because he had joined the Wasteland City before her. That's why she'd always been one step behind. But now, she finally understood. Huang Shou was truly formidable. All these years, she'd been too fixated. After coming to this realization, Ouyang Yanqing suddenly smiled. In that moment, she finally achieved true clarity of mind. Snap! A sound echoed from within her body. The next moment, a sacred aura slowly began to spill out from her being. Boom! Ouyang Yanqing's aura grew increasingly terrifying. Nearby, Wei and Gu Chen, who had been watching the spectacle, were instantly stunned. What the hell is going on? He reached the super god realm after just a few glances? At that moment, Ouyang Yanqing had abruptly broken through to the super god realm. Feeling the power within her body far surpassing anything she'd known before, Ouyang Yanqing broke into a smile. Instantly, she shot skyward. The aura of the super god realm instantly poured out from the center of the Wasteland City, radiating in all directions. For a moment, the entire Xianling Star Domain trembled. Outside the Xianling Star Domain, Yan Yan and the others, who had just arrived at the border, froze in place. Feeling that overwhelming super god realm aura, Yan Yan's expression grew grave. Is this the super god realm powerhouse? Yet the old man beside him gaped in astonishment. No, that's not the one. This Wasteland City truly harbors more than one transcendent god realm powerhouse. Hearing this, Yan Yan sucked in a sharp breath. This desolate city was even more terrifying than they had imagined. Instantly, the two felt more confident about what lay ahead. Meanwhile, high above the desolate city, Ouyang Yanqing spread her arms wide, unleashing years of pent-up emotions. One word, exhilarating. Just then, a terrifying sword intent suddenly shot skyward from within the sword tower. Boom! In an instant, the entire void shattered. Seeing this terrifying sword intent, Ouyang Yanqing froze for a moment before quickly stepping aside. Miss Ouyang, my apologies. Step aside, it's my turn to take the spotlight. Huang Shou's voice echoed from within the sword tower. Hearing this, Ouyang Yanqing rolled her eyes and chuckled, fine. She then descended to the ground, returning to stand beside Wei and the others. Congratulations, Miss Ouyang, on breaking through to the super god realm. The two exclaimed in unison upon seeing Ouyang Yanqing. Ouyang Yanqing nodded, lifting her gaze toward the void. There, Huangshou, who had appeared out of nowhere, now stood with feet planted in the void, towering above the heavens. Simultaneously, a terrifying, suffocating sword intent surged forth from Huangshou's body, enveloping the entire Xianling star domain. Sword intent reaching divine heights. In an instant, all cultivators turned their gaze toward the direction of the wasteland city once more. The sword god, it was actually the legendary sword god. At that moment, every sword weapon throughout the entire Xianling star domain shot skyward, pointing toward the direction of Huang City. The incessant ringing of blades echoed as they all paid homage to the sword god. At the edge of the Xianling star domain, Yan Yan and the other felt the terrifying sword intent before them, their faces twisting into bitter smiles. Brother, my knowledge is limited. Is this the sword intent reaching divine status? Yan Yan asked with a wry smile. Beside him, the elder from the Hangu star domain wiped the cold sweat from his brow and nodded. It likely is. Once we reach the desolate city, we must exercise utmost caution. This wasteland city was truly terrifying. Just then, another terrifying martial aura suddenly surged forth from within the Xianling star domain. Feeling this martial aura, both men gasped in unison, a martial god. Jiang Bei. What they didn't know was that Jiang Bei hadn't attained martial godhood. Now he had already achieved it back in the divine emperor realm. Now, Jiang Bei's aura had surged to the transcendent god realm, fully revealing the terrifying might of a martial god in all its splendor. Chapter 128, The Martial God and the Sword God. At that moment, somewhere within the wasteland city, a terrifying martial aura, utterly unmasked, stood face to face with the sword intent of the wasteland guardian. Truly worthy of the city lord's favor. This martial aura even slightly surpasses brother Huang's sword intent. Witnessing this scene, Gu Chen remarked with admiration. Hearing this, Wei nodded in agreement. Beside them, Ouyang Yanqing's voice grew solemn. Don't forget that man had already mastered the martial arts to divine levels back in the divine emperor realm. Now, he's merely advancing his cultivation. Upon hearing this, the two snapped to attention, their expressions growing even more solemn. Huangshou had attained divine insight into swordsmanship at the super god realm level precisely because of the sword tower left behind by the city lord, allowing his sword intent to reach divine heights. Jiang Bei, however, had achieved divine mastery of martial arts while still at the divine emperor realm. Whether they had received assistance from the city lord remained unknown to them. But that was a martial god at the divine emperor realm. That level was simply too high. In the void, Huangshou sensed the martial aura subtly suppressing his sword intent, his expression also growing solemn. It wasn't that cultivating swordsmanship was inferior to martial arts training, but rather that Jiang Bei's understanding of the martial way ran deeper than his own grasp of swords. After a moment of silence, Huangshou shook his head and smiled. His path still stretched far ahead. Within a certain mansion, a figure sat cross-legged on the floor, its transcendent aura steadily leaking outward. After an unknown span of time, Jiang Bei slowly exhaled, then opened his eyes. Super God realm. However, he was somewhat dissatisfied with the pace. Of course, for his former self, breaking through to the super god realm at this stage would have been cause for wild celebration. But since joining the forces of Wasteland City, everything had changed. Breaking through from the divine sovereign realm to the divine emperor realm in mere days had become commonplace. Boom! Jiang Bei clenched his fists tightly, and instantly, the space within the room began to shatter. His power had undergone a revolutionary transformation. I wonder where the limits of my current strength lie. After a moment of silence, Jiang Bei seemed to think of something. He lifted his head and looked toward Huangshou, who hovered in the void above. Feeling Jiang Bei's gaze, Huangshou returned his attention. May I ask a question? Jiang Bei asked with a faint smile. Hearing this, the wasteland guardian nodded. It would be my honor. Without delay, Jiang Bei shot skyward, materializing just a short distance before Huangshou. Below, Wei and the others watched the scene unfold, their expressions shifting in alarm. If these two started fighting, the commotion would be immense. Just then, a terrifying force suddenly surged forth from the depths of the city lord's mansion, instantly coalescing into a barrier that enclosed both of them. It seems there are powerful figures within Huang City even we know nothing about. The group murmured solemnly. But then again, it made sense. A figure like the city lord, who had suddenly departed the wasteland city, would surely have left behind a contingency plan. In the void, Jiang Bei and Huangshou smiled upon seeing the barrier. Now, they could act freely. Please proceed. Jiang Bei spoke first. Hearing this, Huangshou said no more. The ringing of swords filled the air as the great battle was about to erupt. At the same time, more and more powerful figures from the wasteland city arrived at the scene, eager to witness this epic clash. This was a confrontation between the martial god and the sword god. A spectacle that occurred but once in nearly 10,000 years. On the other side, Yan Yan and the elder from the Hangu star domain finally arrived before the gates of the wasteland city. Gazing upon the magnificent and sacred colossal city before them, both felt an overwhelming sense of unease. Taking a deep breath, they slowly approached the city gates. "Young man, might your city lord be available?" Manhwa addressed the young man guarding the gate. Standing guard was a youth from the Zheng family. Upon seeing Hanyu, the youth paused, then replied indifferently, "I wouldn't know." Seeing this, Hanyu quickly pulled out a storage ring and slipped it into the youth's hand, then smiled. "Young man, this is our first time here. We're unfamiliar with the area." Hearing this and glancing at the storage ring in his hand, the youth frowned slightly. Bribing him? Would he even care about such things? Yet, driven by bodily instinct, he glanced at it anyway. The next moment, his breathing grew heavy. His status within the clan wasn't particularly high, which was why he'd been assigned to guard the gate and collect tolls from passers-by. Ironically, this job meant he wasn't short on cash. But this old man was offering far too much. Who would ever complain about having too much money? Glancing back at Hanyu, he suddenly felt the old man's face soften into a kindly expression. "Ha, you're too kind, old man. If you wish to see our city lord, seek out the wasteland guards within the city. They will escort you to the city lord's residence." Hearing the answer they wanted, the two hurriedly thanked him and stepped into the desolate city. The sight of the city's landscape left them frozen in place once more, like two naive souls who'd never seen the world. Passers-by cast disdainful glances their way as they walked by. What a pair of country bumpkins. Aware of the strange looks, they quickly suppressed their astonishment and hurried deeper into the city. Soon, they successfully located a wasteland guard. "You too wish to see the city lord?" The guard looked at the kindly-faced Hanyu and Yan with confusion. Hearing this, they nodded repeatedly. "We humbly request you announce our arrival." After a moment of silence, the guard shook his head. "The Lord Mayor isn't someone just anyone can see. I'm afraid you'll have to turn back." It must be said, this guard was quite polite. If it had been a grumpy guard, he might have been met with outright mockery. "Look at yourselves, thinking you could see the lord of the city. Whether our leader will see you is another matter entirely." At that spot, Hanyu was about to say something, but Yan immediately raised a hand to stop him. The next moment, an aura of Divine Emperor Realm slowly seeped out from his body. Divine Emperor Realm. The Wasteland Guard froze instantly. "Please wait a moment, I'll go inform the leader." The Wasteland Guard left these words behind before hurrying off. If they were at the Divine Emperor Realm, then things would be straightforward. Though the Wasteland City was now immensely powerful, and the God Emperor Realm was nothing to them, that was the city speaking, not him. As a lowly Wasteland Guard, he knew his place. Watching the guard hurry away with a look of urgency, Yan gave a faint smile. "Why didn't you just say so earlier?" Beside him, Hanyu gave an awkward chuckle. "I thought it best to keep a low profile." Hearing this, Yan shook his head. A little discretion is fine, but too much might backfire. They didn't understand the ways of the Wasteland City. What if they appeared too weak and the other party looked down on them? They hadn't forgotten their purpose. Of course, the likelihood of that happening was slim. Within the city lord's mansion. Two Divine Emperor Realm cultivators? Away frowned slightly as he looked at the Wasteland Guard reporting before him. At a time like this, what could two unfamiliar Divine Emperor level experts arriving from outside possibly mean? After a moment of silence, Away turned and said, "Brother Gu, I have some business to attend to. I'll be leaving first." Beside him, Gu Chen remained focused on the battle unfolding in the void. Hearing Away's words, he nodded. "All right, go ahead." Away then departed. Chapter 129, Zhang Bei's departure. Before long, footsteps echoed. Yan and the other quickly turned to look, immediately spotting Away approaching. Sensing Away's presence, their expressions instantly grew solemn. Divine Emperor Realm. Moreover, despite being fellow Divine Emperor Realm cultivators, they inexplicably felt an oppressive pressure emanating from him. Gazing at the long blade at his waist, they fell silent. Don't tell them this was a blade god. Come to think of it, it was entirely possible. After all, with both a martial god and a sword god having emerged from this faction, another blade god wouldn't be surprising. But clearly, Away hadn't reached the realm of a blade god just yet. "You too, seeking our city lord?" Away addressed them directly upon their arrival. Hearing this, Yan and Hanyu nodded hastily. "Your Excellency, we have urgent business with your city lord. We humbly request." Before they could finish, Away raised his hand to cut them off. Seeing this, their hearts sank. Could it be they were about to fail? But then, Away spoke, "There's no need to see the city lord. Whatever business you have, tell me. I can make decisions on his behalf." Hearing this, the two men's expressions turned to shock. They hadn't expected this man before them to wield such authority within this desolate city. It seemed they would have to curry favor with him properly if the opportunity arose in the future. Yan glanced at Hanyu beside him. Hanyu nodded, and then explained their purpose. After a long pause, Away looked somewhat bewildered. "So you're saying you want to bring your entire faction into our wasteland city without any conditions?" Han Yu and Yan Yan fell silent for a moment before nodding. That's correct, Your Excellency. They had initially considered some minor conditions, but after witnessing the might of the Wasteland City, they now dared not mention them. With such power, conquering their Holing Star Domain and Hunj Star Domain would be as easy as snapping one's fingers. Back at the site, Away fell deep in thought. No matter how he looked at it, this situation held no disadvantages for their Wasteland City. After all, we're talking about 2 entire star domains here. And 2 fairly powerful ones at that. Alright, since that's the case, I'll agree. At that moment, Away gave his immediate consent. All benefits, no drawbacks, why refuse? But even though Away agreed verbally, he still kept his guard up against the 2 of them. They must have ulterior motives for this proposal. But he didn't press them. Even if he did, they probably wouldn't tell him. He trusted that everything would become clear in time. Upon hearing Away's response, Yan Yan and Han Yu both flashed a smile. Their plan had succeeded. The Divine Dynasty, huh? Can't wait to see the look on your faces when you hear this news like you've just eaten. Soon, Away dispatched several high-ranking Wasteland guards to accompany the 2 as they departed. With the backing of 2 leaders from top-tier star domain powers, everything would proceed exceptionally smoothly from here on out. Above the City Lord's mansion. In the void. After a full 3 days, the sparring match between Zhang Bei and Huang Shou finally drew to a close. In the end, Huang Shou conceded defeat by a single move. You've been gracious. Zhang Bei smiled faintly in the void. Erishur also sheathed his divine sword and bowed respectfully. Since it was merely a sparring match, neither had exerted their full strength. It was mostly a matter of testing each other's limits. As a sword cultivator, Huang Shou harbored no hostility toward Zhang Bei, a fellow cultivator, and thus his sword lacked its full potency. Losing to Zhang Bei was both reasonable and justified. Moreover, Zhang Bei's martial cultivation was already exceptionally high. Standing suspended in midair, Zhang Bei wore a faint smile on his face, yet deep within, he harbored a hint of dissatisfaction. Exchanging blows with an ally offered no true measure of his own strength. Still, there were benefits. He had solidified his own cultivation, while Huang Shou had strengthened his own sword cultivation. A win-win situation. But his purpose had been to test the limits of his current strength. Ah, if only the city lord were here. He returned to his own residence. Zhang Bei was about to enter his cultivation state once more. At that moment, a familiar voice drifted from outside. Brother Jiang, congratulations on breaking through to the super god realm. Yu Qingfeng appeared, carrying a flask of wine, his face beaming as he approached. Brother Yu, this, Zhang Bei shook his head and smiled upon seeing Yu Qingfeng. At this moment, Yu Qingfeng remained at the Divine Emperor realm. Given his innate talent, he should have reached the super god realm long before Zhang Bei. But, looking at Yu Qingfeng's slightly gaunt face, it was obvious at a glance that this fellow wasn't exactly focused on his studies. Still, he wouldn't say much about it. After all, the man had true love. Soon, the 2 entered the house to drink and discuss the way. They drank until the following evening. Brother Yu. Zhang Bei suddenly spoke up. Yu Qingfeng downed his last cup of wine, his face already flushed crimson. What is it? Zhang Bei smiled faintly. I intend to go out for a while. Go out? Zhang Bei nodded. I believe there must be stronger beings out there. It's been far too long since I last clashed with a true powerhouse. Back in the day, his reputation as a martial god was forged through his fists. After that, he entered a state of complacency, facing no worthy opponents until he met Lu Daosheng. That single punch had jolted him awake. Now, he had fallen back into that state. Pure cultivation, it seemed, was not for him. After hearing Zhang Bei's words, Yu Qingfeng fell silent for a moment before nodding. Alright, go ahead. But be careful. Zhang Bei nodded in response, then offered a faint smile. With my current strength, I honestly can't think of anyone who could put me in danger. If someone actually did, I might even find it a bit exciting. Ha ha ha. Finally, Zhang Bei departed, heading southward. Yu Qingfeng relayed the news to Away and the others. Upon hearing of Zhang Bei's departure, Away and the others said little. As Lu Daosheng departed, he offered only a few parting instructions, imposing no further demands upon them. Their sole task was to safeguard the Wasteland City. At present, the Wasteland City faced no threats. The real danger lay in the star domain forces beyond its walls. Away, do you recall the city lord's instructions? Gu Chen asked calmly from the side. Upon hearing this, Wei nodded. Naturally, what we must do is expand our influence and strengthen our power until we encounter that force known as the Divine Dynasty. Before departing, Lu Daosheng had instructed them to assist the Divine Dynasty with all their might should they encounter it. What do you know about this Divine Dynasty? Well, Wei fell silent. At that moment, he suddenly thought of Xing. These matters were all things Xing should be handling. Has that guy Xing not returned yet? Wei frowned slightly. After Lu Daosheng's departure, Xing had soon taken leave to return to the 10,000 spirits realm. And he still hadn't returned. Thinking of Enxing, Wei felt a surge of irritation. That guy who knew what he was up to? So unreliable. Seeing Wei like this, Guchen felt inexplicably amused. Alright then, I'll head back to the 10,000 spirits realm to find him. Hearing this, Wei froze for a moment before smiling. If that's the case, then thank you, Brother Gu. Without another word, Guchen rose and departed, heading toward the direction of the spacetime tunnel. At that moment, Guchen had no inkling of the scene he was about to witness. It would shatter his understanding. The realm of 10,000 spirits. Somewhere in the wasteland city. Enxing, dressed impeccably and unusually composed, walked with an upright posture toward a mansion. In his hands, he held a bouquet of flowers. Chapter 130, Because of You. Knock knock knock. The knocking echoed. The next moment, with a creak, the door slowly swung open. A woman in a light-colored long dress came into view. Spotting Enxing, the woman's cheeks dimpled. Little En, you're here. Enxing's face flushed slightly as she reached out and pressed the flowers into the woman's hands. I happened to see them on my way over. They looked pretty, so I picked them up for you. The woman examined the bouquet in her hands, raising an eyebrow slightly. The variety was quite rich, clearly chosen with care. She looked up at Enxing, noticing his evasive expression and ears flushed bright red. It was hard to believe this was the leader of the most feared organization in the wasteland city. And the woman clearly had no idea about Enxing's identity in the wasteland city. Such matters held no importance to her. Seeing Enxing like this, the woman couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. That single laugh sent ripples through Enxing's heart. This was his white moonlight. And now, he sensed his chance had arrived. He never would have dreamed this little minx would ascend from the primordial chaos universe. When he heard the news, he was so thrilled he nearly flew off his feet. Hey, hey, hey! What are you thinking about? At that moment, Xiao Yuner noticed Enxing drifting off and waved her hand at him. Instantly, Enxing snapped back to reality. Ahaha, nothing, nothing. Yuner, it's been so long since we last met. You're new here, so let me show you around the city. Hearing this, Xiao Yuner nodded. Sure, I'd appreciate it. Enxing waved his hands dismissively. No trouble at all. I'm just hanging around with nothing to do anyway. Soon, the two walked side by side down the street. Not long after Xiao Yuner ascended, Enxing hurried back. Without further ado, he arranged a quiet courtyard for Xiao Yuner. When Xiao Yuner inquired about his whereabouts, Enxing simply explained that he'd secured a position in the wasteland city. Xiao Yuner didn't press further. Yuner, do you remember the first time we met? As they walked, Enxing suddenly asked. At that moment, Xiao Yuner was still gazing around the city with a curious look, taking in the sights. Everything within the desolate city left her profoundly awestruck. Hearing Enxing's words, Xiao Yuner paused for a moment before nodding. Of course I remember. The first time she saw Enxing, she nearly scared herself to death. In all her life, she had never seen anyone so thin. Back then, Enxing had literally been nothing but skin and bones. Are you okay? Inside an abandoned mansion, Xiao Yuner happened to wander in while passing by. Hoping to find some unexpected treasure, she instead discovered a emaciated youth lying within. She thought he was dead, but upon seeing her, his eyes fluttered open. Hungry, so hungry. Hearing this, Xiao Yuner wasted no time, channeling her spiritual energy directly into Enxing's body. Within moments, he regained some strength and sat up. You're a cultivator? Feeling Xiao Yuner's technique, Enxing's eyes widened in shock. To him, the legendary cultivators were beings he could only dream of, never reach. But Xiao Yuner simply said, eat something first. She promptly produced some food and handed it to Enxing. Staring at the food in his hands, Enxing hesitated for a moment before devouring it greedily. Thank you. You're such a good person. After a long while, Enxing finally finished eating and hurriedly expressed his gratitude. He couldn't remember the last time he'd had a full stomach. Now, even if he were to die, he would have no regrets. Seeing Enxing regain his strength, Xiao Yuner smiled. Glad you're okay. I'll be going now. With that, Xiao Yuner turned to leave. But just then, Enxing called out to her. Hey, young lady. What is it? I still don't know your name. Don't misunderstand. I just want you to know that if I ever have the means, I'll repay you. Hearing this, Xiao Yuner paused, her gaze toward Enxing suddenly deepening with a hint of intrigue. My name is Xiao Yuner. If you ever get the chance, you can come find me at the Xiao family in Yunzhou. Miss Xiao, I'll remember that. My name is Enxing, someday I will repay you. He knew he had nothing now, not even the worth of an ordinary person. He was utterly incapable of repaying her. But he was a man who never forgot a debt. Since she had saved his life, he would repay her. Watching Enxing's resolute expression, Xiao Yuner was momentarily stunned. It had been nothing more than a casual act on her part, yet she hadn't expected him to take it so seriously. After a moment of silence, Xiao Yuner took out a pill and handed it to Enxing. Take this. It will help you in the future. We will meet again someday. With that, Xiao Yuner departed without further delay. And Xing stood rooted to the spot, staring at the pill in his hand, unable to snap out of his daze for a long time. From this moment onward, a new light shone within Xing's heart. And it was from this moment onward that a prodigy emerged, sweeping aside all the other prodigies of his generation and dominating an entire era. Later, Xing arrived in Yunzhou, where Xiao Yuner resided, and sought out the Xiao family. He kept his promise and truly came to find her. That period became the happiest days of Xing's life. Alas, happiness is always fleeting. Xiao Yuner found herself in grave danger. The young master of Yun sect, the most powerful force in Yunzhou, coveted Xiao Yuner's beauty and forcibly demanded she marry him. Xiao Yuner refused, and as a consequence, the entire Xiao clan became targets. In the end, the Xiao family had no choice but to agree, and Xiao Yuner was placed under house arrest. Upon learning this news, Xing wasted no words. He charged alone toward the Yun sect. In the end, Xing forcibly severed the young master's head amidst several top-tier experts. Severely wounded, he fled, pursued relentlessly all the way to the legendary Void Realm. The Void Realm, a terrifying, inescapable wasteland where survival was virtually impossible. Especially given that Xing was severely wounded. Everyone believed Xing had perished in the Void Realm, but only Xiao Yuner remained convinced he was still alive. Since then, Xiao Yuner had never seen Xing again, nor heard any news of him. Not until recently, when she ascended to this place herself. About what happened back then? Xiao Yuner hesitated. Hearing this, Xing smiled and said, "What happened back then? I was a bit impulsive. By the way, did your family blame you after that?" Xiao Yuner shook her head. Seeing this, Xing nodded. "Good. After you entered the Void Realm, I left the family." Xiao Yuner suddenly interjected. Hearing this, Xing froze, staring at Xiao Yuner with confusion. Why? At that moment, Xiao Yuner's eyes began to redden. She extended her index finger and pressed it against Xing's chest. "Because of you." "Me?" For some reason, Xing felt his heartbeat quicken at that moment. "Do you know why I ascended?" At her words, Xing fell silent. Xiao Yuner continued, "Because I've been searching for you, searching the entire Hongmeng universe." Chapter 131, Worthy of a Lifetime's Trust. Searched the entire primordial universe. At these words, Xing froze completely in place. When he looked at Xiao Yuner again, his eyes held nothing but tender affection. "Yuner, I'm sorry." Hearing this, Xiao Yuner shook her head slightly. "Seeing you alive is enough." All these years, half the reason Xiao Yuner had ascended to the upper realm was her relentless pursuit of Xing. When she learned that Xing had charged alone into the Cloud sect for her sake, Xiao Yuner's heart had already been moved. She had helped many, but Xing left the deepest impression. Moreover, Xing himself had proven himself worthy. The title of peerless prodigy was no trivial matter. "Yuner." At that moment, Xing reached out and took Xiao Yuner's hand. Instantly, Xiao Yuner's cheeks flushed even redder, yet she offered no resistance. "Yuner, actually, What? Actually, I've always liked Xing." Just then, a loud shout suddenly rang out from the distance. Hearing that voice, Xing's body jerked violently. "Damn it, why now?" The next moment, a towering figure strode angrily toward them. It was none other than Gu Chun, a member of the Single Dogs Alliance. At that moment, Gu Chun desperately wanted to shout, "Xing, you're fired." "Gu. Brother Gu, what a coincidence." Seeing Gu Chen, Xing inwardly cursed, but outwardly maintained a cheerful smile. Hearing this, Gu Chen sneered coldly, "Humph, what a coincidence indeed." Glancing at the woman beside Xing, Gu Chen understood perfectly well. And what's more, they were holding hands. The evidence was undeniable. At that moment, Xiao Yuner spoke up from the side, "Littlein, who is this?" Just as Xing was about to respond, Gu Chen cleared his throat and said, "Miss, I am Gu Chen, a friend of Xing." "Gu Chen?" Xiao Yuner furrowed her brow slightly. After a moment of silence, she suddenly remembered. "You're the mortal emperor of the Xuangu star system." Xiao Yuner had visited and studied the Xuangu star system. Fan Di had joined the wasteland city and ascended together with them. At the time, she had wondered whether Xing might have ascended alongside him. Clearly, her hunch had been correct. At that moment, Gu Chen nodded. "Indeed, it is I." Beside them, Xing suddenly grew tense. Sure enough, Xiao Yuner turned to Xing and asked, "Littlein, are you hiding something from me?" Hearing this, Xing hastily waved his hands. "Yuner, how could I deceive you?" He truly hadn't deceived Xiao Yuner, he really had only secured a position in the wasteland city. Though the position might be a tad more significant than that. Moments later, the three of them entered a tea house. "You mean after entering the Void Realm, not only did nothing happen to you, but you actually grew stronger?" Xiao Yuner asked, a hint of surprise in her voice. Xing nodded. "I possess the Void body, though I didn't know it at the time, nor had I awakened it. Yuner, my plan was to awaken the Void body within the Void Realm before returning. However, he never imagined he would encounter the benefactor who would shape his entire life within the Void Realm. Lu Daosheng." Ever since Xiao Yuner was forced into marriage, and Xing understood that only by growing stronger could he resolve all his troubles. Thus, when Lu Daosheng extended his invitation, and Xing accepted. Yet, though he had indeed grown stronger later on, he had lost what he once desired most. And now, fate had delivered a tremendous surprise. Xiao Yuner had come to find him. "Yuner, will you give me a chance?" At that moment, and Xing suddenly grabbed Xiao Yuner's hand and asked. Hearing this, Xiao Yuner smiled. "Do you think I came here for any other reason?" Hearing this, and Xing immediately smiled and pulled Xiao Yuner into his arms. Beside them, Gu Chen remained silent. He was beginning to regret coming alone. A way that guy found himself a wife, fine. Then the city lord started flaunting his affection too. And now, and Xing, you're pulling this stunt too. After all this, the clown turned out to be me. At that moment, he desperately wanted to slam the table and walk out, but he couldn't. Ahem. Gu Chen cleared his throat softly. And Xing and the others immediately remembered there was a third wheel present. They quickly moved apart. Xiao Yuner's face flushed slightly, while Xing laughed outright. "Brother Gu, what's the matter?" Hearing this, Gu Chen sneered coldly. "What's wrong? You haven't forgotten what you're here for, have you? Or perhaps you no longer wish to serve? If you no longer wish to serve, you need only say so. When the city lord returns, I shall report this to him myself." Hearing this, and Xing's heart skipped a beat. He had actually forgotten the main task. "Damn it! Brother Gu, has anything happened in the city?" And Xing hurriedly asked. Hearing this, Gu Chang snorted lightly, offering no reply. "Nothing major, but everyone's still waiting for your intel." They held no authority over the root organization. Lu Daosheng trusted in Xing implicitly, having entrusted nearly full control of the root organization to him. As for whether there were any other contingency plans, they had no idea. "Xiaoan, what exactly were you doing in Wasteland City?" Xiao Yuner, who had remained silent until now, suddenly asked. Though she suspected in Xing held an unusual status in the Wasteland City, she still wanted to understand. Hearing Xiao Yuner's question, and Xing hesitated. His true identity was something he couldn't just blurt out carelessly. At least not here. "Yuner, What is it?" Xiao Yuner asked, puzzled. "I'll take you somewhere." And Xing and Gu Chen exchanged a glance before speaking. Soon after, the two led Xiao Yuner to the entrance of the spacetime tunnel. "Lord Gu." The guards greeted Gu Chen with immediate respect. Gu Chen nodded. "Let's go inside." Xiao Yuner glanced at the spacetime tunnel before her with a hint of shock, then followed in Xing and Gu Chen as they stepped inside. A flash of light. The three instantly found themselves within the desolate city of the Xianling Star Domain. Seeing the drastically changed surroundings, Xiao Yuner was momentarily overwhelmed. She knew little about the Wanling Realm's Wasteland City. After all, she had only recently ascended. And now, she found herself in yet another unfamiliar place. "And Xing, where is this?" Xiao Yuner asked in confusion. Beside her, and Xing smiled. "Yuner, this is also a wasteland city, only a bit larger." Just then, a wasteland guard radiating terrifying aura suddenly materialized before the three. Lord Gu, our leader awaits your arrival." The wasteland guard bowed respectfully. Seeing the wasteland guard before her, Xiao Yuner's expression trembled. Such a powerful aura. Understood. And Xing turned to look at Xiao Yuner, who still seemed somewhat stunned. "Yuner, let's go." With that, the somewhat bewildered Xiao Yuner was led by Xing toward the direction of the city lord's mansion. After passing through layer upon layer of strict security, the three finally reached their destination. Along the way, Xiao Yuner had gone from shock to numbness. She had thought the desolate city of the 10,000 spirits realm was already beyond belief. Little did she know this place would be even more terrifying. Observing the solemn expression on Xing's face beside her, she suddenly realized that the boy who had nearly starved to death years ago had now become an unparalleled powerhouse capable of standing alone against any foe. At that moment, Xing caught Xiao Yuner's gaze and returned a smile. As if to say, "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Seeing this, Xiao Yuner smiled back. This man was worthy of her lifelong devotion. Chapter 132, The Humble Way of Heaven. At that moment, Awei slowly approached from the distance. Spotting Xiao Yuner beside Xing, Awei's expression faltered momentarily before returning to normal. "Xing, you're finally back. You've been gone a long time," Awei said to Xing in a calm tone. Hearing this, Xing's face flushed with apology as he gave a sheepish smile. "Sorry, brother Wei." He truly had urgent matters to attend to, but he also genuinely felt responsible for delaying the important business. "Yuner, this is Awei, the city lord's most trusted subordinate." And Xing turned to introduce him to Xiao Yuner. Hearing this, Xiao Yuner's expression shifted with shock, and the gaze she cast upon Awei instantly grew even more awestruck. The city lord's most trusted subordinate. The name of Lu Daosheng, Lord of Huangcheng, reverberated throughout the entire Hongmeng universe. He built the Wasteland City, annihilated alien races, and opened the passage to the upper realm. As a native of the Hongmeng universe, she knew this all too well. She never imagined the man before her held such immense influence in Wasteland City. My name is Xiao Yuner from the Yunhai star system of the Hongmeng universe. At that moment, Xiao Yuner nodded toward Away. Away, however, remained immersed in Xing's earlier words. The most trusted subordinate of the city lord himself, it must be said, Away found that title rather flattering. In that moment, Away instantly forgave Xing for taking time off to chase girls. Bro? Seeing Away unresponsive, Xing stepped forward and nudged him. Away snapped back to reality and replied, "Oh, since we're all from the primordial universe, there's no need for formalities." He then prepared to lead everyone inside for discussions. At that moment, several figures slowly materialized from the field and Xing's trusted confidants, who also ranked among the highest echelons of the root organization. Each was a terrifying presence within the wasteland city, commanding awe and fear. Yet now, these figures bowed to Xing with utmost reverence. "My lord, you have returned." Xing gave them a cool glance, nodded, and said, "Follow me inside." "Yes, master." At that moment, Xing turned to look at Xiao Yuner, his expression instantly softening. "Yuner, come inside with me. I won't hide anything from you." Hearing this, Xiao Yuner fell silent. After a moment, she shook her head. "Xiaoan, I won't be going in. I know you wouldn't hide anything from me, but that's your work. I don't want to hold you back." Clearly, she had already figured something out. Hearing this, Xing froze. "Yuner, you." Just then, Xiao Yuner suddenly leaned in and gave Xing a quick peck on the corner of his mouth. "Xiaoan, you have your own matters to attend to. I won't intrude. I'll wait for you outside." Gazing at Xiao Yuner's refreshingly radiant, faintly flushed smile, Xing's heart melted completely. He swore to himself that he would protect this woman before him for the rest of his life. In the distance, Away watched the scene unfold, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. His thoughts drifted to his beloved wife at home. As for Gu Chen beside him, as a single guy, he silently endured 1,000,000 points of damage. Why did she have to do this to him? Wooden immortal realm. A figure slowly materialized from the void. Observing the scene below, Lu Daosheng smiled faintly. This time, he hadn't come in vain. In the wood immortal realm, he could now sense the lingering presence Yan Lingyun had once left behind. Thinking of his wife, Lu Daosheng sighed softly. She always insisted on bearing everything alone. If he hadn't activated the system, who knew how much more hardship his wife would have endured? Immediately, Lu Daosheng sat cross-legged in midair. In the next instant, countless intricate runes slowly materialized before him. After a long while, Lu Daosheng slowly opened his eyes. A faint aura of killing intent began to radiate outward from his body. Boom! Instantly, the entire void shattered into nothingness. Simultaneously, the sky turned blood red as the killing intent solidified into tangible form. Countless powerful beings stared toward this direction in terror. Why did this aura feel so familiar? At the scene, Lu Daosheng rose to his feet, clenching his right hand into a fist. With a thunderous roar, the very foundation of the wood immortal realm trembled. "Stop this at once!" A furious voice echoed through the void. In the next instant, a shadowy figure slowly materialized not far before Lu Daosheng. "Do you intend to destroy the entire wood immortal realm?" The phantom confronted Lu Daosheng. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng remained unperturbed, replying calmly, "So what? Can you stop me?" At this, the phantom fell silent. After a moment, the phantom hesitated. "Can't we discuss this further?" Lu Daosheng let out a cold laugh, then with a flick of his wrist, seized the shadowy figure into his grasp. Feeling the overwhelming, despair-inducing power radiating from Lu Daosheng, the phantom trembled violently with terror. "B-boss, please reconsider." At that moment, the entire wood immortal realm trembled violently. Countless forces of the rules raged like mad, plunging into utter chaos. Sensing the world's upheaval, countless supreme experts paled with horror. What is this? The way of heaven is in turmoil. The way of heaven, what has happened to the way of heaven? In an instant, all the supreme experts were thrown into panic. The way of heaven in the wood immortal realm was its very foundation. If the way of heaven faltered, the entire wood immortal realm would be utterly ruined. In the void, Lu Daosheng gazed at the heavenly Dao still begging for mercy in his hand. After a moment of silence, he spoke slowly, "I need you to do me a favor." Hearing this, the heavenly Dao could scarcely believe its ears. "A favor? Listen to this. Is this what humans call a request? Is this how one asks for help?" Yet, seeing the earnest expression on Lu Daosheng's face, the heavenly Dao dared not say more. It hurriedly replied, "Master, just give the order." Lu Daosheng nodded upon hearing this, then asked, "Do you know Yan Lingyun?" At the mention of Yan Lingyun's name, Tian Dao was instantly perplexed. "Who is that?" Seeing this, Lu Daosheng paused, then raised his hand. A delicate silhouette materialized from his palm. It was Yan Lingyun's form. "I ask you, do you recognize this woman?" Upon seeing Yan Lingyun's form, the Dao of Heaven trembled for an instant. "It's her." Observing the heavenly Dao's reaction, Lu Daosheng showed no surprise. He continued, "Tell me everything that happened after she arrived in the wood immortal realm. Don't omit a single detail." Hearing this, the Dao hesitated. "Big shot, I know you're powerful, but this matter involves some serious karmic consequences." At these words, Lu Daosheng immediately laughed. "Are you worried I can't handle the consequences?" The Way of Heaven fell silent. He himself couldn't bear this karmic debt. His main concern was whether Lu Daosheng could shield him from it after he revealed everything. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be Lu Daosheng who would suffer, he himself would be dragged down too. Observing the heavenly Dao's demeanor, Lu Daosheng paused briefly. The next moment, the power within his hands began to shift. In an instant, the Way of Heaven trembled. At this moment, it felt a comfort unlike any it had ever known. Simultaneously, the entire wood immortal realm stabilized. Countless surges of colossal energy coalesced, painting a picture of rebirth and renewal. "Big shot, you!" The Dao of Heaven, having regained its senses, turned to Lu Daosheng with overwhelming excitement. Such a technique unseen and unheard of. Chapter 133, The Past. In an instant, the Dao of Heaven grasped the terrifying power of the man before him. With such power, facing that level of karmic retribution should be more than sufficient. Without further hesitation, the Way of Heaven began to recount slowly. Regarding Yan Lingyun's entire existence in the wood immortal realm. Those events had unfolded a very, very long time ago. On that day, the void shattered, and a terrifying aura burst forth from within, directly invading the wood immortal realm. Yet it was utterly exhausted, clearly in a state of severe injury. "Young lady, you do not belong here." The heavenly Dao approached the woman, his voice tinged with tension. The woman was none other than Yan Lingyun. Though her current state was far from good, she still retorted defiantly, "What? You still want to drive me away?" Gazing at Yan Lingyun, the Dao of Heaven fell silent. He certainly couldn't drive her away. He didn't want to get involved, nor did he possess the strength to do so. But allowing her to remain in the wood immortal realm would inevitably affect the entire realm. All he desired was to protect himself. As if reading his thoughts, Yan Lingyun took a deep breath and slowly said, "Once my injuries heal, I will leave of my own accord." Hearing this, the heavenly Dao spoke up, "But what if something unexpected happens?" By then, Yan Lingyun had already closed her eyes. Seeing this, the Dao of Heaven sighed in resignation and departed. He could only accept his misfortune, there was nothing else to be said. Though his power fell short of Yan Lingyun's, he could discern that she was a formidable being from a higher plane. Any force connected to her was potent enough to shatter the entire wood immortal realm. All he could do now was pray that Yan Lingyun would depart the wood immortal realm soon, or at the very least, that she wouldn't strike too harshly when she did act. For a long time afterward, the wood immortal realm remained peaceful and unchanged. Yet Yan Lingyun's injuries showed no sign of improvement, instead, they steadily worsened. Now, Yan Lingyun's power has fallen to the immortal Emperor realm. She had become an extremely mysterious and powerful presence within the wood immortal realm. While the world knew only that her strength was terrifying, far surpassing that of ordinary immortal emperor-level powerhouses, her origins remained a complete mystery. Alas, the tranquility proved fleeting. That day, the void shattered. It was as if Yan Lingyun had arrived in the wood immortal realm for the very first time. A terrifying force tore through the void, hurtling straight toward Yan Lingyun. Witnessing that terrifying force, the heavenly Dao felt its heart race with dread, yet it still breathed a sigh of relief. This force targeted only one individual. While it might cause some disruption to the wood immortal realm, it ultimately posed no major threat. Immediately, the heavenly Dao turned its gaze to a certain spot within the wood immortal realm. There, Yan Lingyun stood, her expression serene as she watched the force bearing down on her, carrying an aura of utter destruction. It was as if she had anticipated this moment long ago. Her eyes held not a trace of fear. What lingered instead was a flicker of resentment and fury. "Wait. I will return." Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering roar, Yan Lingyun's figure vanished completely from the wood immortal realm. Gazing at the faint, blurred image before the Dao of Heaven, Lu Daosheng remained silent. Was this his wife's experience in the wood immortal realm? It matched his own calculations to a T. Clearly, Yan Lingyun faced even more terrifying enemies in the higher planes. Even his own wife was powerless against them. Yet, with Lu Daosheng's keen insight, he naturally discerned some clues. At the very last moment, a faint glow had blossomed within Yan Lingyun's body. A treasure. That unidentified object had shielded a sliver of Yan Lingyun's soul. And so, Yan Lingyun successfully reincarnated into the lower realm. This was practically the protagonist template. System, how many lifetimes has my wife lived? 3 lifetimes? Hearing this, Lu Daosheng nodded slightly. This was precisely what he had surmised. Long ago, he had deduced his wife's origin. She was the supreme goddess who, countless eons prior, had ventured alone into uncharted star domains. In that era, Yan Lingyun reigned supreme, unchallenged, earning the title of supreme god, the very embodiment of divine perfection. Then, for reasons unknown, the supreme god ventured alone into uncharted star domains. A terrifying war erupted instantly. Massive fluctuations rippled across the heavens, persisting for over a decade before finally subsiding. The outcome remained unknown, but the supreme goddess never emerged from the unknown star domain again. In that moment, the world learned one thing. The invincible supreme god had perished in the unknown star domain. And from that moment onward, the unknown star domain became a forbidden zone of life. No one dared set foot there again, nor could they even approach it. But Lu Daosheng knew the truth: his wife hadn't perished in battle there. Unable to utterly eradicate the restless, malevolent race lurking within the unknown star domain, she had no choice but to sacrifice her own rebirth to inflict devastating blows upon their entire species. In the end, without a doubt, Yan Lingyun was reborn once more. Reborn into the Phoenix clan of the 10,000 Spirits realm. This time, Yan Lingyun's birth was far from auspicious. Before she could awaken her past life's memories, she was forcibly exiled to a minor world by a powerful Phoenix clan elder. It was precisely this experience that brought Lu Daosheng and Yan Lingyun together. Back then, Yan Lingyun was neither a supreme god nor an unparalleled powerhouse of terrifying might. She was merely a young girl abandoned by her clan and loved ones. Even so, Yan Lingyun retained her indomitable spirit. It was a moonless, wind-swept night. Yan Lingyun walked alone along the road. Suddenly, several burly men leaped out from the roadside bushes, grinning lecherously at Yan Lingyun. "Ha ha ha, little girl, we're robbing you." Facing the burly men before her, Yan Lingyun showed not a trace of fear. Instead, she raised an eyebrow slightly and asked, "Robbery?" The leader nodded with a grin. "That's right. We're robbing you of your money and your virtue." Seeing this, Yan Lingyun shook her head. A few lowly thugs who only knew a few half-baked martial arts moves were naturally nothing to her. Just as she was about to act, a strong scent of alcohol suddenly wafted over from the distance. "Stop! Stop right there!" A flushed youth, clutching a wine bottle, staggered toward them from afar. "In broad daylight, you dare to harass a lady?" Though clearly intoxicated, the youth still shouted at the large man in the distance with righteous indignation. Seeing the youth shielding her behind him, Yan Lingyun felt a flicker of emotion stir within her for the first time. The youth turned back and smiled. "Don't worry, beautiful lady. With me here, you'll be just fine." In the distance, the leader of the thugs sneered coldly, "Kid, what are you yelling about? This isn't broad daylight, it's the dead of night." Hearing this, the other thugs burst into laughter. Clearly, no one took this drunken youth seriously. Witnessing this, Yan Lingyun shot the men a cold glare before whispering to the youth, "Don't be rash. Let me handle this." The youth frowned slightly. A real man wouldn't make a girl fight. "I'll handle this." With that, he clenched his fists and charged straight at the burly men. Chapter 134, Acquaintance. Thud. 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 Several heavy thuds echoed through the air. The scene of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress, the young man driving off the villains and winning the beauty's heart, did not unfold. Instead, the youth was knocked flat onto the ground. Put. What a joke. This is hilarious. He actually thought he had some skills? That's all he's got? Ha, anyone thinks they can play the hero these days. The burly men hurled a few taunts at the unconscious youth sprawled on the ground before turning their attention to Yan Lingyun, who still stood frozen in place. "Oh? You're not running? You don't seriously think that punk could beat us, do you?" He, boss, I reckon this chick's probably thinking about that too." At that moment, another man spoke up with a lecherous grin. Their expressions were utterly depraved. At that moment, they were completely unaware of the growing coldness in Yan Lingyun's expression. "Are you lot done talking?" The words, cold to the extreme, came from Yan Lingyun's mouth. Hearing Yan Lingyun's words, for some reason, the group suddenly felt a chill run through their bodies. "You." At that moment, a surge of energy erupted violently from within Yan Lingyun's body. Feeling that suffocating, terrifying aura, their faces instantly drained of color. "It's over. We've hit a brick wall." The next day, Lu Daosheng slowly regained consciousness. "Ugh, holy, why does my head hurt so much?" Shaking his head violently, Lu Daosheng realized he had returned home at some point. Surveying the surroundings that felt both familiar and alien, Lu Daosheng sighed deeply. If only all this had been a dream. He'd gotten completely wasted, only to wake up mysteriously transported to another world. At first, he had been excited, fantasizing about becoming an unparalleled powerhouse, dominating the ages like the protagonists in those novels, crushing all opposition in his path to become a legendary figure. But these were nothing but fantasies. The reality was he was a nobody, still in his clothes, with even his cultivation aptitude being utterly trash. This life was just going to be like that. Gradually, he grew accustomed to it. "I'll certainly give it my best shot, but how far I can go, well, that's up to fate." At that moment, Lu Daosheng suddenly recalled that he had apparently acted heroically the night before. But what happened afterward? He couldn't quite recall. As he rose from the bed, a wave of intense pain surged through his entire body. Ugh! Lu Daosheng sucked in a sharp breath, then gritted his teeth against the pain as he slowly made his way outside. Everything was just as it had been. His small courtyard, his house. The courtyard was simple, a small pavilion he'd built himself, with a patch of cleared land where he grew melons and fruits. Sniffing back tears, Lu Daosheng continued walking toward the exit. Little Lu, you're something else, aren't you? Stepping outside, he soon encountered a familiar face. Seeing the other person's meaningful smile, Lu Daosheng was a bit baffled. What was going on? But by the time he wanted to ask, the other had already vanished. Hey, Xiaolu, come here. A breakfast vendor waved at Lu Daosheng. Seeing this, Lu Daosheng approached with a look of suspicion. Aunt Lu, what's up? The small village where he lived was merely a remote hamlet. Most villagers were ordinary folk, with cultivators making up only a tiny minority. Lu Daosheng was one of the few exceptions, though he had only recently begun his cultivation journey. Currently at the first level of qi cultivation, he was among the weakest practitioners. Even some exceptionally strong men could probably beat him up. As he approached the old woman, Aunt Lu immediately smiled and said, Little Lu, tell your aunt what was the relationship between you and that young girl last night? Hearing this, Lu Daosheng froze for a moment. Little girl? Wait, he remembered. He seemed to have played the hero and rescued a damsel in distress last night. Then. Damn, what happened after that? He couldn't remember for the life of him. But Lu Daosheng didn't mind. He figured he must have successfully driven the attacker away, gotten a little hurt himself, and then passed out from the alcohol. Then, that girl brought me back. Yeah, that must be it. How else would he have ended up safe and sound at home? In just a moment, Lu Daosheng had sorted out the entire incident. Aunt Lu, has that girl left? Without answering Aunt Lu's question, Lu Daosheng asked instead. Hearing this, Aunt Lu smiled even more brightly and pointed behind Lu Daosheng. Little Lu, she's right behind you. At those words, Lu Daosheng's body trembled. Turning around, he immediately found a beautiful young woman standing before him, smiling warmly at him. You're awake? Hearing this, Lu Daosheng felt his face flush slightly for some reason before nodding faintly. You. Before Lu Daosheng could finish, Yan Lingyun stepped forward and handed him a packet of herbs. You were injured last night. I went out to buy some medicine for you. Staring at the herbs in his hands, Lu Daosheng froze. Meanwhile, Aunt Lu behind them was grinning from ear to ear. Young man, little Lu isn't in the best of health. Since he's hurt, he should hurry home and apply the medicine. Leaving an old injury untreated won't do him any good. With that, Aunt Lu gave Lu Daosheng a gentle nudge, her eyes signaling him to act. Lu Daosheng certainly didn't disappoint with Aunt Lu's perfect assist. Young lady, why don't you come to my place for a while? To his surprise, Yan Lingyun didn't refuse. She simply nodded. Sure. Soon, the two walked side by side toward home. Along the way, they drew countless envious glances from young men. Soon, they arrived at Lu Daosheng's home. Miss, last night. Lu Daosheng hesitated before speaking. It's fine. I've already dealt with those people. Yan Lingyun replied. Really? That's wonderful. Ha! Lu Daosheng was momentarily stunned. At the same time, fragments of memory surfaced in his mind. Damn, this is awkward. He seemed to have made a huge fool of himself. Now, he couldn't even face Yan Lingyun. After all that, it turned out he'd overreacted. Sorry about that. If it weren't for me, she probably would have handled it herself long ago. Ah, it was all that wine's fault. Yet Yan Lingyun merely shook her head. Your injury comes first. Apply the medicine now. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng looked down at the herbs in his hand. He'd gone looking for trouble, got beaten up, and now this beauty not only resolved the issue but also brought him back and gave him herbs. For a moment, Lu Daosheng felt utterly at a loss. But seeing Lu Daosheng's unresponsive expression, Yan Lingyun misinterpreted his meaning. Do you need my help? Startled by the question, Lu Daosheng hesitated. Well, that might be a bit much. Ahaha, well then, I suppose I'll have to trouble you. Seeing Lu Daosheng's reaction, Yan Lingyun smiled. It must be said, that beating he took really wasn't for nothing. Lu Daosheng successfully got to know Yan Lingyun. And from that moment onward, their bond gradually deepened. It wasn't until a drunken night later that the final barrier between them was completely shattered. Chapter 135, What Can One Do? Standing in the void, Lu Daosheng recalled scene after scene with Yan Lingyun, unable to suppress a faint smile. Beside him, the celestial Dao of the wood immortal realm trembled uncontrollably. He was afraid that Lu Daosheng would blame him for standing by and watching Yan Lingyun die. Judging by Lu Daosheng's expression, he could guess the relationship between that woman and the terrifying being before him. Though it had nothing to do with him, it wasn't his fault. But beings of this caliber were notoriously unpredictable. One misstep in their presence, and you might not even know how you died. Just like himself, the supreme being of the wood immortal realm. To him, the lives of the weak ants within his realm were worthless. After an unknown span of time, Lu Daosheng finally snapped back to his senses. Glancing at the trembling heavenly Dao beside him, Lu Daosheng waved his hand dismissively. You may go. You're no longer needed here. Hearing this, the Tao of Heaven exhaled deeply, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Farewell, sir. Just give a shout if you need anything. With that, the Tao vanished without a trace. Lu Daosheng remained standing in the void. Though Yan Lingyun hadn't spent much time in the wood immortal realm, she hadn't done much else either. Except for taking the time to teach a disciple. After a moment of silence, Lu Daosheng's form trembled, and he too vanished from his spot. Within a forbidden zone of the wood immortal realm, a disheveled figure, faintly recognizable as a woman, lay sprawled upon an altar. Several colossal stone pillars soaring to the heavens stood surrounding the area. From each pillar extended a chain, coiling around the woman upon the altar. The chains were saturated with potent sealing power. Suddenly, the crisp sound of footsteps echoed from the distance. The next moment, the woman abruptly rose, her deep eyes scanning the distance, attempting to discern the identity of the approaching figure. Within moments, a man had already reached the edge of the altar. Seeing him, the woman's brows furrowed slightly. "Aren't you afraid of me?" Meanwhile, Lu Daosheng continued to scrutinize the woman atop the altar. Chains bound her tightly, preventing her from stepping off the altar. This was Wan Feng, the disciple Yan Lingyun had taken on a whim back in the wood immortal realm. Back then, Wan Feng had actively sought out Yan Lingyun, pleading with her for a long time. Ultimately, seeing his considerable talent and her own injuries that couldn't be healed immediately, Yan Lingyun decided to take Wan Feng as her disciple. Wan Feng did not disappoint her expectations. He swiftly rose to become a formidable powerhouse who dominated the wood immortal realm. Later, Wan Feng broke through to the immortal emperor realm, becoming the fastest and youngest immortal emperor level powerhouse to achieve this breakthrough in several eras of the wood immortal realm. The world knew only of Wan Feng's terrifying natural talent, unaware of the identity of the figure behind him. That is, until Yan Lingyun met her end. That day, Wan Feng witnessed his master's death and demise with his own eyes. In that instant, a force beyond her own control erupted from within her. The terrifying force poured forth relentlessly, affecting countless factions. Ultimately, 9 renowned immortal emperor-level experts joined forces. At the cost of 1 death and 7 injuries, they sealed him here. And Wan Feng earned a title. Mad Emperor. Thus, the wood immortal realm gained another forbidden zone of life. Periodically, the uncontrollable power within Wan Feng erupted violently. Over the years, this place had become the most terrifying forbidden zone in the wood immortal realm. The 9 immortal emperors chose to seal Wan Feng alive rather than kill her precisely because of that power within her. Should Wan Feng perish, that power might erupt uncontrollably upon losing its host. Ultimately, its immense force could even destroy half of the wood immortal realm. And all this had been revealed to them by the heavenly Tao itself. The forbidden power. Lu Daosheng gazed at Wan Feng atop the altar and spoke slowly. Hearing Lu Daosheng's words, Wan Feng's pupils contracted sharply. You know about this power?" A faint white energy coalesced within his palm. Instantly, the surrounding space began to rot and decay, clearly unable to withstand this force. Witnessing this, Lu Daosheng nodded slightly. No mistake, it was indeed the forbidden power. Who would have thought this legendary power would manifest here? No wonder Wan Feng had gone berserk back then. Such a force, existing beyond the rules and utterly tyrannical, it was nothing short of a miracle that Wan Feng hadn't been completely consumed by it. "Know who I am?" Lu Daosheng asked with a faint smile. Gazing at Lu Daosheng, Wan Feng shook her head. She was absolutely certain this was the first time she had ever seen him. "Yan Lingyun is my wife," Lu Daosheng stated. Hearing this, Wan Feng's expression darkened. "Are you joking? Do you know who my master is?" Without further ado, Lu Daosheng raised his hand, and Yan Lingyun's form gradually materialized. The moment Wan Feng recognized Yan Lingyun's form, his eyes instantly turned bloodshot. "Master!" Instantly, terrifying forbidden power erupted once more. Wan Feng's eyes turned a pale white as his aura surged violently, the void itself trembling with the aura of impending cataclysm. Watching Wan Feng teetering on the brink of losing his will, Lu Daosheng remained impassive, casually flicking out a talisman seal. In the next instant, the talisman shook the entire space, including Wan Feng. After an unknown period, Wan Feng gradually regained his senses. Turning his gaze back to Lu Daosheng, Wan Feng's expression no longer held the initial hostility, though he remained highly vigilant. "You say you're my master's man?" Wan Feng asked. Lu Daosheng nodded. "Yes. How do you prove it?" Hearing this, Lu Daosheng couldn't help but laugh. How could he prove it? Was he supposed to show her a marriage certificate? "Do you want to get out or not? I've told you all this because I want to save you. If you weren't my wife's disciple, I wouldn't even bother looking at you." On the altar, Wan Feng fell silent for a moment before nodding. "Then stop asking so many questions," Lu Daosheng said calmly. Suddenly, Lu Daosheng clenched his fist tightly. In an instant, the surrounding space shattered completely. Boom! A terrifying explosion echoed. The entire ceiling formation shattered instantly. There were many ways to break a seal, but brute force was often the simplest. At the same time, several factions within the Wood Immortal realm were shaken to their core. Countless powerful divine senses probed toward a forbidden area within the Wood Immortal realm. Feeling that familiar yet terrifying aura, several powerful beings instantly tensed. The Mad Emperor has broken free? Back then, the 9 divine emperors had united to seal the Mad Emperor away. It was only because Wan Feng's mind had been corrupted by forbidden power that they succeeded in sealing him. Times had changed. Of the 9 divine emperors from that era, only 3 remained alive in the world today. Of the 9 great factions they represented, only 5 remained. If the Mad Emperor sought vengeance now, the danger would be truly dire. Upon Xianting Mountain, the Xian sect, a top-tier power, stood majestically here. Deep within its inner sanctum, an aged elder sat with a somber expression. "Ancestor, what can we do?" A middle-aged man gazed at the elder with sorrow etched across his face. Chapter 136, Your master is still alive. How long had he even been in the position of sect master before encountering such a calamity? He remembered the Mad Emperor's terror all too clearly. He had fought 9 divine emperor realm experts without being bested, achieving fame in a single battle. Even now, hearing the name Mad Emperor again stirred deep-seated dread within him. If the Mad Emperor truly broke through the seal and came here to kill, what could he possibly do? The thought sent the sect master pacing anxiously back and forth. The old man's expression was no better. He was one of the 9 divine emperors who had sealed the Mad Emperor back then. Time had long since blunted his edge over the years. Facing the Mad Emperor breaking free, even he felt a tinge of fear, no longer the reckless figure of old. From this moment onward, the Xian sect forbids all entry and exit. I shall enter seclusion. With these words, the Xian Emperor turned and entered the stone chamber. The Xian sect patriarch stood rooted to the spot, his face blank with bewilderment. Just abandoning it like this? Stepping outside and gazing toward the site where the Mad Emperor had once been sealed, the Xian sect master's body trembled uncontrollably. At that moment, a towering aura erupted violently from that direction. Even from 10,000 miles away, the terrifying aura could be felt, suffocating all within its reach. Witnessing this, the head of the Xian sect hesitated no longer. He declared outright, the Xian sect is dissolved. When disaster strikes, everyone for themselves. As long as the Green Mountains remain, we needn't fear the lack of firewood. Fame and status are all empty illusions, only survival matters most. He understood this truth profoundly. Yet while he saw it clearly, the other powerful figures within the sect were utterly bewildered. Sect master, I disagree. Even if. An elder of considerable standing within the Xian sect immediately stepped forward, his voice tinged with displeasure. Before he could finish, they watched as the sect leader shouldered his pack. You misunderstand. I am not asking for your opinions, but informing you. You may do as you please. With that, he departed the Xian sect without a backward glance. The senior members of the Xian sect stood behind him, still reeling from the shock. They remarked that they had never seen such unwavering resolve in their sect leader's eyes. This. Elder Grandmaster, are we truly to disband? All eyes turned to the Grand Elder of the Xian sect. With the sect leader absent, the Grand Elder had become the pillar of the sect. As he met their hopeful gazes, the Grand Elder felt an unprecedented sense of superiority. Clearing his throat, the Grand Elder spoke slowly, What do you think? Should the Xian sect disband? The Grand Elder did not answer, but instead posed the question back to them. At his words, the assembly fell silent. At that moment, the third elder suddenly smiled and said, Elder, we'll follow your lead. Whatever decision you make next, we'll support you. The others immediately nodded in agreement, signaling their support. Satisfied with their response, the Grand Elder smiled. He never imagined his chance to ascend would come so suddenly. From this moment onward, all within the sect shall remain unchanged. Since Xianin chose to flee out of fear, he is no longer one of our Xian sect. Our sect will not harbor a single coward. The Grand Elder declared with fervor. His words ignited a surge of fervor among the crowd. Well said, Elder. No, we should address him as Sect Master. Right. Master of the sect, we greet you, Master of the sect. The crowd cheered. At this moment, everything seemed to be moving in a positive direction, at least in the Grand Elder's eyes. This confidence stemmed from his certainty that the sect's ancient ancestor still existed. Though much time had passed, he believed the ancestor must now be even more powerful than in the past. Dealing with the Mad Emperor, sealed away for countless ages, would be a piece of cake. Yet he remained utterly unaware that the Xian sect's patriarch had already slipped away. A deadly peril was creeping ever closer. Meanwhile, the other factions had also undergone changes, though none were particularly significant. Clearly, despite the Mad Emperor's enduring influence, his sway had undeniably waned over the years. Within the sealed realm. At this moment, the place lay utterly shattered. Only Wan Feng remained standing, gazing at the surrounding devastation. Who am I? Where am I? What happened? The seal that had imprisoned me for so many years shattered to pieces with a single punch? Gazing at the impassive Lu Daosheng before him, Wan Feng swallowed hard and hesitated. Is my master truly your wife? Seeing Wan Feng's lingering doubt, Lu Daosheng shook his head slightly. Could you stop asking such stupid questions? He was genuinely getting annoyed. Lu Daosheng clearly had little patience for anyone beyond his immediate family. Ignoring Wan Feng, Lu Daosheng pulled out a stone radiating an ancient aura. This is called the Forbidden Ancient Stone, one of the sources of forbidden power. Carrying it not only suppresses the power's violent outbursts but also helps you control it. Without further ado, Lu Daosheng thrust it into Wan Feng's hand. Gazing at the forbidden ancient stone in his palm, Wan Feng instantly sensed the nearly limitless forbidden power within it. For a moment, his mind was filled with a whirlwind of thoughts. He suddenly felt foolish for having asked that question earlier. To casually produce such a divine artifact. Would such an existence even bother deceiving him? But by then, Lu Daosheng had already turned and walked away. Seeing this, Wan Feng's body froze for a moment before he hurriedly rushed forward to catch up. Master! Wait! Wan Feng caught up with Lu Daosheng. Master, I have many questions I wish to ask you. Wan Feng's gaze was sincere as he looked at Lu Daosheng. His own master had long since passed away. Since Lu Daosheng claimed his master was his wife, did that mean? Seeing this, Lu Daosheng held nothing back. Your master, she is still alive. Hearing this, Wan Feng froze in place. The next moment, hot tears streamed down her face. How many years had it been? All these years, she had been drowning in pain and regret. She hated herself for her helplessness, for being unable to do anything for her master. From the day she became her disciple, she had known Yan Lingyun suffered from unspeakable internal injuries. Yet, despite searching the entire wood immortal realm, she had found nothing capable of healing her master's wounds. Later, she had witnessed her master's death with her own eyes. Now, hearing the news that her master was still alive, her emotions were beyond words. Standing there, watching Wan Feng weep uncontrollably, her body trembling lightly, Lu Daosheng felt a faint stir within his heart. His wife's judgment was spot on. With a wave of his hand, a gentle force swept over Wan Feng's entire body. In mere moments, a clean-cut, beautiful woman stood before Lu Daosheng. She was a completely different person from before. Your master is doing well now. In time, she will come to the wood immortal realm. Hearing this, Wan Feng's expression shifted dramatically as she nodded repeatedly. At this moment, she harbored not a shred of doubt in Lu Daosheng's words. Master, is there anything I can do to help? Lu Daosheng had saved her life, and he was her master's husband. She didn't know how to repay him. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng pondered for a moment before nodding. There is indeed something. He intended to establish another wasteland city within the wood immortal realm. It would serve as a reception point for those from the lower realms who ascended, just as it had in the past. Originally, he had intended to handle this personally, but looking at Wan Feng before him, wasn't she the perfect candidate? After all, he was an invincible being. To handle it himself would be a bit beneath his stature. Chapter 137, Time to Return. Lu Daosheng promptly shared his thoughts with Wan Feng. After a long moment, Wan Feng accepted the storage ring Lu Daosheng offered, his eyes wide with shock. Gazing at the storage ring in his hand, Wan Feng's breathing quickened. This is far too much. Master, you. Lu Daosheng shook his head. Just go and do it well. Lu Daosheng still trusted Wan Feng quite a bit. After all, he was his wife's disciple. As far as he knew, he was the only one. Moreover, Wan Feng possessed immense potential. The forbidden power was no ordinary force. Seeing the trust in Lu Daosheng's eyes, Wan Feng was deeply moved. He nodded resolutely. Rest assured, master. I won't let you down. Seeing this, Lu Daosheng smiled faintly. Do your best. And don't hold back. Behind you stand both me and Lingyun. The lower realms, to the divine star domain. Within the divine dynasty. Your Majesty, the wasteland city is developing at an alarming rate. It now poses a grave threat to us. In the Grand Hall, an elderly man frowned deeply, both astonished and fearful regarding the wasteland city. A power that emerged from a remote star domain had, in such a short time, developed to a point where it could almost rival their divine dynasty. The implications were terrifying. Hearing this, the other divine dynasty elites also frowned, then turned their gaze to Yan Lingyun, who sat above them with a cold expression. Although His Majesty had stated that Wasteland City need not be addressed for now, to truly ignore it entirely was unthinkable. Given its current pace of development, it was truly terrifying. I have stated that the Wasteland City is not our enemy. Facing the concerns of her ministers, Yan Lingyun responded with a mere, detached reply. The court fell utterly silent at her words. With Her Majesty the Empress having spoken, none dared broach the subject further. Yet they also noticed something. Her Majesty seemed to hold a particular regard for that wasteland city. Meanwhile, Wang Jin hurried back to the Divine Dynasty with several trusted aides. Ao Qing followed closely behind. Regarding Wang Jin's conquest of the Tianlin star domain, Yan Lingyun offered her praise, but her primary focus remained on Ao Qing. Ao Qing. Gazing at Daosheng standing tall and proud below, Yan Lingyun's lips curved into a faint smile. Mistress. At that moment, Daosheng was naturally overjoyed. He knew he had performed a great service. The mistress was, after all, his master's wife. His master was a figure beyond description. And since the mistress was so intimately connected to his master, he only needed to curry favor with both the mistress and the young master. His future would then be smooth sailing. Daosheng understood this situation perfectly. Daosheng, you've done a tremendous job this time. Is there anything you desire? Yan Lingyun smiled faintly as she looked at Daosheng. Hearing this, Daosheng replied solemnly, Madam, you jest. My master has nurtured me, and the young master has taken me in. You are the young master's mother and my master's wife. Everything I have done is only my duty. At these words, Wang Jin, standing nearby, froze in place for a moment. Truly, Senior Daosheng. This was a level of composure he could never hope to attain in his lifetime. Observing the emperor's smile, Wang Jin began to reflect inwardly speaking well of others was indeed crucial. At that moment, Yan Lingyun was genuinely overjoyed. Observing Daosheng, Yan Lingyun suddenly understood why his strength had advanced so rapidly. This dragon truly understood how to seize opportunities. Just like this very moment. You've done quite well. When your master returns, I shall be sure to praise you properly. Yan Lingyun smiled. And this was precisely the answer Daosheng longed to hear. That's just pillow talk, right? The effect would undoubtedly be fantastic. Daosheng's heart raced with excitement, yet he maintained a composed expression. Thank you for your kind words, madam. With that, Daosheng and Wang Jin withdrew. On the way out. Senior Daosheng. Hearing the call behind him, Daosheng halted and turned to look. What is it? Observing the slightly awkward expression on Wang Jin's face, Daosheng asked in a calm tone. Senior Daosheng, I was rather presumptuous earlier. I hope you'll forgive my rudeness and not hold it against me. Wang Jin bowed his hands respectfully before voicing his thoughts. Daosheng showed no surprise at Wang Jin's words. From their very first meeting, Daosheng had discerned the hint of disdain lurking deep within Wang Jin's eyes. Naturally, Daosheng paid it no mind. In his eyes, the only individuals who truly held status were Lu Daosheng and Lu Shui. Not even his own father could claim that status. Of course, Yan Lingyun had now joined their ranks. Similarly, Daosheng paid no heed to Wang Jin's contempt. In his eyes, Wang Jin was nothing more than an insignificant insect he could crush at will. But Wang Jin had been honest with him and apologized, and Daosheng wasn't exactly a petty dragon. He understood it all stemmed from his own power. Alright, it's no big deal. Do you have anything else? If not, I'm leaving. Daosheng replied indifferently. Seeing Daosheng's casual demeanor, Wang Jin's smile turned bitter. Indeed, someone of his stature wouldn't care about the opinions of someone of his own caliber. No, nothing else. Wang Jin shook his head. Standing rooted to the spot, watching Daosheng walk away without a backward glance, Wang Jin's expression gradually hardened. Only strength truly matters. Before long, Wang Jin departed the Supreme God Star Domain once more, leading his forces to garrison the Tianlin Star Domain. In another, slightly smaller yet equally magnificent palace. Young master, I'm back. The moment he entered the palace, Daosheng let out a loud cry. Seeing Lu Shui sitting calmly in the pavilion, Daosheng was so overcome with emotion that tears nearly welled up in his eyes. Young mistress. Quiet. Raising her eyebrows slightly, Lu Shui glanced at Daosheng and pursed her lips. As if she hadn't seen me in 800 years, it's only been a few days. At her sharp rebuke, Daosheng immediately hung his head low, approaching her cautiously. Lu Shui took a deep breath before accepting the water cup Daosheng offered and sipping from it. So, everything went smoothly, right? Daosheng shook his head, a hint of pride in his expression. Rest assured, young mistress. With me here, nothing could possibly go wrong. Lu Shui rolled her eyes at his words, then retorted irritably, as if you're capable of anything. At least you haven't gone to waste eating all those good things. Just then, Daosheng suddenly remembered something. Oh, young master, the Hango Star Domain and Huoling Star Domain have surrendered. The Hango Star Domain and the Huoling Star Domain. Lu Shui had heard of these two star domains. They were said to be among the strongest known star domains. These two star domains lay directly beyond the Tianlin Star Domain and were the next targets for the Divine Dynasty. Yet Lu Shui found this outcome entirely expected. They couldn't defeat my mother's forces, so surrendering was only natural. No, young master, they surrendered to our wasteland city. Ha? Wasteland City? Lu Shui was momentarily bewildered. Isn't the Wasteland City not very far from here? What's going on? Tell me quickly. Hearing the name Huancheng stirred something within Lu Shui. After all, she'd been away for quite some time. To say she didn't miss it would be a lie. Seeing Lu Shui's anxious expression, Daosheng hesitated before saying, Young mistress, it seems our Wasteland City has already been attacked. That Yunqi fellow is truly formidable. I heard he even hired a military strategist to assist him. At this, Lu Shui froze for a long moment. It seemed time to return and see for herself. But upon reflection, the wasteland city attacking might actually be a good thing. It would bring her closer to home, after all. Chapter 138, Zhangbei of Huancheng. At this thought, Lu Shui felt a surge of restlessness. Mother, I want to go back and see her. Lu Shui sought out Yan Lingyun and stated directly. Hearing this, Yan Lingyun paused in surprise. Shuer, is there something wrong with being here with me? Yan Lingyun looked at Lu Shui with concern. She assumed it was because she hadn't been a good mother, making Shui unable to stay, which was why she wanted to return to Huangcheng. But clearly, Yan Lingyun had overthought it. Lu Shui shook her head. No, mother. I just want to go back and take a look. After all, father is gone, and I'm worried something might happen in Huangcheng. Hearing this, Yan Lingyun felt a wave of relief wash over her. I see. Well then, would you like me to accompany you? No need, mother. I can go back on my own. At that moment, Ao Qing murmured softly, young mistress, what about me? You don't count as a person. Soon after, Lu Shui and Ao Cheng set off together on the journey back to Huancheng. At the same time, a figure appeared at the border of the Divine Dynasty's Supreme Godstar domain. Gazing at the peculiar barrier before him, he hesitated not a moment. With a simple, decisive punch, he unleashed his power. Instantly, terrifying power surged forth. Boom! The explosive sound echoed as the entire border began to shatter into pieces. How dare you! The next moment, a furious shout echoed through the air. A middle-aged man clad in silver armor appeared in the arena. A powerful aura of divine emperor realm surged from his body. Daring to trespass into my supreme godstar domain, have you no desire to live? The middle-aged man spoke coldly, his gaze fixed on the figure before him. Hearing this, the figure smiled faintly. Don't take it personally. I merely came to see if there exists anyone here capable of defeating me. At these words, the middle-aged man froze in place. So arrogant? Ha, are you serious? The middle-aged man laughed bitterly in anger. What kind of fool was this? Yet the next moment, his smile froze solid. Before he knew it, the figure before him had already slipped past him and vanished into the depths of the Supreme Godstar domain. Witnessing this, the middle-aged man growled, looking for death. Whoosh! Instantly, the middle-aged man charged directly at the fleeing figure, his aura of peak divine emperor realm radiating unmistakably. Facing the middle-aged man's full-force attack, the figure's expression remained utterly unchanged. He merely turned casually and unleashed a single punch. What? A transcendent god realm powerhouse. At the very last moment, a wave of profound regret surged in the middle-aged man's eyes. This guy is actually a martial god. Boom! Accompanied by a muffled thud. The middle-aged man instantly lost consciousness, floating motionless in the void. The opponent had held back. Within the Divine Dynasty, several powerful auras suddenly began to tremble, and terrifying divine senses instantly surged toward the border. The aura of a martial god. Who could it be? At that moment, a figure with profound aura appeared, stepping through the void as it slowly approached. Zhang Bei. Ever since leaving the wasteland city, Zhang Bei had been searching for formidable opponents. Yet, even now, he had yet to encounter a single worthy opponent, not even one who could withstand 3 of his attacks. Sigh. Once again, he found himself in this predicament of having no worthy opponent. Without worthy opponents, how could he possibly advance further? At that moment, the space before Jiang Bei suddenly cracked open. In the next instant, a man clad in black robes stepped slowly out of the fissure. War God? The cloaked figure murmured softly. Jiang Bei nodded. I'd like to seek your guidance. My pleasure. The two reached an instant agreement. Immediately, 2 auras of the transcendent god realm collided with each other. In an instant, the entire void began to shatter. Within the Divine Dynasty, countless cultivators watched in terror as 2 figures faced off against each other in the void. Were these the true pinnacle of power? How utterly terrifying. Who's that guy in black? Someone gazed upward at the 2 figures and asked. That's Lord Qin, the commander of the Imperial Guard of the Divine Dynasty's capital. Someone answered at that moment. Hearing this, the crowd was instantly struck with awe. The commander of the Imperial Guard of the Divine Dynasty's capital city? To be honest, they had never seen the Imperial Guard commander take action before. After all, the Imperial Guard's duty was to safeguard the capital's security. Yet across the entire known star domain, no individual or faction had ever possessed the capability to strike at the Divine Dynasty's imperial capital. Now, however, there was. And it was none other than a martial god at the transcendent god realm. Watching Zhang Bei stand face to face with the imperial capital's commander, many experts within the Divine Dynasty felt their nerves tighten. Who would have thought such a formidable power existed beyond our borders? It seems we have underestimated the world. Indeed. A martial god at the super god realm. This old man has never seen such a being before. Let's observe first. Lord Qin's prowess is undeniable. This will be a perfect opportunity to see just how formidable this so-called martial god truly is. Inside the palace, Yan Lingyun stood on the rooftop, her expression calm as she watched Jiang Bei in the void. She recognized Jiang Bei, of course he was one of Lu Daosheng's elite warriors. Thus, she felt no anger at his unauthorized intrusion. Instead, she ordered her men not to engage him. She understood what Jiang Bei sought. He just wanted to spar with a powerful opponent. Her divine dynasty had no shortage of powerful warriors. Go. Recall those who are free. Inform them that someone has come knocking. Yes, your majesty. At that moment, earth-shattering booms echoed through the void. Instantly, a shadowy figure began retreating at breakneck speed. Wherever it passed, space shattered completely into nothingness, revealing the sheer terror of its power. The Imperial Guard commander stared intently at Jiang Bei in the distance, his expression grave. Even at the same cultivation level, he could barely withstand a single strike from the other. Was the martial god truly this terrifying? Indeed. That single strike had sent him reeling. After a moment of silence, a unique power began to slowly seep from his body. In mere moments, his aura surged several-fold. Come again. In the next instant, he charged toward Jiang Bei once more. Seeing this, Jiang Bei shook his head slightly before closing the distance. Boom! Jiang Bei casually parried the opponent's attack with a single strike, then in the next instant, a powerful punch slammed directly into the opponent's blind spot. Inside the palace, Yan Lingyun watched the battle unfolding in the void and shook her head slightly. It was nothing short of a one-sided beating. Whether in raw power or combat technique, Jiang Bei was overwhelming Qin Tang in every aspect. There was simply no chance of victory. In truth, Qin Tang himself felt it acutely. Facing Jiang Bei's onslaught, he was overcome by a profound sense of helplessness. As the final surge of power crashed toward him, despair washed over Qin Tang's face. Why was the gap so vast between two practitioners at the same cultivation level? At that very moment, a protective light barrier suddenly coalesced before him, blocking Jiang Bei's final strike. The next instant, space rippled open, and a woman wielding an unidentified staff appeared beside Qin Tang. Leader Qin, let me handle this. The woman smiled faintly as she looked at the panting Qin Tang. Hearing this, Qin Tang gave a helpless smile. Be careful. This guy is seriously fierce. The woman nodded, then strode toward Jiang Bei in the distance. Third Divine General of the Divine Dynasty, Mu Yu. I humbly seek your guidance. Seeing this, Jiang Bei smiled faintly. Wasteland City, Jiang Bei. Chapter 139, Sword God of the Divine Dynasty. Wasteland City. Hearing these two words, half the Divine Dynasty was instantly stunned. Wasteland City. It was actually Wasteland City. In all known star domains today, who didn't know the name Wasteland City? Hailed as the most formidable force capable of challenging the Divine Dynasty, it teamed with Divine Emperor-level powerhouses. Even the Fire Spirit star domain and the Primordial Chaos star domain had surrendered directly to Wasteland City. Who would have thought that the might of the Wasteland City had already reached the Divine Dynasty? Could this be a declaration of war? In the void, Mu Yu was also taken aback. He never imagined that this formidable martial god before him hailed from the Wasteland City. It seems the rumors were true. Wasteland City truly possesses the strength to challenge the Divine Dynasty. You don't seem particularly adept at combat. Just as Mu Yu prepared to act, Jiang Bei's voice suddenly rang out. Hearing this, Mu Yu paused slightly before laughing. Well, why don't you try and see for yourself? As Jiang Bei had said, she was indeed not a combat-oriented divine general. Her true strength lay in support. But in terms of raw power alone, she was still formidable. The next moment, the staff in her hand began to hum. Boom! A terrifying bolt of heavenly lightning materialized out of thin air, surging directly toward Jiang Bei in the distance. Witnessing this, Jiang Bei's expression shifted slightly. A ranged mage? Interesting. Below, the Divine Dynasty's forces watched the battle above with rapt attention. Even the Divine General ranked third within the Divine Dynasty had arrived. Wasn't Divine General Mu stationed at the southernmost frontier? Clearly, this must be His Majesty's decree. Otherwise, Divine General Mu would never have returned without authorization. As the Divine Dynasty's third-ranked Divine General, he naturally possessed a glorious history. His most terrifying feat was leading a million-strong army to utterly annihilate a powerful star domain, one that possessed super god realm experts without losing a single soldier. The enemy not only held a strategically advantageous position but also commanded an army of tens of millions. With such feats, Mu Yu rightfully earned his title as the third Divine General. Meanwhile, several other Divine Generals had also returned to the Divine Dynasty. Watching the battle unfold in the void, each of them frowned deeply. Though Divine General Mu was admittedly not adept at combat, his power was undeniably terrifying. Even they might not be able to defeat him. Yet now, Jiang Bei seemed to be moving with ease, gradually closing in on Mu Yu. Once Jiang Bei closed the distance, Mu Yu would face an inevitable defeat. Clearly, Mu Yu understood this as well. Thus, Mu Yu's staff whirled relentlessly, unleashing a torrent of energies toward the distant Jiang Bei. Boom! At that very moment, Jiang Bei unleashed a sudden, overwhelming surge of power that shattered the very fabric of space itself, obliterating every attack Mu Yu had launched. Oh no! A Divine Dynasty expert below cried out in alarm. Jiang Bei closed the distance at blinding speed, closing in on Mu Yu in an instant. In close combat, Mu Yu was practically useless. Strangely, Mu Yu showed no trace of fear on his face. Instead, he wore a faint smile. Seeing this, Jiang Bei's brow furrowed slightly. Buzz. Mu Yu's figure vanished from his original position in an instant. The next moment, a terrifying battle slowly materialized from the void. Jiang Bei now found himself at the very center of this vast formation. 9-star annihilation formation. I wonder if you can withstand it? Outside the formation, Mu Yu's figure materialized, his expression tinged with smug satisfaction as he watched Jiang Bei within. The other Divine Dynasty powerhouses were also momentarily stunned. An array of such magnitude was not something that could be deployed in a short time. When exactly did this happen? Within the formation, Jiang Bei spoke slowly. You began setting this formation from the very start? Mu Yu nodded with a smile. Very perceptive. But now you know, it's too late. She was brimming with confidence now. While this grand formation couldn't guarantee a complete defeat of Jiang Bei, its effects were undeniably formidable, more than enough to give him a run for his money. Sure enough, a terrifying aura surged forth from within the formation. The power of slaughter. In the shadows, Qin Tang watched the formation with a grave expression. If it were him, he doubted he could even survive exiting the array. The gap in power was simply too vast. Your Majesty, can that martial god withstand the 9-star annihilation array until it concludes? Old Zhou stood behind Yan Lingyun and asked softly. Yan Lingyun shook her head. Seeing this, Old Zhou's expression shifted. Was this truly the full extent of the martial god's power? Yan Lingyun spoke slowly. What do you think a martial god truly is? Hearing this, Old Zhou froze. A martial god is not as simple as you imagine. To him, this grand formation is almost entirely riddled with flaws. At these words, Old Master Zhou's expression turned horrified. It seemed he had greatly underestimated this martial god. It wasn't that the 9-star killing array was weak, but rather that Mu Yu had deployed it too hastily. Had it been properly prepared, even Jiang Bei would have found it difficult to break through. Within the 9-star killing array, Jiang Bei slowly exhaled before clenching his fists. Boom! Instantly, terrifying power surged forth. Break! Boom! The moment the words left his mouth, the entire formation shattered with a thunderous crash. Witnessing this scene, countless Divine Dynasty powerhouses were utterly horrified. Attack the weak point to break the whole formation. Someone suddenly cried out in surprise. At that very moment, a figure had already charged toward Mu Yu. Pastor, beware. At the warning, Mu Yu's eyes flashed with fear. But the opponent's speed was too swift. In the rush, he could only raise his staff to block in front of him. Bang! A cracking sound echoed. The staff in his hand shattered. You lose. Jiang Bei's voice rang out. Gazing at the shattered staff in his hand, Mu Yu's expression darkened. You won. With that, Mu Yu turned and walked away. She was still reeling from shock. Her opponent had discovered the flaw in her grand formation, yet instead of attacking its weak point, they had used extreme force to pierce the surface, shattering the entire formation with sheer power. And now, she herself had suffered some backlash from the array's collapse. Thus, she was in considerable discomfort. In the void, Jiang Bei stood silently. It must be said, the Divine Dynasty's strong ones did possess some skill, though seemingly not enough. Anything else? Jiang Bei asked indifferently. His voice was not loud, yet it echoed throughout the entire Divine Dynasty. In that instant, countless Divine Dynasty elites bowed their heads. Even the third Divine General had lost. Others stepping forward would be futile unless those two arrived. A martial god at the transcendent god realm, truly terrifying. Do you think you're so powerful? At that moment, a terrifying sword intent suddenly surged skyward from the distance. Sensing this unique sword intent, the Divine Dynasty's elite warriors exclaimed in excitement, the second Divine General. The Divine Dynasty's second-ranked Divine General, Jian Xin. The only sword god within the Divine Dynasty. Sword intent reaching divine levels? Recognizing the caliber of this sword intent, Jiang Bei felt a surge of excitement. The next moment, a slender figure wielding a long sword stood before Jiang Bei. Long hair flowing, bearing a heroic and spirited demeanor. Not just anyone can insult our Divine Dynasty. Jian Xion's face was icy cold as she pointed her sword at Jiang Bei and spoke slowly. Instantly, the entire Divine Dynasty erupted in fervor. Sword God! Sword God! The second Divine General! Countless citizens of the Divine Dynasty erupted in cheers. As the second-ranked Divine General of the Divine Dynasty, his power was naturally terrifying. And Jian Xian had once conquered an entire star domain with just himself and his sword. The name Sword God spread throughout the heavens in that very moment. Hearing Jian Xion's words now, Jiang Bei felt a touch of helplessness. He had never intended to insult the Divine Dynasty. From start to finish, he had only sought a formidable opponent. But he knew further words were futile. After all, the facts were undeniable. Come then. Let me see if your sword god title holds any weight. At these words, Jian Xian's expression shifted slightly. The next moment, the ringing of swords echoed across the heavens and earth. Chapter 140, Clash of the Titans. In an instant, boundless, terrifying sword intent engulfed the entire void. Witnessing this awe-inspiring spectacle, the entire divine dynasty trembled. Was this what it meant for sword intent to reach divine heights? And the target of this sword intent was none other than Jiang Bei, standing not far before Jian Xian. Coalesce. Jian Xian's crimson lips parted slightly. All the sword intent instantly began to converge. Hum. A hissing sword beam appeared in Jian Xian's palm. Go. The moment the words left her lips, the sword beam shot toward Jiang Bei in the distance at a terrifying speed. Witnessing this strike, the Divine Dynasty's elite warriors were visibly stirred. The second Divine General's sword intent had grown even more terrifying than in years past. In the void, Jiang Bei watched the strike unfolding before him, his face showing no trace of fear. He knew this was merely a test. Instantly, a martial intent coalesced from his palm. The next moment, Jiang Bei unleashed a fist strike. Boom! A terrifying explosion reverberated throughout the Divine Dynasty. The entire void began to shatter inch by inch. As the battle threatened to engulf those below, several formidable figures shot skyward, jointly casting a barrier to shield the combatants' battlefield. This is just too terrifying. Countless onlookers gasped in awe, watching the sword god and martial god clash above. Such heights of power were beyond the reach of most for an entire lifetime. Within the imperial palace, standing behind Yin Lingyun, Elder Zhou watched the battle between the two with a grave expression. In his estimation, the strength of these two figures absolutely placed them among the pinnacle of this universe. They were truly evenly matched. Therefore, to determine a victor, they would inevitably have to unleash their true power. Yet now, they were still merely probing each other. He glanced sideways at Yin Lingyun, who stood silently watching without any intention of intervening. Old Master Zhou sighed inwardly, saying nothing. Stop holding back. Jian Xian's cold voice suddenly cut through the void. Hearing this, Jiang Bei let out a faint smile. Aren't you doing the same? After staring at Jiang Bei for a long moment, Jian Xian's grip on his sword tightened noticeably. She had to admit, she had underestimated Jiang Bei. After all, she had been in the sword god realm for many years. Though Jiang Bei's martial aura carried the mark of a martial god, it still felt somewhat raw. She had assumed this would be an easy victory, yet now she found herself utterly unable to gain the upper hand. Taking a deep breath, the sword in Jian Xian's hand suddenly began to hum. In the next instant, countless sharp sword intents surged violently from within the divine blade. Instantly, countless sword shadows materialized in the void, formed from the condensed essence of countless blades. How will you counter this move? Countless sword shadows surged directly toward Jiang Bei. Facing the overwhelming number of sword shadows, Jiang Bei's expression grew slightly solemn. This guy had indeed been holding back his strength. Each sword shadow possessed power comparable to that first strike. It was terrifying beyond measure. Truly worthy of the title Sword God. But he wasn't about to be outdone. Jiang Bei suddenly charged toward Jianxin in the distance at an astonishing speed, leaving Jianxin slightly startled. Sensing Jiang Bei's intent, Jian Xian swiftly retreated. Simultaneously, countless sword shadows closed in behind Jiang Bei. As Jiang Bei seemed poised to be struck, Jian Xian's brow furrowed. This guy isn't dodging? Sure enough, in the next instant, Jiang Bei's speed surged again, and he appeared directly before Jian Xian. What? Instantly, a chorus of gasps erupted. Everyone stared in stunned disbelief at Jiang Bei, who stood suspended in the void. This guy had hidden his strength incredibly well. With that kind of speed, he was practically invincible. Everyone had assumed that as a martial god, Jiang Bei possessed absolute power, but they had overlooked his speed. Who could have imagined that alongside his overwhelming might, Jiang Bei also possessed such terrifying speed? At that moment, Jian Xian was also inwardly shocked. Yet her reaction was swift. The moment Jiang Bei materialized before her, the sword in her hand had already thrust forward. Alas, it was ultimately too hasty. Compounded by her recent retreat, the blade had lost its initial edge. A thunderous boom echoed. Jian Xian was instantly sent flying backward. Yet the next moment, everyone was stunned once more. Before Jian Xian could steady himself, Jiang Bei's figure had already reappeared before him. Boom! Another explosive crack echoed. Jian Xian was sent flying backward once more. Witnessing this, the faces of the Divine Dynasty's elite warriors darkened. It's over. They were completely overwhelmed. One misstep led to another. What had been an evenly matched contest had now been exploited by Jiang Bei. That was a martial god and unrivaled force in close combat. Though Jian Xian's sword intent was formidable, he now had no chance to unleash it. Jian Xian's expression was grim. She was now completely overwhelmed. Jiang Bei gave her no chance to resist, his attacks coming in rapid succession, leaving her no time to react. So all she could do now was wait. Wait for that one chance. After an unknown span of time, a dull thud echoed through the air. Jian Xian suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. She had braced herself against Jiang Bei's final strike. And the reward was that Jian Xian successfully broke free and gained an opportunity to strike back. Godslayer slash. Hum. A terrifying crimson sword beam erupted from Jian Xian's blade. Its aura was utterly terrifying. Wherever it passed, it left a rift in the very fabric of space that would take ages to heal. The sword god is going to be furious. Observing the terrifying blade aura, a certain divine dynasty powerhouse murmured with trepidation. It had been untold years since anyone had witnessed Jian Xian unleash this technique. This very technique had once slain a super god realm powerhouse in a single strike, making a stunning debut. Facing this sword strike, who could say how Jiang Bei would respond? In the void. Jiang Bei's expression grew solemn. He stepped forward, and countless martial energies began to coalesce. Shatter God Fist. Boom! A pale yellow fist aura surged forth violently. In the next instant, the two attacks collided. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. The entire barrier instantly shattered into nothingness. Oh no! Stop it! In an instant, countless powerful figures surged into the void, unleashing divine power to halt the residual shockwave. Yet when they turned back to the spot where Jiang Bei and Jianxin had been battling, they gasped in horror. That entire section of space had been utterly obliterated. Countless terrifying black holes surged forth from the void, exploding. It was utterly terrifying. Just how much power had been unleashed? The crowd couldn't help but exclaim in awe. At this moment, Jiang Bei and Jianxin had both sustained significant injuries, yet they were now locked in a fierce, unrelenting battle. They simply couldn't stop. Again! Whoosh! Instantly, both men launched themselves toward each other once more. Just as they were about to collide once more, a cold voice suddenly rang out from the arena. Enough! The next moment, a noble figure appeared between them. Recognizing the identity of the person before him, Jian Xian's face paled with alarm. Your Majesty! Jiang Bei also frowned deeply. Step aside. Chapter 141, The Divine Dynasty Empress is the City Lord's Consort. Bang! Bang! Two figures instantly retreated at terrifying speeds in opposite directions. Cough cough. In the distance, Jiang Bei stared warily at Yan Lingyun suspended in the void. It was Yan Lingyun who had just blocked their combined attack. Not only that, but she had effortlessly sent them both flying tens of thousands of feet away. At this moment, his entire arm had gone numb, a testament to the terrifying power of her strike. He knew Yan Lingyun was powerful, but he hadn't realized just how powerful. He had already reached the super god realm, yet the gap in power between them remained so vast. Madam, why are you here? Jiang Bei suppressed his shock and looked at Yan Lingyun with confusion, asking aloud. He had assumed she had departed with the city lord. Yet here she was, appearing unexpectedly in this place. At that moment, he suddenly recalled how the sword cultivator woman had addressed Yan Lingyun earlier. Your Majesty? After a long while. Jiang Bei sat within the palace halls, his expression complex. The Empress of the Divine Dynasty was actually the wife of their city lord. No wonder the Wasteland City and the Divine Dynasty had never clashed. And he himself had come to this Divine Dynasty seeking powerful opponents. Gazing at Yan Lingyun, who sat before him with an expression of calm detachment, Jiang Bei hesitated for a moment before speaking slowly. Madam, would you be willing to spar with me? A spar? Fortunately, only Yan Lingyun and Jiang Bei were present. If any other powerhouse of the Divine Dynasty were to find out, who knows how shocked they'd be. Who would dare spar with His Majesty? The entire Divine Dynasty was forged by the Emperor's own hand. Yan Lingyun was also somewhat surprised. Seeing Jiang Bei's expression, which didn't seem like he was joking, she revealed a trace of her own aura. Are you sure? Far surpassing the super god realm. Feeling this aura, Jiang Bei swallowed hard and nodded. Seeing this, Yan Lingyun shook her head and smiled. Very well, bring it on. Boom! That day, a terrifying aura surged forth from the palace halls of the Divine Dynasty's imperial capital. The entire Divine Dynasty trembled in frenzied awe. It was the Emperor's aura. It had been so long since they'd heard of their Empress taking action. Inside the palace, Jiang Bei lay unconscious on the ground. At this moment, Yan Lingyun's aura had surged to the peak of the mortal realm. The distance to transcend mortality and become immortal was now within reach. The gap was simply too vast. Moreover, Yan Lingyun showed no mercy. Someone, carry him away. Yan Lingyun clapped her hands and spoke slowly. Two guards immediately appeared and carried the unconscious Jiang Bei away. In truth, Yan Lingyun was acting in Jiang Bei's best interest. This time, Jiang Bei had been far too overconfident. Confidence is indeed a virtue, but overconfidence borders on arrogance. Had she not known Jiang Bei, he likely would have perished the moment he appeared in the Divine Dynasty. At that moment, Jian Xian appeared beside Yan Lingyun. Your Majesty. Yan Lingyun gave a slight nod to Jian Xian, who stood before her with a respectful expression. How do you feel? Jian Xian's expression grew slightly grave. I underestimated him. Had she been absolutely serious from the start, she wouldn't have lost. Of course, that was her assumption. Hearing Jian Xian's words, Yan Lingyun shook her head. I wanted you to understand that in this world, what's never in short supply are prodigies and prodigious talents. You may think you're strong, but you're unaware that there are those far stronger than you. At these words, Jian Xian fell silent. She had understood this truth long ago. What was a prodigious demonic genius? Long ago, she believed that description was meant for her. Until she met Yan Lingyun. Before Yan Lingyun, such notions of prodigious talent were nothing but a joke. Could there truly be anyone in this world more demonically gifted than His Majesty? Jian Xian didn't know. Seeing Jian Xian's complex expression, Yan Lingyun sighed and said no more. If Jian Xian could gain deeper insight into certain matters, his swordsmanship would advance further. Of all she had encountered, Daosheng possessed the most steadfast Dao heart. Though Daosheng appeared unreliable, his Dao heart was truly unparalleled in its solidity. At that moment, a shadowy figure suddenly materialized beside Yan Lingyun. Your Majesty, there are unusual movements at the unknown frontier. Hearing this, Yan Lingyun's expression shifted. Where is Shen Yi? Your Majesty, General Shen Yi has emerged from seclusion and is personally stationed there. Hearing this, Yan Lingyun breathed a slight sigh of relief. Shen Yi, the foremost divine general of the Shen dynasty. Hailed as the figure whose power came closest to that of the divine dynasty's empress, he was also Yan Lingyun's most trusted subordinate. Shen Yi had never disappointed her. After a moment's contemplation, Yan Lingyun turned and stepped inside the room. She sat down at the desk and swiftly began writing. Moments later, she slipped the paper into an envelope and handed it to the shadowy figure before her. When Zhang Bei awakens, deliver this letter to him. I shall now enter seclusion. You may withdraw. Yes, Your Majesty. It was evident that Yan Lingyun's expression betrayed a hint of anxiety. Meanwhile, progress in the wasteland city was advancing with relentless momentum. Across all known star domains, the dominant forces were now either the divine dynasty or the wasteland city. Other star domains had either been conquered by one of the two powers or had already surrendered. Countless beings began speculating that an epic war between the two supreme powers might be imminent. When that time came, the entire world would inevitably be thrown into turmoil. Within the wasteland city lord's residence. What's the divine dynasty's reaction to us? Wei asked In Xing. After the last incident, In Xing had dispatched numerous spies to investigate the divine dynasty's operations. After such a long time, he must have made some progress. Within the vast council chamber, nearly all of Wasteland City's high-ranking officials had gathered here, a scene rarely seen in a century. Even Yun Qi had rushed back from the front lines. Since the city lord had entrusted Wasteland City to them with such confidence, they could not allow anything to happen to it. At this moment, all eyes turned to In Xing. Currently, the most powerful figures in the entire Wasteland City were Wei and In Xing, followed by Gu Chun. Though their individual strength might not be the greatest, they commanded the respect of all. At this moment, In Xing's expression was complex. Do you remember the city lord's wife? In Xing inquired. At this, the others looked puzzled. Yan Lingyun, the fact that the city lord had a wife was no secret, so they were aware of it. Brethren, have you discovered something? Seeing the puzzled looks on their faces, In Xing spoke slowly. After my investigation, I've discovered that the empress of the divine dynasty is none other than the city lord's wife. At this revelation, the crowd fell silent. So that's it. In that moment, everyone finally understood the Lord Mayor's instructions. To spare no effort in aiding the divine dynasty. So they were family after all. What should we do now? Should we go see the lady? Gu Chen spoke up. Wei and the others looked hesitant. Just then, a familiar voice rang out from outside the house. Master, everyone, I'm back. The next moment, Lu Shue's figure appeared at the doorway. Upon seeing Lu Shue, everyone immediately rose to their feet and bowed respectfully. Greetings, miss. Gu Chen also approached Lu Shue. Xiao Shue, why have you returned? Chapter 142, The Time Has Come. Seeing Lu Shue, everyone was clearly taken aback. Oh, me? I've been gone for quite a while. I just came back to take a look. Lu Shue glanced at the familiar faces and offered a faint smile. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in understanding. They thought Lu Shue had suddenly returned because something had happened. But then again, she was the city lord's most cherished daughter. How could anything possibly go wrong? By the way, miss, what about your mother? Someone asked at that moment. Hearing this, Lu Shue paused, then replied, my mother. Lu Shue admitted that she too had been shocked when she first learned of her mother's power. Though she didn't fully understand her mother's constant campaigns, she hadn't pressed for answers. Still, she believed Yan Lingyun must have her reasons for doing so. Seeing that Lu Shui genuinely knew nothing, the others didn't press further. Xiao Shui, when do you plan to return? Gu Chen inquired. After a moment of silence, Lu Shui replied, I just came back to visit. I should be heading back in a couple of days. In that case, let's do this. I'll return with you in a couple of days and handle the arrangements with the lady myself. Gu Chen said slowly. With the Divine Dynasty making such a grand show, it was impossible for them to have no ulterior motives. Since the city lord had given his instructions, their duty was to assist the lady with all their might. Therefore, before proceeding, they must first pay their respects to the lady. This would allow them to prepare accordingly. Upon hearing Gu Chen's words, the others pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Then Brother Gu, we'll leave this matter to you. Alright, no problem. Leave it to me. With that, the group dispersed. It was worth noting that Yun Qi had also broken through to the super god realm. Years of relentless warfare seemed to have transformed his fighting spirit, giving it a new dimension. General Yun Qi. As Yun Qi was about to depart, Lu Shui stepped forward and called out to him. Oh? What brings you here, young lady? Recognizing Lu Shui, Yun Qi instantly broke into a warm smile. Yet even this couldn't mask the aura of lethality radiating from him, a clear sign of a battle-hardened veteran. Even Lu Shui felt a slight jolt of surprise. General Yunqi, Shao Qing is looking for you. He has something to tell you. Immediately, Aoqing emerged from Lu Shui's sleeve. Aoqing? Seeing Aoqing, Yunqi looked puzzled. He and Ao Cheng hadn't really crossed paths before. At that moment, Ao Cheng spoke up, Brother, I can tell you've hit a bottleneck lately. Hearing this, Yunqi's expression immediately turned startled. After a moment of silence, Yunqi nodded slightly. True. Though I've now broken through to the god-shattering realm, my future path feels rather unclear. Seeing Yunqi's candid admission, Ao Cheng smiled. Bro, have you heard of the War God Star Domain? The War God Star Domain was one of the few known star domains that showed little to no activity. Initially, the Divine Dynasty had planned to directly conquer the War God Star Domain. After all, its strength was mediocre, and its only notable figure, Tang Shang, had been stolen during the Great War with the Divine Dynasty. Yet the Divine Dynasty ultimately refrained from action, perhaps because the Star Domain held little strategic value, or perhaps out of respect for the mighty war god of old. Thus, the War God Star Domain remains untouched to this day. Yun Qi was naturally aware of the War God Star Domain. Likewise, he held deep respect for that legendary war god. Though he had never met him, it seemed the war god had chosen to face countless powerful enemies alone to protect his subordinates, ultimately perishing from exhaustion. The War God Star Domain? I am certainly aware of it. Yun Qi nodded. Brother, I wish to tell you this, if you seek to advance further, you may try your luck in the God of War Star Domain. I believe you will certainly gain something there. Aogue said with a faint smile. At that moment, Yun Qi also fell deep in thought. After all, this was a star domain that had produced a war god. Perhaps, just as Ao Ching had said, he really could gain something there. With that thought, Yun Qi nodded. Alright, since that's the case, I'll make the journey. Without lingering, Yun Qi returned to his troops, gave some final instructions, and then set off toward the War God Star Domain. Back at the camp, Lu Shui looked puzzled. Little Qing, how did you know about this? Aoqing had only visited the Tianlin Star Domain to participate in a major battle, so how could she know about matters concerning the War God Star Domain? Hearing Lu Shui's confusion, Ao Ching chuckled, Young mistress, do you think I'm like you, knowing nothing about anything? Before she could finish, Ao Cheng choked on her words. Damn it! She'd accidentally blurted out her true thoughts. At that moment, Lu Shui's teeth flashed menacingly. The next moment, Lu Shui grabbed Ao Cheng by the throat. How dare you speak to me like that? You're finished. My lady, please hear me out. No way. I won't listen. Soon after, Ao Ching's agonized screams echoed through the desolate city. Ao Ching, who usually seemed fearless, quickly revealed a look of terror. Others couldn't break through his defenses, but that didn't include Lu Shui. To be precise, it didn't include Lu Shui's family. Lu Shui's aura quickly manifested. Sensing Lu Shui's presence, the powerful figures within the desolate city were instantly struck with shock. Truly worthy of being the city lord's only heir. Now, Lu Shui's aura had reached the super god realm, and she was already showing signs of breaking through. That's far too fast. After the initial shock, everyone withdrew their gazes and plunged back into their cultivation with renewed fervor. They sensed a great battle was inevitably approaching. Meanwhile, in a certain star domain, the atmosphere here was eerily desolate, devoid of any trace of life. Everything around seemed dull and lifeless. Yet in such a place, a faint apparition appeared. It moved slowly toward the edge of the domain. After all these years, the time has finally come. The boundary shattered. A dazzling spectacle instantly unfolded before their eyes. It was none other than the face of the known star domain. Gazing upon the starry expanse, the phantom suddenly let out a shrill, chilling laugh. Ha ha ha. You lowly ants, prepare to meet your doom. At that moment, a figure materialized in the void. Gazing at the phantom at the edge of the boundary, a solemn look flashed across its eyes. You are a being from the unknown star domain. His attire clearly marked him as one of the divine dynasty. Yet the phantom ignored his words and struck directly. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed. The scene was instantly reduced to nothingness. Sure Chen. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed from the void behind him. The shadowy figure turned to look, his brow slightly furrowed. Come back first. The voice sounded behind him once more. The phantom fell silent for a moment before speaking slowly. I believe the time is right. No one can stand in the way of our clan now. This is the clan leader's command. Chapter 143, Becoming the Blade God. The clan chief. At the mention of the clan chief, Sure Chen's expression instantly turned shocked. In that instant, a flicker of fear flickered in Sure Chen's eyes. After a moment of silence, Sure Chen shot a reluctant glance at the star domain behind him before turning and leaving. His heart told him. The clan chief's command must not be disobeyed. Shortly after his departure, several figures materialized in the same spot. Sensing the lingering aura in the void, the figures looked at each other with extreme apprehension. Hurry back and report to His Majesty. They're coming. Another star system. This was the most peculiar star system within the known cosmos. It is also the most mysterious. The Death Star Domain. Also known to the world as the Dark Star Domain. Legend has it that within the Death Star Domain dwells an utterly terrifying powerhouse. One who shaped the Death Star Domain as it exists today. And yet, within this star domain so dreaded by all, a touching scene was unfolding at this very moment. Whoa, you really won't come with me? The Dark Emperor tugged at a young man's arm, his voice choked with emotion, his eyes brimming with reluctance. If those above were to witness this scene, they would be utterly astonished. And that young man was none other than Kong, the one Daosheng had abandoned here. Kong's expression was grim. Elder Dark, I've told you many times I have a mission to fulfill here. Hearing this, the Dark Emperor immediately shook off his grip. Humph. Your city lord has already ascended to the upper realm, yet you remain here like a fool. Are you truly foolish, or just pretending? Kong closed his eyes, remained silent for a long while, then spoke slowly. The city lord has indeed departed, but he never said I should go to the upper realm now. Elder Dark, you should go yourself. I will only depart when I receive the city lord's command. Watching Kong's unyielding stance, the Dark Emperor sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. This fellow really is stubborn as a mule. At the same time, he couldn't help but envy Daosheng for having such a talented individual under his command. But he had no other choice after all, he couldn't defeat the man either. Very well. Since your mind is made up, you may remain here for now. When you journey to the upper realm, do not forget to seek me out. The Dark Emperor then produced a talisman and tossed it to Kong. Oh, and one more thing, your city lord has departed, but his wife remains. She's encountered some trouble now. How you handle it is up to you. With that, the Dark Emperor's form flickered and vanished completely. Though he knew Yan Lingyun, their relationship was merely casual. Unless she sought his aid, he wouldn't offer assistance proactively. And now that he was leaving, it was none of his business. Upon hearing the Dark Emperor's words, Kong slowly opened his eyes. Instantly, a terrifying aura surged forth. In an instant, the entire Death Star domain began to violently tremble. It was clearly a power beyond the super god realm. Time flows differently in cultivation. Before long, 10,000 years had passed. Throughout these 10,000 years, the world remained largely unchanged, retaining its original appearance. Yet, uneasy omens began to stir from the unknown frontiers. Empress Yan Lingyun of the Divine Dynasty spent these 10,000 years mostly in seclusion, issuing decrees only occasionally. Meanwhile, the Divine Dynasty formally allied with the Wasteland City. This news sent shockwaves through countless star domains. Beyond the Wasteland City, nearly everyone believed these two colossal powers would inevitably clash. After all, two tigers cannot share the same mountain. Little did they know the next part of the story. The alliance between these two powers also provided many strong individuals with opportunities to develop. Especially the Wasteland City, whose strength surged at an astonishing pace, leaving countless powerhouses of the Divine Dynasty in utter shock. One super god tier martial god was one thing. But then a sword god appeared. Having a sword god was one thing, but then a war god suddenly emerged. Now, everyone has gathered within the city lord's mansion of Huancheng. Among them were not only the strong from Wasteland City, but also many powerful figures from the Divine Dynasty. After the two factions formed an alliance, their relationship became inexplicably strong. Of course, much of this was due to the efforts of the Wasteland City faction. Although Yan Lingyun had issued orders, her subordinates initially harbored some wariness toward the Wasteland City. Unexpectedly, the people of Wasteland City proved exceptionally hospitable. Not only did they invite their guests to tour the city, but they also presented them with vast quantities of precious resources. Faced with such generosity, how could the Divine Dynasty's elite possibly refuse? Before long, the two factions had become thoroughly integrated. Can this succeed? Gazing toward a certain area of the city lord's residence, Gu Chen's expression grew solemn. Beside him, Xing nodded. I believe Brother Wei. He will succeed. The Divine Dynasty members, however, wore complex expressions. This wasteland city is truly insane. If Wei succeeds, then the wasteland city will have another blade god. A blade god. Very few blade cultivators could persevere to the end. Most would eventually switch to sword cultivation. Because truly powerful sword cultivators are exceedingly rare. There's no path to follow. Progressing through trial and error alone, unless one possesses extraordinary talent, it's difficult to achieve anything significant. Just like a Wei now. Even though he has now reached the transcendent god realm, attaining divine mastery in the way of the blade remains an immense challenge. Fortunately, Lu Daosheng left behind some things before departing. Now, a Wei had reached a critical juncture. Amidst the crowd, a small voice watched the front with nervous anticipation. Ying, don't worry. Brother Wei won't come to harm. Luoli sighed helplessly beside her. Hearing this, Fan Ying murmured weakly, I'm afraid he'll be upset if he fails. Seeing Fan Ying's vulnerable expression, Luoli couldn't help but reach out and ruffle her hair. This gesture left Fan Ying momentarily dazed. Wei always loved doing that. Don't worry about it. At that moment, Yu Qingfeng beside Luoli suddenly spoke up. The two turned to look. Seems this young man truly has talent. A blade god, this is my first time witnessing such a thing. Yu Qingfeng remarked with a faint smile. Meanwhile, the crowd stared in astonishment. A domineering aura surged forth relentlessly. A blade-like light suddenly sliced through the air, instantly cleaving the void in two. Simultaneously, a figure shot skyward, the long blade in his hand trembling incessantly. At that moment, a terrifying blade intent filled the heavens, causing everyone present to feel as though they were being torn apart. Is this the blade god? Gazing upon a Wei, who stood in the void wielding the divine blade, the crowd couldn't help but marvel inwardly. The people of Wasteland City, once they regained their senses, erupted into cheers. Sword god! Sword god! Bro Wei is awesome. Our leader is truly a role model for us all. At that moment, Wei's heart was also stirred with emotion. His mind drifted back to the day Lu Daosheng first placed the Zhan Tian blade in his hands. Back then, he hadn't known the true level of the heaven-slicing blade. Nor did he realize he would achieve such greatness. Time had flown by, and now he had become the revered blade god. Truly, life is full of surprises. As this thought struck him, Wei suddenly knelt in the void, bowing his head fiercely toward the heavens. Lord City Master, please accept my humble bow. Chapter 144, The True Self-Realm Enemy. At this moment, with Wei's ascension to Blade God, the strength of the Wasteland City had undoubtedly reached the pinnacle of the currently known star domains. Were it not for Yan Lingyun holding the Divine Dynasty in check, even the Divine Dynasty might not stand a chance against the current Wasteland City. Yet just as everyone was celebrating, a deep, muffled explosion suddenly echoed from the distance. Instantly, countless powerful figures present felt their hearts skip a beat. An extremely ominous foreboding welled up from the depths of their souls. The sound originated from the edge of an unknown star domain. Long ago, they had already learned certain truths. 70% of the Divine Dynasty's forces were stationed at the borders, with the frontier of the unknown star domain being of particular importance. Without a doubt, the Divine Dynasty's Empress Yan Lingyun had always been wary of the unknown star domain. The unknown powerhouses. Sure enough, several figures soon came sprinting toward this location. Among them were mighty warriors of the Divine Dynasty and scouts dispatched by the Wasteland City. No! It's bad. The unknown frontier has been breached. At these words, the entire crowd stiffened in shock. Fear flashed across some faces, others frowned deeply, while a few brimmed with excitement. Do we know who did this? Someone asked at that moment. The messenger shook his head, clearly knowing little. Another Divine Dynasty powerhouse spoke in a solemn tone, Everyone, His Majesty commands that all immediately proceed to the unknown frontier. Hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances before nodding in unison. Yunqi drew his 30-meter-long blade, radiating a battle intent that pierced the heavens. It startled everyone present. With a wicked grin, he declared, I've been itching for this for ages. Ever since Yunqi seized his opportunity in the War God Star domain and ascended to War Godhood, his hunger for battle had only intensified. He had long anticipated enemies emerging in the unknown star domain, but never imagined this day would take so long to arrive. Huangshou waved the divine sword in his hand, unleashing a terrifying sword intent that swept toward them. Over 10,000 years, Huangshou's sword intent had matured considerably compared to its former self. We of the Wasteland City never shy away from a challenge. Brother Huang speaks wisely. Gu Chen and the others stepped forward in agreement. As high-ranking members of Wasteland City, their current strength was such that scarcely any among them fell below the super god realm. The Divine Dynasty's members watched the might of the Wasteland City's forces, their expressions turning complex. Wasteland City truly was terrifying. They couldn't help but feel a sense of longing for the unseen lord of the city. What sort of figure could forge such a colossal city and gather such formidable followers? Without pausing to ponder further, the group set off without delay toward the unknown frontier. Led by Yunqi, the army permeated with a terrifying aura of slaughter strided across the starry sky, advancing relentlessly with overwhelming might. This was the legendary, invincible army of the wasteland city, the Lu family army. To this day, this army had never tasted defeat. Wherever they passed, there was only one outcome: submission or utter annihilation. Meanwhile, within the divine dynasty, Lu Shui hurried to Yan Lingyun's chambers. "Your Highness, the Emperor is in seclusion." A shadowy figure materialized before Lu Shui, offering the warning. Hearing this, Lu Shui furrowed her brow slightly, sighed softly, and replied, "I understand." With that, Lu Shui turned and departed. "Young mistress, you really shouldn't go. Even if you speak to the mistress, she certainly won't agree." Ao Qing poked his head out from her sleeve, sounding resigned. Hearing this, Lu Shui pursed her lips. "What kind of talk is that? I'm no worse than you." She still remembered the last time she'd given Ao Qing a thorough beating. Hearing Lu Shui's words, Ao Qing's mouth twitched slightly. "Young mistress, that was only because I didn't fight back. If I had truly retaliated, you'd likely have been beaten so badly you'd have been crying for your mother. Then I'd probably end up skinned and stewed into dragon soup." Unfortunately, Ao Qing could only voice these thoughts internally. Outwardly, he continued his persuasion, "Young mistress, the battlefield is truly dangerous. Besides, with Gu Chen and the others there, I'm sure they can handle it." Though he didn't know exactly how powerful they were, any force capable of compelling his master's wife, Yan Lingyun, to conquer every known star domain and concentrate her strength against them couldn't be weak. Ao Qing's words held some truth. Lu Shui pondered for a moment, and her urge to participate in the exhibition diminished considerably. Yet she still felt something was amiss. Was all this cultivation just so she could hide in the back when danger arose? At this moment, Lu Shui desperately wanted to ask her father herself. Was that truly the case? But Lu Daosheng was not by her side. Sigh. Lu Shui sighed, her figure slowly retreating from the area, a sense of loss lingering. Deep within the palace, Yan Lingyun, seated cross-legged on the ground, slowly opened her eyes. A complex mix of emotions flickered within them, tinged with a hint of relief. My daughter has grown up. However, as Ao Qing had said, she truly couldn't bear to watch Lu Shui participate in this great battle. Even though she knew sheltered flowers were no good. And though she was 90% certain, what if? What if some uncontrollable factor arose that even she hadn't anticipated? This was her only daughter. Lu Daosheng had entrusted Lu Shui to her care, and she had to be responsible for her. With this thought, Yan Lingyun drew a deep breath, her gaze turning icy as she fixed it upon the unknown frontier. Instantly, her terrifying gaze pierced the endless void, reaching directly to that place. A phantom figure stood there, its aura both mysterious and overwhelmingly powerful. Sensing Yan Lingyun's gaze, the shadowy figure instantly turned to look along the trajectory. Upon seeing Yan Lingyun, a flash of shock appeared in the phantom's eyes. "It's you! You're still alive." The apparition stared at Yan Lingyun as if seeing a ghost, its eyes brimming with disbelief. After the initial shock and doubt, a torrent of murderous intent surged forth. "Damned woman! This time, I'll shatter your soul and leave you no chance of survival." The furious roar echoed through the starry sky. A terrifying aura mingled with it, echoing endlessly across the starry expanse. Suddenly, the entire space began to shatter. The aura of the phantom figure no longer concealed its true nature, it was beyond the super-god realm. True self realm. Divine approach realm, divine being realm, divine king realm, divine sovereign realm, divine ruler realm, divine emperor realm, transcendent divine realm, true self realm, mortal transformation realm. Countless mighty beings who had already approached the unknown frontier were struck with utter dread upon sensing the aura of the true self realm. What they were about to face was an existence of this caliber. True self realm, this is going to be tough. Someone frowned deeply. "Heh, what's there to fear? Don't forget we still have His Majesty." A divine dynasty powerhouse snorted lightly, clearly dismissing the mysterious true self-realm expert. Hearing this, the others nodded in understanding. That makes sense. What is there to fear? Chapter 145, The Soul-Devouring Clan. With Her Majesty present, why fear a true self-realm expert? Not just one true self-realm expert, even if 3 came, they believed Her Majesty the Empress could still handle them. In that moment, their confidence surged once more. Even the elite warriors of Wasteland City nodded in agreement. After all, she was the city lord's wife. Though they'd never witnessed her in action, they reasoned that anyone deemed worthy by the city lord must possess formidable strength. Dealing with a mere true self-realm existence should be a piece of cake. Press forward. Seeing the group's confidence soar, Yunqi promptly gave the order. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the army and the group pressed on toward the unknown frontier. Yet the next moment, they were all dumbfounded. At the frontier. Buzz. A colossal wormhole suddenly materialized here. A terrifying aura poured out from within it. The Divine Dynasty's elite forces stationed in the distance witnessed this scene, cold sweat instantly breaking out on their brows. Could it be? Heh, you didn't think I'd come alone, did you? The shadowy figure sneered coldly. It was none other than Shi Chen, who had suddenly appeared at the unknown frontier 10,000 years ago. At this moment, Shi Chen's expression was savage. His hatred for Yan Lingyun ran deep to the bone. It was unimaginable what had transpired between them all those years ago. Just then, the wormhole behind him began to stir once more. Countless bizarre creatures surged violently from within. These creatures possessed bizarre appearances, lacking distinct bodies, only hideous faces and eerie tentacles remained. Apart from vaguely resembling humans in shape, they bore no resemblance to humanity whatsoever. Ha ha ha! An eerie laughter continuously emanated from these creatures, filling everyone present with profound revulsion. What on earth are these creatures? The crowd exchanged glances, yet all they saw were equally puzzled expressions. Not a single person present could identify their nature. This was getting a bit dicey. Fortunately, strength lies in numbers. Just as the crowd was puzzling over it, a stooped old man appeared in the center of the field. They are the soul-devouring clan. The aged voice rang out from the old man's lips. The voice was not loud, yet it echoed throughout the entire border. The soul-devouring clan. This race was utterly unfamiliar to everyone present. Elder, what exactly is the origin of this soul-devouring clan? Someone in the crowd asked. They found it hard to believe that such an extraordinary race could exist within the unknown star domain. Why had they never heard of them before? At that moment, the elder gazed at the spirit devourers in the distance, his expression filled with intense hatred. Look! The elder pointed toward the void surrounding the soul devourers. They saw that the surrounding void had begun to rot in an eerie manner, though no one knew when it had started. What on earth was happening? At that moment, the old man snarled, "These creatures are born solely to devour all surrounding energy. Their power grows at an alarming rate, turning everything in their path into a living hell. It is precisely because of this that they invade other star domains, rendering those domains uninhabitable after their conquest." Hearing the elder's explanation, everyone suddenly understood. So that's how it was. Simultaneously, they understood why Her Majesty the Empress had sought to conquer all known star systems over the years. Her rule was merely a disguised form of protecting these star systems. But why didn't Her Majesty the Empress simply state this openly? That way, they could unite all star systems without any losses to confront the so-called soul-devouring clan, greatly increasing their chances of victory. This thought crossed the minds of more than one person present. Yet they didn't know that Yan Lingyun had considered this very same approach. But doing so was utterly unrealistic. For when danger has yet to arrive, no one is willing to relinquish their own interests. It was simply impossible. So Yan Lingyun chose the simplest, most expedient method. Violence. She forcibly united all star domains through sheer strength. Clearly, Yan Lingyun had largely succeeded. Had it not been for the sudden emergence of the Wasteland City, the entire known star domain might already have been incorporated into the Divine Dynasty's territory. But how did Her Majesty the Empress know that the unknown star domains harbored such an evil and powerful race? And who exactly was this old man before them? Just as someone was about to inquire about the old man's identity, he had already vanished from his spot. Without further thought, everyone immediately tensed up and fixed their gaze on the spirit-devouring clan before them. At that moment, the eerie soul-devouring tribe members continued pouring out from the wormhole. Among them were numerous experts, including no shortage of Divine Emperor realm powerhouses. This meant their previous advantage in numbers and strength was now completely gone. Realizing this, worry began to cloud their expressions. Simultaneously, forces from other unknown border regions began to partially converge here in support. The garrison forces stationed here to defend the border were simply insufficient to withstand such a terrifying spirit-devouring clan army. After all, the enemy possessed beings above the super god realm. Just then, the elite warriors of the Wasteland City and a contingent of Divine Dynasty forces finally arrived at the scene. Gazing upon the terrifying spirit-devouring clan army at the unknown boundary and the Divine Dynasty forces facing them across the vast expanse, everyone was overcome with shock. Upon seeing the reinforcements, the Divine Dynasty generals stationed here finally breathed a sigh of relief. Heaven knew how immense the pressure on him had been. Though he possessed super god realm strength, facing the soul devourers before him, he truly had not a shred of confidence. The gap was simply too vast. Seeing the strength of the reinforcements arriving, damn it. A war god, a sword god, and even a blade god. This lineup was nothing short of extravagant. If they couldn't prevail even with such forces, then he truly had no excuse. On behalf of His Majesty, I extend our deepest gratitude for your assistance. General Yan, their target encompasses all star domains. How could we stand idly by? Meanwhile, in the distance, Shi Chen also frowned deeply. He never imagined the strength here would reach such a level. They were nearly on par with the soul devourers now. After all, the price the soul devouring clan paid for their might was the utter annihilation of countless star domains. What was the story behind these powerful beings before him? Where could there possibly be enough resources here to sustain such powerful beings? Shi Chen was utterly perplexed. Within the divine dynasty, Yan Lingyun let out a soft chuckle before withdrawing her gaze. For now, it seemed her intervention wasn't necessary. In truth, she now deeply regretted her actions from years past. She regretted her arrogance and self-satisfaction back then. Reborn here, she had swiftly risen through her innate talent and the hidden resources left behind. She had become what was known as an unrivaled existence in that era. The Supreme God. And thus, the Supreme God Star Domain came to be. Originally, all she needed to do was develop steadily and ascend into the Wood Immortal Realm. Within the Wood Immortal Realm, she had her own plans. Soaring to the heavens was no joke. Unfortunately, what she hadn't anticipated was a deadly threat suddenly emerging from the unknown frontier. Chapter 146, Peak Mortal Realm. Sensing the heart-stopping aura emanating from the unknown star domain, Yan Lingyun of that lifetime hesitated not a moment. She plunged alone into the unknown star domain. Even though she knew that no one who had ever entered the unknown star domain had ever emerged alive. Ha ha ha, another one coming to meet their doom. No sooner had she entered the unknown star domain than a voice brimming with malevolence echoed through the void. Hearing the voice, Yan Lingyun's brows furrowed slightly. I'll give you 3 breaths. Get the hell out of here immediately. Accompanied by Yan Lingyun's unique aura, the voice echoed relentlessly from all directions. Yet the surroundings now were worlds apart from the outside. Everything appeared utterly devoid of spiritual essence. This was no place for normal living beings to survive. A moment of silence hung heavy in the air, deepening the eerie atmosphere. It's been a long time since I've seen someone so arrogant. Suddenly, the space before him split open. In the next instant, a shadowy figure materialized in the arena. Seeing this creature with such an odd form, Yan Lingyun's already slightly angry expression grew even colder. You're responsible for the commotion here, aren't you? Yan Lingyun's icy voice echoed slowly. Hearing this, the creature burst into loud laughter. Indeed, it was I. My purpose is to lead my kind to devour everything. All that exists in this world should belong to. A savage voice continued to pour from its mouth, yet the words were cut short. Boom! Its form recoiled violently, a foul-smelling liquid slowly seeping from its body. Back where she stood, Yan Lingyun calmly withdrew her fist. For this worthless creature before her, she had nothing more to say. You! Very well, woman. You have successfully drawn the wrath of my soul-devouring clan. Shi Chen's face twisted into a ferocious grimace as he glared at Yan Lingyun in the distance. A torrent of rage surged within him. He couldn't recall the last time he'd been this enraged. At this moment, he only hoped the woman before him possessed some real strength. Otherwise, her death would be utterly uninteresting. The soul-devouring clan? Yan Lingyun murmured suddenly, her gaze fixed on Shi Chen, who was still ranting in the distance. Yan Lingyun had no recollection whatsoever of this soul-devouring clan. It could only be said that in this vast and boundless world, there was nothing strange enough to surprise her. What? Scared by the name of my soul-devourers? Ha 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 ha. Too bad it's already too late. Shi Chen continued his taunts. He desperately wanted to see even the slightest flicker of fear in Yan Lingyun's eyes. That was what he loved to see most. Alas, there was none. In the distance, Yan Lingyun shook her head slightly. She felt no desire whatsoever to communicate with the Shiling tribe creature before her. The soul-devouring clan, huh? From this day forward, you cease to exist. Yan Lingyun said in a calm voice. In the next instant, a terrifying aura surged violently from within her body. Boom! In an instant, the entire space shattered violently. Yet the terrifying shockwaves did not cease. Instead, they began spreading relentlessly in all directions. Witnessing this scene, Shi Chen froze in place. Then, a flicker of fear slowly surfaced from the depths of his eyes. This woman truly intended to destroy this place. Madwoman! At that moment, Yan Lingyun's gaze suddenly turned toward him. Instantly, a profound sense of danger surged within him. Unbeatable. Run! Shi Chen didn't hesitate, turning and fleeing. Trying to escape now? Too late. With a thunderous boom, Yan Lingyun charged straight toward Shi Chen. Her speed was terrifying. Shi Chen, frantically fleeing, sensed the commotion behind him and executed a dramatic glance over his shoulder. Damn it! Do you truly hold no regard for my Shiling clan? Shi Chen roared as he fled. Yet Yan Lingyun remained utterly unmoved, her eyes instead flashing with even more intense killing intent. Seeing Yan Lingyun showed no intention of sparing him, Shi Chen's expression twisted into a savage grimace. Buzz. Space began to warp, and Shi Chen's speed surged violently. Go ahead and chase me. If you don't, I'd actually be disappointed. Thus, the two engaged in a relentless chase, swiftly reaching the heartland of the soul-devouring clan's domain. The soul-devouring realm. Here, the landscape appeared void, yet it was filled with countless bizarre structures. Suddenly, Yan Lingyun halted, turning her cold gaze to the side. Whoosh! Space split open, and a colossal figure slowly stepped forth. Its aura caused the surrounding space to tremble incessantly. So you're the one who wants to annihilate my soul-devouring clan? A vicious voice boomed. Boom! Instantly, the surrounding space began to hum. Countless soul devourers suddenly materialized in the arena. Their numbers reached tens of millions, and even now, the spirit-devouring clan's ranks continued to swell. Surrounded by the seemingly endless horde of soul devourers, Yan Lingyun's expression turned serious. Ha 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 ha! You think you can destroy my soul-devouring clan? What makes you think you're worthy? At that moment, Shi Chen suddenly reappeared in the arena. Lord Ren, this woman doesn't even regard our soul-devouring clan with respect. Destroy her now! Gazing upon Shi Chen's revolting visage, Yan Lingyun's eyes blazed with murderous intent. Die! Boom! A force of overwhelming might surged directly toward Shi Chen. Sensing the terrifying might of this force, countless spirit devourers present were instantly seized by dread. Such a formidable power existed outside their world. Shi Ren, the Shiling clan member, also wore a grave expression. Boom! An explosion echoed. Shi Ren suddenly stood before Shi Chen, blocking Yan Lingyun's attack. Peak mortal realm. Even Yan Lingyun couldn't help but furrow her brows upon witnessing his strength. Such an existence, if it were to reach the outside world, would undoubtedly be unmatched. Then, the endless star domain would surely be plunged into utter devastation. At this thought, Yan Lingyun's fists slowly clenched. Simultaneously, a terrifying aura began to seep out from within her. It was strikingly identical to Shi Ren's aura. Peak mortal realm? Impossible. Beside her, Shi Chen gasped in shock. His eyes brimmed with disbelief. In his view, such a formidable power could only exist among their own Shiling clan. Could this woman be a Shiling clan member disguised as a human? It must be said, Shi Chen's train of thought was truly peculiar. If Yan Lingyun ever discovered this thought, she'd likely annihilate Shi Chen 10,000 times over and still feel it wasn't enough. Lord Ren, what should we do now? At this moment, Shi Chen felt a flicker of retreat. Hearing Shi Chen's words, Shi Ren beside him wore a grave expression. Have the other clan members withdraw first. All those above the breaker of God's realm remain. Shi Ren remained confident when facing Yan Lingyun alone. If they couldn't take down a single person with so many of them, the Shiling clan would be utterly disgraced. The order fell. The surrounding Shiling clan members began to slowly retreat. Yet at that moment, Yan Lingyun suddenly began walking toward them. Chapter 147, ready to face you anytime. Aren't you soul devourers supposed to be so formidable? Yan Lingyun's voice was calm as she steadily approached. With each step, every soul devourer present felt a tremor in their hearts. A terrifying sense of oppression. Boom! Yan Lingyun unleashed a sudden punch. Instantly, thunderous roars echoed as a fist-shaped beam, infused with the aura of destruction, surged toward the countless soul devourers. Witnessing this terrifying strike, Shi Ren's expression grew grim. Countless soul devourers were utterly terrified. Lord Ren! Ah! Help us! Block it! Shi Ren charged directly toward the fist beam. Simultaneously, an invisible force began to emanate from his body. An explosive crack echoed. A figure was violently flung backward through the void. It was Shi Ren. Blood trickled continuously from the corners of his mouth. At the same cultivation level, he hadn't even managed to block a single strike. What kind of monster was this? Meanwhile, the Shiling tribe members present had finally retreated entirely, leaving only their elite forces behind. Yet now, Shi Ren bitterly regretted his decision. Forget about clan members above the breaker of God's realm, even he himself had no confidence whatsoever. What could he possibly use to fight this monstrous woman before him? At that moment, Shi Chen appeared before Shi Ren. Lord Ren. Shi Ren shook his head, then turned his gaze back to Yan Lingyun in the distance. In that moment, it finally dawned on him why this woman possessed such audacious confidence to venture alone into the territory of the Shiling clan. Such power was truly unheard of. Without further hesitation, Shi Ren crushed the jade talisman in his hand. In the next instant, a beam of light shot skyward. Can't beat me, so you're calling for backup? Yan Lingyun watched Shi Ren's actions without the slightest intention of intervening. Such was her confidence. Leave now, and you still have time. Shi Ren said calmly. Beside him, Shi Chen fixed his gaze on Yan Lingyun in the void, his eyes burning with undisguised murderous intent. Alas, his strength was insufficient. Even Lord Ren couldn't handle this woman. How could he, a mere novice in the mortal realm, possibly stand a chance? But his inadequacy didn't mean the entire Shiling clan was incapable. Boom! At that moment, the space in the arena split open once more. A soul devourer with a single leg sprouting from its head materialized in the arena. Shen Jin. Also at the peak of the mortal realm. So it was you who dared to offend my soul-devouring clan? Shi Jin scanned the area, instantly locking onto Yan Lingyun, who stood suspended in the void. His expression trembled slightly. Her aura was completely unmasked. peak mortal realm? How could that be possible? Such an existence existed in the outside world. Shi Jin's brow furrowed deeply. At that moment, Shi Ren and Shi Chen arrived beside Shi Jin. This woman is no ordinary being. At her words, Shi Jin snorted lightly. So what? Suddenly, the surrounding space began to violently tremble. In the next instant, countless dense, eerie runes materialized out of thin air across the battlefield. Simultaneously, a mysterious force surged toward Yanlingyun in the distance. All together! A voice echoed from the void. Upon hearing this, Shi Ren and the others hesitated no longer. Boom! The three charged directly toward Yanlingyun. Thud! 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 The sounds of combat erupted incessantly. The scene instantly turned into utter chaos. 1 against 3. No! The void trembled as a shadowy figure slowly materialized. It was Shi Hung of the Soul-Devouring clan. The mysterious power from earlier had originated from his hands. Now, with Shi Hung joining the fray, it was 4 against Yanlingyun. Yet Yanlingyun didn't retreat a single step, trading blows with the 4 with relentless intensity. Boom! At that moment, Shi Hung unleashed another surge of power. Terrifying force surged forth from the surrounding space, causing the entire void to tremble violently. Thus, after an unknown span of time, a piercing scream echoed through the air. Shi Chen was the first to break down, retreating from the battle. Meanwhile, the expressions of the remaining 3 turned grim. The 4 of them, and they couldn't even take down this woman before them. Could such a terrifying existence truly exist in this world? Summon your clan leader. Yanlingyun suddenly demanded coldly. Hearing this, the others froze, their expressions darkening further. What? Afraid to show yourselves? A moment of silence hung heavy in the air. Then, a savage laugh erupted from the void. How amusing, truly amusing. It's always been my soul-devouring clan invading others. This is the first time anyone has dared to intrude upon our territory and run rampant. Crisp footsteps echoed. From afar, a figure strikingly human in form slowly approached. The Shiling clan chieftain, Shiling. Chief. Upon seeing the Shiling clan chief, Shi Ren and the others looked somewhat excited. They hadn't expected the chief to emerge from seclusion so soon. Chief, you must take action for us. At that moment, Shi Chen rushed to the chief of the soul-devouring clan, his face etched with profound sorrow. However, Shiling paid no heed to Shi Chen before him. Instead, his gaze fixed intently upon Yanlingyun in the distant void. You seem quite powerful. A smile flickered across Shiling's face, though to others, it appeared utterly monstrous. You seem rather weak. Yanlingyun said in a calm voice. Instantly, Shiling's smile froze solid, replaced by a face twisted with viciousness. Meanwhile, Shi Ren and the others had retreated to Shiling's side without anyone noticing. And so, an epic battle commenced. The battle shattered half of the soul-devouring realm. Countless soul-devourers perished in the battle's devastating shockwaves. In the end, Yanlingyun fought 5 foes single-handedly, striking terror into the entire soul-devouring clan. Yet Yanlingyun ultimately fell, defeated by the terrain. Within the soul-devouring realm, the soul-devourer was virtually immortal. No matter how many times Yanlingyun shattered the soul-devourer, it would always resurrect through the sacrifices of countless soul-devourer tribe members. And the devouring spirits did so without regret. To them, sacrificing themselves for their clan leader was an immense honor. Ha 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 ha! Woman, you cannot kill me. After your death, I shall devour your entire world. The soul-devourer's shrill voice echoed relentlessly through the void. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted. Yanlingyun stumbled back several steps. Her aura was no longer as formidable as it had been at the start. Huff! Yanlingyun's expression darkened, especially when she saw the spirit devourer's arrogant face. In the end, Yanlingyun chose mutual destruction. A world-ending explosion erupted. The entire soul-devouring realm was devastated. Ah! You madman! Within the Divine Dynasty Palace, Yanlingyun snapped back to reality. Back then, she had underestimated her opponent. This time, she would not repeat that mistake. You like ganging up on people, don't you? You like sacrifices, don't you? You want to play? Fine. I'll play along. I'll see just what you've got to fight me with. At that moment, a mysterious aura began to seep slowly from Yanlingyun's body. It was the sign of her imminent transcendence. Chapter 148, Victories Pour In. Meanwhile, at the unknown frontier. At that moment, the colossal wormhole finally began to close. Yet not a trace of joy appeared on anyone's face. For this signaled that the soul-devouring clan's army had fully assembled. The great battle was about to erupt. In the distance, Shi Chen cast a deep, piercing glance toward the direction of the Shin Dynasty Empire. His expression then twisted into a savage grimace as he roared, "Men, kill! Devour this entire star domain!" As the words fell, the entire soul-devourer army erupted in a deafening roar. A terrifying aura swept toward them like a raging storm. In that instant, the entire unknown frontier transformed into a forbidden realm. Countless terrifying auras intertwined ceaselessly, causing the void itself to tremble violently. As the soul-devouring clan's forces pressed forward, the Divine Dynasty's generals and the Wasteland City's defenders roared in unison, "Slay the alien race! Kill!" Boom! Instantly, a terrifying battle intent surged skyward, shattering the heavens. At the forefront, Yun Qi, radiating an earth-shaking battle intent, charged to the very front lines. The war god stood his ground, demonstrating the true meaning of one man holding the pass against 10,000. Witnessing Yun Qi's valor, the others' blood boiled with fervor. Charged together. Gu Chen and his companions roared in unison. With the top-tier forces of the Wasteland City joining the fray, the entire soul-devouring clan was genuinely halted for a moment. The terrifying pressure emanating from the soul-devouring clan was now being forcibly torn apart by the Lu family army led by Yun Qi. Yet, this respite proved fleeting. The soul-devouring clan possessed genuine power, having devoured so many star domains. Even though Shi Chen hadn't yet made his move, the soul devourers still had a vast number of super god realm experts holding the front lines. In mere moments, they used their sheer numerical advantage to forcibly block Yun Qi and the others' advance. Sensing the battlefield's shifting tide, the group's expressions instantly grew grave. At this rate, they would never be able to hold back the soul-devouring clan. At that moment, the rock god general suddenly roared, "Everyone, hold on just a little longer." His super god-level aura swiftly radiated across the entire battlefield. Hearing this, the others began to exert themselves. The sword intent within Huang Shou's body suddenly began to surge violently. Visibly, it shifted from a pale yellow to a deep crimson hue. As the number of souls slain by the sword in Huang Shou's hand grew ever greater, finally, with a thunderous boom, Han Shou's sword intent was completely transformed. Slaughter sword intent. At that moment, a terrifying aura of slaughter surged relentlessly from Huang Shou's body. Sword cuts through the starry river. Shoo! A terrifying sword beam suddenly appeared from the center of the battlefield, relentlessly advancing toward the spirit-devouring clan. Wherever it passed, no life remained. This single strike forcibly carved a bloody path. Witnessing this, the morale of the entire group soared. "Brother Huang, what splendid swordsmanship!" Amidst the surrounding praise, Huang Shou's face showed no trace of joy. Instead, his expression grew grave as he turned his gaze toward the other side of the battlefield. At that moment, his expression abruptly changed, and he retreated frantically. Boom! The spot where Aru had just stood vanished into nothingness. Seeing this, Araki's expression grew grave. Before he could react, a dark shadow materialized before him in an instant. Die! Thud! A dull thud echoed. Hangzhou stumbled backward, his gaze fixed on the crack forming along the blade of his sword. Slowly, he lifted his head. Before him stood a peak super god realm soul devourer, gazing at him with a hint of mockery. Sword intent reaching godhood, is that so impressive? Truth be told, we've slaughtered not just sword gods, but even war gods of our Shiling clan. Hearing such brazen words, Huang Shou slowly stepped forward. Endless sword intent instantly coalesced from the surrounding void. You should not have revealed yourself. Huang Shou spoke coldly. Hearing this, the Shiling clan powerhouse before him shrank back in terror. Just then, a voice echoed in his ear. Retreat immediately. When he looked at Huang Shou again, a flicker of fear had appeared in his eyes. Don't give me a chance. With that, the figure vanished from the spot once more. Witnessing this, Huang Shou shook his head slightly. It's too late to leave now. A deafening sword cry pierced the air. A blood-soaked figure materialized not far before Aruga. It was the very same Shiling clan powerhouse from moments before. Sword. Sword domain. You. The terror in his eyes was almost tangible. Trapped within the sword domain, his figure had nowhere to hide. His once proud advantage vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, several super god-level soul devourers on the battlefield were rapidly closing in. Clearly, these soul devourers weren't mindless creatures, they understood strategy. Brother Huang, strike freely. We'll cover you. The shouts of Wei and the others reached his ears, and a barely perceptible smile flashed across Huang Shou's face. Fixing his gaze once more on the spirit-devouring clan warrior before him, his eyes instantly filled with murderous intent. He felt fortunate that this creature had chosen him first. Had it been anyone else, he couldn't even imagine how gruesomely his comrades would have perished. Focus. Huang Shou spoke slowly. Instantly, countless terrifying sword intents coalesced from the surroundings into his hand. Simultaneously, an intangible domain gradually manifested its true form around his entire body. This was his sword domain. Though he had long since grasped its essence, he had scarcely ever employed it in daily life. As his sword path reached divine mastery, he had fully developed his sword domain. Had he not encountered this formidable opponent before him, he would never have realized the true power his sword domain possessed. Go! The command echoed as a terrifying strike, condensed with the ultimate sword intent, surged toward the spirit-devouring clan powerhouse at an indescribable speed. In its wake, a hideous spatial scar emerged from the void. It was a manifestation of overwhelming power. The clan chief avenged me. Ah! A piercing scream echoed as the soul-devouring clan powerhouse met his end. This marked the first fall of a super god realm-level powerhouse in the entire arena and one who stood above even the super god realm. This act undoubtedly instilled immense confidence in the forces of the Divine Dynasty and the Wasteland City. Simultaneously, Yun Qi led the Lu family army to tear open a massive breach in the soul-devouring clan's ranks. Had the numerical disparity between Yun Qi's forces and the soul-devouring clan's army not been so vast, one might have believed Yun Qi alone, with his single regiment, could single-handedly wipe out the entire soul-devouring clan. Far away, Shi Chen, standing in the void, wore a grim expression. He had never anticipated the creatures here would prove so tenacious. This was the first time the soul-devouring clan had set foot here. Long ago, this place had been marked as their next target. Alas, just as they were about to act, they encountered a madwoman. That madwoman, Yan Lingyun, had forced the soul devourers into endless years of dormancy. Only now had they resumed their path of devouring. Thus, Yan Lingyun was not merely despised by Shi Chen, the entire soul-devouring clan harbored an intense hatred for her. Chapter 149, Do you think my divine dynasty is without men? Yet even after so many years of recuperation, the Shiling clan's foundational strength remained far from fully restored. Had they possessed their former might, annihilating this force before them while not effortless would certainly not have been this arduous. And now, the outcome of this battle remained uncertain. His gaze shifted once more toward the depths of the Divine Dynasty Empire, and Shi Chen's fists slowly clenched. At that moment, Yan Lingyun's domineering, icy voice echoed in his ears. If you dare to act now, this emperor will immediately invade your soul-devouring realm. Go ahead and try. Hearing this, Shi Chen's expression darkened. Woman, you just wait. Shi Chen's face twisted into a ferocious grimace as he gritted his teeth. But there was nothing he could do. The terror from that battle years ago still echoed in his heart. This woman wasn't just a monster, she was a madwoman, truly capable of anything. If he hadn't fled swiftly back then, he would likely have perished in that cataclysm. Yet, though he was powerless against Yan Lingyun, he wasn't alone. As if struck by an idea, Shi Chen's lips suddenly curved into a faint smile. His gaze drifted, seemingly by chance, toward another direction. That was precisely where Shani, the Divine Dynasty's foremost divine general, held his ground. What was his confidence rooted in? Naturally, it was their clan chieftain. Within the Shiling clan, Shiling was their god. In their eyes, there was nothing Shiling couldn't accomplish. Even if the Shiling of that era was no match for Yan Lingyun in terms of power. But that was then. Over the years, their clan chief's power had only grown stronger. Look at Yan Lingyun, though. Back then, they had even believed Yan Lingyun was dead, with only the soul devourer harboring some doubts. Now, though Yan Lingyun has reappeared, they refuse to believe she emerged unscathed from that ordeal. For if she were truly unscathed, she would have long since returned to their Shiling realm to seek vengeance. Of course, these were merely Shi Chen's speculations. He dared not provoke Yan Lingyun completely at this moment. What if he was wrong? Good fortune wouldn't always be on his side. With that thought, Shi Chen gave a faint snort and turned his indifferent gaze toward the battlefield. At that moment, the battlefield showed no significant changes. The top-tier combatants were evenly matched in strength. After all, among peers, those who can truly dominate and crush others are few and far between. Take Aruga, for instance, he is a genius among geniuses. Moreover, this was largely due to strategic advantages. Yet at that very moment, Shi Chen's expression abruptly changed. What? Following Shi Chen's gaze, they saw a super god-level devouring spirit clan warrior locked in combat with a Divine Dynasty powerhouse. Yet in the next instant, a flash of black light erupted, and the devouring spirit clan warrior's head was severed clean off. The black light didn't pause, instantly darting toward the next battlefield. Witnessing this, Shi Chen urgently warned, "Watch out." But it was already too late. Whoosh! Another Shiling clan warrior's head was severed. Ah! Damn it! Though the soul-devouring clan boasted many powerful warriors, they couldn't withstand such relentless slaughter. Who could it be? On the battlefield, the Divine Dynasty forces also wore puzzled expressions. Could there truly be another warrior of such terrifying prowess on their side? Consider this, due to the presence of these soul-devouring clan warriors, the entire battlefield had begun to undergo subtle yet profound transformations. The surrounding space had been completely devoured, reduced to nothingness. Such an environment naturally favored the soul-devouring clan, but for their own side, it presented a distinct disadvantage. To maintain such speed under these conditions was no wonder everyone was shocked. Just then, several top-tier spirit devourers suddenly shifted their positions. In the next instant, they anticipated the black light's trajectory and closed in, surrounding it completely. Oh dear, we've been spotted. A light chuckle echoed as a familiar figure slowly materialized. None other than Enxing, leader of the Wasteland Root Organization. At this moment, Enxing wore a broad, satisfied smile. Void? Heh, sorry to disappoint. Back in the day, I treated the Void Realm like my own backyard. That mere void not only failed to affect me, it actually granted me buffs. The soul-devouring clan consumed the energy from the surrounding void, transforming it into a realm of nothingness. Yet within that void, I could draw power. To put it dramatically, his current strength surpassed his usual self by several degrees. Humph. I won't give you another chance. Die. At that moment, the spirit-devouring clan's elite warriors suddenly charged toward Enxing. Their aura of super god realm power was utterly unmasked. Facing the encirclement of several peers, Enxing's face showed not a trace of fear. Instead, he almost smiled. Hey, you don't really think you can catch me, do you? Enxing remarked with a hint of mockery. As the words fell, a black domain field instantly radiated outward from Enxing's center, expanding to encompass tens of thousands of miles. A domain. Another domain. Witnessing this, the faces of the several Shiling clan powerhouses turned as sour as if they'd eaten. Crucially, this was no ordinary domain. Unlike a sword domain, this was a special domain. Deep within his own domain, Enxing had vanished without a trace, leaving only his infuriating voice echoing. Since you've entered, you're not leaving. Enjoy yourselves thoroughly within my void. Immediately, countless bizarre forces surged toward the spirit-devouring clan experts. Far away, Gu Chen and the others witnessed this scene and instantly breathed a sigh of relief, a smile spreading across their faces. No need to worry about him. Enxing never does anything without being certain of the outcome. Awei nodded in agreement, then swung his blade forward with a fierce slash. Shoo! Instantly, countless soul devourers met a gruesome end. The Divine Dynasty's forces beamed with delight. This wasteland city was damn reliable, every last one of them was a talent. Beyond the battlefield, Shi Chen's face showed no trace of anger. He merely watched calmly as his own powerful allies kept suffering unexpected setbacks. Had they given up? That was naturally impossible. At that moment, another space-time wormhole abruptly opened, slowly unfurling from the void beside him. Instantly, the expressions of those from the Divine Dynasty and the Wasteland City flinched slightly. Could it be? No way? At that moment, Shi Chen suddenly sneered coldly. You didn't think my Shiling clan only possessed this level of power, did you? In the next instant, countless Shiling clan warriors surged forth from the wormhole. This Shiling clan force was even more terrifying than the one on the battlefield, truly the clan's elite vanguard. Boom! Instantly, a terrifying aura once again crushed down upon the battlefield. In an instant, the forces of the Divine Dynasty's wasteland city began retreating one after another. The sheer pressure of their presence was overwhelming. Witnessing this scene, Huang Shou and the others furrowed their brows. Could they truly be losing? Though they were confident in their own strength, the overall disparity in power between the two sides was simply too great now. Unless. Just as everyone's expressions grew grave, the Divine Dynasty's rock god general let out a slight sigh of relief. The next moment, a voice of unparalleled arrogance echoed from the depths of the void. Do you truly believe my Divine Dynasty lacks capable men? A thunderous roar echoed. The space behind them suddenly cracked open, and one by one, figures slowly materialized from within. Chapter 150, The God of Support. Seeing the figures tearing through the void behind them, the Divine Dynasty's people were overcome with excitement. They're divine generals. Divine generals of our Divine Dynasty Empire. Sword Divine General, Shepherd Divine General, they've all come. Leading the group was none other than the sword god of the Divine Dynasty, Xin. His face twisted into a fierce grimace as he faced the overwhelming hordes of the devouring spirit clan. Not a trace of fear flickered in his eyes, yet the divine sword in his grasp trembled violently. Those who dare to trespass upon the lands of the Divine Dynasty shall be punished, no matter how far they flee. Kill! Xin roared with fury, then plunged directly into the battlefield, sword in hand. Instantly, the sword stirred up a storm. Countless terrifying sword intents tore through the battlefield. Witnessing this spectacle, the people of Huangcheng were left utterly stunned. The Divine Dynasty truly could not be underestimated. They actually possessed such formidable power. None were more exhilarated than Huang Shou. Gazing upon Xin, who wielded the divine sword and slaughtered enemies in all directions, Huang Shou's face glowed with excitement. Were it not for the ongoing battle, he would have drawn his sword immediately to spar with this female sword goddess. Behind them, seeing the second divine general Xin already charging forward with his sword drawn, the other divine generals hesitated no longer. They unleashed their divine abilities and plunged into the fray. With the addition of several super god realm generals from the Divine Dynasty, the tide of battle began to shift subtly. The soul-devouring clan began retreating step by step. Yet even so, the people of the Divine Dynasty's Huang City showed no sign of joy. For the reinforcements sent by the soul-devouring clan had yet to engage. At the border, Shi Chen, having witnessed the might of the Divine Dynasty's generals, sneered with contempt. Apart from Xin, who barely met his standards, the rest were nothing more than ants in his eyes. Men, charge! Shi Chen gave the order. Instantly, the soul-devouring clan reinforcements, fresh from the void wormhole, charged directly into the fray. Boom! At that moment, the void began to shatter relentlessly. Clearly, the sheer terror of this battle was overwhelming, and the starry expanse itself was struggling to hold. On the other side, Muyu stood in the void, his expression calm as he watched the terrifying Shiling tribe army surge into the battlefield. Suddenly, the staff in his hand began to vibrate. Immediately, ancient incantations began to flow from Muyu's lips. After an unknown span of time, countless dense runes suddenly appeared across the entire battlefield. In the next instant, the countless runes began to glow and radiate heat. Healing power. In an instant, countless wounded soldiers felt their stamina surge back, and even their wounds began to heal without the need to channel divine power. Witnessing this, the Divine Dynasty's forces erupted in cheers. It's the Shepherd God! It's the Shepherd God! Indeed, Muyu may not excel in combat, but when it comes to commanding the battlefield, he is the very embodiment of the god of support. At that moment, the morale of the entire Divine Dynasty army skyrocketed. Countless soldiers fought with the ferocity of 10 men, slaughtering enemies with reckless abandon. Meanwhile, Muyu's staff continued to swing relentlessly. The next moment, a deep rumbling sound echoed. A colossal magical formation enveloped the entire battlefield, appearing before everyone's eyes. All members of the Divine Dynasty's Wasteland City forces within the array instantly felt an unceasing surge of power welling up from within their bodies. Battle power enhancement. Even the people of Huangchang were utterly shocked by this sensation. The Divine Dynasty actually possessed such talent. On a distant battlefield, Wei stared intently at Muyu beyond the fray. Suddenly, Gu Chen materialized beside him. Brother Wei, any thoughts? Gu Chen wiped the blood from his face and smiled faintly. Hearing this, Wei smiled faintly and nodded. I believe our wasteland city should have such a figure too. I think if the city lord were to see this, he'd feel the same way. Wei's words made perfect sense. Gu Chen nodded thoughtfully. But this was the city lord's wife's man. Wait a minute. My perspective was too narrow, far too narrow. The lady and the city lord are family. So isn't the lady's person also the city lord's person? And isn't that person also part of the wasteland city? Realizing this, Gu Chen's face broke into a smile. He then cast a meaningful glance toward Muyu, who stood outside the battlefield. Brother Wei, no need to rush. Once we've wiped out the soul-devouring clan, I'll handle this person. Hearing Gu Chen's confident words, Wei felt puzzled but said nothing, merely nodding in agreement. At that moment, in the void, Muyu's brow suddenly furrowed. Someone was watching her? No need to guess, it must be the soul-devouring clan. After all, her purpose was already quite obvious. Unless the other party was a fool, they absolutely wouldn't leave her unchecked. Instantly, Muyu's expression turned grave as she fixed her gaze upon the soul devourers, particularly Shi Chen. Shi Chen, sensing Muyu's gaze, immediately interpreted it as a provocation. Damn it, I wasn't even planning to acknowledge you, and now you're getting cocky. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out beside him. Shi Chen, kill that woman first. Hearing this, Shi Chen hesitated no longer. With a single command, 6 super god-level spirit devourers instantly materialized before him. Master! Shi Chen pointed at Muyu in the distant starry sky, his voice dripping with murderous intent. At any cost, kill that woman. He had realized it now. With that woman present, the enemy's overall strength had surged by half. This figure was truly terrifying. Originally, his side held a massive advantage after reinforcements arrived, but with that woman wielding the staff present, they were now showing signs of retreat. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the 6 Shiling clan elites vanished without a trace. On the battlefield, Jian Xian's brow furrowed slightly before he prepared to move. At that moment, several Spirit Devourer clan Super God Realm experts suddenly materialized around him. Their intent was unmistakable. Seeing this, Jian Xian's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Boom! Instantly, Jian Xian and his opponents clashed in combat. But their objective was already achieved, they had successfully pinned Jian Xian down. At that moment, the others on the battlefield also sensed the Soul Devourer's intent. Glancing around the battlefield, they were shocked to discover that every single person had been pinned down by the Soul Devourer's powerful warriors. Witnessing this, the group inwardly cursed their misfortune. If Muyu were to meet with misfortune now, their morale would plummet. While their elite forces might endure, their lower-tier combatants would suffer devastating blows. Even if they won the battle then, it would hold little significance. Gu Chen! Wei suddenly shouted. Hearing Wei's voice, Gu Chen immediately turned to look at him. Go protect that woman. Leave this to me. Hearing this, Gu Chen's brows furrowed deeply. He was currently facing 2 Super God Realm experts. Wei, meanwhile, was facing 3 Super God Realm experts. While he felt no pressure, extricating himself from this situation would be no simple feat. After all, as one advanced in cultivation realm, the gaps between practitioners grew increasingly narrow. Unless someone was severely overrated, achieving overwhelming dominance at the same level required being a true prodigy. Chapter 151, The Rear Guard is about to be sliced. Yet clearly, none of these spirit-devouring clan powerhouses were lacking in substance. Having devoured so many resource star domains, any further weakness would be utterly inexcusable. Thus, it must be said that the soul devourers were arguably the most formidable foes they had ever faced. Away, are you certain? Gu Chen asked, his expression grave. The rear guard was about to be cut off, and he was understandably anxious. Though he wasn't alone, everyone present shared his urgency. But the soul devourers were relentless. Leveraging their overwhelming numbers, they had managed to tie up all their elite fighters. Though it wouldn't last long, these were 6 super god realm experts. At that very moment, the 6 spirit devourers suddenly materialized near Mu Yu and immediately charged toward her. Witnessing this, hearts in the battlefield leapt to throats. Ding! A crisp sound rang out. Countless light shields instantly materialized around Mu Yu. Seeing this, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. But before they could celebrate, a sudden crack echoed through the air. This might not hold. Inside the shields, Mu Yu's expression grew grave. Her situation wasn't looking good. Her gaze swept across the battlefield, only to find that no one was free to assist her. Even the most agile Xing was now trapped by the soul devourers, who had resorted to a costly secret technique to immobilize him. Could it be she was about to sacrifice herself? The thought lingered for a moment before Mu Yu slowly closed his eyes. The next instant, the staff in his hand began to hum once more. Simultaneously, the buffs on the battlefield grew increasingly potent. Visibly, Mu Yu's complexion grew increasingly pallid. Mu Yu, don't do anything foolish. On the battlefield, Jian Xian suddenly roared in anger. The several Shiling tribe experts facing Jian Xian wore expressions of extreme gravity. Fighting at the same level, this woman was incredibly strong, almost overwhelming them. Her sword was too sharp. Yet even so, they remained positioned to shield this woman. Don't even think about it. That woman is as good as dead. One of the spirit-devouring clan's elite bared his teeth in a chilling grin. Hearing this, Jian Xian's face twisted into a savage grimace. If anything happens to her, I'll make your entire soul-devouring clan pay with their lives. Ha 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 ha. With just you? None of the soul devourers took Jian Xian's threat seriously. Meanwhile, the light shield surrounding Mu Yu was on the verge of shattering completely. Yet, Mu Yu showed not a trace of fear. What was there to fear? At worst, she would die. It was only a pity she wouldn't live to see His Majesty utterly annihilate the soul-devouring clan. Boom! Finally, the light shield shattered. Without a moment's hesitation, the 6 spirit-devouring clan elites, radiating intense murderous intent, charged directly at Mu Yu. No! Seeing this, Jian Xian roared in frustration. With a thunderous boom, several soul devourers in front of him were sent reeling by the surging sword chi. Yet in the next instant, they clung to him like stubborn adhesive. Damn it! Just then, a deafening explosion erupted from the other side of the battlefield. Instantly, a figure darted toward the edge of the battlefield. Witnessing this, Shi Chen, watching from afar, frowned deeply before flicking his finger. A terrifying attack shot straight toward that figure. Brother Gu, be careful! The crowd cried out in alarm. Gu Chen turned his head to look, and cold sweat instantly broke out all over his body. This power! I'll handle it! Awei's voice rang out. In the next instant, Awei positioned himself directly behind Gu Chen and swung his blade. Boom! After the deafening explosion, the attack instantly dissipated into the void. What? How is that possible? Seeing Awei block his attack, Shi Chen's face twisted in utter disbelief. He was a mortal realm cultivator, after all. To him, a super god realm powerhouse was nothing more than a slightly larger insect. And now, this insect had actually blocked his strike. It made him doubt himself. At that moment, Awei let out a slight sigh of relief. The glow emanating from the blade in his hand gradually dimmed. This blade was not his usual heaven-splitting blade, but one Lu Daosheng had bestowed upon him by chance. As Lu Daosheng's most trusted subordinate, the benefits he received were beyond imagination. Just like this blade. The power contained within it, unleashed in a single strike, equaled the full force of a mortal realm expert. Just now, it was by harnessing this blade's power that he had repelled Gu Chen and the enemy before him, while also blocking Shi Chen's attack. At the same time, Gu Chen finally reached Mu Yu's side. Miss, I'm here to help you. Boom! Gu Chen unleashed his full power, driving a fist directly at the 6 Shiling clan elites. Facing Gu Chen's assault, the 6 spirit-devouring clan elites divided their tasks clearly. 3 turned to block Gu Chen, while the other 3 continued their charge toward Mu Yu. Thud! Thud! 2 muffled thuds echoed. The 3 spirit-devouring clan warriors staggered back several steps. Mu Yu, however, was violently flung back 10,000 feet through the void. The staff in her hand shattered completely. Put! A mouthful of crimson blood spurted forth. Mu Yu's already deathly pale face grew even more wan. General Mu! Finally, several elite warriors from the wasteland city managed to break free from the battlefield and immediately positioned themselves before Mu Yu. Meanwhile, Jian Xian of the Divine Dynasty charged forward with his sword raised. Godslayer slash. A sword beam brimming with destructive, murderous intent erupted from Jian Xian's blade, streaking directly toward the three Shiling clan powerhouses. Boom! The void shattered as the three spirit-devouring clan elites were gravely wounded by the single strike. In the next instant, their figures vanished from their original positions. Facing Jian Xian, whose rage had reached its peak, they chose strategic retreat. The optimal moment to eliminate Mu Yu had passed. There was no chance left now. "General Mu, are you unharmed?" The Divine Dynasty's elite hurriedly inquired. Mu Yu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and shook his head slightly. "I'm not dead." Fortunately, it was only a single strike from 3 Super God Realm experts. Had there been 6, she truly would have been finished. Then, Mu Yu cast a slightly grateful glance toward Gu Chun in the distance. Gu Chen looked over and returned a smile. Boom! At that moment, a terrifying aura surged from the distant void. Instantly, every face on the battlefield belonging to the Divine Dynasty's wasteland city turned deathly pale, their very breathing becoming labored. The source of this aura was none other than Shi Chen of the Soul-Devouring clan. Now, Shi Chen glared at them with a savage expression, clearly enraged that a Wei had managed to block his attack. "You all will die." Without hesitation, Shi Chen charged directly toward the group. He was a mortal realm powerhouse. No one present could stand against Shi Chen. Attack together. Facing Shi Chen, the group refused to sit idly by and await their doom. Instead, they summoned every ounce of their strength. Seeing them attempt resistance, Shi Chen's eyes flashed with scorn. "Seems you still don't understand what mortal realm power truly means." Boom! Shi Chen unleashed his power, delivering a devastating punch. In an instant, the already crumbling void completely dissolved into nothingness. "Is this the end? Do you think this emperor is powerless against your soul-devouring clan?" At that moment, a voice as cold as millennia-old ice echoed from the depths of the void. The next moment, space itself tore apart. A woman clad in an elegant dragon robe, her beauty cold and exquisite, emerged slowly from within, then stepped through the air toward them. With each step, the suffocating aura grew more terrifying. The Empress of the Divine Dynasty. Yan Lingyun. That familiar sense of oppression returned. After countless ages, Shi Chen had believed he would no longer feel utterly powerless upon seeing Yan Lingyun again. Yet now, his trembling legs told him otherwise. Master, what should we do?" At that moment, a powerful member of the soul-devouring clan appeared beside Shi Chen, his voice trembling. Hearing this, Shi Chen froze for a moment before suddenly bursting into laughter. His laughter grew louder and louder, until it echoed throughout the entire void. "Ha ha! Ha 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 ha! Ah ha 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 ha!" Shi Chen's laughter grew increasingly maniacal. He then turned and walked away, gesticulating wildly as he went. Witnessing this scene, not only was the nearby Shiling clan powerhouse left dumbfounded. The Divine Dynasty and the people of the Wasteland City also frowned deeply. Until Yan Lingyun suddenly spoke coldly, "Do you think pretending to be foolish will let you escape this crisis?" Chapter 152, Yilingji. At her words, everyone snapped back to reality. Their gazes toward Shi Chen were now filled with contempt. Shi Chen's figure faltered slightly, but in the next instant, his speed surged dramatically. Only, his direction was directly opposite to the others. "Oh no, Your Majesty! That scoundrel is fleeing back to the unknown star domain." A Divine Dynasty general suddenly cried out in alarm. Those around him surged with power, clearly intent on preventing him from escaping back to the unknown star domain. "He won't get away." At that moment, Yan Lingyun's icy voice echoed across the starry sky once more. The next instant, Yan Lingyun raised her right hand. Instantly, a golden beam radiating destructive energy surged directly toward Shi Chen. "Ah! Woman, you! Masters! Clan Chief! Save me!" A thunderous explosion erupted. A colossal mushroom cloud surged from the boundary, tearing countless spaces apart. Even the barrier protecting the unknown star domain cracked open, revealing a hideous fissure. "Ah!" A piercing scream echoed through the air. Following the sound, the crowd saw that Shi Chen was now left with only half a body, the other half had been obliterated into dust. Witnessing this scene, the crowd's expressions turned to shock, and they couldn't help but gasp in horror. Is this the Empress of the Divine Dynasty? Truly terrifying. Fortunately, she was one of their own. "Run! Keep running!" Yan Lingyun strolled toward the unknown frontier, her voice dripping with scorn as she taunted Shi Chen. "Do you truly take this Empress's words as a joke? Hum!" A terrifying aura surged violently from Yan Lingyun's body, crushing toward Shi Chen in the distance. In an instant, the space Shi Chen occupied shattered completely into nothingness. In that moment, Shi Chen felt that same profound despair he had known years ago. If you kill me, the clan chief will never let you off the hook." Shi Chen's face was deathly pale, his voice trembling. Yet upon hearing Shi Chen's threat, Yan Lingyun's lips curved into an unusual smile. "A mere defeated foe, do you truly believe this emperor cannot handle him?" Boom! Yan Lingyun unleashed another punch. As the deadly fist aura closed in on him, Shi Chen's entire body shook uncontrollably. In that moment, he found himself utterly unable to move. No! Boom! The explosion echoed. Yan Lingyun's expression darkened completely. Woman, after all these years, you're still as arrogant as ever. A raspy voice echoed from the void. As the smoke cleared, a familiar face appeared before Yan Lingyun. The Shiling clan chief Shiling. Chief. Upon seeing the Shiling clan chief, Shi Chen instantly burst into tears. Just now, he had truly been on the brink of death. What? Didn't that beating scare you enough back then? Hearing this, Shiling's eyes narrowed dangerously. I will not stumble in the same place twice. Yan Lingyun smiled. If you're afraid, we can fight in your own Shiling realm. These words ignited a raging fury within Shiling. The grudge from that year today, I'll wash it away with blood. Die. Boom. Space shattered as Soul Devourer charged straight toward Yan Lingyun. A powerful aura of combat surged through the void. Quick, retreat. Witnessing this, the crowd scrambled backward. Such a clash between powerhouses, they dared not even glance at it. Because one more glance could mean explosion. What they didn't know was that Yan Lingyun and Shiling were still merely testing each other's limits, not even close to unleashing their full power. Just as the crowd stood in stunned silence, a lecherous chuckle suddenly echoed from nearby. That woman has no time to worry about you lot now. Hearing this, the crowd's hearts skipped a beat. There stood Shi Chen again, his repulsive face restored, grinning lewdly at them. Seeing this, the group's expressions darkened. That treacherous little bastard. Hey, is bullying the weak all you know how to do? At that moment, a sudden voice rang out from the void. The next moment, a terrifying aura instantly enveloped Shi Chen. Shi Chen's expression shifted slightly as he gazed intently toward the void. Who's there? Huangchang and the Divine Dynasty's people also furrowed their brows. This voice was unfamiliar. Who could it be? Instantly, a terrifying aura saturated with the thick scent of death crushed down upon them, like the Grim Reaper emerging from the depths of hell, sending every heart present plummeting to its lowest depths. A spatial rift opened, and a man clad in a long black robe slowly stepped out from within the fissure. Seeing the newcomer, Shi Chen's expression turned grave. The others, however, were filled with confusion. Who is this? Half-step mortal realm? Shi Chen spoke slowly. The man's expression remained cold. It's more than enough to deal with you. Ha! Arrogant! Meanwhile, within a palace standing tall on the far side of the starry sky, here resided a super clan whose power was terrifying, so formidable that even the slightest stir from them could ripple through the myriad realms. The Yi clan. Elder, I was wrong. Please spare me. Stop tormenting me. A middle-aged man, his face swollen and bruised beyond recognition, lay prostrate on the ground, pleading incessantly to the man before him. All around him, corpses littered the ground, and rivers of blood flowed. You must understand the purpose behind my punishment. Lu Daosheng regarded the man before him with an expression of calm detachment. Hearing Lu Daosheng's words, the man nodded frantically. I know. I'm sorry to I'm sorry to Lingyun. Not long ago. The Yi clan still stood unscathed, dreaming of future glory and conquest. Then, a stranger abruptly stepped through the clan's gates. Without a word, he swept through all the Yi clan's elite fighters with unstoppable force. Finally, he sat upon the clan chief's throne and looked down haughtily, demanding, Do you know you're wrong? The entire Yi clan was utterly dumbfounded. Only when Lu Daosheng revealed his identity did they begin to grasp the situation. He was none other than the husband of the clan chief's daughter. The clan chief's daughter, Yi Lingji, possessed demonic talent. From a very young age, she had displayed extraordinary, heaven-defying aptitude. Unfortunately, the Yi clan did not place much value on women. It was a classic example of a clan that valued sons over daughters. Thus, no matter how extraordinary Yi Lingji might be, her future was destined to be that of a tool used to secure benefits for the clan. True to form, the Yi clan chief Yi Lingji's own father forced her into marriage with the young master of the Sky Dome Heavenly Palace for the clan's interests. Two powerful forces joined hands, united in their grand ambitions. That day, the entire starry sky beyond erupted in commotion. The alliance of two superpowers was no trivial matter. Countless factions gathered to witness this monumental event. Ultimately, an unexpected turn unfolded before the eyes of countless witnesses. Yi Lingji, before the eyes of all, instantly slew the young master of the Dome Heavenly Palace, shocking all realms and worlds. Chapter 153, The Celestial Dome Heavenly Palace. Yi clan, you had better give the Sky Dome Heavenly Palace an explanation. Otherwise, the Sky Dome Heavenly Palace will exhaust every means to make your Yi clan pay the price. The ruler of the Dome Heavenly Palace, his rage boiling over, pointed an accusing finger at the Yi clan patriarch. Yet the Yi clan chief dared not utter a single word. It was from that moment onward that everyone realized the Yi clan had begun its decline. For in those days, the Yi clan feared no power. Yet before the Celestial Dome Palace, they had chosen to yield. Brother Chen, please calm your anger. Please calm your anger. The Yi clan will give the Sky Dome Heavenly Palace a proper explanation. Guards! Find Yi Lingji. Kill her without mercy. To appease the Dome Heavenly Palace's wrath, Yijin Tian, the clan chief, chose to sacrifice his own daughter. This act brought him profound disgrace across the cosmos. But there was no other choice. The Yi clan had truly fallen into a dire strait. Otherwise, he would never have chosen to ally with the Celestial Dome Palace. He had believed this choice would revive the Yi clan from the brink of extinction, yet he never imagined it would backfire so spectacularly. Now, Yijin Tian regretted it. He truly regretted it. For not only was his daughter still alive, she had also gained a great opportunity. Just look at the terrifying man before them to understand. At that moment, Lu Daosheng slowly rose from the corpse of the Yi clan's strongest warrior and spoke indifferently, "My wife suffered wrongs here. Naturally, I will avenge her. However, out of respect for you being his father, I won't kill you. From this day forward, your Yi clan and my wife shall have no further connection whatsoever. Is that clear?" Hearing this, Yijin Tian's face flashed with a complex expression. After a moment of silence, he finally nodded slowly. He had no grounds to refuse. Of course, the most crucial point was that he lacked the strength to refuse. He had no doubt whatsoever that if he dared show the slightest hint of refusal, his head would be severed from his body in the next instant. Seeing Yijin Tian's reaction, Lu Daosheng shook his head slightly before rising to leave. But as he reached the doorway, Lu Daosheng suddenly halted. Yijin Tian's entire body trembled. And it wasn't just Yijin Tian. At that moment, the hearts of all the surviving members of the Yi clan sank to the bottom, their expressions filled with terror as they stared at Lu Daosheng's retreating figure. This was a god of death, after all. Could it be, this god of death had changed his mind? Suddenly, Lu Daosheng spoke, "Oh, and one more thing. I don't want Ling Yun to know about this. Pretend I never came here, understand?" Hearing this, Yijin Tian's face darkened, his teeth gritted in fury. "Senior, I understand." After Lu Daosheng departed, Yijin Tian collapsed completely onto the ground. At that moment, the rest of the Yi clan members approached Yijin Tian, trembling with fear. Clan chief, what should we do now?" In truth, with such an incident occurring within the clan, Yijin Tian no longer had the standing to remain in the position of clan leader. But Lu Daosheng's visit had claimed many lives. The entire upper echelon of the Yi clan had been nearly wiped out. The clan's openly acknowledged strongest warrior had been instantly slain by Lu Daosheng, meeting a gruesome end at his hands. Thus, aside from Yijin Tian, there was essentially no one else in the Yi clan capable of assuming the role of clan leader. Gazing at the expectant eyes of the surrounding Yi clan members, Yijin Tian sighed heavily and slowly declared, "From this day forward, our Yi clan will withdraw completely from the world, severing all ties with the outside realm." The words sent shockwaves through the entire Yi clan. "Clan chief, you." Yijin Tian shook his head. He had no choice. But Lu Daosheng's final words meant far more than simply not wanting his daughter to know. That the other party had even spared the Yi clan members was already an act of utmost kindness. Ultimately, the Yi clan vanished overnight from the far reaches of the starry sky, its fate unknown to all. Meanwhile, at the gates of the superpower known as the Dome Heavenly Palace, a stranger suddenly appeared. "Who might you be?" The ruler of the Dome Heavenly Palace sensed an unusual aura and instantly materialized before Lu Daosheng. Upon seeing Lu Daosheng, the palace master's expression grew profoundly grave. "And peerless powerhouse." Though he couldn't clearly gauge Lu Daosheng's strength, he could sense that the man's power far surpassed his own. When had such a formidable powerhouse emerged on the other side of the starry sky? "Are you the palace master of the Dome Heavenly Palace? What brings you here?" Upon realizing he was being sought out, Lang Hai's heart began to race. His mind raced, trying to recall if he had inadvertently offended this person. Yet no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't connect any dots to the man before him. "Do you remember Yi Lingji?" After arriving here, Lu Daosheng had learned the identity of his wife, Yan Lingyun, in her first life. Yi Lingji, daughter of the Yi clan chieftain. Yan Lingyun had never mentioned this to him, clearly unwilling to share any details about her first life. Thinking of his wife's ordeal, Lu Daosheng's heart ached deeply. Abandoned by her own kin. Yan Lingyun must have been utterly desperate back then. Upon hearing the name Yi Lingji, Lang Hai's body stiffened momentarily, though his expression remained utterly unchanged. The daughter of the Yi clan's patriarch who in the entire starry sky beyond doesn't know her? Do you know her? At that moment, Lang Hai watched Lu Daosheng's expression closely, hoping to glean some insight. Yet all he saw was Lu Daosheng's icy expression. "As far as I understand, the marriage alliance between Yi Lingji and the young master of your Dome Heavenly Palace wasn't initially proposed by the Yi clan chieftain, was it?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Lang Hai's fist slowly clenched. A hint of hostility flickered in his gaze as he looked at Lu Daosheng. "What exactly do you mean by that?" Lu Daosheng gave a cold laugh. "What do I mean?" Boom! In an instant, a terrifying, unimaginable pressure erupted from Lu Daosheng's body, piercing the heavens. The entire starry sky beyond trembled at that moment. Terrifying beyond measure. Countless powerful beings stared toward the direction of the celestial palace with horrified expressions. Their hearts were filled with shock and doubt. When had such a formidable power emerged in the Celestial Palace? All assumed it was a powerhouse from the Dome Heavenly Palace, unaware that at this very moment, the Palace Master of the Dome Heavenly Palace had already fallen to his knees. The terrifying pressure forced Lang Hai to cling tightly to the ground, his very breathing becoming painfully difficult. Elder, spare my life. Lang Hai's face twisted in agony. He knew the man before him was formidable, but never imagined he could be this powerful. Damn it! Meanwhile, Lu Daosheng had already begun walking slowly toward the depths of the Dome Heavenly Palace. In the next instant, countless experts from the Dome Heavenly Palace appeared beside Lang Hai. Their expressions were all grave. Palace Master, what should we do? Should we wake the ancestor? As soon as the words left his lips, the others chimed in, Palace Master, we should wake the ancestor. Yes, Palace Master. If the ancestor doesn't awaken soon, our Dome Heavenly Palace will be doomed. Hearing their pleas, Lang Hai pondered for a moment before finally producing a pale white talisman. Ancestor, the Heavenly Palace is in peril. We implore you to intervene. A moment of silence fell over the scene. Everyone stared at the pale white talisman with puzzled expressions. Had it not been glowing, they might have thought the thing was broken. Ancestor? Lang Hai called out again. Yet the talisman remained utterly still. The next moment, with a sharp crack, it shattered completely. Ha! Everyone was stunned. Meanwhile, deep within the Forbidden Realm at the heart of the Dome Heavenly Palace, an old man scrambled into a specially crafted coffin with lightning speed, slamming the lid shut as he cursed incessantly. These damn traitors! Do they wish me dead already? The moment Lu Daosheng revealed his aura, he had already awakened. But so what? He wasn't about to go out and get himself killed. Let the Sky Palace meet its fate whatever the heavens decree. Chapter 154, The Celestial Palace's End. As time passed, the mighty warriors of the Dome Heavenly Palace seemed to grasp something. Their expressions darkened considerably. At that moment, Lang Hai slowly rose to his feet. As the master of the Celestial Palace, he could not abandon hope at this critical moment. Since the ancient ancestor was no longer an option, Lang Hai turned his gaze toward the depths of the palace. Taking a deep breath, he declared solemnly, You all may withdraw. I shall go alone. Hearing this, the others stared at the palace master with eyes reddened with worry. Palace Master, be careful. Lang Hai sighed, saying nothing more, and headed directly into the depths of the Heavenly Palace. At the same time, within the grandest super palace of the Dome Heavenly Palace, Lu Daosheng stood before its gates, witnessing the awe-inspiring scene before him. In the past, he would have been utterly stunned, unable to calm down for a long time. But after all he had experienced, such sights had become commonplace. After all, he hadn't spent the past 10,000 years sleeping. Elder. At that moment, Lang Hai approached from behind. Lu Daosheng paid him no mind, instead continuing toward the palace interior. Seeing the single, noble chair within the palace, Lu Daosheng sat down without hesitation. Now we can talk. Lu Daosheng's expression remained calm as he raised his eyebrows slightly, glancing at Lang Hai within the hall. Seeing Lu Daosheng seated in his own position, Lang Hai naturally dared not utter a word of protest, his face still bearing a respectful expression. Elder, I am Lang Hai, the current palace master of the Dome Heavenly Palace. I do not know what offense my Dome Heavenly Palace has committed to provoke your displeasure, but rest assured, we shall pay any price necessary to compensate you. He dared not say anything else now. To claim the other party had no connection whatsoever to his Dome Heavenly Palace? He wouldn't believe it even if you killed him. Judging by this display, if the other party declared they would annihilate the Dome Heaven Palace right now, he wouldn't feel the slightest bit surprised. For in that moment, he had glimpsed a flicker of murderous intent in Lu Daosheng's eyes. Fortunately, the killing intent wasn't yet overwhelmingly obvious, so there was still a chance to make amends. A bead of cold sweat trickled slowly down his cheek. Lang Hai was clearly tense to the extreme. Lu Daosheng had mentioned Yilingji to him, the connection between Yilingji and his Dome Heavenly Palace. Across the entire starry sky beyond, who didn't know? Though on the surface, it seemed Yilingji and the Yi clan were at fault. And the Dome Heavenly Palace were the victims. But that wasn't entirely true. If one dug deeper, the Dome Heavenly Palace had indeed been at fault from the start. Therefore, all he could do now was pray. Pray that this terrifyingly powerful being isn't too close to Yilingji, and that this is merely a matter of clearing a wrong. May the ancestors protect me. Yilingji is my wife. Lu Daosheng gazed at the ruler of the Dome Heavenly Palace, Lang Hai, and slowly revealed the truth. Boom! At those words, the last shred of hope in Lang Hai's heart shattered completely. He stood frozen in place, stunned as if struck by a bolt from the blue. Wife! It's over. It's all over. The Dome Heavenly Palace is finished. Lang Hai collapsed, slumping to the ground as he muttered over and over. Why? Why did this have to happen? Seeing Lang Hai's expression, Lu Daosheng frowned slightly. He admittedly harbored thoughts of annihilating the entire Dome Heavenly Palace, but that decision would only be made after uncovering the truth of what happened back then. He couldn't possibly believe Yi Lingji's tragic ordeal had no connection whatsoever to the Dome Heavenly Palace. Tell me everything that happened back then, word for word. Otherwise, you'll face the consequences. Lu Daosheng's expression turned icy. Right now, he only wanted to resolve this matter completely and then return to his wife and child. Hearing Lu Daosheng's words, Lang Hai's form trembled slightly before he shook his head and smiled. Enough, enough. Life or death, let fate decide. Senior, back then, the Sky Dome Palace was indeed in the wrong. As Lang Hai slowly revealed the truth of those events, Lu Daosheng instantly understood. Back then, it was indeed the young master of the Dome Heavenly Palace who had coveted Yi Lingji's beauty, leading him to privately approach the Yi clan's clan chief. Naturally, Yi Zhentian, the clan chief of the Yi clan, was overjoyed and readily agreed. Later, when the then ruler of the Celestial Dome Palace learned of this, he raised no objection. For that young master was his only son. Until tragedy struck. Though both the Yi clan and the Dome Heavenly Palace dispatched numerous powerful warriors to hunt down Yi Lingji, they could not alter the fate of the young master's demise. Ultimately, the ruler of the Dome Heavenly Palace that year succumbed to spiritual imbalance during cultivation and died in despair. Upon learning that all the instigators from that era had perished, Lu Daosheng sat within the palace, contemplating how he should handle the current Dome Heavenly Palace. No wonder this fellow looked so dejected. He was nothing but a scapegoat, after all. He hadn't done a thing. After a long silence, Lu Daosheng slowly rose to his feet. Want to live? Lang Hai's body trembled violently, unable to believe his ears. A chance to live? Not only was this opponent infinitely more powerful than himself, but even he himself could, in a moment of displeasure, annihilate countless lives without a second thought. Thus, he could never have imagined that such an existence would consider sparing him. Elder, what do you require of me? Lang Hai knew the other party wouldn't let him go without reason. The only possibility was that he still held some value. Hearing Lang Hai's words, Lu Daosheng smiled faintly, his gaze carrying a hint of approval. This was a clever man. Dealing with a smart man was refreshingly straightforward. I demand you swear an oath of loyalty to me, for all eternity, never to betray me. Without hesitation, Lang Hai knelt before Lu Daosheng and swore an oath by the way of heaven. Moments later, a deafening roar echoed from the void beyond the starry sky. The next instant, a shadowy figure descended from the heavens, arriving directly within the celestial palace. The way of heaven? Seeing the apparition, Lang Hai's face instantly turned pale with shock. He had merely sworn an oath. How had he summoned the way of heaven? Yet the way of heaven did not spare Lang Hai a single glance, instead turning its reverent gaze toward Lu Daosheng. My lord, we failed to greet you properly. Please forgive our oversight. Hearing the way of heaven's words, Lang Hai, standing nearby, was utterly stunned. What kind of powerful figure had he just aligned himself with? His initial goal had been mere survival, but by pledging allegiance to Lu Daosheng, he had effectively become the other's man. He was absolutely certain that the terrifying being before him represented a level of power he could never hope to attain in his lifetime. Thus, pledging allegiance to him not only held no aversion for him, but instead filled him with secret delight. His only lingering regret was the sense of betrayal toward the ancestors of the Celestial Dome Palace. Chapter 155, Dawn of Victory. You recognize me? Lu Daosheng looked at the heavenly Dao before him, who stood with utmost reverence, and felt a touch of surprise. When had he become so renowned? Even the Dao of heaven in this place recognized him. However, the Dao merely smiled without answering. Lu Daosheng didn't press the matter. He had already guessed what was happening. Turning to Lang Hai, who had recovered from his shock, he asked, "Will you remain here in the Dome Heavenly Palace, or?" As Lang Hai opened his mouth to speak, a cry suddenly echoed from the depths of the Celestial Palace. Elder, wait! In the next instant, space rippled open, and an elderly man abruptly materialized within the palace. Upon seeing the elder, Lang Hai froze momentarily before exclaiming in astonishment, "Ancestor!" Glancing at Lang Hai, the palace elder cleared his throat before stepping forward. "Esteemed guest," he said, "our Dome Heavenly Palace pledges to offer everything in our power to serve you." This turn of events left not only Lu Daosheng momentarily stunned. Even Lang Hai stared at his own ancestor in utter disbelief. "Ancestor, you!" Lang Hai, one must learn to seize opportunities. This applies to you, and it applies to me as your patriarch. Hearing this, Lang Hai fell silent. Lu Daosheng grasped the elder's intent, his expression shifting to a faint, ambiguous smile as he regarded the Heavenly Palace patriarch before him. "You wish to serve me as well?" Hearing this, the elder nodded. "Senior, if it were only Lang Hai, though he is now the Heavenly Palace's ruler, it would still be difficult for him to act against the palace's interests. But I am different. I hold absolute authority within the Celestial Palace." In truth, the Heavenly Palace patriarch was being somewhat modest. Not only did he hold absolute authority within the Dome Heavenly Palace, but even across the entire starry sky beyond. When the Dome Heavenly Palace patriarch spoke, no one dared to disagree. Lu Daosheng smiled at the old man before him. "Then if I were to demand you dissolve the Celestial Palace, would you comply?" At these words, Lang Hai remained silent beside him, while the Heavenly Palace Patriarch's eyes flickered with a hint of hesitation. After a moment of silence, the ancestor of the Celestial Palace nodded. Seeing this, Lu Daosheng tossed 2 storage rings to the 2 men. Remember what you've said. I expect that by the time I next arrive at the Starry Shore, the entire Starry Shore will already be under my control. With that, Lu Daosheng's figure vanished from the spot. Hearing this, the 2 were stunned. They immediately turned their attention to the storage rings in their hands. The next moment, gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the palace. Ancestor, am I dreaming? How ignorant. The Heavenly Palace Patriarch snorted lightly, yet his hand trembled violently. At that moment, the Heavenly Dao beside him cleared his throat softly and turned to look at the Heavenly Palace Patriarch. The Heavenly Palace Patriarch snapped back to his senses. Without hesitation, he prepared to swear an oath. Ah, right, what is that venerable one's name? The Dao gazed deeply into the depths of the starry sky and slowly replied, that being is named Lu Daosheng. At the same time. Stop. Wait a moment. In the unknown void, the leader of the soul-devouring clan, his aura now weak and weary, urgently shouted. Hearing this, Yan Lingyun, who was not far away, actually halted. She looked at the soul-devourer in the distance, her brows slightly furrowed. What? Thinking of surrendering now? Xiling wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and chuckled lightly. I never imagined that after all these years, your strength would not only remain undiminished but actually grow. At first, he had believed that breaking through to the Transcendence realm would allow him to wash away the shame of the past. But he never imagined that the woman before him had also reached the mortal transformation realm and her power far surpassed his own. This left him utterly trapped in an awkward predicament. If the fight continued, he would truly be finished. Enough talk. Today, either you die, or I perish. Yan Lingyun's voice cut through the air, cold and sharp. Without pause, she charged headlong toward the soul-devouring explosion. Damn it! Soul Devourer cursed under his breath and scrambled to defend himself. The situation was crystal clear, it was a one-sided beating. Were it not for the environmental factors, the Soul Devourer might have already been defeated. Yet Yan Lingyun remained unaware that the Soul Devourer seemed to be deliberately stalling for time. Another battlefield. It lacked the intense terror of Yan Lingyun's battle with the Shiling clan chief. Yet it still shook the heavens and earth. Death Force, who exactly are you? Shi Chen's expression was grave. He had initially assumed that as a half-step mortal realm cultivator, he could easily handle his opponent, who was merely at the mortal realm. Yet after this prolonged battle, he had come to deeply understand the opponent's terrifying power. He had no doubt whatsoever that once the other party reached the true mortal realm, he would be no match for them, he would be utterly crushed. At this thought, the murderous intent in Shi Chen's eyes toward the mysterious man before him grew ever more intense. Such a monstrous talent must be crushed in its infancy. Boom! Suddenly, a violent surge of power erupted from within Shi Chen's body. His aura began to surge at a visible pace. Seeing this, the man in the distance frowned slightly. Need some help? Just then, a voice echoed from the void behind him. The next moment, space itself tore open. A familiar figure appeared before the group. Jiangbei. A cry of surprise erupted from within the crowd. All eyes turned to see that the newcomer was none other than Jiangbei, the soul martial god currently known within the star domain. At this moment, Jiangbei's aura had reached the terrifying realm of half-step mortal realm. It was unimaginable how Jiangbei had cultivated over the years. And who are you? Shi Chen snarled upon seeing Jiangbei. Hearing this, Jiangbei sneered coldly, none of your damn business. Ignoring Shi Chen's ferocious expression, Jiangbei slowly walked over to the man's side. You must be one of the city lord's men, right? The man gave a slight nod. My name is Kong. I'm from Huangchen. Hearing this, Jiangbei laughed heartily. Jiangbei. Also from Wasteland City. Kong nodded. Then both turned to look at Shi Chen, who was already seething with rage. Come. Let me see what the mortal realm is truly capable of. A thunderous boom echoed. Jiangbei's calamity shattered the void, charging straight toward Shi Chen in the distance. A terrifying martial aura spread relentlessly from the void. Is this the might of a martial god? So powerful. Sensing Jiangbei's aura, the Divine Dynasty's followers were instantly filled with awe. The people of the Wasteland City were equally stunned. After so many years apart, Jiangbei had left them far behind. Truly, life is full of surprises. Clearly, Jiangbei had encountered his own opportunity. Kong wasn't idle either. The moment Jiangbei charged forward, Kong followed closely behind. The two swiftly overwhelmed Shi Chen. This left Shi Chen with nothing but a series of furious, resentful roars. As a true realm powerhouse, being suppressed by two half-step true realm cultivators utterly disgraced his status. At this moment, the entire unknown frontier battlefield presented a highly favorable situation. Empress Yan Lingyun of the Divine Dynasty held victory firmly in her grasp, driving the Shiling clan chieftain into a state where he couldn't even lift his head. Shi Chen, too, was utterly powerless to resist. Facing the entire Shiling clan army, the forces of the Wasteland City and the Divine Dynasty no longer held the same apprehension as before. The scales of victory seemed to have tipped decisively in their favor. Chapter 156, Time to Step Up. An unknown amount of time passed. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted as Yan Lingyun unleashed her power. The immense force instantly sent the soul devourers reeling thousands of feet back through the void. Only when it reached the very edge of the boundary did it finally come to a halt. I must admit, you are the most terrifying opponent I have ever faced. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Shiling spoke up. Interested in joining my Shiling clan to achieve great things? At these words, not only Yan Lingyun but all the Divine Dynasty members were utterly stunned. How could he suddenly propose an alliance in the middle of a fight? Yan Lingyun's brows furrowed deeply. You want me to cooperate with you? Ask yourself, are you worthy? Ha! You tell me, do you? Yan Lingyun was visibly angered now. To her, the spirit devourer's words felt like a blatant insult. What kind of lowly creature dared to think they were worthy of partnering with her? Hearing Yan Lingyun's words, the soul devourer remained unperturbed. Woman, I admit I can't defeat you. But you can't do anything to me either, can you? If I flee back to my soul devouring clan now, what can you do about it? So, since neither of us can defeat the other, why can't we cooperate? His words held undeniable logic. Yet Yan Lingyun only sneered coldly, humph. I can't touch you? What? Can you kill me? The soul devourer wore an expression of utter confidence. If that's truly what you believe, I can assure you with absolute certainty that from this day forward, your Shiling clan will cease to exist in this world. Clearly, Shiling's words had truly ignited Yan Lingyun's competitive spirit. The murderous intent in her gaze toward Shiling surged even more violently. Woman, have you forgotten how you met a gruesome end in my soul-devouring realm? My Shiling clan is an obstacle you will never overcome. Hearing this, Yan Lingyun's delicate brows furrowed slightly. After a moment of silence, Yan Lingyun's expression suddenly changed dramatically. You're stalling for time. She whipped her head around, gazing precisely toward the direction of the Divine Star Domain's Divine Dynasty. At that very moment, a terrifying force surged toward Yan Lingyun. Boom! A massive explosion shattered the void. Your Majesty! Madam! As the smoke cleared, a figure slowly materialized. Seeing Yan Lingyun unharmed, the crowd finally breathed a sigh of relief, yet not a single one dared to relax their guard. For Yan Lingyun's expression was grim. You're finished. Yan Lingyun glared fiercely at the spirit devourer in the distance, her voice dripping with venom. Hearing this, the soul devourer burst into loud laughter. Isn't it a bit late for you to finally realize this? Wasn't it your plan to build a power base to block my soul devourer clan? Well, I'll destroy your life's work first, then destroy you. When that happens, the entire world will be ours. The maniacal laughter echoed across the heavens. Seeing this, Yan Lingyun could no longer hold back. Annihilation. Hum. A golden light instantly coalesced in Yan Lingyun's hand. In an instant, the surrounding space transformed into an eerie state. You've been hiding such power all along. Witnessing this, Shiling screamed in shock, his eyes filled with utter disbelief. Both at the Transcendence realm, why was the other so much stronger than him? This made no sense. You forced my hand. Yan Lingyun's expression turned icy as she unleashed a fierce punch. Boom! In that instant, a massive breach was torn open in the entire unknown frontier. The vistas within the unknown star domain gradually unfolded before the world's gaze. Meanwhile, in the Supreme God Star domain, within the Divine Dynasty, Your Highness, please depart first. Leave this matter to me. Qin Tang, the commander of the Imperial Guard, spoke with solemn respect to Lu Shui. His expression was tense beyond measure. Not only him, but the entire Divine Dynasty had never imagined the enemy would strike from a direction they had never even considered. They had struck directly at the heartland of the Divine Dynasty. For the commander station there was none other than the Divine Dynasty's foremost divine general, Lord Shin Yi. And now, a terrifying army of soul devourers was marching toward the Divine Dynasty. They advanced almost unopposed. After all, the vast majority of the Divine Dynasty's forces were already deployed on the front lines. Now, aside from a handful of others, only he, the commander of the Imperial Guard, remained worthy of command within the Divine Dynasty. Hearing Qin Tang's words, Lu Shui remained composed as she stood atop the city wall, slowly turning her gaze toward the depths of the void. There, a terrifying aura was steadily approaching. Clearly, there was little time left. If they dare come, then let them come. Hearing this, Qin Tang beside her was momentarily speechless. After a moment of silence, Qin Tang still felt it necessary to warn the princess brought back by His Majesty from outside. Your Highness, according to intelligence from the front lines, the soul-devouring clan possesses formidable strength. This advancing army far surpasses our own in power. With all due respect, we may not hold out much longer. Therefore, the best course of action is to request reinforcements. After speaking, Qin Tang breathed a sigh of relief. Now, Your Highness should understand the gravity of the situation. So what? You're scared of this so-called tribe? I'm not afraid. Ah, Your Highness. Enough. I have my own plans. Seeing Lu Shue's resolute expression, Qin Teng opened his mouth but ultimately said nothing. Sigh. Never mind. I trust His Majesty will resolve the battlefield and return immediately. At that moment, Ao Qing emerged from Lu Shue's sleeve. His mission was to protect Lu Shue, so he hadn't gone to the battlefield either. Ah Qing whispered something to Lu Shue, and her expression brightened instantly. Someone. In the next instant, the space split open. An elderly man slowly emerged from the fissure. Your Highness. Upon seeing the old man, Lu Shue and Ao Qing exclaimed in unison, It's you. The old man was none other than Zhou Lao, who had always been by Yan Lingyun's side. Seeing Elder Zhou, the surrounding crowd was taken aback. Even Qin Teng, the commander of the Imperial Guard, hadn't anticipated that this venerable elder was still within the divine dynasty. Excellent. With Elder Zhou present, he would surely be able to reason with Her Highness the Princess. Qin Teng thought to himself, his eyes immediately filling with hopeful expectation as he looked at Elder Zhou. Old Master Zhou bowed respectfully to Lu Shue. Your Highness, the Emperor specifically left me behind in secret to assist you. Whatever you command, just let me know. Hearing this, Lu Shue paused in surprise, her heart instantly warming. Oh my mother. Meanwhile, Qin Teng's smile froze. Why is this happening? Old Master Zhou, when we conquered those star domain forces earlier, did we leave behind any powerful individuals? Lu Shue spoke up at that moment. Hearing this, old Zhou nodded. Your Highness, that is indeed the case. Though the divine dynasty has always pursued hegemony, its methods have been relatively merciful. Those who surrendered their resistance were generally spared. Your Highness, are you suggesting? Lu Shue offered a faint smile. Master Zhou has guessed correctly. With the alien races now invading, it's time for them to contribute their strength. Chapter 157, The Powerful Within the Dungeons. Old Zhou pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. This plan is indeed sound. Those powerful individuals are currently imprisoned within the divine dynasty's divine prison. Some among them possess such formidable strength that only the Emperor himself could subdue them. However, persuading them to cooperate might prove rather difficult. Hearing this, Lu Shue waved her hand. Old Master Zhou, take me directly to the divine prison. Leave the rest to me. With that, the two humans and one dragon set off toward the divine prison, leaving Qin Teng standing alone in the wind, utterly flustered. Moments later, the group arrived at the divine prison. The guards here were sparse, almost giving the illusion that no one was imprisoned here at all. Greetings, Your Highness the Princess, Lord Zhou. The prison warden hurriedly bowed in deference. The two nodded in acknowledgement before stepping directly into the divine prison. At that moment, Ao Qing approached the prison warden. Hey, do you think I'm invisible? Spotting Ao Qing, the guard froze momentarily before offering an awkward smile. Greetings, Lord Ao Qing. Even within these gloomy confines of the divine prison, your reputation precedes you. Listening to the guard's flattery, Ao Qing's face lit up with a look of pure enjoyment. You're quite impressive. It seems like a waste of talent to have you guarding this wretched prison. The warden chuckled. You flatter me, Lord Ao Qing. I've grown accustomed to this place. I have no ambitions beyond it. Ah Qing paused slightly at this remark but said nothing further, stepping directly into the divine prison. If the divine prison warden wished to leave this place and seek another official post, he could certainly help him with that. But since the man showed no such desire, he wouldn't force the issue. Left behind, the divine prison warden watched Ao Qing's retreating figure and shook his head slightly. This was a rock-solid job, after all. Here, there was virtually no danger, and life was carefree. He had already made plans to retire here. Truly, he'd avoided half a lifetime of detours. Meanwhile, within the divine prison, Ao Qing finally caught up with Lu Shui and the others. Ha! Xiaocheng, where'd you go? Heh, nothing much. Young master, how are you two doing? Lu Shui withdrew her gaze and gestured toward a nearby cell. Within the dim cell, several massive chains bound a middle-aged man tightly in the center, thick sealing energy constantly emanating from him. All these elements spoke to the sheer terror of the prisoner held within. I think he'll do just fine. Guards! The next moment, the jailer scurried over eagerly. Your Highness, what are your orders? Lu Shui pointed to the cell beside them and said, Open the door. I want to talk to him. Without a word, the jailer produced the key and unlocked the cell door. Hey, Xiaolei, wake up. Her Highness the Princess wants to question you. Hearing the jailer's words, the middle-aged man slowly opened his eyes. A flash of lightning instantly flickered through his pupils. What is it? At that moment, Lu Shui stepped before the middle-aged man. Do you know the unknown star domain? At her words, the man gave a slight nod. Now, the alien races from the unknown star domain have launched an attack. Their objective is to devour the entire known star domain. You want me to intervene? Lu Shui nodded. The middle-aged man chuckled lightly. Now that you're in trouble, you come looking for me. Where were you all this time? Let me tell you this: I've cultivated the power of thunder and lightning through the way of thunder. I'm not some cat or dog with a temper as forgiving as theirs. After what you did to me back then, you still expect. His words trailed off abruptly. His eyes locked onto the thunder elemental crystal in Lu Shue's hand. How did you get that? Lu Shui rolled her eyes. Enough with the nonsense. Is this enough? Enough. More than enough. Damn it. Those accursed outsiders dare to trespass into my domain. I'll crush them myself. The middle-aged man's expression shifted instantly, radiating righteous indignation. Witnessing this scene, the few people nearby couldn't help but twitch their lips. What a hypocrite. Seeing this, Lu Shui wasted no words. Untie him, she ordered directly. Beside them, the jailer froze in shock. Ha? What ha? Unlock him. It's fine. At that moment, the jailer felt like crying. After staring at the middle-aged man before him for a long while, he finally released the seal shackles. Snap. A violent aura erupted from the man's body. Your Highness, be careful. Several people nearby rushed to shield Lu Shui. Lu Shui, however, waved them off indifferently. Everyone, stand back. At that moment, the middle-aged man rose and walked toward Lu Shui. Are you the daughter of the Divine Dynasty's Empress? The middle-aged man inquired. Lu Shui nodded. No wonder. Let's get one thing straight: I won't fight to the death. I'd rather save my life for later. And so, Lu Shui successfully recruited her first powerful ally. The middle-aged man's strength did not disappoint her. At the peak of the super god realm, he was even more powerful than the Divine Dynasty and several divine generals. Seeing this, Lu Shui tossed the thunder elemental crystal directly to the middle-aged man. Use this for now. Come back for more if it's not enough. Staring at the thunder element crystal in his hand, the middle-aged man froze in shock. He could scarcely believe his ears. Ask her for more if it's not enough? Turning his gaze back to Lu Shui, the middle-aged man suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of warmth toward her. All the resentment he'd harbored during his years of imprisonment vanished in that instant. A talented horse finally meets its discerning master. Beside Lu Shui, Daosheng observed the middle-aged man's face, now radiant with hope, and couldn't help but chuckle. Young master, you're becoming more and more like the master. Hearing this, Lu Shui paused in surprise. My father. Seeing Lu Shui's reaction, Daosheng quickly added, Young master, the master will likely return very soon. Ha? How do you know? Lu Shui looked at Daosheng with a puzzled expression. Daosheng cleared his throat and declared, Intuition. Hearing this, Lu Shui rolled her eyes. If you're wrong, you're not eating for a year. Ha? Just then, a shrill laugh erupted from another cell. Ahaha, Lego, you surrendered so easily. Hearing the mocking voice, the middle-aged man halted in his tracks and turned to look in that direction. You're just jealous. What did you say? A shrill voice echoed from within the cell. The middle-aged man remained expressionless. I said you're just jealous. Bull. Heh, then stay put in your cell. When I break through to the god-shattering realm, I'll come back for you. You. Just as the two continued bickering, Lu Shui suddenly interjected, Enough, stop arguing. She slowly walked toward the cell where the voice had come from. Do you want to get out? Yes. The air suddenly fell silent, as if frozen solid. Everyone froze in place. Something felt off. Lu Shui stood frozen for a long moment before finally snapping out of it. She had actually assumed this cell held some kind of dangerous criminal. Chapter 158, Divine Prison Conflict. Turns out they're all the same. But then again, after being locked up for so long, who wouldn't jump at the chance to get out, especially with perks? Only a fool would refuse. Would you be willing to join us in fighting the alien race? Lu Shui asked, merely going through the motions. The voice from the cell replied without hesitation. Of course. I've had it with those outsiders for ages. Hearing this, Lu Shui nodded and signaled to the jailer beside her. Moments later, a creak echoed. The cell door swung open. A tall, long-haired man, dressed in somewhat tattered clothes but standing with an upright posture, slowly emerged from the cell. He greedily inhaled the fresh air outside the cell, his expression one of pure bliss. Hey, madman, after all these years, are you still up for it? At that moment, Lei Yin, who had not yet departed, suddenly sneered. Hearing Lei Yin's words, the long-haired man's eyes widened in fury. Lei dog, I've just been released. Don't push me to fight. Boom. Instantly, the aura of a peak super god realm cultivator erupted violently from the long-haired man's body. Without the slightest hesitation. In an instant, the entire divine prison trembled. Witnessing this, Lei Yin sneered coldly before unleashing his own aura. Boom. 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 At that moment, the two super god tier auras collided, causing the surrounding space to violently tremble. Enough. Are you two ever going to stop? At that moment, Lu Shui, who had remained silent all along, suddenly roared in anger. Hearing Lu Shui's rebuke, both men frowned simultaneously. Seeing this, old Zhou's expression darkened. A faint aura of dragon might slowly emanated from Lu Qing's body. Lu Shui's expression, too, grew as cold as ice. Lock them both back up. Lu Shui ordered coldly. Hearing this, Lei Yin and the other man froze in place. Gazing at Lu Shui's icy countenance, both men felt an unbidden pang of dread surge within their hearts. At that moment, they seemed to see the invincible empress. Instantly, a wave of regret welled up from the depths of their hearts. Boom! At that very instant, two terrifying auras suddenly surged skyward from the side. It was none other than the auras of Daosheng and Old Master Zhou. Her Highness the Princess has already spoken. Do you two still need this old man to invite you? Old Master Zhou blared at them with a dark expression. Daosheng's expression was even more vicious. Get the hell back! How dare you provoke my young mistress? Hearing this, Lei Yin and the other man's expressions turned utterly grim. They had indeed acted impulsively earlier, but this hard-won freedom was not something they could simply abandon. Your Highness, please grant me one more chance. Lei Yin looked at Lu Shui hesitantly. The long-haired man beside him remained silent, merely observing Lei Yin with a detached gaze. I've already given you one chance. Lu Shui rejected Lei Yin's plea without hesitation. To be honest, her presence here was a tremendous opportunity for these people. Yet, what was the result? They still failed to cherish it properly. She would never take someone she couldn't control under her wing. Otherwise, betrayal would inevitably follow one day. Lu Daosheng had taught her this lesson long ago. Hey, kid, I'm grateful you let me out. I'm not exactly thrilled about these outsiders either, but... The long-haired man beside him suddenly spoke up. What pisses me off the most is being ordered around. The entire divine prison was filled almost entirely with former powerhouses from the top star domains who had refused to join the divine dynasty and were ultimately imprisoned here. Thus, most shared the long-haired man's sentiments. But that was many years ago. Some things change. Upon hearing the long-haired man's words, Lu Shui finally understood. Then, do you know? I can give you freedom, and I can take it away. At these words, the long-haired man froze momentarily before bursting into laughter. By you? Little girl, I admit your status isn't low, but that doesn't equate to power. If your invincible mother were here now, I'd show her some respect. Unfortunately. Humph humph humph. The long-haired man didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was clear. I can't take this anymore. Dealing with trash like you? Do I really need my mother to come down personally? Boom! At that moment, Daosheng beside him erupted. Terrifying dragon might poured forth relentlessly from his body. Instantly, the long-haired man's expression changed drastically. In that instant, he realized he had underestimated this five-clawed divine dragon that had remained by his side all along. Though both were at the super god realm, he now felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. Turning to Lei Yin, who still hesitated nearby, the long-haired man snapped, Lei dog, do you truly intend to rot away in this sunless dungeon for the rest of your life? If you don't, then join me in breaking out. Lei Yin felt a surge of impulse at the man's words, but when his peripheral vision caught Lu Shui's icy glare, he snapped back to his senses. In the end, Lei Yin chose to remain silent. Seeing this, the long-haired man cursed under his breath before unleashing his divine power. Boom! The massive tremor instantly drew the attention of numerous powerful figures from the divine dynasty. One after another, they rushed toward the direction of the divine prison. Inside the divine prison. Put! A mouthful of crimson blood spurted from the long-haired man's mouth. His expression was utterly horrified. He never imagined this five-clawed divine dragon possessed such terrifying power. Within his own realm, he had rarely tasted defeat. But this time, he was nearly crushed. Young master, stay put. Watch me take revenge for you. Daosheng blared at the long-haired man with seething fury, then unleashed a fierce divine dragon tail strike toward him. Boom! Space shattered, and countless cells suddenly erupted into chaos. Seeing this, the jailer who had been cowering in the back turned pale. Your Highness, it's bad. The seal is weakening. Hearing this, Lu Shui's brows furrowed slightly. What do you mean? The seal is weakening. Some of the powerful beings imprisoned within this divine prison may escape. Lu Shui snorted coldly. With me here, I'll see who dares leave this place. In the next instant, an ancient bell materialized in Lu Shui's hand. The Chaos Bell. Outside, the crowd watched in horror as a colossal ancient bell suddenly enveloped the entire divine prison. No matter what methods they employed, they could not penetrate it. Within mere moments, the sounds of combat gradually ceased. I'm sorry. Give me one more chance. I still want to kill the alien race. The long-haired man, outmatched by Daosheng, was swiftly subdued. Now filled with regret, he begged for mercy. Seeing this, Lu Shui ordered directly, kill him. SSSH. The words had barely left her mouth when the man's head was severed from his body. This scene sent cold sweat streaming down Lei Yin's back as he watched from the side. Just then, Lu Shui's gaze suddenly turned toward him. Thud! Lei Yin immediately dropped to his knees before Lu Shui. Miss, I truly know I've erred. From this day forward, I'll serve you faithfully, following you for all eternity. Faced with the terror of death, Lei Yin chose to follow his heart. Hearing this, Lu Shui chuckled softly, oh? But aren't you a practitioner of the Thunder Path? Aren't you known for your fiery temper? Chapter 159, Fishing for Big Fish. Lu Shui's teasing instantly made Lei Yin's face flush slightly. He did indeed have a short fuse. But that depended entirely on who he was facing. The bloody lessons he'd learned had already tempered the temper of this super god realm powerhouse who had attained enlightenment through thunder. After staring at Lei Yin for a long moment, Lu Shui finally sighed. Remember this, I don't like people who don't comply. Hearing this, Lei Yin instantly breathed a sigh of relief. His life was spared, at least. But he still hadn't regained his freedom. Watching Lu Shui's retreating figure, Lei Yin felt like crying but had no tears. Little did he know that years later he would come to feel profoundly grateful for the choice he made today. Your Highness, shall we proceed? Old Zhou prompted from the side. Hearing this, Lu Shui pondered for a moment before saying, searching one by one like this is too exhausting. She then stepped into the center of the divine prison, her voice instantly echoing throughout the entire chamber. Those who wish to join our divine dynasty in fighting the alien races, now is your chance. Once this opportunity passes, it won't come again. Those who distinguish themselves in battle shall be granted their freedom. The moment these words were spoken, the entire divine prison trembled. Within moments, countless powerful figures began responding in unison. I still have the fight in me. Release me. What the hell are these alien races? Let me see what they're made of. My lord, I am willing to fight the alien race. Seeing this, Lu Shui turned and handed the prison warden an exquisite storage ring. Release those willing to fight the alien race. Give them some resources to restore their strength. Hearing this, the jailer took the storage ring and nodded hastily. Your Highness, leave it to me. Lu Shui then turned to Old Zhou and smiled. Old Zhou, please keep an eye on things here for me. Old Zhou nodded without further inquiry. Lu Shui and Daosheng then departed the divine prison ahead of the others. Young mistress, where are we headed? Once they stepped outside the divine prison, Daosheng suddenly asked. At that moment, Lu Shui halted her steps and turned to survey the entire divine prison. To reel in the big fish, of course. Hearing this, Daosheng's expression turned puzzled. But it didn't take long for him to understand. A colossal ancient bell now enveloped the entire divine prison. Suddenly, with a thunderous clang, its toll echoed throughout the entire divine dynasty's imperial capital. What is this? A puzzled voice echoed from the void. In the next instant, a disheveled yet still somewhat handsome man materialized in the void. Clearly, he had been trapped inside by the chaos bell and couldn't leave the divine prison. Hello there. At that moment, Lu Shui flew into the void and greeted the man across the chaos bell. Upon seeing Lu Shui, the man's brows immediately furrowed. Is this your doing? Hearing this, Lu Shui made no attempt to conceal her actions. Yes, it was me. I did it to prevent someone of your caliber, someone beyond control, from escaping the divine prison. Hearing Lu Shui's words, the man's expression darkened. I advise you to open it immediately. Otherwise, when I get out, you're dead. The man stared at Lu Shui, resorting directly to threats. Lu Shui, however, remained utterly unmoved. You're so eager to escape? Don't you have any thoughts about that alien race? The man remained expressionless. That's your divine dynasty's business. What the hell does it have to do with me? Lu Shui frowned sharply. But their target is every star domain. When that time comes, you won't be able to escape either. Ha! So what? We'll see when your divine dynasty falls. Seeing his stubborn refusal, Lu Shui snorted coldly and stated bluntly, you have two choices, either fight the alien race, or die. At her words, the man burst into laughter. You think I'm some useless fool like those inside the divine prison? Boom! A terrifying aura surged violently from the man's body. The entire divine prison shook violently. Half-step mortal realm. Liminal God realm, divine being realm, God king realm, God lord realm, God sovereign realm, God emperor realm, transcendent God realm, God shattering realm, true self realm, mortal shedding realm. A half-step mortal realm existence within the divine prison? Separated by the chaos bell, Lu Shui and Daosheng felt the man's pressure only faintly. Yet Daosheng was still somewhat shocked. Half-step mortal realm, that strength was anything but weak. Across the entire divine dynasty today, there was no one capable of handling a half-step mortal realm powerhouse. Lu Shui, however, seemed entirely unfazed, as if she had known this all along. No matter how powerful you are you as powerful as my mother? Your mother? The divine dynasty's empress. At the mention of the divine dynasty's empress, the man fell silent. The answer was obvious. The soul-devouring clan is no ordinary foe. The man suddenly spoke up. You know the soul-devouring clan? Lu Shui was somewhat surprised. The man nodded. Before your mother appeared, I truly feared no one. Then do you think I'm simple? Lu Shui asked. You? The man looked Lu Shui straight in the eye, his brow furrowing slightly. At first, he'd only thought Lu Shui was that woman's daughter, implying she wasn't ordinary. But upon closer inspection, he suddenly realized that Lu Shui's destiny seemed profoundly deep. Such destiny, could she be the chosen one? With the Tao's fortune upon them, such individuals would find death itself elusive. You're no ordinary person either, the man stated directly. But you haven't fully matured yet. You're no match for the soul-devouring clan, the man stated bluntly. Hearing this, Lu Shui's lips twitched slightly. What she wanted to say was that she had a father behind her. And he was truly invincible. Truth be told, if she called out to him now, the soul-devouring clan wouldn't stand a chance. But she didn't want to trouble her old man like this. He had left to handle matters, and disturbing him now wouldn't be appropriate. Just then, a tremendous rumbling sound suddenly echoed from the distant horizon. Almost simultaneously, Lu Shui and the man snapped their heads toward the source. Simultaneously, the entire imperial capital of the Divine Dynasty began to tremble. A humming sound filled the air. A massive defensive barrier enveloped the entire imperial capital. Your Highness! A Divine Dynasty guard suddenly appeared beside Lu Shui. They're here! Lu Shui gazed solemnly toward the horizon, where a shroud of darkness loomed faintly. Clearly, a scene of dark clouds pressing down upon the city, threatening to crush it. Was that the soul-devouring clan? Lu Shui headed toward the city walls when a man's voice suddenly called out from behind her. Wait! Lu Shui turned her head. What is it? The man sighed. Count me in. With no way to leave, she had no choice but to agree. Hearing this, Lu Shui flashed a faint smile. The next moment, she waved her hand, and the chaos bell instantly flew back into her grasp. Just what level of divine artifact is this? The man inquired curiously. With his strength at the threshold of the mortal realm, he couldn't even budge the ancient bell. Meeting the man's inquisitive gaze, Lu Shui replied calmly, it has no rank. She then stowed the chaos bell away, revealing a jade talisman in her hand. This was left to her by Lu Daosheng. No matter where or when, as long as summoned, Lu Daosheng would come immediately. After staring at the jade talisman in her hand for a long time, Lu Shui finally shook her head slowly and then put it away. It was time for her to take action. Yet Lu Shui failed to notice that the moment she tucked away the jade talisman, it trembled faintly for an instant. I wonder how Ling Yun and Shui are doing after all this time. I suppose I should go back and check on them. A figure darted through the void at breakneck speed, murmuring to themselves. Surrounding it were countless terrifying void turbulence currents. Any single one could tear apart an entire world. Chapter 160, Time to Flee? At that moment, the walls of the Divine Dynasty's imperial capital were densely packed with its elite warriors. Every face wore a solemn expression as they gazed toward the distant void. That suffocating aura was drawing ever closer. With the few people you have now, even with me added, we still can't handle them. The man beside Lu Shui spoke. Within the entire Divine Dynasty, he was now the strongest, making him the only one qualified to say such words. And yet, not long ago, he had been imprisoned by the Divine Dynasty. How ironic. Therefore, he was now keen to see how the daughter of the Empress would resolve this situation. Lu Shui cast a faint glance at the man and spoke softly, with our strength, we truly cannot defeat them. Therefore, the best course is to hold firm until my mother and the others return. I trust mother and the others have already realized this. Hearing Lu Shui's response, the man turned his gaze back toward the void. Let's discuss other options. With the forces currently remaining in the imperial capital, resisting the sudden onslaught of the soul-devouring clan's army was practically a pipe dream. I have two more options, the simplest ones. 2. The simplest? Hearing Lu Shui's words, the man clearly seemed taken aback. Lu Shui nodded. We should relocate our entire force directly to the wasteland city. At this suggestion, Ao Qing beside him immediately brightened. Young master, that's an excellent plan. Once we're in the wasteland city, no matter what clan they belong to, none of their influence will matter anymore. Old Zhou remained silent, his expression unchanged. The man's frown deepened. The wasteland city you speak of? The wasteland city, he had never heard of it. Hearing this, Lu Shui smiled faintly. It's my father's domain. Your father? Is he stronger than your mother? Why do you have to ask so many questions? Watching the man fire question after question, Lu Shui snapped. Seeing Lu Shui's slight irritation, the man shook his head helplessly. Then tell me about the last option. The last option is to just call my dad back. That's it? That's it. At that moment, the man was momentarily stunned. After a moment of deep thought, he gave Lu Shui a long, lingering look but ultimately said nothing. This girl is truly unearthly. Her mother was terrifying enough, and now she had a mysterious father too. Looking at Lu Shui's confident expression, for some reason, the man suddenly felt his tension melt away. So what do we do next? At that moment, old Zhou and the others also turned their gaze toward Lu Shui. Whatever Lu Shui said next, they would follow. Meeting the hopeful gazes of the others, Lu Shui's expression grew solemn. In that moment, a profound sense of responsibility welled up within her. Head to the wasteland city. In the end, Lu Shui chose to flee. Once back in the wasteland city, everything would be fine. To be honest, the sense of security here was less than 1/10,000th of what they had in Wasteland City. Upon hearing Lu Shui's words, the others wasted no time and sprang into action. Though fleeing felt somewhat shameful, what could they say when Her Highness the Princess had spoken? It must be said, their speed was truly remarkable. Within moments, the entire imperial capital of the Divine Dynasty was completely deserted. Lu Shui went a step further, pulling out a spatial artifact and stuffing everyone inside. And just like that, the entire imperial capital of the Divine Dynasty became a ghost town. Young mistress, it's done. In the void, Ao Qing reverted to his true form, a colossal 5-clawed divine dragon tens of thousands of feet long, radiating divine light from every scale. Truly a sight to behold. Hearing this, Lu Shui nodded and tossed the spatial artifact to Ao Qing. Take them back to the wasteland city. I'll stay behind to cover our retreat. At these words, Ao Qing was momentarily speechless. Young mistress, what did you say? I'll cover the rear. How could we proceed without someone holding the line? No way, young mistress. If anything happens to you, the master will skin me alive. Hearing this, Lu Shui rolled her eyes. Listen to me, hurry up and leave. Clearly, Lu Shui had her own plans. Just then, Ao Qing was about to speak. A flash of golden light erupted from the spatial artifact. The group instantly materialized before them. Your Highness, we wish to fight alongside you. Indeed, Your Highness. You needn't sacrifice yourselves for us. They are merely insignificant alien tribes. How could our divine dynasty possibly fear them? One after another, they spoke with passionate fervor, their resolve to fight the soul-devouring clan to the death unwavering. Watching them, Lu Shui's lips twitched slightly. She wanted to retort, you know nothing. From the very beginning, she had never feared the soul-devouring clan. Who was she? She was Lu Daosheng's daughter. Sigh. At that moment, Lu Shui let out a heavy sigh. Seeing this, the others hurriedly asked, Your Highness, why are you sighing? Lu Shui's face clouded with sorrow as she replied, I had hoped to live among you as an ordinary person. Her expression instantly turned bitter with resentment. But those soul-devouring clan members have gone too far. No more pretending. Boom! At that moment, the distant void suddenly split open. In the next instant, a colossal and terrifying aura surged forth from within. In an instant, the entire void shattered with a thunderous roar. Ha 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 ha! Tremble, you ants! Countless soul-devouring clan members burst forth from the rift in the void. Their numbers were staggering. It was unimaginable that such a force had managed to bypass the attention of the Divine Dynasty's main forces and directly penetrate into its heartland. No wonder Yan Lingyun's face had turned ashen. The aura emanating from the 3 leading spirit devourers was even more terrifying. They were 3 peak mortal realm powerhouses. Witnessing this, the expressions of the crowd immediately darkened. There was simply no comparison. Well, Shi Jin sneered coldly. Your empress has no time to spare for you lot right now. I can't wait to see her expression when she finds out you've all met such a miserable end. A shrill, piercing laughter echoed relentlessly from the void. Aren't you afraid of my mother's furious retaliation? Lu Shui suddenly spoke coldly. Hearing this, Shi Jin and the others froze momentarily before turning their gaze toward Lu Shui. Seeing Lu Shui's face, which bore a striking resemblance to Yan Lingyun's, they were overcome with elation. You're that madwoman's daughter. Ah ha 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 ha. Who would have thought this trip would bring such an unexpected delight? Then, Shi Jin grinned lewdly at Lu Shui. Little girl, I'll torture you properly, then devour you bit by bit. You dare lay a finger on my young master, and I'll fight you to the death. At that moment, Ao Qing suddenly roared in fury. Seeing Ao Qing seething with righteous indignation beside her, Lu Shui felt a slight stir in her heart. She reached out to soothe him, signaling him not to act rashly. You think I'm afraid of you? Lu Shui's expression turned icy. Just as Shi Jin was about to speak, Shi Ren beside him shook his head slightly. Don't waste any more time. Don't forget our plan. At these words, Shi Jin snorted softly and said no more. Shi Ren stepped forward and declared, I care not what confidence you possess, but to oppose my Shiling clan is to seal your own fate. Chapter 161, Breaking the Rules. Enjoy it while you can. Instantly, a terrifying aura surged forth from Shi Ren's body. The overwhelming pressure of his powerful mortal realm cultivation left the Divine Dynasty's members frozen in terror, unable to move. Except for Lu Shui. Young miss, weren't you going to show your hand? Do it now. If you don't, we're done for. Beside her, the man's face darkened as he gritted his teeth. Hearing this, Lu Shui exhaled softly. In the next instant, a long sword radiating a mysterious glow appeared in her hand. Simultaneously, a vision flashed through Lu Shui's mind. Xiao Shui, take this sword for self-defense. Remember, use it only when absolutely necessary. Its power is immense. Ha! How powerful. Roughly, the limit of what your world can achieve. Coming to her senses, Lu Shui turned her gaze toward the distant army of the soul-devouring clan, her eyes instantly sharpening. You forced my hand. Witnessing this, Shi Ren felt a deadly sense of threat surge within him. Staring at Lu Shui, Shi Ren suddenly bellowed, retreat. But by the time he reacted, it was already too late. Lu Shui swung her sword in a single, decisive strike. Buzz. In that instant, the very heavens and earth shifted. An indescribably terrifying sword beam erupted from the blade, freezing the world in place as if time itself had halted, leaving only that blindingly bright beam of light. Shoo! The heavens tore apart, the void shattered into nothingness. No! A cry of despair rang out. The apocalyptic clang of the sword echoed across the heavens and earth. The smoke of battle dissipated. In the end, the entire soul-devouring clan army was nearly annihilated. Only a handful of their strongest warriors clung to life, yet they had largely lost their ability to fight. Shi Ren, standing at the very front, was obliterated into nothingness. At that moment, the void fell completely silent, broken only by the constant crackling of space shattering. After an unknown span of time, a murmured voice echoed. Am I dreaming? The man stared at Lu Shui's retreating figure before finally collapsing, his body slumping heavily into the void. With a trump card like that up your sleeve, why go through all this trouble? Why not just bring it out earlier and avoid all this? All this time, we've just been supporting actors. Truth be told, Lu Shui hadn't expected to use the trump card her father left behind. She thought she could handle this crisis with her own strength, but who knew the soul-devouring clan would be this powerful? In the end, returning to Huangcheng had also been using her father's trump card, so it made little difference. Daosheng snapped out of it and bellowed, our young master is invincible. Seeing this, the others joined in the roar. Princess, you are invincible. The princess is invincible. At that moment, the sword in Lu Shui's hand shattered with a thunderous crash. This can't be. An illusion. It must be an illusion. Shi Jin's face was etched with despair, his entire body shaking violently. Though that strike wasn't primarily aimed at him, he was still caught in its aftermath. Merely a ripple from the attack had left him, a peak mortal realm powerhouse of the soul-devouring clan, gravely wounded. Shi Hong, who had remained silent all along, suffered the same fate. That madwoman was already strong enough, but why was her daughter even more monstrous? Why? Alas, they would never know the answer. Bad news. Everyone, attack now. Don't let them recover. At that moment, the man at the threshold of the mortal realm suddenly bellowed. The group froze, their attention immediately drawn to Shi Jin and Xiang, who were secretly devouring the flesh and remains of the Shiling tribe's army scattered across the void. Witnessing this, the group immediately charged toward the two. Though these were mortal realm powerhouses far stronger than themselves, they were now all gravely wounded. The group reckoned they couldn't muster even 10% of their usual strength, and their fear vanished. Shi Jin and Shi Hong, however, wore expressions of utter dread. Run! In the next instant, mustering their last ounce of strength, they tore open the void and vanished from their original positions. After all, they were peak mortal realm experts. Even gravely wounded, their escape was beyond the reach of those present to stop. Watching the two slip away right under their noses, the crowd's expressions darkened. Young master, what should we do now? At that moment, Ao Cheng approached Lu Shui. Clear the battlefield. At her command, the others wasted no time and sprang into action. After all, there were still quite a few half-dead soul devourers lingering in the void. Lu Shui gazed calmly into the depths of the void. With the crisis here resolved, things should be much easier for her mother now. She had deliberately let those two escape. She knew they would flee to another battlefield, and once they did, her mother would understand that this place was safe. Sure enough, after Shi Jin and the other broke through the void, their first instinct was to race toward the unknown frontier. Shi Jin, what do we do now? Shi Heng's expression darkened as he turned to ask Shi Jin beside him. At his words, Shi Jin remained silent. What else could be done? They could only wait for a better opportunity to seize this star domain. Even now, the thought of devouring this star domain still lingered in Shi Jin's mind. He did not realize that the moment his soul-devouring clan entertained such thoughts, annihilation became their inevitable fate. Let's find the clan chief first. Without delay, the two continued their relentless march toward the unknown frontier. Fellow Taoist, beyond this point lies the chaos void. Halt your advance. A voice echoed from the surroundings. Lu Daosheng halted his steps and turned his head to look to the side. A shadowy figure slowly materialized, gradually solidifying. It was an elderly man with white hair. Have you been guarding this place all alone? Lu Daosheng inquired. Hearing this, the old man burst into laughter. I'm not guarding this place. With my power, I could have ascended long ago. Why do you think I'd still linger in this world? Seeming to recognize Lu Daosheng's extraordinary nature, the old man began chatting with him. Lu Daosheng smiled at the old man's words. You wish to forcefully break through this world, free from its constraints. At these words, the old man's smile froze. His gaze returned to Lu Daosheng, and his expression grew increasingly grave. He couldn't fathom him at all. Who are you? The old man finally began to take the somewhat youthful Lu Daosheng before him seriously. He had assumed the man was merely a chance visitor, but now it seemed otherwise. Lu Daosheng. Lu Daosheng had never concealed his name. Lu Daosheng? I don't recognize that name. You're not from this world, are you? The old man pondered for a long time, yet his mind yielded no information about Lu Daosheng. Lu Daosheng nodded. Forcing a breakthrough carries immense risk. Should you fail, you will perish and your cultivation will be lost. Are you certain you wish to take such a risk? Lu Daosheng's words silenced the old man. After a long pause, the old man shook his head slightly. Had I followed the conventional path of cultivation, I might have reached unimaginable heights long ago. But that path would inevitably reach its limits. Cultivation is inherently defying the heavens. Having chosen this path, one must naturally pursue the strongest course. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng's expression brightened. This old man before him was truly extraordinary. He never imagined such a figure could exist in this world. You must have been quite renowned in this world back in the day. At this, the old man smiled faintly. That was all in the past. Seeing this, Lu Daosheng smiled too. Your thoughts are sound, but mere thinking is useless. Do you know why, after all these years, you still remain in this world? Because you only think, but never act. Facing the laws of heaven and earth, facing this chaotic void, you harbor fear in your heart. And with fear in your heart, how can you ever hope to break the rules? Boom! Lu Daosheng's words exploded like thunder in the old man's mind. Watching the old man freeze in place, Lu Daosheng shook his head slightly before turning and unleashing a punch. A deafening boom echoed. The world barrier before him shattered, revealing a gaping breach that exposed the terrifying, chaotic void currents within. Without hesitation, Lu Daosheng stepped through, plunging into the chaotic void that had driven countless powerful beings to despair. The breach swiftly closed behind him. At the original spot, after an unknown span of time, the old man slowly came to his senses. Lu Daosheng was gone. Yet Lu Daosheng's words had awakened him. All these years, it wasn't any rule that bound me, it was myself. The old man murmured to himself. The next moment, the old man's aura began to surge wildly. Chapter 162, What Happened? Divine Dynasty Imperial Capital. After an unknown span of time, the void finally returned to its former tranquility. Yet the horror of that single sword strike still haunted everyone's minds. Could such power truly exist in this world? Mississippi. At that moment, the man from the divine prison approached Lu Shui with a nervous expression. Lu Shui turned her head at his voice. Instantly, the man couldn't help but tremble all over. Young miss, is there anything else you require? If so, I shall attend to it immediately. Hearing this, Lu Shui instantly understood. The man before her no longer wished to return to the divine prison. Yet having done nothing since his release, he now needed an opportunity to remain outside. After a moment of silence, Lu Shui spoke slowly. The crisis here has been resolved, but the matter with the other realm likely isn't over yet. You understand what I mean, right? Hearing this, the man nodded repeatedly. Miss, I'll head to the border immediately to provide support. Just then, several voices called out from the distance. Lu Shui turned to see the powerful figures who had emerged from the divine prison. We're coming too. We're going as well. Thus, these powerful figures who had emerged from the divine prison, led by a general of the divine dynasty, set off toward the unknown frontier. As for sneaking away, they dared not even consider it, for that terrifying sword strike had already seared itself into their very souls. Standing in the void, Lu Shui gazed calmly toward the unknown frontier. Just then, the void beside her suddenly cracked open. Instantly, a divine dynasty powerhouse appeared before Lu Shui, drenched in blood and radiating a withered aura. You? Lu Shui's expression turned shocked upon recognizing the figure before her. At that moment, Elder Zhou appeared beside Lu Shui. Guanlin, what exactly happened there? Where is Shen Yi? The divine dynasty warrior before them was none other than a junior officer who had served alongside Shen Yi, the divine dynasty's foremost divine general. Hearing Elder Zhou's question, Guanlin, this rugged, burly man, suddenly burst into tears. Your Highness, Elder Zhou, General Shen Yi, he died in battle at the unknown frontier, shielding us. What? Hearing Guanlin's words, Elder Zhou lost his voice, frozen in place. General Shen Yi was dead. Why? Why did we only receive word now? His eyes widened in fury as he grabbed Guanlin's shoulders. Then why did you only return now? Shen Yi risked his life to cover for you, wasn't it precisely so you could relay the news sooner? At that moment, old Master Zhou was trembling all over. If His Majesty learned of Shen Yi's death, who knew what he would do? He was the first mighty warrior to serve by His Majesty's side. In terms of loyalty, even I feel ashamed to compare myself to him. And now, Shen Yi had fallen in battle at the unknown frontier. Old Zhou. At that moment, Lu Shui, who had remained silent all along, suddenly pressed her hand against Old Master Zhou's shoulder. Old Master Zhou, please calm yourself. Hearing this, Old Zhou's expression darkened. He immediately released Guanlin and stepped aside. Lu Shui walked up to Guanlin and handed him a pill. Take this first. Guanlin shot Lu Shui a grateful glance before hastily popping the pill into his mouth. He had truly reached the limits of his strength to make it this far. The moment the pill touched his tongue, a powerful surge of medicinal energy swept through his entire body. In the blink of an eye, Guanlin's injuries and stamina began to recover rapidly. Your servant thanks your highness for the medicine. Enough. Lu Shui waved her hand dismissively, her expression impassive. Speak quickly. Why have you only returned now? Where are the others? Judging by Guanlin's words, Shinyi had faced a sudden attack by the soul-devouring clan at another border outpost and chosen to sacrifice himself to save the others. Had Guanlin and the others returned swiftly then, they could have not only prepared in advance but perhaps even rushed to the border to provide support. Yet the result was that this entire Shiling tribe army perished here before Guanlin finally arrived. At Lu Shui's question, Guanlin's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. Your Highness, General Shinyi faced that entire soul-devouring tribe army alone. Meanwhile, we were rushing back to the imperial capital to prepare defenses against the enemy forces. But unexpectedly, halfway back, we suddenly encountered a mysterious powerful figure. At this point, a flicker of fear appeared in Guanlin's eyes. That individual, acting alone, blocked our entire army midway. In the end, I was the only one fortunate enough to survive. Guanlin knelt in the void, his expression twisted in agony. After hearing Guanlin's account, both Lu Shui and Elder Zhou wore grim expressions. Do you know who that mysterious warrior was? Guanlin shook his head, about to speak, when he suddenly froze. Are you looking for me? Boom! Old Master Zhou instantly unleashed his aura, stepping in front of Lu Shui. Daosheng also appeared abruptly, listening cautiously to the mysterious powerhouse manifesting in the void before them. Lu Shui turned to see a man with crimson eyes standing in the void, observing them all with a faint smile. Your Highness, it's him! Guanlin exclaimed beside her, his gaze fixed on the red-eyed man as murderous intent surged from him. Hearing this, Lu Shui asked in a deep voice, Who are you? The red-eyed man's smile remained unchanged. The dead have no need to know my identity, nor do they have the right to know. At these words, the expressions of everyone present grew solemn. At the same time, a large number of Divine Dynasty elites were rushing toward this location. What is your purpose? Lu Shui pressed. Hearing Lu Shui's question, the red-eyed man laughed heartily. My purpose? Truthfully, I simply relish the sensation of slaughter. I suppose I share a common interest with the soul-devouring clan. Slaughter. That was his way. An extremely radical path. But precisely because of this, the red-eyed man had attained such formidable power. In the void, Lu Shui nodded, about to speak, when she suddenly stared blankly behind the red-eyed man. At that moment, a cold voice echoed from behind the red-eyed man. Hey, what are you showing off in front of my daughter? Instantly, the red-eyed man's expression changed drastically. Another border battlefield. The battlefield lay in utter ruin. Woman, by now, your old lair has likely been razed to the ground by my spirit devourer tribe's army, hasn't it? The soul devourer's mocking voice echoed from the void. The Divine Dynasty's forces immediately darkened in expression. Yet for some reason, Yan Lingyun remained largely unmoved. Even her attacks lacked the urgency they had possessed at the start. Even so, Shiling remained firmly on the defensive. By now, the soul devourer was barely hanging on by a thread. Seeing Yan Lingyun's lack of reaction, Shiling's expression darkened. By now, he had an ominous premonition. Sure enough, the distant space suddenly cracked open. In the next instant, two familiar figures appeared before Shiling. It was Shi Jin and Shi Hang. Clan chief. Seeing them, Shiling's expression darkened. He had already guessed what had happened, but no matter how hard he racked his brain, he couldn't fathom why he had failed. What exactly happened? Shiling demanded in a deep voice. Yan Lingyun halted her attack, standing in the void as she regarded Shiling and his two companions with a detached gaze. Chapter 163, Father, you're back. Clan chief, we encountered. Shi Jin hadn't finished speaking when darkness suddenly engulfed his vision. Shiling had abruptly slammed his palm onto Shi Jin's crown. Enough. No more talk. Your mission is over. Shiling said coldly. In the next instant, Shi Jin's eyes widened in shock before his body slowly began to dissipate. Devour. Beside him, Shi Hong trembled violently. Yet even so, Shi Hong showed no intention of fleeing. In the blink of an eye, Shi Jin's figure vanished completely into the void. At that moment, Shiling's gaze turned toward Shi Hong. Instantly, Shi Hong collapsed into the void, a bitter smile curling his lips. The Shiling clan will ultimately triumph. In the end, the Shiling devoured both of them. A terrifying aura erupted violently from within its body. Boom! The entire void began to collapse under the unbearable pressure of this aura. Witnessing this, Yan Lingyun's expression darkened. Power that doesn't belong to you, you'll never truly master it. Hearing this, the soul devourer's face twisted into a savage grimace. It's enough that it can deal with you. At the same time, Shiling absorbed every last memory of Jin and the others. He now understood the reason for his Shiling clan's defeat. That single sword strike, even merely reliving it in memory, filled him with profound despair. How careless of us. He never imagined the enemy would possess such a trump card. But he didn't believe the enemy could still possess another trump card of that caliber. Ling cast a grave glance at Yan Lingyun nearby before turning and heading toward the dwindling Shiling forces. Seeing this, Yan Lingyun's expression turned alarmed, and she hurriedly rushed over. Having just devoured 2 peak Mortal Realm clan members, his power had reached an unprecedented level. A terrifying devouring force surged forth from the Soul Devourer's body. Instantly, the entire Shiling tribe army became ethereal. Sacrifice. Sacrifice again. The entire Soul Devouring clan army began to vanish, while the aura of Soul Devouring grew ever stronger. Everyone, fall back. Yan Lingyun suddenly commanded from the void. Hearing this, everyone realized that the Soul Devourer was far beyond their ability to handle. They immediately retreated behind them. Meanwhile, Chen had lost all desire to continue fighting. He knew their Spirit Devouring clan had already failed. If the fight continued, he would likely be the next to be devoured. Though for the Soul Devourers, being consumed by their clan leader was an immense honor. But having cultivated to this point only to be swallowed like this, he truly couldn't accept it. Simultaneously, self-doubt began to gnaw at him. Was he truly one of the Soul Devourers? I'm feeling unwell today. We'll fight another day. Chen spat out this threat before fleeing the scene, leaving Jiang Bei and Kong momentarily stunned. The two exchanged a glance before moving toward the group from Wancheng. Brother Jiang, congratulations. Upon seeing Jiang Bei, the crowd offered their congratulations. Meanwhile, the gaze of the Divine Dynasty's people also turned toward Jiang Bei and his companion. Who would have thought that after 10,000 years, this martial god had reached such a terrifying level, half a step into the mortal realm? Their attention then shifted to the unfamiliar man beside Jiang Bei. He appeared remarkably young. Yet the aura of his half-step mortal realm cultivation seemed to surpass even Jiang Bei's by a slight margin. Who might you be? Huang Shou stepped forward, his voice tinged with confusion. Upon hearing this, Kong replied indifferently, "My name is Kong. I am a man of Lord City Lord Huangcheng." Hearing this, the crowd was startled. This mysterious powerhouse was actually one of the Lord Mayor's men. Who knew how many hidden warriors the Lord had cultivated? It was certainly far more than they had imagined. Suddenly, a tremor rippled through the depths of the void. Their expressions turned grave as they turned to look. Boom! Reinforcements have arrived. Ha! At the forefront stood a Divine Dynasty powerhouse, staring at the spectators suspended in the void, momentarily bewildered. Behind him, the Divine Prison forces were equally bewildered. Wasn't this supposed to be a fierce battle? What was going on? What's going on here? Jian Xin stepped forward, looking at the Divine Dynasty representative with confusion. General Jian Xin, they were all released from the Divine Prison by Her Highness the Princess. They've come to assist us under her orders. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately understood. But now, everything was settled. He was about to say there was no need for them to stay. There's no need for you here anymore. You may return. After a moment of silence, Jian Xin ultimately decided to send these powerful beings released from the Divine Prison back to the Imperial capital. Upon hearing Jian Xin's words, the expressions of the Divine Prison group darkened. Return? Return where? Back to those dungeons where the sun never shines? How could they possibly accept that? After finally escaping, how could they bear to go back? The leader pondered for a moment before suddenly declaring, "We'll return." At his words, the others froze momentarily before ultimately following the man's lead. Miss Jianxin, what do you think will happen to them? A Wei asked from within the group. Jian Xin's gaze sharpened as she fixed her eyes on the Divine Prison elites. Slowly, she replied, "I believe that after all these years of confinement, they should have grasped certain truths. Therefore, they will make the right choice." A Wei nodded at her words and said nothing more. On the road. Elder, are we truly returning to the Divine Prison? One of the Divine Prison elites frowned slightly. They believed the man leading them possessed the greatest strength, standing at the threshold of the mortal realm. Thus, they followed his lead. The man sneered coldly, "If you wish to return to that prison cell, go back on your own. I'm not going back." Hearing this, the man's expression turned alarmed. "Senior, the Divine Dynasty's power is overwhelming now. Where could we possibly flee to? What the hell are you thinking?" The man roared angrily. "What I meant was joining the Divine Dynasty. Who said I wanted to run? Who doesn't know the Divine Dynasty's might? Across the entire known star domain, they have virtually no rivals left. Even the soul-devouring clan had been forced into retreat by the Divine Dynasty. Therefore, joining the Divine Dynasty was the only viable option left." Hearing the man's words, the others froze for a moment before falling into deep thought. If joining the Divine Dynasty were possible, they would have done so long ago. Over the years, the Divine Prison had lost many of its members. All had ultimately succumbed to the pressure and chosen to serve the divine dynasty. They were the ones who had persevered. But now, were they truly destined to bow their heads in the end? Noticing the gloom in their expressions, the man spoke calmly. Do you remember the daughter of the divine dynasty's empress? At his words, the others nodded. Of course. Lu Shui left a deep impression on them. Not only was she mysterious, but she was also incredibly generous. Her hidden cards seemed to come one after another. The man continued, the one I wish to follow is that princess. However, I have little assurance she will accept me. Hearing this, the others finally understood. If one could serve that princess, the future would surely hold boundless promise. Among the crowd, Lei Yin was overcome with elation. In that moment, a sense of superiority welled up within him. Ha ha ha, didn't see that coming, did you? Good thing I had the foresight. Above the capital's skies, countless powerful figures from the divine dynasties gazed with puzzlement. Who is that? At that moment, Lu Shui provided the answer. Father, you're back. Lu Shui's eyes glowed crimson as she fixed her gaze upon the figure behind the man with the crimson eyes. In the next instant, she charged straight toward him. And just like that, Lu Shui brushed past the red-eyed man. The red-eyed man, however, showed no reaction whatsoever. For in that instant, he realized with horror that he was utterly immobilized. A wave of intense fear surged through him. What kind of terrifyingly powerful being was this? Shui. With a plop, Lu Shui threw herself into Lu Daosheng's arms, only to pull away immediately. Father, you've been gone for so long this time. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng felt a pang in his heart. I'm back, aren't I? Lu Daosheng's gaze then shifted to the red-eyed man standing nearby. By now, the red-eyed man was drenched in sweat. You. The dead need not speak. Splatter. A head flew high into the air, blood splattering the void. Chapter 164, Divine General Shen. In that instant, the entire void fell utterly silent. Countless divine dynasty powerhouses stared in stunned silence at the horrifying scene before them. That terrifying man with crimson eyes, he was dead? They hadn't even seen how Lu Daosheng had struck. In the void, Lu Daosheng looked at Lu Shui with an expression as if he had done something utterly insignificant. His cold face suddenly softened into a tender smile. Xiao Shui, you've grown up. Hearing Lu Daosheng's words, Lu Shui's cheeks flushed slightly. Oh, father, about mother. At that moment, Lu Shui suddenly realized something. Lu Daosheng gazed into the depths of the void, his eyes piercing the endless emptiness. After a long moment, he finally withdrew his gaze. Your mother is fine. Lu Daosheng replied with a faint smile. Hearing that her mother was safe and sound, Lu Shui felt a wave of relief wash over her. She realized her question had been rather unnecessary. If anything had happened to her mother, would her father still be standing here so unmoved? She had no doubt that if anything happened to either her or her mother, the entire world would suffer as a result. Just then, Lu Shui noticed old Master Zhou's face clouded with sorrow. Father, could I ask you for a favor? At her words, Lu Daosheng paused, his expression shifting. Seeing the sorrow in the depths of everyone's eyes, Lu Daosheng instantly understood. Xiao Shui, even if you asked me to turn the heavens upside down, I would do it for you. Deeply moved, Lu Shui then spoke of the unknown boundary and the matter concerning Xinjiang Shen. Father, can you save him? Hearing Lu Shui's words, the surrounding crowd was taken aback. Why would Her Highness bring this up? Could it be that the dead could be brought back to life? Even His Majesty couldn't accomplish such a feat. Old Master Zhou, however, was already moved to tears. Your Highness, your kindness is deeply appreciated. But General Shen, I'm afraid it's already too late for him. Old Zhou choked out. Lu Shui, however, fixed her gaze on her father, awaiting his response. Ha! I thought it was something serious. Wait here, Shui. Father will be back shortly. With a wave of Lu Daosheng's hand, the space before him spontaneously cracked open. In the next instant, Lu Daosheng stepped inside and vanished from his original spot. The crowd, however, was utterly dumbfounded. Did I hear that correctly? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. They knew the princess's father was no ordinary man after all, he was His Majesty's consort. They had witnessed it with their own eyes just moments ago. Facing that terrifying being half a step above the mortal realm, Lu Daosheng had effortlessly dispatched him. But bringing someone back from the dead? That was simply beyond comprehension. At that moment, Elder Zhou slowly approached Lu Shui. Your Highness, this. He was utterly stunned by what Lu Daosheng had just said. Meeting Zhou Lai's questioning gaze, Lu Shui offered a faint smile. Rest assured, Elder Zhou. My father never deceives anyone. Suddenly, Ao Qing piped up from the side. Heh, just watch. This isn't the first time my master has brought someone back from the dead. Hearing this, shock rippled through the crowd. Could it be? Lord Shen truly could be resurrected? Suddenly, anticipation began to stir among the crowd. For Shen's death had been something they could not forget for a long time. Space cracked open, and a figure slowly emerged from within. Lu Daosheng gazed at the scene before him, his surprise palpable. In the silent void, countless debris drifted aimlessly, as if announcing to the world that an epic battle had recently raged here. This was another unknown frontier. Due to its unique geographical position, this was not an ideal direction for an offensive. Yet if breached, the Divine Dynasty would face imminent annihilation. Therefore, a force must be stationed here to defend it. This force must be utterly trustworthy and exceptionally powerful. Ultimately, Yan Lingyun chose Shen Yi to guard this position. No one, including Yan Lingyun herself, could have foreseen that the soul-devouring clan would conceal their true strength, mustering half their might to brutally shatter this defensive line. Standing in the void, Lu Daosheng slowly closed his eyes. The next moment, the surrounding space began to ripple violently. Objects around him began to transform, countless fragments gradually reassembling. Whoosh! A dazzling flash of light erupted. The entire void instantly returned to its original state. At that moment, Lu Daosheng opened his eyes and immediately noticed the formidable army in the distance. At its head stood a man clad in battle armor. His face was gaunt, yet his eyes were exceptionally sharp. The armored man now stared intently at the void barrier in the distance, his expression grave. "General, what shall we do now?" A commander approached the man in armor, his expression grave. Hearing this, the man in armor slowly replied, "Send word of this situation back to the imperial capital." "And us? Fight to the death." Hearing this, the commander's expression stiffened, but he hesitated no further. "Yes, General." Boom! At that moment, a deafening roar echoed from the distance. In the next instant, the void barrier that had remained silent for countless ages suddenly shattered, revealing a massive breach. It was terrifying beyond description. At this sight, all present grew solemn. "Ha ha ha, you lowly ants, prepare to be slaughtered." A shrill voice echoed from the depths of the void. Countless eerie figures began surging forth from the gaping breach. Their numbers seemed almost endless. As the number of soul-devouring clan members grew ever larger, the expressions of the Divine Dynasty's forces grew increasingly pale. The man in battle armor watched the scene unfold, gripping his spear ever tighter. "Transmit my order, all forces, retreat to the imperial capital." Faced with the seemingly endless horde of soul devourers, the man in battle armor immediately altered his command. Hearing this, the general beside him exclaimed in shock, "General, retreating now isn't that a bit?" But the man in battle armor cut him off coldly. "I said retreat." At his words, the others snapped to attention. "General, you." "General, no. Your subordinates are willing to fight alongside you." Countless commanders immediately stepped forward to plead their case. Several particularly stubborn commanders even declared their intent to settle the matter once and for all with the soul-devouring clan. Facing this, the man in battle armor wore a grim expression. "This is a military order. I shall not repeat it. Disobey, and you shall be executed." Finally, the formidable force that had guarded this place for endless ages began its retreat. At that moment, the dark, shrill voice echoed once more. "Ha ha ha, thinking of running now? Isn't it a bit too late?" Boom! 3 terrifying auras suddenly erupted skyward from within the spirit-devouring clan's army. 3 mortal realm powerhouses. The armored man, spear in hand, began to walk slowly toward the entire spirit-devouring clan. Simultaneously, an aura erupted from within his body. Mortal realm. Chapter 165, I Know Your Majesty. A great battle was about to erupt. Facing the countless Shirling tribe troops and 3 peak mortal realm experts. The man in battle armor showed not a trace of fear in his eyes as he charged forward, spear raised. This scene stirred something deep within Lu Daosheng's heart. Truly a one-man stand. After an unknown span of time, the commotion finally subsided. The man in battle armor had achieved his objective. Single-handedly, he held back the entire spirit-devouring clan army. His strength was truly terrifying, facing 3 opponents at once, all of whom were at the peak of the mortal realm. Though he couldn't match Yan Lingyun's heaven-defying prowess where she faced 3 foes without flinching and even gained the upper hand. But the armored warrior had stubbornly held them off for a long time with sheer strength. "Damn it! He's harder to kill than I thought." Shi Jin's face darkened. He spat in disgust before immediately leading the entire soul-devouring clan army in a frantic surge toward the imperial capital of the Divine Dynasty. The scene ended here. Before Lu Daosheng now lay alone, armless man suspended in the void. Though devoid of life, his body still radiated the formidable aura he possessed in life. This was the Divine Dynasty's foremost divine general. Shen Yi. My wife truly has impeccable taste. Lu Daosheng couldn't help but praise her. Then, he slowly extended his right hand, palm open. Instantly, countless ethereal energies began converging from the void toward this location. Simultaneously, a faint pulse of vitality suddenly materialized out of thin air. "Host, would you like the system to handle this?" The system's voice suddenly echoed in Lu Daosheng's mind. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng smiled faintly. "No need. I can handle this myself." The system remained silent thereafter. Moments later. Snap. The sound of rules shattering. The next moment, a muttered voice echoed. Where am I? Shen slowly opened his eyes, his gaze unfocused as he scanned his surroundings. At that moment, his severed arms had miraculously regenerated. But compared to returning from the dead, this was nothing. Upon seeing Lu Daosheng, Shen paused in surprise. Who are you? Lu Daosheng flashed a smile, about to speak. Boom! A deafening roar echoed. In the next instant, the sky ripped open with a monstrous gash. Immediately, a devastating aura descended. You insignificant ants! How dare you defy the rules? Have you no desire to live? A voice like that of a celestial being boomed from the void. Instantly, the entire world began to tremble violently. Sensing this aura, Shen Yi's expression turned horrified. What kind of terrifying existence was this? Yet he did not realize that the true horror lay right beside him. On the other side. At the unknown boundary, Yan Lingyun and Shiling also abruptly halted. At that moment, a look of shock flashed in Shiling's eyes. Such an existence existed in this world. He could scarcely believe it. A sense of defeat slowly rose within him. In contrast, Yan Lingyun appeared relatively composed. Yet her brows remained furrowed as she stared in that direction. The Hall of Reincarnation? Someone is breaking the cycle? Such a feat was within her capabilities at her peak, though it would have come with immense consequences. A single misstep could even lead to death and the annihilation of one's path. And now, in this world, someone had actually resorted to such a method. Could it be? As if struck by a thought, Yan Lingyun's heart gave a sudden jolt. She immediately turned her gaze toward Jin Zinawangshu and the others who remained in the distance. You all return first. Hearing this, the group paused in surprise. Nevertheless, they nodded in compliance. Yes, Your Majesty, madam. Watching them depart, Yan Lingyun slowly turned to face Shiling. Make the most of your limited time. Shiling was puzzled by the remark. But by then, Yan Lingyun had already charged toward her once more. Seeing this, Shiling immediately countered. For some reason, no matter how much his strength improved, Yan Lingyun always managed to outmatch him. This left him questioning his very existence. Is she even human? Above the boundless sky, a majestic, ethereal figure slowly materialized, its eyes like countless stars fixing upon Lu Daosheng and his companion. Instantly, Shen stood as if facing a formidable enemy. Who gave you the audacity to defy the cycle of reincarnation? The spectral figure spoke slowly. As the words fell, the void itself shattered. Seeing this, Lu Daosheng remained expressionless, merely extending his hand slowly and spreading his fingers. A hazy orb of light slowly coalesced from his palm. The source of reincarnation. Who are you? The apparition instantly lost its composure upon seeing the light sphere, its eyes fixed intently on Lu Daosheng's palm, filled with disbelief. In his understanding, such a thing should never exist in this world. Does it really matter who I am? Lu Daosheng spoke indifferently. Hearing this, the phantom snapped back to reality. Indeed, did it even matter? An entity capable of possessing such a thing was far beyond anything he could ever hope to provoke. Suddenly, the phantom began to tremble violently. My lord, I apologize for the disturbance. With that, the phantom vanished from its spot. Beside him, Shen was a bit dazed. What had just happened? This senior, you? Lu Daosheng turned to look at Shen, who instantly tensed up. Don't be nervous. You should know you've already died once, right? At those words, Shen nodded slightly. It was precisely because he had died once that he felt utterly bewildered. Hadn't he died? Why did he now feel perfectly unharmed? If not for the familiar surroundings, he might have thought he'd arrived in the legendary underworld. I brought you back to life. Shen Yi's expression flickered with shock, though he had already guessed the truth. Hearing it confirmed still felt almost unbelievable. Resurrecting the dead, such a feat was truly unheard of. Senior, how can I ever repay you? Shen Yi's expression grew solemn. He knew the other party wouldn't have saved him without reason. Moreover, the scene from moments ago remained vividly etched in his mind. The other had paid a price to bring him back to life. This person was extraordinarily formidable, far beyond his comprehension. This debt of gratitude was truly immense. Hearing Shen Yi's words, Lu Daosheng let out a faint smile. If I were to ask you to follow me, what would you say? At these words, Shen Yi's expression darkened. Senior, I already have someone I intend to follow for life. I'm sorry, but I cannot fulfill this request. Then, Shen Yi suddenly knelt directly before Lu Daosheng. Senior, in my entire life, Shen Yi has only knelt before one person besides my parents. And now, Shen Yi kneels before you. Your boundless kindness, senior, I shall never forget. As Shen Yi knelt before him, a glint of light flashed in Lu Daosheng's eyes. Rise. Shen Yi remained unmoved. Lu Daosheng sighed bitterly. Truthfully, I only saved you because I know you're sovereign. At these words, Shen Yi froze in place. Lu Daosheng felt a touch of helplessness. He had considered saying he was His Majesty's man, but upon reflection, decided against it. After all, whether he mentioned it or not made little difference. Senior, how is the imperial capital faring? After Shinyi stood up, that was his first question. Chapter 166, Annihilating the Devouring Spirit Clan. Seeing the flicker of anxiety in Shinyi's eyes, Lu Daosheng smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, the Divine Dynasty will be fine. Hearing this, Shinyi instantly relaxed. Let's go. Lu Daosheng waved his hand lightly, and the space before them instantly cracked open. In an instant, the two vanished from their original spot. Within the Divine Dynasty. Look! Lord Lu has returned. It's General Shinyi. General Shinyi has truly been resurrected. What? A miracle. A miracle. The sight of Shinyi standing beside Lu Daosheng sent the entire imperial capital erupting in cheers. This clearly demonstrated Shinyi's immense stature within the Divine Dynasty. At that moment, a figure rushed toward Shinyi and, to the astonished gazes of the crowd, knelt before him. Guilty General Guan Lin greets the great general. Tears streamed down Guan Lin's face as his entire body trembled slightly. Gazing at Guan Lin before him, Shinyi's expression grew complex. Guan Lin, this is not your fault. That you still live is already a blessing beyond measure. Seeing Guan Lin's state, Shinyi understood what had transpired. Yet hearing Shinyi's words, Guan Lin felt as if his heart were being torn apart. General. Shinyi shook his head slightly. At that moment, Lu Shui slowly approached. Father. Lu Shui approached Lu Daosheng and tugged at the hem of his robe. But Lu Daosheng shook his head slightly. It wasn't that he couldn't do it, he simply couldn't. He believed Lu Shui would understand the reasons behind it someday. And this was something Shinyi would inevitably experience in his lifetime. Seeing this, Lu Shui sighed softly but persisted. Father, could you take me to see my mother? Though she knew her mother was safe and sound, she still wanted to see her. Besides, her father had returned. What else was there to hesitate about? The sense of security beside Lu Daosheng was absolutely complete. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng naturally did not refuse. After all, he missed his wife dearly after so long apart. Alright, Shui, let's go. With that, Lu Daosheng took Lu Shui's hand and left the Divine Dynasty. Hey! Master, young master. You left me behind. Within the Divine Dynasty, Ao Qing let out a piercing howl to the heavens, yet received no response. Damn it! At that moment, old Zhou slowly approached Shinyi, who stood motionless atop the city wall, his eyes vacant. Shinyi now knew Lu Daosheng's true identity. Though he had some suspicions, he was still utterly shocked. His Majesty's man. No wonder. Shinyi, don't dwell on it. You've done your best. Old Zhou looked at Shinyi and sighed softly. Shinyi's expression remained unchanged. Old Zhou, do you truly believe there exists someone in this world who can do anything? Hearing this question, old Zhou's expression froze momentarily. But then he understood why Shinyi had asked that question. Just as he was about to shake his head, he recalled Shinyi, who had just been brought back from the brink of death. After a moment of silence, old Zhou suddenly smiled. I don't know if it exists, but isn't this precisely why we've been training so relentlessly? At these words, Shinyi's mind cleared instantly. Yes, what was the purpose of cultivation? Wasn't it precisely for this? Back then, hadn't he decided to follow Yan Lingyun precisely because she had given him that feeling of invincibility? And he had always held Yan Lingyun as his ultimate goal. In his eyes, Yan Lingyun was the embodiment of omnipotence. Oh, old Zhou, how is His Majesty doing? Shinyi inquired. Old Zhou raised his eyebrows, gazing toward the distant horizon, and chuckled softly. I believe the moment Lord Lu appeared, this war was already over. Unknown frontier. At this moment, only two figures remained here. Yan Lingyun and the Shiling clan chief. Having devoured nearly half of the soul devourers, his power had finally reached a level where he could match Yan Lingyun. Yet despite employing every tactic at his disposal, he could never gain the upper hand. Now, he had completely lost his sanity. Yan Lingyun had become his eternal demon. Woman, I will kill you. I will. The soul devourer roared at Yan Lingyun with every ounce of strength. Before Yan Lingyun could respond, a voice suddenly echoed from the depths of the starry sky. Who do you intend to kill? Hearing this voice, Shiling paused in surprise. Yan Lingyun halted, slowly turning to look. Whoosh! Space split open, revealing two figures appearing in the arena. Mom! Lu Shui waved excitedly upon seeing Yan Lingyun. Lingyun, I'm back. Lu Daosheng looked at Yan Lingyun and smiled. I knew you would come back. In that moment, Yan Lingyun's formidable aura vanished instantly, replaced by eyes brimming with tenderness. Yan Lingyun slowly walked toward Lu Daosheng and the other person. But an untimely outburst of rage erupted from behind them. Don't you bastards give a damn about me? Shiling roared, utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Years of humiliation, compounded by his current setback, had long since robbed him of his reason. Yet in the next instant, he would never have to worry about such things again. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed. Soul Devourer stood frozen in place, suddenly feeling his body go numb. His gaze dropped downward, and a piercing scream erupted. Ah! All that remained of Shiling was a head floating in the void. Damn it! Lu Daosheng frowned deeply. He despised the Soul Devourer for disrupting his time with his family. With a casual wave of his hand, the Soul Devourer was utterly obliterated. The formidable Shiling clan, whose chieftain was called a nightmare by countless powerful beings, vanished from the world in that instant. Lingyun, wait for me. Lu Daosheng offered a faint smile before striding toward the depths of the starry sky. With a single step, Lu Daosheng instantly arrived in a void of utter darkness. This was the Shiling clan's lair. The soul-devouring realm. All the power of the soul-devouring clan had perished in the Supreme God Star domain. Now, only a few weak members of the soul-devouring clan remained within the soul-devouring realm. These posed no threat to the world. But Lu Daosheng is no saint. One day, a new soul devourer would emerge from among them, and the nightmare would descend upon the mortal world once more. Therefore, Lu Daosheng's mission is to exterminate them completely. May you be reborn into a better life next time. For reasons unknown, Lu Daosheng murmured to himself. Immediately, a destructive force coalesced in his hand. Destroy. In an instant, the entire soul-devouring realm shattered into a bubble of illusion, then slowly dissipated. The soul-devouring realm ceased to exist. Standing amidst the void, Lu Daosheng gazed impassively at the darkness before him. After a long silence, Lu Daosheng prepared to depart. But just then, a ripple slowly emerged from the depths of the void. Chapter 167, The Void Hall. Sensing the anomaly, Lu Daosheng halted his steps and turned his gaze toward it. A shadowy figure slowly materialized from the void. This place, did you create it? The phantom asked. With no one else present, the question was naturally directed at Lu Daosheng. Lu Daosheng made no attempt to conceal his involvement. There was no need. Yes, it was. Seeing Lu Daosheng admit it, the phantom nodded. Then die. Instantly, a strange force surged toward Lu Daosheng. Yet the moment it touched Lu Daosheng, it dissipated instantly. The phantom uttered a faint sound of doubt, clearly astonished that Lu Daosheng had managed to withstand its attack unscathed. You're not a being of this world? The phantom continued to question. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng smiled. Had he been too patient? He extended a hand, and instantly, a terrifying suction force surged forth. What? In the next instant, the shadowy figure flew directly into Lu Daosheng's palm, as insignificant as an ant. No wonder it was so arrogant. Turns out it wasn't the real thing. Lu Daosheng chuckled lightly. At this moment, he had already figured out what this phantom was all about. Do you know who I am? The phantom in Lu Daosheng's palm was clearly enraged, yet it could do nothing against him. But even so, he would never bow his head. It was merely a shadowy projection that could manipulate him, nothing to be taken seriously. If his true self were here in person, Lu Daosheng would never remain as calm and composed as he was now. Watching the phantom in his palm remain so arrogant, Lu Daosheng said indifferently, "Whoever you are, what is it? Seeking revenge against me?" Hearing this, the phantom sneered coldly, "Regardless of who you are or where you are, I declare that you and everyone connected to you will vanish completely from this world." Arrogant. That was what Lu Daosheng sensed from the phantom. It seemed this creature had been running rampant for an extremely long time, otherwise, it would never have grown so brazen. Lu Daosheng's expression instantly turned cold. What he despised most were loudmouths who talked big, especially when they dared to trash talk his family. Boom! With a forceful strike from Lu Daosheng's palm, the phantom shattered violently. After scanning the surroundings to confirm no remaining threats, Lu Daosheng rose and vanished from his spot. At the edge of the unknown frontier, Yan Lingyun and her daughter were conversing. "Mother, are you going to the upper realm?" Lu Shui asked. Yan Lingyun ruffled Lu Shui's hair and smiled. "Don't worry, I'll definitely take you with me. Even if I'm not there, you still have your father, don't you? But what about the Divine Dynasty?" "The Divine Dynasty?" Yan Lingyun paused slightly, a flicker of relief appearing in her eyes. "Swear, truthfully, I had planned to disband the Divine Dynasty after eliminating the soul-devouring clan, then journey to the immortal realm. Because with my current abilities, I simply don't have the strength for such a grand endeavor. But things are different now." Hearing this, Lu Shui's eyes lit up. "Exactly. Because I have my dad. There was nothing in this world her father couldn't accomplish." Yan Lingyun clearly agreed with this sentiment. She had founded the Divine Dynasty not merely for its sliver of divine fortune, but also to protect the world's masses from the devouring clutches of the soul-devouring clan. Otherwise, after attaining supreme godhood, she could have simply ascended and departed. Why would she have ventured alone into that unknown star domain? At that moment, Lu Daosheng suddenly appeared. Daosheng, what is it?" Seeing the flash of anger in Lu Daosheng's eyes, Yan Lingyun immediately grew concerned. Lu Daosheng shook his head. "Nothing much. You two go back first. I've got something to take care of. I'll be back soon." With those words, Lu Daosheng vanished from the spot. He came swiftly and departed just as quickly. Lu Shui stood dumbfounded in his place. What had just happened? Mother, father, he's gone again. Lu Shui said with a hint of hurt. Yan Lingyun shook her head helplessly. If your father said he had business, then he surely did. Let's head back first. Okay. Lu Shui nodded. However, instead of taking Lu Shui back to the Divine Dynasty, Yan Lingyun headed toward the Wasteland City. Chaotic void. Here, everything was shrouded in haze, with countless violent and unrestrained Dao laws constantly intertwining. Ordinary cultivators couldn't even last a second here. Yet now, a figure darted through it with astonishing speed, as if entering an uninhabited realm. Host, analysis complete. Identity of the opponent, Songjia, the brother-in-law of the Lord of the Void Hall, one of the 5 Great Order Halls. Hearing the system's words, Lu Daosheng understood. No wonder. But Lu Daosheng wouldn't show mercy simply because the other was from an order hall. Daring to stir trouble in the lower realms, only to run into him, well, that was just bad luck for them. Lu Daosheng's expression turned cold as his speed surged sharply. At the same time, within a colossal temple standing amidst the boundless void. Damn it! What kind of lowly insect dares to provoke this master? Master Song, please calm down. A guard stood trembling beside a young man, fear evident in his eyes. It had been ages since he'd seen the master this enraged. Surely, some lowly scoundrel must have provoked the master. Just then, a beautiful woman slowly approached from the distance. Songjia. At the sound of that familiar voice, Songjia's entire body trembled. The next moment, the anger vanished from his face, replaced by an awkward smile. Sis, what brings you here? Her expression turned slightly cold as she gave a light snort. Don't think I don't know about the little things you've been up to behind my back. Realizing his schemes had been uncovered, Songjia laughed awkwardly. Sis, it's just a little thing. Nothing major. Besides, isn't my brother-in-law still here? Hearing this, the beautiful woman's expression grew even colder. You fool, if the people from other halls find out, your brother-in-law won't be able to protect you. Songjia nodded vigorously. Yes, you're absolutely right, sis. But inwardly, Songjia felt nothing but contempt. He was merely handling minor matters in that lowly world. Did he really think those people would dare to cross him? Even if you gave them 100 guts, they wouldn't dare. Seeing Songjia like this, the beautiful woman sighed softly. She felt frustrated by his lack of ambition. At this moment, she even regretted bringing Songjia to the Void Hall. As one of the 5 Great Order Halls, the Void Hall wielded immense influence in the world. But that didn't mean it was invincible. Friction often arose among the major order halls themselves. Recalling her husband's instructions, the beautiful woman coldly declared, from this moment on, you are not to leave the Void Hall. You will remain here and focus solely on your cultivation. Hearing this, Songjia's expression darkened. Sis, why should I? Yet Songyu paid him no further heed, rising immediately and leaving the chamber. Left behind, Songjia's expression was filled with resentment. But he didn't know that his sister was protecting him. At that moment, a figure suddenly materialized outside the Void Hall. Chapter 168, The Void Sun. Is this the Void Hall? A murmured voice echoed as Lu Daosheng surveyed the magnificent hall before him with a hint of interest. This was the Void Hall, one of the 5 Great Order Halls. The other 4 halls were the Hall of Time and Space, the Hall of Cause and Effect, the Hall of Destiny, and the Hall of Reincarnation. However, Lu Daosheng hadn't come here for sightseeing. Boom! Lu Daosheng stomped his foot violently. Instantly, a terrifying aura surged forth from his body. Boom! In that instant, the entire Void Hall began to tremble violently. How dare you? Who dares to cause trouble in my Void Hall? Countless powerful auras surged skyward from within the Void Hall, then swept outwards. Facing the assembly of Void Hall's elite, Lu Daosheng showed not a trace of fear on his face. Instead, a cold smile spread across his lips. Summon your Void Hall's Hallmaster. Lu Daosheng barked coldly. Seeing Lu Daosheng's brazen arrogance, the Void Hall expert's expressions darkened instantly. Daring to disregard my Void Hall? You seek death. A Void Hall member radiating formidable aura charged straight at Lu Daosheng. His expression made it clear he intended to teach Lu Daosheng a lesson. Witnessing this, the crowd grew visibly agitated. Ah, it's the Left Guardian. This guy is finished. How dare he provoke our Void Hall? The crowd watched Lu Daosheng with schadenfreude, expecting to witness his downfall at any moment. Yet the outcome proved disappointing. Lu Daosheng remained expressionless, merely waving his hand casually. Boom! In an instant, the formidable Left Guardian of the Void Hall was sent flying, landing flat in the void, unconscious. In that instant, the entire void fell completely silent. This can't be possible. Incredulity filled the eyes of the crowd. That was the Void Temple's guardian. His strength was second only to the Void Temple's temple master. Yet against this unknown man before them, he couldn't even withstand a single strike. I'll say this one last time, summon your Hallmaster. Lu Daosheng's tone grew even colder. Only now did the crowd finally grasp the sheer terror Lu Daosheng commanded. As Lu Daosheng stepped forward, the crowd instinctively began to retreat. Just then, Lu Daosheng halted his advance. A middle-aged man had appeared before him, seemingly out of nowhere. Palace Master. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, the members of the Void Hall exclaimed with excitement. The man was none other than the Chamber Master of the Void Chamber. Xu Wuzi. Who are you? Facing Lu Daosheng, Su Wuzi showed no anger but calmly inquired about his identity. Gazing at the Void Hall's master before him, Lu Daosheng spoke in a calm tone, "Who I am is unimportant. Do you know why I have come to your Void Hall?" Su Wuzi drew a deep breath and slowly replied, "Could it be that someone from my Su Wu Hall has done something to offend you?" Hearing this, Lu Daosheng let a faint smile touch his lips. Truly worthy of being the Void Hall's master, a clever man indeed. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to command such a vast and formidable realm. Seeing Lu Daosheng's reaction, the Void Master sighed inwardly. By now, he had formed some suspicions. Yet even so, a sliver of hope clung to his heart. "Esteemed Taoist friend, may I inquire which of my Void Hall's members has committed such an act? As the Hall Master, I shall ensure justice is served." At these words, the entire Void Hall fell utterly silent. At that moment, even a fool could grasp the situation. Even the Hall Master was humbling himself like this. What kind of power did the other party possess? Wasn't it obvious? Instantly, the expressions of the crowd turned grim. Amidst the crowd, Song Yu wore a look of deep concern. No, it couldn't be that coincidental. Song Yu began to pray inwardly. Yet when Lu Daosheng spoke, Song Yu's face drained of color. "Your brother-in-law, Song Jie, sought to kill my family. Moreover, he's secretly nurturing a force of calamity, seeking to draw immense power from the void. You should know these things better than I do." Lu Daosheng's words echoed through the arena, causing shockwaves of disbelief to ripple through the crowd. Song Jie, the brother-in-law of the Void Temple's master. They recognized him, of course. But they never imagined this fellow would be so treacherous. The forces of calamity, that was a grave taboo within the order. Su Wuji's expression darkened. This brother-in-law of his truly harmed both others and himself. How do you propose to handle this? Void Sun took a deep breath and spoke slowly. What had happened could not be undone. But what could still be done was to protect his own interests. As for that brother-in-law of his, that was no longer his concern. No! At that moment, a figure burst forward, rushing straight to Void Master's side. Zhou will lose his life. Song Yu grabbed Su Wuzi's wrist, her eyes brimming with tears. Though she too disapproved of what Song Jie had done, he was still her own flesh and blood. Yet Void Child remained expressionless, merely observing Lu Daosheng in the distance with a detached gaze. Suddenly, Song Yu understood. She stepped directly before Lu Daosheng. "Sir, I beg you. My brother acted foolishly. I've already made him face the wall in reflection. Please, give him a chance." Song Yu pleaded incessantly, hoping Lu Daosheng would spare her brother. Looking at Song Yu before him, Lu Daosheng shook his head slightly. "Spare him? That's impossible. And naturally, there will be no second chances either. Truthfully, you knew of his actions long ago. Yet you did nothing to stop him. Now that he's caused trouble with people he shouldn't have provoked, you suddenly remember. It's too late." Lu Daosheng's voice rang out, calm and detached. Song Yu's figure gradually slumped in defeat. No. Song Yu slumped to the ground, his eyes vacant. "Bring Song Jie up here." At that moment, Su Wuzi coldly ordered his men behind him. Before long, a young man was brought forward. "Brother-in-law, sis, what happened?" At this moment, Song Jie still hadn't grasped the gravity of the situation. Seeing his sister Song Yu kneeling on the ground, sobbing, Song Jie's face twisted into a grimace. "Damn it! Who dares to bully my sister?" It was then that Song Jie finally spotted Lu Daosheng. "You little worm!" Song Jie roared, charging straight toward Lu Daosheng. "Jie, don't!" Song Yu cried out in alarm, trying to stop him. But Song Jie paid no heed. Beside them, the Void Lord of the Void Hall merely watched the scene unfold in silence, showing no inclination to intervene. The higher he stood, the clearer it became to him what he truly needed. "You insignificant insect, die!" Song Jie's face twisted into a savage grin. It seemed as though Lu Daosheng would meet a gruesome end at his hands in the very next moment. Lu Daosheng had crushed one of his avatars back then, an act that had filled him with unbearable rage. What he never expected was that the man would dare to come to the Void Hall. Though he didn't know how Lu Daosheng had arrived, it mattered little to him. What mattered was that he could annihilate Lu Daosheng. Chapter 169, The City Lord Returns. At that moment, a mysterious force surged forth from Lu Daosheng's hands. Song Jie's body was instantly immobilized in place. "What? This can't be. Impossible." Song Jie's face contorted in disbelief. He couldn't fathom that he, a member of the esteemed Void Hall, could be crushed by an ant from the lower realms. Yet no matter how he struggled, he remained utterly immobilized. "Sis! Brother-in-law! Save me! Save me! A wave of terror surged through Songja, prompting him to cry out in panic. Yet Song Yu merely stared blankly at the scene. Void Master's expression grew even colder. Sir, this man is yours to do with as you please. The icy words pierced Songja's ears, sending a chill coursing through his entire body. Wait. Brother-in-law, I'm your brother-in-law. Songja roared. But Void Master paid him no heed. Do you remember what you said back then? Lu Daosheng spoke coldly at that moment. Songja's expression turned horrified. This is the Void Hall. If you kill me here, aren't you afraid of retribution? In that moment, his sluggish mind finally clicked into gear. The man before him was someone he couldn't afford to provoke. He'd bitten off more than he could chew. Yet the only response he received was Lu Daosheng's contemptuous sneer. Boom! With Lu Daosheng's sudden burst of force, Songja was utterly transformed into a dazzling shower of blood, spraying across the starlit sky. Scorching blood splattered onto Song Yu's cheek. Instantly, Song Yu let out a piercing scream before losing consciousness. Lu Daosheng paid her no mind, striding directly towards Su Wuji. Seeing Lu Daosheng approaching him, Void Master, the formidable ruler of the Order faction, felt an inexplicable fear. Song Ju is dead. Is that not enough for you, sir? Void Master's expression darkened. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng smiled faintly. Don't be nervous. I simply feel your Void Hall lacks proper management and wish to offer my assistance. You! The Void Child's expression darkened further. Lu Daosheng's meaning was perfectly clear to him. The man actually dared to reach into the affairs of their Void Hall. What a joke! Boom! At that moment, Lu Daosheng struck out violently. A figure instantly recoiled tens of thousands of miles through the void. Hall Master! The crowd gasped in horror. In the distance, a trickle of blood slowly seeped from the corner of the Void Child's mouth. Remember this, that I spare your life is already a blessing beyond measure for you. Lu Daosheng said coldly. Hearing this, Void Sun remained silent. But the hands hidden behind his back trembled violently. With just one strike, he understood that the man before him possessed strength far surpassing his own. There are always those more skilled than you, and skies beyond skies. Even within their Order faction, there existed foes beyond their reach. Sir, do you know the revered Source Extreme? Su Wuji posed his final question. Lu Daosheng chuckled lightly. What? You think you can intimidate me with that old codger? Hearing Lu Daosheng's reply, Void Child's expression turned horrified. He looked up in terror toward the void, but seeing no reaction, he instantly understood. My lord, I have been disrespectful before. I beg your forgiveness. A bead of cold sweat slowly trickled down Wuxuzi's cheek. He had thought he had already underestimated his opponent, yet the man proved even more terrifying than he had imagined. He didn't even hold the UNG venerable in any regard. In that man's eyes, he himself was nothing but a fart. Damn it, that damn brother-in-law actually provoked such an existence. What a ing stroke of bad luck. Meanwhile, Lu Daosheng was already walking slowly into the Void Hall. Meanwhile, within the UNG dojo. Damn it, don't drag me down with you, okay? Source Extreme Venerable stared at the images before him, none other than the events unfolding within the Void Hall at that very moment. The sight of Lu Daosheng made UNG's heart leap to his throat. The memory of Lu Daosheng brutally beating him flashed through his mind. The memory made the Reverend UNG tremble slightly. He even began to regret establishing the 5 Great Order Halls. Glancing at the Void Origin beside him, the revered one of primordial source suppressed the urge to strike it down with a single blow. He swiftly resolved to retreat into seclusion to calm his nerves. At that very moment, a message accompanied by a portrait was transmitted from the Source Extreme Sanctuary. The other 4 Order Halls were instantly shaken. It's the Revered One. News from the Revered One himself. What? Show utmost respect upon seeing this person? Whoa, who could this person be, to warrant such reverence from the Revered One? For a moment, the 4 Order Halls were filled with astonishment and uncertainty. After an unknown span of time, Lu Daosheng emerged slowly from the Void Hall. Behind him stood the Void Hall's master, Void Child. At this moment, Void Child's expression held a hint of sorrow, though he made no effort to show it. Clearly, the two had reached some unequal agreement. Don't forget to keep your people in line. Yes. Take your time, sir. With that, Lu Daosheng rose and departed, vanishing into the void's horizon. Left standing in place, Void Child remained unsettled for a long while. The bustling street teemed with people, vibrant yet ordinary. 2 elegant figures walked among them, forming a striking sight that drew countless admiring glances from passers-by. Hey, isn't that Miss Lu Shui? Someone recognized one of them. Miss Lu Shui, you're back. The crowd immediately gathered around, their expressions filled with excitement. Seeing this, Lu Shui also broke into a smile. Long time no see, everyone. Miss Lu Shui, and who is this? Someone glanced at Yan Lingyun beside Lu Shui. Even though Yan Lingyun deliberately concealed her aura, her innate presence was impossible to hide. The moment the crowd drew near, an inexplicable sense of pressure washed over them. Let me introduce you all. This is my mother. Lu Shui said with a faint smile. The moment these words left her lips, the crowd was struck dumb with astonishment. Lu Shui's mother, wasn't she the city lord's wife? Immediately, they bowed respectfully. Greetings, lady of the city. Seeing this, Yan Lingyun gave a slight nod. At the same time, countless wasteland guards were approaching. Madam, Mississippi. A wasteland guard captain saluted the two. Seeing this commotion, Lu Shui felt a bit helpless. She had only intended to accompany her mother on a stroll through the wasteland city. But there was nothing she could do, she was simply too dazzling. Sigh, what a predicament. In the end, mother and daughter returned to the city lord's residence. Since Wei, Anqing, and the others hadn't returned yet, the mansion felt rather quiet. Fortunately, Xiao Yuner, Fan Ying, and the others were there. Madam, miss, you're back. Seeing Lu Shui and the others, Xiao Yuner and the others were quite excited. For that meant Xing and the others would be returning soon as well. As if sensing the worry in the women's eyes, Lu Shui smiled and said, "Don't worry. My father has returned." At these words, the group froze momentarily before exhaling in collective relief. The city lord had actually returned. Then everything would surely be fine. In their hearts, Lord Lu Daosheng was a true god, there was nothing he couldn't accomplish. Chapter 170, Gu Chen's Love Luck. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital of the Divine Dynasty, with a series of booming sounds, several formidable figures approached the imperial capital in a grand procession, their presence overwhelming. Upon the city walls, the Divine Dynasty's guards stood with solemn expressions. Yet upon recognizing the arrivals, their faces lit up with excitement. It's the sword god and his men. Everyone has returned. Quickly! Quickly! Go inform Lord Aoqing and Lord Zhou. Within moments, two figures appeared outside the imperial capital. It was Ao Qing and Elder Zhou. Jian Xin, where is his majesty? Old Zhou asked the assembled group. Upon hearing this, Jian Xin replied, His Majesty instructed us to return first. Upon hearing this, Elder Zhou nodded and said no more. Just then, Wei and the others from Huangcheng spotted Aoqing, their expressions immediately turning slightly stunned. Ao Qing, why are you alone? Where's the young lady? In their understanding, Ao Qing had always been inseparable from Lu Shui. Seeing only Ao Qing this time, the group felt somewhat unaccustomed. Oof. The young mistress is with her master now. She doesn't need me anymore. A trace of sorrow flickered in Ao Qing's eyes as he sighed into the void. As if she'd just fallen out of favor. Hearing this, the people of Huangcheng were stunned. The city lord has returned. No wonder. Even on the journey back, they had sensed terrifying fluctuations emanating from the unknown frontier. That Oraid wasn't the city lord's wife's, nor was it the soul-devouring clans. It was the lord of the cities. If that's the case, the soul-devouring clan must have been obliterated by now. The group exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Return to Wasteland City. Agreed. Wei and the others agreed instantly and prepared to depart. Just then, Gu Chen suddenly froze. He quickly nudged Wei with his elbow and glanced toward Jian Xian, Muyu, and the others nearby. Wei instantly understood. Miss Jianxin, Miss Muyu. Gu Chen approached them with a smile. Seeing Gu Chen, they nodded in acknowledgement. Brother Gu, is something the matter? Jian Xian spoke up. Hearing this, Gu Chen smiled. Do either of you know our Lord City Lord of Huangcheng? Lord Lu Daosheng of Huangcheng. Naturally, they were familiar with this name. Though rarely present in the imperial capital, they remained well informed about its affairs. Rumor had it that the Lord of Huangcheng shared a deep bond with their sovereign. This explained the exceptionally close ties between the two factions. At this moment, Gu Chen continued, Ladies, in truth, your sovereign is the wife of our city lord, our lady city lord. At these words, Jian Xian and the others were momentarily stunned. But only momentarily. Long ago, when Yan Lingyun brought Lu Shui back to the Divine Dynasty, they had already suspected something. What are you implying? Jian Xian demanded. Looking at Jian Xian and Muyu, Gu Chen smiled. Nothing much. Just that I believe our city lord has already returned to the Wasteland City with his wife and daughter. So I'd like to invite you both to visit Wasteland City. To Huangcheng. Jian Xian remained silent, instead turning his gaze toward Muyu, who had been standing quietly by his side. At that moment, Muyu was staring intently at Gu Chen's eyes. Seeing this, Jian Xian's dark brows furrowed slightly as she quickly snapped her out of it. Muyu. Startled by the voice, Muyu snapped back to reality. To the Wasteland City. Go, go. Observing Muyu's flustered state, Jian Xian sighed softly before casting an unusual glance at Gu Chen. Gu Chen, however, remained utterly oblivious to the reactions of those around him. He remained immersed in the joy of his successful plan. Once he lured these divine generals of the Divine Dynasty to Wasteland City, their city would inevitably grow even stronger. Ha ha ha, he really was a ing genius. Bro Wei, did you notice anything? At that moment, Xing appeared beside Wei Wei, his face adorned with a mysterious smile. Wei gave a slight nod. These two have a story. Should we give Brother Gu a heads up? He seems a bit slow on the uptake. Hearing this, Wei hesitated. Probably not. After all, he's a grown man, surely he understands these things. With that, Wei led the group back to the wasteland city. The divine generals Jian Xin and Muyu also followed along with the others. Standing atop the towering city walls of the divine dynasty's imperial capital, Elder Zhou watched the group depart. For some reason, he couldn't shake the feeling of impending doom. In the void. Thank you for saving me. Muyu, clutching a uniquely shaped magic staff, approached Gu Chen and spoke softly. Hearing this, Gu Chen smiled. No need to thank me. We're all on the same side. It's only natural. Standing close together, Gu Chen suddenly noticed that Muyu, this divine general of the divine dynasty, carried a faint, refreshing fragrance that filled his heart with delight. Ahem, well, what do you think of my wasteland city? Gu Chen dared not dwell on his thoughts and quickly continued with his plan. Wasteland city. I've heard them mention it. They all say it's quite good, but I've never been there myself. Muyu tightened her grip on the staff in her hand and spoke slowly. Hearing this, Gu Chen chuckled heartily. Don't worry, Miss Mu. Once you arrive in the wasteland city, you'll surely grow to love it. Seeing Gu Chen in such high spirits, Muyu also let a smile touch her lips before nodding. All right. Not far away. Three figures watched the scene unfold, each with a distinct expression. What do you think, Brother Wei? And Xing's expression was complex. Hearing this, Wei sighed, no comment. Jian Xin remarked calmly, this is the first time I've seen Muyu take such initiative toward a man. The three saw right through it, understanding exactly what it meant. But it seemed Gu Chen hadn't caught on to anything. Wei and Xing exchanged a glance before nodding. Looks like we'll have to give that guy a little nudge when we get back. Wasteland City. Lu Daosheng arrived outside the Wasteland City, surveying his life's work with a faint smile. The next moment, Lu Daosheng spread his arms wide, unleashing his aura without restraint. Instantly, the entire Wasteland City trembled. This aura was immensely powerful, yet it had no adverse effect on the city's inhabitants. Instead, it felt strangely soothing. Your city lord has returned. Lu Daosheng roared with laughter. His voice echoed throughout the entire Wasteland City. Lu Daosheng stepped forward, instantly appearing above the city. Upon seeing Lu Daosheng, the residents of the Wasteland City erupted into cheers. Countless people stood in the streets, waving their hands and dancing. Lord Mayor! Lord Mayor! Lord Mayor, look at me. I want to have your baby. But you're a ING man. Watching the cheers below, Lu Daosheng's smile deepened. Everything he had done suddenly felt more meaningful. Among them, the strongest presence belonged to the three great families of the Wasteland City. Lu Daosheng arrived at the inner city. The heads of the three families immediately greeted him with smiles. Greetings, Lord City Master. Lu Daosheng nodded. At that moment, three elderly yet remarkably energetic old fellows pushed their way through the crowd. Make way, make way. Don't you know to show respect to the elderly? Chapter 171, Not Quite Convenient. Seeing Lord Lu Daosheng, the crowd grew excited. But when they sensed someone forcefully pushing through, their brows immediately furrowed. You old fool. How can you be so uncivilized? Don't you know to wait in line if you want to see the Lord Mayor? A young man, who had finally gotten close enough to see the city lord, felt someone shoving him from behind and snapped angrily. Yet the old man showed no remorse whatsoever, instead seething with fury. You brat! I'm your ancestor. Ha! You dare insult me? The youth's face twisted with fury as he rolled up his sleeves, ready to fight. Just then, a broad hand smacked him hard on the back of the head. Smack! The sound rang out crisply. The youth! You ungrateful brat! How dare you lay a hand on your ancestor? Ha! Father, he! The middle-aged man ignored the youth, instead fixing the old man with a sheepish grin. Ancestor, please don't be angry. Once I return, I will discipline him properly. The old man gave a faint snort and walked away without pausing. Only then did the crowd recognize the old man's identity, none other than the patriarch of the Li family, one of the three great clans. Instantly, the crowd parted to make way. The elder swept his sleeve and strode directly inside. Back at the spot, the middle-aged man delivered another slap to the youth. Humph! You ungrateful brat! Go back to your room immediately and reflect on your actions. Hearing this, the youth's face twisted with hurt. Father, I still want to see the city lord. Never mind. I guess I don't really want to see him after all. Watching the youth concede, the middle-aged man finally put away his divine great slippers. Lord City Master. It's been years since we last met. To finally see you again. The elder patriarch of the Li family approached Lu Daosheng, his eyes suddenly brimming with tears. Recognizing the visitor, Lu Daosheng stepped forward to support him. Oldly, it really has been ages. Old Li of the Li family of Wasteland City had, over the years, become a patriarchal figure within his clan as it underwent frenzied expansion. At that moment, two other aged voices chimed in. Lord City Master, we're here too. Old Zhang and Old Lu slowly emerged from the crowd, approaching Lu Daosheng. While friction might be common among the younger generations at the grassroots level of the three major families, the upper echelons remained fiercely united. This was especially true for these three old fellows. Since retiring, all three had plenty of free time. Their days were filled with drinking tea, playing chess, fishing, or gathering to reminisce about the past. Their lives were rich and varied. Seeing the three of them, Lu Daosheng recalled his own arrival in Wasteland City. Back then, Huangcheng was still a remote, simple little town, barely larger than some villages. The people were remarkably simple and unassuming. After arriving in Huangcheng, Lu Daosheng received a warm welcome and generous assistance from its residents. Years later, after breaking through in his cultivation and contributing greatly to the city, the old city lord passed away. Lu Daosheng succeeded him as the new city lord of Huangcheng. Yet Lu Daosheng never forgot the support he had received from the people of Huangcheng. This is precisely why the original inhabitants of Huangcheng enjoy such exceptional treatment in the city today. When you have time, let's have a drink together. 1,000 words in his heart condensed into this simple phrase. Hearing Lu Daosheng's words, the three old men were instantly moved to tears. Lord City Master, it's a deal. Lu Daosheng patted the three elders on the shoulder before strolling toward the city lord's residence. There, his wife and daughter were waiting for him. Father. From afar, Lu Daosheng spotted Lu Shui standing by the door, beckoning to him. Beside her stood Yan Lingyun. Lu Daosheng's face broke into a blissful smile as he quickened his pace, closing the distance in 2 strides. Shuer, Lingyun. Daosheng. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. The moment they met, their eyes met with tender affection. Meanwhile, Lu Shui's smile froze instantly. So parents are true love, and I'm just an accident? Witnessing this scene, Lu Shui sighed softly before murmuring, well, I've got things to do. I'll be off then. Alright, go ahead. Lu Daosheng replied with a light chuckle. Hearing her father's dismissive tone, Lu Shui sighed again and left the room. Lingyun, we. Lu Daosheng was about to speak when Yan Lingyun abruptly covered his mouth. Don't say anything. Without another word, Yan Lingyun took Lu Daosheng by the hand and led him into the house. At the same time, outside the Wasteland City, a large group of people appeared in the void. Instantly, countless onlookers were struck with horror. This force, anywhere else, would be utterly explosive. Is this the Wasteland City? Jian Xan and the others, visiting the Wasteland City for the first time, gazed upon the vast, colossal city before them, their hearts filled with 1,000 emotions. At the same time, they understood why the Wasteland City never lacked for masters. In such an environment, failing to grow stronger was the real problem. Mu Yu was equally stunned. Gu Chen, have you all always lived here? Along the way, Mu Yu had conversed at length with Gu Chen, and they had grown somewhat familiar. Hearing this, Gu Chen shook his head. Not exactly. We started out in a much smaller world. It was through the city lord's guidance that we gradually made our way here. Back then, without the city lord, I wouldn't be who I am today. Hearing this, Mu Yu grew even more curious about the ruler of the barren city. What kind of person was he, really? Let's go inside. Awei suddenly spoke up. The group nodded and headed toward the entrance of the desolate city. At the gate, 2 wasteland guards stood sentry. Greetings, Lord Commander. Honored guests. The 2 guards promptly bowed respectfully. Awei nodded and entered the wasteland city. A flash of light filled their vision, revealing the desolate cities seen before them. Whoa! A collective gasp of astonishment erupted from the Divine Dynasty's followers. They never imagined the entire wasteland city was forged from divine crystal stones. No wonder it radiated divine light. This was simply too extravagant. At that moment, a graceful figure appeared before the crowd. I've been waiting for you for quite some time. Lu Shui gazed at the group, her eyes crinkling with a smile. A figure darted straight out. Wah, my little master, I've missed you so much. Ao Qing transformed into a small dragon, wrapping itself around Lu Shui's arm, tears streaming down its face. Lu Shui stroked Ao Qing, soothingly saying, alright. Just glad you're back. Watching Ao Qing transform into a fawning dragon, the others wore expressions of disdain. Yet deep in their eyes, a hint of envy lingered. No one else but Ao Qing enjoyed such close proximity to the city lord's daughter. Once, Ouyang Yanqing had also been by Lu Shui's side, but now, as time passed, she too had her own duties. Unlike Ao Qing, whose life revolved solely around clinging to Lu Shui, eating, and sleeping. Greetings, Miss Your Highness. The crowd hurriedly bowed in greeting. Miss, has the lord of the city returned? Awei stepped forward to ask. Hearing this, Lu Shui chuckled, he has returned, but if you wish to see my father now, it might be a bit inconvenient. Chapter 172, I marry you. Not convenient? The group exchanged puzzled looks. Could it be that the lord of Huangcheng had been injured battling the soul-devouring clan and was now secluded to recover? At this thought, the Divine Dynasty's people grew even more respectful toward the Wasteland City Lord. However, only a few held this belief. Away, Guchen, and the others knew the truth all too well. The Lord of the city is likely diligently cultivating right now. But naturally, none dared voice such thoughts aloud. Miss, I shall take my leave now. Away stepped forward and bowed respectfully to Lu Shui. Upon hearing this, Lu Shui nodded. Very well. I will notify you when my father summons you. After that, Huang Shiyunqi and the others also took their leave one after another. After they departed, Lu Shui approached Jian Xin and the others. At that moment, only Gu Chen remained. Master. Lu Shui looked at Gu Chen, a smile in her eyes. Little Snow, I happen to have something to discuss with you. Hearing her master wanted to speak with her, Lu Shui felt a bit puzzled. Just then, Gu Chen had already pulled her aside. Then, Gu Chen whispered to Lu Shui. Xiao Shui, what do you think of Jian Xin, Mu Yu, and the others? They're great. Then would you say the Divine Dynasty and the Wasteland City are one family? Yes. Then do you want them to stay here and help strengthen Wasteland City? Hearing this, even the slow-witted Lu Shui finally caught on. Master, are you suggesting? Gu Chen flashed a faint smile and nodded slightly. Seeing this, Lu Shui fell silent for a moment before nodding in agreement. All right. After all, they were her mother's people. Having some of her mother's subordinates work for her father, her mother surely wouldn't mind. With that, the two reached an understanding. At that moment, Jian Xin and the others remained utterly unaware that they had already been targeted. Mu Yu. Jian Xin approached Mu Yu and spoke softly. What is it? Seeing Mu Yu's distracted state, Jian Xin sighed inwardly before saying, Mu Yu, what do you think of that, Gu Chen? Upon hearing the question, Mu Yu's face flushed slightly and she quickly lowered her head. It's fine. Observing Mu Yu's reaction, Jian Xin remained impassive as he pressed further. Do you like him? Instantly, Mu Yu's cheeks flushed even redder. She clutched her staff and waved her hands frantically. I don't. He saved my life, so you decided to pledge yourself to him? Mu Yu kept her head bowed tightly, unable to utter another word. Seeing this, Jian Xin rolled her eyes. She figured it out. Mu Yu was probably going to be a total pushover. Just then, Lu Shui and Gu Chen slowly approached from the distance. Miss Mu Yu, what's wrong? Why are you blushing so much? Gu Chen asked curiously, noticing Mu Yu's unusual state. Beside him, Lu Shui also looked puzzled. She seemed perfectly fine just a moment ago. Hearing Gu Chen's words, Mu Yu's heart began to race. Was this what they meant by butterflies in the stomach? No, what was she thinking? But before Mu Yu could finish her sentence, Gu Chen suddenly spoke up loudly. Oh, I get it, Miss Mu Yu. You're just overwhelmed by the grandeur of my wasteland city, huh? No worries. It's a common reaction for first-timers here. Hearing this, Mu Yu's lips twitched slightly as she laughed awkwardly. Right. Jian Xin could no longer bear to watch. He bowed to Lu Shui and said, Your Highness, please show us around the wasteland city. Lu Shui paused for a moment before nodding eagerly. Certainly. However, Lu Shui glanced at Gu Chen and Mu Yu standing nearby. Seeing this, Jian Xin took a deep breath before turning to Gu Chen. Brother Gu Chen, would you kindly take Mu Yu on a tour of the wasteland city as well? Gu Chen froze at the request. Why couldn't they all explore together? Before he could voice his question, Lu Shui had already departed with Jian Xin and the other divine generals. They vanished in a flash, their figures quickly disappearing from sight. Jian Xin, those two? Lu Shui's eyes sparkled as she looked at Jian Xin and asked. Ahem, Your Highness, my apologies. I've brought shame upon you. Jian Xin looked somewhat uncomfortable. Hearing this, Lu Shui quickly waved her hands. No. Those two. They actually make quite the pair, don't they? Lu Shui suddenly understood, and for some reason, a surge of excitement welled up inside her. Meanwhile, Miss Mu Yu, shall we go for a stroll? Gu Chen hesitated where he stood. Hearing Gu Chen's words, Mu Yu didn't refuse. She gave a slight nod, indicating her agreement. Soon, the two began wandering aimlessly through the desolate city, shoulder to shoulder. The wasteland city was vast, almost forming its own miniature world. After wandering for quite some time, they were still within the outer city district. Along the way, Mu Yu gradually returned to her normal self, beginning to observe everything within the wasteland city. She discovered many things within the desolate city that she had never seen before. For instance, this object before them emanating a chill yet somehow alluring. Seeing Mu Yu's curiosity, Gu Chen generously bought her one. Here, this is for you. It's called an ice cream. It tastes delicious and can even aid in cultivation. But the higher your cultivation level, the less effective it becomes. For us, just tasting it is enough. Mu Yu didn't hesitate, accepting the ice cream Gu Chen offered and taking a bite right away. Delicious. The ice cream melted instantly in her mouth, carrying a milky fragrance that perfectly suited her taste. So, what do you think? Isn't my wasteland city pretty great? Gu Chen asked with a smile. Mu Yu nodded. It's very good. Then, do you have any intention of staying? At those words, Mu Yu froze. Stay? Could it be? This was a bit too sudden. In an instant, Mu Yu's face flushed crimson once more. It was hard to imagine that this was a powerful archmage of divine general rank. She seemed more like a young girl experiencing her first stirrings of love. But I'm not ready yet. Mu Yu murmured timidly. Yet, Gu Chen's smile only deepened. No refusal meant things were looking very promising. He pressed on, his tone firming, what's there to fear? Every soul in Wasteland City is a gem, and they all speak with such grace. Once you settle in here, you'll grow to love it. Besides, even your majesty is the lady of the city lord here. As her subordinate, staying in Huanchan won't raise any eyebrows. Gu Chen's words made perfect sense, yet Mu Yu still hesitated. Isn't it moving too fast? After knowing each other for such a short time already. Mu Yu gripped her staff tightly, her head bowed low as she murmured softly. Gu Chen leaned in close to hear her clearly. Too fast? What's too fast? You need to think about your own future. In the Wasteland City, the future was absolutely bright. It would be infinitely better than staying in the Divine Dynasty. However, the Divine Dynasty's Empress is the City Lord's wife, so what the future holds for the Divine Dynasty is truly hard to say. Yet Mu Yu had naturally misinterpreted Gu Chen's meaning. After a long silence, Mu Yu gathered her courage and looked straight into Gu Chen's eyes. Can you guarantee my future? They stood very close together. Because Gu Chen was tall, Mu Yu's head barely reached his shoulder. Hearing Mu Yu's words, Gu Chen's heart surged with delight. This is going to work out. Ha! One down. Rest assured, Miss Mu Yu. I pledge my honor to guarantee your future in the Wasteland City. Gu Chen pounded his chest solemnly. Looking at Gu Chen, Mu Yu took a deep breath and finally made up her mind. All right. I'll marry you. The smile froze on Gu Chen's face. Ha! Chapter 173, Mu Yu's departure. Miss Mu Yu, what did you just say? Gu Chen couldn't believe his ears. Mu Yu's face flushed even redder. Summoning her courage, she declared to Gu Chen, I said, I'm willing to marry you. Fearing Gu Chen hadn't heard clearly, Mu Yu's voice grew noticeably louder. In that moment, Gu Chen's mind went completely blank. He stood frozen in place, utterly dumbfounded. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? 3 questions raced through Gu Chen's mind. Weren't we talking about joining the Wasteland City? Why is she suddenly proposing marriage to me? While he did have a soft spot for Mu Yu, this shy yet intriguing girl, things couldn't possibly move this fast. Gu Chen stood there dumbfounded. Mu Yu sensed something was off. Gu Chen, didn't you say you could guarantee my future? Aren't you supposed to marry me? Mu Yu bit her lip lightly. As a strategist who usually kept everything under control, she felt utterly flustered inside. Miss Mu Yu, you've misunderstood me. Gu Chen scratched his head awkwardly. Hearing his words, Mu Yu paused, then a faint smile touched her lips. Though it was tinged with bitterness. Oh, I see. Haha, my apologies. I must have gotten the wrong idea. Mu Yu seemed to have put the matter behind her, her face showing no trace of concern. Yet, after speaking those words, she immediately turned and walked away. As she walked, hot tears began to fall steadily from the corners of her eyes. Mu Yu, you're such a disgrace. Mu Yu's choked voice echoed. Standing rooted to the spot, Gu Chen suddenly felt a wave of panic wash over him. Oh no. He seemed to have caused trouble. Just then, a figure abruptly materialized beside Gu Chen. You idiot! What the hell was you thinking? And Xing glared at Gu Chen with exasperation, his voice dripping with frustration. Clearly, none of this had escaped in Xing's notice. This can't all be my fault, you know? Gu Chen felt a bit embarrassed, his words tinged with guilt. And Xing sneered coldly. What? Think she's beneath you? She's been so proactive, yet you haven't shown the slightest interest. As the saying goes, when a woman pursues a man, it's like a thin veil, just a little push and it's gone. But you? You didn't even give her a glance. Hearing in Xing's taunts, Gu Chen felt utterly flustered. So what do you suggest we do now? Hearing this, and Xing dropped her cold smile and replied earnestly, what else can you do? If you don't like them, just ignore them. If you do like them, go after them. Go after her if you like her? Gu Chen's first thought was, I probably don't like her. After all, how long had they even known each other? Just because he saved her life? But his original plan had always been to recruit Mu Yu to join the Wasteland City. Standing rooted to the spot, Gu Chen remained silent for a long while. Finally, he waved his hand and turned to leave, leaving behind only a somewhat lonely silhouette. Where are you going? And Xing asked as he watched Gu Chen depart. To seclude myself. Don't bother me unless it's urgent. Clearly, Gu Chen was feeling agitated. Watching Gu Chen choose to retreat, and Xing shook her head inside. He wanted to say, when you regret this, that's when you'll suffer. Alas, Gu Chen had already vanished from his sight. Meanwhile, on the other side. Ha! Mu Yu! What's wrong with you? Turning a corner, Lu Shui, accompanied by Jian Xin and the others, happened to run into Mu Yu. Mu Yu's expression was somber, his eyes red-rimmed, tear streaks still visible on his cheeks. Seeing this, Jian Xin immediately rushed forward with concern. I'm fine. Mu Yu kept her head bowed, shaking it slightly, her voice as thin as a whisper. Seeing Mu Yu like this, Jian Xin instantly understood what had happened. A sharp sword intent began to seep out from within Jian Xin. Clearly, Jian Xin was furious. Mu Yu, if you suffered any injustice in Huancheng, tell me. I'll see justice is done. Lu Shui stepped forward, her expression earnest. The surrounding figures were all generals of the Divine Dynasty. They held deep respect for Mu Yu, the third-ranked commander. Seeing her in such distress, their own anger flared. General Mu, everyone is here. Our Divine Dynasty isn't afraid of trouble. Indeed. And with Her Highness the Princess and His Majesty present, how could you suffer injustice in Huancheng? Listening to their words, Mu Yu remained unmoved, merely murmuring softly, Everyone, I wish to return to the imperial capital. Mu Yu. At that moment, Jian Xin also reined in his aura, his gaze softening as he looked at Mu Yu. Come. I'll accompany you back. He then turned and bowed respectfully to Lu Shui. Your Highness, thank you for your hospitality. However, this desolate city is clearly not suitable for us. We take our leave. With that, Jian Xin took Mu Yu by the hand and departed the desolate city. Ah! Lu Shui watched the departing figures from where she stood. She wanted to call out to them, but the words died in her throat. At that moment, the surrounding divine generals also spoke up. Your Highness, we too shall depart now. Should you see His Majesty, please convey our message. We shall all await His Majesty's return in the Divine Dynasty. Splash, splash, splash. Suddenly, Lu Shui stood alone on the street, utterly disoriented. You idiot of a master. Lu Shui stomped her foot in frustration, then shouted angrily, and Xing. The next moment, and Xing appeared instantly beside Lu Shui. Miss, you called for me? And Xing asked, feigning ignorance. Lu Shui took a deep breath, leading in Xing to a secluded spot before inquiring about what had transpired between Gu Chen and Mu Yu. After a long while. So infuriating, so infuriating. Master is such a blockhead. Lu Shui was so furious she started gesticulating wildly. She couldn't believe that even with Mu Yu in this state, Gu Chen still didn't have a single thought about it. Could it be? And Xing, could my master have issues with his sexual orientation? Lu Shui blurted out the soul-searching question. Hearing this, and Xing froze for a moment before shaking her head. Impossible. I've seen him secretly reading those adult books before. But after saying that, and Xing realized something was off. She cleared her throat and continued, his orientation is definitely fine. He's just a bit slow to react. And Xing cautiously scanned the surroundings before leaning close to Lu Shui's ear. Miss, I've done some discreet digging. That guy Gu Chen has never touched a woman. What? Lu Shui was stunned. Her master was still a virgin? That was quite the surprise. Both knew this was an embarrassing secret, so they tacitly agreed not to mention it to others. So, are those two just done? Lu Shui finally asked. And Xing shrugged. That's beyond me. It's up to him. Hearing this, Lu Shui sighed and said no more. And so, the desolate city returned to its quiet state. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Chapter 174, Bold Pursuit of Love. That day, within the city lord's residence. What lovely weather we have today. Lu Daosheng yawned, stretched lazily, then emerged with a languid gait. His steps were noticeably unsteady, clearly the result of overexertion. And Xing. Lu Daosheng flopped onto the rocking chair in the courtyard and called out. Moments later, and Xing strolled in from outside. Lord City Master. Lu Daosheng nodded. Nothing out of the ordinary happening in the city lately? Lord City Master, since the great battle ended, everyone has been in seclusion. Nothing has happened within the city. However, hearing this, Lu Daosheng raised his eyebrows and looked at Xing. What is it? And Xing paused briefly before recounting the events involving Gu Chen and Mu Yu to Lu Daosheng. Midway through the story, Yan Lingyun emerged slowly from the house and sat beside Lu Daosheng to listen to Xing's account. That's the situation, Lord City Master. At that moment, Lu Daosheng's expression was quite something. I never would have guessed. Lu Daosheng and Yan Lingyun exchanged a glance, then both burst into laughter. Have Jian Xin and the others all returned? Yan Lingyun inquired. Upon hearing this, and Xing nodded. Yes, madam. They have all returned to the Divine Dynasty. Yan Lingyun turned to Lu Daosheng. It seems I must return as well. Lu Daosheng showed no surprise at Yan Lingyun's words. Yan Lingyun had invested considerable effort in establishing the Divine Dynasty naturally, she couldn't simply abandon it. Someone. As the voice fell, a shadowy figure materialized before Lu Daosheng. Lord City Master, your orders? Lu Daosheng waved his hand. Go fetch Gu Chen. The phantom bowed respectfully. Yes, Lord City Master. The apparition vanished from its spot. Beside him, Xing was stunned. The city lord had indeed been secretly cultivating numerous powerful individuals. Even he felt a pang of unease at the mere sight of that phantom. Before long, a somewhat despondent figure slowly approached. None other than Gu Chen. This subordinate greets the city lord. Gu Chen bowed respectfully toward Lu Daosheng. Seeing Gu Chen in this state, several people were taken aback. Gu Chen, what happened to you? Lu Daosheng scrutinized Gu Chen from head to toe as he asked. At this, Gu Chen's face twisted into a bitter smile. Ever since Mu Yu had tearfully departed, Gu Chen had returned to his quarters and entered seclusion. Yet, whenever he closed his eyes, the image that surfaced in his mind was Mu Yu holding her staff, her face flushed with a shy expression. This made it utterly impossible for him to cultivate with peace of mind, nearly causing him to lose control and fall into madness. Thinking of this, Gu Chen let out a heavy sigh. Seeing Gu Chen's deeply troubled expression, Lu Daosheng and the others couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Just then, Lu Shui came trotting over from a distance. Father, mother. Ah, master, and Xing, everyone's here. Spotting Lu Shui, Lu Daosheng's face immediately broke into a smile as he waved her over. Lu Shui, ever the dutiful child, took small, careful steps as she approached Lu Daosheng. Father. Little Snow, did you miss your father? Lu Daosheng asked with a smile. Hearing this, Yan Lingyun shot Lu Daosheng a disapproving look from the side, her expression utterly exasperated. Lu Shui's little face flushed slightly. Dad, I'm all grown up now. Stop saying such sappy things. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng burst into hearty laughter. At that moment, Lu Shui noticed something off about Gu Chen's expression. Ha! Master, why do you look like that? Gu Chen pursed his lips, as if he wanted to say something, but he remained silent, merely shaking his head and sighing. Seeing this, Lu Shui instantly understood. Oh! Master, you wouldn't be regretting it, would you? Master, it's not too late to change your mind. You could go to the Divine Dynasty and find Miss Mu Yu. Hearing Lu Shui's words, everyone turned their gaze toward Gu Chen. Gu Chen paused slightly, lowering his head in thought. Go to the Divine Dynasty to find Mu Yu? It just didn't feel right. After all, something had happened between them last time. She probably wouldn't want to see him at all. As if sensing Gu Chen's hesitation, Yan Lingyun rose and said, Gu Chen, I'll be returning to the Divine Dynasty soon. You can come with me. Hearing this, Gu Chen's expression wavered, then his gaze shifted to Lu Daosheng. After Lu Daosheng nodded his approval, Gu Chen no longer hesitated. Alright, thank you for your kindness, madam. Yan Lingyun smiled faintly and said slowly, I hope you succeed. That girl Mu Yu never had such thoughts before. Hearing this, Gu Chen's face flushed with embarrassment. After a brief farewell, Yan Lingyun led Gu Chen directly out of the wasteland city, heading toward the Divine Dynasty. After all, Yan Lingyun was merely returning to handle some matters and would be back soon. Yay! Master's off to boldly pursue love. Beside Lu Daosheng, Lu Shui looked quite excited, almost eager to follow along and supervise the operation herself. Father, do you think my master will succeed? Lu Shui turned to ask Lu Daosheng. Well, that depends. Lu Daosheng chuckled softly, that depends entirely on whether your master has the real skills. Some women, once they turn away, find it hard to look back. Gu Chen had already squandered one chance, so the difficulty remained considerable. Lord City Master, I shall take my leave now. At that moment, Xing spoke up. Lu Daosheng nodded. Xing then departed. Returning to his quarters, Xing immediately issued orders. Before long, two figures appeared before Xing. Sir, what are your orders? The two were members of the root organization, holding extremely high positions and answering only to Xing's commands. Xing said calmly, go to the Divine Dynasty immediately and monitor Gu Chen's movements. No need for excessive surveillance, simply relay any developments back here. Upon hearing this, the two men asked no further questions and simply nodded. Yes, sir. After they departed. Xing stood outside, gazing into the void, murmuring to himself, Gu Chen, you'd better get your act together this time. Otherwise, you'll be single for life. I'm worried about you, brother. Meanwhile, at Awei's residence. Awei sat at his desk, with a petite, charming woman perched on his lap. Husband, are you truly not going to intervene in Gu Chen's matter? Fan Ying hesitated before speaking. Her soft voice sent Awei's heart into a flutter. It's fine. I trust him. Awei chuckled lightly. Then, he fixed his gaze intently on Fan Ying's big, adorable eyes. Under his intense gaze, Fan Ying flushed crimson, utterly flustered. Husband, why are you staring at me like that? Ying, do you want to have a child? Awei asked earnestly. Hearing this, Fan Ying flushed bright red and quickly covered her face with her hands. Husband, if you want one, I'll give you one. Her voice was faint, but Awei heard it clearly. Immediately, hearty laughter echoed throughout the mansion. Chapter 175, The Three Elders Gather. Within the city lord's mansion, Lu Shui exchanged a few casual words with Lu Daosheng before departing. Reclining in his armchair, Lu Daosheng gazed at the sky and began to drift off in thought. Many years had passed since he first obtained the system. The people and things around him had undergone earth-shattering changes. He himself had experienced many things. Fortunately, as he reached this point in his journey, the people close to him were still by his side. A faint smile touched Lu Daosheng's lips at this thought. He rose, patted his backside, and headed outside. Inner city of the wasteland city. At the entrance of a simple, unadorned mansion. This was the residence of the Li family, one of the three great superclans of Wasteland City. Even the two guards stationed at the gate possessed the cultivation level of Divine Sovereign Realm. At that moment, an elderly man clad in coarse hemp garments approached slowly. Though his pace was unhurried, it was remarkably steady. Upon seeing the old man, the two guards immediately stood at attention. Quickly notify the family head. One guard immediately dashed into the manor. The other guard, remaining behind, jogged up to the old man. Elder Zhang, you've come again. The guard offered an awkward smile and reached out to support the old man. The old man was none other than the patriarch of the Zhang family. Master Zhang chuckled lightly. What's this? Unwelcome? Hearing this, the guard broke out in a cold sweat and immediately tried to kneel. Seeing this, old Master Zhang merely raised his hand, and the guard found himself unable to kneel at all. Enough, look how frightened you are. Old Master Zhang chuckled. Wiping the sweat from his brow, the guard whispered, Senior Zhang, you really shouldn't joke about such things. If the family had found out, his head would be on the chopping block. Meanwhile, old Zhang had already set off toward the Li family residence on his own. He navigated the path with ease, as if he were in his own home. Seeing this, the guard hurriedly followed close behind, not daring to utter another word. Junior member Li Gangnian greets Elder Zhang. Li Gangnian, the head of the Li family, personally led his men to greet Elder Zhang. Over the years, the head of the Zhang family had changed several times, yet Li Gangnian remained the head of the Li family. This alone spoke volumes about his standing. Upon seeing Li Gangnian, Elder Zhang offered no lengthy greeting, merely stating in a calm tone, Gangnian, go about your business. I'm here to see old Li. With that, Elder Zhang continued deeper into the Li family estate. Left behind, Li Gangnian watched Zhang Lao depart with respectful eyes, not looking away until the elder was completely out of sight. Head of the family, why has Elder Zhang been visiting so frequently lately? At that moment, the eldest elder of the Li family spoke up with a look of puzzlement. Hearing this, the others also wore puzzled expressions. Over the years, the Zhang family patriarch had indeed visited their Li family, but never with such frequency. Over the past month alone, the Zhang family patriarch had visited the Li family 20 times. It was as if he wanted to visit every single day. The Lu family had experienced much the same. Why was this happening? Have you all forgotten how the city lord addressed our patriarch back then? Li Gangnian spoke calmly. Hearing this, the crowd began to recall. Got time? Let's grab a drink together. Another elder murmured to himself. Suddenly, everyone understood. Master of the house, what do you mean? Li Gangnian smiled. Do you think words spoken by a figure of the Lord Mayor's stature could be mere idle talk? I believe the city lord's intention is to foster greater unity among our three great families. Thus, under the pretext of a drinking gathering, he has brought the patriarchs of our three great families together. Hearing Patriarch Li Gangnian's analysis, some nodded in understanding. Others, however, frowned even more deeply. Head of the family, haven't the three great families always been united? Besides, the elders aren't involved in affairs anymore. Summoning all three of them seems rather pointless. The words came from a junior elder of the Li family. The moment these words left his mouth, the others glared at the junior elder. Humph. How long have you even been an elder? How dare you question the family head? Guards! Take him away! Immediately, two guards with powerful auras appeared in the midst of the crowd. Seeing this, the junior elder's face drained of color. Master, no. Master, I was wrong. At that moment, Li Gangnian extended a hand, signaling the two guards to withdraw. What you said makes sense. But what you don't know is that our three great families only appear united on the surface. Beneath that, it's utter chaos. The three great families wielded immense power within the wasteland city. Aside from the direct forces of the city lord's mansion, they faced virtually no rivals. Thus, many smaller factions within the wasteland city chose to align themselves with the three great families. Now, under the protection of the three families, these smaller factions have grown increasingly powerful. Many groups have even begun to clash openly. The three major families show no reaction to this. As for the elders not getting involved, Li Gangnian suddenly wore a complex expression. You see, if the elders ever decided to intervene, would they even be able to? Hearing this, the others instantly understood. Indeed, the elders had effectively retired. Yet should they choose to intervene, no one within the family would dare refuse. Nor would they dare to refuse. After all, that's our own ancestor. So, are the old ancestors making a comeback? At this thought, countless thoughts surged through everyone's minds. Meanwhile, deep within the Li family estate, within a bamboo grove, two elders with snow-white hair and youthful complexions sat facing each other. Old Li, how are the preparations coming along? Old Zhang spoke first, his expression rather grave. Upon hearing this, Old Li gave a heavy nod. In matters like this, I naturally remain vigilant. Seeing this, Old Zhang nodded. We absolutely cannot afford to embarrass ourselves again this time. If we do, this old face of mine won't know where to hide. Hearing this, Old Li snorted coldly. For this victory, I haven't touched a drop of alcohol in a month. Last time, the three of them had been out drunk by Lu Daosheng one after another, becoming the subject of his mockery for a long time afterward. Even now, whenever they recalled that incident, a lingering resentment surfaced. Three old men, out drunk by one. It was too embarrassing to even mention. So this time, they decided to join forces and take on Lu Daosheng together. By the way, where's old Lu? Old Zhang asked. Old Li stroked his beard and said calmly, he should be here soon. Sure enough, not long after, a figure slowly approached from the distance. But his gait seemed unnaturally light and unsteady. At that moment, a strong smell of alcohol wafted through the air. Instantly, both men's expressions darkened. Old Lu, you bastard. Didn't you say you couldn't drink during this period? The next day, after a long night, the Lu family patriarch finally stirred from his slumber. The first thing he saw were two rather resentful old faces. Ahem, so you're both here. Old Lu felt a bit awkward. Humph. You finally woke up? Why didn't you just sleep yourself to death? Old Li snorted coldly. Old Zhang shook his head slightly. I knew you couldn't be relied upon. Watching the two of them, Old Lu felt a pang of shame and quickly asked, when will the city lord arrive? I'm already here. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a figure suddenly materialized nearby. Chapter 176, The Future of the Divine Dynasty. Hearing the commotion behind them, the three steadfast old men panicked instantly, scrambling to their feet to greet him. Lord City Master, you've arrived so quickly. Old Zhang stepped forward first, grinning broadly. The newcomer was none other than Lu Daosheng. Lord City Master, this time, Old Li here won't be letting you off easy. The elderly patriarch of the Li family was brimming with enthusiasm, his face radiant with excitement. Seeing this, Lu Daosheng immediately laughed. Ha, it seems you've all prepared well. Very well then, I'll join you for a proper drink. In the corner, the Lu family patriarch remained silent. Having only recently sobered up, how much could he possibly drink? Here, he was the least qualified to speak. Soon, the four took their seats. Lu Daosheng waved his hand, and the bamboo table was instantly laden with jars of wine, their aroma filling the air. Today, we won't leave until we're drunk. We won't leave until we're drunk. Haha, old Lu, you're not going to back out again, are you? After 3 rounds of wine, all 4 men were flushed crimson, their faces glowing with drink. The Lu family patriarch was particularly woozy, his mind growing hazy. This liquor is something else. Old Lu slurred out these words before crashing face first onto the table with a thud. Witnessing this, the other 3 burst into raucous laughter. This wine was indeed potent, specifically procured by Lu Daosheng from the system store, its effects nearly impervious to cultivation levels. Whether you were a god or an immortal, drinking it guaranteed intoxication. Now that the Lu family patriarch had fallen, it only fueled the battle lust of the remaining 3. Old Li and Old Zhang exchanged a glance, then nodded silently to each other. Ah ha ha. Lord City Master, thank you for your kindness all these years. Here, Old Li offers you a toast. Though called a cup, it held nearly half a jar of liquor. Seeing this, Lu Daosheng did not refuse. Gulp, gulp. The entire cup vanished down his throat. Here, Lord City Master, I'll toast you too. Old Zhang raised his cup again, offering it to Lu Daosheng with hearty generosity. Lu Daosheng accepted without hesitation. Gulp, gulp. Another cup emptied. Watching Lu Daosheng down cup after cup, the 2 men secretly gloated. Ha ha ha, Lord City Master, today we'll finally get our revenge. However, Lu Daosheng had long seen through their intentions. Ha, you think you can get me drunk? You 2 old codgers are still too green. And so, several more jars of wine were emptied. Brr. The Li family patriarch belched, his eyes beginning to see stars. I can't go on. Seeing the patriarch in this state, Old Zhang's expression darkened as he turned to look at Lu Daosheng. Lu Daosheng's face was flushed crimson, yet his mind remained clear. Damn! Why can the city lord hold his liquor so well? Looks like I'll have to fight this battle alone. Old Zhang's expression hardened with resolve as he picked up the wine jar. A long time later. In the bamboo grove, 3 figures lay sprawled across the bamboo table, utterly unconscious. The remaining figure rose to his feet. Clearly, the one standing was the ultimate victor of this encounter. TSK. Is that all? Lu Daosheng's face flushed crimson, his expression dripping with contempt. This time, he hadn't relied on the system's cheat to sober up, but since old Zhang and old Li had taken turns forcing him to drink, he'd still resorted to a little trick. Slowly, Daosheng pulled several peanuts from his sleeve, murmuring with a chuckle, if any one of you three had even a single peanut, I might have lost. This time, the peanuts emerged victorious. Meanwhile, in the distant imperial capital of the Divine Dynasty, two figures suddenly materialized in the void above the imperial capital. It was Yan Lingyun and Gu Chen. Gu Chen? At that moment, Yan Lingyun noticed Gu Chen behind her seemed distracted. Seeing this, Yan Lingyun quickly spoke up to remind him. Ha? We're here already? Gu Chen froze for a moment, suddenly realizing they had already reached the imperial capital of the Divine Dynasty. Gu Chen, are you okay? Yan Lingyun asked hesitantly. Do you need help? Hearing this, Gu Chen waved his hand. No need. Just then, a figure suddenly materialized from the void. Your Majesty, you've returned. Old Zhou appeared in the void. Spotting Yan Lingyun, his face lit up with joy as he bowed respectfully. Yan Lingyun nodded. Transmit this imperial command, all are to assemble in the hall for deliberation. Yes, Your Majesty. After Elder Zhou departed, Yan Lingyun signaled to Gu Chen behind her with a glance. The two then headed toward the imperial capital's grand hall. Dong! A deafening toll of the imperial bell echoed throughout the capital. Instantly, the entire imperial capital trembled. The Empress! The Empress has returned! Ever since the incident with the soul-devouring clan, Her Majesty the Empress had remained absent. Though several divine generals and Lord Zhou remained in command, the Divine Dynasty remained leaderless as long as the Empress did not return. And now, Her Majesty has finally returned. This news sent waves of excitement throughout the entire Divine Dynasty. This clearly demonstrated the immense prestige Yan Lingyun held within the Divine Dynasty. Moments later, within the Divine Dynasty's Grand Hall, countless powerful figures of the Divine Dynasty began streaming into the hall one after another. At that moment, Gu Chen stood calmly within the hall. At least, that was how he perceived himself. Then, a familiar figure entered his field of vision. Instantly, Gu Chen's heart trembled. Mu Yu. Yet Mu Yu seemed to pass right by him without noticing, her expression blank as she gripped her staff and walked straight past. Gu Chen's face flushed with embarrassment. Jian Xian also noticed Gu Chen, and her dark brows immediately furrowed. Stepping beside Gu Chen, Jian Xian shot him a fierce glare. Had Yan Lingyun not been seated above, she would have spoken her mind. Once everyone had gathered, they all bowed to Yan Lingyun in succession. Enough. Have any significant events occurred within the Divine Dynasty recently? Yan Lingyun asked calmly from her seat upon the dragon throne. With the soul-devouring clan gone, what could possibly trouble the Divine Dynasty? Yan Lingyun's inquiry was merely a formality. At that moment, Elder Zhou stepped forward. Your Majesty, nothing of note has occurred in the Divine Dynasty these past days. Upon hearing this, Yan Lingyun nodded slightly. Since that is the case, I shall now discuss the affairs of the Divine Dynasty moving forward. At these words, the expressions of those present instantly grew tense. They all knew Yan Lingyun was the wife of the Lord of Huangcheng, and her power seemed to surpass even their own emperors. Now, the Divine Dynasty in Wasteland City had no enemies left. Rumors had even begun circulating in the imperial capital that the entire Divine Dynasty might be absorbed into Wasteland City. Though promptly quashed, these whispers had already shaken the Divine Dynasty's resolve. Merging with Wasteland City. Some welcomed the idea, for the treatment offered by Wasteland City was simply too generous. Who wouldn't want to cultivate in a better place? Others, however, were filled with patriotic fervor and vehemently opposed the Divine Dynasty's merger with the Wasteland City. After all, wouldn't that effectively mean the Divine Dynasty's extinction? Now, Yan Lingyun spoke of the Divine Dynasty's future. This news inevitably sent a wave of tension through the Divine Dynasty's people. Before long, this emperor shall depart this world. Yan Lingyun swept her gaze across the assembled ministers below before speaking in a calm tone. At these words, the ministers fell silent. Seeing this, Yan Lingyun continued, the Divine Dynasty, this emperor will not abandon it. Are you willing to depart with me? Chapter 177, Merging Forces. Depart together. Hearing Yan Lingyun's words, the ministers showed not a hint of hesitation. We swear to follow your Majesty to the death. Seeing the resolute gazes of her ministers, Yan Lingyun's lips curved into a faint smile. But let me make this clear, if you wish to depart with this emperor, you must join the Wasteland City. I trust you understand what I mean. At these words, the crowd below froze in stunned silence. Join the Wasteland City? The rumors were true after all. The Divine Dynasty was truly merging with the Wasteland City. A wave of complex emotions welled up within them. For these words came from their very faith, the Divine Dynasty's Empress Yan Lingyun herself, leaving them utterly speechless, unable to utter a single word of protest. Seeing the gloom settle over the crowd, Yan Lingyun pressed her lips together, sighing inwardly. This decision had been made after deep and careful consideration. The original purpose of establishing the divine dynasty was to ensure this world possessed sufficient strength to confront the soul-devouring clan and the unknown enemies from distant star domains. Now, this world had gained an even more formidable guardian. That guardian was the Wasteland City. More importantly, the master of the Wasteland City was her man. She had absolute trust in him. Though the Wasteland City and the Divine Dynasty currently maintain excellent relations, capable of mutual aid, Yan Lingyun understood this was only temporary. Given the Wasteland City's rapid pace of development, it wouldn't be long before its power far surpassed that of the Divine Dynasty. By then, even if the Divine Dynasty hadn't been incorporated into the Wasteland City, it would hold little significance. Given this reality, it would be wiser to merge sooner rather than later. That way, these people could enjoy the superior benefits of the Wasteland City ahead of time. Have you all thought this through? At that moment, Shani stepped forward from below. Your Majesty, will you remain in the Wasteland City? Shani looked directly at Yan Lingyun and asked. Hearing this, Yan Lingyun nodded. Naturally. As long as Lu Daosheng remained in Huanchang, she would stay there forever. Hearing this, Shani hesitated no longer. Your Majesty, I wish to accompany you. Very well. Yan Lingyun smiled at Shani. Seeing even General Shani agree, the others no longer hesitated. Your Majesty, I too am willing. Your Majesty, and I as well. In an instant, every soul in the Grand Hall declared their willingness to stand alongside Yan Lingyun. Though in a sense, the Shin dynasty was no more. But as long as Yan Lingyun remains, they will still have their faith. In that case, spread the word. I'll give you a month to prepare. After a month, I'll return to Wasteland City. After the meeting adjourned, the assembly gradually dispersed from the Grand Hall. Miss Muyu, wait for me. At that moment, Gu Chen gave chase after Muyu. However, Muyu's pace didn't slow at all. If anything, she quickened her step. Seeing this, Gu Chen grew anxious. Just as he was about to rush forward, a figure suddenly blocked his path. Gu Chen, what do you think you're doing? Jian Xin glared at Gu Chen, her voice icy. Miss Jian Xin, please step aside. I need to speak with Miss Muyu. Recognizing Jian Xin, Gu Chen's expression softened slightly. Yet Jian Xin remained rooted to the spot, blocking his path. Gu Chen, you've already hurt Muyu once. Now you come looking for her again? What do you think you're doing? Jian Xin glared fiercely at Gu Chen. Hearing this, Gu Chen's expression turned slightly awkward. Knowing he was in the wrong, he dared not utter harsh words. Miss Jian Xin, last time was an accident. I came to Muyu this time specifically to apologize. Jian Xin's expression shifted slightly at his apology. Seeing this, Gu Chen hurriedly continued, Miss Jian Xin, please believe me. This time, I absolutely will not let Muyu be hurt again. After a long, steady gaze, Jian Xin replied slowly, you'd better not. With that, Jian Xin turned and left. Standing where he was, Gu Chen breathed a sigh of relief and hurried after her. Miss Muyu, wait for me. The sound behind her made Muyu frown slightly. Just as she was about to pick up her pace, Gu Chen's figure had already blocked her path. Miss Muyu. Gazing at Muyu before him, Gu Chen's expression softened. Move aside. Muyu's expression remained cold. But Gu Chen remained rooted to the spot. Muyu, let me explain. There was a misunderstanding back then. No need for explanations. There was never anything between us. Muyu said indifferently, then walked straight past Gu Chen. But just then, Gu Chen grabbed Muyu's hand. Soft as if without bones. Instantly, Muyu's slender frame trembled slightly. Let go of me. A faint blush spread across Muyu's delicate cheeks, making her look utterly captivating. Yet Gu Chen held her hand tightly, showing no sign of letting go. Muyu, I won't let go. Are you going to let go or not? By now, people had begun to notice them, causing Muyu's face to flush even redder. But Gu Chen's grip was simply too strong. No matter how she struggled, she couldn't free her hand. I won't. Gu Chen declared with unwavering resolve. Seeing this, Muyu nodded. Fine. You asked for it. She raised her staff high above her head and brought it crashing down onto Gu Chen's forehead. Thud. The sound rang out crisply. Gu Chen froze in place. Holy. Then, darkness flooded Gu Chen's vision as he lost his balance and collapsed. You. At that moment, Muyu glared at Gu Chen, who had fallen into her arms, her expression filled with resentment. She suspected he wasn't actually unconscious, he was doing this on purpose. Just then, Muyu suddenly realized that, unbeknownst to her, the area around them had become completely deserted. Ha? What's going on? There had clearly been many people around just moments ago. Lowering her gaze to Gu Chen, Muyu's expression darkened. Had she struck him too hard? Leaving him here like this, would he be okay? Scanning the utterly empty street, Muyu fell silent. After a long while, Muyu carried Gu Chen back to her residence. Having spent much time studying various divine arts, she was accustomed to solitude, so the entire estate was empty save for her. Thud. Muyu flung Gu Chen onto her bed. Staring at the unconscious Gu Chen, Muyu vented her fury by punching the air. You despicable, rotten man. An unknown amount of time passed. The next day. Ugh. Ah, my head hurts. Gu Chen slowly regained consciousness, immediately catching a whiff of a familiar, sweet fragrance. He abruptly sat up, only to realize he was lying in an unfamiliar place. Where is this? Gu Chen looked around in confusion. Just then, the fragrance wafted over again, and Gu Chen suddenly remembered. This was Muyu's scent. Recalling the events before he fainted, he realized this must be Muyu's boudoir. With a splash, Gu Chen rose and headed outside, beginning his search for his target within the vast manor. Not long after, in a small courtyard, Gu Chen spotted a woman holding a magic staff, intently inscribing something within the grounds. Chapter 178, The Blood Clan Man. Muyu. The familiar call echoed from behind her. Muyu paused slightly before slowly rising to her feet. You're awake. Muyu turned to face Gu Chen, her tone slightly cold. Gu Chen gave a slight nod, his gaze fixed on Muyu. He seemed to want to say something, but Muyu cut him off directly. Now that you're awake, leave this place. I'm going to Huancheng too. No need to say more. Gu Chen's expression darkened at Muyu's words. He understood her meaning. Muyu would go to the wasteland city, but it had nothing to do with him. This thought brought a pang of sorrow to his heart. Recalling how they had been back in the wasteland city, Gu Chen was overcome with regret. How could he have been so foolish back then? Muyu, you know what I mean. I won't give up. Gu Chen dropped those words before turning and walking away. Left behind, Muyu watched his departing figure. After a moment of silence, a faint smile slowly spread across her face. From that day onward, Gu Chen visited Muyu's residence daily. At first, Muyu would turn him away at the door. But over time, Gu Chen grew increasingly persistent, eventually settling in at Muyu's residence and refusing to leave. One day. Muyu, would you be willing to return to the wasteland city with me? Gu Chen once again expressed his feelings to Muyu. Just as she had once asked him. Gazing at Gu Chen, Muyu lowered her head and whispered softly, this time, is it real? Hearing this, Gu Chen nodded firmly. I swear on the honor of my lord, the city lord, it is absolutely true. Really? It is. All right. Muyu gave a slight nod, finally agreeing. All these days, Gu Chen had been persistently pursuing her despite her cold reception, yet he never gave up. Muyu had always harbored feelings for Gu Chen, so this outcome felt only natural. Seeing Muyu nod her consent, Gu Chen was so overcome with emotion he swept her up in his arms, laughing with joy. It's settled? Yes, your majesty. They're already embracing. Yan Lingyu nodded. We needn't keep watch on them anymore. You may withdraw. The phantom figure nodded. Yes, your majesty. With that, the phantom figure flickered and vanished from the spot. Yan Lingyun gazed into the distance and spoke slowly, now that these two matters are resolved, I need not wait here any longer. Attendant, convey my imperial command, relocate to the wasteland city. It's done? Yes, my lord. Both have been dealt with. Hearing this, Xing's face lit up with a meaningful smile. You young rascal, you haven't disappointed me after all. Enough. You handled this well. You may withdraw. Yes, sir. At that moment, Xing stepped outside and gazed up at the void above the desolate city, murmuring to himself, Divine Dynasty, Divine General. You really are a lucky bastard. Just as Xing was lost in thought, a delicate hand suddenly grabbed his ear. A sharp cry followed from behind him. You stinking Xing. You think being with me, Xiao Yuner, is some kind of hardship, huh? Wrong, wrong, wrong. Yuner, let me explain. Explain? Don't sleep with me anymore. What? No way. Meanwhile, within the city lord's mansion. It's done? Yes, Lord City Master. Both are in bed. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng froze in place. Had things progressed this quickly? Gu Chen, you really outdid yourself. Alright, I understand. You may withdraw. Lu Daosheng waved his hand, and the shadowy figure vanished instantly. Since that's the case, I suppose I should start preparing. Lu Daosheng chuckled softly before rising to his feet. The unknown frontier. Before him lay a hazy expanse. Countless mighty beings throughout history had halted their advance here. Even the peerless Yanling Univure could only reach the soul-devouring realm within the unknown star domain before being forced to halt. For no one knew what unimaginably powerful foes lay beyond. Yet now, confronting this unforeseeable peril, Lu Daosheng stepped directly into it. Instantly, the scene before his eyes shifted dramatically. Countless shimmering lights swiftly retreated from Lu Daosheng's sight. After an unknown span of time, Lu Daosheng halted his movement, his gaze fixed on a figure not far ahead. There, a shadowy figure stood as if waiting for Lu Daosheng's arrival. Found you. Lu Daosheng let out a faint smile. At that moment, the shadowy figure gradually solidified, transforming into a man. His eyes resembled a sea of blood, utterly terrifying. You killed my brother. A hoarse voice emerged from the man's mouth. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng nodded. I did. The brother he referred to was the red-eyed man who had been showing off in front of his daughter when Lu Daosheng first returned. The moment Lu Daosheng had struck him down, Lu Daosheng had sensed another presence. Hearing Lu Daosheng's decisive admission, the man erupted with a terrifying killing intent. Boom! Instantly, the surrounding void transformed into a sea of crimson. Endless murderous intent churned within it. An ordinary powerhouse might lose their sanity merely from facing this killing intent alone. Yet Lu Daosheng showed no reaction whatsoever, merely gazing calmly at the man in the distance. You're going to die a miserable death. At this moment, the man remained oblivious, still spewing threats. Unfortunately for him, Lu Daosheng was in a hurry and wouldn't let the man keep up the act. Enough. I know your background is no ordinary affair, but that won't alter your fate. If the forces behind you are wise, they won't get involved in your affairs. Lu Daosheng spoke calmly. In the next instant, a terrifying force coalesced in Lu Daosheng's hands. You know who I am? In the distance, the man's eyes held a trace of disbelief. He had brought his younger brother into this world, yet someone actually recognized him? The man found it hard to believe. The blood clan of the starry sky beyond, I'm not mistaken, am I? Boom! The man froze in place, stunned as if struck by lightning. Who are you? Lu Daosheng shook his head slightly. Saying any more of this is pointless now. Go. The force in Lu Daosheng's hand surged directly toward the man in the distance. You! As the force closed in on him, the man's face paled. In that moment, he finally understood the meaning behind Lu Daosheng's earlier words. The human before him possessed such terrifying power. Blood spirit control. Boom! A shield formed from congealed blood materialized before him. The man swiftly retreated backward. At that moment, the terrifying attack slammed into the blood shield. Boom! The shield shattered instantly after the explosion. The force didn't dissipate, instead, it surged toward the man. What? Aren't you afraid of my blood clan's frenzied retaliation? Deep-seated terror surged within the vampire man's heart. He couldn't believe that the man before him knew his true identity as a member of the blood clan, yet still dared to strike with lethal force. Chapter 179, Becoming a Wasteland Guard. Yet Lu Daosheng merely let out a few cold laughs, offering no reply to the vampire. Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the void. In the next instant, the blood clan man dissolved completely into a shower of blood, his essence splattering across the void. Standing in the void, Lu Daosheng scanned his surroundings, his expression icy. What about the rest of you? Lu Daosheng's voice echoed through the void. Elder, we shall never cross that chasm. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng nodded before turning to leave. After Lu Daosheng departed, several shadowy figures slowly materialized from the void. Gazing in the direction Lu Daosheng had departed, one phantom figure spoke, Tribe Chief, are we truly content to remain here? Boom! No sooner had the words left his mouth than the most powerful apparition unleashed a devastating attack. If you're seeking death, don't drag us down with you. Inform the clan, from now on, keep a low profile. This world harbors power beyond our wildest imaginings. The phantom spoke slowly before vanishing from its spot. At the same time, outside the wasteland city, a vast procession emerged from the void, advancing steadily toward the wasteland city. At the forefront stood none other than the Divine Dynasty's Empress, Yanlingyun. Yet from this day forward, the title Empress of the Divine Dynasty would become a thing of the past. We greet you, madam. Away, Anqing, and the others led the people of the wasteland city out personally to greet them. Mother! At that moment, Lu Shui stepped forward from the crowd and approached Yanlingyun. Seeing this scene, Yanlingyun's lips curved into a smile. She took Lu Shui's hand and led the Divine Dynasty delegation into Huancheng. Instantly, the entire Xianling star domain was shaken. The unprecedentedly powerful Divine Dynasty Empire has joined the Wasteland City. It seems that from now on, the Wasteland City will be the ruler of the world. Countless cultivators were filled with profound emotion. Once, they had believed the Wasteland City and the Divine Dynasty would ignite a century-long war to dominate the world. Yet none could have imagined such an outcome. Somewhere, within the former Grand Hall of the Huoling Star Domain, Yan Yan's face twisted in bitter frustration. Damn it, this is how it ends? Beside him, Han Yu of the Hangu Star Domain shared a bitter smile. The Divine Dynasty and the Wasteland City were one and the same. Back then, they never would have dreamed it. At the beginning, they'd even considered pitting the two factions against each other. After all that effort, it turned out they'd been nothing but pawns. What do we do now? Han Yu asked. Hearing this, Yan Yan paused, then replied with a grave expression, what can we do? What else can we do? We fight to the bitter end, of course. I, Yan Yan, will never submit to them. Seeing Yan Yan's resolve, Han Yu was instantly shocked. Young Yan, I never expected you to be so unyielding. Good. Since that's the case, this old man will join you in the fight. He had expected Yan Yan to immediately yield to the prevailing trend and choose to defect to the Wasteland City. Yan Yan's stance caught Han Yu off guard. The two men struck an instant agreement and began preparing to build their forces. After Han Yu departed, "Lord Yen, where are you headed?" A subordinate watched Yen suddenly pack his belongings, his eyes filled with confusion. "Damn it, is that any of your business? Get lost." Without another glance back, Yen departed the Fire Spirit Star Domain, heading toward the direction of the Wasteland City. Within the Wasteland City. Since the Divine Dynasty joined the Wasteland City, it had entered its most prosperous era in history. The city's strength surged at every level. Countless powerful individuals were practically fighting tooth and nail to join the city. On this day, "Sir, I wish to establish myself within the Wasteland City as well." Yen slipped a storage ring into the hands of a steward, his expression kindly. Staring at the storage ring, the steward remained expressionless. "The Wasteland City isn't open to just anyone these days. There are plenty ahead of you in line." Hearing this, Yen's lips twitched slightly. Is joining the Wasteland City really this difficult? Just then, the steward suddenly added, "If you wish to join the Wasteland City, you could first become a Wasteland Guard. With your strength, your chances of becoming a Wasteland Guard are quite high. Once you become one, your chances of settling in Wasteland City will be much greater." Yen's expression lit up with delight. "Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir." Following the kind man's guidance, Yen proceeded to the Wasteland Guard recruitment office. "Han Yu, what are you doing here?" There, a familiar figure stood in line at the Wasteland Guard registration desk. None other than Han Yu, with whom he had recently discussed their joint resistance. Hearing his name called, Han Yu frowned slightly and turned to see Yen standing before him. Yen, my brother, what a coincidence." At that moment, Han Yu felt a bit awkward. After all, they had agreed to fight together, yet here he was, sneaking off to the Wasteland City. But suddenly, Han Yu's expression froze. "Yen, what brings you here?" Han Yu snapped out of it and immediately countered Yen. Suddenly, it was Yen's turn to feel awkward. Seeing Yen's evasive gaze, Han Yu instantly understood. Well now, neither of us can accuse the other. Both men wisely kept silent, simply falling into line. Next, Han Yu stepped forward. Name, origin, cultivation level. "Your Excellency, I am Han Yu from the former Hangu Star Domain, at the Divine Emperor Realm." Immediately, an aura of Divine Emperor Realm emanated from Han Yu's body. "Oh, Divine Emperor Realm." The Wasteland Guard handling the registration showed a hint of surprise, but only a hint. "You may stay. An investigation into your background will follow. Should everything check out, you will be a qualified Wasteland Guard," the Wasteland Guard stated flatly. Hearing this, Han Yu nodded repeatedly. "Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir." Facing the Wasteland Guard before him, Han Yu was exceedingly respectful. This wasn't merely due to the guard's status, but also because the guard was likewise a Divine Emperor Realm powerhouse. His aura was even slightly more formidable than his own. This desolate city has grown so powerful now that even its random guards possess the might of Divine Emperor Realms. No wonder it could sweep across all star domains. Han Yu was inwardly shocked, then stepped aside to wait. Moments later, it was Yen's turn. "My lord, I am Yen, the current palace master of the Fire Spirit Palace and the Fire Spirit Star Domain, at the Divine Emperor Realm." Yen spoke up proactively. Seeing another Divine Emperor level cultivator arrive, the Wasteland Guard paused before saying, "Then you two may wait to the side." "Thank you, Your Excellency." An unknown amount of time passed. A root organization member arrived carrying a jade slip. The Wasteland Guard took the tablet and began reading. "Han Yu. Sir." Han Yu felt a surge of nervousness and hurried forward. The Wasteland Guard glanced at Han Yu and smiled. "I never imagined you had visited Wasteland City long ago." "Indeed. From this day forward, you are one of us." The Wasteland Guard then handed Han Yu a token signifying his status as a Wasteland Guard. Gazing at the token in his hand, Han Yu felt deeply moved. This was a secure position. "Thank you, sir." From this day forward, Han Yu will dedicate his utmost efforts to the Wasteland City, serving until his dying breath. Simultaneously, information regarding the rules and benefits of being a Wasteland Guard flooded into Han Yu's mind from the token. Upon seeing the perks of being a Wasteland Guard, Han Yu was so overwhelmed he didn't know what to do with himself. This was merely an ordinary Wasteland Guard's perks. They were even more generous than what he'd enjoyed back when he was the big shot of the Shuangu Star Domain. What kind of life had he been living before? Chapter 180, Plans Before Departure. Not far away, Yen watched Han Yu weeping with such profound emotion that contempt instantly clouded his expression. "Pfft, what a small-time guy." Just then, the Wasteland Guard's voice rang out again. "Yen. Here." Yen stood ramrod straight and hurried forward, his expression utterly respectful. "Sir." The Wasteland Guard glanced at Yen, then smiled faintly. "You're quite capable. From now on, you're one of us." A finely crafted token was tossed into Yen's hand. It represented the identity of a Wasteland City Guard. Instantly, the information within the token surged like a tidal wave into Yan Yan's consciousness. Boom! Yan Yan froze in place, stunned as if struck by lightning. This. Whoa, my lord. From this day forward, the Wasteland City is my home. Wherever the Wasteland City stands, Yan will be there. At that moment, Yan Yan felt like kneeling down to pledge his loyalty. Enough. The Wasteland Guard felt a bit embarrassed watching their reactions. Was it really necessary? Could life outside really be that miserable? The Wasteland Guard shook his head and resumed his registration duties. Meanwhile, within the Wasteland City Lord's residence. After settling the Divine Dynasty's people, Yan Lingyun finally felt at ease. Xiao Shui, where's your father? Yan Lingyun turned to ask Lu Shui. Since her return, she hadn't seen Lu Daosheng anywhere. My father? I don't know. Lu Shui shook her head. She had no idea when her old man had slipped out again. But since he hadn't told her, he probably hadn't gone far. Lingyun, you're back. Just as the two girls were lost in thought, Lu Daosheng's voice echoed across the field. The next moment, they turned to see Lu Daosheng slowly approaching from the distance. Where did you go? Yan Lingyun's delicate brows furrowed slightly. He didn't even come to meet me when I returned. Yet the next moment, she realized her petty thoughts, and her face flushed slightly. Seeing Yan Lingyun like this, Lu Daosheng paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Yan Lingyun scolded, her voice tinged with coy embarrassment. Seeing Yan Lingyun's slight anger, Lu Daosheng quickly suppressed his smile and cleared his throat. Lingyun, I made a trip to the unknown star domain. Lu Daosheng's expression turned serious. We're about to set off for the immortal realm. Naturally, I need to secure things here as much as possible. Hearing this, Yan Lingyun's expression softened slightly. I need some resources to break through to the immortal realm. Yan Lingyun looked at Lu Daosheng and reached out her hand directly. When had she become so demanding? But since her man was so powerful, it wasn't unreasonable for her to ask for a little. Yan Lingyun thought to herself. Ahem, Lingyun. Lu Daosheng chuckled, then leaned in close, his intent unmistakable. Instantly, Yan Lingyun's face flushed crimson. She shot a discreet glance at Lu Shui beside them. Lu Shui covered her eyes and mumbled, I didn't see anything. With that, Lu Shui promptly turned and hurried away, vanishing in a flash. Watching Lu Shui depart, Yan Lingyun delivered a powerful palm strike that sent Lu Daosheng crashing into the wall. Thud! You bastard, you're getting bolder by the day. Yan Lingyun glared at Lu Daosheng, her voice dripping with venom. At that moment, their movements grew even more suggestive. Watching himself pinned against the wall, Lu Daosheng swallowed hard. Then, soft, tender lips pressed against his own, sending a wave of tingling sensation throughout his body. When he opened his eyes again, Yan Lingyun stood before him, tilting her head shyly. The evening glow painted her cheeks, adding an extra touch of beauty to her already exquisite features. In that moment, Lu Daosheng felt like the luckiest man alive. Without hesitation, Lu Daosheng pulled Yan Lingyun into his arms. Lingyun, having you is truly wonderful. Hearing these sappy words, Yan Lingyun gave a soft snort. Cut the nonsense. Just give me the resources already. Moments later. Staring at the storage ring in her hand, even Yan Lingyun, who had seen it all, felt a jolt of astonishment. Where did you get all this? You don't go out robbing people all the time, do you? Facing Yan Lingyun's probing questions, Lu Daosheng chuckled, don't ask. If you do, I'll say I found it. Hearing this, Yan Lingyun rolled her eyes and turned to leave. When I emerge from seclusion, we'll head to the immortal realm. Watching Yan Lingyun's retreating figure, Lu Daosheng shook his head and smiled. Lingyun, in the immortal realm, I have a surprise waiting for you. I wonder if that one Feng is doing his job properly. Immediately, Lu Daosheng's orders echoed from the city lord's residence. The entire desolate city entered its final countdown. Everyone knew that the city lord was about to depart this world with the Divine Dynasty's empress. Some rejoiced, others grieved. Inner city of Huangchen. Inside a tea house. Several figures sat together, the atmosphere heavy and stifling. Brother Nangong, great changes are afoot in the wasteland city once more. How do you intend to prepare? Hearing this, Nangong Fong replied softly, wherever the city lord is, that is where this old man will be. But what about your family? At present, nearly the entire Nangong clan resides in Huangchang. Nangong Fong had the chance to ascend alongside the city lord, but bringing the entire clan along was unrealistic. Just like last time. In the 10,000 spirits realm, the Nangong clan had expended tremendous effort to relocate all its members from that realm. And that took nearly a millennium. Now, the city lord is departing once more. Those who were alone could manage, but for someone like Nangong Fong, who still had his family behind him, it presented difficulties. Upon hearing this, Nangong Fong fell silent for a moment before replying calmly, I've already made contact with representatives from the 3 major clans. While we can't bring the entire Nangong clan, it should be possible to take the core members and some talented clan members. This will be the last time. Hearing this, the expressions of those around him betrayed surprise. Brother Nangong, your sense of duty is admirable. But don't you think we're moving a bit too fast? Shi Tianji spoke up at this moment. The others fell silent upon hearing this. Though they had earned their place in the inner city through their contributions during the founding of the Wasteland City, they were now beginning to feel the strain. The pace was too rapid, and some were struggling to keep up. Most of them were currently hovering around the Divine Emperor realm, and even that had been achieved by pouring vast resources into their cultivation. Were it not for the unique environment of the Wasteland City, their cultivation levels might be even weaker. After a long silence, the drunken old man, who had remained quiet all along, spoke slowly. I do not intend to accompany the city lord to the upper realm. At these words, all eyes immediately turned to the drunken old man. The drunken old man continued, do you remember Broken Sword? Even he had the courage to venture out on his own. What is there for me to fear? Chapter 181, The Six Great Factions. Drunken brother, you mean to say? That's right. I'm going out to carve my own path too. The drunken old man slammed his hand on the table and stood up abruptly. Seeing the resolute determination in the drunken old man's eyes, everyone sighed inwardly. In the end, the drunken old man departed. He resolutely set off on his own path. Brother drunkard, he's stronger than us. The two watched the old man's retreating figure, their hearts filled with profound emotion. As the desolate city grew ever more distant, the few who had once gathered together began to drift apart. Now, the broken sword elder was gone, and the drunken old man had departed as well. Yi Hanswang had plunged into the business world, never to return. Only Nangong Fong and Shi Tianji remained. They exchanged a glance, sighed deeply, and then parted ways. It could only be said that everyone's path was different. Meanwhile, the core members of the Wasteland City began their respective preparations. Summoned by Lu Daosheng, they gathered in the main hall of the city lord's mansion. Lord City Master. Seeing Lu Daosheng seated above them, the group immediately bowed respectfully. Do you know why I have summoned you here? Lu Daosheng looked at them and smiled faintly. At his words, the group exchanged glances. Finally, Guchen stepped forward. Lord City Master, we are about to venture into a higher level world. We assume you are concerned our strength might be insufficient. Lu Daosheng nodded upon hearing this. Guchen speaks well. Though I have already made preparations in the immortal realm, your strength there would still be too weak. Lu Daosheng finished speaking and then opened his right hand. A phantom spatial tunnel materialized before the group. This is a world I have crafted with all my heart. Within it lie countless opportunities and treasures. I grant you 3,000 years. As I said before, how much you improve depends entirely on yourselves. Hearing this, the group was instantly overcome with excitement. Especially in Xing and Guchen, they knew this place all too well. The city lord was giving them special treatment again. Awesome. Qin Yi, Jiang Bei, and the others, however, were utterly stunned. Simultaneously, their eyes held a hint of confusion. 3,000 years? They had assumed they would be heading to the upper realm soon. Little did they know it would take 3,000 years. However, with such ample time at their disposal, there was no need for haste. We thank you, Lord City Master. Then, led by Awei and the others, the group entered one by one into this world meticulously crafted by Lu Daosheng. A flash of light erupted before their eyes. The surrounding scenery underwent a dramatic transformation. Jiang Bei slowly opened his eyes, only to find his colleagues had vanished. Before him lay a gloomy, shadowy world. At that moment, a shrill scream pierced the air. Jiang Bei frowned slightly, then whirled around and unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! A bizarre creature was instantly shattered into fragments. Buzz. Jiang Bei paused in surprise. A pure energy slowly rose from the creature's remains, surging directly into his body. Instantly, Jiang Bei's aura grew slightly stronger. Though merely a thread, it still brought him a touch of delight. Just then, a commotion erupted behind him. A dense swarm of bizarre creatures surged toward this location. Seeing this, Jiang Bei let out a faint smile. Simultaneously, similar scenes unfolded in other locations. Within the city lord's mansion, Lu Daosheng observed the others already immersed in their respective practices, then nodded with satisfaction. At that moment, several figures approached the hall. Leading the group were Jian Xin and his companions. Greetings, Lord City Master. Upon seeing Lu Daosheng, Jian Xin and the others immediately bowed with utmost respect. Lu Daosheng nodded and said, you were all under Ling Yun's command before, but now that you've joined the Wasteland City, you're effectively under my command. I won't show favoritism. Instantly, a spatial tunnel materialized before them once more. Lu Daosheng briefly explained the nature of this world to them before concluding, whether you enter or not is your own choice. Hearing this, they exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock. 1 day outside equaled 100 years inside. What kind of mind-boggling technique is this? It's utterly unheard of. Forget about any hidden opportunities inside, just cultivating there for a while would be a tremendous blessing in itself. At this thought, the crowd hesitated no longer. "We are deeply grateful to you, Lord City Master." Immediately, led by Jin Xin and the others, the crowd surged into the spacetime tunnel. Moments later, the grand hall returned to stillness. Standing in the empty hall, Lu Daosheng slowly closed his eyes. His divine sense instantly enveloped the entire wasteland city. The entire wasteland city was forged by Lu Daosheng's own hands. It was a truly formidable weapon, unmatched throughout the ages. If Lu Daosheng were to unleash the wasteland city against an enemy, even immortals from the heavens could be directly suppressed. Yet now, Lu Daosheng hesitated, should he bring this desolate city to the immortal realm? After a moment of silence, Lu Daosheng ultimately abandoned the idea. After all, if he reached the immortal realm, he could simply forge another one. With his foundation, it would merely cost him some time. Glancing up at the vast sky, Lu Daosheng rose and set off toward the direction of the 10,000 spirits realm. At that moment, in the wood immortal realm, "Senior Wanfeng, must we be so conspicuous?" A figure radiating formidable energy hesitated. Hearing this, Wanfeng nodded. "Of course. My great grandmaster said not to fear trouble. If anything happens, he and my master will handle it." These were the very words Lu Daosheng had spoken to her before his departure. Hearing this, the man before Wanfeng wiped the cold sweat from his brow. "But surely we don't need to declare war directly on the 6 top-tier immortal sects of the wood immortal realm? Those were the powers standing at the pinnacle of the wood immortal realm. 1 sect, 2 schools, 3 sacred lands. Long ago, the immortal spirit sacred land was mysteriously annihilated. Then another sacred land rose, replacing its position. Now, as time passed, the 6 great powers not only remained strong but grew ever more formidable. Within the wood immortal realm, they tolerate no force daring to encroach upon their interests. Yet Wanfeng founded the wasteland city, emerging directly from nowhere. His faction grew at an astonishing pace, quickly drawing the attention of the 6 great powers. Facing the wasteland city, the 6 major factions erupted with unprecedented hostility, determined to crush it in its infancy. The world assumed the wasteland city would yield and eventually disband. But unexpectedly, Wanfeng proved stubborn as a mule, directly declaring war on the 6 great factions. At that moment, Wanfeng stepped before the man and patted his shoulder. "Don't worry. I've never held these factions in any regard. Had they truly heard my name, they likely wouldn't have acted this way." Wanfeng's words left the man somewhat perplexed. Still, he didn't dwell on it. After all, he was just a hired hand. He'd come to Wasteland City to work for Wanfeng solely because of the good pay, nothing more. If things took a turn for the worse, he'd be the first to make a run for it. After the man departed, Wanfeng stood atop the desolate city he had built, gazing toward the horizon. The 6 great powers? Ha, they really think highly of themselves. These 6 great powers were hailed by the world as the mightiest factions in the wood immortal realm. Yet that was merely the surface. Only the truly powerful knew that lurking in the shadows of the wood immortal realm lay an even more terrifying old 6th power. Chapter 182, Yenlingyun's Tribulation Crossing. It was those hidden factions that truly made Wanfeng feel a hint of apprehension. But it was only a slight one. Now, her cultivation had reached the 3rd tier of the immortal Emperor realm. Across the entire wood immortal realm, she ranked among the very top experts. After a long silence, Wanfeng shifted her gaze elsewhere. Instantly, her eyes pierced through the boundless void, landing directly upon a specific location within the wood immortal realm. At that very moment, a figure abruptly opened its eyes. "They've got their sights on me?" Meanwhile, elsewhere, within a resplendent golden hall. Here, celestial energy permeated the air, intertwined with countless forces of law. 6 figures sat in a circle, the atmosphere rather stifling. "What are your thoughts on the wasteland city?" One of the figures suddenly spoke, breaking the hall's silence. "Humph. A desolate city that emerged from nowhere dares to openly challenge us? Who gave it the audacity?" With a sharp crack, another figure stood abruptly, his expression seething with resentment. "Holy Lord Haoyan, do not lose your temper. If they dare act so arrogantly, they must have the capital to back it up." A crisp female voice chimed in. Hearing this, all eyes turned to the slender figure. "Holy Lord of the Celestial Dome, are you suggesting they truly possess the strength to stand against us?" The question came from the Holy Lord of Yunhai Sacred Land, one of the 3 great sacred lands. Following the sudden demise of the Immortal Spirit Sacred Land, the Cloud Sea Sacred Land had taken its place, becoming one of the 6 major powers in the wood immortal realm. The Divine Sky Sovereign swept her gaze across the assembled crowd before stating, "The power dynamics within the immortal realm are intricate and complex. Even we must unite to face these challenges together. This force known as the Wasteland City dares to act so arrogantly and tyrannically within the wood immortal realm, showing no regard for any other power. Do you truly believe the Wasteland City lacks strength?" At this question, the expressions of all present grew solemn. "Then are we to simply stand idly by and allow Wasteland City to expand unchecked?" The very reason they were pressuring Wasteland City was precisely because its growth was too rapid. Moreover, its methods were exceptionally aggressive, crushing all opposition in its path. If they allowed the wasteland city to develop unchecked, it would inevitably become their greatest adversary. Just then, a middle-aged man wielding a long sword rose to his feet. Hum. The sword hummed. The sword-bearer murmured softly, whether that wasteland city has the strength or not, why not test it and see? At these words, the crowd exchanged glances, understanding each other without a word, and fell silent. The sword-wielding man was none other than the patriarch of the Immortal Sword sect, one of the two great sects. With such formidable strength, the others were naturally pleased to have someone test it firsthand. Moments later, the meeting dispersed. Without further ado, the sword-wielding man set off alone toward the direction of the wasteland city. Time flew by, and before they knew it, a month had passed. On this day, within the wasteland city of the Xianling Star Domain, a terrifying aura surged skyward from the depths of the desolate city. All eyes turned toward the desolate city, fear etched upon every face. The wasteland city. Always the wasteland city. Hum. Above the heavens, dense, dark clouds obscured the sun and moon, while rolling thunder raged within. The heavenly tribulation. At that moment, a slender figure slowly glided into the void. Who is that? It's the city lord's wife. The people of the desolate city instantly tensed. The city lord's wife was about to undergo the tribulation. The tribulation, it had been an age since any powerful being in this world had successfully endured it. Now, at last, someone had broken through the shackles once more, pushing beyond the limits of this world. Father, will mother be all right? Lu Shui gazed at the rolling tribulation clouds above the sky, her voice tinged with worry. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng beside her ruffled Lu Shui's hair and smiled gently. Your mother will be just fine. Though he spoke reassuringly, a trace of worry lingered deep in Lu Daosheng's eyes. For that calamity cloud was far more terrifying than he had ever imagined. Why is this happening? Host, if your wife were merely advancing her cultivation realm, this tribulation cloud wouldn't be so formidable. But what your wife intends to do is truly shatter the limits of this world. To achieve that, she must break its very rules. In doing so, she inevitably provokes the will of this world, hence the calamity is so terrifying. Hearing the system's explanation, Lu Daosheng instantly understood. Then if I threaten the will of this world, could this heavenly tribulation be less severe? The heavenly Tao of this world. Host, you may certainly do so. However, the stronger the tribulation, the greater the rewards gained after passing it. Therefore, host, please think carefully before acting. There's that kind of benefit to surviving the tribulation? Lu Daosheng froze slightly, somewhat taken aback. In that case, he couldn't interfere with his wife's tribulation. Lifting his gaze toward Yan Lingyun in the void, Lu Daosheng could only silently encourage his wife in his heart. Honey, I believe in you. You can do this. Boom. Suddenly, the rolling tribulation clouds began to hum with a deep, rumbling resonance. Yan Lingyun's expression grew solemn. Even with her current extraordinary power, she still felt immense apprehension facing these tribulation clouds. The more extraordinary one's combat prowess, the more arduous the tribulation became. Countless prodigiously talented geniuses had faltered here before. She, Yan Lingyun, would never follow in their footsteps. Her journey was far from over. Come on. Yan Lingyun barked coldly. As if responding to her command, the tribulation clouds roared, and a thunderbolt as thick as a water barrel plummeted straight toward Yan Lingyun. Boom! Yan Lingyun grunted softly, immediately sitting cross-legged in midair to circulate her cultivation technique. After a long while, the thunder tribulation dissipated. The entire void was instantly filled with countless terrifying thunder Dao laws. Madam has successfully passed the tribulation. She's done it. Below, the people of Huangcheng erupted into cheers upon seeing the thunder tribulation dissipate. Yet the top-tier experts still stared solemnly at the tribulation clouds above the azure sky. The tribulation clouds had not yet dissipated, the ordeal was not over. Sure enough, after a moment of silence, the tribulation clouds began to hum once more. Boom! Another bolt of lightning struck down, 3 times more terrifying than the previous one. Yan Lingyun's delicate brows furrowed tightly, yet she still managed to endure it. Below, Lu Shui had already cowered behind Lu Daosheng, watching the terrifying thunder tribulation in the void with trepidation. Seeing this, Lu Daosheng shook his head slightly. Little Shui, you'll have to face this too someday. It's only a matter of time. Hearing this, Lu Shui shook her head repeatedly. Father, is there no way to avoid undergoing the tribulation? For cultivators, the thunder tribulation was the most dreaded ordeal, and Lu Shui was no exception. But Lu Daosheng still shook his head. Enduring the tribulation is good for you. You are my daughter, Lu Daosheng's daughter. How could you be afraid of such a trivial tribulation? Hearing her father's words, a hint of hurt flashed in Lu Shui's eyes. Lu Daosheng, however, had already turned his head away. Seeing this, Lu Shui pouted slightly before murmuring softly, "Fine, I'm not afraid. If it comes to it, I'll just have Xiao Qing bear the brunt for me. After all, he's thick-skinned and tough." Instantly, Ao Qing's eyes widened. Oh no, oh no. Chapter 183, The World-Destroying Calamity Bell. An unknown amount of time passed. The second lightning tribulation finally dissipated. Yet before the crowd could breathe a sigh of relief, the next thunder tribulation followed immediately, leaving no time to react. Boom! Instantly, the entire void began to tremble. In that moment, they truly grasped their own insignificance. Faced with the terrifying heavenly tribulation, not a single thought of resistance stirred within them. Yet in the void, Yan Lingyun gritted her teeth, allowing the terrifying tribulation to pour down upon her body. Just then, Lu Daosheng's expression below suddenly changed drastically. This is bad. Lu Daosheng cried inwardly, immediately springing into action. Instantly, an ethereal barrier enveloped the entire void. The others were puzzled, but when they looked back at the void, only a hazy mist remained. The barrier had no effect whatsoever on the heavenly tribulation. Within the barrier, a breathtakingly beautiful scene unfolded. Yan Lingyun's clothes had long been scorched away by the heavenly tribulation, revealing a glimpse of her skin. No wonder Lu Daosheng was so anxious. Below, Lu Daosheng stared up at the sky, his brows furrowed. You bastard sky, you better not be playing games. Otherwise. Lu Daosheng left the thread hanging, yet the menacing aura continued to seep steadily from his body. Finally, the third bolt of lightning dissipated. This time, it should be over, right? Everyone stared at the void, their expressions filled with utmost caution. However, 3 lightning tribulations were not the limit of this world. If Yan Lingyun intended to break the rules, it wouldn't be so straightforward. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated throughout the entire Xianling star domain. A thunderbolt strike several times more powerful than the previous 3 crashed down. This time, Yan Lingyun could no longer hold back, letting out a piercing scream of agony. Lingyun! Watching Yan Lingyun's agonized state, Lu Daosheng could only stand below, anxious and helpless. Yan Lingyun's tribulation was hers alone to endure. If he tried to intervene, it would only backfire. Meanwhile, in the void, Yan Lingyun's face was grim. This heavenly tribulation truly held nothing back. This wasn't her first time facing a tribulation. But this trial surpassed all the calamities she had endured before in sheer terror. Above the heavens, the terrifying calamity clouds continued to pour down relentlessly. The entire void had transformed into a sea of thunder. Crackle! A shattering sound echoed through the void. It was the sound of flesh shattering. At this moment, Yan Lingyun was in excruciating pain, her entire body covered in countless cracks. Her physical body had clearly reached its limit. Yet the heavenly tribulation raging above the sky showed no sign of ending, leaving Yan Lingyun not even a moment to catch her breath. Boom! 3 terrifying bolts of lightning struck Yan Lingyun directly. Amidst a deafening explosion, Yan Lingyun's physical body shattered violently. Lingyun! Witnessing this scene, Lu Daosheng's pupils contracted slightly. At that moment, Yan Lingyun was left with nothing but a phantom soul suspended in the void. Noticing Lu Daosheng's call, Yan Lingyun looked down and immediately broke into a smile. Seeing this, Lu Daosheng finally felt a little calmer. Father, mother really is okay, right? Lu Shui tugged at Lu Daosheng's arm, her gaze fixed intently on the void. Lu Daosheng, however, fell into an unusual silence. Resisting the terrifying tribulation of the heavenly tribulation with mere soul power alone was nearly impossible. Unless one was a powerhouse who specialized in cultivating soul power. But Yan Lingyun clearly wasn't one of them. What could be done? Lu Daosheng slowly clenched his fists, a mysterious force gradually emanating from them. Should the slightest mishap occur, Lu Daosheng would strike without hesitation. Though it would affect Yan Lingyun's future path. But if something truly went wrong, Yan Lingyun would have no future at all. Lu Daosheng couldn't afford to care about such consequences. At that moment, Lu Daosheng could have overturned the entire heavens. Meanwhile, within the desolate city, the crowd stared blankly at the void above. They had believed 3 lightning tribulations were the absolute limit. But unexpectedly, there were 6. 6 strikes, no less. According to records, the highest number of thunder tribulations recorded was 3. This 6th one was simply too terrifying. Even for ordinary powerhouses, passing a tribulation meant facing just 1 strike. There's absolutely no way. Absolutely none. An old man stood on the rooftop, repeating the words over and over. Hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. 6 bolts of lightning? Any more would be downright rude. Some powerful figures looked up and saw the terrifying tribulation clouds gradually diminishing. Seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the tribulation was truly over. Within the wasteland city, most of the powerful figures were absent due to the seclusion of the wasteland guardian and others, so very few could truly see through the situation. Outside the wasteland city, a vast gathering of powerful figures had assembled, all drawn to witness this battle against the heavens. The Divine Dynasty Empress was undergoing her tribulation. In the void, Yan Lingyun drew a deep breath, her expression solemn as she gazed toward the heavens. The terrifying tribulation clouds were shrinking, not dissipating, but condensing. At this moment, Yan Lingyun could distinctly sense an intense feeling of being locked onto. So you wish to hinder me? Then come. Yan Lingyun's gaze turned icy as she fixed her eyes on the terrifying tribulation clouds. Dong! A thunderous bell toll erupted from within the calamity cloud, reverberating across the entire world. Everyone felt a deep, soul-shaking dread. That. An elderly man with formidable aura gazed up at the sky before slowly collapsing to the ground. No, impossible. A colossal bell, radiating an aura of destruction, slowly emerged from the calamity cloud. Formed from the very essence of the thunder tribulation itself. Holy, it's the end of the world. The world is ending. The colossal calamity bell nearly enveloped the entire desolate city, plunging the entire place into panic in an instant. Damn it! Within the city lord's residence, Lu Daosheng gritted his teeth in fury. Even he hadn't anticipated this thing appearing during his wife's ascension trial. Beside him, Lu Shui clung tightly to Lu Daosheng, unable to utter a word. Lingyun, you must hold on. Originally, Lu Daosheng had been 50% confident that Yan Lingyun could endure it, but now, his confidence had plummeted to less than 20%. The world-destroying tribulation bell. This terrifying artifact only manifested when a world sought to annihilate a being. What had his wife done to provoke such relentless targeting from the world's will? Lu Daosheng was baffled, but now was clearly too late to pursue the matter. Dong! The terrifying toll of the bell sounded once more. In the void, Yan Lingyun's soul form was already trembling violently. Boom! The calamity bell descended, completely enveloping Yan Lingyun within its shadow. Simultaneously, a blood-curdling scream erupted from within, utterly spine-chilling. Hearing the piercing screams, Lu Shui's face turned deathly pale, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Father! At that moment, Lu Daosheng glared up at the sky, his eyes burning with murderous intent. Once this matter concluded, regardless of the outcome, he, Lu Daosheng, would demand answers from the world's will. Inside the calamity bell, unnoticed by all, a faint light suddenly blossomed deep within Yan Lingyun's soul. It was a bead radiating an eerie aura. Chapter 184, Successful Tribulation Crossing. As the entire void collapsed completely, the tolling of the bell slowly faded. The calamity clouds that had struck terror into countless souls finally began to vanish from the heavens. It was over. But, was the Empress of the Divine Dynasty still alive? The crowd stared blankly at the void, their eyes filled with hope. Should anything happen to Yan Lingyun, they dared not imagine the fury the city lord would unleash. At that moment, a figure suddenly materialized in the void. Lu Daosheng gazed in that direction and instantly exhaled in relief. In the next instant, Lu Daosheng swept his arm wide. Countless streams of pure energy instantly coalesced before him. Daosheng! A faint, weak voice sounded from before Lu Daosheng. The smoke cleared. Yan Lingyun's somewhat ethereal figure appeared before Lu Daosheng. Seeing Yan Lingyun in this state, Lu Daosheng felt a deep ache in his heart. She had endured 7 heavenly tribulations head-on. With Lu Daosheng's assistance, Yan Lingyun's body began to recover rapidly. Just then, Lu Daosheng's expression suddenly grew solemn. Deep within Yan Lingyun's body, a faint light flickered and vanished. What was that? Lu Daosheng looked puzzled. However, Yan Lingyun was still in the midst of her recovery, and Lu Daosheng did not wish to disturb her. After a moment of silence, Lu Daosheng waved his hand to cast a protective barrier, then returned to the city lord's mansion of Huangchang. Father, is mother all right? Seeing Lu Daosheng's expression, Lu Shui already knew the answer, but she asked anyway. Your mother is fine. Lu Daosheng gave a faint smile. Hearing this, Lu Shui instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Daosheng continued, Shuer, stay here and keep watch for me. I need to attend to some matters. With that, Lu Daosheng vanished from where he stood. Above the vast expanse of the sky. A place where no one could set foot. A shadowy figure stood silently there. Space split open, and Lu Daosheng stepped out slowly. You'd better give me an explanation. A voice colder than ice erupted from Lu Daosheng's mouth. In the next instant, a terrifying aura crushed down upon the distant phantom. In an instant, the phantom's form began to dissolve. What do you intend to do? The phantom was none other than the very will of this world. The embodiment of order and law, the heavenly Tao. Yet now, facing Lu Daosheng, the way of heaven revealed a flicker of fear. As the way of heaven, it only cared about threats to the world. Though Lu Daosheng often struggled to control his power, he had never truly endangered this world. Therefore, the way of heaven did not recognize Lu Daosheng. Hearing the heavenly way's words, Lu Daosheng sneered coldly. What do I want to do? Don't you know what you did to my wife? Hearing this, the way of heaven finally grasped a fragment of understanding. That woman, she was closely connected to the man standing before him. What? Got something to say? Lu Daosheng watched the silent heavenly Tao before him, his fists slowly clenching. Witnessing this, Tian Dao trembled slightly. You can't be so unreasonable. Unreasonable? Lu Daosheng frowned slightly. Tian Dao nodded. That woman poses a threat to this world. That's why I had to act. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng's frown deepened. In the next instant, a destructive aura surged violently from within Lu Daosheng. Instantly, the entire space began to crumble inch by inch. Then take a look. Do I pose a threat to this world? The threat was palpable. This time, the heavenly Dao fell completely silent. At the same time, above the void of the wasteland city. Boom! An aura not of this world surged skyward from the void, piercing the heavens. Yan Lingyun's figure slowly materialized. It's Her Majesty. Within the desolate city, the former Divine Dynasty's elites were instantly overcome with excitement. Seeing Yan Lingyun safe and sound meant she had successfully passed the tribulation, didn't it? Sure enough, within the void, Yan Lingyun's aura suddenly began to surge wildly. Countless spatial fissures gradually coalesced around her. This world could no longer contain the rhythm of Yan Lingyun. At that moment, Yan Lingyun's entire form began to grow ethereal. The next moment, vast quantities of pure, potent energy surged relentlessly into her body. Instantly, Yan Lingyun's aura began to shift once more. If the earlier surge in aura was merely quantitative change, then this time, it was a qualitative change. This was the world's feedback following the conclusion of her tribulation. At that moment, Yan Lingyun suddenly furrowed her brows. Why so many? This shouldn't be happening. Could it be, this world has accepted me? What a joke, I'm the one who breaks the rules. For this to happen, it would mean the worlds will head back down. But that makes no sense. After a moment's contemplation, Yan Lingyun shook her head slightly. Never mind if it's there for the taking, why not? After an unknown span of time, Yan Lingyun's breath finally steadied. She exhaled softly. The entire void began to hum. She was now too powerful. Of course, only within this world. At the same time, high above the heavens visible only to Yan Lingyun, a phantom immortal gate slowly materialized. Gazing at the gate, Yan Lingyun's expression remained serene. Finally, she was returning to the immortal realm. Lingyun. Just as Yan Lingyun was lost in thought, Lu Daosheng's figure appeared nearby. Hearing his voice, Yan Lingyun turned her head. Lu Daosheng was slowly approaching them. Beside him was someone who caught Yan Lingyun off guard. Tian Dao? Yan Lingyun's brows furrowed as she glared at Tian Dao beside Lu Daosheng. After all, she had just been thoroughly humiliated by the way of heaven. Though he had once again been bribed by the way of heaven. Yan Lingyun wasn't about to let it go that easily. Do you have a problem with me? Yan Lingyun asked, her tone sharp as she fixed her gaze on the Dao. Hearing this, the Dao fixed its gaze on Yan Lingyun and replied in a calm voice, I have no grievance against you. It's the impure entity within your body. At these words, a surge of rage erupted from Yan Lingyun's heart. What do you mean? The way of heaven took 2 steps back, casting a wary glance at Lu Daosheng beside him. Seeing this, Lu Daosheng stepped forward and took Yan Lingyun's hand. Lingyun, calm down. What he said is true. There is indeed something within you that threatens this world, which is why the heavenly tribulation unleashed such unprecedented power. Lu Daosheng's words seemed to possess a magical quality, instantly calming Yan Lingyun. Inside me? Yan Lingyun slowly closed her eyes. In the next moment, a bead radiating an eerie aura slowly materialized from her abdomen. Upon seeing this object, the heavenly Dao immediately retreated repeatedly, its expression gradually turning horrified. Beside them, Lu Daosheng narrowed his eyes. The Chaos Pearl? No! Lu Daosheng extended his hand, and the bead instantly floated toward it. Feeling the unrestrained energy within, Lu Daosheng's expression grew solemn. Chapter 185, The Aura of Calamity. Lingyun, where did you obtain this? Lu Daosheng asked Yan Lingyun, who stood beside him. Hearing this, Yan Lingyun did not conceal the truth. I obtained it by chance from the chaotic void during my first life. It was through its power that I was able to live on into my second life, and even my third. Hearing Yan Lingyun's words, Lu Daosheng remained vigilant. Lingyun, you must know what this object is, right? Yan Lingyun nodded. A legendary artifact, born at the dawn of the world, the Chaos Pearl. The moment she first obtained the Chaos Orb, Yan Lingyun knew its true nature. From that moment onward, Yan Lingyun's rise was complete. Under the influence of the Chaos Pearl, the latent potential within her body was continuously unlocked. It could be said that the Chaos Pearl had forged her into who she was today. Lu Daosheng, however, shook his head slightly. This is indeed the Chaos Pearl. But it has been tainted by something impure, making it prone to losing control. Once it spirals out of control, the consequences would be unimaginable. When the Chaos Pearl erupts, who knows how many worlds will be obliterated. No wonder the heavenly Dao of this world, sensing this faint trace of energy, would activate the world-destroying calamity bell. The target was not Yan Lingyun herself, but the Chaos Pearl within her. Lu Daosheng's words sent a chill down Yan Lingyun's spine. This treasure that had protected her for so long was actually so dangerous. Just then, Lu Daosheng suddenly clenched the Chaos Pearl tightly, exerting force upon it. Instantly, the Chaos Pearl began to tremble violently. What are you doing? Are you trying to take us both down? Beside them, witnessing this scene, the heavenly Dao was utterly terrified. The entire world began to tremble violently in sync with the heavenly Dao's panic. Yet Lu Daosheng seemed oblivious, his grip tightening with each passing moment. Finally, a shadowy figure slowly materialized from the chaos orb. The spirit of the chaos pearl. The higher the grade of a treasure, the greater the likelihood it would develop sentience. As a legendary artifact, the chaos orb naturally possessed its own spirit. Yet at this moment, the spirit of the chaos orb seemed somewhat abnormal, appearing extremely weak, as if it had been drained by a young man who had gone at it 7 times in one night. Seeing this, Lu Daosheng nodded. Just as I thought. Daosheng, what's wrong with it? Beside him, Yan Lingyun had also sensed the unusual state and asked with concern. Having spent so much time with the chaos pearl, she naturally couldn't help but feel some attachment to it. In fact, when she first encountered the chaos pearl, she had even communicated with it. The chaos pearl had told her only one thing. Take it away. After that, the chaos pearl had never spoken another word. Now, Lu Daosheng gazed at the chaos orb spirit and said in a deep voice, it has been tainted by calamity energy. The aura of calamity. At the mention of calamity energy, Yan Lingyun's expression instantly darkened. That was no good thing at all. Even a legendary treasure like the chaos pearl had been transformed by this calamity aura. One could only imagine how terrifying it truly was. Daosheng, is there any way to purge it? Yan Lingyun asked, her voice trembling slightly. If the chaos pearl were to be compromised, the entire world would suffer. Moreover, she didn't want to see the chaos pearl come to harm. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng's lips twisted into a wry smile. Finally, she'd hit the nail on the head. Lingyun, who do you think I am? I'm your man, there's nothing I can't do in this world. Lu Daosheng laughed heartily. These words calmed Yan Lingyun's heart. Beside them, however, the heavenly Dao remained skeptical. A single wisp of calamity energy was enough to utterly destroy him in an instant. How could such a monstrously ominous force ever be resolved? It wasn't that he underestimated Lu Daosheng, but the notion was simply too absurd. Yet, he was destined to be disappointed. It could only be said that this world was too small, limiting the heavenly Dao's imagination. Just as Lu Daosheng was about to act, something suddenly occurred to him. Lingyun, it's not convenient to act here. Wait for me. Yan Lingyun obediently nodded. Immediately after, Lu Daosheng vanished from his spot. After Lu Daosheng departed, Yan Lingyun turned her gaze toward the heavenly Dao beside her. Feeling Yan Lingyun's piercing gaze, the Dao of heaven flinched slightly. What are you looking at? I want to hit you. Tian Dao. Meanwhile, in a certain space. Everything here felt utterly bizarre. Gradually, Lu Daosheng's figure materialized. Catastrophic energy, humph. Seems someone's been laying plans. Lu Daosheng sneered coldly. His expression grew increasingly icy. This thing, even if presented to the revered Wuji, it would likely scare the life out of him. And now, it had manifested within his wife's body. This he could not tolerate. But the most pressing issue now was how to purge the calamitous energy within this chaos pearl. For ordinary people, purging calamity energy was nothing short of a pipe dream. But for Lu Daosheng, methods abound. Among them, the most convenient was absolute power. In this world, there is nothing that power cannot resolve. If there were, it would simply mean the power was insufficient. Boom! Instantly, Lu Daosheng's aura began to surge wildly. The surrounding silent space began to shatter. Visibly, the eerie aura emanating from the chaos pearl began to dissipate somewhat. And this was before Lu Daosheng had even made his move. The calamitous aura was already beginning to back down. Seeing this, Lu Daosheng let out a cold laugh, holding nothing back. Destroy it! Boom! The entire space shattered completely. Countless chaotic void currents surged in, violently pounding Lu Daosheng's body. Yet he stood immovable, as solid as Mount Tai. SSS-tier. At that moment, the chaos pearl stirred. A wisp of black mist slowly seeped out from within. In an instant, this patch of void was utterly obliterated. Lu Daosheng acted with lightning speed, snatching the wisp of black mist into his palm. The essence of calamity. Lu Daosheng murmured, his expression grave. At that moment, the wisp of calamity energy still attempted to invade Lu Daosheng's body, just as it had initially invaded the chaos pearl. But it was disappointed. With Lu Daosheng's current strength, even if he stood completely still, the calamity mist couldn't harm him in the slightest. With a loud bang, Lu Daosheng exerted a slight force, and the strand of calamity energy that had plagued the chaos orb for countless ages was utterly annihilated. System, this strand of calamity energy must have an owner, right? After a long silence, Lu Daosheng finally chose the simplest approach. He asked the system directly. Host, calamity energy does have a source. The source is the master of this strand of calamity energy. Source? Are you saying the chaos pearl's current state is caused by the source of this calamity aura? Host, the source merely possesses the ability to generate calamity energy. The chaos pearl's current state stems from its own accidental contamination. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Lu Daosheng was momentarily taken aback. Had he not accidentally gotten involved? So, he'd been overthinking it? At that moment, the Chaos Pearl spirit finally regained consciousness. I'm alive? Chapter 186, Unintentional. The Chaos Pearl spirit glanced around in confusion, then fixed its gaze on Lu Daosheng. You're awake? Lu Daosheng spoke up at that moment. The Chaos Pearl spirit furrowed its brow slightly before slowly floating before Lu Daosheng. With an air of superiority, it declared, "Hey, do you know who this spirit is?" Hearing this, Lu Daosheng remained expressionless. "I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me?" Seeing Lu Daosheng's silence, the Chaos Pearl spirit felt disrespected and grew irritated. Finally, Lu Daosheng spoke again. "Chaos Pearl spirit, I believe you haven't quite grasped your place." Hearing this, the Chaos Pearl spirit paused in surprise. "I'm the Chaos Pearl spirit. What kind of attitude is that?" The Chaos Pearl spirit's fury boiled over the moment it realized what had been said. How dare a mere human speak so insolently to a legendary being like himself? It was utterly unforgivable. Ever since gaining sentience, no matter how formidable the powerhouse, every being that encountered it had beamed with delight and paid the utmost respect. But this human before him. Just as the Chaos Pearl spirit was about to speak again, an overwhelmingly powerful hand seized the very throat of its destiny. Instantly, a chill began to gather around the Chaos Pearl spirit. "I'll give you one last chance to organize your thoughts." Lu Daosheng stared coldly at the Chaos Pearl spirit. This time, the Chaos Pearl spirit dared not utter any more threats. For he could already feel his essence slowly fading away. The other party could erase its very spirit. Wasn't he afraid of retribution? But at this moment, the Chaos Pearl spirit clearly had no time to ponder this question. Seeing that Lu Daosheng was serious, the Chaos Pearl spirit's face twisted with terror. It hurriedly pleaded, "Don't erase me. Please don't." Hearing this, Lu Daosheng finally released the Chaos Pearl spirit. "Now, answer my questions. Why did you become tainted by this calamitous aura?" Before the Chaos Pearl spirit could react, Lu Daosheng pressed on with his question. "Catastrophic energy?" Hearing this, the Chaos Pearl spirit's expression froze momentarily. It touched its own little belly and then exclaimed in alarm, "It's gone. That damnable aura is gone." At that moment, the Chaos Pearl spirit was filled with joy and surprise. It never imagined that after a single sleep, that accursed aura would vanish entirely. Ha 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 ha. It was me all along. A mere calamity aura? This spirit would never be intimidated by it. Clearly, the Chaos Pearl spirit believed it had dispelled the calamity energy within itself. Meanwhile, Lu Daosheng's face darkened. "If you don't answer now, believe me, I can just as easily force that calamity energy back into you as I did expel it." Lu Daosheng's icy voice cut through the air. The smile on the Chaos Pearl spirit's face froze instantly. It's you? Yet the Chaos Pearl spirit shook its head immediately. "Impossible, impossible. That's calamity energy, even this spirit couldn't handle it for a moment. How could you?" The Chaos Pearl spirit trailed off, its face etched with utter disbelief. Seeing the Chaos Pearl spirit's expression even more infuriating than Ao Qing's, Lu Daosheng could no longer contain himself. With a flick of his wrist, the Chaos Pearl flew directly into his hand. "System, grant me a strand of calamity energy," Lu Daosheng commanded inwardly. "Received, host." Instantly, the space before him rippled slightly. The next moment, an aura of extreme discomfort materialized before Lu Daosheng. Boom! In an instant, the entire space began to crumble inch by inch. From a great distance, the area had now transformed into a pitch-black, bottomless abyss of void no one could set foot in. Meanwhile, in a distant world, a small, frail girl huddled within a palace chamber, her eyes wide with terror as she stared at the indescribable force before her. I didn't do anything wrong. I didn't even leave the house. What do you want?" Her voice trembled with fear, utterly overwhelmed by this unfamiliar power. She was not weak at all. On the contrary, she was powerful. And precisely because of that, she understood just how terrifying this unfamiliar force truly was. An eerie gas now constantly emanated from its surroundings. This wasn't something she had deliberately created, yet it had already transformed the entire area into a true forbidden zone of life. Now, that force began to slowly approach her. Seeing this, the little girl's face turned deathly pale. With nowhere left to retreat, she could only bow her head tightly. A ripple of spatial disturbance rippled through the air. The little girl's body trembled slightly before she slowly raised her head, only to find that force had vanished without a trace. Instantly, the little girl collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath as if she'd just survived a catastrophe. Whoever wants to be the Lord of Calamity can have it, that scared the life out of me. Catastrophe chi. Before Lu Daosheng, the Chaos Pearl spirit shrieked upon seeing the calamity aura in his hand. "Oh, so you recognize it?" Seeing the Chaos Pearl spirit now trembling all over, its face deathly pale, Lu Daosheng immediately sneered coldly. Then, gripping that wisp of calamity aura picked up by the system from who knows where, Daosheng slowly approached the Chaos Pearl. Seeing this, the Chaos Pearl spirit could no longer remain calm. Don't come any closer. Get away. Get away. Move away quickly. The Chaos Pearl spirit struggled desperately, but its physical form was firmly grasped by Daosheng, leaving it unable to escape. Wait a moment. Master, I believe you. I believe you. It was you who expelled the calamitous energy from my body. Little Ling has no way to repay you, but I vow to serve you faithfully from this day forward. At that moment, the Chaos Pearl spirit finally snapped out of it and began clinging to Daosheng's leg, wailing pitifully. Ha! Daosheng gave a cold chuckle, but he still absorbed that strand of calamity energy. At that moment, a chill crept into Daosheng's left hand. This strand was even more terrifying than the calamity energy from last time. System, you really have it in you. Alright, now tell me, how exactly did you become tainted by this calamity energy? After regaining his composure, Daosheng pressed on with the question. This time, the Chaos Pearl spirit didn't waste any words. Boss, I can't recall many details from before. All I remember is wandering through a chaotic void zone. I was about to leave when the spacetime became wildly unstable. All sorts of chaotic stuff started spilling out. At this point, a flicker of anger crossed the Chaos Pearl spirit's face. Among them was a wisp of calamitous energy. Alas, this spirit was unable to dodge in time and thus fell victim to it. After speaking, the Chaos Pearl spirit sighed heavily once more. Hearing this, Daosheng's brow furrowed slightly. This was quite intriguing. What about Yan Lingyun? How did you encounter her? Chapter 187, Time to Go. Daosheng pressed on. Yan Lingyun? Hearing the name, the Chaos Pearl spirit paused slightly before recalling. That little girl? I was so clouded by the calamity energy back then that I couldn't leave the chaos void. It wasn't until I stumbled upon her by chance that I finally managed to escape. The chaos void rubbed its chin, seemingly recalling the scene. By chance? Daosheng murmured to himself. Was his wife really that lucky? Just by accidentally stumbling into the chaos void, she managed to encounter a legendary artifact like the Chaos Pearl? But the thought of the calamity energy within that Chaos Pearl instantly darkened Daosheng's expression. Combined, those two things nearly blew his wife to smithereens. The worst part was, he'd nearly missed it entirely. Immediately, Daosheng grabbed the Chaos Pearl spirit once more. Do you even know what happens to you when you're tainted by that calamity energy? Daosheng snarled. Hearing this, the Chaos Pearl spirit's expression flickered. What consequences? I am the Chaos Pearl, after all. Clearly, the Chaos Pearl spirit remained oblivious to the consequences of its tainted state. In its perception, it was a legendary treasure virtually invulnerable to any threat. Seeing this, Daosheng slowly released the Chaos Pearl spirit. Though the Chaos Pearl spirit seemed unreliable, it was undeniably useful. Without it, his wife might have perished in the first life. And he certainly wouldn't have met Yan Lingyun. However, if the Chaos Pearl continued in this state, it would surely suffer consequences in the future. After a moment of silence, Daosheng asked slowly, will you continue to follow Yan Lingyun? Hearing this, the Chaos Pearl spirit showed almost no hesitation. Of course. Why? Daosheng inquired. The spirit of the Chaos Pearl grew unusually solemn. Since my birth, I've witnessed countless prodigiously talented geniuses rise and fall. Yet Yan Lingyun is the most terrifying one I've ever encountered. Throughout all of history, those so-called geniuses aren't even worthy of carrying her shoes in my eyes. Following her, I have a future. The final sentence was concise and to the point. Hearing the Chaos Pearl spirit's words, Daosheng felt reassured. Alright then, you'd better stick close to her from now on. The Chaos Pearl spirit paused, then cautiously inquired, Sir, what exactly is your relationship with her? Though it had long suspected the mysterious and formidable figure before it shared an extraordinary bond with Yan Lingyun, the Chaos Pearl spirit still felt compelled to ask. Daosheng smiled faintly. Yan Lingyun is my wife. The Chaos Pearl spirit's expression instantly turned stunned. In that case, it seemed he'd have to treat Yan Lingyun a bit better from now on. After resolving the matter, Daosheng wasted no time, immediately taking the Chaos Pearl back to the Wasteland City. At that moment, above the Wasteland City, Yan Lingyun remained seated cross-legged in the void. The immortal gate in the sky emitted intense fluctuations, as if tempting Yan Lingyun to break through it swiftly and ascend to the immortal realm. Yet Yan Lingyun remained utterly unmoved. She's back. At that moment, the heavenly Dao spoke from the side. Hearing this, Yan Lingyun slowly opened her eyes and looked downward. The next moment, Yan Lingyun's body trembled, and she instantly materialized within the city lord's mansion of the Wasteland City. Daosheng. Seeing Daosheng, Yan Lingyun instantly broke into a smile. Is it settled? Daosheng nodded. Naturally. Handing the chaos orb to Yan Lingyun, Daosheng chuckled softly, he's fine now. Yan Lingyun took the chaos orb and sensed it. Instantly, she realized that peculiar aura had vanished. At that moment, the spirit of the chaos orb flew out from within it. "Haha, little girl, it's been a while. Ling, you've truly recovered." Seeing the chaos orb spirit safe and sound, Yan Lingyun was overjoyed. Hearing this, the chaos pearl spirit immediately adopted an air of superiority. Naturally. This spirit is the chaos pearl, after all. Ahem. At that moment, Lu Daosheng beside them suddenly cleared his throat. The chaos pearl spirit's voice abruptly halted. Well, ahaha. It's all thanks to your man. Otherwise, this spirit would be finished. Hearing this, Yan Lingyun burst into laughter. This chaos pearl spirit hadn't changed a bit. The chaos pearl spirit cautiously glanced at Lu Daosheng beside her. Seeing that he wasn't angry, it breathed a slight sigh of relief. Who would have thought this girl would be so incredibly lucky? Not only did she stumble upon a legendary treasure like me, but she also managed to form a bond with such a terrifying existence. Life is truly unpredictable. Perhaps this girl truly could become an unparalleled powerhouse. Gentlemen, now that the crisis has been resolved, I shall take my leave. At that moment, the heavenly Tao, who had remained silent all along, suddenly spoke up. Of course, this remark was directed at Lu Daosheng. Were it not for him, he wouldn't give the slightest glance to any of the others present, including that chaos pearl. Leave? After what you did to my wife, you think you can just walk away? Lu Daosheng's expression suddenly darkened. Hearing this, the heavenly Tao's expression darkened. What do you want? Facing Lu Daosheng, the heavenly Tao chose to back down. He had no choice, he couldn't win. As for threatening Lu Daosheng, he hadn't even considered it. He knew full well what kind of power the other possessed. Seeing this, Lu Daosheng remained expressionless as he said calmly, I'm about to leave this world, but I'll leave the wasteland city behind. Upon hearing this, the Tao instantly understood. Yet hesitation lingered. I am the Tao of heaven. I must uphold fairness and justice. Lu Daosheng's implication was clear. He wanted the Tao of heaven to grant special favors to the desolate city for future generations. That would violate his principles. Seeing the way of heaven's reluctance, Lu Daosheng gave a cold laugh. He promptly tossed a dark purple crystal stone to the way of heaven. It radiated a potent aura of primordial essence. Instantly, the way of heaven's breathing quickened. For me? The Tao seemed almost incredulous. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng replied indifferently, you may choose not to take it. At these words, the Tao immediately withdrew. From now on, this place is under my protection. He knew full well how invaluable that crystal stone was to him. Compared to his own insignificant principles, what mattered more than his future prospects? Hearing this, Lu Daosheng chose not to press the matter further. Of course, all this hinged on Yan Lingyun being unharmed and having gained significant advancement. After the heavenly Tao departed, Yan Lingyun slowly approached Lu Daosheng and gently took his hand. I should be going now. The immortal gate couldn't wait forever. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng smiled faintly. I'll go with you. All right. Hand in hand, the two slowly ascended toward the boundless sky. Chapter 188, Departure. Left behind, Lu Shui watched the two depart without a second glance, her lips twitching slightly. Am I just the one they picked up? Just then, Lu Daosheng suddenly remembered something and turned back. He immediately saw Lu Shui's face filled with resentment. Seeing this, Lu Daosheng chuckled helplessly. Xiao Shui, do you want to enter the immortal realm on your own, or choose to come with us? Hearing this question, Lu Shui paused slightly. She knew this was her father testing her. Beside Lu Daosheng, Yan Lingyun gazed at Lu Shui with hopeful eyes. She eagerly awaited her daughter's answer. After a long silence, Lu Shui looked at her parents and smiled. Of course I'll come with you. Ha! Why not take the easy way out? Did he really think she was stupid? Daosheng immediately gave her a thumbs up. Young mistress, you truly haven't disappointed me. Hearing Lu Shui's answer, Lu Daosheng paused slightly, then shook his head and smiled. You little rascal. Lu Daosheng wasn't angry, because Lu Shui was his daughter. No matter what choice she made, he would support her unconditionally. Unlike some parents who force their children into things they dislike. That would only backfire. In Lu Daosheng's heart, as long as Lu Shui lived happily, that was all that mattered. Beside him, Yan Lingyun also smiled. Lu Shui's answer did surprise her somewhat. She had expected Lu Shui to prove herself to win their approval, choosing to journey to the immortal realm on her own. But Lu Shui hadn't. True to her nature, my daughter has spirit. Xiao Shui, the immortal realm is different from here. To prevent you from being overwhelmed, it's best to adapt first in the world your father created. Without waiting for Lu Shui's response, Lu Daosheng reached out and drew her directly into the world within his palm. Oh, I nearly forgot. Lu Daosheng turned his gaze toward the inner city of Huangcheng. He saw that the people within the inner city had, at some unknown time, already made thorough preparations and had been waiting for quite some time. Half a month prior, Lu Daosheng had already received the list of those wishing to accompany him to the immortal realm. Naturally, those who made the list held positions of considerable standing within the wasteland city. At the very least, they were residents of the inner city. Lu Daosheng had not refused this arrangement. Master, has the city lord forgotten about us? Seeing no movement, an elder from the Zhang family cautiously stepped forward to inquire. Hearing this, the Zhang family head immediately slapped him across the face. You insolent fool! How dare you question the city lord? The Zhang family head's face flushed with fury. Seeing this, the elder immediately begged for mercy. Head of the family, I know I was wrong. I know I was wrong. But the head of the Zhang family merely turned away coldly. Guards, take him away. Revoke his spot in the immortal realm. Yes, head of the family. Two Zhang family guards immediately stepped forward and led the elder away. Master, no. I shouldn't have questioned Lord City Master. I know I was wrong. His final cry stretched out endlessly, yet it still failed to earn the Zhang family head's forgiveness. The city lord's authority was beyond question. With that, no one dared utter another word, waiting quietly for the city lord's summons. Lu Daosheng witnessed the entire scene. Without a word, he waved his hand. Instantly, all those on the list within the wasteland city began to glow. The next moment, they vanished from their spots. Look! It's the lord of the city. And the city lord's wife too. Is the lord of the city leaving? Within the desolate city, the crowd looked up, their hearts filled with emotion as they gazed upon the two figures in the void. In that moment, they knew the very backbone of the wasteland city was departing, leaving this world behind. The thought of Lu Daosheng's departure brought a pang of sadness to their hearts, yet they would not try to keep him. The Lord Mayor has protected us for so long. Within the desolate city, an old man gazed into the void, his eyes slightly reddened. This desolate city belongs not only to the Lord, but to us as well. Yes. With the Lord Mayor gone, our duty is to safeguard this place for him. I believe he will return one day. Hearing this, the crowd's spirit soared. We humbly bid farewell to the Lord of the city. The collective cry resounded from within the desolate city, loud and powerful, instantly echoing throughout the entire star domain. In the void. Hearing the commotion below, Lu Daosheng halted his steps and turned to look back. A look of satisfaction spread across his face. Before parting, I shall bestow one final gift upon you all. Lu Daosheng murmured to himself, then waved his hand. Instantly, a torrent of stars plummeted from the heavens, cascading down like an endless shower of meteors. Within the desolate city, the crowd gazed upon this awe-inspiring spectacle, their eyes filled with astonishment. As the starlight began to fall upon the desolate city, cries of astonishment erupted. A blessing! A blessing! A blessing from the city lord himself! The starlight gradually merged into the bodies of the cultivators, instantly transforming into colossal energy infused with the power of divine laws. Some practitioners, upon absorbing it, instantly began to attain enlightenment right where they stood. Several practitioners even achieved breakthroughs on the spot. Thank you, Lord City Master. In the void, Lu Daosheng nodded, casting one final glance at the desolate city below. Everything was now perfectly prepared, leaving no room for error. Although the departure of figures like Huang Shouwen and Xing had somewhat diminished the strength of Huangcheng within the Shenling star domain, it did not diminish its status as the dominant power among all star domains. Besides, who said the city's top-tier combat power was limited to figures like Huang Shou? No one knew how many formidable warriors Lu Daosheng had secretly cultivated in the deepest recesses of the Wasteland City Lord's residence. Should Wasteland City ever face peril, even in Lu Daosheng's absence, no force could threaten its existence. This was the absolute might of the Wasteland City. Without further delay, Lu Daosheng pulled Yan Lingyun by the hand and turned toward the celestial gate. In the blink of an eye, the majestic immortal gate loomed before them. I'll go alone. Yan Lingyun spoke softly, then slowly advanced alone. Just as Yan Lingyun drew near, the immortal gate suddenly stirred with an unusual commotion. Seeing this, Yan Lingyun seemed to have anticipated it all along. Without hesitation, she unleashed a powerful punch. Within that single punch lay her own path. A thunderous crash echoed. The immortal gate fell utterly silent. Within the gate, everything was shrouded in haze. Go! Lu Daosheng chuckled from behind her. Yan Lingyun gave a slight nod before stepping inside. Instantly, a flash of light illuminated her vision. Countless intricate celestial laws surged toward Yan Lingyun. She closed her eyes slightly, basking in the baptism of these laws. After an unknown span of time, the surrounding light suddenly began darting rapidly around Yan Lingyun. Crack! Space shattered, and Yan Lingyun opened her eyes once more. The scene before her had dramatically transformed. A faint aura of immortality drifted through the void, the space more solid and stable, intricate laws and principles constantly intertwining. It was unmistakably the immortal realm. Back again, huh? Chapter 189, The People of the Nether Hall. Meanwhile, watching Yan Lingyun safely pass through the immortal gate, Lu Daosheng slowly made his way toward it as well. At that moment, the immortal gate long dormant and fading suddenly radiated a terrifying aura of power. Clearly, the immortal gate held no welcome for Lu Daosheng. Seeing this, Lu Daosheng wasn't about to take it lying down. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed as the entire immortal gate was pierced clean through. Block me? Ha! Lu Daosheng chuckled lightly before strolling inside at a leisurely pace. This time, the immortal gate offered no further resistance, allowing Lu Daosheng to pass unimpeded. Somewhere in the immortal realm, Yan Lingyun stood rooted to the spot, seemingly waiting for something. Then, a disturbance arose behind her. The space split open. Upon seeing the arrival, Yan Lingyun instantly broke into a smile. What now? You tell me. Yan Lingyun addressed Lu Daosheng. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng glanced around at his surroundings, then froze. So the flow of time really is different here. Then Lu Daosheng laughed heartily. Come on, I'll take you to meet someone. At the same time, Wooden Immortal Realm, Spirit Domain. In recent years, a colossal entity had suddenly emerged here. Wasteland City. Now, after years of development, the power of the Wasteland City grows by the day. Several years ago, a powerful figure from the Wasteland City defeated the head of the Immortal Sword sect in a single move, cementing its fame throughout the Wood Immortal Realm and elevating its status above the 6 major immortal sects. The world assumed the Wasteland City would settle into quiet development, but unexpectedly, it continued its reckless expansion like a hot-headed youth, spending lavishly and acting with utter disregard for others. Some great sages predicted that the Wasteland City would inevitably offend terrifying entities and face utter destruction. Within the Wasteland City of the Spirit Domain, Lord 1, the Qing Domain wishes to join our Wasteland City. A figure spoke respectfully. Upon hearing this, Wan Feng nodded. Continue the expansion. The figure before him showed no hesitation. Yes, Lord. Continue the expansion. He had grown accustomed to this phrase. At first, he had indeed felt fear and anxiety. But now, he realized this Wasteland City was no ordinary place, especially the master before him, whose power was truly terrifying. Facing the renowned sect master of the Immortal Sword sect, this master had defeated him with a single strike. That was an Immortal Emperor-level powerhouse. There was no doubt that the master he served was also an Immortal Emperor-level powerhouse and not just any ordinary one. Thus, since that day, his loyalty had only deepened. Most importantly, this figure before him wasn't just immensely powerful, he was also wealthy. Following someone like this meant boundless prospects. Excuse me, sir, may I ask a question? At that moment, Sun Hong, standing before Wan Feng, suddenly spoke up. Hearing this, Wan Feng glanced at Sun Hong and nodded. Ask away. My lord, I wish to ask, since you founded this desolate city, why have you never allowed us to address you as city lord? Could it be that another holds that title? Sun Hong slowly voiced his question. Hearing this, Wan Feng smiled. You're quite sharp. Indeed, the true lord of this desolate city is someone else. I'm just another worker here, just like you. An employee. Hearing this answer, Sun Hong was utterly shocked. For someone of this terrifying Immortal Emperor realm to be working for someone else, just how formidable must that city lord be? For a moment, Sun Hong found himself filled with anticipation. Just then, a terrifying tremor erupted from beyond the city walls. Boom! Instantly, panic swept through the entire Wasteland City. Immortal Emperor Realm. It was an Immortal Emperor Realm powerhouse. Sensing the commotion, Wan Feng's brow furrowed slightly. With a flash, he appeared outside the desolate city. There, a middle-aged man clad in black stood calmly suspended in the void. You are the master of this desolate city? The middle-aged man spoke coldly upon seeing Wan Feng. You're from the Nether Hall. Wan Feng didn't answer the question but instead directly revealed the man's origins. Instantly, the middle-aged man's heart jolted. You know of my Nether Hall? Hearing this, Wan Feng laughed outright. If your Nether Palace Patriarch knew you came looking for trouble with me, he'd likely be so furious he'd crawl right out of his coffin. The Nether Hall was one of the 9 major factions that had joined forces to seal Wan Feng away. In that battle, the Nether Hall Patriarch suffered severe injuries and soon passed away within the Nether Hall. Yet despite the passing of their Patriarch, which weakened the Nether Hall, it did not fade into obscurity. Instead, it miraculously survived. Today, it has become a unique power within the Wood Immortal Realm. Usually low-key and unassuming, only the top-tier powerhouses knew the terrifying might of this special faction. Now, the Mad City's frenzied expansion had clearly encroached upon the interests of these special factions. Hearing Wan Feng's words, the middle-aged man finally sensed something was amiss. Who exactly are you? The middle-aged man did not recognize Wan Feng. After all, the era Wan Feng had lived in was long gone. Most of the powerful figures from that time had either perished or departed this world. Those who remained were likely uninvolved in major affairs and seldom emerged. This was precisely why Wan Feng had yet to react to the matter of his sealing all these years. But her silence didn't mean she didn't care. Now, the middle-aged man stared intently at Wan Feng in the distance, his mind racing with memories. Meanwhile, countless powerful figures secretly began frantic calculations, yet found nothing. She's the Mad Emperor. At that moment, a figure burst forth from the shadows, pointing at Wan Feng and bellowing. For a moment, the expressions of everyone present shifted. Some were horrified, some were bewildered, some smiled bitterly. The Mad Emperor. It's actually the Mad Emperor. One person suddenly exclaimed in shock. Instantly, all eyes turned toward him. You know the Mad Emperor? The man shook his head. No. Then what the hell were you yelling about? Facing the furious stares, the man gave an awkward chuckle and quickly fled the scene. At that moment, the middle-aged man in the void murmured, You are the Mad Emperor? As a member of the Nether Hall, he was naturally familiar with the Mad Emperor. But clearly, he knew little about him, otherwise, he wouldn't be so calm. Seeing Wan Feng nod in acknowledgement, the middle-aged man snorted coldly. In that case, we'll settle both old and new scores at once. Originally, his visit was meant only as a verbal warning to Huangchang. But now that he knew the Mad Emperor's identity, he naturally had to act. Based on his understanding, the Mad Emperor was an enemy of his Nether Temple. As for the Mad Emperor's strength, he wasn't entirely sure. Wan Feng froze slightly as the middle-aged man charged toward her. The man knew her identity, yet dared to attack. Had the Nether Temple grown this formidable after all these years? At that moment, the middle-aged man's aura was fully exposed to everyone's eyes. 4th tier Immortal Emperor Realm. A mid-stage Immortal Emperor Realm powerhouse, no wonder he was so confident. Consider that the sect master of the Immortal Sword sect was only at the 2nd tier of Immortal Emperor Realm. Chapter 190, Deception. Holy, a mid-stage Immortal Emperor Realm powerhouse? No way, no way. I'm outta here. Damn it, I was hoping to join the fun, but I'm outta here. Hey, wait for me. Witnessing the black-clad middle-aged man's power, most present were utterly shocked. Without hesitation, they all chose to leave. The reason was simple. Mid-stage Immortal Emperor level powerhouses were rare in the Wood Immortal Realm, each commanding awe across their domains. Take the 6 major factions of the Wood Immortal Realm, for instance, it's possible not a single one possesses a mid-stage Immortal Emperor level powerhouse. Now, with the emergence of this special faction, even a casual member possessed such formidable strength. The difference in strength was immediately apparent. Netherworld Palm. At that moment, the middle-aged man in black robes from the Nether Hall suddenly roared. In the next instant, a palm strike infused with terrifying power surged toward the distant wind-wrapped torrent. Its immense force caused ripples to surge through the surrounding space. Remember, this is the Immortal Realm, a place where space is exceptionally stable. Breaking through space required at least mid-stage Immortal Emperor Realm strength, anything less was utterly impossible. It's the Netherworld Palm. I know who he is now. Some who had chosen to stay and watch instead of leaving immediately spoke up. However, not everyone recognized him. Noticing the confusion among the crowd, the speaker continued, This man is the left guardian of the Nether Hall, Ming Shang. Ming Shang? Hearing this name, the crowd was both shocked and puzzled. I know him, but wasn't he still at the 3rd tier of the Immortal Emperor Realm 100 years ago? Yes, 100 years ago he was still at the 3rd tier of the Immortal Emperor Realm, yet now his strength has reached the 4th tier. No wonder the Nether Hall has become such a formidable force. For a moment, complex emotions stirred within the crowd. With the Nether Hall's power rising so rapidly, they would surely make their move soon. Just as the crowd pondered this, a deafening explosion suddenly echoed through the air. Boom! All eyes snapped toward the source, their expressions instantly turning horrified. What? They saw that Ming Shang, who had unleashed the Nether Hall's ultimate technique, not only failed to gain any advantage but was instead violently thrown back thousands of feet. Witnessing this, a suspicion began to form in everyone's minds. No way. At that moment, several elusive auras lurking in the shadows vanished abruptly. Noticing this, Wan Feng, standing rooted in place, let out a cold smirk. So you just wanted to test my strength? True, after 10,000 years of sealing, my power has indeed weakened considerably. But if you think that's enough to defeat me, you're welcome to try. With that, Wan Feng pointed toward the distant figure of Ming Shang, whose face had turned deathly pale. In the future, don't bother bringing such trash again. Otherwise, next time, I won't hold back. Instantly, the entire void fell completely silent. The crowd stared dumbly as Wan Feng confidently withdrew his hand from the void, then slowly returned to the desolate city. Lord Wan is unmatched. Lord Wan is awesome. Within the wasteland city, the crowd erupted into cheers, their voices booming with fervor. After all, they were all bought with Wan Feng's money, they had to get their money's worth. In the void, Ming Shang remained silent, but his expression was utterly grim. What a disgrace. What a disgrace. Lord Wan, why not just kill that bastard? Does our wasteland city really fear his Nether Hall? Beside Wan Feng, Sun Heng rushed over, his excitement palpable. Witnessing the scene just now, Sun Heng's reverence for Wan Feng had only deepened. That was a 4th tier Immortal Emperor Realm powerhouse. Yet Wan Feng had silenced him with a single strike. Hearing Sun Heng's words beside him, Wan Feng gave a light cough. Tell me, if I had been putting on a show just now, would you believe it? Thud. At those words, Sun Hong staggered, nearly toppling over on the spot. Wan. Lord Wan, please don't scare me like that. His face now paled as starkly as his earlier excitement had been vivid. Watching Sun Heng's expression, Wan Feng sighed. What choice do I have? My strength hasn't fully recovered yet. But. Wan Feng patted Sun Heng's shoulder and smiled. Don't worry. Though I'm not strong enough to defeat them now, the strength of the Wasteland City is no small matter. At these words, Sun Heng's sorrow instantly turned to joy. Lord Wan, you have a backup plan? Of course. Have you forgotten what I mentioned earlier? Sun Hong grew visibly excited. You mean, the legendary lord of our Wasteland City? Wan Feng nodded. Seeing this, Sun Heng's entire body trembled with excitement. His instincts told him that the elusive master of the Wasteland City must be no ordinary figure. Lord Wan, where is he now? I don't know. At that moment, the air itself seemed to fall silent. Sun Heng's smile remained frozen on his face. Thud. Sun Hong collapsed to the ground. Holy, Xiao Hengzi. Xiao Hengzi. Don't you dare play dead. My lord, please consider me dead. Awaken me only when the honorable city lord arrives. With that, Sun Hong ceased breathing on the spot. At that spot, Wan Feng's mouth twitched slightly. How could she know when the city lord would arrive in the immortal realm? Watching Ming Shang still lingering in the void, Wan Feng's expression gradually grew grave. Her apprehension wasn't directed at Ming Shang himself, but at the figure behind him. After all, Ming Shang was merely a pawn in this game. Though she had concealed her true strength during that strike and thrown them off with a few deliberately misleading remarks, temporarily intimidating them. But it was not a sustainable strategy. Sigh, I never expected to be targeted so quickly. Wan Feng shook her head. She had believed that relying on the reputation of the Wasteland City would shield her from trouble. Her aura was one that few in the entire Wood Immortal realm could recognize. Yet, when the head of the Immortal Sword sect insisted on picking a fight several years ago, she naturally had to intervene. But having been out of combat for too long, she inadvertently leaked a trace of her forbidden aura. It must have been then. Ever since then, she must have been marked. At that moment, Wan Feng clenched both fists tightly as divine power surged through his body, intertwined with forbidden energy. 4th tier Immortal Emperor Realm. Dealing with trash like Ming Shang was more than enough, but the rest would be a bit tougher. At his peak, he had been unrivaled across the entire Wood Immortal realm, nearly reaching the central domain. Even his master, Yan Lingyun, had declared he would surely ascend the central realm Immortal Emperor rankings, becoming renowned throughout the entire Immortal realm. Alas, fate had other plans. Not only did I fail to reach the central realm, but after sealing away for 10,000 years, my power has waned. At this thought, Wan Feng's expression darkened. Those old bastards, he growled. Once my power is restored, I'll pay each and every one of them a personal visit. Even if they're dead, I'll dig them up. Chapter 191, Late Stage Immortal Emperor Realm Powerhouse. Meanwhile, in the void. Ming Shang, withdraw for now. A phantom voice echoed beside Ming Shang's ear. Hearing this, Ming Shang's face darkened, but he withdrew nonetheless. Seeing Ming Shang depart, the crowd's reverence for Huangqing's strength deepened. It seems Wasteland City has now attained the strength of a special faction. Though it's rather peculiar. Inside the tea house of Huangqing, two elderly men sipped their tea while observing the events unfolding within the city. Oh? What's peculiar about it? One of the elders sipped his tea and asked calmly. Haven't you noticed? Whether it's the 6 major factions of the Wood Immortal realm or the hidden special forces above them, they all share one common trait. Hearing this, the other elder's expression gradually grew solemn. Go on. That commonality is this: none of them ever act too conspicuously. At this, both men fell into silence simultaneously. Indeed. Throughout the entire Mu Immortal realm, countless ages have passed, and countless factions have risen. But those factions either got wiped out on their way up, or they'd halt mid-ascent and settle into stable development. Now look at this Wasteland City. From start to finish, it pursued unrestrained, frenzied development, seemingly holding no other power in the slightest regard. Was this the reckless boldness of a newborn calf, or was there something else at play? Things are getting more and more interesting. One of the white-browed elders suddenly chuckled with delight. The other elder with long sideburns nodded slightly in agreement. That woman known as the Mad Empress isn't the true ruler of this city. The real lord of this domain is someone else entirely. In that case, I'm genuinely curious to know what sort of person truly rules this desolate city. The two exchanged glances and decided to remain within the desolate city for the time being. Their purpose was self-evident. Outside the desolate city, within a concealed small space, several figures with profound auras stood silently within. Should any outsider detect this place, they would be utterly astonished. Opening a space. This was something only those at the late stage of the Immortal Emperor realm could accomplish. Clearly, late Immortal Emperor realm powerhouses were present here. How much of his power do you think he's regained now? One of the figures suddenly spoke up. At most 30%. 30%? Everyone turned to look at one person, their eyes filled with confusion. The speaker was an old man who looked as if he might kick the bucket at any moment. He was also the most senior among those present. Elder Fong, among us here, you know her best. Has that mad emperor truly only regained 30% of his power? The old man was a peerless powerhouse who had lived in the same era as the mad emperor. Yet even sharing that era, he could only look up to the mad emperor in awe. The mad emperor's solitary battle against the 9 divine emperors was etched deeply into his memory. Even now, recalling it felt utterly unbelievable. Time flies. Few of his peers remained, and he himself had become a patriarch-level figure within his own faction, commanding respect across the land. But now, the mad emperor had re-emerged, threatening the interests of his faction. As the patriarch, he must step forward. Though Wan Fong had only acted once, and in a highly subtle manner, he could see at a glance that the mad emperor was merely putting on a show. I am certain even at 30% that if we all strike together, the mad emperor will surely meet his end. Including this desolate city. Of course, if he was mistaken, he would retract his words. Hearing this, the surrounding crowd nodded in agreement. Very well. Since Elder Fong speaks with such conviction, let us test this theory. Surely, with so many of us, we can't be defeated by a single man? Without further hesitation, they moved forward. Delay invites trouble. Whoosh! Space split open, and the group charged directly toward the wasteland city. This time, they would slay the mad emperor, and the wasteland city must be nipped in the bud. At the same moment, 2 unfamiliar figures suddenly appeared above the wasteland city. Who'd have thought that Wan Fong would get things done so quickly? Surveying the desolate city below, it wasn't as perfect as he'd imagined, but it was still remarkably impressive. The entire wasteland city embodied one word: grand. It possessed a capacity nearly large enough to hold an entire immortal realm. Hearing Lu Daosheng's words, Yan Lingyun's expression flickered. Wan Fong, is she still in the immortal realm? That was her disciple, her only disciple. How could she ever forget? But when she was forced to leave the immortal realm, Wan Fong had already become one of its top-tier powerhouses. So much time had passed. Even if Wan Fong had been slacking off, she should have been able to leave this world by now. Yan Lingyun's expression turned puzzled. Could it be that something had happened back then? Clearly, Yan Lingyun was unaware of Wan Fang's sealing. Just as Lu Daosheng was about to explain, a figure shot skyward from the desolate city, hurtling straight toward the two of them. Upon seeing the arrival, Yan Lingyun's expression gradually softened. Master! Master, it really is you. Wan Fong stared at Yan Lingyun before him, his eyes instantly reddening as tears began streaming down his face. Master, I knew you would return. Disciple Wan Fong pays respects to Master. Thud. Wan Fong knelt directly toward Yan Lingyun from the void. The entire wasteland city fell silent in that moment. The invincible Lord Wan actually knelt before someone. Master? Below, Sen Hong sprang to his feet at the sound, instantly restored to full strength. Ah ha ha. Who else? Who else? In the void, Yan Lingyun's expression was equally complex. It seemed her disciple had endured much hardship over the years. Just as she was about to speak, a furious shout suddenly echoed from the distance. Mad Emperor, your time has come. Boom! A terrifying aura swept over the entire wasteland city like the apocalypse. At that moment, dark clouds gathered overhead, and the people of the wasteland city were filled with unease. Another formidable foe. Whoosh! The next instant, before the horrified gazes of the crowd, the void suddenly split open. 6 terrifying figures, radiating the aura of Immortal Emperor Realm cultivators, emerged slowly from the spatial fissure. Late Immortal Emperor Realm powerhouses. Witnessing this scene, countless cultivators gaped in stunned silence. Was this an attempt to ignite a war across the Immortal Realm? Leading the 6 was none other than the Patriarch of the Wood Spirit Sect, one of the special factions within the Wood Immortal Realm. A 7th-tier Immortal Emperor. Mad Emperor. You gravely wounded my sect's ancient ancestor back then. Today, I shall slay you here to avenge our ancestor. The Wood Spirit Sect leader spoke coldly, his voice thick with murderous intent. At that moment, however, the 6 men paused in surprise. For Wan Fong still knelt suspended in the void. Who are you two? Only now did the others notice the 2 figures before Wan Fong. Lu Daosheng and Yan Lingyun. Not a trace of their aura had leaked out. Not simple. The expressions of the crowd instantly grew solemn. Old Fong began to retreat imperceptibly, step by step. Xiao Fong, you may rise first. Yes, Master. Chapter 192, The Terror of the Wasteland City Lord. Wan Fong slowly rose to his feet and retreated to stand behind Yan Lingyun. This scene sent a chill through the hearts of the 6 leaders of the Wood Spirit Sect. The Mad Emperor has a master? This information was not in their intelligence. Instinctively, the 5 turned their gaze toward Elder Fong. As a peer of the Mad Emperor from the same era, Old Master Fong must surely know something about this so-called master. The next moment, the 5 were stunned. Where Master Fong had stood moments before, there was now nothing but empty space. Gone. Instantly, the expressions of the five darkened. Meanwhile, Yan Lingyun, standing at a distance, glared at them with murderous intent. Seeing this, Lu Daosheng spoke up. I'll handle this. Lu Daosheng slowly approached the group, his aura suddenly surging violently. Boom! In an instant, the entire void began to tremble. You! Sensing Lu Daosheng's terrifying aura, the five felt a chill in their hearts, already contemplating retreat. Yet, as Lu Daosheng pressed his palm downward, an irresistible pressure pinned the five firmly to the spot. Listen carefully. Lu Daosheng spoke slowly. His voice was not loud, yet it echoed throughout the entire spirit domain. I am the Lord of Wasteland City. Anyone harboring grievances against my city may come to Wasteland City to see me at any time. I, Lu Daosheng, shall personally receive you. As Lu Daosheng clenched his fist, the space surrounding the five leaders of the Wood Spirit sect instantly warped. The next moment. Boom! A torrential downpour of blood rained down from the void. Simultaneously, all traces of presence vanished into the darkness. Even the divine senses probing toward this location receded like a tide. The entire spirit domain fell silent in that instant. The Lord of the Wasteland City truly terrifying. We pay our respects to the Lord of the City. Within the Wasteland City, Sun Han was the first to react, bellowing out the greeting. Then, the entire desolate city began to tremble. We pay our respects to the Lord of the City. Master, Grandmaster. Within the city lord's residence, Wan Feng stood trembling in the hall. Lu Daosheng and Yan Lingyun sat at the highest position. Wan Feng, you've done well. These past years have been hard on you. Lu Daosheng smiled. Hearing this, Wan Feng's face lit up with joy. Grandmaster, without you, I'd still be sealed away. It's Wan Feng's honor to serve you in these ways. At these words, Yan Lingyun's expression darkened. Sealed? Little Feng, what exactly happened? Yan Lingyun knew that after her own incident back then, something must have happened to her disciple as well. But the specifics remained unknown to her. Without further delay, Wan Feng laid everything bare, recounting his ordeal to Yan Lingyun. I'm sorry, Master. I've brought shame upon you. After speaking, Wan Feng bowed his head slightly. She felt she had failed Yan Lingyun, betraying her master's expectations. But then, a warm hand gently rested on Wan Feng's head. Little Feng, this isn't your fault. Yan Lingyun's eyes were slightly red as she spoke softly. Her disciple had been sealed away for so many years. If not for Lu Daosheng, she would likely still be sealed even after arriving in the immortal realm. This thought ignited a surge of rage within Yan Lingyun. She turned to look at Lu Daosheng. Daosheng, it's impossible that all the former emperors who participated in that battle died, right? Hearing this, Lu Daosheng paused slightly, somewhat confused by Yan Lingyun's meaning. Well, indeed, a few still survive. 9 immortal emperor-level powerhouses joined forces to seal Wan Feng. To this day, 3 of them remain in the Wood Immortal Realm. The rest had either perished or departed the Wood Immortal Realm. Upon hearing Lu Daosheng's words, Yan Lingyun turned to Wan Feng. Little Feng, wait for me in the Wasteland City. I'll handle some matters with your master's master. Without waiting for Wan Feng to respond, Yan Lingyun took Lu Daosheng's hand and led him away. Left behind, Wan Feng stared blankly at their retreating figures. After a long moment, he shook his head and smiled. Master, all these years have passed, yet you haven't changed a bit. Yan Lingyun was off to do what? She could figure that out with her toes. But wait, her master had just returned to the Wood Immortal Realm, and his cultivation was only at the early Immortal Realm stage. Could he handle it? Oh, wait, Grandmaster is here. That takes care of it. Ah, the feeling of having someone watching over you, it's truly wonderful. Immortal Realm, Immortal King Realm, Immortal Lord Realm, Immortal Sovereign Realm, Immortal Sage Realm, Immortal Emperor Realm. Lingyun, must we be in such a hurry? Seeing Yan Lingyun's sullen expression in silence, Lu Daosheng voiced his concern. His plan was to cultivate Wan Feng, waiting until Wan Feng regained his strength to seek revenge through his own abilities. That would be the best outcome. But now, judging by Yan Lingyun's demeanor, she seemed intent on killing every last surviving veteran immortal emperor to vent her fury. Hearing Lu Daosheng's words, Yan Lingyun abruptly halted and turned to glare at him. He's my disciple. Startled by the outburst, Lu Daosheng froze in place, staring blankly at Yan Lingyun. In that moment, he was suddenly transported back to a time long ago. Back when he and Yan Lingyun had just started their journey together. Back then, he was weak and a slightly stronger cultivator could easily pin him down and beat him up. Every time he got beaten, Yan Lingyun would take revenge for him. Though being protected by a woman felt embarrassing, Lu Daosheng was genuinely happy. Yan Lingyun was fiercely protective of her own. Once she deemed someone important, they were not to be bullied in the slightest. Thinking of this, a complex wave of emotion surged within Lu Daosheng. He really wasn't much of a man. Come on, Lingyun, let's go take them down. Lu Daosheng's attitude shifted instantly as he came to this realization, grabbing Yan Lingyun's arm and pulling her toward one of the unlucky victims. Yet though Yan Lingyun looked slightly surprised, she didn't move. Hold on a moment. Ha? What the hell? I've already figured it out, and now you're pulling this stunt? Lu Daosheng stared at Yan Lingyun with utter bewilderment. Under his gaze, Yan Lingyun cleared her throat. First, take me to a place. There are some things I left behind in the wood immortal realm years ago. I need them to restore my power now. Leave Wanfeng's matter to me. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng finally understood. So she wanted him to handle it personally. Yan Lingyun had only recently ascended, her power still at the early stage of the immortal realm. Compared to the entire immortal realm, she was a very weak existence. Without delay, the two traversed the void, racing toward the frigid regions of the wood immortal realm. Meanwhile, within several of the Mu immortal realm's most terrifying superpowers, the atmosphere was oppressively heavy. The very city they had targeted, Huangcheng, harbored such terrifying beings. A single strike had instantly slain several immortal emperor-level experts. Among them was even the late-stage immortal emperor-level patriarch of the Wood Spirit sect. Possessing such power, why would it still vie with them for resources in the Wood immortal realm? Why not advance into the central domain? The factions racked their brains trying to understand. But at this moment, that question was clearly not the most pressing concern. The most pressing concern now was whether the Wasteland City would launch a campaign against them. Despite their careful concealment, they believed that in the eyes of a figure like the Wasteland City Lord, they held no secrets. To put it bluntly, their fate now lay firmly in the hands of the Wasteland City.